A majestic god sat upon a radiant throne inside a hall flooded with sacred light, his brows drawn together, as if weighing the fate of existence itself before finally deciding that the destined hour had arrived. Around him, the other deities stood in tense silence, waiting for his decree. Slowly, he lifted his hand, and when his eyes opened, his voice echoed across realms as he declared that Ragnarok had begun. At once, a subordinate god raised a horn to his lips and blew a thunderous call. The sound tore through the heavens. Angels and dragons descended from blazing skies, while orcs and undead clawed their way out from shattered dimensions. In that instant, hell was no longer a prophecy. It had fallen upon Earth. Creatures from distant worlds stormed cities, crushing towers and slaughtering civilians without hesitation. One towering orc clenched his jaw, exhaling a plume of cold steam before bending down to seize a massive log. With a savage roar, he swung it through a building, reducing stone and steel to ruin. Debris exploded outward, and broken slabs hurtled toward a woman clutching her child. She turned, eyes widening in terror, and shoved the boy away with all her strength. He tumbled into the dust as fragments rained down. The woman disappeared beneath falling rubble. The boy scrambled forward, tears streaking his face as he pulled at her hand and cried that the monsters were getting closer. She forced her eyes open and whispered for him to run, telling him that if he left now, he could still survive. Before he could answer, an undead creature wielding a saber emerged behind her. Its hollow mouth opened as it raised its blade to strike. The woman looked back in frozen horror. High above, a lone figure stood upon a shattered rooftop, cloaks snapping in the wind. In the next heartbeat, he leapt. The undead brought its sword down in a merciless arc. Then the blade shattered, its edge snapping away as something unseen severed its neck. The monster seemed to realize its death only after its head had already left its shoulders. A cloaked man stood several meters away, unmoving, as the head rolled to the ground beside the boy and his mother. The savior's voice was steady as he told them to flee, promising that his comrades would cover their escape. Warm light washed over the woman's crushed body, mending bone and flesh with healing magic. She rose unsteadily to her feet and thanked him with trembling gratitude. They hurried away, and the boy glanced back, whispering that the man wore a black robe. The cloaked warrior watched them go, a faint smile touching his lips. Then he reached up, grasped his hood, and removed his mask. His eyes lifted toward the swarm of advancing monsters flooding the streets. His smile widened, not with madness, but with anticipation. He stepped forward and calmly invited them to begin. The horde answered with a furious roar as they charged. The boy ignited his flame with a sharp grin and lunged straight toward the chest of the nearest monster. The young man moved first. Steel flashed once, clean and decisive, and his opponent collapsed in a heavy crash that shook the broken pavement. He did not pause. His eyes lifted to the next wave already rushing him. One creature lunged with a feral snarl, but he slipped aside as if the attack had been rehearsed. His palm rose, gathering a dense surge of magic that crackled like compressed thunder. A heartbeat later, the charge detonated, and the undead's body burst apart in a violent explosion that scattered ash and bone across the street. He shifted his stance toward the remaining monsters, another charge blade swinging down with brute force. The hero met it with cold precision, steel grinding against steel as he blocked the strike. In the same motion, he redirected the tip of his sword forward. His body blurred. He shot past the enemy at blinding speed, already accelerating toward the next. With explosive strength, he kicked off the ground and launched upward. Rising above a towering giant, he pressed against the very air with magic, suspending himself for a fraction of a second. Then he spun and descended. In a single breath, the giant's massive frame split apart, the cut so clean it seemed unreal. He lowered his blade, and the battlefield dissolved. In its place stood the radiant throne and the god who watched from above. A satisfied grin spread across the young man's face, as if he had just proven something long awaited. This was not merely a fight. It was the beginning of a story about survival, about rebellion against destiny itself. And it had started the moment he absorbed an artifact that should never have belonged to him. Elsewhere, a masked girl stood alone against a colossal dragon, her figure dwarfed by its shadow. In another district, one team struggled to bring down an enraged orc while their companions scooped gold from the wreckage. The world had changed, and with it came a new profession. A raider hunted monsters, earned money, and stood between civilians and annihilation. Reporters crowded around a fair-haired young man. Microphone raised as cameras flashed. In a small apartment, another boy sat before television, watching the broadcast with shining eyes. The narration cut through the noise, declaring that raiding was deadly work. Yet those who survived were celebrated as heroes. But where there is admiration, envy follows close behind. The boy leaned forward, captivated. To be a raider meant making hearts race with awe. Yet that same racing heart could signal the edge of death. The main character ran through narrow streets, breath sharp in his lungs, thinking that when a raider's pulse thundered too fast, it meant the end was near. In his mind, a dark silhouette appeared. A flaming chain writhed through the air, twisting toward him like a living serpent. He skidded to a halt as the chain whipped straight for his chest. Blood slid down his cheek. He stood frozen, watching death close in without mercy. Reality shattered the vision. A young girl walked through a quiet cafe. Then someone screamed. Heads turned. The main character slammed his fist against the table, fury exploding from him as he demanded whether they intended to use him as a human shield. Across from him, a thin young man with glasses adjusted them nervously and told him calm down, reminding him that he needed the money now more than ever. After forcing himself to calm down, the hero understood that being baited into a dungeon raid should not have surprised him. The representative from the raid bureau sat across the cafe table, posture stiff, fingers laced together, as if waiting for judgment. The hero remembered the phone call from earlier, how confident he had sounded when he thought a profitable contract had finally arrived. He dragged a hand through his hair, irritation flaring again. The moment he heard the real assignment, the excitement had died. They wanted him at the very front during the clearing of the Dungeon of the Dead, as if he were disposable meat meant to absorb the first wave of claws and curses. He lifted his eyes and asked why there was no proper work left for him. Even lower-ranked raiders were landing contracts. The bureau employee shifted awkwardly, brows lifting as though the answer were obvious. The hero looked away in disgust as the man explained that, regardless of rank, combat class raiders rarely received missions anymore. Jaehyun leaned forward, voice tightening, asking if that meant he was being sent purely because of his class. The other man lowered his gaze before admitting it without pride. When Jaehyun demanded to know whether he was truly that useless, the answer came in a low voice that cut deeper than anger ever could. Recently, mages had taken nearly every job available. They did not even need to look up from their spell circles to secure contracts. Warriors, meanwhile, were considered liabilities. They were injured too often. Employers preferred not to deal with compensation claims or medical costs. Jaehyun imagined a battlefield where mages stood at a safe distance, weaving spells that tore monsters apart before claws could even reach them. Then he saw the other side of it, a warrior kneeling alone, wrapping bandages around his own bleeding arm while the fight still raged. Teamwork favored magic. Strategy favored magic. Survival favored magic. He bit down hard, tasting frustration, because he already knew this truth. 10 years ago, things might have been different. Back then, brute strength and steel still carried weight. Now the system had no room for someone of his class. Regrets surfaced without mercy. He should have become a mage. His thoughts drifted to the day he opened the academy letter. 11 years earlier, his aptitude evaluation had stunned the examiners. He had scored 97% in magical potential, high enough to enter the most prestigious professional institution for training raiders. That number had once felt like destiny itself. He pictured a girl he had known back then, now standing at the peak of her magical mastery with a recorded affinity of 92%. People called her extraordinary. Compared to her, his result had been nearly unbelievable. Back then, the future had seemed clear. Now, sitting across from a bureaucrat who viewed him as expendable, that brilliant number felt like a cruel joke written by fate itself. He remembered the years of training that followed that result. His martial predisposition had been measured at only 34%, a number that should have discouraged anyone with sense. Yet he had chosen the blade anyway. Day after day, he practiced until his palms split and calluses hardened. He told himself that he had selected the path of the warrior by conviction. Looking back now, he saw no noble reason behind it. At the time, he had simply held a rigid, almost arrogant view of mages. He could still picture the moment their paths diverged, friends stepping toward different futures. Back then he had looked at the mage division and dismissed them, believing their ranks were propped up by fragile supports who could not kill even the smallest pest without a warrior shielding them. In his mind, they had needed swords to survive. Now the world had inverted. Combat classes had fallen into obscurity while magic stood at the peak. His gaze dropped. If he had embraced magic instead of steel, perhaps his life would have unfolded differently. The thought dragged him downward, as though he were sinking into deep water. Raiders typically reached their ceiling by the age of 20. After that, growth slowed to a crawl. Regret served no function once the window had closed. The past could not be reopened. The bureau representative held his gaze and said quietly that chances like this did not come often. He had intended to offer the position elsewhere, but because of certain problems his friend was facing, he had come to him first. The hero's fist tightened. There had been a time when his talent alone had made magicians uneasy. Now he was labeled a useless frontline warrior. The distance between who he had been and who he had become felt immeasurable. The man across from him flinched when he finally agreed. Silence pressed down between them. Irritation creased his brow because he understood the truth immediately. He had no alternative. In a swamp, survival required accepting even the filthiest work. Refusal meant sinking. The representative's smile widened in relief, praising the decision as wise. The hero rose from his chair while being told they would meet the next morning at 7. Further details would follow, and lateness would not be tolerated. Min Jae-hyun paused and asked why they needed to meet at all when the bureau already had more than enough to handle. The man waved it off, telling him not to overthink it and to focus on his own preparation. The bespectacled official gave a small grin, mentioning that he had business at the same location anyway. They parted with a brief exchange, promising to see each other at dawn. By the next day, a crowd had gathered at the dungeon entrance. Adventurers, staff, and observers clustered near the sealed gate as tension thickened the air. Off to the side, the hero leaned against a tree, silent, watching everything unfold. He stared at his phone screen and understood that Woo-min had played him. A slow breath left his lungs as he muttered that it would have been better if the man had simply said yesterday that he would not show up. At least that would have been honest. Instead, he was left standing here like an afterthought. He lowered his gaze and accepted the obvious truth. Woo-min gained far more by partnering with stronger raiders. Loyalty did not compete with efficiency. His eyes moved over the crowd gathered near the gate. He measured them instinctively. He was a D-rank combatant. The man who had stood beside him before was an A-rank mage. The gap was not subtle. Folding his arms across his chest, he questioned why he was still tied to this bureau at all. With his credentials, he could have attempted to enter a guild. Yet here he was wasting time in a place that offered scraps. If their positions were reversed, he would have chosen differently too. A shadow surfaced in his thoughts, a faceless figure stepping from the dark, calling him trash without hesitation. His jaw tightened as he stared forward, refusing to let the word settle. A voice broke through his spiral. He looked up to see a man in armor waving at him with an easy smile, greeting him as if nothing in the world were wrong. He answered with a faint grin, calling him Myung-ho and asking what brought him here. Myung-ho shrugged and said work had dried up everywhere. This mission was dangerous, but the pay made the risk worthwhile. He shut his eyes briefly and nodded. Dangerous money was still money. Myung-ho turned slightly, laughing under his breath as he remarked that their kind had nowhere else to go. Combat classes no longer held the same appeal. There was no glamour in standing at the front while others hurled fireballs safely from behind. Min Jae-hyun looked away. Passion did not matter anymore. Hunger did. Myung-ho nudged his shoulder and said they would handle the job properly. Then he suggested grabbing a drink afterward. For a second, Min Jae-hyun's expression darkened before he forced himself to answer that it sounded good. Myung-ho's eyes narrowed slightly when he mentioned he was short on cash. He reminded him that he had covered the last round. Jae-hyun lowered his gaze, embarrassment settling heavily in his chest. Silence stretched between them until Myung-ho scratched the back of his head and said he understood. He rubbed his chin and muttered that this would be the last time. Jae-hyun managed a strained smile and said he felt bad adding to the debt. Inwardly, he thought that Myung-ho was too straightforward for his own good. Their attention shifted as a call rang out, ordering everyone to gather at the dungeon entrance. The crowd began to move as one, tension rising with every step toward the sealed gate. The agent lifted his hand and declared that everyone would enter in 30 minutes. The raiders watched him without a word. Min Jae-hyun and the man beside him fell quiet as well. The agent walked to the dungeon entrance and repeated that it was time to assemble. The young man tilted his head back and let out a long breath before pulling out his phone and staring at the screen. His expression froze for a moment as a familiar thought surfaced. During any campaign, a raider only needed to remember two things. He glanced over his shoulder while the idea settled in his mind. The first was blind luck. He pictured those raiders who accidentally stumbled upon a treasure chest and struck fortune without effort. That kind of luck could ignite reckless courage in anyone. But as if summoned by the thought, a dark aura slowly seeped from the chest in his imagination. Luck did not only inspire. More often, it numbed the mind and turned into fatal carelessness. He lowered his gaze, thinking about the second rule, but his ally nudged him and asked why he had gone silent. The blonde knight followed his line of sight and noticed he was staring at his phone again. With a wide grin, the knight pointed out that he always did this before heading out and teased him, asking what he was looking at so seriously. Was it a picture of his girlfriend? A faint smile crossed his face as he shook his head. There was nothing like that. On the screen was a photo of him, standing beside his mother. He looked at it quietly and murmured that he would return soon. Then he slipped the phone away and began walking toward the dungeon entrance. The moment they stepped forward, the group was transported into a vast abandoned hall. The air was cold and stale. A mass of undead surged toward them without hesitation. One of the magicians frowned sharply and shouted for the vanguard to lock their shields and hold the formation. Jae-hyun and Myung-ho frowned in irritation when the order came that even the dead had to be held in line. The young man tilted his head just in time to avoid a rotting hand swiping at his face. His body felt heavy, drained of strength. Behind him, the mages began their incantations. A fireball flared to life in one mage's palm, while other streams of magic shot forward in brilliant arcs. A thunderous explosion erupted in front of the front line. Flames swallowed the charging undead, and the hall filled with the smell of burning flesh. He stared at the incinerated mass in brief confusion before turning around. His eyes settled on the mages, and recognition dawned. This was the Meteor Guild, the group that had been rising in fame at an astonishing speed. He exhaled slowly, tension easing from his shoulders as a single thought crossed his mind. With them here, his chances of dying today had just dropped. The man dropped down for a brief rest and broke into a wide smile as he took a long sip of water. Closing his eyes, he let out a satisfied breath and muttered that only the boss room remained now. He slid the flask back into his inventory and complained that age had stolen his strength. If he had known things would turn out like this, he would have trained harder in his youth and raised his level properly. The hero turned slightly and replied that his ally was still as fresh as ever, especially since his level was even higher than his own. The blonde grinned and asked whether he had picked up anything worthwhile. After all, this was an A-rank dungeon. Good items were supposed to drop here. He opened his inventory window and admitted he was not sure yet. He would have to check. His finger moved quickly as he scrolled down the list. Then it happened. The window flickered. For a second, he thought it was his eyes. But the system interface glitched again, lines of text distorting and scrambling. A crushing pressure suddenly descended on him. His breath caught in his throat. He grabbed his head and wheezed as if something invisible was squeezing his skull from the inside. Just as abruptly, the pressure vanished. He stood there, silent, unable to understand what had just occurred. The hero looked up sharply as a system notification forced itself onto his vision. System error. Connection with user lost. His heart skipped. That had never happened before. Another notification forced its way through the distortion. For unknown reasons, system launch canceled. Jaehyun clenched his teeth. What did that even mean? Tiny shimmering particles began to appear near his head, drifting gently like fragments of light. He flinched when a voice echoed faintly in his ears, calm and distant, telling him to follow the light. His body tensed as he turned toward the source. The system windows began to distort again, reporting that an unknown object had invaded and that recovery had initiated in safe mode. The text stuttered and broke apart. Launch canceled. His brows tightened. What was that voice? Lowering his head slightly, he repeated under his breath the words he had just heard. The man beside him stared in confusion and asked what he was mumbling. He lifted his gaze and replied flatly that it was nothing. But the blonde suddenly repeated the same words about following the light. His eyes widened. Right in front of the man's face floated a bright particle, pulsing faintly. He quickly looked around. They were everywhere. Dozens. No, hundreds of tiny glowing fragments drifting through the air. He froze, unable to grasp what was happening or whether he should move toward the light that seemed to beckon him. The blonde narrowed his eyes and studied him carefully before saying he was acting strange. Then he reached out as if to check his temperature, asking if he was feeling feverish. The hero stiffened for a split second, then quickly looked away, muttering that he was fine and hoping no one had noticed. But the drifting particles of light had already slipped deep into the darkness ahead, disappearing into the corridor like silent invitations. He swallowed, throat dry, and made a decision. He rose from his seat. Someone asked where he thought he was going. He answered without hesitation that he would return shortly. Then he stepped forward, brows drawn tight, unease building beneath his steady pace. Jaehyun moved through the dim cave, shadows clinging to the walls. He lifted a hand instinctively, trying to summon the familiar interface. Nothing. The system responded coldly that it was unavailable and that the characteristics window could not be loaded. His expression darkened. He tried again. The same result. Then another message appeared. Function corruption detected. Initiating restoration in safe mode. He clicked his tongue in frustration, scratching his head, unable to grasp what was happening. 10 years. It had been 10 years since he awakened. In all that time, the system had never once malfunctioned. No errors. No repairs. No forced restorations. Yet now, in this place, everything was unstable. He lowered his gaze, recalling the strange voice he had heard earlier. It felt connected. Too connected to ignore. Fragments of memory surfaced, warnings about an unknown object entering the system. A crash. A shutdown. He remembered the light particles drifting through the air and the faint voice urging him to follow. Ahead, something felt different, as if the world itself had shifted slightly out of place. He continued deeper into the cave, silent, thoughtful. The image of Odin crossed his mind. The sheer system. Aesir. The name tied to the ancient gods of Asgard. Odin, Thor. This system had been called humanity's final safeguard. Its final weapon. His thoughts drifted further back. 20 years ago. A cruise ship crossing the Pacific. Calm seas turned violent without warning. Waves rising in chaos. Then it happened. A colossal tree erupted from the ocean floor, tearing through steel and capsizing the vessel. Its branches stretched endlessly. In a single day it budded. Within 9 days its leaves had swallowed the sky. The world split in its reaction. Some called it the beginning of the end. Others claimed it was a divine blessing. Temples were built in its honor. Prayers were offered beneath its shadow. But the truth whispered a different name. Yggdrasil, the world tree of ancient legend. Then the memories shifted again. He saw the portals tear open above the earth. He remembered the ninth day, when the tree's growth finally stopped. That was when the sky burned. Fire swallowed cities. And the invasion began. Monsters poured out of the ruptured gates. Wild wolves ripped into fallen bodies. Blood soaked the streets. He remembered how countless people died in those first waves. Those who survived faced hunger, plague, and endless fear. One beast lifted its head and roared. And with that roar, hope seemed to vanish from the world. Humanity collapsed into despair. Then, a silhouette appeared on the horizon. A lone man stood against the chaos, blade in hand. He paused for a single breath. The wolves turned toward him. Their eyes locked onto his figure. The golden-haired youth smiled. Min Jae-hyun remembered him clearly. The first symbol of resistance. The first light in the dark. The wolves lunged, jaws open wide. The beast charged without hesitation. The blonde raised his blade. His aura erupted outward. In a handful of movements, it was over. Steel flashed. Blood scattered. The wolves fell one after another, lifeless before they even understood what had happened. He stood untouched. The first awakened. The blonde dragged the edge of his blade lightly across his palm, smiling as if testing something only he could feel. To the people who watched from afar, he looked less like a man and more like something divine. A warrior blessed with God's own authority. Min Jae-hyun imagined the awakened who came after him. People bound to systems. Raiders who hunted monsters instead of fleeing from them. Warriors who turned disaster into battlefields. As he continued walking deeper into the cave, he reflected that the system was never just a tool. It was a weapon, a power wielded by people like that golden-haired youth. And if the system itself began to change, he lowered his head slightly. The thought did not lead anywhere good. Green lights flickered on stone pedestals ahead. He stopped before them. Slowly, he lifted his gaze. A massive door towered in front of him. His eyes widened. That couldn't be. Then a grin spread across his face. A treasure gate. His mind instantly filled with images of mountains of gold. A hidden room. The kind that appeared only in high-ranking dungeons and almost never twice in the same place. Special artifacts. Rare equipment. Sometimes even legendary items. He stepped closer and placed his hand against the surface of the door. Even one item from such a chamber could be worth several hundred million. If the contents were all Class A or above, he could finally leave behind the life of scraping for dark money. Greed flashed through his eyes. Jae-hyun closed them for a moment, steadied his breathing, then pushed the door open just slightly, muttering a quiet prayer for an A-class item or higher. Light spilled through the crack. Then suddenly, the interior flared to life. Radiance flooded the chamber. At the center of the chamber stood a single pedestal, and atop it, an object radiating blinding light. He turned slowly, scanning the space again, disbelief creeping into his expression. A hidden chamber like this. If it truly existed, then all those broadcasts, all the reports people mocked on television, none of it had been exaggeration. It was real. The object pulsed brighter. He broke into a wide smile. An artifact. It had to be. He lifted his hand and stepped forward, curiosity sharpening into hunger. Just how valuable was it? Just how high was its grade? He reached toward the pedestal. The light intensified until even his own fingertips were barely visible through the glare. Then, the system flickered back to life. Partial functionality restored. It asked whether he wished to view information about the newly acquired equipment item. He laughed softly. Perfect timing. Restored at the exact moment it mattered. The light dimmed just enough for him to see what rested in his palm. A dark eye. The interface displayed its name. The Lost Eye of Odin. Mythical rarity. For a brief second, he covered his own eye with his hand, absorbing the weight of the words. Then he focused back on the system window. Active skill. Absolute calculation. The description scrolled before him. The ability to comprehend the structure of magical formulas. To dismantle them. To destroy them at their core. To copy magic without incantations. No penalties. No backlash. His lips curved upward. He remembered the auctions he had watched. Even S-class items sold for tens of billions the moment they were listed. The seller alone could determine the price of a magic artifact, and buyers would still fight for it. But this was mythical. The only one of its kind in the world. He pressed a hand against his chest, barely containing the surge of emotion. With this, he would never have to beg for guild recognition again. Never again would he serve as expendable bait in dungeon raids. No more crawling through death traps for scraps. He could finally walk away from the miserable life of a low-tier raider. He lowered his gaze to the eye in his hand. Maybe he should test it once. Just once. A relic like this would never pass through his hands again. Dark energy began to gather around the eye, spiraling slowly. A warning window appeared. Upon use, the item will be permanently bound to the user. Confirm usage? His expression froze. Without hesitation, he canceled. His knees gave out. He dropped to the floor and exhaled heavily, chest rising and falling as the realization settled in. He had been one breath away from binding it. One impulsive decision from losing everything. He stared at the eye resting in his palm. There was no need to equip it. No need to risk permanent attachment. On the black market alone, it could fetch hundreds of billions of won. A mythical relic. Buyers would crawl over each other for it. He transferred it into his inventory. The moment it disappeared, a strange calm washed over him. He was 27. After turning 20, his growth had stopped. No matter how many monsters he killed, he couldn't level up. The system had abandoned him long ago in everything but name. What use did he have for a weapon meant for someone climbing higher? He rested his hands on his belt and stared at the pedestal. The earlier system crash replayed in his mind. That wasn't normal. An unknown object intrusion. Function corruption. Safe mode restoration. An anomaly. Something had changed. He lifted his gaze slowly. Dungeons had become part of reality. Unexpected events weren't rare for raiders. Inside these spaces, incidents usually ended in one of two ways: fortune or catastrophe. There was rarely anything in between. Standing alone in the glowing hall, he decided it was time to leave. When he rejoined the group, he forced an awkward smile and muttered that he had stepped away briefly. He waved it off as nothing, told the mage to wait a moment longer. Then he noticed Min Jae-hyun approaching from the corridor. A voice called out to him. He raised his brows slightly. They told him to hurry. They were already preparing to leave. He bowed his head lightly and apologized for the delay. The mage replied firmly that rash actions could not be tolerated in their current situation, and that such behavior should not be repeated. He nodded, said he would be more careful. The mage turned away. His other comrade glanced at him, studying his expression. He looked ahead blankly. A hand slapped his back, telling him not to brood. He offered a gentle smile and said he was fine. Then he walked toward the group and casually announced that drinks were on him tonight. He couldn't freeload forever. The man behind him scratched the back of his head, watching in confusion. 27 years old, and suddenly acting strange. Jae-hyun lowered his head slightly as he walked. He had barely escaped. His eyes shifted toward his allies one by one. They were all still inside a dungeon. And inside these walls, there were no laws. No rules. Whatever happened here, stayed here. The man kept staring at him in silence, and Jae-hyun understood why. Boasting about a priceless find inside a dungeon was no different from signing your own death warrant. Even hinting it could get you killed. He lowered his gaze and told himself the only sensible move was to sell the eye after the raid ended. Quietly, without witnesses, without noise. Drawing attention now would be stupidity. Above them, a faint crack echoed. Thin fractures spread across the ceiling. The mage glanced upward, then back at the team, suggesting they proceed if the formation had stabilized. The cracks widened. Then the world above them exploded. The ceiling shattered and collapsed in a violent roar. Jae-hyun's head snapped upward. Instinct took over. He threw himself sideways at the last possible second. A violent shockwave blasted him several meters back. Dust and debris filled the air. He clenched his teeth and forced himself upright, eyes scanning the chaos. What just happened? Then he saw it. Purple fog was spreading through the chamber. He turned sharply toward his allies. The female mage coughed violently. Blood spilled from her lips. Jae-hyun instantly covered his mouth. Poison. If he inhaled, he wouldn't last seconds. Someone grabbed his arm and called his name. The man was covering his own face, shouting that they had to run, that the smoke would kill them. Jae-hyun's eyes turned cold. He looked back at the team and ordered them to retreat immediately. And then, he saw it. A blade, already soaked in blood. The attack had come from behind. One of his comrades staggered forward, eyes wide in disbelief before collapsing. No scream, no warning, just death. Jae-hyun stood frozen. He watched the life drain from his ally's body. For a moment, his mind went blank. Then fear pierced straight through him. Run. He turned and sprinted with everything he had left. The image of the explosion replayed in his head as he rushed down the corridor. He reached a turn and stopped briefly, remembering how the purple smoke had begun flooding every direction. No time. He pushed forward again, but the image of his comrade falling wouldn't leave him. His breathing grew ragged. His legs felt heavy. He finally bent forward, hands on his knees, struggling to pull air into his burning lungs. This wasn't monsters. This was human. Dungeon thugs. His thoughts spiraled out of control. Was the meteor guild the target? If he ran toward the exit, would he hit a wall of poison? Were assassins waiting at the entrance? Was staying inside safer? Everything was collapsing again. Why? Why did it always go wrong for him? The dungeon walls closed in around his thoughts as chaos swallowed his mind. He forced himself upright, swallowing the sting in his chest, and reminding himself that this was no time to break. His brows tightened in cold resolve as he muttered that he had already obtained a mythical item, and there was no way he would fall here. Jae-hyun lowered his eyes quietly, the tension between them thick and suffocating. Without warning, a man's shadow surfaced behind him like a phantom. A blazing chain tore through the air. The youth sensed the attack at the final instant and dropped his body low, the burning links whipping past his head by a breath. The hero seized his aching shoulder and twisted around to face the attacker. The hooded figure spoke calmly, saying he had been confident Hyung would survive. John stiffened, dread creeping into his eyes as he recognized him. Young Woo-min watched with an easy smile, reminding him that he had promised they would meet again. The hooded man lifted a hand, energy swelling around him. The other simply grinned and stepped closer, repeating that he was meant to arrive today. The hero stared back and called him by name, voice edged with disbelief. His expression darkened as he demanded to know whether he was the one responsible. When the boy listed the poisonous smoke and the assault on the guild, the man blinked in faint surprise. Then a slow smile curved across his face, stretching wider as he admitted it without shame. Shock flickered through the hero's eyes. Clutching his shoulder, he steadied himself, forcing his thoughts into order. He asked why any of this had been done. The man spread his arms casually and replied that it was merely a sponsor's request. His eyes narrowed as he added that plenty of people despise the Meteor Guild anyway. The words bit deep. He clicked his tongue, remarking that arrogance toward other guilds was the fastest way to earn enemies. In that instant, the boy pictured the sinister outline of his opponent moving through cramped cave passages, dungeon mercenaries exploiting blind corners to fulfill filthy contracts. The image shifted to fallen mages sprawled lifeless on stone floors. He saw the ambush in his mind and realized the strike against Meteor had been launched from a perfect blind spot. He looked back at the man before him, cursing inwardly. As the opponent released his aura, pressure rolled outward like a crushing tide. The hero measured the gap between them and reached a bitter conclusion. This was an enemy he could not defeat. The man with glasses observed him with an easy smile, as if none of this weighed on him at all. The boy's thoughts raced. An A-rank mage. In the entire country, barely 2% ever reached that level. And him? He turned inward and measured himself honestly. D-rank. Not powerless, but nowhere near strong enough to stand at the top. He shifted his stance and considered backing away. He was not the original target. If he kept silent, if he acted as though he had seen nothing, perhaps the dungeon thugs would ignore him. His eyes flicked forward, unease crawling under his skin. The system was broken. Escape was no longer guaranteed. He remembered the way his team had charged together, how they had struck without hesitation. Running now felt like betrayal. Yet logic pressed down on him. Survival first. Pride later. Then another memory surfaced. His comrades outside. The ones who had fought beside him, shoulder to shoulder. He had sworn to avenge them. A familiar figure flashed through his mind, and a bitter realization followed. If he died here, revenge would never come. He turned back and called the enemy by name. The bespectacled man watched him in silence. The hero forced the words out, saying he would pretend he had seen nothing. Since the world tree appeared, the world had grown merciless. There was no space left for the weak. Jaehyun stepped forward as if to beg. A chain ignited into existence again. Woo-min flicked his wrist toward his senior, and the blazing weapon tore forward. An explosion roared beside the hero, fire devouring stone. He glanced back at the flames, pulse hammering. 1 second slower, and he would have been reduced to ash. While he stared at the smoking crater, the enemy's smile widened. 2 fingers lifted lazily, energy gathering between them. He remarked that the target was not only the guild. Metal shrieked as multiple chains shot toward him. He threw himself sideways, barely clearing the grinding tips. Pain flared along his wound, and he cursed under his breath. The attacker pressed on, expression sly, chains whipping through the air without pause. The hero made his decision. He had to escape. He leaned back sharply, evading another strike, and frustration burned through him. Why him? He was only a D-rank fighter. What threat did he pose? The man opened several more glowing magic cores with a satisfied smile. Blood trickled down the young man's cheek. He wiped away, mind racing. What had he done to deserve this? Why were those chains aimed at him? Who wanted him dead? He narrowed his eyes and forced his thoughts into order. Who would go this far? Who would send an A-rank mage after a mere D-rank nobody? Then it struck him. Dark feathers drifted through his mind like a buried omen. His body went still. A faceless silhouette formed in his memory, tall and cold, voice dripping with contempt as it called him trash. He saw himself standing there years ago, head lowered, enduring the words that declared his life worthless. The memory tightened around his chest. He looked up abruptly and asked if his father had ordered this. Silence fell. The man adjusted his glasses without answering. Then woman burst into laughter, the sound sharp and hollow as it echoed in the cavern. The bespectacled mage smiled broadly and remarked that Hyong was a good man. His gaze turned almost manic as he added that he was rather fond of Jaehyun as well. The hero lowered his eyes. A photograph surfaced in his mind, his mother's calm smile frozen in time. Then the image shifted. A cold autopsy table, pale skin beneath white light, his own voice breaking as he cried beside her. He lifted his head again and asked whether the incident 5 winters ago had also been his father's command. Woman's expression remained relaxed. He admitted he had not expected the boy to piece it together. He praised his intelligence with an amused grin. Shock flickered across the hero's face. Blood slid down his cheek, unnoticed. Woman stepped forward, claiming he personally did not understand it either. Another chain ignited in his hand as he added that doing such a thing to a wife and then to a son was excessive. The boy tilted his head slightly, letting the chain tear past him. Woman extended a hand, smiling as he asked whether Jaehyun would agree. More chains formed, metal shrieking through the air as he offered a casual farewell. The hero lowered his gaze. His lips parted. A faint whisper escaped him. A translucent system window flared open before him. From the inventory, Odin's eye emerged. The enemy leaned in, hand near his ear, mocking him and asking what he intended to say. A violent gust exploded outward, ripping the hood from his head. The man's brows shot up in disbelief. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the young man's body. The air thickened instantly. The enemy froze, unable to comprehend the nature of that mana. Heroes nearby were forced to their knees as invisible pressure crushed downward. Pebbles and shards of stone lifted from the ground, suspended in the dense field of power. The bespectacled mage stared without blinking, realizing with growing unease that the boy's energy was still rising. He swallowed, unease crawling up his spine. Instinct screamed at him that something was wrong. He had to end this now. He thrust out his hand and forged another magic chain, declaring it was time to put a stop to everything. With a cold curse, he sent it roaring forward, metal shrieking as it tore through the air toward the hero. Min Jae-hyun did not raise his head. The chain closed the distance, link after link grinding closer. At the final instant, he lifted his gaze and fixed it on the tip. The chain shattered. Every link burst apart midair as if crushed by an invisible force. The enemy stood frozen, staring at him in disbelief. Min Jae-hyun blinked once, then understood. A system notification flared. The lost eye of Odin had been activated and bound permanently to its user. A faint smile touched his lips. So much for ever selling it. Another window opened. One empty car detected. Woman's mouth fell open as he shouted that this was impossible. His expression twisted as he demanded to know what was happening and why his mana was dispersing. Min Jae-hyun stepped forward, head slightly lowered, eyes cold. He faced him. The system reported activation of the eye's effect and absorption into the empty card. Min Jae-hyun's voice dropped to a merciless tone. He would end this in the cruelest way possible. A new notification appeared. Archive skill created. Ultra speed chain. Thunder rolled through the air. 6 blazing magical foci manifested above his head, humming with concentrated power. The enemy instinctively retreated a step and demanded to know where he had obtained such a spell. Jae-hyun offered no answer. Inside, the mage's thoughts churned. It had taken him years to master that ultimate technique. How could a mere D-rank raider wield it? Anger hardened his features. He spat that even if Min Jae-hyun had somehow learned it, he still stood no chance. Min Jae-hyun held the glowing foci steady and replied that no one would know the outcome without trying. The chains launched. Metal screamed as they shot forward. The enemy twisted aside, narrowly avoiding 2 of them. Their impact detonated against the cavern walls, explosions ripping through stone. One chain curved sharply and streaked straight toward Woman. He threw his arms up in defense, just as the bladed tip slammed into the ground before him, the shockwave tearing the earth apart. The youth did not slow down. Chain after chain tore through the air as he pressed the attack. Woman turned and ran, fury flashing across his face. He lifted his hand, mana condensing violently in his palm, and hurled another strike forward. Jae-hyun remained calm. Absolute counting activated. The incoming chain unraveled mid-flight, dissolving into scattered motes of light. He countered instantly. The enemy cursed and threw up a magical barrier, a translucent wall forming before him. Jae-hyun lifted his eyes and stared at the shield without hesitation. It shattered. The chain blade flashed inside Woman's widening pupil. He understood in that instant that he could not evade. An explosion detonated, shaking the cavern. Dust and debris surged upward, swallowing the battlefield in smoke. Jae-hyun stepped through it. He reached the crater and found his opponent sprawled on the ground, coughing violently. Tears streamed down the man's face as he begged to be spared. There was no reply. The chain descended. When the dust settled, broken glasses lay beside a lifeless body. A drop of blood slid from Jae-hyun's lip. He stood there for a moment, asking himself whether it was truly over. Then his legs gave out. He collapsed onto the stone, forcing his eyes to remain open. No stamina, no mana, nothing left. His vision blurred as exhaustion swallowed him whole. He murmured that he had never imagined his end would arrive immediately after such a fortunate discovery. Then again, perhaps that was the price of sudden luck. Darkness crept in. He thought distantly that death was like a lover every raider was destined to meet eventually. His eyelids nearly sealed when a strange realization surfaced. Death felt cold. Blackness claimed him. A system window burst open. New control installed. Load. With the last fragment of strength, he forced his eyes open again. The system continued. Loading a new system would return the user to a chosen point in the past. His brows lifted faintly. That meant survival. He stared at the notification. Another variable. He could not tell whether it promised salvation or disaster. His lips parted as he accepted. If this was the only path forward, he would take it. A faint smile touched his face as his consciousness faded. System launching. Norir. 3 goddesses stood before him, their eyes wrapped in white bands, their presence heavy enough to bend the air. They spoke in a language no human tongue could shape, their voices overlapping like distant echoes from another world. One of them turned her covered gaze toward the boy and whispered something sharp and deliberate. The golden-haired goddess curved her lips into a knowing smile, as if she had just witnessed the birth of a story worth watching. The third goddess glanced back as well, her tone bright, almost amused. Then the blonde extended her hand toward him, adding a final sentence that felt less like an offer and more like a decree. He reached out and took her hand. At that instant, the system erupted with notifications. From this moment onward, the hero was declared an enemy of the great Aesir. A passive skill was granted, one that would draw the gaze of the gods themselves. Another followed, the absolute eye of God. A final alert appeared, cold and undeniable. The gods are now watching him. He jolted awake in his bed. His body snapped upright before his mind could catch up. He swung his legs over the side and stood, scanning the room in confusion. The table, the walls, the faint light leaking through the curtains. What was this place? His eyes locked onto a framed photo resting on the table. His mother's smile stared back at him. His breath hitched. He looked down at his hands as if they belonged to someone else. A sudden cluster of energy sparked between his palms, flickering like trapped lightning. The system window opened again, calm and merciless, reporting that he had successfully returned to the past. Min Jae-hyun stared at the glowing text, trying to decide whether he was still dreaming. The image of his mother's lifeless body flashed across his mind. Then came the memories of the dungeon, blood, screams, the countless murders he had survived. Had he truly gone back? His thoughts lurched again, dragging up the shadowed silhouette of his father. No, this had to be a dream. He forced himself to breathe. He remembered the photo stored on his phone, the one taken the day his mother had come home smiling, unaware of the nightmare waiting in the future. That smile now stood in front of him, alive and warm. The dream felt too vivid too long. He didn't want it to end. He ran toward her. Tears blurred his vision as he crashed into her arms. He held her like someone clinging to the edge of a cliff, sobbing without restraint. The system reopened, interrupting the moment with mechanical precision. Current date, November 15th, 2020. Time travel complete. His chest tightened. He gritted his teeth. Another notice followed. Restrictions had been applied to the user's actions. Physical restoration at 20%. His breathing turned ragged as he tried to steady himself. Was he awake? He scanned the apartment again and recognized every corner. He had lived here before. This was real. A new quest appeared. Rest. He read the description in silence. Restore stamina to 80%. Reward. An empty card. He let out a long breath and closed his eyes, mind already racing ahead. If this was truly the past, then everything could change. But first, he needed to understand exactly what had returned with him. He remembered the moment his body hit the ground after that final battle. He had been certain he was dead, and yet he had opened his eyes again. He survived, but he never understood why. Then the memory surfaced. The system message. When a new system is loaded, the user moves through time to a selected point. So that was it. The new system hadn't just been activated. It had dragged him backward. He opened the system window again, calmer now. Strange turns no longer unsettled him. His life had already shattered the definition of normal. If this anomaly granted him knowledge, then it was not a curse. It was leverage. He studied the interface and muttered to himself that adaptation was everything. Survive first. Understand later. That had always been the rule. He rubbed his chin, calculating. 11 years. The system had pushed him back 11 years. That meant he was in his third year of middle school. The notice at the corner of the screen caught his attention. Control system changed to Norner. He swung his legs off the bed. The room still felt unreal, like he might wake up again at any second. But one thing was certain. This was not an illusion. He walked to the shelf and pulled down a calendar. His eyes scanned the dates until he found it. The day marked for academy applications. He smiled faintly. That single circle had once decided his entire fate. He leaned closer to read the note he had written years ago. Combat class. Without hesitation, he pulled a pen from the cup and crossed it out. That path had led to blood, loss, and regret. He wasn't walking it again. I'm done with combat, he murmured under his breath. This time, I become a mage. A different route. A different foundation. If he could fix even one mistake, the future would shift. He picked up a small piece of rice and brought it toward his card, slipping it in carefully, almost ceremonially. The action was simple, ordinary, yet his vision blurred. Tears gathered without permission. Across the table, his mother watched him. Her brows lowered in quiet concern. Something was wrong. She remembered how he had thrown himself in her arms earlier, crying like a child who had lost everything. Her son had always been composed, stubbornly strong, but today he had trembled. She set her chopsticks down and called his name softly. He lifted his head. She searched his eyes and asked if something had happened. He forced a smile, said he had just woken from a nightmare. Nothing more. She didn't look convinced. When she asked again if he was telling the truth, he nodded immediately, steady this time. Yes, just a bad dream. The image wouldn't leave him. Her body on the autopsy table. Cold. Motionless. Alone. His gaze dropped to the surface of the dining table, as if he could bury the memory there. Across from him, she smiled gently when he said he wanted to tell her something. Before he could continue, she said she already felt it. She thought he was afraid. Afraid to enter the academy. He kept his eyes lowered while she spoke. The profession of a raider was dangerous. The competition was brutal. Lives were crushed before they even began. She closed her eyes briefly and said that if he didn't want to go, he didn't have to. Prestige meant nothing if it swallowed him whole. He could stay in a regular school. He could choose safety. It didn't matter what others said. He lifted his head. I want to transfer to the Faculty of Magic. The words felt heavier than any blade he had ever carried. She smiled at first, then froze. Surprise flickered across her face. For years he had insisted he would become a warrior. He had never wavered. He was not the type to change direction without reason. Her fingers brushed his cheek softly. Are you sure? I've thought it through. He held her gaze without flinching. She studied him for a long moment, then nodded. He should choose what he believes in. Money didn't matter. Status didn't matter. What mattered was what he would live with for the rest of his life. He needed to find his calling. She would support him no matter what. His brows trembled slightly as he listened. Support. Unconditional. He wiped at his eyes quickly. No more tears. Not now. For a second, the shadow of his father crossed his mind again. A tall silhouette fading into darkness. The rage inside him sharpened. Revenge was non-emotion. It was a goal. And to reach it, he would need power. Real power. His expression hardened. The system window appeared. Rest quest complete. He stepped away and dropped to the floor, balancing on one hand as he pushed himself through controlled repetitions. Sweat slid down his temple. The system chimed again and granted him one empty card as a reward. He landed back on his feet, breathing steadily. Quest cleared. Reward obtained. After showering, he ran a towel through his hair while scanning the notifications again. He still didn't understand what kind of trial this system was designed to be. But one thing was certain. Anything that could be exploited would be used. He dressed slowly, mind already racing ahead of the present. He knew the future. Not just the public records and official events, but the hidden paths, the sealed ruins, the forgotten chambers buried inside dungeons. His memory had always been precise. He had even worked as a guide once, navigating labyrinths others feared to enter. Information was no longer the problem. Power was. He pushed the chair back from the table and muttered that his real weakness lay in his abilities. Aside from absolute calculation and super speed chain, his entire arsenal had been built around the combat class. It made sense. That had been his chosen path before everything collapsed. He sat down again, elbows resting on the back of the chair, and exhaled. Nothing about this was surprising. He had trained as a warrior. Of course his skills reflected that. The question was whether he could reshape them. A system window opened without warning. His characteristics appeared. His level had dropped. His stats had fallen with it. He opened his skill list, scanning both passive and active sections. The system reported 2 passive skills and 2 active skills, ones he already recognized. He narrowed his eyes. The passive skills were unchanged. A new notification appeared. Due to the effect of the skill that attracts the attention of the gods, the user's passive abilities remained intact despite the time regression. The hero leaned forward slightly. What skill? The system responded at once. A passive ability. The blessing of God accelerates development, preserves its effects even after returning to the past, and increases all stats by 1 with each new level. He frowned. So the gods were not just watching. They were investing. What about the others? He opened the description of the absolute eye of God. It allowed him to pierce illusions and discern truth itself. No deception would remain hidden. Then he reviewed Super Speed Chain, an active ability that launched binding chains capable of paralyzing enemies. The more chains released, the higher the mana consumption. He leaned back against the chair. The eye of the absolute God still felt abstract, a tool whose true value he had yet to grasp. But Super Speed Chain, this was real, dangerous, efficient. His gaze shifted back to the numbers. What happened to my stats? The system displayed his current data. Strength 4. Agility 2. Mana 10. Endurance 5. 21 free points remained unassigned. He stared at the screen in silence. Weak body. Low physical foundation. But high mana relative to everything else. A mage's frame. This time, the numbers aligned with the path he intended to take. He lowered his gaze to the table and began sorting the numbers in his head. Raw strength was overrated. Agility mattered. Mana was non-negotiable. Endurance, though, that was long-term survival. The system interface hovered before him while he redistributed the points. 2 into agility, 5 into mana, 14 into endurance. Preparation wins wars, not bursts of brilliance. He pictured a runner repeating the same motion endlessly. Mana and strength amplified output, but endurance raised the threshold before collapse. If he invested early, every future level would compound the benefit. A foundation built once would carry him through every fight. He lifted his hand and pulled an item from his inventory. An empty card materialized between his fingers. Now came the real decision. Super Speed Chain was enough for offense. For now, it could bind, paralyze, and create openings. but copying some high-tier destructive spell would be pointless. His mana pool, even improved, wouldn't sustain something excessive. That meant utility. Healing. He leaned back, recalling the old days. Mages were dismissed, underestimated, treated as fragile ornaments unless they stood at the very top. But healers were different. He imagined a battlefield where one figure stood behind the front line, restoring wounds, stabilizing allies. Everyone gravitated toward that person. Protection, influence, value. A healer was never disposable, and healing wasn't limited to raids. Medicine, research, civil sectors. Demand existed everywhere. If he secured a healing ability early, his standing would rise immediately. Authority was power. He exhaled slowly, staring at the card. The problem was access. Encountering an awakened individual with a suitable healing skill wasn't simple, and empty cards were finite resources. The previous battle had already proven that reckless copying led to waste. He closed his eyes. The system would not hand out unlimited cards. That much was obvious. Every use had to shift the future meaningfully. Just as he began calculating alternatives, his phone rang. The sharp vibration snapped aback. He glanced toward the desk, then reached for the smart Manhwa one. He looked at the screen. Suddenly, his expression tightened. The name Kim Yu-young flashed across the screen. In an instant, he was no longer in the present. He was back on those worn concrete stairs, sitting beside the girl who had grown up just a few streets away. They used to walk home together, talking about nothing and everything. He remembered how her eyes used to light up whenever she spoke about the academy, how badly she wanted to become a raider. That dream had always seemed so big for someone so small. Then the memory twisted. He saw her again, but this time she was bleeding in his arms. He heard his own voice breaking. He felt the weight of her body as it went still. The sound of his crying echoed in his head until he clutched it tightly, forcing the past to scatter. His gaze dropped back to the phone. This time would be different. He could change what was coming. A faint smile touched his lips. She was still here. Still exactly the girl he remembered. Her messages filled the screen. She was asking if he was busy. Yu Sung-eun was giving a lecture in the city center, and she wanted him to come along. He couldn't help it. He smiled wider. He remembered her so clearly. In his mind, she wasn't just Yu Sung-eun. She was a holy maiden. He pictured her standing in radiant light, casting spells born from sacrifice itself. Sung-eun's magic, the kind that saved others at a cost no one could repay. He rose from his seat, confidence settling into his chest. Nothing to fear. Not this time. He pulled on his cap, the small gesture steadying him. When he told his mother he would be out for a while, she turned and gave a quiet nod, reminding him to return before dark. He checked his phone again, thumbs moving quickly as he told Kim Yu-young he'd be there soon. Far away, an expensive limousine cut through the road like a blade. Inside, the driver spoke calmly, reminding the passenger in the back that her schedule was tight. First a lecture in the city center, then a raid in a bank dungeon. After that, Wanju, and finally, a flight to the United States. He glanced at her through the mirror before returning his eyes to the road, asking carefully if she was certain she could endure it all in her current condition. Her health hadn't been stable lately. Yu Sung-eun smiled gently, brushing it off. Nothing serious, just lack of sleep. The driver's expression darkened. He muttered that the problem was exactly that. Too little rest, too much work. His grip tightened slightly on the steering wheel. Without turning around this time, he reminded her in a low voice that the path of sacrifice would eventually claim her life. The girl lowered her gaze without a word. Sung Ji-appa kept his eyes on the road, thinking it would have been better if someone else possessed that ability. If another healer carried such power, the chairman could be saved without this cost. From the back seat, she offered a small smile and reminded him they had already agreed not to speak about that again. His fingers tightened around the steering wheel. In his mind, a single thought refused to fade. If this continued, the holy maiden of South Korea would not remain with them much longer. Yu Sung-eun turned her face toward the window, silent. Up ahead, the street was overflowing with people. Kim Yu-young suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him forward, telling him to hurry because the crowd was getting worse. He frowned slightly and told her there was no need to drag him like that. She froze, startled by his tone. He broke into a grin and asked her to be honest. Did she invite him because she was afraid of getting lost again? She shot him an irritated look and denied it immediately. Then you can let go, he replied. She didn't. Her fingers stayed wrapped around his wrist. Her eyes dropped, and a faint flush crept across her face. He studied her with amusement. An excellent student, a top athlete. Yet somehow she forgot the way every single time. She muttered that thanks to her, he was even attending this lecture at all. It wasn't easy to see S in person. Opportunities like this didn't come twice. He admitted silently that she was right, but his thoughts ran deeper. He intended to copy the magic of sacrifice. In the future, that power would be invaluable. As he scanned the hall filling with people, another realization settled in. The right connections formed early. Perhaps, without anyone noticing, he was already building the strongest network in the country. They found their seats. Kim Yu-young was practically glowing with excitement. He glanced toward the stage and confirmed it for himself. It really was her. The The poster above displayed the title clearly. A lecture by the master of the National Lotus Guild. On the board beside it, a slogan declared the mission to save lives through healing magic. In his mind, the image of the holy maiden surfaced again. Master of the Lotus Guild. Famous not only across Korea, but internationally. Back when raids were still rare and chaos ruled unchecked, she had stood on the front lines, fighting and healing the wounded without hesitation. Jaehyun lowered his gaze briefly, steadying his thoughts. Then she stepped onto the stage. The hall quieted as she lifted the microphone Hoiwon and greeted the audience. He looked up at her, eyes sharp, watching the woman who would one day shape the fate of countless lives. The woman stepped forward with a gentle smile and introduced herself by name. The hall answered instantly. Applause, cheers, voices rising from every direction. Jaehyun remained still, arms crossed over his chest, face calm. In his mind, he no longer saw the bright stage. He saw a dark silhouette instead. He already knew what was coming. In a few months, during a raid, her condition would collapse. He lowered his head slightly. The cause would not be injury. It would be the magic of sacrifice itself. Kim Yu-young suddenly shouted toward the stage, her voice full of excitement, snapping him out of his thoughts. There was only one way to save her. He had already calculated it. Yu Sung-eun lifted the microphone Hoiwon. Her voice carried clearly through the hall as she said the world had entered an era of disasters and decline. With a slow motion of her hand, she spoke of Igdaso becoming the harbinger of catastrophe. She spoke of the citizens who gave their lives fighting monsters, calling them heroes. The audience fell silent, listening as she explained how the appearance of the first raiders alongside the awakened had changed everything. The situation had improved, but not enough. She closed her eyes briefly and stated that among the awakened still alive, barely 1/5 were willing to stand as raiders and defend humanity. Min Jae-hyun watched her quietly. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze lowered. The future was uncertain, she said. The struggle for survival was ongoing. Even now, people continue to die at the hands of monsters. Her grip tightened around the microphone Hoiwon. What they needed was courage. Courage from everyone. Her brows lifted slightly as she declared that awakened individuals across the world must rise together against a common enemy. She bowed her head and urged them to enlist as raiders, to fight for peace across the globe. The hall responded with enthusiasm. She added that the Lotus Guild would support them, guide them, and that she herself would stand beside them. Then she lowered her head, concluding her speech. Kim Yu-young covered her mouth with both hands, eyes shining with admiration. Jaehyun glanced at her and admitted silently that she was not wrong. Most awakened avoided raids out of fear. Facing monsters was nothing like the stories made it seem. He scratched his head, recalling that before the time regression, he had planned to sell the Eye of God and walk away from everything. Kim Yu-young pressed a hand to her chest and said Yu Sung-eun truly deserved to be a role model. He gave a faint, sarcastic reply, saying he doubted the woman would actually like being placed on that pedestal. Kim Yu-young shot him an angry look and told him to stop ruining her mood. He turned his head away and said he had somewhere to be. He would leave first. Her eyes widened. What about her? He reminded her calmly that she had just claimed she didn't suffer from getting lost. She clenched her teeth and called him an ass, demanding to know why he enjoyed teasing her so much. A smirk formed on his lips. He told her he was joking. Then he added that he had already called her mother. Her expression shifted instantly. He explained that her mother would arrive soon, so they could wait together. Maybe she could even give them both a ride. He looked at her again and said he had decided to switch to the magic class. His smile sharpened as he added that someday he would teach Aji properly, starting with the theory step by step. She rejected the idea immediately, saying she didn't need that. He waved casually and continued down the street. Behind him, she shouted, demanding to know why he had changed classes. Her brows lifted in exaggerated disbelief as she called him heartless for leaving her alone. He slipped his hands into his pockets, recalling clearly which direction the woman had taken. Then he saw it, a man standing beside a limousine. A faint smile appeared on his face. He walked over calmly. Sung Jae Appa slid his phone into his pocket and looked up. The guard lowered his gaze and apologized, explaining that the chairman was not accepting gifts. The hero smiled broadly and said he wasn't there to offer one. He came to see her. The man exhaled in irritation, assuming this was another fanatic obsessed with raiders. He stepped closer and spoke firmly, saying the young man's awakened seal was impressive, but appearing without notice would only put the chairman in an uncomfortable position. Jae-hyun kept smiling and told him to listen. He closed his eyes briefly, then spoke lightly. He knew the holy maiden was terminally ill. The color drained from the man's face. A sly curve formed on Jae-hyun's lips as he said he could cure her. For a second, the man stood frozen. Then fury surged through him. Sung Jae Appa grabbed him by the collar and yanked him forward, demanding to know where he had heard such a thing. His glare burned as he shouted the question again, his grip tightening with barely restrained rage. He pulled slightly against the grip and told him not to shout it in the open. People nearby had already started staring. The commotion reached the limousine. The window rolled down smoothly, and Yu Sung-eun's voice came from inside, telling Sung-jae Appa to wait. Her gaze settled on the boy. Calm. Measuring. She asked whether he could take responsibility for what he had just said. He raised one hand casually and answered with a smile that he truly could cure her. Yu Sung-eun closed her eyes for a brief moment. If this were a lie, it would unravel quickly. When she looked at him again, she noticed something unsettling. He wasn't bluffing nervously. He was confident. Too confident. He brushed the dust off his clothes, as if the situation were trivial. She concluded that he must have something to rely on. She asked how much time remained before departure. Sung-jae Appa answered that they had 2 hours at most. She nodded once, then told the boy to get in. This was not a conversation for the street. There were too many ears around. They moved to a private office. She gestured for him to sit. He took the chair without hesitation and thanked her politely. The holy maiden folded her hands together and said they would speak in order. A faint, ominous smile touched her lips as she asked how he knew about her illness. Ji-hun remained calm. He said he could explain, but if he did, he would not treat her. She listened, still smiling. Raising one hand slightly, she called him an impertinent young man. Then she agreed to the condition. Her gaze turned colder as she told him to continue. When she asked how he intended to cure her, he looked directly at her and answered plainly. He would copy her sacrifice skill. For the first time, surprise flickered across the holy maiden's face. Sung-jae Appa's palms slammed against the table. He shot to his feet, fury evident, declaring there was no reason to entertain this nonsense. He demanded to know whether the boy even understood what the sacrifice skill was. His voice rose as he reminded him that it was the chairman's unique ability. He leaned forward, neck tense, asking how he planned to copy magic whose formula even their own experts did not fully comprehend. The boy's expression hardened with irritation. In his mind, he pictured 2 magicians standing at different peaks. A unique ability stood only 1 step above S rank. It was the ceiling of skill, attainable only through ancestral inheritance or by discovering it alone through one's own awakening. He closed his eyes for a brief second and pictured the structure of a magic circle forming in the air. Ordinary spells followed logic. They followed formulas. Anyone with enough talent and study could trace the pattern and reproduce the result. But a unique skill was different. Its formula was sealed. Its structure unreadable. It could not be imitated, dissected, or stolen. Only the original owner, or their bloodline, could wield it. That was the rule everyone believed. And judging by the looks around him, no one in the room doubted that rule for even a moment. He lifted his gaze and faced them calmly. There was no hesitation in his voice when he spoke. If he had not been certain he could cure the chairman, he would never have stepped into this place. The man standing nearby was barely holding back his fury, his anger almost visible in the air. But the woman raised a hand gently, silencing him with a composed smile. She asked the young man to explain himself. Then she lowered her hands and looked directly at him. Was he saying that he intended to heal her using her own sacrifice skill? He confirmed it without a flicker of doubt. Inside, he reviewed the logic once more. The chairman's condition was the backlash from overusing a spell. To mend a wound caused by a spell, the healing had to be of equal or higher rank. But no healing spell existed above that level. And the root of the chairman's illness was her unique ability itself. She could not heal herself. That was impossible. He frowned slightly as he explained. There was no higher-ranked healing available, and she, bound by her own limitation, could never cure her own damage, which meant there was only one viable path. He imagined her activating the skill. Sacrifice was not just a technique. It was an offering, a gift presented to a god in exchange for power. That was why it carried a restriction. One could not sacrifice their life to save their own life. The principle rejected such contradiction. That was why she was barred from healing herself. The woman lowered her head slightly, absorbing his reasoning. After a moment, she smiled again. If he spoke with such confidence, then she would accept it. She released her energy slowly, letting the power of her unique skill surface, and told him to prove his claim. The man beside her stiffened in shock and called out to the chairman in alarm. But it was already too late. She activated the sacrifice skill. The hero watched the flow of energy with quiet satisfaction. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had calculated. Without haste, he opened his inventory. From within, he retrieved a single item. An empty card materialized in his hand. System notifications shimmered in the air before him, informing him that a new spell could be learned. The woman continued sustaining her skill, waiting for him to act. He narrowed his eyes slightly and pressed the empty card forward, absorbing the structure of the sacrifice spell. The system confirmed its acquisition. A faint grin curved across his lips. He raised his hand slowly. It seemed they still doubted him. Very well. He would remove that doubt himself. Power gathered in his palm as he activated the sacrifice skill. The chairman and the assistant stared in open disbelief. They had just witnessed the impossible. A unique skill, copied, replicated, controlled. The hero clenched his fist, and the spell dissolved instantly. A wide smile spread across his face as he looked at them. Shall we begin? A translucent system window unfolded before him, detailing the newly acquired skill. He scanned it once. The structure was identical to hers, but one line stood out. No backlash. No penalty. Because the spell had been imprinted through a blank card, the cost had been erased. The woman's smile deepened as she studied him. Then she asked what exactly he wanted from the guild. In her mind, the fact that he could cure her condition was already powerful leverage. That alone justified negotiations. He met her gaze with an easy smile. She observed him carefully. On the surface, he was nothing more than an ordinary middle-class boy. Yet here he was, speaking directly about terms with the chairman. Either he was reckless, or he understood something others did not. A faint curve touched her lips. This was becoming interesting. He did not hesitate. He wanted her to become his sponsor. Her hand lifted slightly. Did he want backing to climb the rankings? He confirmed it without shame. It was his dream. But talent alone was slow. To rise quickly, he needed funding, connections, influence, protection. He needed a foundation, and she could provide it. She considered him in silence. Bold, direct, ambitious. There was risk in such youth, but also potential. Finally, she smiled and agreed. A courageous investment often yielded the highest returns. He allowed himself a smug smile when she remarked that he was not lacking in ability. Her eyes narrowed faintly. The smile never left her face as she said she had conditions. He watched her closely. This was her only path to recovery. That meant she was cornered. Yet she carried herself with composure, almost elegance. He could not tell whether it was desperation hidden beneath professionalism or simply her nature. She placed a hand over her chest and reminded him that her illness was a private matter, unrelated to Lotus. Then she gestured toward him. If he wanted her support, he would not receive just her influence, but the backing of the entire guild. He smiled lightly when she implied that such help would not come without foundation. Then he asked what she intended to offer. Inside, he remained calm. If she refused him, the chairman's loss would outweigh his own. She held less leverage than she believed. Her expression turned playful. She asked him a simple question. Was there a guild he wished to join? For a moment, he went silent. The implication settled in the air between them. They were not merely negotiating sponsorship. They were trying to recruit him. He lifted a brow and asked if she was serious. She laughed softly. Not a joke. In fact, she did not joke at all. Then she raised her hand and began counting the reasons. One finger. First, he knew about the chairman's illness. That information was restricted to a very small circle, which meant he either possessed excellent informants or extremely sharp ears. Min Jae-hyun felt irritation flicker across his face. His informant was time itself, to jump back to the past, but that was something he could never reveal. So he remained silent. A second finger rose. His flawless replication of the sacrifice skill. She had never heard of such a thing. No one could reproduce a unique ability so perfectly. And considering the infinite number of skills in existence, the implications were terrifying. He glanced away awkwardly and asked whether there was a third reason. She lowered her hand and smiled. Yes, and it was the most romantic one. Before he could react, her fingers brushed lightly under his chin. She leaned in slightly and said that he had stood before Yu Sung-un herself, the guild master, and had not shown even a flicker of awe. No trembling, no flustered admiration. For a child to remain composed in front of her, she found that charming. Color touched his face as he looked at her in embarrassment. She withdrew and sat back down as if nothing had happened. Then she asked calmly whether those reasons were sufficient to recruit him. He stared at the guild emblem and thought carefully. Since her health had declined, Lotus had been losing ground rapidly. Its influence was slipping. Even so, it still stood above the other guilds. If he joined now, while it was weakened, he would enter with value. He would be treated with respect. An affiliation alone would accelerate his growth. He lowered his brows slightly and turned to the chairman. Contracts with minors were illegal. That much he knew. A sly smile curved across her lips. She met his gaze directly and asked whether he had ever heard of preferential negotiating rights. His brows rose in surprise. In his mind, he saw the image clearly. An adult extending a hand to a young raider cadet. A loophole. A legal framework that allowed underage talents to receive guild backing without formal contract binding. So that was their move. He pictured it clearly. Hands clasped, a temporary agreement sealed. When he came of age, they would formalize it into a full contract, the guild acting as early investors who had secured their claim before the world noticed. That kind of arrangement was reserved for prodigies. A faint smile touched his lips. In his previous life, he had been discarded even by a low-tier guild. He never imagined he would stand on the opposite side of that equation. She observed him quietly. There was something unexpectedly endearing about his composure. Finally, she said they would send the agreement to the address he had provided. He should consider it carefully before giving an answer. He rose from his seat. Healing came first. His eyes sharpened slightly. Yes, the opportunity was valuable. But rushing decisions was foolish. The original problem stood in front of him. Everything else could wait. He moved behind her chair, circling calmly as he prepared the treatment. He would think about contracts later. For now, she placed her hope entirely in him. Sung Jae Appa watched in silence, his brows drawn tight. None of this made sense to him. The image of the boy flawlessly reproducing the chairman's unique skill replayed in his mind. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. There was no denying that fact. They had consulted countless healers. Masters who had devoted entire lifetimes to recovery magic had failed. Could this truly be so simple? The hero activated the healing skill. The system confirmed that a restorative wave had begun penetrating her body. Yu Sung-eun's eyes widened. She felt it immediately. The stagnant pain that had clung to her for years began to loosen. Strength, real strength, flowed back in her limbs. She froze, stunned. Her condition was improving. Sung Jae Appa stared in disbelief. The boy was actually healing her. Understanding struck him at once. He bowed deeply and apologized for his earlier conduct, declaring that he trusted the chairman's judgment. The boy answered evenly that it was fine. He would not have trusted child either. The assistant kept his head lowered, promising a proper apology later. A final system notification appeared. The subject had been successfully treated. Passive first aid had advanced to level 19. A broad smile spread across the hero's face. It was done. She could try walking. Yu Sung-eun rose slowly from her seat. Step by step, she moved toward the window. She lifted her hand toward the sunlight pouring through the window. Tiny currents of magic shimmered around her, fluttering like butterflies as they circled her body. She stared ahead, trembling. A tear slipped down her cheek. All the symptoms were gone. She wiped her eyes quickly and turned back to him, gratitude clear in her expression. Then she asked whether he had paid any penalty for casting the skill. He recalled the system's notice. No backlash. No fine. With a relaxed smile, he told her there was nothing to worry about. And if anything ever did happen, she could simply heal him in return. Her laughter was bright this time. She promised she would. The guild master stepped forward and handed him a business card. She would arrange everything he had requested. He accepted it calmly. She added that he could contact her at any time, and regarding the contract, she expected a favorable answer. Jaehyun glanced at the card, then looked up and mentioned one final request. She listened without interruption. The next day, clouds drifted lazily across a clear blue sky. A black car rolled to a stop on a dirt road. Sung Jae Appa stepped out first and opened the rear door, telling the passenger to come out. The hero placed his foot on the ground and exited with steady composure. Sung Jae Appa gestured ahead. This was what he had asked for. Before them stood the entrance to a low-level guild dungeon. The hero lifted his gaze toward the structure and thought about the academy. There would be plenty of monsters there in human form. Talented, competitive, ruthless. He would need to raise his level before facing them. A faint smile formed. Nearby, toolboxes were neatly arranged. Sung Jae Appa explained that restorative items and essential equipment had already been prepared. Then he lifted his staff, saying it was surplus from the guild's reserves. The boy could use it as he wished. The hero accepted the staff and thanked him. Sung Jae Appa hesitated and asked whether he was certain about this. The dungeon might be low rank, but entering alone was still dangerous. Did he truly intend to go in by himself? The boy looked down at the staff, still smiling. He needed experience. He needed levels. Sung Jae Appa exhaled and opened his inventory. After a moment, he withdrew a small crystal and held it out. If that was the case, the boy should at least take this as well. The hero's eyes fixed on the stone in surprise. The man turned the warped crystal slowly between his fingers before pressing it into the hero's palm. He explained that if the stone was ever shattered, it would tear open a path back to the dungeon's exit. But it was not a toy to rely on lightly. Only when death stood directly in front of him should it be used. His smile widened as he called it a gift, an apology for yesterday's sharp tongue. Then his tone shifted, softer now, saying it was also his way of showing gratitude for saving the chairman's life. He hoped the crystal would return that favor someday. The boy met his gaze without hesitation, closed his fingers around the stone, and gave a quiet word of thanks. Turning away, he walked toward the dungeon entrance, sensing a pulse of energy breathing from within the gate. He lifted his hand, shut his eyes, and steadied himself. There should be no problem. Sung Jae Appa watched from behind and reminded him one last time that if anything went wrong, he was to break the return stone immediately. The hero glanced back, calm and certain, saying he understood. It was time. He stepped forward. The system announced the dungeon's entry, and then everything collapsed. Dark mana surged like a living tide, swallowing him whole as the system notifications flickered and distorted. Shadows twisted into the shape of hands, binding his arms, locking his legs in place. A broken alert flashed across his vision. Norir initiating spatial transfer. The darkness tightened until he could no longer see his own body. Then, in the center of that suffocating void, a final message forced its way through the chaos. Destination confirmed. Helheim, the land of the dead. Elsewhere, Yu Sung-eun sat alone in her office, silent and still. She closed her eyes, weighing a thought she refused to speak aloud. When she opened them again, a faint crease formed between her brows. Could he truly handle it? She remembered the confidence in his voice when he said he wanted to clear a low-rank dungeon alone. The location was minor, yes, but for a rookie raider to attempt it solo bordered on recklessness. Unique ability or not, he was still new to this world of monsters and gates. She tilted her head slightly, acknowledging that he understood the risks better than anyone. And yet he walked in alone. A slow grin curved across her face. She brushed her cheek thoughtfully, wondering what kind of move he was planning to make. A knock interrupted her thoughts. A voice announced itself from beyond the door. The chairman's expression brightened as he invited the visitor inside. The door opened, and a woman in a sharp, professional suit stepped in with measured steps. Yu Sung-eun greeted her warmly and asked how the assignment was progressing. Park Hannah glanced down at the tablet in her hands and replied that there was something the chairman needed to see immediately. The girl placed the tablet into the chairman's hands and stated that it contained the young man's full profile. Yu Sung-eun accepted it with an easy smile, though Park Hannah's eyes narrowed slightly. It was uncommon for the chairman to recruit someone personally. Still, she had already uncovered what made this particular candidate different. As the document scrolled, the chairman's expression shifted. Park Hannah turned another page, her fingers tightening around the edge. Then she lifted her hand toward her mouth, voice edged with disbelief. The boy had applied for a martial arts class. So where had that level of magic come from? Silence settled between them. Yu Sung-eun continued reading, eyes moving carefully over every line of data. Park Hannah waited without interruption. At last, the chairman looked up and asked whether the information had been verified. Park Hannah answered evenly that unless there had been a severe technical malfunction, the data was accurate. 97% aptitude for magical arts. The number lingered in the air. After a pause, Yu Sung-eun reached for her phone. She dialed without hesitation. When the line connected, she told Sung Jae-appa to inform the boy that the moment he exited the dungeon, he was to meet her immediately. Urgent. She kept the phone to her ear, smiling faintly. The man on the other end asked what she intended. Yu Sung-eun turned toward the window, her reflection faint against the glass. She said she simply wanted to confirm something for herself. The curve of her lips deepened. She would test his abilities personally. Elsewhere, dark energy hurled the boy into open space. The system confirmed his location. Helheim. He crashed on a solid ground with brutal force. After pushing himself upright, he found only a bleak and colorless landscape stretching before him. The sky hung low and heavy. The air tasted wrong. His stomach churned from the violent spatial distortion. He bent forward and vomited onto the dead soil, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand before muttering a curse. His brows locked together as he tried to piece together what had just happened. A flicker moved within the forest's darkness. Unseen eyes tracked him. A dead archer stepped silently between the trees and drew its bow. The string tightened with a hollow creak. The arrow shot forward without warning. The hero sensed the danger an instant too late. He tilted his head, barely shifting his body aside. The arrow sliced across him, still drawing blood. Through blurred vision, he caught the faint silhouette in the distance. The archer calmly reached for another arrow and pulled the string back again. Pain spread from the wound. Then numbness followed. Paralyzing poison. His fingers trembled as sensation began to fade. He raised his hand anyway, forcing his mana to gather. If that was the game, then he would pay the cost. He activated the sacrifice spell, already knowing this fight would demand far more than comfort. Without warning, a corpse-white hand tore through the soil at his feet. The ground split open. A dead warrior dragged itself out of the earth, armor cracked, eyes burning with dim blue fire. Dark energy thickened, swirling like smoke pulled toward a storm. When the boy lifted his head, more silhouettes stood between the trees. They were not wandering. They were gathering. The archer did not hesitate. Another arrow screamed through the air. This time, the Min Jae-hyun caught it. His fingers closed around the shaft mid-flight. He snapped it in half and let the pieces fall, a crooked grin forming on his face as he told the unseen enemy to keep trying if that was all it had. Far from Helheim's choking gloom, morning light slipped through a bedroom window. Kim Yi-young lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling, thoughts circling back to Yu Sung-eun and the warning she had given herself. She could not let Min Jae-hyun slip out of sight like that again. Hugging her pillow tightly, she muttered that she would strangle him for leaving her behind when he knew perfectly well how easily she got lost in crowded streets. She began punching the pillow in frustration, complaining that of course he had agreed to attend that lecture so easily. It was almost as if he had planned to tease her. Rolling on her back, she admitted she did not understand him anymore. The memory surfaced of him, saying he hated crowded places. Then came the message he had sent, promising to come soon. He had spoken so casually afterward, as if nothing had changed, and agreed without hesitation to attend the lecture. She remembered being on the swings once, him urging her to go home, because he always walked her back himself. Yet this time he had vanished into the crowd, leaving her alone before disappearing completely. Turning on her side, she muttered that Min Jae-hyun had chosen the magic class. That part made no sense at all. He had always said he would pursue martial arts, that he would build himself from the ground up. She pictured him training relentlessly, and if he had truly changed direction, then there had to be a reason powerful enough to abandon all that effort. She stared at the ceiling again and whispered that there was no other explanation. Min Jae-hyun was never reckless. He overthought everything. Even at a diner, he would spend 10 full minutes choosing what to eat. Sitting up abruptly, she declared that he had become a completely different person overnight. She grabbed her phone and began typing. The message on the screen asked him whether he even remembered abandoning her back then. A second later, the words turned into threats layered beneath irritation. Back in Helheim, Jaehyun moved through the suffocating darkness, eyes narrowed. When he thought about how this twisted realm and everything happening to him traced back to monsters and gates, he closed his eyes briefly and released a long, steady breath before stepping forward again. 4 figures stood in front of him, 3 rotting soldiers and a skeleton archer behind them. Off to the side lingered another corpse-like fighter, dragging its blade across the ground. Jaehyun let out a quiet breath and smiled. What a strange party. His fingers tightened around the Lotus Guild sheep staff. Good thing he brought it. The crystal embedded at its head began to glow, releasing a cold blue radiance that pushed back the surrounding gloom. He raised the staff before him and steadied his stance. For a brief moment, his thoughts drifted to the girl wrapped in green fire, then to the stories of Norse mythology. Helheim, one of the 9 worlds, realm of the dead, ruled by Loki's daughter, Hel. He looked at the wasteland stretching ahead and pieced it together. The dungeons mirror the ancient worlds, everything but Midgard and Asgard. Niflheim, land of eternal ice and shadow. Muspelheim, blazing with fire and light. Jotunheim, domain of giants. Alfheim, radiant world of elves. Svartalfheim, hidden home of dark elves. Vanaheim, realm of the Vanir. And, at the bottom, the coldest depth of Niflheim itself, Helheim. The undead in front of him radiated dread. Without holy power, direct confrontation was suicide for beginners. Jaehyun almost rolled his eyes. It was not that tragic. If anything, this place was perfect to test what he had just gained. The system clarified that sacrifice qualified as a healing skill. Healing. But against the undead, healing became judgment. When he pictured the effect, he saw it clearly. An area strike, light turning into condemnation. The skeleton archer drew its bow again. At the same time, the corpse warrior lunged forward. Jaehyun moved first. He swung the staff in a tight arc. A blue-tipped arrow flew toward him, but a pulse of light burst outward, and the charging corpse was knocked off its feet. He gathered mana in his palm and formed a sphere of brilliant light. He would not rely on weapons alone. The orb detonated. Radiance rippled through the darkness like dawn breaking across a graveyard. The system announced 1 enemy destroyed. 70 experience points gained. The remaining undead rushed him together. Rusted weapons tore through the air. Min Jaehyun pivoted sharply, avoiding the first strike by inches. No real experience as a mage yet. Fine. He would learn here. He drove the staff into the ground. Golden lights surged outward in chains, forming a circular seal around him. The spell tightened like a ring of judgment. When it detonated, 2 corpses collapsed at once. System notification. 2 enemies eliminated. 140 experience points acquired. Jaehyun crouched slightly, steadying his breath as the last remnants of dark mana scattered. A smirk formed on his lips. A battlefield like this did not come often. He had no intention of wasting it. He lunged forward, convinced his current level was enough. Jaehyun swung hard. The skeleton archer did not move. His strike connected, then something felt wrong. In the next instant he jumped back, eyes widening. The system chimed in coldly. Skeleton archer destroyed. 50 experience points acquired. At the same time, the cheap Lotus Guild staff shattered in his hands. Fragments fell to the ground. Min Jae-hyun stared at the broken wood and cursed under his breath. Of course it would break now. He glanced aside irritably, replaying the clash in his head, trying to understand how real mages handled close combat without ending up like this. A presence shifted behind him. Too slow. An attack came from his blind spot. He exhaled sharply, annoyed at himself, muttering that boasting about easy experience was foolish when he had just lost his only weapon. He snapped his fingers. His hand rose in front of him, steady despite the pressure. The result would not change. The system confirmed activation of sacrifice. Light erupted outward. The dark clouds overhead were torn apart as the system identified the targets as undead. Sacrifice converted. Judgment of light initiated. A pillar of radiance split the battlefield. The rushing corpse disintegrated instantly. Experience points added without delay. Golden brilliance flooded the area, spreading in waves that erased the remaining traces of darkness. Each pulse shattered another enemy. Each flash pushed his level higher. When silence finally returned, Jaehyun dropped to the ground, breathing hard. The system began restoring his damaged body, mending flesh and flushing poison from his veins. He leaned back on his palms, chest rising and falling rapidly. A short laugh escaped him. Arrogant. He had been arrogant. Without that sudden level increase, this fight could have ended very differently. He replayed the moment judgment of light consumed the space. The scale of it. The precision. He narrowed his eyes. An S-rank skill, most likely. Too complex to imprint onto a blank card. Mage combat was never about brute force alone. It demanded calculation. Without understanding the mechanics behind it, blind luck would only get him killed. He pushed himself up and moved deeper into the dungeon. Was this a transition dungeon? It felt wrong. If it were standard, he would not have been dragged here without warning. His gaze shifted to the system window hovering faintly before him. This had the mark of Norir all over it. He closed his eyes briefly, considering whether to crush the warp stone and retreat. Then the air behind him twisted. Energy spiraled upward, heavy and suffocating. He froze. Goosebumps rose across his skin. Slowly, he turned around. Thick fog coiled around his body, tightening like a living thing. Something was approaching through it. Scarlet light began to bleed into the darkness, staining the entire space in a violent crimson glow. His fingers clawed at his own throat, as if the air itself had turned solid. Breath refused to enter his lungs. Sweat streamed down his face while his mind raced, calculating who could possibly be approaching at a time like this. He tightened his grip around the shattered staff, understanding one absolute truth. If he stayed still, he would die. His fist trembled, then hardened. Min Jaehyun forced his teeth together and tried to push himself upright. One hand covered his mouth to silence even the smallest breath. Noise meant death. He lowered his gaze to the dirt, knowing he had to find tracks, some clue, anything that gave him control over this nightmare. Then the air shifted. A presence burned behind him. Scarlet light spilled across the ground as a knight stepped forward, wrapped in blazing crimson magic. Jae turned sharply. Nightshade. The dungeon's boss had finally decided to appear in person. At that exact moment, the system window flickered violently, updating the level difference to a single, brutal word, danger. A dry laugh escaped Min Jaehyun's lips as the system politely advised him to flee immediately, warning that this opponent exceeded his limits. He ignored it. His hand extended, summoning his inventory interface into view. Nightshade advanced. The red aura surged, brushing against Jay's skin like searing iron. He crushed the stone in his palm. Unopened system windows burst open around him in chaotic layers, overlapping his vision while the knight's power pressed closer and closer. Then the world detonated. The stone slipped from his fingers and struck the ground. White mist swallowed his body. The system flashed again. HP status, critical. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Urgent notifications demanded the use of recovery items. Above him, Nightshade's towering figure cast a suffocating shadow. Min Jaehyun's face twisted. He understood perfectly. He could not stand. Nightshade attacked. Jae closed his eyes. There was no angle to dodge. Sweat rolled down his temple. He waited for impact. Nothing came. He cracked his eyes open. A clawed paw hovered mere centimeters from his face, frozen in place. Jae stared, unable to comprehend why the killing blow had stopped. Then a pale foot touched the ground beside him. A calm voice cut through the tension, stating that this should not be done. A white silhouette emerged, a girl, radiant and composed. She declared that she had personally brought him here. Jaehyun stared at her, shock replacing fear. She extended her hand toward him and asked whether he was the child burdened with the fate of a sworn enemy. Suspicion hardened his gaze. Who was she? Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the system cogs, still spinning in midair, and asked quietly whether she was the one who interfered. She burst into laughter, covering her mouth, as if amused by her own disappointment. She said she had expected a great warrior to appear, someone worthy of killing Nightshade. Instead, she grabbed his chin and tilted his face upward, studying him closely. Just a boy, an ordinary body. Her fingers tightened around his cheeks as she observed that his mana was impressive, but nowhere near enough to challenge the gods of Ace. Resting her head against her palm, she wondered aloud why Loki had chosen someone like him. Jaehyun's vision began to blur. His eyelids grew heavy against his will. Blood loss. He cursed inwardly as consciousness slipped through his fingers. Suddenly, her claw pressed into his neck. A sharp sting. He wondered if this was truly the end. She smiled as her nail pierced deeper into his skin. His thought spiraled. If he died here, everything would collapse. His revenge against his father would vanish. His path to becoming a mage would end before it began. Every dream would crumble like a fragile tower built on sand. He forced himself to endure. Think. Survive. The stranger's grin widened. She said she liked the fire still burning in his eyes. Slowly, she withdrew her claw. Her hands left him, and she stated calmly that he was far too weak, that his end was approaching. Then her lips curved again. She told him he needed to grow stronger, faster. Without warning, her hand snapped back around his throat. She began to strangle him, her voice turning cold as she warned that if he failed, if this hell repeated itself again, she would personally be the one to kill him. Her expression twisted into something terrifying. Her fingers tightened as Jay struggled to understand who she truly was. Then she said he was very important to them. The warmth in her smile melted into something unreadable. She would give him one chance to become stronger. Air finally returned to his lungs as she released him. Jay clutched his neck and coughed violently. Her command echoed in his ears. Expand your power and destroy Nightshade, standing before you. The monster had not moved. It was still there, bathed in radiant light. The stranger turned away and declared that if he succeeded, he would receive a special gift from her. But time was almost gone. Jay forced open the system interface with trembling focus. A new window appeared before him. Main quest activated. Hell's Ordeal. Hell gazed down at him from above and declared that Nightshade must be crushed within 2 months. The words did not echo. They settled like a sentence already decided. Purple light swallowed Min Jae-hyun whole. Shadows stretched toward him, brushing against his body like silent claws. Hell stood within that radiance and reminded him that failure meant death. No mercy, no second correction. Darkness wrapped around her form as she continued, saying the child chosen by Nornir should at least possess luck in battle. Purple flames twisted together with floating system windows, their glow flickering violently. Then an orange beam sliced through the void. For an instant, Hell's image was engraved inside that color, as if burned into reality itself. Her outstretched hand seemed closer. Shapes of trees bled into view through the light. The haze sharpened. Living brilliance struck his eyes with painful force. Min Jae-hyun blinked. He was standing at the dungeon entrance. He jerked upright and grabbed his chest. The wound was gone, completely healed. That woman, no, that being, had done this. She had never looked human. He opened the system window with steady hands and confirmed it. This was not a dream. He remembered the goddess of death who ruled one of the 9 worlds. The quest was real. His throat tightened as he accepted it. He had met a goddess. Her voice returned to him, child with the fate of a sworn enemy. He remembered the way she tilted her head and questioned why Loki had chosen him. His eyes narrowed. Sworn enemy. The system window had declared that from this moment forward, he was the sworn enemy of Ace. He had heard something similar before, when he first received the Nornir system. He exhaled heavily. None of it made sense. Why had he returned to the past? What exactly did Hell want? What kind of sworn enemy was he supposed to be? His fingers dug into the ground. He cursed under his breath. One thing was certain. He needed to level up. His face hardened with resolve. He lifted his gaze from beneath the dungeon archway and decided that he would not allow the goddess's words to become prophecy. If he failed, she would kill him herself. That image was clear. Jay stood slowly, a faint smile forming despite everything. Crushing Nightshade in 2 months would not be simple. The situation was far from favorable, but retreat was no longer an option. His expression hardened. The real problems had already begun at the preparation stage. He replayed Nightshade's attack in his mind and admitted the truth. He could not fight like Max yet. He did not even possess a proper low-level spell. Raw will alone would not close that gap. Jae-hyun pulled out his phone. Advancement required fundamentals. Without mastering the basics, everything else would collapse. He dialed Chairman Sung-eun's contact and sent his number formally. The reply came quickly. She wanted to meet the next day and expected his final answer regarding the contract. He let out a quiet breath. The timing was precise. He typed back that he was prepared to meet and that he agreed to the contract terms. A faint smirk formed on his lips. Another message followed from him. She would need to fulfill an additional request. The next day, Jae-hyun stood in the grand hall of the organization. His eyes lingered on the emblem engraved high above. He descended the steps slowly, thinking. They must have contacted him first after reviewing his profile. A magic predisposition rate of 97%. Even if someone searched the entire world, only a handful would reach that threshold. His brows furrowed. In the past, he had chosen the warrior class, a path completely unsuited to him. Indecision had cost him everything once. He would not repeat it. As he continued down the stairs, he remembered how society praised warriors and dismissed mages as inferior. He brushed his hair back impatiently. Under these circumstances, the correct choice was obvious. He entered the hall fully and paused. Yu Sung-eun turned with a composed smile, greeting him as if she had expected this moment. She admitted she had been waiting. Jay returned the greeting calmly. She extended her hand and asked what he thought of the contract. He answered without hesitation. It was more than tempting. An allowance. Unlimited access to B-class equipment. No penalties in case of loss during missions. Raid treasures distributed according to contribution. The structure favored growth without shackles. Min Jae-hyun met her gaze directly and stated that before signing, he had one final condition to add. Yo Sung-eun's smile deepened slightly. She told him she was listening carefully. Her eyes sharpened the moment he mentioned his profile. Of course she had studied it. He placed a hand over his chest and stated calmly that it had not even been a month since he abandoned the combat class and shifted to magic. His control was unstable. He was still adjusting. She closed her eyes and smiled as if that detail amused her. Jay met her gaze and said clearly that he wanted her to train him personally. Silence filled the hall. Yu Sung-eun watched him with a gentle expression that revealed nothing. Inside, he calculated his move. The first rule of a raider's survival. Play the strongest card when it yields maximum effect. This was that moment. The assistant beside her frowned. He had sensed from the beginning that this boy was not simple. Yu Sung-eun crossed her arms. Jae-hyun reminded himself who stood before him. The master of the Lotus Guild. An S-rank raider. A rarity, even on a global scale. If she agreed, the contract would be signed immediately. He extended his hand slightly, signaling finality. She touched her chin and murmured that this was interesting. Then she stepped closer and accepted. She admitted she was genuinely curious about him. Jae-hyun allowed a faint grin to surface. Favor was not given. It was earned. Before anything else, she said, she would evaluate his talent. His expression turned firm. Expected. The Lotus Guild would never accept him blindly. He prepared himself mentally. She confirmed that she intended to test him. He asked what was required. Her fingers snapped. The air fractured with blue light. A massive, radiant cube materialized behind her, glowing with blinding intensity. She called it a mana cube. The structure loomed like a condensed ocean of energy. Jae-hyun felt sweat gather along his neck as he looked up. Yu Sung-eun explained that any mage signing with Lotus had to handle this much at minimum. He frowned internally. Mana cubes were typically used by banking mages to test sensitivity and control. Even among magic class raiders, only 7% could successfully manage one, and she expected him to do it on the spot. The chairman's eyes locked onto the boy the moment he declared that she was trying to break him. She only smiled, calm and unshaken, and answered that whether he failed or not, the contract would still be signed, and the terms would remain exactly the same. Min Jae-hyun's brows tightened. There was no escape route, no clever excuse, no retreat. If he stepped back now, everything ended. So he closed his eyes and accepted the only direction left, forward. The chairman moved toward her assistant and ordered him to prepare the device. The man immediately began to sweat, his voice trembling as he reminded her that even seasoned raider mages struggled with the mana cube, and this boy was nothing more than a teenager. But she turned her head slightly and said he was not ordinary, and that alone made him worth the attempt. Sung Jae Appa shut his eyes and gave a silent nod before pressing his hand against the wall and pushing the activation switch. In an instant, the cube ignited with blinding light. Min Jae-hyun lifted his head, recognizing the structure from before the time transfer. He had only heard rumors back then, whispers about its terrifying density of mana, but standing before it now, he could feel the pressure crawling against his skin. It was far beyond what stories described. Sung-eun raised her hand and wished him luck. He didn't respond. He simply stared at the glowing structure, then stepped forward and entered. The moment he crossed the threshold, mana flooded into him. Guild representatives watched in silence. Sung Jae Appa looked away, muttering that he understood the chairman's curiosity, but the boy was still young. Sung-eun gave a quiet laugh and said he would manage. The assistant stared at her, asking how she could be so certain. She lifted a single finger and answered that it was just a feeling. Then she glanced toward the cube and asked how long it would take him to emerge. Inside, Min Jae-hyun felt himself plunge deep into something vast and endless. He looked down and saw bubbles drifting around him, as if he had sunk into an ocean made entirely of mana. He raised his hand cautiously. Strangely, he was breathing without difficulty, yet a cold fear crept into his chest. Too much mana was poison. In this world, mana was like oxygen. Without it, skills were impossible, power was unreachable. But overdose meant collapse. Lungs would fail, the heart would rupture, death would follow without mercy. He moved forward through the current, refusing to waste time. The symptoms might not have appeared yet, but they would. He needed an exit. If his memory was accurate, this device did not offer multiple paths. There was only one way out. Blue currents of mana twisted around him like violent whirlpools, and Min Jae-hyun understood that somewhere inside this endless storm there had to be a door linked to the outside. He shut his eyes and forced his breathing to steady, pushing his senses outward instead of his body. Waves of energy brushed against his skin. He was standing at the very center of the vortex. If there was a path, it would reveal itself through the flow. He opened his eyes and stared ahead, then suddenly turned. In the far distance, something pulsed. Through the dense ocean of mana, a crystal shimmered with a pink glow, bright and absolute. His pupils widened as he felt the pressure radiating from it. The beams of light pierced through the heavy currents, as if every strand of mana in this place bowed toward that single point. It was not just part of the cube. It was the core, the source. The power of the entire device compressed into one crystalline heart. Outside, Sung Jae Appa glanced at the chairman and asked whether the boy would really make it out. She answered with a calm smile that he would. The assistant lowered his gaze, thinking it was excessive. He remembered Min Jae-hyun's confident smirk earlier, the strange excitement in his eyes, and imagined him emerging with light clenched in his hand. Everything the boy had displayed so far defied common sense. The assistant turned away and asked how long such a test normally required. Sung-eun closed her eyes and replied that her own record had been 40 minutes, the fastest result in the country. The man's expression tightened. He stated flatly that there were only two possibilities now. The chairman and Sung Jae Appa fixed their eyes on the cube. With a rigid face, Sung Jae Appa said the boy might not come out at all. A violent stream of mana surged inside, and the assistant added that otherwise, he would shatter every existing record. The chairman smiled faintly and said she believed the same. Yet for some reason she felt he would emerge even sooner. The assistant nodded slowly. Then her expression changed. Shock overtook her face. She raised her hand and shouted for him to look. Sung Jae Appa spun around, and his eyes widened. A thin crack spread across the glass surface of the cube. Another followed. Then more. The structure trembled under the strain. Sweat dripped down the assistant's temple as he and Sun Un exchanged a silent look filled with disbelief. Sung Jae Appa lowered his gaze to the monitoring screen, teeth clenched. The assistant leaned closer, mouth parting in shock as the data finalized. 10 minutes. The test had been completed in 10 minutes. And inside the cube, a rift had opened. They stood frozen, watching as the device struggled to contain whatever was happening within. Fractures spread across the surface of the cube like a spiderweb under pressure. Inside, Min Jae-hyun drifted closer to the purple radiance. The crystal pulsed before him, and he felt the density of power pouring from it. There was no doubt now. This was the core, the heart of the entire structure. A slow smile curved across his face. If the core collapsed, the prison would collapse with it. No need to search for an exit. He would create one. He pushed forward through the currents and seized the crystal. The moment his fingers closed around it, the treasure flared violently in his palm. Light spilled between his knuckles. He tightened his grip without hesitation. Fine cracks began to spread through the surrounding mana space itself, splitting outward from his position. He tilted his head slightly upward and smiled. A notification echoed through his mind. Passive skill acquired. Mana control essence. Outside, the glass was now entirely covered in fractures. The chairman and her assistant stared in stunned silence. Through the fogged interior, a dark silhouette stood at the center. The assistant's mouth hung open. Only 7% of mage raiders ever escaped the cube at all, and even they required nearly 3 hours. B-rank raiders needed 2. A-rank required 1.5. Sweat gathered along his temples. He remembered Camila of the European Union, the prodigy of magical practice who had once set the national record at 36 minutes. That achievement had been treated as untouchable. Inside, Min Jae-hyun crushed the crystal. The space shattered with it. A violent rupture tore through the cube, and the young man stepped forward as the structure failed around him. Dust clung to his shirt as he brushed it off calmly, as though he had merely finished a routine task. 10 minutes. The assistant's eyes widened as the difference registered in his mind. 26 minutes faster than the previous record. He stumbled forward, just as Sung Jae Appa rushed in and grabbed the boy's hands, shouting that he had completed it in only 10 minutes. They turned when the chairman approached. She closed her eyes briefly, then asked how he had managed to emerge so quickly. Min Jae-hyun rotated his wrist slightly and answered that he had found a crystal inside and destroyed it. Sun unfroze. She seized his hands, shock overtaking her composure. The Mana Cube's crystal was the vessel that contained the entirety of the magical space's energy. An ordinary awakened individual could not even perceive it, let alone touch it. Destroying it required overwhelming control and power. Min Jae-hyun folded his arms quietly. The chairman studied him for a long moment and concluded that if he had broken the core itself, then his mana capacity must have exceeded the energy density of the cube. She clasped his hands firmly, then turned away with a satisfied smile. The magician stared at her, stunned. Sung-un extended her hand toward the boy and declared that from this point forward, she would personally teach him. A faint smile rested on her lips as she asked whether he was prepared for what that meant. Hours later, 2 girls waited near the stairs. Kim Yu-young frowned, glancing at the time and muttering that he still had not shown up. His mother stood nearby, worry etched across her face, saying he was late and not answering his phone. A black car rolled slowly down the street. Both girls turned in silence as the tires screeched to a sharp stop. The door opened, and Min Jae-hyun stepped out calmly. Kim Yu-young raised her hand to her mouth, disbelief flashing across her face as she questioned why he was exiting such an expensive vehicle. He avoided her gaze, waved lightly to Sung Jae Appa in farewell, and smiled as the car drove away. His mother's complexion drained of color. She asked in a trembling voice whether her son had begun doing something dangerous. Inside the apartment, Kim Yu-young sat cross-legged on the bed, arms folded tightly. She narrowed her eyes and asked if he had decided to transfer to the magic class because he could not handle martial arts. Min Jae-hyun lowered himself into a chair and answered evenly that it was true. The paperwork was already done. Everything had been signed. He closed his eyes briefly and added that he was tired of the martial arts division. Kim Yu-young lifted an eyebrow, reminding him that only days ago he had insisted magicians had no future and demanded to know if he was ill. He raised a hand lazily and said that a man could change like a chameleon. She clicked her tongue, saying she never expected such words from him. Turning her head away, she reminded him that he had originally chosen martial arts because of his mother despite his talent for magic. She continued that becoming a magician required enormous effort and offered little profit. The bespectacled boy nearby added that raider warriors struggled to find stable work since the injury rate was too high and employers refused to cover the risks. Min Jae-hyun lowered his gaze, tension flickering behind his expression. He shut his eyes and told them to drop the subject. After a pause, he looked forward again and asked how Kim Yoo-jung's parents were doing. She fell back onto the pillow and replied that they were away on a business trip, which was why she had come to stay overnight with her aunt's permission. As she lay there comfortably, he studied her and asked why she liked staying here so much when her own home was far larger than this small apartment. Kim Yoo-jung smiled lightly, and Min Jae-hyun remembered who she truly was, the only daughter of a powerful business family. In his mind, he pictured her parents in white laboratory coats, overseeing the processing of monster remains before shipping them across international markets. Whenever new species surfaced overseas, they were forced into long business trips. That was why she spent so much time alone, stretched across his bed, as if this cramped apartment felt more familiar than her own mansion. He introduced her properly to his mother, though their families had known each other for years. Their parents were close, so her staying over was nothing unusual. After a brief silence, he looked at her and asked if she would teach him the fundamentals of magic. She rolled on her side and stared at him. For free, her expression seemed to ask. Min Jae-hyun shut his eyes and replied calmly, asking what she wanted in return. She tapped her cheek thoughtfully, admitting she had not decided. Then she pushed herself upright. A faint blush crept across her face. Turning slightly away, she declared that he would have to grant her one wish. Any wish at all. He glanced aside and stated flatly that the agreement would last 1 year. If she failed to name a wish within that time, the deal would expire. Kim Yoo-jung's brows knit together as she called him stingy and insufferable. Min Jae-hyun only smiled inwardly. In a year, she would probably forget. He tilted his head and asked whether she had something indecent in mind. Her eyes flared. She snatched a pillow and shouted that he deserved to die for saying that. The pillow swung down against his head again and again while he demanded to know why he was being attacked. She kept hitting him without mercy. A knock interrupted them. Their mother's voice called them to dinner. In the kitchen, she stood holding a pot, unaware of the chaos moments earlier. Kim Yoo-jung raised her arms as if preparing another strike, then suddenly grinned and smacked him once more with a pillow. Min Jae-hyun covered his face, laughter escaping him despite himself. He closed his eyes briefly, admitting inwardly that he did not dislike this at all. The scene shifted. Birds cut across a crimson sky. Crows perched along bare branches, their cries sharp against the wind. A blade drove cleanly through a serpent's skull. A man dressed in black stood before the corpse of a massive monster, its body collapsing with a heavy tremor. An armored warrior called out to Min Song-oh, praising him for ending the fight quickly and saying they had not enjoyed a raid this much in years. The man in black turned slightly and thanked his partner without hesitation. He yanked the blade free from the serpent's skull, dark blood splashing across the dirt as the corpse collapsed at his feet, and before the echo of the strike had even faded, the man with the sword strapped across his back stepped forward with a smooth smile, inviting Min Song-oh to join their guild, promising power, influence, an alliance strong enough to shake the entire region. He spoke as if the matter were already decided, as if loyalty could be bought with a few polished words. Min Song-oh's partner answered first, calm and unmoved, saying he had no intention of making such plans. The knight's hand landed heavily on his shoulder. The protagonist's father averted his gaze, the tension thick enough to cut. Then the partner smiled again, sharper this time, saying the Scarlet Guild would offer far better conditions. Min Song-oh's jaw tightened. He spat out that they had finally shown their true colors. Sweat beaded on the knight's temple. Black feathers erupted into the air. They circled the mage like a living storm. Chains materialized from the darkness and coiled around the knight's limbs before he could even reach for his weapon. His mouth fell open in raw fear. A blinding radiance bloomed from Min Song-oh's palm as he asked quietly whether such rotten greed belonged only to humans. His eyes remained fixed forward, and he answered himself just as coldly. No, it did not. Corruption had no race. The mage's body shattered into a flock of crows, scattering into the sky in a rush of wings. The knight blinked, and suddenly he was standing before the massive snake once more, confusion twisting across his face as if he had just awakened from a nightmare he could not remember entering. The chairwoman watched it all with an amused smile. Before training began, she said she wanted to witness Jae-hyun's fighting ability for herself. He stepped in front of her. She declared it would be a practice duel. He smirked faintly and asked whether that was not excessive. She closed her eyes and replied that a man who dismantled a mana cube in 10 minutes had no reason to hesitate over something so trivial. Turning her back to him, she told him to attack. His brows drew together. Now he understood why she had worn that fighting outfit from the beginning. This had been planned. He exhaled and lowered himself into position. Her eyes narrowed. He slid his left leg forward, bent the knee, raised his fist to guard his face, and dropped his shoulders to reduce his center of gravity. His gaze sharpened, body aligned in a clean warrior's stance built for evasion and retaliation. His fist tightened. She smiled. He lunged. Her hand snapped up and caught his punch mid-strike. His eyes widened. She only smiled deeper. He tore his fist free and leapt back, frustration flickering across his face. He had expected at least one clean hit, but Cannon was an S-rank raider, a healer who had survived countless battlefields. She stepped toward him and asked whether he intended to choose the martial arts path. Jaehyun met her gaze and confirmed it without hesitation. She shut her eyes for a moment and said he still hadn't shaken off his old habits. A mage, she told him, does not throw himself forward without thought. Folding her arms, she asked whether he even understood the real difference between a martial arts path and a magic path. He glanced aside and answered that the distinction lay in distance, close combat versus long-range control. She nodded once. Correct. In the air before her, she traced the image of a red circle, explaining that raiding mages weaken their enemies from afar, dismantle them piece by piece, and only then step in when the outcome is already decided. Then the illusion shifted into a swarm of monsters. She pointed out that Min Jaehyun's instinct was to close the gap immediately, and with that kind of thinking, any mage would fall before the battle truly began. She lifted her hand lightly and said she had not been serious before. Now she would raise the difficulty. He frowned as she remarked that he needed to see how a true mage fights. Blue light wrapped around her body like flowing water. This time, she said, she would attack as well, carefully enough not to cripple him. If things went wrong, she would simply stitch him back together with recovery magic. He smiled faintly. She extended her hand toward him and said her opponent was capable of more. Raising a single finger, she ordered him to fight with everything he had. The pressure changed instantly. His brows knit together in shock as force crashed down on him. He dropped to his knees to avoid the strike and rolled away, barely escaping the follow-up. From a distance, she announced that it was now his turn. Yellow sparks flickered around him as he knelt, and the system chimed coldly. Super speed target activated. Golden beams tore through the air toward her position. An explosion roared across the training ground, but she was already beside him. She remarked that he was full of surprises, especially for someone casually throwing out an A-rank skill. A blue arrow formed in front of her fingertips. It shot forward. His eyes widened. Too fast. Dust billowed from the earlier blast, swallowing the field in smoke. She watched calmly and said that no spell mattered if the caster could not strike the target. Inside the haze, a dark silhouette remained standing. He pressed a hand against his abdomen, staring straight ahead. She stood directly in front of him and admitted she had not expected him to remain on his feet, especially when she had used less than a fifth of her strength. Raising her hand slightly, she asked how he was feeling. He answered only with ragged breaths. His eyes flared into a sharp yellow glow. Blue currents of energy streamed outward from her position toward him, sacred projectiles gleaming as they closed in. The absolute calculation skill triggered in his mind, numbers and vectors aligning in cold precision. And in the next instant, the arrows shattered midair. Her lips parted. She had not believed he could analyze, reverse, and dismantle her spell so cleanly. They faced each other again. She smiled, saying he had surprised her once more, and asked what else he was hiding. He answered with a grin. Lightning slammed into the ground beside her. She glanced down in brief disbelief before raising a barrier to intercept the barrage that followed. The shield trembled under the impact. A thin line of sweat traced down her temple as she acknowledged that he was absurdly fast for someone who had not formally learned magic, yet wielded such raw force. Her hand quivered before she tightened her fist and steadied it. Yellow lightning writhed around him like living serpents. She closed her eyes for a fraction of a second, unable to reconcile what she was seeing. Magic without chanting was a ritual violation. Structured casting was mandatory. Only highly refined mages could execute silent spells. Yet he was still unpolished. He was drenched in sweat. She opened her eyes again, trying to understand how someone so inexperienced could bypass the ritual entirely. He clenched his fist and realized his mana reserves were nearly empty. In front of him stood a genuine monster. She smiled faintly and said he possessed more talent than he realized. His eyes widened. Heat flooded the room. Steam coiled into the air. Before he could react, she was already there. A force struck his body and sent him sliding back. He hit the ground hard. She told him calmly that he was still ignorant. Lying on the floor, he stared up in disbelief as she leaned over him and asked whether he truly believed he could defeat her. Jaehyun grasped Sung-Hoon's hand reflexively. Fragments of the exchange replayed in his mind. The moment he had been airborne, the instant she had moved, the strike he never even perceived. He looked down and understood. This was an S-rank raider. She regarded him with quiet amusement. He recalled his opening charge and finally grasped the flaw. Dedicating oneself to martial arts alone sharpened close combat instincts. But against someone who controlled distance, timing, and flow, that experience meant nothing. He recalled the moment when yellow lightning had coiled around his body when every direction had been sealed by relentless spells and impossible speed. This was not a simple exchange of blows. This was drowning in magic. The chairwoman watched him with a faint smile, thinking that perhaps he truly could reach it. Hands resting on her waist, she said something had come to mind during their fight. It was a style everyone had fantasized about at least once, a path no one had ever fully mastered. She added calmly that she doubted he was capable of it. He stared at her without speaking. She asked whether she had sparked his curiosity. Then she folded her arms and told him he could call her teacher from now on. The smile on her lips carried quiet certainty. The scene shifted. Jaehyun sat with a pen between his fingers. Someone called his name. His eyes snapped up. Kim Young frowned and asked whether he was even listening. She was chewing a sweet, and he told her flatly not to speak with her mouth full. She ignored him and continued talking about tuition. Sweat slid down his temple. Several tubs of ice cream cluttered the table, and he asked whether she planned to survive on sugar alone. The blonde only smiled and said she was perfectly fine. In her notebook, she sketched a monster fleeing from an explosion, a heavily built fighter, and a beautiful girl radiating light. Each drawing symbolized a branch of magic. He watched her pen move carefully across the page. Then the system chimed. Magic proficiency increased. Efficiency improved. Orange windows flickered into existence in the air, hovering whenever he progressed. He noted the pattern. The system reacted almost eagerly to his growth. Kim Yoo-young collapsed forward onto the table and asked whether he truly belonged to the martial arts track. In 2 days, he had absorbed spells that took others more than a month. He spun the pen lazily between his fingers and replied that he did not understand her shock. She herself had mastered fundamentals in 3 days. She stiffened and shouted for him to address her as teacher. Arms crossed, she demanded respect. Then she dropped back onto the table again, muttering that she had begun studying magic long before him. And at this rate, he would overtake her soon. He closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. He said he simply had a predisposition. In his mind, Hell's face surfaced. There had never been another option. His survival depended on it. She pulled the jar closer and began stirring the ice cream slowly, saying she had been genuinely shocked when he declared he would choose the martial arts class. She licked the spoon and added that it did not matter whether the magic path was unpopular now. Kim Yoo-jung's expression hardened as she demanded to know how he could bury such talent with his own hands. He glanced at the spoon and replied that she understood perfectly well how magicians were treated these days. Then his eyes widened. Massive chains manifested around him in an instant. A long-haired man appeared close enough for breath to brush his ear, hand covering part of his face as he leaned in, and asked quietly whether he had truly chosen the warrior's path of his own will. The blonde adjusted her glasses and asked whether he was at least practicing magic. He turned toward her and answered that he was learning from another teacher. Kim Yoo-young narrowed her eyes and remarked that something was missing from that sentence. He looked away and reluctantly added the proper address. Teacher. The vision lingered in his mind. It felt as though a voice had echoed from somewhere distant. His brows drew together. Hell's face surfaced again. 2 months. That was the limit. He closed his eyes and forced himself to focus. Distraction was a luxury he could not afford. He raised the pen to his lips and imagined a man seated calmly on a couch, glasses reflecting faint light. He touched his lower lip and thought that what he needed was something absolute, a solution like a potion that erased every weakness. A faint pattern shimmered across imaginary glass in his thoughts. Elsewhere, the raiders trained relentlessly. Sung Jae-appa barked at a fighter, pointing out that his back curved when he swung his blade. He pivoted toward Raider Kong Gina and shouted that her casting speed was unacceptable. If she hesitated with healing, teammates would die. Sung Un stood at a distance, observing. He turned slightly and remarked that this year's trainees were impressive, the overall average higher than before. She closed her eyes briefly and admitted she was thinking about something. Her assistant smiled and asked whether her thoughts were on Min Jae-hyun. She brought her fist lightly to her face and confirmed it. They stood side by side. Sung-un lowered his gaze and said she intended to teach the boy a discipline countless raiders had attempted to grasp before him, yet none had produced meaningful results. She kept her eyes closed for a moment longer and asked whether he had truly seen the extent of the Jaehyun's abilities. She smiled to herself and declared that if an S-rank raider ever rose among the mages, it would be him. Her gaze remained steady as she reflected that in all of Korea, only she had reached S-rank in magic. Yet she was merely a healer, her combat spells lacking bite. Then she remembered the boy standing calmly in the middle of surging mana, untouched by its pressure, and concluded that he could stand beside them. A quiet laugh escaped her lips as she foresaw the magic class being shaken to its core. On a red pillow rested the crystal sphere, gleaming under the light. He stared at his hands and reminded himself that what he was trying to create was no ordinary brew, but a transcendent elixir, something capable of pushing an awakened's mana beyond natural limits. The pot over the fire bubbled darkly. He imagined how any raider mage would lose composure at the mere sight of it. Still, when he dipped the ladle in and saw that murky purple liquid swirl, irritation tightened his jaw. Without hesitation, He hurled it against the wall. Glass shattered. Liquid splattered. Another failure. Jae-hyun pressed his palm to his forehead, exhaling sharply, unable to count how many times this had happened. The sink was overflowing with unwashed dishes. Ingredients lay scattered everywhere, evidence of wasted attempts. He bit the tip of his finger and forced a crooked grin, calculating how fast his money was disappearing. The first step was simple. The liquid had to turn white. That was the sign. Yet the pot in front of him remained stubbornly black, boiling as if mocking him. He crouched near the stove, staring into the dark mixture as November 2020 weighed on his mind. At this time, no one in the world knew how to craft a mana-amplifying potion. It would not exist for another 5 years. The spilled ladle lay abandoned on the floor, the kitchen stained with what should have been history in liquid form. And yet he alone carried the memory of the correct components, the exact ratios, the sequence of mixing. A figure in a black cloak surfaced in his thoughts. The world-class alchemist who had revealed the formula in the future. He remembered sitting across from that man, hearing him say that the elixir would one day become reliable support for raiders across the globe. Bright green eyes had studied him from behind thin glasses, filled with certainty. Min Jae-hyun leaned forward, lips curling faintly as he reached a cold conclusion. Continuing like this was pointless. He was burning through materials without understanding the flaw. For a moment, he simply stared at the ruined kitchen. Then his expression sharpened. If repeating the same method led to nothing, then the method itself was wrong. His smile deepened slightly as he resolved to tear apart the process and rebuild it from the foundation. Jae-sang's face surfaced in his mind without warning, and he stood alone in the center of the room as if the walls themselves were waiting for his verdict. There was no more room for hesitation. If the potion refused to succeed, then the flaw was not only in the mixture, but in his understanding. The answer existed somewhere, and that answer had a creator. Even if the brew never turned white, meeting the man who perfected it would never be a wasted step. Regret came from inaction, not from pursuit. He pulled on his jacket, recalling that the alchemist he sought was, at this time, nothing more than a first-year student at Milla's Academy. The image of a young student overlapped with the figure of the future genius, and the contrast sharpened his resolve. If the world had not yet recognized him, that only made the approach easier. He decided he would go. Milla's Academy rose in his memory as a colossal structure shaped like a sphere of interlocked hexagonal slots, a monument to awakened ambition. Before he could leave, the doorbell rang. A silhouette beyond the door announced someone had returned. Inside, the pot still reeked of burnt potion. Dishes were piled high in the sink. The ladle lay where it had fallen. Kim Yu-young stepped in cautiously, clutching her bag to her chest, as if it were a shield. Her eyes moved across the wrecked kitchen, weighing whether to call the police. Nothing was missing. That made it worse. She slowly picked up a frying pan, reasoning that no thief would cause chaos without taking something. She stood in the middle of the mess, confused, trying to piece together what kind of disaster left only stains and broken glass. Min Jae-hyun, meanwhile, sifted through names in his memory. The White Dragon. Those who had risen quickly after the emergence of Yggdrasil. Others who seized leadership positions before the world could react. Then another face formed, clearly, Swift, the blonde boy from the card. The first awakened who vanished, only for the title of South Korea's first S-rank raider to pass into Jae-sang's hands. And Jae-sang was the father of the one he intended to meet. Later, dressed in formal attire, a receptionist studied him with polite suspicion and asked where he was headed. Behind the glass counter, which resembled a train station ticket booth, Min Jae-hyun calmly requested a portal to Taegu. The name alone shifted the atmosphere. Taegu was sealed territory, constantly threatened by monster incursions. It was not a destination chosen lightly. Every step taken, there could be the last. No one traveled there for leisure, only those with a purpose strong enough to justify the risk. The receptionist's brows lifted as she asked whether he was a student of Milla's Academy. He answered with a small, steady smile that he was not. Not yet, but he was preparing to enter. Min Jae-hyun let out a slow breath as he stood before the massive dome of interlocked hexagonal panels. Time was thinner than it felt. Soon, this place would become unreachable to him in ways no one else understood. He stared at the main gate, memories pressing in from every direction. Victories. Failures. Faces that no longer mattered. He cut them off. Sentiment was useless. His hands slid into his pockets, and he moved forward with firm steps. The streets around the academy were eerily empty. Above, the stars were sharp against the night sky. This territory was never truly safe. Monsters could spill out at any moment. Hesitation was a luxury he could not afford. Inside the academy corridors, his temporary pass swayed lightly against his chest. The halls were quiet, almost suffocatingly so. He narrowed his eyes and tried to pinpoint where Lee Jae-sang might be. In the future, the man would stand at the peak of alchemy, but right now he was just a freshman. Min Jae-hyun briefly imagined him in a martial arts class, awkwardly trying to mimic combat forms, then dismissed it. Lee Jae-sang had no talent for fighting, no complex combinations. No instinct for battle. He stopped mid-step, fingers brushing his chin as he reconsidered. A lecture hall made more sense. That was when faint noises reached him. Murmurs. Attention in the air. He turned toward the sound and saw a cluster of students gathered near a doorway. As he approached, two voices became clear. One suggested stepping in and putting an end to whatever was happening. The other warned that if they helped that stutterer, they would become targets next, especially since he was already failing this semester. Min Jaehyun's gaze shifted slightly. Which stutterer? His bangs fell low over his eyes as he assessed the scene. The atmosphere was stagnant, no one willing to move. He nudged two students aside with casual force, breaking the frozen circle, and continued toward the door as if the crowd did not exist. A body suddenly collided with his chest. Jae-sang was thrown backward from the impact, but Min Jae-hyun caught him before he hit the floor. The student scrambled upright immediately, bowing in apology. Min Jae-hyun did not respond. His attention had already shifted forward. A young man in blue stood protectively ahead, eyes sharp, asking who he was and whether he had business with their friend. Then he heard it. Irregular, strained breathing. A faint cough. Min Jae-hyun's eyes moved past the defender and locked onto the figure behind him. Clear green eyes met his. Tears clung to their corners. Jae-sang stood there, trembling slightly, caught between humiliation and defiance. For a brief second, the noise around them disappeared. He had finally found him. They stood facing each other, tension drawn tight. Jae-sang hovered uncertainly between them. The freshman stared at the stranger, as if trying to place him in a memory that did not exist. Min Jae-hyun spoke evenly and asked if he was all right. Jae-sang's brows lifted in confusion. Instead of answering, he demanded to know who he was. A hand dropped onto Jae-hyun's shoulder, and a mocking voice from behind claimed that this must be the stutterer's little brother. The speaker leaned his weight against him casually, studying Min Jae-hyun with open contempt, remarking that they did not resemble each other at all. He added, almost thoughtfully, that he had assumed Jae-sang never spoke about his family because they were all dead. The freshman's posture collapsed further, shoulders folding inward. Min Jae-hyun exhaled slowly, irritation sharpening his gaze. The voice continued, calling him a kid, declaring that the seniors were speaking, warning him to leave if he did not want trouble, but the sentence never finished. Min Jae-hyun brushed the hand off his shoulder in one clean motion. The offender stiffened, caught off guard by the refusal to submit. Jae-sang's eyes widened slightly. Min Jae-hyun turned to him and stated calmly that he should go to the infirmary. The freshman blinked as if pulled from fog, unable to even process the question of whether he could walk on his own. A thin smile stretched across the offender's face. In the next instant, fingers twisted into Min Jae-hyun's collar, yanking him forward until their faces were inches apart. The senior demanded to know if he was tired of living, claiming he had tried to handle this politely, but clearly that approach was wasted. Min Jae-hyun's eyes lowered to the hand gripping his shirt. Second time, Jae-sung lingered a few steps away, frozen, mind racing over how to help the person who had stepped in for him. The senior raised his free hand as if to strike, still lecturing about respect and consequences. Min Jae-hyun's thoughts shifted inward. A spoon surfaced in his mind. First form the image, then define the formula. Construct it. Release it. He remembered Kim Yu-young saying that while idly playing with water, watching a thin stream coil around the spoon's curve. Basics of magic. Visualization before execution. Then Sung-eun's image replaced hers, hand extended, expression steady, urging him forward. He shaped the image of light, a sharp, concentrated flash, like an arrow cutting through darkness. His finger lifted. No chant, no incantation. He simply touched the senior's chest. A burst of white light detonated between them. The grip vanished instantly. The offender was hurled backward, crashing into the desks with a strangled scream. Jae-sung raised his hands in reflex, as if trying to stop something already finished. Silence followed. The senior lay sprawled, shock replacing arrogance. Cold sweat slid down his cheek. He stared at Min Jae-hyun in disbelief. A spell, without words. The corridor filled instantly. Students pressed against the doorway, whispering over each other, trying to understand what they had just witnessed. Someone asked whether anyone had even seen him cast. Another insisted it was impossible. No simple holy arrow could shatter the arm of someone destined for the martial arts raider track. On the floor, the injured senior clenched his teeth, humiliation burning hotter than pain. Could that arrogant stranger actually be weak? The thought enraged him further. Under a muttered comment that he liked to show off, his pride snapped. At this rate, his authority would crumble. He did not know who this outsider was, but he refused to let it end here. They faced each other again. Jae-sung's breathing grew uneven. From the senior's sleeve, a hidden weapon slid free, mana flickering along its edge. Jae-sang widened his eyes and warned Min Jae-hyun of the danger. The blade cut forward. For a fraction of a second, the sword hovered near Min Jae-hyun's cheek, close enough to feel its killing intent. The attacker's gaze was wild, desperate to reclaim dominance. Sunun's voice resurfaced in his mind. To form a barrier, evenly spread mana across the body, then release it outward in a single decisive burst. Min Jae-hyun lifted his hand. The force field erupted. A violent shockwave blasted outward, tearing the sword from the attacker's grip. Steel clattered across the floor. Min Jae-hyun stood beneath the corridor lights, one hand raised, an invisible dome of force wrapping around him like compressed air. Cold sweat drenched the senior's face. His hand trembled uselessly before rising to cover his eyes, as though shielding himself from something he could not comprehend. He made broken sounds, shock hollowing his expression. Min Jae-hyun stepped closer and asked quietly whether he was done. The senior tried to spit out a curse. A flash of white interrupted him. The holy arrow struck again. Blood burst from his nose as his body slammed flat onto the floor. Min Jae-hyun stood over him, arms still raised, posture unwavering. Jae-sang stared at the scene, unable to understand who had appeared in his defense. His hands trembled uncontrollably. When Min Jae-hyun glanced sideways at him, the freshman flinched, instinctively shrinking back. Min Jae-hyun lowered his arm and walked past without ceremony. The senior remained dazed, unable to piece together what had happened. Min Jae-hyun paused beside him and looked down, satisfied that the blow had landed as intended. For a fleeting instant, the expression on his face mirrored something from the past, something that left Jae-sang frozen in absolute shock when he once heard the words. Almost like before. Golden sparks flickered into existence above Min Jae-hyun's palm. They shimmered briefly before condensing into a small bottle filled with red liquid. He examined it once and stated calmly that he had intended to use this for a different occasion. Circumstances had changed. The golden emblem on the bottle flared as if it were alive, and Jae-sang's pupils blew wide in disbelief, while Jae-hyun calmly twisted the cork free. Without hesitation, he tilted the bottle and let the liquid spill across Jae-sang's sweat-soaked face. The elixir struck like liquid light, and a crimson glow reflected sharply in Jae-sang's eyes. The man who had just endured the fight stood there, as if untouched, as if the damage had been erased from existence itself. Min Jae-hyun let out a quiet breath of approval, admitting that whoever crafted this potion deserved respect, because its effect was beyond ordinary craftsmanship. Then his gaze shifted to Jae-sang, who was trembling from everything that had just unfolded. With quiet authority, he told him to move. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he added that they were heading to the medical center. Jae-sung blinked in confusion, trying to process the sudden turn. He hurried after the magician down the landing. He struggled to keep up, breath ragged, finally calling out for him to slow down. The young man ahead stopped abruptly. Jae-sung, still gasping, realized the medical center was in the opposite direction, but before he could question it, the other cut him off coldly, stating there was no one nearby and no one would overhear them. Jae-sang stiffened instantly. His jaw tightened as a thought pierced him. The man knew. Min Jae-hyun turned fully toward the alchemist. Under that steady gaze, the boy began to stammer, scrambling for excuses, asking in a shaky voice whether his father had sent this savior. He searched the magician's eyes for confirmation. The magician, however, sensed the misunderstanding and knew pushing too hard would only corner him further. Standing half-turned, calm and firm, he answered no, genuinely puzzled, asking how he would even know the alchemist's father. Jae-sang lowered his eyes, dejection settling in. He assumed he wouldn't be believed regardless. Nervous and hesitant, he finally asked the real question. Why had the man who saved him come looking for him at all? The protagonist stepped closer, a faint smile curving at the corner of his mouth. He said he had a small favor to ask. Still wearing that controlled smile, Jae-hyun explained that he needed a potion. Just one, but he didn't get a finish. Jae-sang shrieked in panic, throwing his hands up as if cornered. He backed away from Jae-sang, insisting he didn't know how to brew anything. Meanwhile, the magician's hand slipped into his pocket with deliberate calm. He corrected him smoothly, stating that Jae-sang understood alchemy perfectly well. From his pocket, he drew out a bottle and held it up between them. The glass caught the light, unmistakable. In a level voice, he made it clear that he knew this very potion had been circulating on the black market, and he hadn't come here blindly. Jae-sung's hand flew to his mouth as if he could physically shove the truth back inside. His eyes stretched wide, panic flooding them, thoughts crashing into each other as he tried to understand how the stranger in front of him knew anything at all. That was impossible. The black market did not expose names. It did not leave trails. It did not make mistakes. And yet here this man stood, holding evidence like it was nothing. Jae-hyun studied him and almost scoffed inwardly. It was written all over the boy's face. The student lowered his head, fingers twisting around his tie, while the protagonist reconsidered the mechanics of it. In truth, identification through the market was impossible. The entire structure was built on the share system, a network designed to erase identity from every transaction. Buyers and sellers remained ghosts. Absolute confidentiality. That was the rule. If that protection did not exist, he himself would never have considered selling the eye. For a moment, fragments of the past flickered through his mind. He dragged his hand down from his face, dismissing it. There was no value in circling old decisions. His focus returned to Jae-sang. The boy was still trembling, shoulders tight, breath shallow. The mage briefly reflected that the black market also synchronized under the Norner system, layered security on top of security. He glanced at the bottle in his hand. If he had not purchased that potion earlier, the current situation would have spiraled far worse. He extended the bottle toward the boy, forcing a thin, controlled smile. He asked calmly whether this was Jae-sang's work, though the answer was already clear. The boy broke first. He turned his face away, unable to endure the stare, pretending ignorance, pretending confusion. The magician observed flatly that Jae-sang did not know how to lie. Jaehe's voice lowered. He said he understood the desire to stay hidden, to operate in shadows, but he did not have time for games. The student swallowed hard. Memory surged again. Jae-sang sitting alone before 3 vials lined neatly on a table, opening the system interface, registering each potion through the black market portal, watching the confirmation flash. In that moment, he had convinced himself it was necessary. Now he wondered if listing them all had been a fatal error. He exhaled sharply. He had never wanted this path, but the need for money had cornered him. The memory dissolved. Jae-sang steadied himself. A plan began forming, fragile but urgent. He shut his eyes briefly and faced the worst truth. If his father discovered any of this, there would be no forgiveness. No second chance. When he opened them again, the magician was still there, silent, waiting. And the boy understood that standing still was no longer an option. The alchemist lowered his head deeply and asked that his involvement remain hidden from everyone else. Min Jae-hyun placed a steady hand on Jae-sang's shoulder, not to intimidate him, but to anchor him. He glanced once more at the bottle and stated calmly that he had not raised this matter to threaten him. Then he pressed the bottle back into Jae-sung's hands. The boy stared at his own creation as if seeing it for the first time. The glass was refined, the liquid inside humming faintly, and within it shimmered the symbol of the all-seeing eye. Jae-hyun continued evenly, explaining that what he required was not leverage, but skill, an excellent alchemist capable of brewing something precise. Jae-sang stood there absorbing the phrase, excellent alchemist. The words unsettled him more than any accusation. He studied the man in front of him, measuring tone and posture. It did not feel like deception, yet suspicion lingered. He could not dismiss the fear that this was somehow connected to his father. Drawing a slow breath, he asked directly who he was dealing with. The mage answered with a light smile, introducing himself as a future student of Milla's academy, casually addressing Jae-sang as Sunbae. The formality only made the boy more uncomfortable. He quickly requested to be called by his name instead, clutching the bottle tighter against his chest, as if it were proof of something fragile. After a short pause, he turned as though to leave, but stopped halfway and said he was willing to hear the proposal. They arrived at the small apartment where the young alchemist worked. The space was modest but organized, shelves lined with ingredients, tools polished and aligned with care. Jae's eyes scanned the room and noted its quiet efficiency. Jae-sang, embarrassed by the attention, murmured thanks. They sat across from one another, and silence stretched between them, thick and uncertain. Still tense, Jae-sang broke first. Avoiding direct eye contact, he asked again what exactly was needed. The mage smiled faintly and said it was a concealed method to increase mana. Jae-sang froze. The word struck like a spark in dry tinder. Jae-hyun continued calmly, clarifying that he wanted a potion capable of restoring a raider's energy without forcing them to halt mid-battle. The alchemist shot to his feet, declaring it impossible. His voice echoed against the walls. But the magician did not flinch. He held his gaze with quiet certainty, because in his mind he had already seen it achieved. An image surfaced before him. An older Jae-sang, composed and confident, unveiling precisely such a creation. Across from him, the young alchemist began scratching his chin, thoughts racing through ingredients, ratios, catalysts. The same habit mirrored in that imagined future self. 2 versions of the same mind, separated by time, yet connected by the same restless spark of possibility. Jae-sang's mind was already dissecting formulas, weighing catalysts against stabilizers, adjusting proportions in silence. Then the shift happened. The air itself tightened. The stutter vanished. The hesitation dissolved. In front of Jae-hyun stood someone different, focused, precise, listing core ingredients almost instinctively, outlining structure as if the blueprint had always been waiting beneath the surface. Jae-hyun watched him carefully and confirmed it again. Genius. Raw and unshaped, but undeniable. This was the kind of talent that had to be claimed before the world dulled it. Then, just as quickly, the moment fractured. The alchemist blinked, awareness returning, and with it the old insecurity. His voice trembled again as he suggested that perhaps another alchemist should handle such a creation. The refusal came instantly and without softness. Jae-hyun stepped forward and seized the stunned student by the shoulders. His grip was steady, not violent, but immovable. He said clearly that he wanted Jae-sang to make the potion. He would supply every ingredient, every resource, everything required. No substitutions. Inside, the mage acknowledged that technically others might replicate the result if handed a finished formula. but they lacked what stood before him now. The sweat gathering on the student's forehead only reinforced the difference. Other alchemists had skill. This one had vision. Jaehyun narrowed his eyes, the decision final. He would not let this talent slip away. He released him and gave a measured pat on the shoulder, asking if he would do it. The boy hesitated, then agreed, though he admitted quietly that he could not promise success. The mage answered that failure was merely structure beneath success. Jae-sang lifted his gaze and stated the obvious. If this failed, a great deal of money would be lost. Jae-hyun closed his eyes briefly, scratching the back of his head, fully aware of the risk. Investment was never comfortable. Risk defined it. He said he was prepared. Something shifted in the boy's expression. Hope, faint but real. The magician smiled again, aware that he himself could never produce such a potion. He would rely on Jae-sang entirely. The alchemist's eyes grew wet. For the first time, someone had placed trust in him without mockery or doubt. Jaehyun's grin carried quiet satisfaction. A new connection had been secured. Morning light filtered through thin wooden slats, pouring gold into the small room and washing it in the fragile warmth of a new beginning. Jae-sang sat on the edge of his bed, posture straight, gaze steady. The previous day replayed in fragments. The offer, the investment, the declaration that risk was acceptable. He searched his memory for a single moment when anyone had truly relied on him before. He remembered Jaehyun's smile, the expectation in it, the belief. More than that, he held on to the feeling that had followed, the unfamiliar weight of someone placing faith in him without conditions. The memory came back without mercy. The crack of a stick against his back, the cold comparisons to his brothers, the verdict that he lacked talent. He had grown used to shrinking into corners, to silence, to swallowing everything alone. After his mother died, the house felt even emptier. He remembered sitting by himself, tears falling quietly where no one would see. Then another image surfaced. His father's face, distant, evaluating, never acknowledging him as anything more than another child in the household. No difference, no distinction, no pride. The present returned like a sharp inhale. The magician had allowed him to fail, not warned him, not threatened him, allowed him. That realization broke something open inside him. Tears spilled again, heavier than before. He could not understand the reason, only the weight of it. He collapsed to the floor, hands clutching his head, shoulders shaking. That level of trust struck deeper than any blow he had endured. The scene shattered. An icy blade tore through the air. Jaehyun twisted aside, the strike grazing nothing but space. Yu Sung-eun materialized with relentless precision, her movements sharp, urgent. He pivoted and advanced. A volley of fresh magic arrows streaked toward him. Jaehyun raised a shield. The projectile shattered on contact, flaring briefly before dissolving. The system pulsed. Holy arrow activated. He answered immediately, sending radiant shafts toward her. Yu Sung-eun mirrored his tactic, slipping behind her own barrier. Then her eyes narrowed. A fracture had formed, a thin crack across the surface of her shield. She understood what that meant. His growth rate was accelerating. Across from her, Jaehyun wiped sweat from his face. The exchange paused for a heartbeat. They faced each other in silence. He moved first. Green lightning erupted around him, blinding and violent, magic thrashing outward, as if the air itself resisted containment. Opposite him, Yu Sung-eun hovered within spirals of water, composed and controlled. Cold light burned in her eyes. A faint smile rested on her lips, steady and unshaken. Jaehyun lifted his hand, amber fire igniting within his gaze. She extended her palm in answer. A sphere of water condensed between her fingers, spinning tighter, shrinking under immense pressure, pulsing with concentrated force. At the edge of collision, a voice cut through. The assistant declared time over. Both had performed sufficiently. He looked away as he spoke, unwilling to remain between that tension. Jaehyun's eyes dropped to the training ground. Deep marks scarred the surface. The special alloy beneath their feet, metal designed to withstand extreme force, had been warped and gouged. It was not meant to yield easily. Yet now it bore the evidence of their clash, nearly ruined under the pressure of their growth. After a fight like that, even Min Jae-hyun needed something to steady himself, and as if the world understood, a thermos quietly appeared before him. He took a slow drink, letting the warmth slide down his throat, yet his mind refused to rest. If he hadn't stepped in, those ruins would have turned into something beautiful and terrible at the same time. Yu Sung-eun watched him with a soft smile, pointing out how frighteningly fast he was growing. He was already weaving different spells together, and sometimes even she was caught off guard by how powerful they had become. Min Jae-hyun wiped his mouth and glanced at her, catching the curiosity in her eyes as she asked whether someone was teaching him theory alongside their practical training. He answered simply that a friend was guiding him. Sung-eun's expression brightened instantly. She admitted he had surpassed every expectation, and that worried her a little because she no longer had time to lecture him properly. She even praised his friend's intelligence. Min Jae-hyun folded his arms, clicking his tongue in mild irritation as he muttered that she truly was smart. Kim Yoo-jung's sharp mind was undeniable, though her confidence could suffocate a room. Yu Sung-un stepped closer and called out to him, having heard he planned to enter the dungeon again. He nodded without hesitation, saying he needed to test himself. She smiled and told him that an E-rank dungeon should be well within his reach, wishing him luck. But her words only sharpened his thoughts. An E-rank dungeon? Perfect. His brows drew together as he forced himself to stay calm. Nightshade's name surfaced in his mind, and he wondered if this time he could truly defeat it alone. In the past, that monster would have crushed him without mercy. He grabbed his head for a moment, overwhelmed by the flood of preparation, calculations, and the image of the coming battle. Then he exhaled slowly. The confidence in his eyes hardened. This time, he was ready. Not long after, he was met by a visibly exhausted Jae-sang clutching a small box. The moment Min Jae-hyun recognized what was inside, Jae-sang's tired face brightened slightly. When asked how difficult it had been, the young alchemist only gave a faint shrug. Inside the box rested a mana-enhancing potion. Min Jae-hyun didn't waste a second. He uncorked it and drank. Energy surged through his body instantly, flooding every vein and nerve. He stiffened in shock at the sheer intensity of it. The effect was overwhelming, far beyond what he expected. Meanwhile, Jae-sang looked ready to collapse, swaying on his feet, but stubbornly remaining upright, as if waiting for approval. Min Jae-hyun rolled a bitter taste on his tongue and thought how strange it was that something so unpleasant could feel this powerful. To him, alchemy suddenly seemed less like a craft and more like a battlefield of its own. Jae-sang yawned heavily, barely able to keep his eyes open, while the magician stood there, lost in thought, feeling his strengthened mana pulse steadily beneath his skin. The same potion in different hands could become something completely different, and he understood that better than anyone. If those ingredients had been given to an ordinary alchemist, the result would have been a weak tonic, maybe 1 or 2 points added to his stats at best. But this one had pushed his characteristics up by 15. 15. That wasn't luck. That was skill. A faint smile crossed his face as he looked at the young alchemist and told him he had real talent. Jae-sang's ears reddened instantly. He smiled shyly and insisted it was all because of the magician, thanking him again and again as if he had simply followed instructions. Min Jae-hyun scratched the back of his head, almost annoyed, saying he should be the one giving thanks. Without that kind of craftsmanship, none of this would have worked. He told Jae-sang to get some rest. The dark circles under the boy's eyes were obvious. He hadn't slept properly for days. Jae-sang rubbed his tired eyes and nodded, turning to leave, but before stepping out, he said that if anything was needed, he could be called at any time. Jae-hyun waved him off with a small grin and walked toward the exit. Preparation was over. As soon as he turned away from the alchemist who waved goodbye, the lightness vanished from his expression. His gaze hardened. Tomorrow, he would crush Nightshade. No hesitation, no retreat. He only had 9 days left, and that deadline pressed against his chest like a blade. Far away from that place, in a dim space wrapped in cold silence, a scarred hand moved slowly across thick fur. The touch was gentle, deliberate. Hel's eyes were half closed as she stroked her beast, Garmer. A faint premonition lingered in her voice as she murmured that guests would be coming today. The beast's breathing deepened under her palm. Back at the dungeon entrance, Min Jae-hyun adjusted the last pieces of his equipment and lightly touched Sergei's ear as if grounding himself. Everything was sorted. He felt steady, ready. He glanced towards Sungji-appa's assistant and simply shook his head with a quiet sigh. The dungeon doors flared with blue light. The glow swallowed him whole. His body dropped through the void as the system voice echoed that the Nornir system was transferring the user. Current location: Helheim, the land of the withered. His boots hit solid ground. The cemetery. Again. This time he noticed what he had missed before. The air was thick, saturated with something rotten and ancient. Evil energy clung to every stone. Purple mana flickered in the distance like dying embers. His eyes narrowed as he stared at a nearby tombstone, sensing that the mana pulsing through this place felt identical to Nightshade's. Destroy it. End it. And he would see her again. Hel's image surfaced in his mind, clear and sharp, and his fingers tightened as the graveyard wind howled around him. He dropped his head for a split second, Loki's name flashing through his mind like an old scar being pressed, and in that same breath a monster's arrow tore through the air, only to crash uselessly against the shimmering dome around him. He did not even bother turning around. Too many questions were stacking up in his head, too many unfinished thoughts. When he finally glanced back, the monsters were already in a frenzy, snow exploding upward with every reckless movement, and a thin smile curved on his lips as he decided that today they would learn what a real battle mage looked like. Sung-un's voice echoed in his memory, that playful smile on her face as she said the martial arts class had a name for people like him. Magic swordsman. But labels were irrelevant. What mattered was the position itself, the balance point where steel and spell merged into something neither side could fully claim. She had stepped closer that day, sighing as she admitted no one had ever truly mastered it. That impossibility only made it more tempting. Another volley of arrows screamed toward him. He moved through them, calm, calculating. Long distance favored pure mages, but he was no pure mage. An enemy rushed in, trying to close the gap. Min Jae-hyun extended his hand forward, mana condensing at his fingertips. Then in the next heartbeat, he was already inside the monster's guard. Short distance favored martial artists, but he was not one of them either. He seized the creature and smashed its head into the frozen ground with brutal efficiency. A few monsters remained. This middle path, he thought, was neither compromise nor confusion. It was a deliberate convergence, a field where specialization bowed to versatility. Sung-eun's touch against his chest surfaced in his memory, her soft smile as she told him that if they were talking about him, then the rules were different. For him, that impossible balance was not theory. Beams of light pierced through the dungeon air. The system's dry notification rang out, confirming eliminations, experience gained. Silence followed. Snow settled. The dungeon exhaled. Elsewhere, Sung Jae-appa stared at his phone, fingers trembling. A shift in the air made him narrow his eyes. Someone was close. He summoned his weapon instinctively, certain no one else was scheduled to arrive. A car tore down the forest road, wheels spitting dust into the air. Behind the wheel, the girl muttered that her teacher had gone too far this time. She stepped out once the car stopped, and the man recognized her immediately. Yeonju. Yeonju brushed her hair back quietly, noting how long it had been since they last met. Sung Jae-appa dispelled his weapon, but kept his guard up, asking why she was here and whether her guild had suddenly run out of work. Yeonju glanced at her phone, explaining she was sorting things out on her end as well. Then she lifted her gaze toward the teacher, her tone steady as she said she simply wanted to see him. She stated plainly that she had not come out of sentiment. The guild itself had been unable to track him down, which was why she had to appear in person. The man shut his eyes for a moment, dismissing it internally as absurd. Since graduation, she had barely contacted him, and now she appeared at his doorstep with urgency in her tone. Outwardly, however, he said he was glad to see her. Inwardly, he understood she would never drive this far for courtesy alone. Yeonju stepped closer to the gate and asked whether he was overseeing this dungeon. His reply was clipped. Outsiders did not need to know such details. She tilted her head slightly and observed that the location was outside his usual jurisdiction. Was it a demotion? Her sigh carried calculated curiosity as she admitted she was investigating something specific. She turned to face him fully and mentioned the circulating rumors about Chairman CNN's illness. Were they true? His expression hardened instantly. He answered that the rumor was false, then demanded to know where she had heard such nonsense. Yeonju glanced away and remarked that information traveled easily, especially within curator circles known for loose channels. Sung Jae-appa narrowed his eyes at the implication. She was speaking as though she had already embedded someone within their ranks. He exhaled slowly and thanked her for bringing it up. Upon returning, he would have additional matters to address. Yeonju continued scrolling through her phone as he stated it was time for him to handle cleanup operations. Then she added she had one final question. She turned the screen toward him. A photograph of the main character filled the display. Did he know this person? Sung Jae-appa's composure fractured for a split second. His eyes widened before he regained control. Yeonju noticed. She remarked that the individual had recently been visiting their guild frequently and had met the chairman more than once. She had assumed her teacher might understand the connection. His tone sharpened. As an outsider, she should not interfere in matters beyond her scope. She released a quiet breath of irritation and walked back toward her car, stating that she had not expected transparency from him anyway. Before getting inside, she looked over her shoulder and reminded him that she knew exactly how rigid and uncompromising he was. The man's expression tightened further at the thought that her guild had officially dispatched her here. There was no pretense in her visit. Yeonju, already seated behind the wheel, stated she was leaving and gave a brief farewell. The tires spun, scattering pale blue dust across the road. Sung Jae-appa scratched his head and muttered that this had to be reported to the chairman first. Inside the dungeon, Min Jae-hyun sat calmly on a stone. He lifted his head slightly and said that the final guest had arrived. Scarlet fire ignited the darkness as Nightshade materialized before him, flames coiling around the boss's frame. A white beam split through space, distorting the air itself. Min Jae-hyun's lips curved. It had been a long time since he had faced the dungeon's ruler directly. Nightshade's eyes burned like twin furnaces. Above the protagonist, luminous cubes rotated in precise formation, light intensifying as he declared that this encounter would not follow the same script. Scarlet flames detonated at the monster's waist and tore forward. He stepped aside without haste. From the hovering cubes, arrows of condensed light erupted in volleys, streaking through the air and piercing Nightshade's body. The boss staggered, clutching its head as Min Jae-hyun descended lightly to the ground. Rage reignited in the monster's eyes. It lunged again. Scarlet rays ripped across the battlefield, snow blasting upward in violent bursts. Min Jae-hyun's gaze sharpened with focus. One step to the left, a subtle shift of his torso. The world narrowed to trajectories and timing. Nightshade accelerated, attempting to force him into the next phase. Min Jae-hyun steadied his breathing and slid another step aside. The monster closed in at full speed. A wide slash tore downward. 2 measured steps to the right. A slight tilt of his head. A sweeping lunge to the side. Nightshade hesitated for the briefest instant, its rhythm broken. A golden beam descended. Min Jae-hyun asked calmly whether the boss was losing its composure. The system notification flashed. Super speed chain activated. Lightning coiled around him, condensing into chains that spiraled outward, snapping through the air with lethal intent. They surged toward Nightshade like guided bolts. The monster failed to evade. The sharpened tip of a chain thrust forward again. Min Jae-hyun locked his hands together, drawing more lightning into the formation. The spear-like tip shot upward, then plunged down. Chains carved through space in jagged arcs, twisting until Nightshade stood trapped at the center of a luminous prison. A thunderous discharge followed. Lightning detonated through the boss's body. Min Jae-hyun watched without expression, already aware it was insufficient. Smoke rose from the monster's frame. Then, from above, blue arrows descended, targeting his eye with ruthless precision. He tracked them calmly as Nightshade's convulsing body began to collapse. Still racked by electricity, the boss fell heavily onto its back. Min Jae-hyun narrowed his eyes and studied the defeated form, measuring whether this battle was truly over. He raised both hands and covered his face as lightning continued to crash down on Nightshade's body in relentless waves. The chains burned bright, then shattered. The monster tore free. A system warning flashed. Furious state activated. Agility increased. Min Jae-hyun's eyes flicked to the notification, irritation cutting through his focus. Then something colder formed behind him. A dark sigil began to rotate slowly in the air, an ominous seal spiraling with deathly intent. New warning. If the user does not remove the death seal within 10 minutes, an instant death penalty will be executed. Condition for removal: eliminate Nightshade. Instant death. He had never seen that phrase attached to himself before. The system activated absolute counting. Purple power flooded the dungeon, thick and suffocating, spiraling into the shape of a skeletal silhouette looming behind him. The death seal pulsed again, its presence growing heavier, pressing against his mind like an unseen hand. For a brief moment, the image of a smiling hell flickered before his eyes. Min Jae-hyun shouted the goddess's name in fury, demanding to know why she was interfering. The system responded coldly. 9 minutes 30 seconds remaining. No answers. Only time. He surged forward. There was no alternative. The fight had to end immediately. Nightshade's twisted body was still burning with rage. Then, abruptly, the monster pivoted and began to retreat. Min Jae-hyun extended his hand and launched a volley of luminous arrows. They tore into the fleeing boss, detonating in sharp explosions across its back. 8 minutes 30 seconds remaining. More damage scorched Nightshade's frame, but not enough. Min Jae-hyun's eyes widened as understanding struck. The monster was stalling. It was deliberately stretching the battle, forcing the countdown to work against him. He clenched his jaw. If evasion was the strategy, then it required a strike that could not be avoided. Energy began to convulse around Nightshade's body. The surrounding space trembled violently. Without warning, fragments of distorted air exploded outward. Min Jae-hyun instinctively grabbed his throat. System alert. Resistance ineffective. Fear status applied. A suffocating terror gripped his chest, freezing his limbs. His vision blurred. His mind faltered. Darkness swallowed him for a split second. Nightshade closed the distance. He coughed harshly as consciousness snapped back into place. System alert. Fear dispelled. Min Jae-hyun forced himself backward in a sharp leap, boots carving through the snow as he re-established space between them. 7 minutes remaining. He steadied his breathing and analyzed the battlefield again. The boss stood before him, posture twisted but relentless. Min Jae-hyun narrowed his gaze. Nightshade could not deploy that large-scale skill repeatedly in succession. That limitation was the opening. He fixed his gaze on the enraged boss and calculated. If Nightshade attempted to invoke the essence of light again, interference was still possible. The air around the monster began to tremble, warning of another surge. Min Jae-hyun considered a simpler route. Force the creature to burn through its mana until it stood defenseless. But if memory served him right, blinding the eyes would fracture its perception and disrupt its precision. He exhaled slowly and stared straight into those burning, alluring crimson eyes. Wonder boost activated. Wind energy coursed through his body. Agility temporarily increased. The dungeon floor cracked as Nightshade was hurled backward by the sudden acceleration. Dark energy coiled violently around the boss, mana compressing into a dense vortex. Min Jae-hyun extended his hand and summoned golden radiance in response, drawing the monster's focus deliberately. Flashbomb activated. Light detonated outward. The dungeon flooded with blinding brilliance, searing into Nightshade's vision. The boss recoiled, momentarily disoriented. Golden chains erupted again, sharpened, merciless. They tore forward and pierced through Nightshade's torso, pinning it in place. Min Jae-hyun dropped to one knee, magic still flaring around his silhouette, his body glowing faintly from exertion. For a fraction of a second, silence. Then realization struck him. Too quickly. Nightshade's body collapsed and rose again. For minutes remaining before instant death penalty. Min Jae-hyun clicked his tongue in irritation. The enemy had dragged this fight exactly where it wanted. He rolled his shoulders once, steadying himself, and muttered that there had to be another path. He tilted his head upward with a faint smile. Sacrifice activated. The system located the fallen remnants scattered across the battlefield. Golden light gathered around the dead, lifting faint silhouettes that stared in silent confusion. Nightshade tilted its head as the notification appeared. Sacrifice switched to attack mode. Judgment of light activated. The dungeon erupted. A pillar of blinding radiance detonated at the center of the arena, swallowing Nightshade entirely. Shockwaves tore through snow and stone alike. The countdown continued mercilessly in Min Jae-hyun's vision. 3 minutes falling. He advanced through the fading light, closing the distance until he stood directly before the writhing silhouette of the boss. Every second echoed in his mind. The monster's body began to swell grotesquely, cracks of light splitting across its surface. Min Jae-hyun smiled faintly. System notification. Nightshade eliminated. Instant death penalty removed. Title acquired. First sufferer. The oppressive seal vanished, as though it had never existed. Somewhere beyond mortal sight, Hel rested her chin against her hand and smiled in quiet amusement, remarking that perhaps this one had not been chosen at random after all. She stretched her hand toward him and told him to come. Her voice calm as she said she would be waiting at her temple. Jae-hyun stood alone in the fading battlefield, dark mana swirling around his body like smoke from a dying fire. While the system announced that Nightshade had been destroyed and the death seal effect had been lifted, the earth still breathed out thin puffs of dust, broken fragments hovering in the air, as if the world itself had not yet accepted the end. And then the system quietly began evaluating his qualifications. His body suddenly locked in place when the verdict came. The check was complete. The Hell Temple was calling its user. The next moment he was standing before massive gates carved with ancient patterns, surprise flickering across his face before he could suppress it. The doors groaned open, and from within stepped a beast. Min Jae-hyun's breath caught. The creature burst forward with violent force, its killing intent pressing down on him like a collapsing sky. He cursed under his breath and pulled his power up instantly. For a heartbeat, the beast froze. Then scarlet flames erupted around its body, coiling like a giant burning claw stretching toward him. A voice cut through the tension. Garmer. The beast halted mid-lunge, muscles still taut, eyes blazing. It was told to accompany the guest. Man and beast remained facing each other, neither willing to lower their power first. Garmer finally turned away with visible displeasure, and Jae-hyun watched the temple interior beyond the doors, realizing that he had finally reached the place that had been pulling at him since the beginning. He followed the beast deeper inside. White light filtered through tall windows, filling the vast hall with an unnatural purity. Jae-hyun kept his gaze fixed forward and called out to the goddess, declaring that he had come. Garmer moved ahead and lay down beside a grand throne just as a calm voice echoed through the chamber, remarking that she had not expected him to succeed. Light gathered at the center of the hall, and the goddess appeared within it, smiling as she congratulated him as an opponent of evil, praising how brilliantly he had passed her test. Jae-hyun exhaled heavily instead of bowing. He asked why he had been given the Nornir system. His eyes shifted to the beast and back to her as he demanded to know why he had been forced through all of it. His brows drew together tightly when he pressed for the reason. Hel only smiled and waved her hand lightly, saying it was necessary to shape him into an opponent of evil. He looked up again, repeating the title under his breath, as if testing its weight. Light flooded the hall when he asked the question that truly mattered. Why him? The goddess's smile deepened. It was simply his destiny. Jae-hyun stared at her in silence, the word destiny echoing in his mind. And then Hel lifted her hand and spoke of the enemy of Aesir, the one who would one day bring Odin to his end. She reached her hand toward him and said this was what Loki and the others desired. Min Jae-hyun's eyes hardened immediately. He replied with open displeasure that he did not understand anything about Odin's killings or the role they were forcing onto him. The goddess slowly closed her eyes and answered that understanding was unnecessary. It was never expected of him in the first place. His frown deepened when she added that he should at least feel a sense of injustice. Before he could argue, a cold finger pressed gently against his lips. He looked down at her, and she told him calmly that the reasons a human must move according to a god's design were beyond the limits of his mind. They stood frozen in that silence for a brief second. Then her expression shifted. The softness vanished. She lowered her hand and warned him that this was not merely a conflict between rival gods of the Aesir. A dark aura suddenly spiraled around Jae-hyun, swallowing the temple hall like a tunnel collapsing inward. Through the distortion he saw Hel and Garm, as if from far away, her voice echoing that the world stood at the edge of apocalypse, and that Odin sought dominion over everything. To stop him, they needed his power. Jaehyun raised his hand sharply, telling her to wait because there were still things he had not asked. She only smiled faintly and told him to grow stronger before their next meeting. The vision shattered. The next moment the goddess stood alone in the hall, icy dust drifting around her feet. Her face turned cold as she asked how long someone intended to watch them, since she had not invited any unannounced guest. Sunlight pierced through foliage somewhere beyond the temple, and Jaehyun found himself back in the waking world, looking up with irritation. He dragged a hand across his face and muttered that this was nonsense again. Endless riddles, no answers. Through the gaps of his fingers, the system window appeared. Gift received from hell. Passive skill, goddess's patronage. A brilliant sphere of light filled the space. A voice apologized for the intrusion, explaining that after learning of their meetings, it could not resist observing him directly. Garmer's eyes ignited with scarlet fire. Hell and the beast exchanged displeased looks. The glowing sphere continued, noting that she seemed to have acquired a loyal companion, then asked how it felt to meet the protagonist face to face. The goddess answered calmly that conclusions should not be drawn yet, as he had only taken his first step. Doubt laced the voice in the light, and Hell frowned with faint weariness. An image of a man manifested within the glow, remarking that it seemed the boy rather liked her. The goddess looked at the projection and let out a quiet, knowing chuckle. She smiled brightly and admitted without hesitation that he had exceeded every expectation. He had passed the test. He had stood before her. That alone made her expression soften for a moment. Her gaze dropped to the floor as she added that it had been unexpectedly pleasant, perhaps even a small misunderstanding corrected. The sphere of light pulsed gently and replied that it was glad to hear that, because for some reason its spirit felt calmer after witnessing him. Hel narrowed her eyes in quiet satisfaction and asked whether that was truly the reason her guest had appeared, since she was certain he had not come merely to observe. The light flared. Mimir answered vaguely, claiming not to understand her meaning. Her expression darkened instantly. She called him a cunning old man, pretending to be foolish, hiding schemes behind a mask of simplicity, so similar to her elder brother. Her thoughts drifted back to the protagonist. The principle surrounding the enemy of evil had shifted. She had noticed it. If that was the case, then the so-called giant of wisdom could no longer claim that title without irony. The sphere brightened with heated intensity. She clicked her tongue and said the display was irritating. The voice answered that she should not be agitated, that she of all beings could not be deceived so easily. Hel conjured the image of the smiling hero once more and reminded him that it was not over. The boys left. I was the source of wisdom, and Odin himself had once sacrificed for knowledge. She lifted her chin and asked what answer he would give to that. What was the plan now? Mimir did not respond immediately. They faced each other in heavy silence until the light finally offered an apology, explaining that what he wished to say could not yet be spoken. It was still too early. Such was fate. The goddess smiled faintly. Waiting was nothing new to her, but she would not remain idle either. She turned toward the window. For a moment she listened to the distant winds, and then something like inspiration passed through her eyes. If the prophecy held true, the enemy of evil remained fragile. Many trials awaited him. A purple sphere detached from her palm as she spoke calmly that he would require a guide. She extended her hand forward and declared that the protagonist needed someone who would lead him along the correct path, even if that path cut through danger itself. The vision dissolved. 7 days remained before entry into Milla's academy. The hall around Jaehyun buzzed with students moving in clusters, their conversations blending into noise. He let out a slow breath and slid his hands into his pockets, listening to the distant echo of that divine conversation in his mind, feeling only confusion as questions continued to outweigh answers. The girl in strict attire studied his face and frowned, asking what was troubling him. Jaehyun looked at her and quickly replied that nothing had happened. She answered calmly that in that case they would proceed with the purchases. He scratched the back of his head as they walked. If constant unease counted as nothing, then fine. Ever since everything with the gods, the temple, and that absurd prophecy, questions had multiplied instead of disappearing. There was still something hidden beneath it all. His thoughts shifted to the new passive skill. He brushed dust from his shoulder and summoned the system window. Several of his abilities now carried ranks that had never existed in the old share system. Rank skills were beyond it entirely. If the others were already overwhelming, then the eye of the absolute god had to be on a completely different level. He followed the guide through the busy street, thinking that the opponents of the Aesir had not filled him with power without reason. He remembered Hel's voice. This was what Loki and the others wanted. A slow breath escaped him. The girl stopped near a high-end weapons store. He lifted his gaze, snapping out his thoughts as she told him this would suffice. Inside, polished counters gleamed under bright lights. She reached for a weapon whose price alone could fund a small guild and handed over a card, asking him to pay with it. Jaehyun stared at the amount and tightened his grip on the hammer in his hand. It was absurd. Why spend a fortune on a blade he might discard later? His expression darkened. The guide accepted a large paper bag from the clerk and explained that Milla's academy primarily required specific approved goods, and no freshman equipment was provided, sacred grade items ensured quality. She pulled up a list on her phone. He leaned closer. Sweat formed instantly. That entire list was his. He remembered her introduction earlier. Park Hannah, a representative of the Lotus Guild. She informed him that the chairman wished to present a paired gift in celebration of his admission. Jaehyun looked at her in disbelief, asking if he truly needed to take so much. Time passed. By the end, he was carrying stacks of neatly packed purchases, far more than he had imagined. He had expected a couple of rare potions at most, perhaps a minor artifact. Instead, this was overwhelming. His eyes narrowed as realization settled in. The Lotus Guild operated on a scale far beyond what he had assumed. Park Hannah moved ahead and said they still needed armor. Jaehyun opened the system window without hesitation. The stacked packages vanished into inventory space. He replied that armor was unnecessary. He already had a set. His gaze briefly rested on the B-class protective gear in his possession, equipment superior to most available on the market. With it, concealment was possible. Park Hannah stopped and looked at him in surprise. She asked carefully whether he possessed an artifact with a concealment effect. Her fingers touched her chin as she explained that any raider would covet such an item, and acquiring one in this country was extremely difficult. Jaehyun waved it off, telling her not to think too much about it. He had spoken casually. Few raiders specialized in concealment anyway. Such artifacts were usually found in dungeons, and even then only through absurd luck. Park Hannah frowned but nodded. She admitted that within their country, only her older brother had such discovery ability. Jaehyun's head lifted. He asked her to repeat that. She answered calmly. Sung Jae Appa. The name immediately triggered recognition. Sung Eun's assistant. The pieces aligned without warning. Park Hannah walked forward, saying they could skip the armor section entirely, and gradually her figure blended into the moving crowd. Jaehyun remained still for a moment, trying to process the connection. He had never considered that possibility. Then it hit him. A resonance pulsed inside his skull. He grabbed his head instinctively, standing frozen among passing pedestrians. His expression tightened. The sensation resembled the light he had once seen radiating from a rare treasure stone. His left eye burned. Gold flooded his vision. In his mind appeared the image of a rock emitting intense brilliance. System windows opened one after another. Eye of the Absolute God. Complex vision activated. Truth recognition in progress. Norner system. Recognition skill activated. Jaehyun inhaled sharply, reading the notifications in disbelief. At that instant, killing intent brushed past him. He reacted on instinct. A strike came from nowhere. He deflected it, teeth clenched as he cursed under his breath. The young man with white hair before him radiated cold hostility. Steel flashed as attacks came in rapid succession. Jaehyun countered, movements sharpened by enhanced perception. Each swing was calculated, each step precise. The exchange ended abruptly. On Hoyan stood victorious, breathing heavily. His glasses caught the light as he looked down at Jaehyun with narrowed eyes. He praised the boy's skill without mockery, admitting that he had wanted a worthy opponent, and that Jaehyun's abilities were far from ordinary. In the end, it all came down to talent. On Hoyan stood over the opponent he had just crushed, staring down at him while the crowd repeated the same words again and again. That it was no coincidence he was being called the new generation S-Class Raider. A man who looked almost identical to him stepped forward and praised the victory, and the boy lowered his head, thanking his father out of habit rather than pride. The man's expression did not soften. He told him not to look so pleased, because this was expected. Winning was not an achievement. It was an obligation. On Hoyan let out a quiet breath, and admitted he already knew. His father turned his back as if the matter was closed, saying the show was over, and they had other matters to attend to. He told the boy to shower quickly. They had somewhere to be, and lingering was a waste of time. Water poured down from above. On Hoyan pressed his injured fingers against the cold tile, watching the drops slide over bruised skin. He leaned his forehead to the wall, disgust rising in his chest. He did not feel human. He felt assembled, programmed, activated on command. Water ran down his face, and he muttered that this was never the kind of raider he wanted to become. Somewhere along the way, something had shifted, and he could not remember when. Elsewhere, Jaehyun smiled with quiet satisfaction as he asked about Miss Stilltine. The stone in front of him continued to glow intensely, pulsing as if answering back. He stepped closer to the wall and asked under his breath whether this was another twisted joke from the so-called system that toyed with them all. For a brief second, On Hoyan and Jaehyun passed by one another without a word, and a building lined with office windows reflected their silhouettes like strangers crossing paths in different stories. Lowering his head, On Hoyan asked his father why he kept buying so much equipment. The older man frowned and replied that a future S-rank raider could not afford to cut corners. Sweat gathered at the boy's temple as he asked what about his mother's hospital bills. The answer came sharp and cold: be quiet. The father told him he would handle the expenses, and that On Hoyan's only responsibility was to train. Looking straight ahead, the boy nodded like the heir of a household should. But when his gaze fell to the ground, He could not understand what he was even doing here. He walked a step behind his father, overhearing whispers from passersby who recognized him and speculated about his presence. Adjusting the brim of his cap, the schoolboy realized this was not the life he had once imagined. He remembered the day he awakened his abilities and how everyone looked at him afterward, as if he were an exhibit behind glass. He felt like an animal in a cage, admired and measured. Then his thoughts shifted to his mother. Even after he manifested power, she had treated him the same, stroking his hair, smiling gently, never once seeing him as a weapon. It was in that quiet warmth, in the softness of her hand resting on his head, that he first decided he wanted to become a raider. Not for titles, not for rankings, but to be something that could shine for someone else. Spreading his arms as if embracing an invisible horizon, the younger version of himself had believed he was a small light standing against endless darkness. When he pictured his father's face, the realization settled in with brutal clarity. The man had wasted no time assigning value to his abilities. There had been no celebration, no hesitation, just calculation. Lowering his head, An Hoyan understood that somewhere along the way he had stopped being a son and become a mechanism, a unit, a weapon polished and displayed. He stared at the floor and wondered if he could even survive 3 years at the academy like this. Not physically, but mentally. A sharp hiss tore through the hall speakers. He lifted his head as the announcement echoed overhead. A rift had opened nearby, high-risk entities emerging onto the streets. For a split second he thought he misheard. Monsters. Inside the city. A girl with panic written across her face began urging visitors to follow her immediately. A guard, sweating through his uniform, shouted that association raiders were already on their way and that everyone needed to remain calm. His father kept walking, then noticed his son had stopped. Without turning fully, he asked why. He spoke calmly, as if explaining a business decision. His son was a genius, a future symbol, a boy who would one day hold all of South Korea in his fist. If he was injured now, even slightly, his position at the academy could falter. There was nothing to gain from interference. An Hoyan said nothing. He imagined waves of monsters spilling through broken streets. He understood the logic. Association raiders would arrive. They would handle it. That was their role. But what about the civilians before they got there? The elderly, the children, the ones without power. His eyes widened. This was the moment. He turned. Behind him, his father's voice cracked like a whip, ordering him to return immediately. An Hoyan did not stop. As he ran down the street, the world felt sharper, louder. He told himself he had to confirm something. Not to his father, not to the academy, but to himself. He needed proof that he was more than an asset. Then doubt crept in. He remembered his mother lying in that sterile hospital room, her fingers weak but still warm when they brushed his hair. What if he was making the wrong choice? What if strength meant obedience? He slowed when he saw movement ahead. A green figure stood in the middle of the street. Then another. Then dozens. Goblins. Their eyes locked onto him at once. An Hoyan froze. Sweat rolled down his neck. His body refused to respond. One of the creatures opened its mouth, revealing crooked teeth, and he realized he could not move even a finger. He stared at his trembling hand, willing it to obey. He knew where he had chosen to walk. He knew why, but his limbs felt severed from his will. The horde surged forward. One goblin leapt toward him, claws raised. In that suspended second, he remembered every childish dream of becoming a raider, of standing fearless, of shining in darkness. And now here he was, paralyzed by lesser monsters. He looked up, irritation cutting through the fear. Not at the goblins. At himself. Jaehyun came down like a hammer and drove the goblin straight into the asphalt. The impact cracked the pavement, and the creature's body folded under the force. An Hoyan blinked, unable to process what he had just seen. A second later his legs gave out, and he dropped onto the ground, breath ragged. The protagonist turned, slightly confused, and asked if An Hoyan was really the one sitting there. An Hoyan did not answer. He only stared at the boy who had just erased the monster as if it were nothing. In Jaehyun's hands was a stone. He could hear someone calling his name in the distance, but his eyes stayed on the object for a split second longer. Park Hannah rushed up, breathless, demanding to know why he had run toward unidentified objects instead of away from them. She pointed at the stone and asked what kind of boulder he was holding. Jaehyun glanced at the system window hovering before him and immediately understood. Everyone else saw an ordinary rock. Only he could see the structure hidden inside it. Of course, if the system were visible to all, the world would have already collapsed under the weight of it. He looked back at her and said flatly that he could not afford to buy a proper weapon. Then the emergency announcement echoed again. Monster invasion confirmed. His eyes widened. Without another word, he turned and ran. Park Hannah shouted after him, but he did not slow down. He reached the window and jumped. For a heartbeat, he was suspended in air. Below him, goblins crowded the street, their green faces lifting as they noticed the shadow descending from above. He watched them with cold focus. Then lightning detonated. The explosion tore through the formation and flung bodies in every direction. Jaehyun hit the ground running. There were more than he had estimated. But that changed nothing. This would end without civilian losses. It had to. A wave of electricity surged from him again, swallowing the horde. Monsters were blasted aside like debris in a storm. He vaulted between buildings, closing distance in seconds, and drove a kick into a fleeing goblin's spine, smashing it into the street. When he looked up, he saw An Hoi-wan standing there. The two locked eyes. An Hoi-wan said nothing. He only stared at the one who had just carved a path through the chaos. Jae-hyun glanced back briefly and realized his cap was gone, lost somewhere in the fight. When he looked forward again, recognition flickered. This was the same boy entering Milla's academy. Standing before his new acquaintance, Jae-hyun said he needed help. An Hoi-wan's gaze shifted past him. A goblin was lunging from behind. He shouted a warning. The creature was torn apart before it could land a strike. Jae-hyun answered calmly that he was already aware. An Hoi-wan listened as the raider explained that the monsters must not reach the residential blocks under any circumstances. No hesitation. No retreat. Jae-hyun looked at him and asked how long he intended to remain seated. The meaning was clear. Get up. Pick up a weapon. Decide what kind of raider you are. An Hoi-wan frowned and answered that he understood. He looked down at his hand and realized it had stopped trembling. The fear was still there, but it was no longer in control. When he raised his eyes again and looked at the boy beside him, he understood something with painful clarity. A real raider was standing in front of him. Not someone polished for reputation. Not someone calculating gains. Someone who moved because people needed to be protected. He clenched his fists. Right now, there was only one task. Save whoever was still alive. They stood in the middle of a street crawling with goblins. Jae-hyun narrowed his eyes and asked if An Hoi-wan could provoke them. There were too many enemies scattered around. Letting even one slip pass toward the residential blocks was unacceptable. An Hoi-wan inhaled slowly. No hesitation. Not this time. He grabbed his sword. Both hands wrapped around the hilt as he planted his feet and mirrored the defensive stance he had seen knights use countless times. Then he activated the skill. Cry of provocation. A pulse radiated outward. The goblins snapped their heads toward him in unison. The system window flashed. All monsters within a 50-meter radius had redirected their hostility to the caster. Incoming damage reduced by 30%. Another cluster of creatures fell under the influence moments later. Eyes widened. Teeth bared. Every invader locked onto him as the effect expanded. Jae-hyun watched closely. This was no ordinary taunt. It was broader, more forceful, and could be chained repeatedly if the user had the resolve. Not everyone could withstand that pressure. For a brief second, Jae-hyun imagined the ideal knight he once wanted to become and felt irritation flicker. He had only managed to reach the level of a ranked knight in name, nothing more. Then his gaze shifted to An Hoi-wan. He remembered the stories. The genius whose fame hollowed him out. The prodigy crushed under expectation. A sad fate carved by praise. But standing here, drawing the entire battlefield onto himself without flinching, that weak character was already changing. An Hoi-wan stared at the tip of his blade and realized something as well. His ally was not just powerful. He was decisive. Min Jae-hyun raised a finger and declared it was time to end this. Lightning surged again. A goblin's body snapped backward under the strike. An Hoi-wan followed through with a sweeping arc of his sword, cutting down two more that rushed him blindly. The street filled with crackling energy and steel slicing air. One by one, the monsters collapsed. Silence crept back into the area. The two boys scanned the battlefield. A man stood a short distance away, cigarette between his fingers, expression unreadable. He exhaled smoke slowly and asked what exactly had happened here. The students turned toward him. He kept one hand in his pocket and introduced himself without urgency. Park Jae-hoon, from the Raider Association office. He asked whether they had eliminated all the monsters. An Hoi-wan glanced aside briefly, then answered that they had. Jae-hoon lifted a brow the moment he recognized An Hoi-wan's face. The so-called genius was standing right in front of him, covered in dust and monster blood, and the boy beside him looked no older. The raider scratched the back of his head, already imagining the report he would have to submit. None of it fit neatly into the procedure. Jae-hyun spoke first. Calm. Calculated. He said they needed to discuss how this would be handled. Tilting his head slightly, he added that it would be better if the association received the credit. No one would believe two academy candidates had cleared a rift alone. Park Jae-hoon pressed his fingers to his chin and reminded him that falsifying such information was an offense. Regulations were not suggestions. Jae-hyun looked around at the empty street, shattered pavement, and fallen bodies. He pointed out there were no eyewitnesses left, no operational CCTV nearby, no tangible evidence contradicting the narrative. The association employee raised a hand again, repeating that he could not act outside policy. Then he mentioned a reward. Compensation would be issued for subjugation. Jae-hyun immediately gestured toward An Hoi-wan and said the money should go to him. His own involvement should remain unspoken. He already had funding from Lotus. Drawing attention now would complicate things, especially with academy admissions approaching. Remaining unnoticed carried more value than recognition. An Hoi-wan's head snapped up. He shouted for them to stop negotiating over him. His voice cut through the air. He declared that every monster had been killed by his savior. Qin Hune stared, visibly surprised. An Huiyan glanced at Jaehyun and explained there were personal reasons behind this request. A faint smile crossed his face as he imagined ensuring his father would not see this incident before the academy began. He pictured the rival who once overshadowed him and felt a cold satisfaction knowing that no one yet realized he had switched to the magic class. Jaehyun, for his part, lifted his hand slightly, already deciding it was better to remain unseen. He imagined the face of the one he intended to surpass. Revenge did not need noise. It required precision, clean execution. He could almost see the arc of a final strike landing without warning. An Huiyan lowered his gaze. He knew he could not shoulder everything alone. Looking at the one who had stepped in without hesitation, he understood that taking another's achievements would only hollow him further. Then his thoughts drifted to his mother. Hospital corridors. The smell of disinfectant. Money mattered. Time mattered more. If he failed to seize opportunities now, she might not be there when he finally stood tall. He stared at the ground, torn between pride and necessity, uncertain whether he had the strength to endure what lay ahead. Min Jaehyun glanced sideways and immediately understood that this wasn't about pride. The sadness in his ally's eyes ran too deep for that. This was a choice carved out of guilt and survival, and if he stayed silent now, it would rot between them. He told him to think carefully. The boy listened, then admitted that without his determination, one of them would have died that day. An Huiyan lowered his head, hearing that everything had been fair. After a long pause, he nodded and said he was right. Then he lifted his gaze and promised that one day he would repay the debt, no matter what it cost. Jae-Hoon observed the exchange without interrupting. When he finally spoke, he raised his brows and said he would follow their request exactly as they wished. Min Jaehyun inclined his head in thanks. An Huiyan, still processing everything, asked the name of his new acquaintance. A faint smile appeared as he replied that they would learn everything soon enough. The next word stunned them. They were heading to the same academy. The so-called young genius stared with wide eyes, unable to believe they were the same age. The day of the entrance exam arrived, and a massive hall of applicants buzzed with tension. Students whispered, some openly staring. Someone muttered that the girl standing ahead was the genius of the martial arts class. The group of teenagers tried to figure out who she was. Co Ina kept her gaze lowered, indifferent to the attention. Min Jae-hyun studied her quietly and concluded that she would soon climb to the top of the rater rankings. If he could pull her to his side, that would be another card in his hand, but she wasn't someone easily swayed. He suppressed the thought. This wasn't the time to overreach. Kim Yoo-young frowned and scolded him for staring so openly at a stranger. The girl shifted her eyes away. Then a man stepped behind the podium and welcomed the applicants to Milla's academy. With a composed smile, he introduced himself as Director Gu Jian. Min Jae-hyun looked up from beneath his brows, committing the face to memory. A fragment of the future flashed before him, his friend lying in her own blood. He leaned slightly toward Kim Yoo-young and told her to be extremely careful. She smiled lightly and assured him she could handle herself. But he remembered her ranking third among magicians and remembered how she died. That outcome would not repeat. Director Gu Jian held up the documents in his hands and formally declared the entrance ceremony begun. The director placed the papers on the table and said he had no intention of wasting time on hollow speeches. Just as Chain raised his hand to speak, the director cut him off, his voice turning sharp as he announced that something special had been prepared for this entrance ceremony. Then he revealed it without hesitation. The applicants would steal each other's badges. Before the words fully settled, the floor beneath their feet began to glow. The students looked down in shock. A massive magic circle had already activated. Yuan froze with his mouth open, unable to process what was happening, and the girl beside him stumbled over her own foot. Jaehyun reacted instantly, reaching out and shouting to his friend. She caught his hand, just as something slipped from her pocket and clattered to the ground. The light from the circle surged upward, swallowing the hall in brilliance. Far away, Sung Jae-appa remarked calmly that today was the day Min Jae-hyun would officially enter the academy. Yu Sung-in closed her eyes, surprised by how quickly time had passed. She had wanted to wish him luck herself before the exam began. Sitting at the table, she asked how long this so-called hunt would last. The assistant replied that it would continue for 3 days inside a sealed subspace. Resting her chin on her hand, she realized there would be no way to contact him during that time. The driver, mouth slightly open, explained that he had anticipated this and had already sent Min Jae-hyun a message on Sung-eun's behalf. With a small smile, he held up as his proof. Back in the blinding light, the sun now high outside the academy walls, Min Jae-hyun wiped sweat from his brow and asked his friend if she was all right. Co Ina pushed herself up from the ground. He glanced back at her properly this time. Black hair, hazel eyes, a natural affinity for magic that he calculated at 92%, enough to overturn the declining perception of the current magic class. As she stood to her full height, he recognized what stood before him. A future S-class raider, someone who would one day become Sung-eun's follower. Sung Jae-appa lifted his phone and said there was no need to worry about him. Theo Ina's gaze shifted forward toward the towering central office of Milla's Academy. Behind the director, officials gathered, watching through large screens as candidates were transported. The man narrowed his eyes, noting that this year had brought in an unusual number of prodigies. Among them was the promising Ho Yang, already famous even beyond the country's borders. He listed several names with a frown: Seo Ina, Kim Yu-young, Lee Soo-hyuk, each possessing a magical predisposition hovering around 90%. Suk Gi bowed and reported that the profiles of students who had changed their chosen paths were not yet updated in the system. The director didn't even look at him. He told him to be silent. He lowered himself into the chair, pulled out a remote, and said calmly that if anyone wished to change classes now, this was their final chance. Students who wavered at this stage rarely lasted long at Milla's Academy anyway. Every applicant here possessed talent far above average, but among them would stand monsters who eclipsed the rest entirely. The hero introduced on Hoiwon, who met his gaze without flinching. Jae-sung gave a thin smile. The instructor stated plainly that raiders of mediocre ability often became little more than attendants to true geniuses, so this hunt would give everyone the opportunity to prove where they stood. His finger pressed a button. Sometimes, when the awakened were cornered by mortal danger, they triggered a second miracle: reawakening. The screen shifted. Figures moved in silence. Bloody darkness swirled around a single silhouette. Voices echoed coldly that if necessary, one A-rank raider would be forged even at the cost of 100 C ranks. A raider existed to survive and to demonstrate worth. Those who fell simply lacked the qualification. Light cut across the man's face. His task was to find the one jewel worthy of dedication. The ring on his hand caught the glare as if sealing a vow. The director exhaled. Delay was no longer an option. A star burst open in the void. The hunting field unfolded, an artificial domain constructed through subspace magic. Within it, time stood suspended, spatial limits dissolved. What reality forbade became natural law inside that sealed dimension. Min Jae-hyun scanned the unfamiliar terrain with a darkened expression. Around 5% of applicants failed this stage every year. Kim Yu-young suddenly straightened, realizing the implication. This was not a trial of strength alone. It was a confrontation with one's ceiling. The couple exchanged a brief look. There was no room for relaxation here. The girl averted her eyes, detached, composed. Especially in front of her, weakness could not be shown. High above, the director's image materialized in the sky, towering like a god observing insects. His amplified voice announced that he would now explain the rules of the hunt. Every student looked up. This subspace, he declared, was restricted to skills of rank C and below. The three stood silently, listening. For every badge taken, points would be awarded. If a senior took a badge from a newcomer, they earned 10,000 points. If a newcomer seized one instead, the reward was 100,000. Points governed everything within the academy. Influence, resources, privileges. The more one possessed, the stronger their foundation. Min Jae-hyun's brows drew together. If only rank C skills were permitted, then his A-rank super-fast chain was sealed. For a moment, irritation flickered, then his eyes sharpened. The announcement had said nothing about unique skills. Gu Jian smiled faintly, claiming it was all for safety. But the distortion creeping across his face revealed anticipation, not caution. The director added casually that all spell output inside the subspace had been reduced by 10%, so no one needed to panic. Injuries would be minimized. They should simply enjoy themselves. Min Jae-hyun let out a slow breath. Enjoy. The man was speaking as if this were a festival, not a calculated purge. Ina barely spared the sky a glance. There had been no mention of restrictions on unique skills. No limits on physical attributes, either. The intention was obvious. This was not just a hunt. It was a filter. Kim Yu-young stared upward, realization dawning. The administration wanted to single out the exceptional and crush the mediocre early. Min Jae-hyun cut the moment short and told her it was time to move. They would be trapped here for 3 days. First priority, secure shelter. The subspace was divided into zones filled with hidden variables. Traps disguised as terrain, volatile ecosystems, a healing source buried somewhere within the so-called forest of nightmares, natural shelters, even renewable food chains. Survival required structure. A fortified position meant preparation. Preparation meant control. His partner leaned closer and subtly gestured towards Seo Ina, suggesting they recruit her. The dark-haired girl stood apart, gaze distant. Kim Yu-young observed that she appeared to belong to the magic class and reasoned that having another mage would increase their odds. Min Jae-hyun gave her a tired look, wondering why she only spoke with clarity when the stakes were highest. Objectively, joining forces with Seo Ina made sense. But memory interfered. He remembered another version of her. An incident report, cold and clinical, describing how she had lost control, descended into madness, and endangered countless lives. A variable impossible to predict. He lowered his gaze and said that such decisions could not be rushed. Trust was not granted lightly. Could they guarantee she would not turn on them? Ina turned toward them without hesitation. Jaehyun remarked that, judging from her expression, she did not trust them either. For a fleeting second, Min Jae-hyun saw a younger reflection of himself standing behind her. Isolated, unreadable. Kim Yoo-young studied the stranger thoughtfully and murmured that Co. Ina resembled him when he was younger. Then, without overthinking it, she stepped forward. She smiled and introduced the offer plainly. Join their team. She and Min Jae-hyun were both mages. Co. Ina met her eyes in silence. Min Jae-hyun looked away, scanning the terrain behind them, while Kim Yoo-young continued, explaining that in this hunt newcomers were at a severe disadvantage, and that mages survive far more effectively in coordinated groups than alone. Gloomy lifted her eyes to the artificial sky and said the discussion could wait. The air shifted. Something cut through at high speed. Dust spiraled as two figures landed ahead of them. The larger one grinned when he spotted them. 3 rookies already. Jaehyun and Soil advanced without hurry. The brute chuckled, convinced that this year their point reserves would overflow. His partner sniffed the air irritably and corrected him. She sensed only too clearly. Then her gaze locked on Min Jae-hyun. She frowned. She felt nothing from him. Min Jae-hyun's eyes moved lazily across the pair. He recognized them. Kim Yoo-young stiffened and whispered that they were from the martial arts class. Running might be wiser. Min Jae-hyun shook his head. Escape was pointless. They would be tracked down regardless. His gaze settled on Sorrel. Her ability allowed her to lock onto targets within 300 kilometers. Her pupils glowed faintly as she activated it. If she remained unchecked, she would become a long-term liability. Jaehyun licked his lips, already imagining the points. His companion muttered that the quiet one wasn't ordinary and warned him to stay alert. The bully ignored it. A sword materialized in his grip. This was routine. He had hunted rookies before. He lunged. Min Jae-hyun shifted half a step, and the blade carved nothing but air. The big man's eyes widened. Soil blinked in disbelief and muttered an insult under her breath. Min Jae-hyun tilted his head slightly and remarked that it had been a long time since someone had dared swing a sword at him. The brute snarled, telling himself it was coincidence. He retracted the blade and attacked again. Strike. Mississippi. Another swing. Empty air. Again and again. Sweat gathered at his temples. He could not understand it. He was not slow, yet he could not even graze him. Then, without warning, Min Jae-hyun caught the descending strike between his fingers. Sparks erupted. The impact died instantly. He leaned in close, voice low, asking how someone with that much muscle had survived this long. The sword fractured. Metal splintered into shards that scattered across the ground. Ina watched, eyes widening. Min Jae-hyun's expression hardened into something cold and predatory. He told the stunned brute that if he handed over his badge quietly, he might leave without further injury. He gave him 3 seconds. Just 3. Hand over the badge and run. That was the mercy offered. Shin Junsang's lips trembled, fear tightening his throat as he told himself this couldn't be happening. His sword kept dropping lower, his grip weakening, and he couldn't understand why a young mage was staring at him like that. Calm, merciless, as if the outcome had already been decided. The hero slowly pulled his hand back and spoke without raising his voice, saying he had given him a chance, and that chance was wasted. The next instant, the strike crashed straight into Shin Junsang's face. Soil turned in horror toward her comrade as his body flew back. Blue particles scattered into the air like shattered glass. Participant Shin Junsang eliminated. The speaker on the wall hissed with mechanical indifference. The instructor frowned and muttered that at last an invader had appeared among the newcomers. Participant Jae-hyun had earned 100,000 points. The girl stiffened in disbelief. She had heard the name clearly. Not on Hoyeon. Min Jae-hyun. She turned sharply, asking if Park Ha-jun was certain the results were correct. She didn't even look at her, replying that the calculations were flawless. Instructor Jong Yisu stared at the screen in stunned silence before saying that her side showed the same. She glanced at the director. His lips trembled, but it wasn't anger. It was satisfaction. He smiled and quietly repeated the hero's name. Soil screamed at Jae-hyun, demanding to know who he was. The guy didn't answer. He simply froze for a heartbeat, then told Ing to prepare herself. Now he needed to deal with her. An invitation flashed out toward her. All she had to do was accept. The girl summoned her weapon, wondering if her friend had always been this powerful. Ina shot her a brief glance and brought her own weapon into existence. Soil cursed under her breath. Her partner had ruined everything. She quickly assessed the situation. Even if their leader wasn't a complete monster, 3 against 1 was still reckless. Her fingers slipped toward her throwing knives. One target. Break the formation. Escape. She dashed forward without hesitation, closing the distance towards Yeon. The girl raised her staff and screamed. Jihan watched them from the corner of his eye and decided it was the correct move. Soil locked onto her prey, convinced that sudden chaos would carve out a corridor for retreat. An explosion tore through the space. Soil leapt backward and saw it. Red light forming a barrier. The redhead had reacted in time. Her eyes widened. That tactic would only have worked if Kim Yoo-young were ordinary. But she wasn't. The newcomer's eyes glowed as she pointed her staff at the fleeing opponent and cast bind. Soil answered instantly, pulling out a cluster of knives, spinning, and hurling them toward the mages in a desperate counterattack. The knives slammed into the barrier and scattered uselessly across the ground. Sparks flared, metal ringing against reinforced mana. Min Jaehyun didn't hesitate. He called down yellow lightning, sharp and violent. Knowing her partner would never withstand an academy student alone, he had to reinforce the field now. His fingers trembled for a split second when he heard it. Sacred light of Alhiam. Coina's eyes ignited. She raised her hand and commanded the radiance to take form. The light condensed, stretching, sharpening, until it became a brilliant sword suspended in the air. The hero looked at her, genuinely surprised. Then a second blade materialized beside the first. Her unique skill, the Alhiam sword. Both weapons moved at once. Soil tried to twist away, tried to force her body to respond faster than the magic closing in on her, but it was too late. The blades pierced straight through. Blood burst from her mouth in a violent spray. At the very end, she managed nothing but a curse. Silence followed. The three stood facing forward while the remaining opponents stared at them, as if something unnatural had appeared in the arena. Participant Soil eliminated. Kim Yoo-jung's gaze locked onto the floating swords, fear flickering across her face. Based on inflicted damage, the Academy awarded participant Co. Ina 50,000 points. Co. Ina glanced sideways and asked if she had interfered. The redhead only smiled, replying that the girl had helped her more than enough. Jaehyun's expression remained cold as he studied Co. Ina. She met his eyes and asked whether the earlier offer still stood. He reconsidered her in that instant. Quiet, distrustful, observant. Her gaze skimmed over him too quickly, too curious. Moments later, the system confirmed it. Team formation complete. Leader, Jaehyun. Not long after, deep within the forest of nightmares near the shelter, footprints marked the soil. Two hunters followed the trail. The tracker crouched and said someone had passed recently. The tracks led straight toward the dome. The other hunter scanned the trees and muttered that these must be the newcomers who had eliminated Soil and Jinshan. He ordered the search halted. They would observe instead. The dome burned faintly in the center of the dark forest. The hunt would last 3 days. Even that insane trio couldn't hide forever. Elsewhere, a large detachment spread through the woods. It was time to learn who these newcomers truly were. Kim Yoo-jung stood concealed behind a tree. A beam tore through one of the rivals. His partner saw Sung Hun fall and turned in panic, only to freeze at what he saw between the trunks. A girl with red hair. Jaehyun smiled faintly. An entire group of hunters was already chasing her. She glanced over her shoulder and counted quickly. 5. She exhaled slowly, satisfied. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned. The sorceress stopped just long enough to shout back at them, voice dripping with mockery, asking whether they felt no shame ganging up on a single person. One of the men at the front snarled and ordered everyone to halt. The redhead sprinted deeper into the forest, already certain they were naive enough to follow exactly where she wanted. Inside a dim cave not far from the burning dome, Min Jae-hyun looked at the others and told them to listen carefully. The shelter was safe, yes, but hiding there would earn them nothing. He reminded the girls they needed food. They needed points. They needed to move. The partners stared at him, exhaustion written across their faces. He cut through their hesitation with a single word. Yes. An entire hunting squad was chasing Min Jae-hyun at that very moment, which meant the tables had already turned. Now, they would hunt the students. Far ahead, the mage ran past clusters of glowing mushrooms. Pale light pulsed from their caps as strange spores drifted into the air like glittering dust. A notification flashed. Living organism with anomalous properties detected nearby. The redhead glanced sideways. Target located. Behind her, the boys pressed forward, each receiving their own system warning. She had dragged them precisely where the hero wanted. The trap was set, but her stamina was thinning. She gritted her teeth and continued, trusting that he would handle the rest. Mushrooms stretched across the ground in every direction. Kim Yoo-jung muttered inwardly that if he failed here, she would beat him senseless later. System message. Students have entered the area of spore-type paralyzing mushrooms. Elsewhere, a student turned to the observing mentor and asked how paralysis mushrooms were handled during a hunt. Shelves of reagents lined the table nearby. The boy touched his face thoughtfully and answered that ash tree juice was the best option. It could be found within the nightmare forest itself. He added that it would only help endure the condition. True paralysis could not be removed once triggered. Min Jae-hyun smiled faintly. That was enough. In the forest, the leading hunter raised his hand and ordered his team to stop. Everyone froze. The mage had already vanished beyond the trees. System message repeated. Players have entered the area of spore-type paralyzing mushrooms. Uneasy glances spread through the group. A guard said to Jin Hyuk it was too dangerous and suggested retreating. Another notification warned of possible abnormal status effects. The Pathfinder kept his eyes on the direction the girl had fled. Mushrooms blanketed the terrain, releasing particles with every step. The men muttered that if something went wrong here, it would be the end. Jin-hyuk urged them again to end the pursuit. His partner shot him a furious look and snapped that Kim Sung-hoon had just been killed. What kind of cowardice was he suggesting now? The leader hesitated, torn between pride and survival, and finally muttered that if they were paralyzed in this zone, nothing else would matter. The student scanned the terrain and calculated quickly. The paralysis radius covered roughly 50 meters. That meant the redhead would be caught in it as well. He glanced at one of his teammates. They exchanged a look. He was ordered to remain behind and provide cover while Jin-hyuk advanced with the rest. The formation shifted. Jin-hyuk moved first. The others followed. The rear guard narrowed his eyes, convinced the so-called hero wouldn't outplay him. It was obvious. They had been used as bait, driven into a trap for an ambush. He braced himself, waiting for the paralysis to strike at any second. The squad broke through the tree line and entered a wide clearing. At its center stood the sorceress. Kim Yu-young turned slowly, feigning fear as the pursuers emerged at the edge of the open field. Jae-hyun spat out a curse, muttering that he'd had nothing but trouble since dealing with that redhead. She smiled faintly. Welcome. Clusters of mushrooms surrounded her in a near-perfect ring. The maid shouted that the hunters were finished, the same ones who had mocked her minutes earlier. The students drew their weapons and charged without hesitation. Kim Yu-jung's smile deepened. It was time. She tapped the mushrooms lightly with her staff. They detonated in a chain reaction. Spores burst outward in a rolling wave, spreading across the clearing. System: all living beings within a 50-meter radius afflicted with paralysis. Duration: 2 hours. Before triggering it, she had glanced toward Min Jae-hyun and reminded them that he had claimed something important was here. All she saw were trees. Now he calmly pulled out a flask. They were already standing at the source. He collected the flowing ash tree sap, explaining that this was what they needed. Then he asked if they had noticed a change in the martial arts class conditions. Co Ina lowered her head and answered that skills rank C and below were now permitted. For magicians, that restriction was brutal. The commander added that for students with strong physical conditioning, it barely mattered. Kim Yu-young yawned dramatically and complained that most of her attack skills were sealed. Only unique abilities slipped through, and those drained her far more than basic spells. The girls exchanged glances. Jae-hyun's tone sharpened. They would need their full arsenal from here on. He asked whether she remembered the replacement skill. The redhead bristled instantly, reminding him she was the one who had taught him magic in the first place. Co Ina looked at him, confused, and asked why spatial exchange would matter now. Jae-hyun smiled faintly, holding up the flask filled with ash sap. If combined correctly with replacement, it opened the door to far more interesting manipulations than simple positioning. A blinding flash tore through the clearing, bleaching the night white for a heartbeat. The hero stepped forward through the fading light and said it was time. Co Ina gave a low hum in response. Jae-hyun aced an arm to shield his eyes from the violent burst of the mushroom detonation and shouted that the creature had blown them up. Spores thickened in the air. Kim Yu-young triggered her skill and began teleporting out of the radius one shift at a time. Before vanishing completely, she threw back a casual apology, saying she had already played her part. In the next instant, a leg materialized in front of the squad leader. The kick landed square across his face. Jae-hyun appeared fully in the clearing and announced that now was his turn. The commander crashed to the ground, crushing the mushrooms beneath him, spores erupting around his body. Even as he fell, he refused to release his sword. His hand clawed upward, already dusted in the glowing particles. Jin-hyuk froze. He stared at the newcomer and demanded to know whether he truly believed everything would go his way. What kind of idiot would jump straight into paralyzing mushrooms? Min Jae-hyun's gaze darkened. The opponent barked that his fighter was still outside the radius, that reinforcements would come. Blood vessels swelled in his eyes as he shouted that once the paralysis faded, he would tear him apart. Min Jae-hyun exhaled slowly, almost tired, and apologized in advance. His partner would not be coming. Through the drifting smoke, a scream split the air. System: Participant Park Sang-hyuk eliminated. 2 radiant swords were embedded in his body. Co Ina spun her staff once, and the blades dissolved back into light. System: Co Ina awarded 100,000 points. Jin-hyuk stared at the notification in disbelief. The newcomer in front of him told him not to expect help from the guard anymore. The commander's jaw tightened. He spat that no matter what, they were trapped in the same zone for 2 hours. When paralysis wore off, he would kill him with his bare hands. Min Jae-hyun stepped closer. His voice turned venomous as he asked why he assumed they were in the same position. Another step. Why do you think they were equal here? Jin-hyuk's eyes widened as he realized the newcomer was still moving. Min Jae-hyun mocked the impossibility of it and lifted his foot slowly over the man's head. Spores slid from the edge of his boot. Before bringing it down, he calmly instructed him to direct all complaints to the god whose patronage shielded him from abnormal states. The shadow of the descending boot covered the paralyzed man's face. He screamed for the others not to approach. The impact followed. Blood sprayed across the glowing caps of the mushrooms. The remaining team members could only watch in frozen terror as their leader died before them. His body started breaking apart into shimmering particles, scattering into the air as the system calmly pushed out notification after notification. Jaehyun watched it happen with a cold, satisfied smile, already counting the 3 enemies still left standing. On the giant screens, the scene turned brutal. A rookie was stacking hundreds of points, cutting down motionless targets as if it were routine. Even the instructor stiffened, whispering that she could not believe what she was seeing. The rankings of the newcomers refreshed in real time, and his name climbed without hesitation. Kim Yoo-young took a long drink of tree juice, cleared her throat, and muttered that she felt a little better now. She cast a pleased glance at the gloomy girl before suggesting they move toward the marked location. The group advanced together, the redhead rubbing warmth back into her frozen limbs as they walked. The dark-haired girl kept stealing glances at Jaehyun, her thoughts racing. It felt as if he understood magic on a level far beyond what any textbook described. Even the substitution method he used was something no theory class ever covered. Kim Yoo-young turned, dismissing the doubt, reminding her that he had only changed paths 3 months ago and that she herself had helped him with the fundamentals. Co Ina lowered her head slightly and asked the question that had been circling in her mind. Was he truly aiming for the martial arts class? Kim Yoo-young hesitated, admitting that not long ago he had been obsessed with becoming a warrior and showed no interest in magic whatsoever. What unsettled her more was that he even knew about ash juice. She kept warming her hands and asked how he had learned of it. Meanwhile, Jaehyun leaned casually against a tree trunk like a man who had already calculated the outcome hours ago. He scanned his teammates as they approached and noted that they looked unharmed. Kim Yoo-young, however, directed the full weight of her emotions straight at him. When she finished venting, she turned to Co Ina and asked if she was all right. Completely fine. Co Ina shuffled back awkwardly as the redhead hovered around Jaehyun, praising him for the brilliance of his tactics. Jaehyun finally snapped, grabbing the chatterbox by the cheeks and scolding her for the noise. The dark-haired girl lowered her gaze, silently correcting herself. He was not stupid. He was sharp and annoyingly charming. Min Jaehyun kept tormenting the giggling girl who called him a blockhead that loved to flaunt his brains. Then, without warning, heat rushed to the gloomy girl's face. The wind lifted her hair, and a dangerous question surfaced in her mind. What exactly was she thinking? Flustered, Co Ina turned away, forcing herself to regain control. The protective dome faded, leaving the forest wrapped in night once again. Jaehyun crouched near a small pot, dropping a few leaves into it with measured precision. Co Ina stepped closer, brushed his hair aside, and asked what he was preparing. Without looking up, he replied calmly that it was an energy recovery potion. He recalled the nervous scientist and said he learned it from a Hyung he once knew, though it took several hundred failures before he got it right. Jaehyun leaned forward on her palms and asked where exactly he found this mysterious Hyung, reminding him that he never had any friends. Jaehyun answered without lifting his head from the pot, saying she spoke as if she were surrounded by admirers herself. The redhead clutched her chest dramatically and accused him of going too far. Co Ina stared into the distance, voice quiet, as she admitted the hero was incredible. It was hard to believe they were the same age. Jaehyun turned his face away, faintly embarrassed. She added that he felt like someone who had lived 10 years longer than the rest of them. He froze for a second, surprised at how sharp she was. She had almost guessed the truth. Kim Yoo-young stood, stretching her arms, announcing that if they planned to keep hunting, they needed real food. She pointed at herself and declared that Chef Kim Yoo-young would now take charge. Jaehyun immediately objected, saying they would survive better on raw fruit. Co Ina glanced at him in disbelief. Kim Yoo-young puffed up, asking if he truly had so little faith in her. Jaehyun calmly asked a single question. What color were the cookies she baked in middle school? Kim Yoo-young scratched her chin and answered, purple. The dark-haired girl blinked and asked if she had used blueberry jam. Jaehyun looked away with open irritation and stated flatly that she simply could not cook. Co Ina stepped in, saying she could. The group fell silent. Jaehyun turned to her and asked if she was serious. She nodded, explaining that when she lived with her grandmother, she cooked every day. She tied her hair back into a ponytail without hesitation. Jaehyun watched quietly. He realized he knew almost nothing about her family. She began peeling potatoes, movements steady and practiced. Ingredients went into the pot one by one. Jaehyun found himself wondering where her parents were, but he said nothing. After some time, she tasted the broth. Steam rose from the pot carrying a rich, savory scent. The team tried it. They froze. Kim Yoo-young covered her mouth in shock. The redhead lunged forward and wrapped her arms around Co Ina, shouting that it was amazing. The leader gave a crooked smile and admitted it was unexpectedly good. He never imagined eating something this well, made under such rough conditions. Co Ina lowered her gaze, embarrassed, while the firelight reflected softly in her eyes. Color rose to her cheeks once more, a warmth she had not felt in a long time, settling quietly beneath her calm expression. Far from the forest, the leaders continued observing the examination's progress. Kim Suk-ji closed his eyes and spoke evenly, noting that on Hoi-won, the candidate burdened with the highest expectations, was only sitting at 4th place. He shifted his gaze toward Isa, surprised that the top 2 ranks were currently held by magicians. The girl suggested there had to be an error in the system or some hidden variable they had not accounted for. The director let out a sharp, almost unhinged smile. This outcome defied everything they believed. Results like these were supposed to belong exclusively to martial arts raiders. He leaned back slightly, eyes fixed on the screen, muttering under his breath what exactly they were witnessing. 3 magicians had pushed through the field, crushing everything in their path. Gu Jian's lips curved upward. Gon stepped beside him as he ordered the feed from the paralyzing mushroom fields to be displayed. The screen shifted. A brutal kick flashed across the projection, connecting cleanly with an opponent's face. The hero stood over the fallen warrior, posture relaxed, expression steady. His decisions were precise, his execution flawless, his composure absolute. A trained raider of the warrior class had been incapacitated without hesitation. Gu Jian steepled his fingers, gaze narrowing. It was difficult to accept that this boy was an ordinary mage. Harder still to believe he was a newcomer. The hero's personal file rested on the desk in front of him, and he began studying the listed attributes with growing interest. On the screen, Min Jae-hyun prepared to finish his first opponent, but at that moment the director was interrupted. An instructor rushed forward, breath uneven, reporting that John's profile had just been delivered. He hesitated, unsure whether the information recorded was entirely accurate. Gu Jian turned slowly. In what sense? The instructor swallowed, sweat forming along his temples. Gu Jian's expression darkened as he ordered him to calm down and explain clearly. The folder was handed over. 97%. Gu Jian paused, then reached for the file again, asking him to repeat it. The instructor confirmed that the hero's affinity toward magic measured at 97%. For a brief second, the director covered his mouth in disbelief. John stared at him in anticipation. Then beneath his hand, a terrible grin spread across his face. A low growl escaped him. This was magnificent. He lifted the folder slightly, voice almost reverent as he called it astonishing. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Now he wanted to test the boy personally. He wanted to see what Min Jae-hyun was truly made of. The instructor asked if he truly intended to interfere in the competition. Gu Jian looked straight ahead and answered yes. At that very moment, Hone walked leisurely through the forest, unaware. The instructors redirected the cameras toward him. Kim Suk-ji calmly stated he would make the necessary preparations. In the distance, the sound of several heavy blows echoed through the trees. The defeated student shattered into particles, his scream tearing through the clearing before dissolving with him. The system chimed coldly. The hero's team gained 100,000 points. Kim Yu-young strode forward with a grin, announcing that their total had surpassed 1 million. Jae-hyun answered evenly that first place was secured now. The mage spread her arms and asked whether they should finally abandon the shelter. He explained there was no alternative. No one else would dare enter the nightmare forest at this stage. Seo-ina met his gaze and agreed. If they wanted more, they would have to claim it themselves. The redhead stretched, fatigue lining her voice as she ordered everyone to prepare. She glanced at the group and asked what the current rookie record stood at. Ina answered without hesitation. 1,140,000. Jae-hyun looked at her closely, noting the spark of curiosity and greed in her eyes. A faint smile touched his lips. He committed that detail to memory before signaling them to move. Then a nearly inaudible tremor slid across the forest canopy. Jae-hyun froze. He turned sharply and told them to brace themselves. Something was coming. He moved first. A devastating slash carved through the distance, tearing trees apart in a single sweeping arc. The shockwave lifted debris into the air as a thunderous crack split the night. Jae-hyun's eyes hardened as he faced the attacker. The force behind that strike far exceeded C rank. The system flickered with an alert. Unstable connection with subspace detected. Participant restrictions lifted. Seo-ina stared forward, stunned. Kim Yu-young trembled, unable to understand why a fellow newcomer would turn his blade against them. Jae-hyun studied the figure carefully. He had not expected this encounter here. An Hoi-yan stood before him, shield raised, sword steady, face empty. Someone demanded an explanation, but the young man remained silent, eyes lowered. Jae-hyun analyzed his posture and realized he was not responding at all. A bead of sweat traced down Ia's temple. The leader warned everyone to stay alert. Hoi-yan was not acting of his own will. Min Jae-hyun's eyes widened as realization struck. He had seen this before. John's doing. A memory clawed its way back from a previous life. The Miller's Academy Festival, meant to be a celebration for new students, had become a massacre. Chain's unique ability, brainwashing, had twisted classmates into executioners. They slaughtered one another under his command. Even after his crimes were exposed and imprisonment loomed, he slipped through every net. And now the same shadow was unfolding again. An Hoyan's eyes glowed faint pink now, the pupils dull and unfocused. The same sign Jae-hyun remembered too well. Back then, countless students had died while Gu-jin slipped through untouched. Kim Yu-young raised her staff carefully, its tip aimed at the controlled warrior. In another timeline, she had given her life for him on this very day. The memory tightened his chest for a fraction of a second. Blue flames crawled along on Hoyun's sword as he slowly swept his gaze across them. Jae-hyun clenched his jaw and forced himself to think clearly. The priority was obvious: bring him back to his senses. A system window snapped open in front of him. Jae-hyun stiffened. Side quest: save the student from hypnotic control. Below the message, an empty map flickered. A dry, almost amused smile touched his lips. Of course. Even now, Kim Yu-young moved as if to stand behind him, but Jae-hyun stepped forward and ordered them to leave. The assistant froze in disbelief. He repeated himself, voice sharper this time. Go as far as possible. If they could, earn more points. Jae-hyun gestured toward the shield bearer. Did they understand who stood before them? This was An Hoi-won, the martial arts prodigy. A single girl would not survive him. He smiled faintly and asked if they truly believed he could not handle it. Seo Ina stared at him, lips pressed tight. After a tense pause, she turned and said they were withdrawing. The redhead protested immediately, anger flashing in her eyes, but the dark-haired girl cut her off with a cold look. Kim Yu-young cursed under her breath, then lowered her staff at last. She muttered that they would figure something out about the glasses later. Before turning away, she told him not to get hurt. Suddenly, she grabbed him by the hood, dragging him a step back, shouting that he could act however he wanted, but he had to return alive. Jae-hyun gave her a small, steady smile. Okay. He moved. Not far away. An Hoi-won had already cut down another student. He turned slightly, murmuring to himself about 600,000 points. He dropped beneath a tree, speaking in fragments, saying he had endured for 2 days. Only 1 day remained until the hunt ended. The system displayed the updated rankings. He clutched his shield tighter. He believed he had pushed himself to the limit. First place now seemed out of reach. Even with restrictions lifted, the top belonged to a magician. Worse, that magician's team occupied the entire top 3. He looked up at the sky, remembering the way Min Jae-hyun fought. A quiet admission slipped from his lips. Min Jae-hyun was an extraordinary opponent. His eyes shut for a brief second, and when they opened again, An Hoi-won rose to his feet as if something inside him had locked into place. He muttered that he could not afford to lose, and the moment he stepped forward, a translucent system window flickered open beside him. Gu Jia-in's lips curved into a soft smile as she greeted him, and the student instinctively glanced toward the director in confusion. That was when the man's pupils bled into a deep, terrifying purple. He spoke calmly, saying he would appreciate a small favor from the boy. The violet light spilled outward and pierced straight into An Hoi-won's gaze. His body stiffened. The sword and shield slipped from his fingers and clattered against the ground. He clutched his head as the system blared a warning. An unidentified entity had breached his mind. Panic flooded his expression. He did not understand why he was standing there or what he had intended to do. Another notification followed immediately. Consciousness compromised. Control overridden. Minutes later, the blonde brushed the hair away from his forehead with an icy expression and suddenly lunged forward. A crescent of blue energy tore through the air toward Jae-hyun. The hero avoided it effortlessly, hands still buried in his pockets, eyes empty and unreadable. In that instant, he recalled a swordsman and the A-rank ability known as Ultra Instinct. An Hoi-won accelerated again, unleashing a devastating strike that sliced through nothing but air. Ji-han leapt aside and thought about how different things had been only days earlier when they first crossed paths. The blonde tracked him relentlessly. He had grown monstrously stronger, almost unrecognizable. His shield came down in a heavy arc, raw physical power clearly in his favor. John stepped onto the shield mid-swing, but this opponent was no amateur. He flung the mage backward with sheer force. Jae-hyun twisted midair, flipping to soften the impact as the system triggered wind enhancement. He dropped to one knee, and a spiraling current began to coil around him. The wind exploded outward in a violent surge, slamming into the shielder and forcing him to recoil in shock. And then, in the blink of an eye, the hero appeared behind him. Yellow lightning crawled along his fingertips as layers of spells stacked silently into place. He burst forward without warning. An Hoi-won spun and retreated, boots carving lines into the ground. Jae-hyun watched him with a cold, calculating stare while walls of dust rose from the magic-charged wind. The blonde's blade flashed. His body reacted before his mind could register the attack, shield snapping up on instinct alone. The hero exhaled slowly, acknowledging the terrifying, innate battle sense his opponent possessed. This would not end easily. Light gathered in his eyes as realization settled in. If he still had absolute calculation active, he would have solved this fight in 2 moves. The problem was obvious. They were being observed, and not discreetly. Kim Suk-gi watched with a satisfied smile, exactly as expected. He had likely been waiting for this clash with An Hoi-won from the start. Jaehyun understood in an instant, and the realization twisted his expression into something almost unhinged. If they wanted a climax, then he would give them one worth remembering. Lightning erupted across the battlefield, splitting the air into blinding veins of blue and white. Jaehyun felt the cost accumulating even before the system calculated it. The price would not be small. Seo Aine's voice trembled as she questioned her own sight, asking if her eyes were betraying her. But there was no illusion. Jaehyun surged forward, chains blazing with light, each movement sharp and merciless. He did not just mimic a martial arts raider. He overwhelmed one. An Hoyan retreated in visible shock. A genius, cornered by a mage. The instructor's fingers tightened anxiously around her own hand. The leaders erupted, calling it absurd, impossible, a violation of everything they understood. Their knuckles whitened as they dug into their palms. Isa clenched her teeth, insisting inwardly that a mage could never defeat a warrior in open combat. And yet the director, standing close to the display, watched with quiet fascination. Seo Aina realized this was the truth she had learned walking the path of magic. Limits were illusions. But why did it work so perfectly for him? The director's gaze slid across the screen. He murmured that it was interesting. Steel pierced the ground. An Hoyan staggered, blood spilling from his lips as he dropped to one knee, shield gone. Jaehyun regarded him with a tired expression. He had not intended for it to escalate this far. The blonde lowered his head. The hero called him resilient and stated calmly that he would recover soon enough. Then Jaehyun lifted his eyes and stared directly into the camera, straight through the lens, straight at the leaders watching from behind it. Satisfaction flickered in his gaze. The system activated Flash Bomb. In an instant, pure white light flooded every screen. The viewing hall erupted in confusion as images dissolved into blinding static. The director lunged forward and snatched the remote, stabbing at the buttons. His forehead flushed red with anger as every feed went dark. John narrowed her eyes. The participant had cast a spell that severed the broadcast itself. The director crushed the remote in his grip and spat a curse. Approached on request, while Gu Jian struggled to contain his excitement. He declared that the moment the event concluded, Jaehyun would report directly to his office. The man beside him nodded stiffly and asked whether the director intended to interfere with the event. Gu Jian stepped closer, smiling faintly, his hand settling on the man's shoulder. Confusion flickered in the instructor's eyes as the gentleman quietly asked what she thought of all this. The question spread through the control room like a spark through dry grass. If his victory was already clear, why detonate a flashbang at all? The director's veins swelled along the back of his hand as he answered coldly that the student knew exactly what he was doing. Gu Jian's expression twisted with unfiltered fury. He muttered that the boy understood how to increase his own value. On the darkened monitors, the last frame before blackout replayed in their minds. The system alert announcing flash bomb activation, a warrior's hand still gripping the hilt of his sword. On the field, the light faded. The warrior remained on one knee, leaning heavily on his blade. The protagonist lifted his gaze and allowed a faint smile to surface before lowering his head as the wind circled around him. He stepped toward his fallen comrade without hurry. Jaehyun placed his palm gently on Hoyan's head. A golden radiance unfolded around them as absolute calculation engaged, threads of logic weaving through the air like invisible lines of code. The blonde's eyelids trembled open. The system confirmed it. The brainwashing effect had been purged from the subject. His pale eyes widened with raw fear. The protagonist asked calmly whether he had regained awareness. The raider pushed himself upright, attempting to insist he was fine, but a sharp groan cut him off. Pain seized his body. He collapsed again, screaming that everything hurt. The mage smirked faintly and remarked that his comrade had attacked him quite fiercely. Ho looked up in confusion, demanding to know why he would ever strike at him. He rubbed his temple, forcing fragments of memory to align, and muttered that it had been mind control. Sweat slid down his cheek as a blurred image surfaced. A man's silhouette, purple eyes glowing unnaturally. Beyond that, nothing remained. The protagonist listened in silence as his friend reasoned that most spells of that nature belonged to A-class tiers. Yet within the subspace there were strict limitations allowing only C-class abilities and below. Min Jaehyun's smile sharpened slightly. Either the system had malfunctioned, or someone had deliberately tampered with it. The raider's eyes widened further. Even if the space glitched, no student present possessed the mastery to cast high-grade mental interference so cleanly. He voiced the conclusion reluctantly. Someone external must have interfered with the competition. Lying on the ground, he tried to understand who would gain from such sabotage and why. The protagonist's smile did not fade. He glanced down at his comrade and replied that it was unlikely to be anyone within their reach. Slipping a hand into his jacket pocket, he added quietly that it was probably a powerful figure operating far above them, someone they would never be allowed to touch. The wind continued to move around him as he lowered his eyes in thought. He pictured the academy director's face for a brief moment and thought that An Hoyan would remain here long enough to discover what Gu Jian truly was beneath the polished surface. An orange system window unfolded before him, announcing task completion and reward acquisition. Nearby, An Hoyan pushed himself up on one elbow despite the pain twisting through his body. He turned his head toward the protagonist and noticed something unsettling. The mage stood there smiling, completely untouched, not a single scratch visible. The blonde tightened his grip on the fabric of his jacket, accepting that this had been his limit. Resting a hand on the hilt of his sword, he offered a quiet apology. The mage turned back calmly, said it was unnecessary, then bid him farewell and wished him luck. Just as he began to walk away, An Hoyan lifted his clenched fist. When his fingers opened, a badge lay on his palm, his name engraved into the metal. The protagonist frowned, asking what he thought he was doing. Participants without badges were automatically eliminated. The raider gave a faint smile and replied that it did not matter. He had accumulated enough points already, even if they paled in comparison to Jaehyun total. Shock flickered across the magician's face as An Hoyan explained simply that he had lost the duel. The badge belonged to the victor. That was the rule. The protagonist looked upward as the system confirmed it. Participant An Hoyan eliminated. Jaehyun's team awarded 10,000 points. He glanced down at the badge resting in his hand and understood its value instantly. 10,000. His fingers closed tightly around it. For a second, he imagined himself watching from the outside, arms folded, observing the boy he used to be, the one who once chased martial arts talent with blind determination. A faint smile surfaced. Since returning to the past, countless events had unfolded, yet he had never felt this steady, this certain. And this was only the beginning. Sand shifted beneath his boots as he stepped forward. Ahead, the forest waited in silence. For the first time, he felt that he was moving in the right direction, that the path he had chosen was truly his own. If that was the case, then he would keep advancing without hesitation. The system's voice echoed across the subspace, announcing the conclusion of the rookie hunt. Results processed. A new record established. Min Jaehyun's total surpassed 1.5 million points. Immediately after, the return sequence initiated. Blue light fractured the air as reality began to fold back into place. When the glow faded, the raiders lay sprawled across the floor. The magician lifted his head slowly and stated that he had performed well. Behind him, Kim Yoo-young shouted in disbelief, claiming she was hardly pleased, especially after they had just shattered the existing record. She spun toward her friend and demanded to know if she agreed. Co Ina lowered her gaze thoughtfully and replied that if they had been given just one more hour, they would have pushed the total to 1.6 million points. The blonde let out a satisfied smile and remarked that even as it stood, that amount was enough to live comfortably for quite some time. The protagonist raised a finger and stated plainly that if they multiplied their points by 10, that was the equivalent value in currency. That meant they had earned over 15 million in one sweep. The girl's jaw dropped instantly. Co Ina stared at him in disbelief as he continued calmly, explaining that he ranked first overall while his partners shared second place. Kim Yoo-young muttered that they might even receive bonus points, sweat sliding down her temple. Jaehyun frowned at her outburst and corrected her estimate, adding that it should be roughly another million. He brushed a finger lightly against her cheek, and she broke into a bright smile. The two girls clasped hands, shouting in excitement over how much they had secured. The protagonist turned his head away and told them to compose themselves. Other raiders were watching, with visible irritation. He covered part of his face with his hand and stepped aside, distancing himself from the noise. A man moved through the crowd, drawing attention effortlessly. Heads turned. Even the protagonist's team shifted their focus toward him. Kim Suk-ji approached with a composed expression and introduced himself. The girls responded politely. The instructor glanced at the surrounding raiders and said he had something to discuss, but this was not the place for it. Min Jae-hyun lowered his eyes briefly before asking whether this conversation concerned the points he had just accumulated. Kim Suk-ji closed his eyes without answering directly. The boy walked past him and stated that they could proceed. He stopped only when the instructor mentioned that he had not specified their destination. Jae-hyun calmly assumed they were heading to the principal's office and turned back to confirm. Kim Suk-ji met his gaze in silence, then nodded with measured composure. The boy's expression hardened slightly. Co Ina and Kim Yoo-young studied the instructor carefully as he clarified that the principal of Milla's academy, Gu Jin, wishes to see them. Inside the principal's office, a figure sat with one leg crossed over the other. The protagonist glanced around and asked where Gu Jin was, since he had summoned them, yet failed to appear. The instructor's brows drew together with restrained anger. The girls exchanged confused looks, sensing the tension but not understanding its source. Kim Suk-ji lowered his gaze and instructed them to take their seats. The principal would arrive shortly. Co Ina and Ing had barely settled beside him when the office door swung open and a man strode in as if time itself had been waiting for him. He brushed off his coat and remarked that he was slightly late. The two girls shot to their feet at once and introduced themselves with stiff voices, but the principal only smiled and replied that he already knew exactly who they were. Jaehyun, however, did not move. He sat slouched on the couch, cheek propped against his hand, and lazily commented that the head of the academy had been so late he had nearly fallen asleep. The air tightened instantly. Yuang and Seo Ina stared at him in horror. Kim Suk-gi broke into a cold sweat, convinced their partner had finally lost his mind. He was the only one who remained seated. The principal's smile did not disappear, yet a faint vein surfaced at his temple. He placed a hand on the couch and remarked that this was awkward. Then he straightened, saying he needed to prepare properly for their discussion. Jaehyun answered without hesitation that the awkwardness belonged to him and his team. Raising 3 fingers, he calmly pointed out that they had not even been given time to recover after days trapped in subspace. The director's eyes narrowed when the boy added that they had not even been allowed to shower. Still resting his cheek against his fist, Jaehyun watched as the director laughed and called him impolite. He looked away, already having expected this sort of reaction. The man clearly did not waste sympathy on anyone. Then the director clapped his hands once and declared he had a proposition. His tone softened. There was no need for concern, he said, extending his arm. He congratulated the team for claiming the top 3 positions in the participant rankings, with Jaehyun securing first place. The boy deflected it at once, stating it was the team's achievement and impossible alone. The director studied him carefully, realizing there was no arrogance in his voice. Placing a hand over his chest, the director admitted he had personally observed the hunt. A silver ring glinted as he leaned forward and revealed that their team had shattered a scoring record that had stood nearly since the academy's founding. He began clapping again, saying the result was so astonishing it was hard to believe. Seo Ina closed her eyes in relief and thanked him quietly. Jaehyun cut through the applause and asked why they had truly been summoned. The director's smile returned, deliberate and measured. Raising his hand, he announced that in recognition of their raider success, he intended to grant them several special privileges. The boys kept their eyes on him as he calmly announced that each of them will be granted access to the deluxe dormitories. Then Shun gestured toward Min Jaehyun's sword and declared that the 3 of them would receive priority use of the academy's reserved attributes. Kim Yu-young and the protagonist deliberately looked in different directions while the headmaster continued, adding that if anyone felt dissatisfied with their exam results, they were free to dispute them and even retake the test. Seo Ina's palms grew damp. She looked as if the ground beneath her had started to tilt. The director accepted a document from his assistant and, glancing down at it with a faint smile, asked what the raiders thought. Acceptance of these privileges, he explained, required signing a formal partnership agreement with the academy. Min Jaehyun answered without hesitation. He refused. A faint pause settled over the room. The director still held the stack of papers. Jaehyun turned his head slightly and remarked that it was indeed a generous proposal. Everything listed there could be achieved independently within a month. Chen's expression hardened instantly. The calm mask slipped, revealing a flash of fury beneath. The protagonist hid a smile behind his hand and added that in Milla's skill determined value. Contracts were unnecessary. He took the documents directly from the director and began scanning the contents line by line. The clauses were clear. Upon signing with Milla's academy, from the moment he began official rating activities, 30% of his income would belong to the institution for 5 full years. Silence thickened. The magician let the pages fall onto the table with a sharp sound and stated that it felt less like a partnership and more like an attempt to yoke his team to the academy like beasts of burden. His brows drew together as he asked whether he had understood the terms correctly. The director covered his face briefly and replied that no one was being forced. Each opinion mattered. The trio watched him without speaking. The girls exchanged quick, uncertain glances, then looked toward their leader and quietly echoed the refusal. Veins stood out across Chen's hands as his jaw tightened. He apologized stiffly and stated that this was the only option available. The young man's expression darkened. The director's composure finally fractured as he advised Min Jae-hyun to reconsider carefully before rejecting such terms. The protagonist's eyes widened slightly, not in fear, but in recognition of the pressure now pressing against them. Without warning, a woman's hand surfaced out of nowhere, pressing toward his consciousness as if reality itself had grown fingers. At the same instant, a sharp notification flared before his eyes. Someone was attempting to invade his mind. Hell's passive patronage skill activated automatically, counteracting the abnormal state. Behind him, unseen by the others, Hell stood like a silent shadow. The boy remained still, staring forward in stunned clarity. So this was why he had provoked the man. The phantom hand began to dissolve into smoke. Another alert surfaced. He had acquired the brainwashing skill. Orange system windows unfolded one after another, displaying detailed information about the newly learned ability, as though rewarding him for surviving the intrusion. Min Jae-hyun turned back to his teammates with a relaxed smile and remarked that it was time to leave. They were likely exhausted after the hunt. He walked past Kim Yu-young, who stood frozen and drenched in sweat. Kim Yu-young bowed politely to the instructor and offered her farewell. Ina followed with a quiet goodbye. Inside the office, the director remained standing, fingers interlocked. He called for his subordinate. Sweat rolled down Kim Yoo-jung's temples as the principal ordered him to step outside. Left alone, he placed a hand on the couch, astonished that a mere student had resisted his unique ability. Then a slow grin spread across his face. Interesting. Outside, the night sky shimmered with scattered stars. The protagonist walked ahead and asked calmly whether they were certain about their decision. Kim Yoo-jung tilted her head, confused by the question. He clarified that they had also refused the offer. She brushed her cheek thoughtfully and admitted that at first everything had seemed irresistible. But after hearing his reasoning, signing any contract felt wrong. The blonde lifted both hands, saying Kane had clearly tried to hook them with glittering bait, counting on their youth and ambition. Ina nodded, confessing that the entire discussion had made her uncomfortable. Yet they had chosen correctly. She added that such privileges would only bind them while other students moved freely. Another voice agreed that they could earn those advantages themselves soon enough. Jae-hyun allowed a faint smile. Co Ina seemed less distant than he remembered her before returning to the past. Jae-hyun's brows drew together. She asked whether anyone else felt that Gu Jian's reaction had been strange, especially the way his face twisted when they refused. Co Ina immediately agreed, pointing out that something serious had occurred inside the subspace. Yet neither the director nor instructor Kim Yoo-jung had mentioned it at all. The protagonist closed his eyes briefly. He was once again impressed by her instinct. Co Ina looked at him directly and asked whether he knew anything about Gu Jian. He did not turn around. He studied her quietly and asked why she had come to that conclusion. Co Ina kept her gaze forward and explained that Min Jae-hyun had been far too composed. Nothing about him resembled a newcomer. She recalled the flash of fury on his face earlier and added that when he stood before the director, there had been unmistakable rage in his eyes. Yuang burst into a grin and demanded that he confess already. He only replied that now was not the time to explain anything. Lifting his eyes toward the darkening sky, he stated that he was certain of one thing. Then he turned fully toward them and warned them not to trust anyone inside the academy. Not the director, not the instructors, no one. Co Ina stepped closer and asked quietly, "What about you?" For a brief second, his mouth parted in surprise. Yuang hurried forward, eyes wide, declaring that they should not trust even him. The blonde quickly hid behind him, accusing him of more than anger. He had abandoned her alone in the middle of the city once. He asked why she insisted on exaggerating it. Yin immediately grabbed her by the hair, shouting that she was not vindictive, only that it had been difficult at the time. Min Jae-hyun shoved her head away and told her to stop. They lifted their eyes toward the sky and realized the sun had already sunk beyond the horizon. Darkness had settled fully. Co Ina lowered her gaze and said this was where they would part ways. The blonde looked at the two of them and suddenly wrapped them in a hug, joking about the strange affection between them and claiming she wanted on it too. He pushed her away lightly and reminded her that the girls' dormitory was to the left and the boys' to the right. It was time to rest. She walked off. Co Ina turned once more and told him to sleep well. A faint golden light shimmered around the mage as he wished them luck. The dormitory door creaked open. He stepped inside and muttered that it had been a long time since he had returned to this place. The walls were dark and stained. A sour scent of mold lingered in the air. The floor groaned beneath each step. He lay down on the narrow bed and stared at the ceiling, thinking of how easily students' dreams were crushed by reality. Pressing a hand to his forehead, he admitted quietly that he missed them. Still, after classes, he would secure a proper room for himself. Outside, lights glowed from tall buildings. The scene shifted to a park where he ran alone beneath the city lamps. His pace was steady. Then he slowed, placing a hand against his side, noting calmly that his warm-up was finally complete. As he exited the park, he muttered that it was time to return. The next morning, students gathered inside a large chamber. His three companions stood among them. A woman entered with steady steps and greeted the magic class. Raising her hand, she introduced herself and stated that she would be teaching the fundamentals of mana adaptation. Min Jae-hyun observed her carefully. He did not recognize her. In his previous life, he had been absorbed in the martial arts division, so he rarely interacted with magic instructors. That likely explained the unfamiliar face. Judging by her aura, she might have been one of those who would not remain at the academy for long. Applause filled the room. One of his friends grinned brightly, while he reflected that being an instructor at Milla's was nothing short of brutal. After meeting the director, he already understood that those who stayed here often did so, expecting substantial rewards from Gujin. The woman suddenly clenched her fist, then placed both hands behind her back. She announced that today's class would not be held in a cramped lecture room, but in a more spacious facility. Without warning, the heavy doors behind her began to open. The students stared wide-eyed. Standing before the widening entrance, she declared that their mana would be tested. Murmurs spread instantly. Many assumed they would have to enter some extreme dimension on their very first lesson. The tension was obvious. Min Jae-hyun lifted his gaze toward the interior beyond the doors. The structure was familiar. He had seen something similar before, though the mana density there had been significantly lower. The instructor raised her voice slightly, ordering silence. She explained that what stood before them was a mana room, a modified mana cube commonly used by guilds. Listening quietly, he heard her emphasize that facing a true mana cube directly would be nearly impossible for beginners. That was precisely why the Academy had converted it into a segmented mana chamber. She gestured inside and pointed out that the space was divided into multiple sections. In the first segment, the mana concentration was comparable to Earth's natural atmosphere. The deeper they stepped inside, the heavier the air became, as if an invisible wall was slowly pressing back against their chests. And she explained it in the simplest way possible. Imagine pushing against a solid barrier that refuses to move. That is what mana feels like when it condenses beyond what your body can endure. She stated calmly that first-year students usually manage to reach only the third room, no further, and then added that graduates, after years of tempering their cores, could withstand the pressure up to the seventh. Today, she declared, they would learn exactly how much concentration of mana each of them could survive. One girl lowered her head, eyes trembling with anticipation, whispering that in this chamber, she would finally measure the limits of her own talent. The instructor stepped forward and ordered everyone into a single column, her voice sharp and precise, commanding them to raise a hand immediately if anything felt wrong, because once the pressure crossed a certain threshold, only Academy staff could escort them back out. Then she opened the door and told them it was time. The first room swallowed them whole. Moments later they emerged, and the instructor observed that everyone had passed. Without hesitation, she directed them to the second door. By the time they pushed through it, several students were already breathing unevenly. The third room claimed more victims. Only a portion advanced. The hero and his friends walked out of it steadily, their steps firm, their expressions controlled. She turned toward them and announced that the fourth room awaited. At that point, half the class had their hands raised, unable to continue. When she mentioned the fifth, more arms lifted. At the word sixth, even more hesitated at the threshold, their resolve crumbling before the pressure they could already sense seeping through the cracks. Standing before the next door, the girl glanced at the protagonist and asked if breathing had grown difficult. He answered simply that it had not. Co. Ina studied him carefully and realized he remained composed, not even a flicker of strain on his face. Lowering her gaze, she decided she would not fall behind. The instructor looked around and noticed only 4 students remained. Jae-hyun stood among them. Beside him was Kim Yu-young. Co. Ina had endured. Swak as well. The memory of the rookie ranking table surfaced in her mind. These were the same names that had dominated the Hun evaluations. Her eyes paused on the hero, and she acknowledged silently that he was the strongest of the group. Without saying a word, John understood why the director had ordered them to monitor these particular students. And, just as quietly, she admitted to herself that she had no intention of doing so. Her gaze fixed on the entrance ahead, and she announced that it was time to proceed to the 7th room. Only 4 students stood before her now. Behind them, the rest of the class stared in disbelief, whispering among themselves, because even the instructor had stated earlier that reaching the 7th was something only graduates accomplished. Yet here they were. She turned without hesitation and declared that they would advance to the 8th room. Her voice remained steady as she asked whether anyone felt unwell. None of the 4 answered. They simply looked at her in silence. She stepped inside first. They followed. Behind them, the remaining students erupted into murmurs, struggling to comprehend how these few had already crossed the threshold meant for those years ahead of them. The instructor emerged from the 8th room first. 3 students followed. Then the protagonist stepped out as well, calm, controlled, unreadable. She turned back toward them and stated that from this point onward, the mana density would no longer remain stable. It would fluctuate every second, just like a real dungeon. Even prodigies, she warned, would struggle under such unstable pressure. Suyak clenched his teeth and raised his hand. Kim Yu-young followed. Co. Ina lowered her eyes to the floor. Her lips parted slightly, but she said nothing at first. Instead, she moved toward the entrance of the 9th room and informed them that this was the next step. One of the students began to retreat. Ina covered her mouth as she stumbled out. The protagonist exited right after her and called her name. The instructor turned sharply, eyes widening. He raised his hand. For a moment, old memories surfaced in Gon's mind. The principal's calm voice echoed within her. No matter the circumstances, never be the first to extend a helping hand. She remembered the director placing a chess piece onto the board, explaining that for certain students, danger itself was opportunity. Another piece moved between his fingers as he grinned and asked whether she would regret taking that opportunity away from them at the decisive moment. She had bitten her lip then, recognizing the argument for what it was, elegant, but hollow. The hero placed his hand gently on his friend's shoulder and asked if she was fine. She answered yes, but suddenly her vision blurred. Her eyes fixed on a single empty point in space. A memory surfaced, an old animated tale someone once mentioned, repeating that only the strongest survive, and that no matter how exceptional her magical talent might be, one day she would kneel before the martial arts class. The images replayed in fragments inside her mind. A hand cupped her cheek. Her eyelids grew heavy as a cruel thought settled in. Weakness earns no future, and if she failed to be acknowledged here, then perhaps there would never be another chance. Resting her head against his hand, she understood with quiet clarity that she had lost again. A stretcher was brought in, and they carried her out as the pressure in the chamber continued to surge like a living thing. The hero stood there, lips slightly parted, asking once more if she was all right. But before anyone could answer properly, he stepped toward the next door. The instructor reached out instinctively to stop him. She had just exited that room herself and knew exactly what waited inside. Even she had struggled to breathe in the 10th chamber. She called out, asking whether he was in his right mind. He stood with his back to her and replied that he was beginning to feel unwell. Then he grinned faintly and added that it was probably time to end it. She told him to leave together with her. As she turned toward the exit, she replayed his words in her mind. When she glanced back, he was standing right behind her, and she realized something unsettling. There was not the slightest trace of exhaustion in him. Later, standing before the remaining students, she ordered them to applaud. Student Jaehyun had endured the 10th room. Applause rose hesitantly at first, then stronger. The protagonist lowered his gaze as the instructor stated that his performance rivaled that of a B-rank raider, and that he likely possessed even greater potential. Swak glanced sideways at him when she added that the rest should work harder if they wished to keep pace with such a classmate. Ina stood among them with her eyes closed. The protagonist approached and asked if she was fine. She opened her eyes, answered yes, and apologized for worrying him. Yoo-jong explained calmly that what she experienced were typical symptoms of mana intoxication, especially after pushing herself so hard on the first day. He nodded, saying that was good. Someone asked whether he himself was all right. He smiled and confirmed that he was, then casually asked her to remove the towel around her neck. When she did, she suddenly exclaimed that she had truly been worried about him. He tilted his head and asked whether she was in pain. She lifted her chin proudly and said she was perfectly fine. He narrowed his eyes slightly and replied that it was good to hear. Ina stood quietly with her eyes closed. He remembered the emptiness in her gaze inside the chamber and understood that what drove her had never been simple competitiveness. It was something heavier. When he recalled how she leaned into him, he realized it had not been thirst for victory, but pressure crushing down on her from within. He lifted a hand to his face and concluded that it was fortunate she escaped with only minor consequences this time. But with that kind of temperament, if left unchecked, one day the pressure would not release so easily. Faces flickered through his mind. Sunghoon, Jae Sang-sin, Hwan, even Ina, and he understood that stepping into the current flow of events did not mean restraining her growth. It meant altering the board itself. If he intervened, then her path would inevitably shift, just as theirs would. He glanced at Kim Yoo-young and reached the same conclusion. None of their futures would remain intact. She caught him staring while adjusting her hair and demanded to know what he was looking at. He replied that he was wondering whether she was truly fine, since she had been acting strangely. His hand moved to his chin as he calculated silently, unaware that no one around him could possibly grasp how deeply his actions might distort what was supposed to unfold. In a world where circumstances changed without warning, hesitation was fatal. He muttered that deadlines would need tightening. It was time to make the first move. A towel suddenly dropped over his head. She looped it around his neck and asked what he was whispering to himself, adding that everyone else could hear him. He smirked inwardly, reminded once again of his girlfriend's absurdly sharp hearing. Without thinking, he flipped the towel over her head and returned, then immediately realized that saying anything carelessly in front of her was a mistake. He pulled the towel away. Her hair was a mess. Her fist clenched. She hurled insults at him through gritted teeth. Yoo-yeon raised her voice and demanded to know whether he had any idea how long she spent fixing her hair. He apologized quickly, then made it worse by saying he could not even tell the difference. Her eyes flared with outrage as she asked if he was implying she looked ugly. He averted his gaze, fully aware he had stepped into a trap with no escape. She lunged after him, shouting. He retreated instinctively. Ina covered her mouth to hide her laughter and remarked that although she had just returned from the infirmary, Min Jae-hyun would likely need it more than she did. A faint smile curved on her lips as she watched them. They really were close. Swak observed the scene with a frown. He could not comprehend how that same boy had endured the 10th room. A student behind him called out and asked what occupied his thoughts. While Yoo-young continued striking the fleeing hero, Suyak ordered the classmate to tell him everything he knew about that guy. Misu only smirked and asked whether he truly did not recognize the protagonist at all. He slid his hands into his pockets and stated calmly that assessing the strength of fellow students was a basic responsibility at the academy. Then he added that Min Jae-hyun was the first mage among the hunters to step forward and assume leadership. Swak's mouth fell open. He said he wanted to know exactly where that person had come from. The boy only gestured lightly, indicating he knew nothing. A frown deepened across Swak's face. Something about that guy was wrong. Someone who could clear the 10th room so smoothly had to be hiding something. Minsu, recalling the hero from childhood, remarked that there had already been 2 official evaluations. Turning to Suyak, He wondered aloud how anyone could deceive the entire system. This was Milla's academy. Suyak clenched his teeth and demanded to know why that man was stronger than him. An idea flashed across the other boy's mind. Standing before his comrade, he admitted that even he was inferior to Kim Yu-young and Seo Aina. Raising both hands, he told him not to overestimate himself. None of them were on the same level as the hero. Suyak had already started walking away. The boy grinned faintly and muttered that it was nothing more than adolescent delusion. Then he ran after him. Elsewhere, the night had already fallen during the hunt review session. The hero approached with an easy smile, greeting the teacher and asking how her own hunt had gone. She smiled in return and replied that she would rather hear about his directly. He looked at her and remarked that the results likely would not surprise her. She continued listening as he explained how he secured first place. When he glanced at the tablet, he asked whether manager Sung Jae Appa was present. She confirmed it and added that her assistant had grown noticeably more cheerful after hearing the news. Seated before the screen, he listened as the voice on the other end commented on how luxurious his apartment seemed for a first-year student and asked how many points he had accumulated. The woman congratulated him, stating that even by Milla's Academy's notoriously strict standards, his start was exceptional. He thanked her and admitted that he had been uneasy, thinking about how close second place had been. She closed her eyes thoughtfully and asked whether anyone had particularly caught his interest during the hunt. He looked back at the tablet and asked directly if she was considering taking him on as an intern. She answered that she had indeed been thinking about it. If he was willing to share information, there would certainly be compensation waiting for him. He smiled lightly, as if the matter were too small to even deserve seriousness, and said that speaking about it cost him nothing, then tilted his head and asked whether she was being overly generous. She parted her lips to respond, but he closed his eyes instead, listening as she calmly explained that she already knew that next time he would refuse even a reward 10 times greater without hesitation. The names of his comrades rose in his mind one by one, and he spoke them aloud without pause, then leaned back into the couch and stated plainly that those were the ones Lotus should take in, though there was still one more. A faint grin touched his face as he added that this last person was not even a first year. The woman's lips curved in return, saying she would gladly accept him as well. She looked at the young man a moment longer before bidding farewell. After he left, Yu Sung-eun closed her eyes and let the name linger in her thoughts. Jae-sang. She remembered telling the hero that the name felt familiar because it likely belonged to the youngest son of the S-rank raider Jae-sang. When he had smiled and confirmed it, the pieces had fallen into place. Resting her fingers against her chin, she recalled the rumors that the boy had been neglected within the raider family due to his supposed lack of talent. Yet blood remained blood, and if they brought him into their fold, it could spark friction with the Wind God Guild his father commanded. She had asked then whether such a risk was worth taking. He had not hesitated. With that same unshaken smile, he declared that the boy would soon rise as a world-class alchemist. The girl had lowered her gaze at that, unable to hide her smile. A knock followed, and the assistant approached to announce that the protagonist's mother had arrived. Yu Sung-eun straightened, smoothing her hair, and ordered that she be shown in. The door opened without delay. A young woman stepped into the office, and Yeonju lifted her hand in greeting while the assistant offered a polite smile. The chairwoman remarked that they were precisely on time. The woman before the desk replied evenly that for a merchant, time was worth its weight in gold, then extended her hand and added that it had been far too long since they had last met. The chairwoman's grin sharpened as she admitted she had never believed there were friendly ties between them to begin with. Yet she gestured for the guests to sit without rising from her seat. Yu Sung-eun, smiling thinly, inquired about the business of the master of the Curator Guild. The woman adjusted her glasses, removed them with deliberate calm, and stated that she would speak directly, since true friendship between them had always been out of reach. She stated calmly that she had no need for such a friendship in the first place. Settling into the seat across from Yu Sung-eun, the guild master added that she preferred to avoid empty pleasantries. Yu Sung-eun, unbothered, asked what had truly brought her there. A knowing smile curved along the guest's lips. She revealed that she had heard rumors. An unusually interesting specimen had entered the Lotus Guild, and without circling the topic, she asked for its price. Yu Sung-eun's eyes opened fully, and a low chuckle escaped her. The air in the office grew heavier, though neither woman shifted from her seat. With deliberate calm, Yu Sung-eun closed her eyes and explained that the people under her banner were not commodities, and therefore there would be no discussion of selling. If the guild master sought goods, she should search elsewhere. The guest's grin widened slightly as she asked whether that particular young man shared the same conviction. Lifting her hand to her face, the chairwoman replied that not everything in this world bends to money. She opened her eyes and added that her visitor seemed incapable of grasping that truth. The guest remained seated, still smiling, then dipped her head faintly. Rising from her chair, she remarked that she had not expected a different answer. Yeonju turned her gaze aside while the chairwoman commented that the visit had been nothing more than light conversation offered as goodwill. The assistant listened with a subtle frown, and Yu Sung-eun, lips parted slightly, admitted that such gestures only made her uneasy. The guest's smile did not fade. She stood fully and stated that in that case, it was better for her to leave, as she had many matters to attend to, and clearly was not welcome for conversation. The chairwoman observed, almost amused, that her perception was sharper than expected. The visitor retrieved her glasses and slipped them back on, remarking that a merchant could not survive without clarity of sight. Elsewhere, the students gathered before the table where the endurance test results were to be displayed. Every pair of eyes remained fixed ahead. The hero looked up, breath heavy, chest rising and falling as the screen continued to declare that calculations were still in progress. Hull's name stood at the top, directly above the protagonist's. The young man stared, lips parted slightly, before wiping the sweat from his face and acknowledging the truth. He had not yet reached the level of a martial arts genius. His jaw tightened. Second place was still a result. His gaze slowly lowered, carrying both frustration and resolve. That face surfaced in his mind again, clear and unshaken, and with it came a steady realization. There was no need to rush. The goal remained distant, and he still lacked the means to reach it, but haste would only fracture his foundation. He exhaled slowly and turned his head toward Hull. Their eyes met. The girl nearby followed his gaze, sensing the shift in his expression. Kim Yu-young stepped forward, concern tightening her voice as she asked what was wrong. He faced her directly, asking instead how a mage had managed to stand that close to Hull in an endurance ranking. Her mouth fell open in disbelief as she protested that such proximity was practically illegal in terms of stamina standards. He lifted a hand dismissively and asked what was so strange about it, reminding her that he had once belonged to the martial arts class. Then he lightly tapped her head and told her not to rely solely on magic. Had she never heard that endurance was the body's true capital? Her eyes widened further. Kim Yu-young raised her fist and declared that one day she would rip that smug grin right off his face. Not far away, a man observing the exchange frowned inwardly, recalling the director's warning that Jae Hyun was a dangerous student. Watching the young man's relaxed smile, he understood something unsettling. No ordinary mage could display that kind of physical resilience. Co Ina glanced upward as if sensing the tension thinning out. The protagonist averted his gaze when someone mentioned that the second period was beginning. Kim Yu-young still stared at him with wide, unsettled eyes. At the front, the instructor addressed the students and announced that they would proceed to the next endurance assessment. He opened his eyes fully and stated that the AR room was prepared for them. A crease formed between the protagonist's brows. This was the examination designed to expose the limits of one's capacity. The instructor raised his hand and gestured toward the sealed chamber ahead, explaining that it had been constructed using the Academy's most advanced technology. The protagonist listened closely as the teacher clarified that their evasive abilities would be tested inside. Young's eyes widened again as she asked for confirmation. The instructor replied that the system simulated real combat against virtual enemies. The young man brought his hand to his face, recognizing that this would be anything but simple. Standing firm before them, the instructor continued. Under normal circumstances, they would be tasked with eliminating monsters and analyzing battlefield variables. But today the focus was endurance through evasion alone. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added that destroying a monster would grant additional points. The protagonist looked away briefly, absorbing the implication. The instructor was right. He pictured monsters first, fangs, claws, corrupted mana twisting the air, then the raiders who stood against them. A hunter was not merely someone who collected spoils. The profession meant pursuit, confrontation, tearing through beasts to claim potions, equipment, artifacts. A raider who never attacked could never be called a professional. The thought settled heavily in his chest. At that moment, devices were handed to the three of them. Young turned the small object over in her palm and asked what it was. The hero placed it into his ear without hesitation and explained that it was a transmitter, a core component of the combat system that allowed monsters to be projected into perceived reality. The instructor folded his arms, observing that the young man seemed to know quite a bit already. He answered simply that he did. Holding up two more transmitters, the instructor clarified that everyone would receive one. The devices stimulated the brain and enabled the projection of an additional layer of reality, convincing the senses that the monsters were truly present. The hero analyzed it calmly. It was essentially a projector overlaying a three-dimensional construct onto the physical environment, reinforcing it through neural stimulation so the illusion felt tangible. A translucent shield flickered into existence around the training field, signaling safety parameters. He anticipated the questions others might have, whether the monsters could truly harm them. Even if they materialized vividly within their perception, they remained virtual constructs. Still, the transmitters ensured that each strike carried a sensation equivalent to roughly 20% of actual damage. Enough to hurt. Enough to remind. An Hoyan inserted his device without comment. Suyuk followed. The protagonist understood that this was not meant to frighten them, but to sharpen their focus, to simulate dungeon pressure, to condition raiders before they ever stepped into real danger. Hands resting on his hips, the The instructor explained that they could adjust the difficulty level from 1 to 100, though today's assessment would be capped at 10. He glanced down at his tablet and announced that teams of 4 would enter in sequence. He began calling out team numbers and names. Before he could finish, the surrounding space distorted. The environment fractured and reassembled into a 3-dimensional arena. 4 figures stood within the projected dimension. The girl at the front urged them to do their best. On their team were Suyuk and Min Jae-hyun as well. The hero looked upward, assessing the composition. Balanced. Deliberate. An ally called out to him. He turned. The young man facing him frowned slightly and asked for his name. He opened his mouth and gave his name without hesitation. The raider studying him nodded once and said he'd heard the rumors that this mage had taken first place in the hunt. His brows drew together as he added that it made no sense. How could a mage stand at the top as a leader? A crooked smile tugged at his lips. There had to be a special reason. He asked whether the secret would be revealed willingly. The hero replied evenly. What if there was no secret at all? Suyuk's smirk deepened. In that case, he would uncover the truth by force. His fingers tightened unconsciously, tension coiling through his arm. The hero tilted his head and asked why he had concealed his desire to fight for so long. Min Jae-hyun's gaze sharpened at that. Suyuk answered that it was refreshing his opponent did not shrink from the idea. A few of the boys on the team chuckled under their breath, but the girls behind them exchanged uneasy looks. Min Jae-hyun shot Suyuk an impatient glance, as if accusing him of stalling. The mage understood immediately. His partner wanted a clash. Suyuk's smile widened. The thrill had already set in. He was pleased the mage had caught on so quickly. Whispers spread among the girls. They could not understand why teammates were radiating hostility before the test had even begun. Jian stepped forward, intending to mediate, but her attempt was cut short. Instructor Kim Suk-ji called the third team and ordered them onto the field. Min Jae-hyun turned away first. Suyuk exhaled faintly and moved behind him. The entire team surged forward. The boys remained at the rear without drawing weapons. The girls advanced to the front line. Ji-hun gripped her sword firmly, while Han stood ready with blade and shield. Park Hannah placed the transmitter into her ear, and a countdown echoed immediately. 5 seconds until the first stage. Jian's expression hardened. A weapon began forming in the hero's hand, light condensing into solid shape. Suyuk swung his staff up onto his shoulder. Across from them, a skeleton knight materialized, shield raised, blade in hand. Suyuk instinctively stepped back to analyze, already constructing a strategy. Then someone burst forward. Dust exploded from the ground. Suyuk blinked, caught off guard. He had not even processed the movement. Park Hannah's eyes widened as Jae Hyang shot ahead at blinding speed. The skeleton barely adjusted its stance before the distance vanished. The rest of the team was left behind, shouting that it was too dangerous, but their voices trailed uselessly as the mage closed in alone. Suyuk frowned at first, unable to understand what this player was trying to prove, but then realization struck him all at once. Min Jae-hyun kept walking forward, as if the entire arena belonged to him, not even considering that someone might dare step in his way. He averted his gaze for a split second, acknowledging that there were no alternatives left. A blue sphere slowly formed in his palm, humming with restrained force. If they wanted to see it, then he would show them exactly what he was capable of. Energy gathered violently in his hand as he accelerated. Without hesitation, he drove that power forward and smashed it straight into the skull of the skeleton knight. The impact snapped the creature's head backward, fragments scattering across the tiles. For a brief second, he stared at what he had done, measuring the weight of that strike. Behind him, his teammates stood frozen, mouths hanging open. Even Kim Yoo-jung's instructor could not hide his reaction, and the surrounding teams watching from the field felt the same disbelief. No one expected that. The system did not pause. New opponents materialized one after another, as if trying to drown him in numbers. A skeleton lunged, jaws wide, but Jae-hyun's foot lashed out first, crushing its skull into the ground. He spared it no more than a glance before surging ahead again. His pace increased, fingers tightening as he felt something ignite within him. A new skill, magician's weapon, activated, streams of energy spiraling into his palms as he ran. This was not something ordinary mages could wield. This was different. Power wrapped around his body, yet his thoughts remained steady. For others, this ability tore through flesh and left real damage behind. In his case, the pain did not matter. He unleashed the gathered force in a violent wave straight ahead, blasting through his enemies before settling into a calm fighting stance as if he had merely warmed up. Suyuk could not hold back anymore and muttered that the mage was insane. The girls watching were completely speechless. A system notification flashed. First stage of the evasiveness test cleared. All enemies eliminated. Bonus points granted. Efficiency, 100%. Before the words even faded, the second stage began. A new presence formed before him. Min Jae-hyun lowered his posture slightly and recognized the silhouette immediately. A Drago. A grin spread across his face. It had been a long time since he faced one of these. Time passed in a blur of strikes, and shattered stone. When it ended, only scorched tiles and cracked ground remained as evidence of the clash. The system calmly declared that the 10th stage had been completed. Min Jae-hyun stood alone amid the devastation, while another message appeared above him. New record achieved. Soo-yak kept staring, unable to grasp how any of that had just happened. The protagonist slowly looked down at his own palm and clenched it, testing the flow of strength running through his fingers. It worked. After adjusting his fighting style according to instructor Sung's guidance, his body had become noticeably lighter, every movement sharper and more precise. A faint smile crossed Min Jae-hyun's face as he acknowledged the result. Yet the moment his thoughts drifted to his mentor, that smile faltered. She had a habit of reacting to his successes with an almost unsettling excitement, and that memory left him slightly uncomfortable. Still, there was no denying her skill. What she taught him had transformed everything. Behind him, Soo-yak finally broke the silence and called out. Min Jae-hyun turned calmly. The raider demanded an explanation, his tone edged with irritation, asking what exactly Jae-hyun thought he had just done. The reply came without emotion. He had seen everything with his own eyes. There was nothing to explain. But Soo-yak was not satisfied. What angered him most was how the magician had pushed to the front line and dismantled every opponent alone, as if the rest of them were irrelevant. To him, that outcome was impossible. His voice rose, laced with disbelief. Jae-hyun offered no argument. There was no need. The truth had unfolded right in front of them. Soo-yak let out a mocking laugh, and something in Min Jae-hyun's gaze shifted. He stepped forward until the distance between them nearly vanished, and suggested they settle the matter immediately. That was enough to make Soo-yak retreat half a step, though he continued throwing sharp words in Min Jae-hyun's direction. Instructor Kim Yoo-young intervened, drawing their attention and demanding to know what was happening. Soo-yak clenched his fists, frustration boiling over it being interrupted. In his mind, if not for the instructor, he would have already taught the mage a lesson. Min Jae-hyun turned away, ending it there, but Soo-yak shouted after him, warning him not to think he had won. Jae-hyun paused and glanced back, stating plainly that it did not look like he had lost either. The challenge came quickly. Fight at the Academy Festival. A decisive match. Min Jae-hyun faced forward again and declined without hesitation. That refusal only deepened Soo-yak's scowl. A quiet chuckle escaped the protagonist as he added that it simply did not fit into his plans. Time moved on. The sun rose over the city once more, casting light across rooftops and narrow streets. Ho-young woke beneath that glow, thoughts returning to the confrontation. Min Jae-hyun had refused the challenge, and that refusal lingered. Staring at the ceiling, Ho-young understood one thing clearly. The protagonist still viewed him as a rival. The memory of his promise resurfaced. At the Academy Festival, he would defeat the mage and reclaim his badge. He kept staring at the ceiling, thoughts circling without rest. Then he pushed himself upright, muttering that this was no time to relax. His hand reached for his jacket, already deciding on the gem. He slipped it on while walking, jaw set. He could not afford to disappoint Min Jae-hyun. Not now. By evening, the sun was sinking behind the buildings. The training room stood empty. Instructor Kim Yoo-young walked down the corridor alongside several men wearing gas masks. Their low voices echoed faintly as they discussed the previous day. This year's newcomers were different. Not weak. Not careless. One of the masked men brought up Min Jae-hyun and the new record he had set. The only thing none of them could explain was how he had done it. Kim Yoo-jung's expression tightened. It was not just talent. He had seen the weight behind those attacks, the control, the experience in the way Min Jae-hyun read the battlefield. That was not something gained overnight. The instructor slowed for a moment, lost in that realization. They stopped at a door. It opened quietly. Inside, the academy director sat with his back to them. Without turning around, he remarked that they had performed well. Then he suggested reviewing the test results. Screens lit up across the wall. Instructor Kim Yoo-young began his report, listing the highest scores on Hoi-won, Yuan, and Jae-hyun. The last name carried particular emphasis. His performance had far exceeded expectations. The director turned his chair slightly and smiled. He thanked Kim Yoo-young, then shifted his gaze to the largest monitor. Dozens of participants were displayed, but his focus locked onto one figure. Min Jae-hyun. The screen rotated through multiple angles, replaying movements, analyzing posture, tracking energy output. The director watched for a long time, eyes narrowing with interest before his smile widened. He ordered the report to continue, specifically on the mage's actions. If anything unusual surfaced, they would handle it accordingly. Kim Yoo-young bowed in acknowledgement. The director, still studying the monitor, commented that with Kim Yoo-young overseeing things, it felt secure. The others bowed as well. Preparation for the next event was to begin immediately. They left. The office grew quiet again. Director Chun remained seated, gaze fixed on the screens where Min Jae-hyun's figure continued to move. His expression turned almost contemplative. A system notification echoed through the testing grounds. The 27th stage completed. Min Jae-hyun exhaled slowly, rubbing his chin as dust settled around him. He assessed the situation with cold clarity. A stage like this was manageable for several rank level raiders. And that, he concluded, was exactly where he stood now. Next on the schedule, practice in Dungeon X. Jaehyun rolled his shoulders and began to stretch, steady and methodical. As he moved, he reminded himself that preparation was everything. Training was not optional. Not after what had happened. The memory surfaced without warning. The dungeon exit. The collapse. Dust raining from the ceiling. The roar of the monster. His teammates screaming. That day had carved itself into the Academy's history as one of its most disgraceful disasters. He could still hear his own voice among the chaos, shouting until his throat tore. When it ended, only he was left standing, the sole survivor. The scene shifted in his mind, rows of eyes fixed on him. Accusing. Cold. He stood alone while insults rained down. Pathetic. Useless. A curse to his team. Some had even threatened him outright. Yet he had not withdrawn. He had not quit the academy. Another memory followed. His mother's hand resting gently on his head. Her voice calm despite everything. That was why he endured. He would not betray the faith of those who still believed in him. Now he truly was alone. Jaehyun lowered his gaze. On the counter in front of him sat several potions. The shopkeeper's voice broke through his thoughts, thanking him for the purchase and wishing him a good day. He stepped outside with the vial secured, wondering whether this time the outcome would change. He remembered being told he was incapable of protecting anyone, that he was less than human, just material to be discarded. His jaw tightened as he looked up at the sky. No, he would not repeat that mistake. Regret had already done its damage. Enough. Morning arrived. The day of Dungeon X practice. The academy auditorium buzzed with low chatter as the instructor wrapped up the lecture. Ji-hun leaned back in his seat, uninterested, until someone called his name. Kim Yu-young approached first, and Co Ina grabbed his hand, pulling him up with quiet urgency. He allowed himself a small grin as he stood. The girls gathered around him. His childhood friend admitted she was anxious about tomorrow. She had never entered a dungeon before. Ina confessed she had barely slept, nerves keeping her awake through the night. Min Jae-hyun listened, then answered calmly that the first time was always like that. Aiden smirked and asked whether their friend was present or had gone wandering again. Jae-hyun replied without hesitation that he had probably already encountered monsters, and won. After all, the one they were talking about was standing right in front of them. Yuzian snapped at his joke and immediately started pounding on his shoulder, shouting while he laughed it off. Ina stood to the side, clearly surprised at how quickly things escalated. Yuzian's irritation only deepened, and that stubborn anger amused Jae-hyun even more. Ina hid a grin and looked away as he let out a quiet sigh. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a small bottle. Without ceremony, he held it up in front of them. Both girls had been complaining about nerves. Yuzian's anger faded as curiosity took over, her eyes locking onto the potion in fascination. Co Ina asked calmly what it was and extended her hand to examine it. As they moved toward the classroom exit, Jae-hyun explained that when he bought some for himself, he had taken extra for them as well. They could use it if they felt they needed it. Kim Yu-young leaned against Co Ina and declared that she would forgive him this time. Her friend thanked the magician properly. Watching them, he grew quiet. Back then, survival had depended on luck. This time, it would depend on skill alone. Another sunrise marked the day of practice in Dungeon X. Jae-hyun drew in a slow breath and sat cross-legged on the floor. Meditation steadied his pulse. Magic began to flow outward in thin currents around him. Deep inside, he sensed it, a condensed sphere of energy resting at his core. Eyes closed, he focused on preparation. Before forcing energy into the core, the body had to be warmed properly. In his mind, an image formed, a magician pierced by his own power. Even the strongest could collapse if they forced high-tier spells without stabilizing their flow. He visualized the surge of mana reversing direction, flooding backward through the channels, the body breaking under the strain. A bright white flare marked total loss of control. Mana return. Those who frequently relied on advanced spells were especially vulnerable if their control wavered. He imagined streams of energy splitting like aircraft breaking formation, chains scattering in every direction. Skills such as super speed, chain, and sacrifice, techniques reserved for high-class users. He let out a quiet breath. If he failed to develop properly, that backlash would eventually be his own. The dungeon's energy core was saturated with power. He could already sense it. That density alone made the situation unpredictable. He continued meditating, aware that once inside, danger could escalate beyond expectation. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Either he or his comrades could die. He shifted onto the bed and placed a hand over his abdomen, concentrating on the mana resting within the core. If stored in advance and kept stable, it could be released instantly to strengthen the body or amplify a spell without delay. A practical advantage. A necessary one. His expression hardened. This time, he would not step in unprepared. A translucent system window burst into existence before his eyes, cold letters arranging themselves with mechanical precision, informing him that when loading a new system, The user could return to a chosen point in the past. John narrowed his eyes at the message, weighing what moment he would rewind to if given that kind of authority. Before the thought could fully form, another window slid over the first. He blinked. The system calmly declared this to be the main quest. Resolve several crossroads of fate and decide which path to walk. He rubbed his chin slowly, already sensing that familiar distortion beneath the surface. Nothing from this system ever came without a hidden blade. His gaze shifted to the listed rewards. Generous. Suspiciously so. He leaned back on the couch, staring ahead in silence. The conclusion formed on its own. The system was pushing him forward. It required growth. It required him. For something. He folded his arms across his chest and reread the conditions. Choose a route. Resolve fate. Move forward. Simple wording. Unclear consequences. The trap was buried somewhere between those lines, and that was what bothered him most. Far away, inside Milla's Academy's Dungeon X, tension thickened the air. Every eye fixed itself on the automated fences rising from the ground. John stood before the gathered students and issued a warning before entry. Teams would be decided by lot. The announcement cracked through the crowd like a strike of lightning. Panic spread immediately. Jae-hyun remained motionless. He had expected this. Random teams meant imbalance. Imbalance meant casualties. And inside that dungeon, real monsters waited. His eyes drifted toward On Hoi-won. If luck favored him, the task would be simple. If not, he would find himself rotating through the weaker ranks, forced to compensate for incompetence. Murmurs swelled until Gi raised her hand sharply, silencing the chaos. Her other hand tightened into a fist as she declared that this exercise was part of the official rating assessment for Dungeon X. Only low-rank monsters would appear. Everyone would be capable of handling them individually. There was nothing to fear. She stepped forward with confidence. Jae-hyun listened without interrupting. The protagonist understood instantly that every word was false. The fences materialized before him, metallic frames sealing the path. In his mind, he could already see them splatter dark. Yes, most creatures inside were technically low rank, just as the instructor claimed. But memory did not agree with reassurance. A scene resurfaced without mercy. A monster standing over broken bodies. His entire team erased. Dungeon X did not only contain fodder. Sometimes, it produced a ruler. He turned his gaze away, jaw tightening, as the name surfaced from the depths of memory. The Cobalt Lord. A D-rank boss. Dealing with the Cobalt Lord itself was never the issue. He could handle that creature alone. The problem was everything standing behind him. The fragile weight of teammates who would not survive a single misstep. His eyes slid toward Yu. He had no intention of following director Gu Jin's script like a puppet. Then he looked at On Hoi-won, focused and unaware. Hands sinking into his pockets, the protagonist quietly calculated that somewhere inside this dungeon, the academy director would make a mistake. And when he did, it would be usable. His gaze swept across the restless students. Instructor John noticed Jae-hyun in the crowd. She glanced at her watch, then clasped her hands behind her back, posture rigid as steel. Her voice cut through the noise, ordering the first student forward to draw lots. The chatter barely dimmed. Jae-hyun stood beside a visibly dejected Aina. He told her it was fortunate to have familiar faces on the same team. Aina, embarrassed, admitted he was right. The protagonist observed in silence. The girl was skilled. Their coordination had always been clean, efficient. Strategy would be easier this way. Fewer variables. Fewer liabilities. Footsteps approached from behind. Min Jae-hyun turned. His eyes widened. A girl and a young man stood before him, smiling openly, waving as if this were nothing more than a casual meeting. Aina and Sun Woo from the martial arts class. Sun Woo, still grinning, asked if this was Team 3. For a moment, the present fractured. Over their faces overlapped another memory, his former teammates, standing in almost the same positions. The same confidence. The same willingness. When a boss appeared, they had volunteered to hold it back. Jae-hyun went still. The system window resurfaced in his mind. Choose a route. A decision that could save others. Or destroy them. The image shifted again. Behind a smiling pair, the D-rank boss manifested in shadow, towering, inevitable. Then the main objective. Then the crossroads. He understood. The choice was never about power. It was about sacrifice. About who would be left behind. This was the route the system had been steering him toward from the start. He exhaled slowly, the weight settling. A cave. Students gathered in tense formation, himself standing opposite them. Then he extended his hand and shook Sun Woo's, introducing himself without hesitation. The protagonist glanced back at his partner. Aina stood slightly behind him. He introduced her immediately, explaining that she was simply shy. Sun Woo scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said they would get along well. Aina beamed, assuring them they were easy to work with, and there was no need to feel uneasy. Min Jae-hyun's expression hardened without warning. The two of them stood shoulder to shoulder, smiling just like before, just like that day burned into his memory. For a brief second, he allowed himself to feel it. Relief. Then it vanished behind calculation. When someone suggested that since they had gathered, they should finalize strategy, the surrounding students turned toward him instinctively. A faint smile touched his lips when the question of leadership came up, whether he intended to take command. The system window flickered across his thoughts. Crossroads. Choice. Responsibility. He narrowed his eyes. The dungeon's ceiling arched high above them, like a silent witness. Students sat scattered across the cold ground, voices overlapping as they discussed formations and roles. He cut through the noise calmly, reminding them that no matter what creature emerged, they were not to cling to it recklessly, especially the vanguard fighters. Overcommitment meant death. Aina and Sun Wu looked at him, surprised by the sharpness in his tone. Sun Wu rubbed his chin thoughtfully and muttered that this must be why he held first place among the rookies. Every possibility mapped out in advance. Aina nodded, half in admiration, half in disbelief. A clap echoed through the cavern. Instructor John's voice followed, announcing that discussion time was over. It was time to begin the practical assessment. Teams were ordered forward. Sun Wu glanced at Min Jae-hyun and said the plan was set. Min Jae-hyun's gaze drifted past him. Ho Yang stood with his group, composed and confident. The protagonist allowed himself a small smile. Ho Yang leading the fourth team meant Yu Jae-sang would remain relatively safe. That variable stabilized one corner of the board. The instructor addressed them again, granting permission to descend into their assigned sectors. Ho Yang and Kim Yu-young stared ahead, tension tight in their shoulders as the customary words of good luck were exchanged. Min Jae-hyun's team appeared energized. He closed his eyes briefly. Then he turned toward them and gave a simple signal to move. Sand shifted beneath their boots as they advanced. The dungeon walls glimmered faintly with embedded crystals, veins of light running through dark stone. Ahead, on Ho Yang's team, moved deeper into the passage. A mage girl wrinkled her nose and muttered about the damp air and foul smell, confessing she had not expected dungeons to look this crude. Kim Yu-young glanced around and asked if cobalt creatures might appear, considering the structure resembled an abandoned mine. A student approached from behind, mentioning that such dungeons were often rich in ore deposits. The girls brightened immediately at the mention of diamonds. Kim Yu-young lifted a finger, questioning how he knew that. Then her expression changed. The air shifted. Danger pressed in. On Ho Yan stiffened first. His voice cut through the damp air, warning everyone to take positions because something was coming. Ajuin tightened her grip on her staff. The others fell silent, tension snapping into place, as if a string had been pulled tight. The kobolds emerged from the shadows a heartbeat later. For a brief second, both sides stood frozen, measuring one another. On Ho Yan lifted his sword and spoke evenly. Alone, they were weak. In numbers, they required caution. Then he lunged forward, declaring they would end it quickly. Yojin closed her eyes and invoked holy light. An explosion shattered the silence. Flames engulfed the front line of monsters. The shockwave blasted dust into the air, and white beams speared through cobalt flesh. On Ho Yan glanced back in surprise. His partner was already engaged. The girl thrust her staff forward, casting swoop with sharp precision. Yu Young hesitated only a fraction before swinging her staff wide, releasing Helheim wind. A green vortex spiraled violently through the corridor. Arrows of condensed wind tore forward, shredding the remaining kobolds where they stood. Moments later, the fourth group stood amid fallen bodies. On Ho Yan exhaled heavily and turned, asking if anyone was injured. Most were unharmed, except one. A boy stood clutching his fist, breathing unevenly, pain written across his face. Kim Yu-young rushed to his side and leaned down, asking what had happened. She muttered that she hadn't known kobolds carried poison. A severed claw struck the ground nearby. Kim Yu-jung's head snapped upward. Her eyes widened. It wasn't poison. A crushing pressure descended, invisible yet suffocating. Mana, dense and overwhelming. On Ho Yan slowly raised his gaze toward the darkness ahead. Fear flickered across his expression as realization formed. The Cobalt Lord. Here. At the same time, deeper within the dungeon, the third team advanced steadily. Aina turned with a grin, admitting she knew Jae-yun was strong, but hadn't expected that level of strength. She asked how many monsters he had taken down. The protagonist looked almost uncomfortable and replied that things had simply unfolded that way. Aina walked quietly beside them, listening as Ju complained that victories never just happen, and at this pace, their run would be flawless. Min Jae-hyun heard every word but said little. Instead, he reached for Ayane's hand. He gave her a faint smile, remarking that she might feel uneasy around the others. She nodded shyly. Jae-hyun studied her closely for a moment, reminded again how reserved she truly was. He looked at Aina and, without meaning to, drifted into a memory that did not belong to this timeline. Before he returned, rumors had spread about CO Aina, that she barely spoke, that 3 or 4 words a day were her limit. No more. Silence had wrapped around her like a wall. Seonun halted abruptly. The third group stepped out into a vast chamber where crystals jutted from every surface, reflecting fractured light across the cavern. Min Jaehyun's gaze sharpened immediately. On one of the stone pillars was a carved emblem, a raven. This was not how he remembered it. He scanned the terrain carefully. The layout was refined, deliberate. Director Gu Jian had clearly intervened, which meant the stage had been prepared, adjusted. And if that was true, then he himself was being observed as something more than a student, something worth testing. A shadow moved. A clawed limb lashed toward him from the darkness. He tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing as he sensed the approach of fraction before impact. His bangs obscured his expression as he calmly warned the others that the enemy was close. Plan C. Repel first. Counterattack immediately after. Aina tightened her grip on her sword when she felt the pressure in the air. This creature was far stronger than the earlier ones. Carelessness would cost them. Sun Wu raised his shield instinctively, doubt flashing across his mind. They had been told only weak monsters appeared here. An explosion detonated in front of them. From the dust emerged a towering figure, surrounded by lesser kobolds like soldiers guarding a king. Aina and Sun Wu froze, dread washing across their faces. The Cobalt Lord stood before them. CEO Aina instinctively stepped back. Jaehyun's mind flashed to his previous life, his own voice issuing strict orders to the vanguard. Do not overcommit. Do not lose formation. Ina's expression tightened with nervous tension. A barrier shimmered into existence around the team. Sun Wu swore as the taunt skill activated prematurely, dragging the monster's focus onto him. He snapped his shield upward just as the Cobalt Lord's massive pickaxe crashed down. The impact thundered through the chamber. Min Jaehyun moved without hesitation. His eyes thinned into sharp slits as he clenched his fist and surged forward. Blue flames erupted violently around him, licking upward as he struck the Cobalt Lord head-on. Aina stared, stunned by the sheer force of the blow. Through swirling dust, cold blue eyes glimmered. Min Jaehyun paused. Confusion flickered, then realization, then a faint smile. Blood splashed across the stone floor. He muttered that he had expected complications. The monster's torn flesh began knitting itself together. Muscle reformed, bone realigned. The Cobalt Lord was regenerating. Jahan let out a low breath, admitting he had not anticipated a regenerative variant. The protagonist's smirk deepened as the system window materialized once more. It identified a presence behind the Cobalt Lord, Odin's Raven. Quest acquired. Raven Hunter. Beneath its dark hood, the creature appeared insignificant, harmless, which meant it was anything but. A red eye flared in the darkness, and the system's cold voice echoed that Odin's ravens, the ones pressuring both the protagonist and Ace's opponents, had to be eliminated. The corridor near the doors fell into a suffocating silence. The instructor lowered her gaze to the tablet in her hands, and on its glowing screen was a clear photo of the protagonist. She stared at it, unable to reconcile what she had just witnessed. An apprentice mage should not be capable of something like that. Even she, an A rank, could not replicate it, and by all logic the third team should have secured first place already. Then noise erupted beyond the doors. They burst open. The instructor spun toward the sound. The girl beside her went pale. Kim Yoo-young rushed in, shouting that their team was in serious trouble. John stiffened and demanded an explanation. An Hoi-an staggered forward with an unconscious comrade draped over his shoulder and said that a Cobalt Lord had manifested inside the dungeon. Shock flashed across the instructor's face. That scenario was impossible under the current parameters. Assistants immediately surrounded CEO, checking her condition and declaring it mana poisoning. Nothing more, telling her to regulate her breathing. John stood still, eyes distant, until someone called her name. Kim Yoo-young approached urgently, asking whether the third team had made it back. She shook her head in silence. An Hoi-an lowered his gaze and muttered that it made no sense. With Min Jaehyun and those skill levels, they should have finished long ago. The ringing of a phone cut through the tension. The instructor picked it up and slowly took a seat, saying she was listening. The director's voice came through with calm amusement, asking what the situation was. She pressed the device closer and reported that a B-rank monster had been detected in the dungeon and that emergency support was required. But he interrupted smoothly, saying he already understood. Turning slightly away from the students, she listened as he assured her there was no need for concern and that reinforcements would be dispatched. He leaned back on the other end, receiving her gratitude as if it were routine. The call ended. She stared at the blank screen, unsettled, unable to grasp the full picture. Somewhere else, a man raised a finger to his lips and smiled faintly while studying a ring on his hand, and the instructor felt a tightening anxiety she could not explain. Inside the dungeon, crystals crept across the cave walls and even spread along the ceiling like a malignant bloom. An explosion shook the chamber. Kim Yoo-young and another teammate were down on the ground, stunned. Songwo was on his hands and knees, coughing violently. Jaehyun kept his eyes forward, unblinking. Ahead of them, the Cobalt Lord lifted its massive mace, the weapon humming with lethal weight. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, thoughts turning to Odin's ravens. Two existed, Hugin, the embodiment of thought, and Yunnan, the keeper of memory. The protagonist's thoughts drifted to Odin, to the way the god released his ravens across the realms to harvest knowledge and tighten his grip over Asgard. If those birds were present here, then someone devoted to that throne was orchestrating this battle from the shadows. A faint smile curved Jaehyun's lips. The scarlet glow in the raven's eyes shimmered ominously. Ahead of them, the Cobalt Lord lifted its mace again, and the air trembled. The mana in the cavern felt wrong. Dense, distorted, almost sealed off. Worse still, the creature before them was regenerating, its shattered crystal flesh knitting back together with cruel persistence. Jaehyun stood upright despite the chaos, calculating whether retreat was the only rational move. Escape would be the logical choice. The defensive barrier fractured with a sharp crack. He positioned himself over Co Aina, shielding her as he had once done before, telling himself that survival was not cowardice but instinct. Yet when he glanced back, a bitter realization settled in his chest. His life had become of regrets. His eyes narrowed. He had been granted a second chance, whether as a test or a curse, and this time he would not waste it. He fixed his gaze on the Cobalt Lord and made a silent decision. He would protect his comrades. Ina's voice trembled as she urged everyone to listen. Yu Yong and Sun Wu moved back to back. The protagonist declared that he would hold the monster in place, while the others made for the exit. Sun Wu stared at him in disbelief, unable to imagine how their leader could withstand that horror alone. In that instant, multiple arrows of light streaked toward him. He lifted his hand, summoning magic, and ordered them to run without hesitation. The Cobalt Lord's mace roared down from behind as Min Jae-hyun realized the truth. He could not attack and defend at the same time. A voice called his name, forcing him to turn. A wall of force materialized between him and the descending mace. He blinked in surprise. Even the Cobalt Lord faltered. Ina stood there with both hands extended, her expression unwavering as she declared she could help. Jae-hyun met her eyes and saw no fear, only resolve. For a brief moment, he wondered if his own resolve had ignited hers. He moved closer to his comrades and gave swift orders. Co Ina would remain with him, while Kim Yu-young and Sun Wu were to reach the exit and inform the instructor of everything. Jae-hyun shot him a sharp look. Kim Yu-young lowered her gaze, then nodded. She and Sun Wu turned and ran, vowing not to fail him. Their footsteps faded. Only Jae-hyun and Co Ina remained. The protagonist stepped forward and faced the towering Cobalt Lord once more. The monster's crystalline bulk cast a suffocating shadow over them. Min Jae-hyun called out his friend's name, steady and clear, as the next clash loomed. She stepped forward without hesitation. Two magic swords materialized behind her back as she vowed to guard the rear. With a sharp motion of her hand, she summoned the holy sword, and a radiant beam tore through the space from her grasp. Jae-hyun's body flared gold at the same instant the Cobalt Lord lunged. The protagonist surged ahead at full speed, meeting the charge head-on. Then something felt wrong. As the monster struck, his eyes locked onto its surface. The Cobalt Lord's crystalline skin was melting. He halted for a fraction of a second, mind racing. A body could only absorb so much external mana before collapse. A slow smile formed. The Cobalt was being overfed. Somewhere behind it, something was supplying that unstable energy, driving it past its limits and eroding it from within. Golden rings shimmered into existence around his wrists as he murmured that Odin's raven preferred to hide in the shadows. The bracelets snapped shut, and the system confirmed the activation of mistletoe. Golden light engulfed him. He exhaled and declared that hesitation ended here. Thin azure threads stretched from the raven's claw to the Cobalt Lord's back. Jaehyun's grin widened. He had found the source. The claw tightened around those strands of mana, feeding and binding the monster like a puppet. The Cobalt Lord roared and swung again, the mace cutting through the air with murderous force. Lightning burst around the boy, crackling against the cavern walls. Chains of light coiled around him as he swore he would rip the raven apart. Far above, clouds drifted across a faintly pink sky. In a grand hall, a servant knelt before the throne. An anxious voice asked Hogan what the disturbance meant. Odin sat in silence, listening as news arrived that the missing mistletoe from the divine treasury had been located. The kneeling man kept his head lowered before the Allfather. One of the goddesses demanded to know its whereabouts. The servant replied that the artifact was in Midgard and appeared to have fallen into the hands of the enemy of evil. Irritation crossed her face, and she muttered that this reeked of old Mimir's schemes. A red-haired god laughed, dismissing concern and reminding them of the treaty forged with the so-called enemies of the Aesir. The armored goddess rebuked him sharply, accusing Thor of carelessness and reminding him that in the last war they had lost Baldur to a mere branch of mistletoe. Odin stroked his beard thoughtfully and shifted his gaze to Hugin. His voice hardened as he ordered confirmation on whether the enemy of evil had made contact with the enemies of the Aesir. A raven shadow spiraled across the great hall. The kneeling man bowed deeper before the god. Elsewhere, in Gu Jian's private chamber, the man slowly rubbed the ring on his finger and asked for a report. His subordinate lowered his head and replied that nothing unusual had been detected. No one had sensed the interference. A faint crease appeared between Gu Jian's brows, then smoothed out as he exhaled in satisfaction. Back in the cavern, chains manifested around Jae-hyun and shot forward like living spears. In his room, Gu Jian smiled, murmuring that it was excellent. Borrowing that strength had been worth the risk. The tips of the chains blinked into existence before the Cobalt Lord's torso, phasing through space itself. He slid the ring fully onto his finger and declared that everything unfolding was for Odin and the Aesir. The Cobalt Lord snarled. Seeing the swarm of chains closing in, it seized one mid-flight and smashed the rest aside with its mace. The protagonist ducked beneath the shockwave, but not without cost. A thin cut opened beneath his right eye. He flipped backward, widening the distance in a clean somersault, landing beside Seo Aina. Min Jae-hyun told her to block the strikes, to prevent them from reaching him. She was drenched in sweat, breathing unevenly, yet she nodded and said she would try. He narrowed his eyes. He knew she understood exactly what she was risking. The recoil from her mana was already tearing through her veins. Even if they defeated the Cobalt, the backlash could kill her. Still, she had stepped forward. He studied her expression, searching for the reason. Seo Aina's thoughts drifted to a smirk, to a look filled with disdain. When she had been granted a second chance, she had sworn never to trust anyone again. And yet here she was, defying that vow. The protagonist turned back to the monster and stated calmly that it was time to end this. The Cobalt Lord ripped a chain apart with brute force. Around Jihan, fresh mana portals opened in rapid succession. Chain tips emerged from the rifts, and an instant later the bindings lunged again. The beast jerked its head down, evading one projectile as others scraped against crystal flesh. Seo Aina raised both hands. Min Jae-hyun surged forward, activating a compressed force mana field around himself. Her lips pressed tight as exhaustion deepened. Her hands trembled violently under the strain. The Cobalt's mace crashed down, but the barrier held, shuddering with violent resonance. The creature struck again and again, fury mounting. A luminous mana circle flared beside Jae-hyun. A voice echoed in his memory, declaring that there was no death worse than one faced without faith in comrades. He stepped forward. With sudden decisiveness, he leapt onto one of his own chains. Jae-hyun began running along its length as it arced away from the monster, using it as a suspended path through the air. His pupil gleamed with fierce light as he fixed his gaze on a distant target. Iona's mouth fell open in stunned disbelief. She stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the chain technique could be used as a path through the air. The Cobalt Lord roared and charged, crystal mass shaking the cavern. Its eyes blazed as it tracked him above. The protagonist soared over its head, twisting midair to keep the monster in sight. Muscles swelled along the creature's arm, veins of unstable mana pulsing beneath cracked crystal. The mace slammed into the ground. In the next breath, a sinister aura wrapped around its body. Seo Aina clenched her fist and shouted that it had accelerated. The mace tore upward toward his skull. Jahan grinned. Lightning detonated along the chain beneath his feet. He kicked off it at the last instant, narrowly evading the blow. While still airborne, he summoned his weapon. The lesson echoed in his mind. Cut from left to right, commit without hesitation. A blade formed in Jaehyun's hand, refined by repetition and battle. Golden mana flooded the edge. Lightning crawled along the hilt. The On Hoi-One sword technique activated. He shouted that this time the creature would not regenerate so easily. He swung. The arc of golden light cleaved through the air. In the same motion, he twisted and drove the blade down, plunging into the back of the Cobalt Lord's head. The impact shattered his sword into fragments of light. Min Jae-hyun landed lightly and looked at the monster without emotion. Seo Aina stood frozen in shock. The system notification echoed. The magical link between Odin's raven and the Cobalt Lord had been severed. He paused only a heartbeat, absorbing the information. Then he began walking forward. His eyes opened fully, cold and precise, as he stated that it was time to face the one hiding behind the mask. Chain shot into the cavern wall, anchoring deep. He stepped through the ruptured stone and entered the chamber beyond. Inside, a raven-like creature struggled toward a forming portal. Jae-hyun kicked it aside. He stared down and demanded to know Odin's objective. The ravens, I flared red. On the ground nearby, a pendant glinted faintly. He narrowed his gaze. Behind him, the Cobalt Lord's massive paw trembled before the creature finally screamed in agony. Without looking back, he asked how Gu Jian was connected to this. The raven's eye widened in instinctive reaction. Min Jae-hyun understood at once. The beast possessed no true intelligence. It was merely a conduit. Mana gathered around his foot. He stepped down on the raven again. Dust exploded outward under the pressure of his magic. Behind him, Seo Aina raised her hand weakly and called his name. He turned sharply and began moving toward her, stating that this was not over. The one pulling the strings could still be stopped. Then the air shifted. Mana from the cavern surged uncontrollably into her body. His hand flew to his chest. Corrupted mana began pooling inside him, thick and suffocating. Ina clutched at her own chest as pain tore through her veins. Around them, the atmosphere distorted. The mana cores within their bodies began filtering the invading energy. Jaehyun's body trembled as sweat rolled down his temples, the pain clawing through him, while the system quietly updated in the corner of his vision. Standby mana capacity increased by 5%. He shut his eyes, exhaled slowly, and muttered that it was done. A translucent window unfolded before him, cold and precise, announcing the destruction of the first designated target and issuing the corresponding reward. He frowned at the notification, then dismissed it with a short breath, saying that now everything was under control. Then his senses snapped back into place. His head turned sharply. The girl was on the ground. Ina lay there in critical condition, her face pale, her breathing shallow as she clenched her teeth against the pain. If aid had come any later, the result would have been fatal. After a tense moment, her lashes fluttered. She forced her eyes open and slowly pushed herself upright. Looking at Jaehyun beside her, she asked what had happened. He stretched as if waking from sleep and yawned lightly, asking instead how she felt. Ina instinctively summoned her system panel and froze. Her mana reserves were full, her life force completely restored. Not a trace of damage remained. She stared at the screen, then at him, and said she was fine. Jaehyun rose as well, brushing dust from his clothes, claiming he was fine too, just exhausted enough to pass out for a moment. Ina narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced. Then she looked at the monster lying before them and asked why it was still there if it was already dead. When she stepped closer to it, Jaehyun casually replied that he had simply been waiting for her to wake up so they could talk. Ina shot him a worried look. He nodded, a faint tension beneath the gesture, and stared intently at Min Jaehyun. She asked what exactly he wanted to discuss. The protagonist glanced at the girl standing beside him and said he wanted to share something with her. Ina froze. Color rose faintly to her cheeks, her mind immediately taking his words in a completely different direction. The scene shifted to the dungeon entrance. Kim Yu-young stood near the gate, her voice breaking as she demanded to know why they were the only ones who had come out. John barely managed to hold her back, telling her to stop acting like that. Off to the side, Hoi stood in silence, deep in thought, until the gate began to open. The entire chamber shook. A blinding light burst outward. Kim Yu-young, tears already spilling down her face, shouted Hoi's name as the radiance swallowed the entrance. And then, two figures stepped through. The girl and the boy walked out calmly, as if returning from an ordinary stroll rather than a sealed dungeon. They moved toward their acquaintances without haste. Jaehyun scratched the back of his head and asked whether all this noise was really because of them. John's eyes widened in disbelief. She said it was impossible. The research team had already confirmed their deaths. Judging by the reaction reports, there had to have been at least a rank B boss inside. Kim Yu-jung's composure shattered completely. She ran forward, sobbing, and threw herself against them, clinging tightly as she cried that the instructors and researchers had told her they were both dead. Ina let out a shaky laugh and pulled her friend into a tight embrace. The tension that had been suffocating her finally cracked. The protagonist, however, shut his eyes with visible irritation and told them to stop crowding him. Ina and Suna lowered their heads immediately, guilt written all over their faces. When he lifted his gaze toward them, both flinched the moment he called their names. Instead of scolding them, he smiled faintly and thanked them for trusting him. Sonu raised his head, about to protest, but the protagonist cut him off. He said it had been his order. He was the one who told them to run and call for help. Ina's composure collapsed, tears spilling down her cheeks. Kim Yu-young snapped at him, saying it was wrong to treat comrades that way. He only smiled and replied that he had done the same before, so she should stop complaining. When he added that she did not need to be so furious over him, Kim Yu-young abruptly stepped away and wrapped her arms around Ina instead, declaring that she had been angry because of her, not him. The instructor watched everything from the side, silent and unreadable. Gon stood nearby without a word. The protagonist's eyes narrowed slightly. He raised a hand and admitted that he understood he had confused them badly, but he could not explain everything. It was better if people did not know about his abilities. Someone, blushing faintly and looking away, demanded to know why he insisted on hiding them at all. Ina shot Ion Hoyon a sharp look when he calmly asked whether she wanted to know why a Cobalt Lord had appeared in that dungeon. The air shifted. Frowning, the protagonist said it was because of Principal Gu Jian. He described him as a real scumbag who treated students like disposable puppets. The woman's eyes widened in shock. Jaehyun continued, saying Gu Jian was nothing like the saintly image the media painted. If someone stopped being useful, he would discard them without hesitation. Ina stared at him and asked if that was why he hated the principal so much, and why he concealed his power. He tilted his head and answered that it was exactly the reason. She frowned slightly, then lifted her chin and reminded him of what he had said when they left the principal's office. He gave a faint smile and repeated it. Inside the walls of Malay, no one should be trusted. Not the principal. Not even the instructors. Min Jaehyun locked eyes with him and asked how much he truly knew about the principal. She stepped closer and said he had known who Chung was from the beginning. He had acted as if he already expected today's events. Her lips parted as she asked how he knew all of it. The protagonist froze. He had not anticipated this direction. His eyes narrowed as his thoughts sharpened. Digging deeper into this would be dangerous. Perhaps it was time to use brainwashing. He studied the girl in silence, calculating. Her mana density was high. Her spirit was even higher. If he forced the skill, it might fail. Or worse, alert her. Jaehyun's fist tightened at his side. He told himself he did not want to build bonds through manipulation. Not like this. Co Ina, standing right in front of him, blinked in confusion when he finally spoke. He said that was all he could reveal for now. Anything more would put her life in danger. Then he asked quietly whether they had an agreement. The next moment, the protagonist was standing near the gate, watching the aftermath unfold. Ina stepped forward, bowed deeply, and apologized for failing to free them from the dungeon. He looked at her calmly and said it was fine. She had not been the one who led them into a trap. The instructor lifted her head in surprise. He turned away and said he was leaving. He needed rest. Co Ina hurried after him. She caught up and asked whether he truly had nothing more to tell her. Her voice carried worry. She warned that something like this could happen again. He smiled faintly and replied that he trusted her to keep her promise. Ina stopped in her tracks, left standing behind him as he walked away. A system notification surfaced quietly. Main quest completed. Reward obtained. Aiden's golden apple. Elsewhere, Gu Jian leaned back in his chair and told assistant that he had disappointed him greatly. The man shut his eyes and asked for forgiveness. Assistant began to sweat when Gu Jian said he would forgive him this once. But he had no need for people who failed to act according to his will. The director's gaze hardened as he asked if that was understood. Kim Yi-young bowed deeply, promising it would not happen again. Sweat slid down his face. Gu Jian threw a stack of papers on the floor and said that at the next event, that puppy must be trained properly. He extended his hand lazily and added that it would be unfortunate if his patience ran out. The room fell silent. Later, in a perfectly clean space, Min Jaehyun wiped his hair with a towel. His movements slowed. On the floor near his feet lay a pile of crumpled clothes. He draped the towel around his neck and remembered Ina. Her figure steady as she cast her spell, her eyes fixed on him. He let out a long breath. He bent down, picked up the clothes, and memories from another timeline resurfaced. Kim Yoo-jung's death. Ho Young never reaching his potential. Futures that had collapsed. Min Jae-hyun tossed the clothes into the trash. If he wanted to change what was coming, he would have to step in and alter the flow himself. Ina's image surfaced again in his thoughts. This time, he decided things were different. She was strong enough to stand on her own. He dropped onto the couch and said aloud that they would have to move carefully from now on. The future was unstable. Even the smallest shift could distort everything. There was no way to predict which action would ripple outward and which would snap back at him. He turned on the television to clear his head. Nothing worth watching. On the screen, 3 people sat around a round table in a studio discussion. His focus drifted back to strategy. He needed to understand the link between Chain and Asami. The dungeon incident was not random. It was an opening move. Images overlapped in his mind. Odin, a wolf, a raven, Chain, and himself standing at the center of it all. This was only the beginning. If he wanted to survive what was coming, he would have to accelerate his growth. Then a fragment of dialogue from the TV caught his attention. One of the hosts asked whether, aside from standard dungeons, there are other types, and requested examples. A gray-haired man adjusted his glasses and explained that there were themed dungeons. Unlike ordinary ones that required defeating a boss to clear, these operated under completely different mechanics. Min Jae-hyun leaned forward slightly. Pressed for details, the man continued. The defining trait of such dungeons was that once inside, you could not leave mid-raid. Participants were forced to fulfill specific conditions, essentially becoming characters within the dungeon's narrative. A role-playing structure. Min Jae-hyun stood up slowly. He moved toward his desk, placed both hands on it, and leaned over the calendar pinned there. A faint smile appeared on his face. He remembered. The man on the screen kept talking. Raiders inside themed dungeons had to follow assigned roles. Hidden routes, conditional triggers, rare rewards buried beneath complex objectives. Min Jae-hyun straightened and headed toward the exit. Magical artifacts flashed through his mind. The gray-haired speaker added that such items were often called God's gifts. That was why raiders willingly entered themed dungeons despite the difficulty and unpredictable conditions. The rewards could alter a person's fate. The host continued speaking, but Min Jae-hyun had already made his decision. He smiled faintly. He would obtain what he needed. Outside, the multi-story building glowed under the bright sun. Light spilled through the windows into a quiet kitchen. Warm rays bathed the room. Hands wrapped around a mug filled with steaming tea. Ina lowered her gaze and apologized for causing worry. Kim Yoo-young waved her off, saying it did not matter. The only thing that mattered was that everyone had returned alive. Kim Yoo-jung's tone shifted, more serious now. She said bluntly that Min Jae-hyun was an idiot, and she had honestly been worried he might treat her companion like garbage. You blinked at her in surprise. Kim Yoo-jung added that he had acted that way toward her before. Her friend looked away. Awkward. Ing frowned, confused by the direction of the conversation. Then she suddenly slammed her palms against the table and demanded to know whether he had said anything strange to Ina. Ina immediately raised her hand in protest. After a brief pause, she lowered her head and said quietly that she thought he trusted his friend. Her eyes remained downcast. In her mind, Ji-hun's image surfaced, his distant expression, the weight he carried alone. She thought it would be nice if he relied on her more. Her fingers tightened slightly around the warm mug. Finally, she straightened her back and concluded that perhaps she simply was not strong enough yet. Kim Yoo-jung watched her carefully, tension flickering across her face. Then she pushed back her chair and stood decisively, leaning forward with both hands on the table. She extended one hand toward her friend and said they should forget about that guy for now. They would go out, get snacks, and clear their heads. She even had a specific place in mind. Ina hesitated, confused, but eventually reached out and took her hand. Kim Yoo-jung lifted their joined hands enthusiastically and declared that today's mission was to cheer up her friend. Ina felt awkward at first. Then she smiled. Elsewhere, a golden apple rested in Jaehyun's hand. Iden's golden apple. Mythical class consumable. The fruit of youth grown by the goddess Iden. A treasure used by aces to preserve vitality, slow aging, and enhance magical ability. He stared at it quietly. Its market value would easily reach billions. Then he remembered the final line of the system notification. The item was bound to its owner. It could neither be sold nor transferred. He leaned back in his chair. Regardless, he still had to sort through the rest of his trophies. His gaze drifted back to the apple. Soon, an A-rank themed dungeon would open at an amusement park in Seoul. The image surfaced vividly in his mind. Towering rides bathed in ultraviolet glow, the distorted atmosphere of a trial disguised as entertainment. He visualized it clearly. Thor's shadow. Thunder's footsteps. Jui. Inside that dungeon lay the boots of speed once worn by Thor's servant, Jui, an artifact with an overwhelming boost to agility. Every martial arts class raider would covet them. A black market advertisement flashed through his thoughts. If he moved first, the advantage would be absolute. Min Jae-hyun wiped the apple against his t-shirt, staring at it as if he could already see the numbers shifting in his status window, calmly calculating that with this artifact he might finally stabilize the fragile balance between agility, mana, and sheer tenacity. He brought it to his mouth and bit down without hesitation, and for a split second it felt as if fireworks burst behind his eyes, sparks racing through his veins like a silent celebration. But the sensation vanished almost immediately. He slowed his chewing, brows drawing together, because the taste was painfully ordinary. Just an apple. Crisp. Slightly sweet. Nothing divine about it. Then the system notification surfaced. Magical capacity adjusted. Iden apple effect initiating. A grin spread across his face. Good. Power didn't need flavor. He rose from the chair and flexed his fingers, then rolled his shoulder once, and the difference was unmistakable. The weight inside his limbs had shifted. Even the air felt easier cut through. Movement flowed cleaner. Sharper. He exhaled once and decided it was enough testing. Time to gamble. He lifted his phone and called his instructor. Meanwhile, the domes of the amusement park castle glittered under artificial lights, glowing in bright layered colors while cheerful music echoed across the fantasy land of Neverland. Children ran ahead of their parents, dragging them toward rides and cotton candy stalls, completely unaware of the disturbance about to tear through their fairy tale. In the middle of that painted happiness, a man in a dark hoodie stood still, eyes calculating. 3 times worse than before. That was his assessment. He walked straight to the ticket counter. A girl with a bright red bow greeted him politely, asking what kind of pass he would like. Her rehearsed smile faltered the moment he slid his ID across the counter. Raider Jaehyun, Lotus Guild. His gaze locked with hers, steady and unblinking, as he informed her that a themed dungeon would manifest here very soon. The color drained from her face. Elsewhere, the academy corridors remained unusually quiet. At the reception desk, John confirmed that Jaehyun was absent. The staff member, slightly tense, explained that he had requested leave the night before. She asked if something had gone wrong. The instructor waved it off calmly, assuring her there was no issue. But as she lowered her head slightly, a thought lingered. Only someone extraordinary could recover that quickly after what happened inside the dungeon. His face surfaced in her memory. The composure, the restraint, the refusal to break. A faint smile touched her lips as she concluded that Min Jae-hyun possessed a will far harder than most veterans. The receptionist looked at the waiting visitor and asked whether she should inform the guide. Park Hannah accepted with an easy smile. The instructor thanked her and stepped outside. Her eyes scanned the nearest building, then shifted toward the narrow junction between 2 neighboring houses. She moved into the alley, wind sweeping against her jacket and pushing dry leaves across the pavement at her feet, as if even the city sensed that something unseen was beginning to move. The instructor lifted the earpiece to her ear, scanning the street once before fitting it in place. 2 fingers pressed against it as she spoke evenly, announcing that John was connected. She turned slightly, addressing Jizik, asking if the line was clear. Static faded. His voice answered from somewhere far colder than the sidewalk she stood on. She straightened unconsciously. He told her to report. After gathering her thoughts, she stated that Director Gu Jian had been involved in the recent incident. Behind a wall of monitors, Song Jiziak leaned back in his chair and asked whether she had questioned Kim Suk-ji, the dungeon head. His tone shifted, control but edged. If Suk-ji was compromised, then he was already in danger. He ordered her to keep them under observation and to report immediately if anything unusual surfaced. She listened without interrupting, posture rigid, wind tugging at the ponytail tie behind her head. When he finished, she added that there was another matter. Jae-hyun, the student she had previously mentioned, knew more than he was letting on. The sky above the city was clear, white clouds drifting across sharp blue like nothing beneath it was about to fracture. Neverland Park stood nearly empty now. Loudspeakers echoed across the grounds, instructing all visitors to evacuate immediately, repeating that this was not a drill. Min Jae-hyun walked calmly along one of the stone paths as families hurried past him. He stopped briefly, satisfied. Lotus carried weight. When the guild spoke, administrations listened. He glanced at his phone. It had begun. The memory of the earlier call replayed in his mind. The voice on the other end had listened carefully as he explained the signs, the probability curve, the timing. She had said his confidence had to be backed by something solid and granted him temporary authority under the guild's name. Jae-hyun had thanked her. Sung, holding her phone beside a cup of untouched tea, had added one condition. If the situation spiraled beyond control, he was to prioritize his own survival above all else. Steam curled upward between her and the window as she continued, saying she trusted his skills. But trust did not make a dungeon predictable. No teacher wished death upon a student. Inside a dungeon, variables multiplied without mercy. Jae-hyun had listened until she finished speaking. Now, as he stood beneath the looming silhouette of the Ferris wheel, a system window surfaced in front of him. Dungeon initialization, Neverland, abandoned theme. The cheerful colors of the rides dulled instantly, metal structures corroding, lights flickering into a hollow glow. The Ferris wheel groaned as its frame shifted into its corrupted form. Mission parameters assigned. 3 objectives. Completion reward. Special item. The air grew heavier. The park was no longer a park. The big 3 quest window unfolded in front of him, layered in sharp red frames. Special quest. Difficulty A. Reward. Jui's Thunder Steps. Time limit. 24 hours. While he read, the park began rotting in real time. The bright paint peeled into darkness, shadows stretching unnaturally across empty paths. The air felt colder, heavier. But Min Jae-hyun narrowed his eyes and dismissed the theatrics. Nothing had changed. Fear was just decoration. Ian's face surfaced in his memory. The conqueror of themed dungeons. She once explained it to him, casually. Ghost houses, pyramids, story-based traps. Easy, if you understood structure. Her blue and purple eyes would glow when she spoke about it, almost offended that others struggled. Accelerated thinking was an unfair advantage, she said. If you organized the narrative correctly in your head, every dungeon was just a script waiting to be rewritten. She had rested her hand on her belt and declared that most of them were boring. Self-proclaimed genius. IQ 150. Min Jae-hyun exhaled slowly. Her arrogance had led her into a slaughter. The bragging. The miscalculation. The blood. In the end, Jui's Thunder Steps went to someone else because she never walked out. He shoved both hands into his pockets and stepped forward. The sky darkened abruptly. At the center of the heavens, a black vortex opened, wrapped in veins of red light. The world shifted into red and blue tones, as if submerged beneath divine warning. Enough observation. He would take initiative. A system panel appeared. Mission 1. Initiate raid. Vikings. Proceed? He accepted without hesitation. Transfer commencing. A portal tore open before him, its edges burning with unstable energy. Objective displayed. Change the ending of the story. He stepped through confidently. The portal narrowed behind him, shrinking to a thin line before collapsing completely. From a distance, unobserved in silence, synchronization began. System voice. You will assume the role of Warrior Xiaoyi, survivor of the Viking assault. Darkness swallowed him, then shattered. He opened his eyes. New directive loaded. Thor, god of thunder, desires speed equal to Jui's. To force submission, he has abducted your younger sister, Rosa. Retrieve the girl. Enact revenge. Difficulty B. Failure penalty, death. Failure conditions. Death of Raskva or Jui. Heat hit his face. The village was burning. Flames devoured rooftops while smoke smothered the sky. Screams echoed between collapsing wooden frames. In his arms, a small girl trembled. Xiaoyi, no. Min Jae-hyun within Xiaoyi. felt the weight of the role settle into his bones. He was Thor's servant, the fastest man in the 9 worlds. And the story was not going to end the same way. The hero sank deeper into the role, reconstructing the character's past inside his own mind. Xiaoyi had lost his family during a Viking raid. Since then, hatred toward the Aesir, the attacking sea warriors, worshipped them like divine patrons. As a child, he once listened to his mother read tales of gods and heroes, but he never understood their meaning. Was Thofi born hating the gods? No, it hadn't begun that way. The division between Aesir and Noor, the fractures among gods and believers, was that the true origin of this endless bloodshed? The deck of a ship flickered into view. Someone was shouting at him, demanding he wake up. John opened his eyes within Xiaoyi's body and steadied his breath. To the left, sailors strained against thick ropes, muscles tight as they adjusted the sails. To the right, prisoners huddled under watchful guards. And directly ahead stood Frederick, the one who had devised a reckless plan to seize this vessel in order to rescue Rosa. He placed a firm hand on Xiaoyi's shoulder, asking if he was still with them. The wood beneath their feet cracked violently. A gale tore across the deck, forcing the crew to bend low. Shadows moved along the rails. They were surrounded. Vikings stormed aboard. Steel rang against steel as boots slammed against planks. Min Jae-hyun, Xiaoyi, shifted into stance beside Frederick. One of the crew cursed under his breath. The protagonist scanned the chaos and realized he didn't fully grasp the situation, but he understood one thing clearly. Rosa would have to wait. He turned to Frederick and told him to trust him. Before his friend could protest, he launched himself forward. Shouts followed him, but he was already airborne. The gap between the two ships was wide, a reckless distance over dark water, yet he cleared it without hesitation. Enemy sailors froze for half a heartbeat, staring at him in disbelief. Then one pointed and burst into laughter, mocking him for climbing onto an enemy deck instead of hiding like prey. Others joined in, jeering that he had leapt straight toward his own execution. Min Jae-hyun steadied his mind. Then he saw her, a girl tied to the mast. Pink hair. His thoughts halted. The color, the softness of it, reminded him of Akphone. A smile surfaced in his memory. Bright eyes. That teasing, fearless expression. What was she doing here? System notification. Target identified. Younger sister, Rosa. The declaration struck harder than any blade. Rosa was bound tightly to the mast. And near her, standing with her back turned, was a stranger with long pink hair, motionless amid the chaos, as if waiting for him to understand what kind of story he had just stepped into. Seo Ah-hyun. She pressed a hand dramatically to her forehead once and declared to absolutely no one that she possessed the mind of a genius. Then she stomped her foot and announced that one day she would become the greatest raider alive. Hand resting proudly on her belt, she summarized herself in a single word: cool. The smug smile held for exactly 3 seconds. Then reality crushed it. She dropped to the ground, clutching her head, shouting at herself in disbelief. 3 minutes earlier there had been an emergency broadcast. She had simply needed to go to the restroom. She had told her friends exactly that. They laughed and said she could have just admitted she was scared of the haunted house attraction. Now she was inside a dungeon. She bent her arms stiffly, forcing her mind into calculation mode. Probability of a gate opening and dragging someone in, 0.6%. Probability that the dungeon would be themed and refuse exit, 0.00031. She mentally stacked the decimals and stared at the invisible numbers in horror. What were the odds that she was that statistical disaster? Tears welled in her eyes. She ordered herself to stop. Stop thinking. Panic wasted processing speed. She lowered her head and forced her breathing steady. Dying here was not part of her life trajectory. She would move. Someone had to be nearby. A task force. An operator. Anyone. Then she spotted him. A lone figure standing with his back to her. He didn't move like an operative. No insignia. No coordination signal. She couldn't classify him. That uncertainty tightened her chest more than the dungeon itself. After hesitating only once, Seo Ah-hyun followed. Back on the Viking deck, the girl bound to the mast hung unconscious. The hero swore under his breath. He pressed his fingers to his temple, trying to understand how she had remained when the evacuation order had been clear. Everyone had been told to leave. Yet she was here. Enemy sailors drew their bows, laughing, offering to test their aim on Jui's speed. Strings snapped in unison. Min Jae-hyun raised one hand to chest level. Blue energy burst outward. A protective field expanded in a shimmering arc, arrows shattering against it in fragments of wood and iron. The glow reflected across his face as irritation sharpened his gaze. Why were there always fools surrounding him? He clenched his fist. The barrier remained humming behind him as he vanished from his original position. The deck cracked where he had stood a moment earlier. He reappeared several meters forward, boots skidding across planks. Think optimistically. Even if Ian was reckless and inexperienced, he could still serve as a variable in clearing this dungeon. Every unpredictable element could be weaponized. A shadow dropped in front of him. A massive thug wielding an axe blocked his path, steel blade catching the firelight as it swung downward with lethal intent. His weapon came crashing down exactly where Min Jae-hyun had been standing a heartbeat ago, but by then the space was already empty. The blade split nothing but air, and before the thug even understood what had happened, Min Jae-hyun had shifted to the side with a calm, calculated step. He glanced at the girl in his grasp and made a quick decision. If he couldn't throw her away, then she would become part of the battlefield itself. Without hesitation, he strode forward and drove his fist straight into the thug's face. The crack echoed across the deck as the man collapsed, and Min Jae-hyun didn't even pause to watch him fall. He advanced with cold focus, deciding that clearing the path came first. Turning sharply, he faced the sailors from the enemy's ship. Rubbing the back of his neck as if annoyed by the inconvenience, he told them he was short on time, so they might as well come at him together. His gaze hardened. Under the blazing sun, the sail shone white above them while the dull thuds of fists and bodies slamming into it rang across the deck. One after another, the sailors dropped. When the last one fell, silence returned as if nothing had happened. Min Jae-hyun walked toward the girl and told her to stop pretending to be unconscious. Seo Ah-hyun's temper flared instantly. Sweat gathered at her temples, but she forced her expression to remain steady. He studied her closely and asked whether she was Razva. She hissed in irritation, then finally opened her clear eyes, realizing she had been seen through. She replied that her savior was Jae. He crouched down until they were eye to eye, and said that was correct. Then, without warning, he smashed his fist into the mast beside her head. The wood trembled violently, and Seo Ah-hyun jolted in fear. He stared straight into her eyes and told her that he could see through every little trick, so she should abandon the idea of testing him. She nodded quickly, a small hiccup escaping her throat. At that moment, a system window appeared in his vision. The first mission was complete. The reward was being calculated. Transfer in progress. The world around them distorted like a photograph, turned into a negative, and the scene shifted. Now they were seated at a table outside a cafe, inside the amusement park. Jae-hyun watched her quietly. She kept her head slightly lowered, but he had already confirmed what he needed to know. She was a mage, yet her posture and movements resembled those of a martial arts raider. Same age, sharp personality, a troublesome mix. From his question about her abilities, she suddenly lifted her head. Flustered, she admitted that she could enhance another raider's sword mastery level. And in the same breath, she tried to tease him mentally, testing whether he would react. She added that among middle school students there were barely any awakened ones, so her move would definitely work. And since this guy was so unbearable, she could just use him and slip away afterward. Jae-hyun folded his arms across his chest and told her calmly that he was certain that wasn't everything, and he disliked being lied to. The girl raised her finger with even more enthusiasm and admitted that she also possessed a deux-rank skill, initial sword mastery compensation. He leaned forward slightly and cut her off, naming it before she could continue. Acceleration of thought. Ian's expression stiffened. Jae-hyun's face darkened as he explained that the skill created the illusion of time, slowing, while accelerating the user's thinking speed. It was commonly used for rapid decisions, but its real value lay in dissecting an opponent in an instant. He gave a faint smile and asked if he was wrong. Her composure cracked. She stammered, asking how he knew. Min Jae-hyun rose to his feet without hesitation and said it didn't matter. He couldn't take her along anyway. She had been waiting for the perfect chance to exploit him from the start. Looking straight into her eyes, he told her not to assume everyone around her was an idiot. Then he turned and walked away. Ian ran after him almost immediately. She grabbed his sleeve, tears brimming in her eyes, admitting he was right. She apologized, begged him to forgive her, and pleaded not to leave her alone because she would not survive on her own. Ji-hun looked down at her carefully and asked why he should trust her. She swallowed hard and said she would prove it. He let out a short chuckle and declared that in that case, they would form a contract. Ian froze again, unsettled, and asked what he meant. The sky above them glowed purple, streaked with burgundy like a warning sign. Before her eyes, the contract materialized. She reread it nervously. She would have no right to harm him. She would obey his orders. She would remain silent about any conversation with Jean. In return, she would remain under his protection until the dungeon was cleared. Her fingers tangled in her hair as indecision overwhelmed her. Jean waited patiently. In his mind, an image surfaced. Aged parchment wrapped in chains. He reasoned that submission was merely a branch of brainwashing, and through a contract he could maintain absolute leverage over her. A faint smile curved his lips as he recognized it, as the cleanest way to keep control. After a long pause, she finally signed. Her voice was quiet, as she said she understood and accepted every condition. A golden chain materialized around her neck without warning. A matching band locked itself around her wrist, and a notification window appeared in her vision. Subjugation status confirmed. Removal unavailable after dungeon clearance, due to contractual binding. Min Jae-hyun grinned and told her these were standard conditions. He hadn't taken her soul, after all. She snapped back that no one wanted to crawl into his head anyway. He turned as if reconsidering, and said he could cancel the contract since he had forced nothing on her. She would simply have to survive alone. Then he resumed walking. She hurried after him, shouting that she would do everything in her power and hold nothing back. He exhaled slowly, already classifying her in his mind as naive. Far away, inside the Temple of Hell, darkness still swallowed everything. Loki's daughter rested her hand against cold stone. Hel observed that their friend was struggling, because the girl's expression had grown sharper, more sinister. She lowered her head slightly and smiled. The divine hound lay some distance away, silent and watchful. The goddess considered her options. If she moved from her place, the disturbance would expose them. She cannot afford that. Leaning against her pet, she told Hel to act as her eyes. The beast stepped forward obediently. A harsh flame ignited within her gaze. She decided she would stall, buy time until the child was ready. The scene shifted again to the amusement park. Jae-hyun walked ahead of Seo Ah-hyun, ignoring her presence. She quickened her pace and asked where they were going. He stopped and answered that he wanted to check the haunted house. Seo Ah-hyun jolted visibly. For a moment, genuine fear flickered across her face. Min Jae-hyun studied her and realized the truth before she did. She was scared, yet she wiped the sweat forming at her temples, forced a stiff smile, and insisted that no schoolgirl would be frightened by something so childish. Min Jae-hyun smiled faintly. One was standing right in front of him. She doubled down, claiming again that she was not afraid. He accepted her statement without argument. By then, they had reached the haunted house looming behind him like a dark castle. He told her to prepare themselves. They were going inside. Seo Ah-hyun's mouth parted slightly as she stared at the structure. The entrance creaked open before them, and both stood facing the darkness waiting beyond. Jae-hyun glanced sideways at the girl, just as she asked him to wait, because she hadn't even taken a proper breath yet. In the next instant, the scenery shifted. They were standing inside a location filled with drifting ghosts. Min Jae-hyun showed no reaction. He slipped his hands into his pockets, as if this were an ordinary set. Seo Ah-hyun, however, immediately activated the camera and began recording, her movements tense. Ahead of them stood a heavy door, flanked by several towers rising into the gloom. An ominous castle loomed before their eyes. He turned to her and calmly asked what her assigned role was. She answered that she was the operator. He nodded and said he would act as the horror streamer. A voice suddenly echoed behind them. None of them had sensed anyone approaching. The man said it had been a long time since they had guessed. They spun around. Standing there without blinking was a pale man who introduced himself as Alfred, the butler of Countess Flander. He had been ordered to receive them. A system window appeared at once. Mission acquired, Flander Mansion. Uncover the secret of the old estate. Capture the entire truth on camera. Find a way out. The wind howled through the trees, branches swaying violently. Alfred calmly reached for the door handle. Seo Ah-hyun's fear peaked. She instinctively hid behind Jae-hyun. The butler invited them inside with practiced politeness. The magician's palms grew damp. Alfred spoke smoothly, saying the Countess had ordered that all their needs be provided for. Once inside, Seo Ah-hyun scanned the grand hall through her lens. Min Jae-hyun, however, never removed his gaze from Alfred. The butler stood near the staircase and suggested escorting them to the refectory, assuming they must be hungry after their journey. The girl clung close to the protagonist while continuing to film. As her camera panned, Min Jae-hyun noticed something in the distance. A vase. He narrowed his eyes. Lilies. His body tensed slightly. Seo Ah-hyun, distracted, commented on a nearby painting. It showed a little girl standing beside a dog. Jae-hyun shifted his gaze toward Alfred, who had already begun explaining. The portrait depicted the Countess in her youth with her beloved dog, Sean. Min Jae-hyun looked at the painting again. The Countess appeared no older than 12. He turned back to the butler and remarked calmly that the mistress must treasure her childhood deeply to display such a portrait so prominently. The butler did not even bother to glance at the magician. He answered calmly that it was indeed so. Then he turned toward them, and for a fleeting second, his expression seemed colder than before. He said the lady possessed many childhood memories. Happy memories. The atmosphere pressed down on Seo Ah-hyun's chest until she could barely breathe. Tears shimmered at the edge of her eyes. Min Jae-hyun, on the other hand, remained controlled, though tension coiled beneath his calm exterior. Alfred stood in the center of the dim corridor and invited them to follow. Without waiting, he turned and walked ahead. They trailed behind him. Min Jae-hyun narrowed his eyes. He needed to focus. In the previous mission, the system had explained the framework clearly. This time, there were no hints beyond the objective. Everything here would have to be uncovered manually. Seo Ah-hyun edged closer to him, almost clinging. He glanced at her with faint amusement and asked whether she was fine, since she had insisted she wasn't afraid. She flushed with irritation and replied that she simply wasn't used to this yet. She just needed more time. They stopped abruptly when Alfred halted. He turned with detached politeness and announced that they had arrived. Before them stretched a grand dining room. A massive table dominated the center, covered with an excessive array of dishes. Standing near the doorway, Alfred informed them that the Countess had personally prepared the meal. He wished them a pleasant appetite and stepped out. From behind the closing door, his voice carried once more. He would return after they finished eating. The door shut. The two exchanged a displeased look. Seo Ah-hyun's gaze locked onto one of the plates. Something about it felt wrong. She warned him immediately not to eat anything. Min Jae-hyun was already scanning the room instead. He muttered that it would be better to explore another area while the butler was occupied. She suggested gathering information here first. Without another word, Seo Ah-hyun closed her eyes and bent her knees slightly. Energy gathered around her. She lifted into the air, activating acceleration of thought. Time seemed to stretch. With sharpened perception, she analyzed the cabinets, then the chairs, the dishes, the utensils. Every detail was dissected. Her expression hardened into intense concentration. Moments later, the energy dispersed. She landed lightly, eyes wide as the accelerated state faded. She exhaled and looked at Jae-hyun, who had been watching her the entire time. She said she had discovered something about the mansion. He scratched his chin, impressed by her speed. The skill was rare and highly practical. He told her to report everything. As she prepared to speak, the image of the little girl from the painting resurfaced in his mind. Seo Ah-hyun suddenly stopped in the middle of the hall and said that the owner of this place was the one behind all of this. Min Jae-hyun kept scratching his chin, staring at her, as if weighing every word, and asked why she was so certain. Without answering immediately, Seo Ah-hyun walked toward the row of chairs and told him to look carefully. She stood beside two of them, pointing out that one chair was noticeably higher than the rest. Then she moved toward the shelves along the wall and explained that everything in the lobby was set unusually low. That meant the Countess must have been small in stature. She bent slightly and pointed at a door handle where dust had gathered only on the lower side, proof that the hand reaching for it came from below. Junian paused, recalling the cabinet with the vase he had seen earlier, positioned at an oddly convenient height. Scratching his chin, he slowly nodded. Too many objects in this mansion were arranged with deliberate intent. Min Jae-hyun stepped forward and told them it was enough. They needed to move. He was already walking when Seo Ah-hyun grabbed the camera again, lifting it with admiration and noting how expensive it must be. Following behind the magician, she muttered that she would not mind keeping something like that. Min Jae-hyun stopped so abruptly, she nearly bumped into him. She circled around, looked straight into his eyes, and asked what was wrong. His gaze turned sharp, almost predatory, and he said this was not the time to admire cameras. His voice hardened as he reminded her that they were trapped inside. Outside the themed dungeon, helicopters circled overhead while emergency broadcasts filled the air. A reporter stood before the lens, announcing that according to witnesses, a raider from the Lotus Guild and a middle school student named Seo Ah-hyun were still inside. Not far from the containment wall, Ji-suk and Kyung-hun overheard the report claiming that no one knew whether the two would make it out alive. Ji-suk stiffened, rubbing the back of his neck and muttering that his promotion was just around the corner, and now this disaster had to happen. Kyung-hun, seated beside him, added that no one could have predicted a themed dungeon appearing inside an amusement park. Ji-suk lowered his head in exhaustion, continuing bitterly that their rating at the civil council would plummet. He glanced toward the police lines and said that even after the goblin incident, Kyung-hun would likely be demoted along with him. Kyung-hun replied with dry sarcasm that those words were truly comforting. Ji-suk lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke as he grumbled that once again everything would be blamed on them, then ordered Kyung-hun to pull up the profiles of the teenagers trapped inside. Kyung-hun tapped on his tablet, and within seconds his expression changed. His eyes widened as Min Jae-hyun's profile filled the screen. He stared at it, disbelief overtaking him, unable to accept what he was seeing. Was he really part of Lotus? The question echoed in Kyung-hun's mind as an old image surfaced. Min Jae-hyun standing amid shattered ruins, a monster collapsing at his feet, as if it had never stood a chance. He remembered the rumors about the boy who had entered Milla's academy, but hiring him that fast? Ji-suk flung his cigarette away with a curse, shouting that there had to be someone else inside the dungeon. His partner answered that there was no such report. Ji-suk lifted his head slowly and muttered that it was still possible. Min Jae-hyun's image flashed in his mind again, and this time he saw it clearly. If anyone could clear that dungeon, it would be him. Inside, the boy stared at the locked door. Seo Ah-hyun, startled by the heavy silence pressing in from all sides, stepped back. Jae-hyun frowned, realizing they were repeating the same pattern as before. His gaze lingered on the handle, and irritation flickered across his face. This was becoming tedious. He glanced at Seo Ah-hyun, whose eyes were already filling with tears, and for a brief second he imagined them rotting in this mansion until the dungeon swallowed them whole. Their eyes met. Min Jae-hyun exhaled slowly and told her to calm down, reminding her that every dungeon had an exit. Seo Ah-hyun forced a shaky smile through her tears and nodded. She turned and hurried off to inspect the room again, while Min Jae-hyun watched her go. His expression shifted instantly, sharpening. They had already triggered something. Looking back at the door, he thought it was obvious the lady of the house did not welcome them. And if he wanted, he could break this door open. Seo Ah-hyun had managed to leave once before. That meant the strength threshold here was low. If that was the case, then the dungeon would not be solved by brute force. There had to be a twist. He was still thinking when her voice cut through his thoughts. She was calling him. He walked over and found her staring at the camera again, fear creeping back in her face. She said something was wrong with it. Min Jae-hyun almost dismissed it, assuming she was exaggerating once more. But the moment he looked at the screen, his expression changed. A thin layer of sweat formed on his forehead. On the recording, Butler Alfred was dead. His body lay slumped near the table. Blood spread across the surface like a dark stain that refused to fade. Seo Ah-hyun's hands trembled as she stared at the image. Jae-hyun's jaw tightened, anger flashing in his eyes as he muttered that Alfred had been a fake from the start. At that exact moment, a system window appeared before them. They had solved the first mystery of the Alfred Mansion circuit by 70%. Min Jae-hyun stared at the notification in disbelief. 70%, and this was only the beginning. The three of them stood in front of the blood-stained table, replaying the footage again and again, the weight of the mansion pressing down on them, as if it were watching their every move. The magician spoke calmly, stating that the camera revealed what the human eye could not perceive. Seo Ah-hyun stared at Min Jae-hyun in surprise, and said she had been about to leave earlier, but now it was obvious. The operator had a role in this quest, and the camera was the key to understanding everything. Jae-hyun answered with a faint smirk. Watching her think, he realized that until this moment he had not understood how someone so timid had managed to clear a dungeon before. She steadied herself when logic took over. Fear controlled her at first, but reasoning anchored her. She froze when Min Jae-hyun suddenly took the camera from her hands. The real question was simple. What exactly was the camera showing? Jae-hyun lifted it and pointed toward the scene, stating flatly that Alfred was not real. That meant the screen displayed either the past or the present. One of the two. Seo Ah-hyun struck her fist in her palm as realization dawned. The dungeon's theme was a secret mansion. There was no reason for it to show the future. Her eyes returned to the image of the butler's lifeless hand. It had to be the past. The table itself looked distorted through the lens, as if it were split between two timelines. She shifted her gaze toward the steak, then to the other dishes. Her breathing faltered again. Standing beside the table, she whispered about the food. Jae-hyun turned toward her and stated coldly that the food was not meant to be eaten. The image of Alfred's corpse overlapped in his mind with the neatly arranged dishes. His brows drew together. He glanced at Seo Ah-hyun, who looked as though she might collapse just imagining it. Without warning, he tossed the camera back to her. She startled and barely caught it. He turned away, focusing inward. Recently, he had begun to sense a faint current of mana flowing around him. The room blurred for a brief second, edges softening unnaturally. This was not reality. It was a vision layered over the present, a standard mana trap. He slid his hand from his pocket and touched the table, intending to activate absolute calculation. A system warning appeared immediately. Skill usage prohibited. His jaw tightened. He withdrew his hand with visible irritation. Meanwhile, Seo Ah-hyun crouched and leaned beneath the table. Jae-hyun called out sharply, demanding to know what she was doing. From below, her voice answered that there was a mechanism hidden there, a device meant to unlock the door. She stood up, brushing dust from her clothes, and continued in a steadier tone. The camera had already shown them the truth. The food on the table was not food at all. It symbolized Alfred's corpse. Seo Ah-hyun lifted one finger and stated that there had to be something in this room, most likely a key. Min Jae-hyun brought his hand to his chin in thought, then lowered it with a faint smirk. The answer was obvious now. He activated Mage Locator. Mana rippled through the space, and a new object shimmered into existence in the center of the room. It was a massive jelly. Jae-hyun stared at it and confirmed his suspicion. His gaze shifted forward as a chest materialized before him. Locking spells were rarely random. They were tied to objects, formulas, anchors. He focused on the chest and saw the mechanism clearly, a lock that required removal. In his mind, gears aligned. The illusion would collapse only if the core object anchoring it was destroyed. His eyes returned to the jelly. The key had to be inside it. Seo Ah-hyun froze. Her eyes widened as she instinctively glanced at the camera screen. The reflection showed the butler's severed head where the jelly sat. Heat rushed her face. Min Jae-hyun noticed her expression and smiled faintly, aware of her fear. She immediately protested, shouting that she was not scared. She rolled up her sleeves and declared that all she needed to do was retrieve the key. It was nothing, just a small task. Her hand pressed into the jelly. Through the lens, it looked as if she were plunging her fingers into Alfred's head. She recoiled slightly when she felt something solid. Surprise flashed across her face. When she pulled her hand back, a key rested in her palm. The illusionary lock spell shattered. But elsewhere, Alfred was watching. Before him hovered a magic sphere reflecting everything happening in the room. He observed calmly, noting that the food had apparently not been delivered and the guest had failed to appreciate it. That was unacceptable. Negligence was impolite. With hollow, glassy eyes, he reminded himself that he was a butler. A butler must never disappoint the hostess. Alfred turned toward the exit. Inside the dungeon, the door unlocked, and the group stepped into a corridor lined with dim lanterns. Their footsteps echoed softly. Seo Ah-hyun raised the camera again and scanned their surroundings. Through the screen, she saw scattered toys and blood. They stopped. Ahead stood another door. Jae-hyun recognized it immediately as a guest room. Seo Ah-hyun nodded, reasoning that after-dinner guests would normally be escorted to their bedrooms. The trail of blood led directly there. She aimed the camera at the door, where dark stains marked the wood. Min Jae-hyun did not hesitate. He pushed the door open, ready to search the room. Seo Ah-hyun flinched at the sudden movement, fear tightening in her chest as the darkness beyond the threshold waited in silence. Min Jae-hyun turned toward her and stated flatly that the dungeon had to be cleared unless she intended to grow old inside this mansion. Seo Ah-hyun lowered her head and nodded. He stepped into the room first and ordered her to stop talking, follow closely, and warn him if anything changed. The space beyond the door was swallowed in darkness. A faint window outline stood on one side, barely visible. He scanned the interior carefully, searching for irregularities, hidden triggers, anything. Then something white shifted in the corner of his vision. A faint sound echoed behind him. He turned. A girl in a white dress stood there, her mouth sewn shut with dark thread. She slowly raised her finger and pointed behind him. Min Jae-hyun's body stiffened. Behind him stood the dead butler. The air grew heavier. The building seemed to sink into darkness, while the ghostly figure radiated a dim, red glow. For a split second, fear pierced through him, and he recoiled. Seo Ah-hyun. His vision fractured. The next thing he felt was a dull ache in his head. Seo Ah-hyun was crouched beside him, calling his name. He snapped at her not to shout. His ears were ringing violently. He pressed a hand against his temple and cursed under his breath. When his sight cleared, he realized they were no longer in the room. They were inside a dungeon cell. Chains hung from damp stone walls. The air reeked of moss and rot. He had anticipated a trap like this, yet he had not even been able to react. He pushed himself upright, leaning against the wall. Seo Ah-hyun explained that while he was unconscious, she had used accelerated thinking to assess their surroundings. The moss, the moisture, the iron shackles embedded into the walls. This was an underground prison. There were even marks that suggested torture. She stared at the restraints in disgust and muttered how such a place could exist beneath the mansion of a young countess. Jae-hyun gripped the bars thoughtfully. There had to be a key somewhere. That was the intended solution. But when the system activated skill silence, his hand began to glow faintly. He struck the bars with force. The impact detonated through the cell. Metal shattered. Stone cracked. Seo Ah-hyun's mouth fell open as fractures raced across the dungeon wall. When the dust settled, there was a hole where the bars had been. Jae-hyun leaned against the twisted remains and stated that they needed to move quietly. If Alfred or anything else noticed them, it would complicate things. Seo Ah-hyun stared at the wreckage and asked dryly whether destroying the wall counted as quiet. He turned toward her and replied that instead of wasting time complaining, she should focus on finding a proper exit route. At that exact moment, something blurred behind him. Min Jae-hyun spun around instantly. A grotesque creature lunged from the darkness and slammed into him, forcing him to stagger back as the underground prison trembled. The moment he looked down, his expression changed. In his hands was not some cursed relic or hidden weapon, but a small puppy dangling there with a key clenched tightly between its teeth. For a split second, even he didn't understand how that had happened. Seo Ah-hyun sucked in a sharp breath and immediately stepped forward, ordering him to drop it at once, as if he were holding a ticking bomb. Min Jae-hyun calmly lifted the puppy higher instead. His eyes narrowed as he measured the faint flow of mana coming from it. Ordinary. Completely ordinary. No distortion. No hidden curse. And the key, if it was in the creature's mouth, then it had likely been trapped here, just like them. He said it plainly. Seo Ah-hyun moved closer, lowering her voice, reminding him that keys inside a dungeon were never random. Nothing here was random. The puppy could be bait. A lure. A trigger waiting to snap shut. As if offended, the little dog growled, its tiny body trembling in protest. Seo Ah-hyun instinctively stepped back. Then the system window flickered to life. New quest, Flanders' diary. Objective. Enter the Countess's room on the 4th floor and read her diary. Min Jae-hyun's lips curved slightly. Of course. So this was connected to the hidden threads running through the estate. The so-called side quests were never side quests. A nearby door creaked open without a sound. They slipped into the corridor, footsteps muted against the floor. The air felt heavier here. Min Jae-hyun scanned the walls and muttered that they had reached the 3rd floor. But the mansion was massive, almost labyrinthine. Without clues, they were walking blind. Seo Ah-hyun exhaled sharply, adding that her camera had been confiscated earlier, leaving them with nothing but instinct and guesswork. They stood in the center of the dark hallway, listening. Then something shifted. Min Jae-hyun's gaze hardened as he looked forward. Seo Ah-hyun turned at the same time, whispering that a strange unease had settled over her. At the far end of the corridor, barely illuminated by dim light, a figure stood. The ghost of the Countess. Her mouth was stitched shut with dark threads, the seams grotesque against her pale face. Min Jae-hyun stepped in front of Seo Ah-hyun without speaking. He did not call out. He did not flinch. For a moment, neither moved. Suddenly, Seo Ah-hyun grabbed his sleeve, urging him to leave. This was not the time to interact with wandering spirits. Not here. Not like this. He gently freed his arm. Instead of retreating, he looked directly at the sewn lips and asked why she remained in this place. His voice was steady. Was there something binding her to the mansion? Something unfinished? The ghost's expression shifted. It looked almost like a smile. He continued, asking whether she intended to help him. This time, there was no doubt. She was smiling. Min Jae-hyun stepped closer and asked where Count Flanders' chambers were located. Slowly, the ghost raised her blood-stained hand. One trembling finger lifted and pointed past him. He turned his head. The direction aligned with the staircase at the end of the corridor. So that was the path. When he murmured his thanks, the spirit stopped moving, as if the words alone had anchored her for a moment. Min Jae-hyun took a step back, preparing to leave, but before turning away, he made a quiet promise. If the chance ever came, he would free her from this place and send her soul to rest. Onion cast one last glance at the ghost before turning away. The staircase ahead dissolved into darkness, the lower floors swallowed by shadow, while outside the tall windows the arches of the park glowed faintly under cold electric lamps. The contrast felt deliberate, as if the mansion itself existed between two worlds. Elsewhere, beneath that artificial light, two men sat across from each other at a table. Ji-suk folded his hands and asked directly whether the Lotus Guild intended to take responsibility for the dungeon incident. Sung Jae-appa met his gaze without wavering and confirmed it. Leaning back, he explained that by placing the burden on Lotus, the Raiders Association could avoid the public backlash and the scrutiny of the Civil Council. His thoughts briefly drifted to Yu Sung-eun before he added the condition. Jae-hyun's involvement must remain confidential. That request came from the Lotus Guild master himself. Ji-suk reclined as well, skepticism clear in his eyes. It was difficult to accept that Lotus would move so decisively for a mere student from Milla's academy. Sung Jae-appa closed his eyes for a moment and stated that he could not disclose the reason. Silence lingered between them. At last, Ji-suk rubbed the back of his neck and conceded. For their side, accepting Lotus's terms was the safer path. Sung Jae-appa looked forward again and told him not to dwell on the failed raid. If Jae-hyun had not been capable, Lotus would never have intervened. That alone was proof enough. The scene snapped back to the mansion. A blade cut cleanly through the air. In a single arc, an enemy's head separated from its body and clattered across the floor. Onion stared in disbelief. C-class living armor monsters lay dismantled around Min Jae-hyun, their hollow shells scattered like discarded metal. She muttered that it should have been impossible. The puppy trotted toward him, tail swaying, as if confirming what Sung Jae-appa had implied. This path had always been the shortest, and he had always been able to handle it. They pushed open a nearby door. System notification. You have entered Flanders' room. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The room felt wrong. Heavy, stale, suffocating. Shadows clung to the corners like residue. Onion forced a small smile and said she would start searching the desk. But before she could move far, a hand settled lightly on her shoulder. Jae-hyun's gaze swept across the chamber. If the quest required the diary, then it had to be here. Still, he instructed her to look for additional clues. Nothing in this estate existed without layers. He stepped deeper into the room, while Onion began checking drawers and shelves. The puppy hopped onto a chair and leaned against the table, as if guarding it. Dihun reached for a thick, worn book resting near the edge. System notification. Item acquired. Flanders' diary. Min Jae-hyun's lips curved slowly as he looked down at the cover. The pieces were aligning, and whatever truth the estate had buried was now within his grasp. He flipped through the diary without hesitation, pages whispering beneath his fingers as faded ink carried him back centuries. May 7th, 1474. The Countess wrote that her skin was growing paler by the day. The doctor had visited the mansion again and again, yet each examination ended the same way, helpless silence. She wondered if she would die without ever stepping beyond the estate's gates. As Min Jae-hyun read, the image formed clearly in his mind. A frail girl seated at a long table, quill trembling in her thin hand, sunlight too bright against her fading complexion. May 10th, 1474. Her parents had promised to buy her the doll she had always wanted. She wrote that they were the best mother and father in the world, that in 2 days they would travel to the city together. The excitement bled through the ink. On the table beside her lay the doll, carefully placed, as if already claimed by destiny. May 12th, 1474. The writing changed. Her parents were dead, attacked on the road. The journey had ended before it began. The lines were uneven, stained by grief. She wrote that perhaps if it had not been for the doll, If they had not gone to the city for her sake, they would still be alive. Min Jae-hyun's eyes paused there. In his thoughts, a funeral procession moved slowly beneath a gray sky. The little countess stood alone, clutching that same doll, watching coffins lowered into the earth. May 15th, 1474. She recorded the funeral in simple, hollow words. As the sole heir of Count Flanders, the mansion now belonged to her. Yet there was no triumph in the entry, only emptiness. Ownership meant nothing when she had been left alone. July 4th, 1474. A shift. She had caught a strange girl in the garden, a thief who claimed she had entered only to pick lilies. Instead of anger, the countess wrote about curiosity. The girl resembled one of her dolls. They were the same age. That similarity alone seemed enough. She asked the girl to stay. Min Jae-hyun could almost see them. Two small figures running across the estate grounds, laughter echoing where silence once ruled. July 20th, 1474. The thief had no name, so the countess gave her one, Sally. The words on the page carried warmth again. She finally had a friend. She wanted those days to continue forever. The next entry darkened the air. September 8th, 1474. Alfred had left the manor without explanation. Sally claimed he had hurried to town, but the countess felt uneasy. The ink grew tighter, more cautious. Night wrapped itself around the castle as suspicion began to take root. September 10th, 1474. Alfred returned, yet he felt different, changed in some way she could not describe. And Sally was hiding something. The countess wrote that she sensed it, though no one would tell her the truth. Min Jae-hyun lowered the diary slightly, the weight of the past pressing against the present. The laughter, the doll, the lilies. Every innocent detail now felt like the beginning of something far darker. The next page felt heavier than the rest. November 9th, 1474. The ink was smeared, as if written by trembling hands. The countess described blood staining the floor beyond her door. Screams echoed from the first floor. Selena, the kitchen mistress, and the maid Michelle crying out again and again. She wrote that she no longer knew whether she was dreaming or awake. Alfred and Sally were outside her room at that very moment, knocking, not gently, insistently. She believed they wanted to kill her. Min Jae-hyun snapped the diary shut. System notification. Skill restrictions lifted. His eyes darkened. The truth aligned itself without mercy. Countess Flanders had not simply died. She had been hunted inside her own home. A demonic beast must have infiltrated the mansion, wearing familiar faces. Behind him, something shifted. Min Jae-hyun turned sharply. Onion's body convulsed. Her head stretched unnaturally, bone cracking as skin thinned and split. The features collapsed inward until only a skull-like face remained. Min Jae-hyun's gaze hardened. A double. A hollow sound echoed through the room. Min Jae-hyun slowly clenched his fists. A clawed limb lashed toward him, veins of scarlet pulsing beneath distorted flesh. He sidestepped cleanly, grabbing the puppy mid-motion and pivoting away from second strike. The air split where he had stood moments before. He stopped retreating, standing firm before the swarm. He said calmly that the monster had finally revealed its true form. A faint chuckle escaped him. His patience was over. The creature's body writhed, its voice distorted as it remarked that the raider was clever for a human. Min Jae-hyun lowered his head slightly and told it to stop speaking nonsense. Intelligence had nothing to do with it. He had simply been watching. The monster compressed into a red mass, then surged forward, hurling insults as it attacked again. Two scarlet lamps ignited along the staircase behind it, bathing the hall in a crimson glow. A chandelier swayed overhead as pressure built. An explosion tore through the air. Min Jae-hyun moved at the last instant. The blast shattered wood and stone where he had stood. The monster's body mutated further. Several new heads erupted from its shoulders, jaws snapping in erratic rhythm. Lightning began to crackle around Min Jae-hyun's frame. The mansion trembled as the air filled with charged energy, and a true battle finally began. He shifted one step back and flicked his wrist forward. Several chain-tipped projectiles shot through the air, piercing straight into the creature's shifting mass. The impact tore open jagged holes across its body. Instantly, a wall of white light rose before him, solid and absolute. The puppy trembled in his arms. Jae-hyun tightened his hold, eyes fixed ahead. The pressure rolling off the enemy felt like a B-class threat, a double capable of copying both appearance and skill. A parasite that devoured identity. Yet beneath the distortion, he could sense the truth. Its core was unstable. At best, it was C-class. Dangerous, but inflated. The creature clung to the ceiling, its body dripping like liquid flesh, stretching and reforming as if gravity meant nothing. It demanded his body, its voice layered and warped. It wanted to take him whole. Jae-hyun did not move. Tentacles lashed out, slicing through the air toward his chest and throat. He simply watched them approach. At the last instant, chains tightened around the monster's limbs, binding and crushing. He tilted his head slightly and asked how it felt. The creature struggled, snarling from within the web of restraints, demanding to know what he meant. The chains multiplied, constricting further as Jaehyun answered calmly. First it preyed on children. Then it endured humiliation at the hands of a human. That had a sting. The monster froze. Golden light detonated at its core. Jaehyun observed without emotion as its body liquefied and began to melt apart. It screamed, raw, unstable, filled with hatred and envy. Its eyes rolled in different directions, unable to focus on anything real. For a moment, he remembered the Countess. The lonely child clutching a doll. Sally's image flickered across his thoughts. The hall exploded into dust and shattered stone. When the debris settled, Jaehyun stood alone at the center of the ruined chamber. The chandelier lay broken, the red lamps extinguished. He glanced down at the puppy and smirked faintly. It barked sharply, almost indignantly. Seo Ah-hyun had once said it barked loud enough to stay a dog forever. Perhaps that was for the best. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and, over the puppy's offended noise, told it that it had done well with the key. He would count that contribution. He turned and pushed the door open. Then something made him pause. On the staircase, where destruction had erased all traces of the past, the Countess stood unharmed. No blood, no stitches, just a gentle smile. She raised her hand in farewell. Jaehyun returned the smile. Light flooded the doorway. System notification. Mission complete. Flanders Mansion. Hidden mission reward issued. The mansion dissolved, and the raiders were returned to reality. The amusement park remained cloaked in darkness. His partner sat quietly on a bench, as if no time had passed at all. Min Jae-hyun focused inward, staring into the system interface. 2 windows opened before him. He thought briefly that he rarely relied on support-type skills. But the illusion he had just used, it had not been bad at all. He looked at Seo Ah-hyun and quietly calculated the battlefield in his head, understanding that if he chained those 2 skills in the right sequence, the entire flow of combat could flip in a single breath, victory and defeat trading places like shadows at sunset. Seo Ah-hyun crossed her arms and glared around in irritation, saying that if he had known she was that puppy back then, he could have at least given her a sign instead of letting her panic alone. Jaehyun rose from the bench without hurry and told her that surviving was already a decent outcome. The girl still muttered that it felt unfair. He stepped forward, tone firm, declaring that it was time to move to the next destination. Seo Ah-hyun immediately protested, reminding him that they had cleared 2 quests and earned the right to rest. Min Jae-hyun turned to her with a faint, incredulous look and remarked that she had barely exerted herself in the underground prison. She snapped back, asking whether he had ever heard of mental fatigue. A slow smile tugged at his lips. He pointed to the empty space beside him and said he knew exactly what it was, and that movement made it disappear faster than complaints ever would. Then he flicked his finger lightly and activated submission. Before she even processed it, Seo Ah-hyun's body moved. She shot forward down the path, shouting over her shoulder that she would never forgive him for this. He watched her run with mild amusement before following at a steady pace. The sky above them had turned an unnatural shade of green, thick and distorted like a painted illusion. They reached the edge of the sidewalk where ghostly bushes swayed without wind. Seo Ah-hyun bent forward, bracing her hands on her knees, asking between breaths whether some kind of parade was happening. Min Jae-hyun calmly pulled out a potion bottle and said that whatever was coming next, they needed to stay ready. A sudden crackle burst from a loudspeaker, hidden somewhere in the fog. "Welcome to Neverland." The words echoed across the clearing. Far ahead, beneath flickering lights, a man in an exaggerated carnival costume stood with theatrical poise. He introduced himself as Bryn. Fireworks exploded overhead in violent colors, staining the green sky with crimson and gold. Masked figures poured into the open space and began dancing in exaggerated, mechanical joy. Laughter rang out, hollow and rehearsed. Bryn lifted a micropon Hoiwan and grandly invited everyone to the parade. Then, with a dramatic leap that seemed almost unnatural, he landed right in front of Min Jae-hyun and grinned wide enough to split his painted face. He congratulated them on completing their mission and praised their performance. Sweat slid slowly down Min Jae-hyun's temple. He ignored the spectacle and asked directly what the final mission would be. Bryn raised a single finger, eyes gleaming beneath his mask. "Hide and seek." Seo Ah-hyun blinked in disbelief and repeated the words, as if confirming she had heard correctly. The host continued, smiling, and pointed toward a large gate behind him. It pulsed with an intense, azure glow, humming with restrained violence. Bryn explained that monsters would soon emerge from that gate. Their task was simple in theory: hide from what came out, survive the hunt, and reach the designated endpoint. Min Jae-hyun folded his arms and stared at the glowing entrance, voice low and unimpressed. He did not believe for a second that it would be that simple. Bryn clapped slowly, satisfied, saying the boy's eyes were sharper than he expected. He spread his arms toward the raiders and explained that this version of hide and seek revolved entirely around their capabilities. The monsters born in Neverland would mirror the number of participants and the depth of their power. No randomness. No mercy. Just reflection. Min Jaehyun's brows tightened. With the skills he carried, the probability curve shifted upward. Something stronger than anything they had faced before would emerge. His gaze slid towards Seo Ah-hyun. Protection was no longer optional. Brin placed a dramatic hand over his chest and declared that evaluation was necessary. He extended an exaggerated palm toward them and apologized in advance. A silk handkerchief appeared between his fingers, as if pulled from thin air. He snapped once. Then he beamed. Congratulations. S-class. Both partners froze. Brin slapped his own forehead theatrically, laughing that it was the first time he had ever guessed a rank that high on instinct. Incredible, he called it. Min Jaehyun's jaw hardened. He called the result absurd. Brin's pupils flashed crimson for a fraction of a second. The gate behind him trembled. A burning hand forced its way through the seam of the door, fingers clawing outward as heat warped the air. Brin's voice echoed pleasantly as he wished them luck. Seo Ah-hyun's mouth fell open. Min Jae-hyun clenched his teeth so tightly his jaw hurt. A system window burst into existence before his eyes. Quest received. The last festival. Objective. Defeat the CERT particle or reach the key point. The gate groaned open inch by inch. A massive head forced its way through, molten cracks running along its surface like veins of magma. The system chimed again, urging them to enjoy the final Neverland event. A hidden clause appeared beneath the primary objective. Eliminate the certicle to remove future threats. Participants. 3. A thin line of sweat slid down Min Jae-hyun's cheek. 3. There were only 2 of them standing here. Something had gone wrong. The creature fully stepped onto the field. Surtur, guardian of Muslim, the land of fire giants. Long before AMR, the first giant, had drawn breath, Surt had existed with a single purpose, to swallow the world in flame. The sword in its hand burned with such intensity that the air around it fractured. One swing could reduce continents to ash. The blade descended. Min Jae-hyun cursed. Seo Ah-hyun screamed as he seized her wrist and dragged her backward. The ground behind them liquefied from the heat alone. She stumbled, tears spilling, asking what they were supposed to do. He did not look back. He ran with cold calculation carved across his face and told her that unless she wanted to become charcoal, she needed to stop screaming and move. The entire amusement park dissolved into fire. At the center of it all, a cat sat calmly atop a floating sphere, as if the inferno were a stage performance arranged for its entertainment. A voice announced that everything happening below was, technically, his fault, and perhaps the raider should contribute a little effort. The cat lazily licked its paw. Someone accused it of mocking them, pointing out that it clearly had no intention of helping. Hell waved a dismissive hand and told the speaker to leave it be. The goddess only smiled, saying she was curious what the boy would choose this time. Below, the monster's sword carved through the air. Where the blade passed, the world ignited. Min Jae-hyun twisted aside at the last possible second, heat tearing across his shoulder as the ground behind him exploded into flame. Surtur advanced without hurry, each step melting rides and stalls into warped metal and ash. Open combat was suicide. That much was obvious. He needed distance. A checkpoint. Anything. Seo Ah-hyun spun and pointed sharply to the side. An illuminated arrow flickered through smoke, indicating a carousel 300 meters away. Min Jae-hyun didn't hesitate. He lunged toward it, shouting that they just needed a little more distance. His jacket snapped violently behind him from the speed. Seo Ah-hyun sprinted after him, fingers locked around his hand, breath ragged. This was supposed to be simple. Reach the checkpoint. Survive. He scanned the expanding sea of flames and calculated. If they could split its attention, even briefly, an opening might form. Surtur suddenly lifted its head and roared toward the sky, demanding to know who dared summon him. Fire condensed around its outstretched arm, swelling into a blazing valley of destruction that tore across the park and nearly swallowed them whole. Min Jae-hyun shielded his face and barked at Seo Ah-hyun to focus. She forced herself to listen through the panic. They had to separate, run different vectors, regroup at the carousel. Her voice trembled as she asked if he was planning to distract it. He shot back that unless she preferred being the bait, she should move. That was enough. She broke into a sprint. Min Jae-hyun slowed. Surtur stepped through a wall of fire, molten cracks glowing brighter as it locked onto him. The air vibrated from its presence. He planted his feet and shouted that he was right here. The guardian lowered its head. In the same instant, its blade obliterated the space he had occupied a heartbeat earlier. The explosion of heat warped the air. Min Jae-hyun had already moved. He rebounded off shattered debris and launched himself upward, landing atop one of the remaining towers of the amusement park, boots grinding against heated metal. From that height, he stood nearly face to face with the monster's burning head, the heat distorting the space between them like a living thing. He shouted down at the giant that it was moving too slowly and asked whether it truly believed it could catch him at that pace. Surtur's answer came in fire. Flames erupted from its mouth, and the tower beneath Min Jae-hyun shuddered as the blade smashed into it. Metal screamed. The giant's teeth ground together in fury. Across the square, Co Ah-hyun sprinted over cracked cobblestones, lungs burning, whispering that she was almost there. Then the world in front of her detonated. A pillar of fire burst upward and swallowed the checkpoint hole. She froze. Min Jae-hyun's head snapped toward her, demanding to know what happened. A system notification cut through the chaos. Final checkpoint destroyed. Quest status updated. Unable to complete. Hidden objectives remain active. Co Ah-hyun stood before a wall of fire consuming what had been their exit. Searcher's molten lips curved into something resembling a smile. He called them insects for daring to stand against him. Min Jae-hyun exhaled slowly. If that path was gone, there was only one route left. His expression hardened. A flicker of gold ignited in his eye as he murmured a single word. Murder. A compressed sphere of fire tore toward him. He raised his hand and met it head-on. The impact thundered through his arm, but he held. Searcher's gaze sharpened with interest. He remarked that only a handful had ever blocked his flames. The giant lifted its sword high and swung again, almost taunting him to stop it. Min Jae-hyun thrust his palm forward and absorbed the next blast. Boots carving trenches through scorched ground. From behind shattered debris, Co Ah-hyun watched with tightening breath. He cannot keep taking hits like this. There had to be something. He crouched under another wave of fire, muscles straining. Then her voice cut through the inferno. She said she had found a way. A smile flickered across her soot-streaked face. Min Jae-hyun disengaged instantly and broke into a sprint toward her. Searcher's grin widened as he mocked him for running. Co Ah-hyun ran parallel to him and shouted for him to take 5 steps forward. He trusted her. 5 steps. He shifted direction sharply. A blazing cord detonated exactly where he had stood seconds earlier. She lifted a finger and mentioned a reservoir. He demanded clarification while still running. She waved impatiently and explained that outside Neverland there was a massive water tank. If they dragged the Guardian there and stripped away the flames shielding it, they could finally strike. Min Jae-hyun glanced back at the towering inferno and understood. For the first time since the gate opened, a real strategy formed. He pictured it clearly. A blazing heart buried beneath layers of myth and magma. No matter how ancient the Guardian was, if they pierced the vital core, it would fall. Co Ah-hyun steadied her breathing and told him she would accelerate her thinking and predict Surt's movements. She would call him out. He just had to dodge. 3 steps left. Duck. He shifted instantly. Surtur lunged forward, confused when its strike met nothing but scorched air. The giant frowned and demanded to know what trickery this was. Min Jae-hyun's eye ignited gold as he asked calmly whether the mighty Guardian had grown afraid of a mere commoner. Flames exploded outward in fury. Surtur roared, demanding how he dared speak so boldly. Their energies collided in a violent stream of heat and pressure. Then Surtur hesitated. A system alert flashed. Illusion skill activated. In the same moment, the reservoir burst. A torrent of water surged from behind shattered barriers and crashed into the battlefield. Steam detonated in blinding clouds. Surtur tried to raise its burning arm to block the flow, but the volume overwhelmed the flames coating its body. Now, Co Ah-hyun shouted. Min Jae-hyun moved without doubt. He vaulted onto twisted debris, using it like a ramp, sword forming in his grasp as golden mana surged along the blade. He descended like a falling spear. The strike pierced through the Guardian's chest, straight into the imagined volcano at its core. Surtur's eyes shut briefly as it muttered about low tricks. Min Jae-hyun smiled through the steam and asked what was wrong with that. Victory was the only principle he recognized. Light flared in the giant's gaze. It pointed at him and declared that it had fought with only a fraction of its strength. Against its true form, the boy would stand no chance. Its body began to dissolve, fragments of fire breaking apart into fading embers. System notifications cascaded across Min Jae-hyun's vision. Last festival cleared. Final mission of the Big 3 completed. Hidden objectives fulfilled. Incredible feat achieved. Artifact acquired. Unquenchable flame. The inferno died with the Guardian. Co Ah-hyun leaned against the scorched wall, exhausted, whispering that it was finally over. On a distant hill, the cat swayed its tail lazily and observed that it had suspected the hero would not require assistance. The young man stood beside his partner as the unseen observer remarked that this was likely why higher powers had taken interest in him. The cat tilted its head and commented that Min Jae-hyun was fascinating, always straining forward, always reaching for greater strength. Nearby, a dense clot of energy answered that he still had much to learn. The cat lowered its gaze slightly and asked whether Hell was, in truth, the most curious of all about the boy's future. The cat kept her gaze to the side, pretending indifference. Yet inside her mind calculations were tearing through one conclusion after another. This was not the moment to expose him as a future enemy of the Aster throne. Not yet. Even if war was already written into the horizon, timing was everything. One wrong move now, and the entire board would flip. The hero followed her line of sight, silent, unreadable. Her eyes slowly widened as the realization settled like cold steel. He was the only one capable of killing the highest among the Aser. Not a candidate. Not a possibility. The only one. Two translucent windows unfolded before the young man's eyes. The characteristics of the newly obtained artifacts shimmered in sharp detail. He allowed himself a faint smile. These weren't ordinary rewards. They were absurd. Then it appeared. An S-class artifact projection materialized before him. Radiant, oppressive, undeniable. The weight of it pressed against his thoughts. This was not something that should casually exist in a dungeon reward pool. This was the kind of object that altered eras. He shifted his gaze to his companion. The girl was staring at him, eyes wide, lips slightly parted. He lowered his eyes for a moment, already guessing she was assembling some theory in that restless mind of hers again. Instead of waiting, he activated subjugation. Her resistance dissolved, and she began speaking plainly. She had received an artifact that increased her strength by 50 points. On top of that, it granted her the courage skill, a clean ability, fear immunity, and enhanced agility as a secondary effect. She smiled as she explained it, proud. The hero raised a hand to his chin, analyzing. Immunity to abnormal status effects held little value for him. What he needed was acceleration of thought, clarity under chaos, precision under pressure. That would be infinitely more useful. He decided to leave his setup unchanged and call Aiken only if circumstances demanded it. Before the moment could settle, a presence formed behind him. A man, calm, silent. He asked whether the young man liked the reward. The hero turned slowly and replied that they had endured enough and that it was time to leave. The observer stepped forward without another word and stopped directly in front of him. Then he moved closer and placed a hand on the hero's shoulder. He said he hoped for their safe return, and then he called him something else. Born with the fate of the enemy of evil. The words hung in the air like a verdict. The young man's eyes sharpened instantly. He opened his mouth and told the man to wait. The observer only grinned in response, as if he had already said more than enough. Without warning, the dungeon exit manifested behind them. Light fractured the darkness. Outside, a massive crowd had gathered. The dungeon gates began to crack, fractures spreading like lightning through stone until they shattered completely. A host pressed a micropon hoiwan to her lips and shouted that the survivors were emerging. The hero stepped out first, his companion beside him. The reporter's voice rose in pitch, announcing that they had exited without a single visible injury. Cameras flashed violently from every direction. Reporters surged forward, surrounding them from all sides, voices colliding in a chaotic wave of questions. Then a man forced his way through the crowd, pushing cameras and bodies aside, shouting for everyone to step back. He needed to speak to the survivors. In order. His mouth fell open. The protagonist was gone. No distortion. No smoke. No flash of mana. 1 second he was standing there beneath the storm of camera lights, and the next he had erased himself from the scene, as if the world had simply failed to load him. The girl stood frozen, eyes wide, as the reporter quickly shifted focus and shouted that they needed to interview her immediately and check her physical condition first. Microphone turned toward her, like weapons changing targets. One of the men muttered, looking around, asking if the boy had just hidden himself somewhere nearby. The detective frowned and shook his head. According to Agent John's report, the man was registered as a mage. Kyung-hun opened his mouth, confusion clear on his face. How could someone who wasn't even an assassin vanish without a trace like that? His partner explained calmly that he was classified as a combat mage. Kyung-hun repeated the class name slowly, almost tasting it, as if the title alone should explain the impossible. Elsewhere, the towering building of Chairman CNN dominated the skyline. A girl held a phone to her face, her tone steady as she said the job had been handled well and that they could withdraw. She closed her eyes briefly and added that they would meet again soon. When the call ended, she held the phone in front of her for a moment, thoughtful. Across from her, the chairman pressed a hand to her face. He had done again. Appeared, disrupted the board, and disappeared before anyone could corner him. A thick folder lay open on the table. She glanced at it and understood one thing clearly. He was not the type to initiate contact. If she wanted answers, she would have to approach him personally. Something was written across the cover. Jae-hyun's apartment came into view. The young man sat alone, staring at the television screen. The news was replaying footage of the dungeon clear, praising the success, repeating the same safe narrative. There were no detailed articles, no investigative breakdowns. He understood immediately. The Lotus Guild had suppressed it. Looking down slightly, he acknowledged that underestimating a guild of that scale would be foolish. Their reach was wider than most people realized. Even the sheer number of individuals present at the scene had exceeded his expectations. And because of that crowd, he had been able to fully feel the artifact's effect. He remembered the moment clearly, standing before the mass of reporters, equipping the item quietly. The boost had been immediate. His running speed had increased more than fourfold. No spectacle, no visible casting. He had simply moved. From their perspective, he vanished. In reality, he had passed through them, weaving between bodies and cameras before their eyes could even adjust. As he recalled it, a small curiosity surfaced. If he activated the artifact's active ability instead of just equipping it, How much further would that multiplier climb? He stretched lazily and admitted to himself that, despite how brutal the dungeon had been, the outcome could not be called a failure. He leaned back in his chair. Then he opened the system window. The harvest had been exceptional. The system window expanded quietly before him, listing a consumable artifact. When activated, it would push a weapon to its absolute limit and temporarily grant it the property of flame. Not enhancement, not reinforcement, maximum output. His fist tightened. The recent battle replayed in fragments behind his eyes, and for the first time he acknowledged it without excuses. That fight had exposed everything. Every hesitation, every gap, every reliance on timing and manipulation rather than overwhelming force. He imagined a certain weapon in his hand. He didn't want victories built on distraction or deception. He needed the kind of power that crushed resistance head-on, the kind that didn't require tricks. Then his main enemy surfaced in his thoughts. To defeat someone like that, he needed more than speed or clever positioning. He needed a presence that cannot be touched, a level so high that attempts against him would fail before they even began. His lips pressed into a thin line. Faces appeared next. Friends, allies, people who had stood beside him. If he wanted to protect them properly, then half measures were useless. The strength he sought had to sever the chains of his past and create a future where no one around him would bleed because of his weakness. That was the path. He lifted his gaze forward. From this moment on, he would grow stronger every second. Elsewhere, the door to the principal's office stood half open. Inside, the man seated behind the desk spoke calmly, telling his subordinate that she needed to try harder. ISU, the new instructor, stood rigid before him, mouth slightly open in restrained tension. She promised she would not disappoint him, and that she would report every detail of Jae-sang's movements during the upcoming classes. She turned and walked out. A malicious grin slowly spread across the principal's face. He glanced toward the wall of monitors installed before him, screens reflecting cold light across the room. He murmured that to cultivate a beautiful flower bed, every weed had to be uprooted. Shane lifted his hand to his face and looked at the ring resting on his finger. He said he was anticipating the upcoming event. That would be the moment to completely erase the dirt that irritated him. The principal shifted his gaze. The floor around him was scattered with papers violently crossed out in ink. On one of them was a photograph of a student. The same image appeared on several others, marked through without hesitation. Elsewhere, Kim Yu-young stood with her hands on her hips, demanding to know if it was true. Before he could answer properly, she declared that now she understood why he had been unreachable all weekend. He closed his eyes and explained that he hadn't ignored the calls intentionally. Lowering his head, he admitted that he should have known when to stop. She narrowed one eye and asked whether he could even imagine how worried a certain woman had been. Raising her finger, she added that she had covered for him, and because of that, he now owed her something delicious in return. Sioana bent forward slightly, searching his face. She asked quietly if he was okay. He smiled lightly and told her he was fine, that she didn't need to worry. Yin studied his face and muttered that he had been unlucky for far too long, as if some god had singled him out for punishment. For a brief second, he actually considered the idea of gods. Then he dismissed it. If anything, the pattern of his life suggested the opposite. He wasn't cursed. He had been given chances others would never receive. Whether that blessing would end in ruin or supremacy depended entirely on him. Footsteps approached. A boy stopped in front of their group and said he felt irritated for some reason. His eyes fixed directly on the hero. He asked if it was because of him. The young man lifted his gaze from beneath his brows, calm and unreadable. The girls followed his line of sight. Lee So-hyuk smiled faintly and warned that if the hero planned to do something strange again, he should be prepared to face the consequences. Kim Yu-young leaned closer and quietly asked whether he knew this person. He answered that he didn't know anything about him. The student raised his voice and declared his name, Swak. A voice from behind suddenly cut through the tension, ordering everyone to remain silent. The instructor entered the room. Swak clicked his tongue and looked at the hero with restrained hostility. The hero simply returned the look without emotion. The woman stepped behind the counter at the front of the hall. She opened her mouth slightly and introduced herself as the one who would teach them the understanding of first-level magic operations from now on. She said she would do everything she could to improve their abilities. Standing at the microphone, she instructed the students to take their studies seriously. The hero observed her carefully. She looked extremely young. Then again, there was no better place than Milla's Academy for a teacher to sharpen their experience under pressure. Raising her hand, ISU explained that her class would focus on the fundamental understanding of magic, primarily magic expressions. There was writing already on the board behind her. She asked how much they knew about magic. Swak immediately raised his hand and answered that magic was a supernatural phenomenon derived from mana through a magic formula. The instructor nodded. He was correct. She expanded the definition, stating that magic was essentially the science of extracting a phenomenon through structured magical expression. Swak glanced sideways at the hero with a smug grin. ISU then announced that each of them would receive a book. At that moment, Two additional teachers entered the room, carrying stacks in their arms, moving down the rows to distribute the material. As the textbooks were passed down the rows, the instructor explained that the volumes contained fundamental magic formulas used even by advanced magicians, along with essential principles of magic application. She stated clearly that mastering the contents would be their assignment for the entire semester. A student flipped his copy open and frowned. There was nothing written on the cover. Another turned a few pages and said the inside was blank as well. A copy reached the protagonist. He opened it. For a brief second, his eyes widened. Then he smiled. The instructor noticed. Her brows drew together slightly. She stepped forward and said she had a question. The room quieted. She called his name. He looked up. She asked him to explain to everyone what letters were written in the books. Hands in his pockets, posture relaxed. He answered that runes were inscribed within. Su Yuk's jaw tightened as the instructor confirmed the answer was correct. Inside her mind, the instructor reevaluated him. The book was magically encrypted. The information inside could only be revealed by deciphering the underlying formula. First-year students usually needed at least a week to perceive even fragments. He had done it instantly. He was far more talented than the chairman's assessment suggested. She decided to press further. She asked whether he could also identify the runic words written on the cover. He glanced down at the book and suspected this might be the Norner system playing another silent joke on him. A faint smirk formed. There were runes indeed, subtle and layered. He answered calmly that the inscription referred to Odin's life and the foundations of runic structure. For a split second, his eye reflected light in a way that felt almost mythic. Elsewhere, in a different room, a girl screamed in frustration. She clutched her leg and declared that this situation was madness. Because of the protagonist, she had been dragged into relentless questioning. Reporters had hounded her without pause. She covered her face with one hand, recalling the barrage. Questions about the themed dungeon, about what had happened inside, about the artifacts they had obtained. She remembered sitting across from them at a long table. Microphone pushed toward her. The hero had stood beside her briefly and stated that he had urgent business to attend to, leaving the rest to her. Before departing, he had fixed her with a firm look and told her not to reveal anything about his abilities. And then he had vanished, leaving her alone beneath the lights. The moment the order settled in, the chains snapped tight around her body, as if the world itself had decided she no longer belonged to herself. Metal scraped against skin. She sat there on the edge of the bed, fists clenched so hard her knuckles turned pale, breath shaking in her throat. And then she slammed both hands down and screamed that he should remove her subordination right now. The sound echoed uselessly. Then she froze. Her head lifted slowly, eyes sharpening. If he vanished on his own, then she did not need permission. She only needed to reach him first. The scene shifted. The academy library stood in quiet dignity, sunlight cutting through tall windows. He sat with a book open before him, scanning the lines with far more interest than he had expected. A rune surfaced in his mind as naturally as breathing, and in that instant he understood something fundamental. Every magic expression changes depending on how it is applied. The formula is not fixed. It bends to interpretation. A yellow chain wrapped in lightning formed in his imagination. He paused, then altered it, shifted the hue to blue, and the realization followed immediately. Combine lightning with a mana chain. Merge attributes into a single structure formula. The result is not addition. It is transformation. The book snapped shut under his palm. He lowered his gaze, thinking that once you master the basics, even low-rank magic becomes limitless in application. He pictured a swordsman refining nothing but fundamental strikes, and how with each repetition, the martial technique deepens without ever changing its foundation. Magic followed the same law. An image of a mage rose in his thoughts. The higher the understanding of a formula's concept, the higher the ceiling of power. Rank was only a label. Comprehension was the real ladder. He looked up. Two girls stood in front of him. A faint smile touched his lips as he remarked that they had somehow managed to read the cover at least. Eugen collapsed forward onto the book dramatically, muttering that this was irritating because she clearly remembered teaching him magic from absolute basics. He only grinned wider and replied that outstanding students eventually surpassed their teachers. That was the natural order of things. Ina suddenly lifted the book with trembling hands and declared triumphantly that she had finally succeeded. She had managed to read the first page. He looked at her properly and told her that effort had finally paid off. She should be proud. Her face flushed instantly. She hid behind the book as if the pages could shield her embarrassment. Watching her, he recalled how strangely she had behaved earlier and quietly concluded that it must have been because of the line he had drawn back in the dungeon. Young suddenly shot up from her chair, shouting that she was the only one who still could not see anything. Frustration burned all over her face. He shrugged lightly and replied that it was not his fault. Outside the window, perched silently on the ledge, a lone bird watched. Its eyes glowed an unsettling red. Without warning, it spread its wings and soared upward, circling once above the academy before vanishing into the sky. A bright notification window burst into view announcing that the first contest to choose the best name for the potion shop had officially begun, and the winner would receive 1 box of premium potions. Horn stared at the message in silence while 4 students gathered around the floating screen, reading every word as if it were a life and death announcement. The hero bit his lip, unable to comment. Seated at the alchemy table, he muttered that this was already far more complicated than he had calculated. Ina blinked, mouth slightly open, and calmly pointed out that the shop did not even exist yet. Another student immediately asked whether they would go bankrupt before the doors ever opened. On Hoiwon, still seated with steady composure, explained that survival is the first rule of a raider, and that meant the potion business could not be allowed to fail. He added that she had experienced it herself and should understand better than anyone. The 2 girls stared at him as he continued, declaring that what they were building was not just a shop, but a revolution. The scene shifted to the bed in the protagonist's apartment. He lay back with a faint smile, stating that the magic theory test had been cleared without difficulty, so there was no reason to worry about exams for now. Twisting his wrist thoughtfully, he said there was only one thing left. His eyes turned toward the screen. The auction window from the system hovered before him, numbers climbing with merciless indifference. He understood clearly that if a raider intended to grow stronger, he had to be prepared to burn through hundreds of millions without hesitation. Hard work and perseverance were admirable, but money was the unavoidable catalyst of true advancement. A grin tugged at his lips as he reminded himself that a raider's real strength was never money alone. Yet opportunities like this could not be ignored. He rotated the handle again, narrowing his choice down to business and stocks. Thinking of his alchemist friend, he recognized the sheer potential. If one possessed knowledge of the future, attracting capital became almost effortless. Jae-sang opened his eyes and looked at his comrades. The protagonist lowered his gaze, fully aware that this man would one day dominate half of the world's potion production. Securing him now meant securing unimaginable wealth later. Suddenly, the door to the audience hall was flung open. Seo Ah-hyun strode in, jaw tight, eyes blazing. She marched straight forward and shouted that before he thought about running anywhere, he should fulfill his promise. The hero's eyes widened as he asked what she was doing here. Hands planted firmly on her hips, she snapped that he should not interrupt her and accused him of using some strange skill on her before simply disappearing. Noah clenched his teeth, realizing this was nothing more than a fragment of the past brushing against the present. One of the girls narrowed her eyes and bluntly asked whether he was blackmailing this raider. He exhaled slowly, opened his mouth, and told Aiken that since she had already come, she might as well sit down. He added casually that he would lend her his head for a moment. She remained standing in front of them and demanded an answer again. Then, without warning, she raised her hand with sudden enthusiasm and proposed the name Heavenly Dragon Potions. At that exact moment, he quietly activated his submission skill, his expression unchanged, while she continued explaining that she had heard the Heavenly Demon was the peak of martial arts, so their shop should operate on that level. She waved her hands as if unveiling a masterpiece while the others began throwing out their own suggestions one after another. He covered his face with both hands, already understanding that this discussion had fallen into a bottomless pit. Even dungeon monsters would have suggested something more refined. The girl suddenly widened her mouth in offense and demanded to know why he had not asked for her opinion. He calmly told her to say what she had prepared. Then his eyes widened. She declared that the store should be called the Elixir Workshop. A student raised her hand and asked for his thoughts. For a brief second, he saw an image of the alchemist from the past. Elixir, another name for the philosopher's stone. A legendary creation whispered about in old texts, said to heal fatal wounds and even defy death itself. The symbolism alone carried weight. A slow smile formed on his lips. He remarked that it was a perfect name, mysterious enough to elevate the brand, powerful enough to increase perceived value without a single drop being brewed. He turned to her and said she had just saved him. She immediately shrieked that he was disgusting. He stepped forward to the table, announced that the matter was settled, and lifted his fist slightly. From this moment on, their shop would carry that name. No debate. The scene shifted to the classroom. He stood before the others and explained calmly that runes are nothing more than the language of magic. If one breaks down the sentence further, then the language of runes becomes the structural framework that constructs magical expressions. It is not decoration. It is the operating system of magic itself. The instructor opened her mouth and praised his answer as excellent. Suiyak listened with a slight frown, clearly displeased. The instructor placed both hands on the counter and announced that they would end the lesson there, adding that everyone had worked hard. Chairs scraped as students rose from their seats. Just as she turned to leave, someone called out to her. The protagonist stepped forward, extended a textbook toward her, and said he wanted to ask something. A blue-covered book rested in his hands. The moment she saw it, her gaze sharpened. Fourth highest rank. Even instructors avoided that section unless absolutely necessary. She studied him silently, trying to understand what kind of student would reach for something like that without hesitation. The academy library surfaced in memory. His palm pressed against the same book as he muttered that it was a failure. Even after consulting ISA, no meaningful insight had emerged. He pushed back his chair and decided to strip everything down to fundamentals. If the summit could not be scaled directly, then he would rebuild the mountain from its base. As he walked between shelves, he passed a man who appeared to be casually browsing. The man's eyes never left him. Every movement, every pause, every book he touched, quietly recorded on a sheet of paper. The scene shifted. An office. 2 cups of tea releasing thin curls of steam. She inclined her head slightly, noting that her guest had arrived earlier than expected. He sat across from her and explained that he had wanted to come even sooner, but exams and academy matters had delayed him. She lifted her mug and, without looking away, asked whether he was seeking help to understand a 4th-rank magic book. He answered yes. Inside his mind, a bright blue sphere formed. Creation, the origin that gives birth to magic. Beside it appeared a purple sphere. Destruction, the force that erases magic and returns everything to nothingness. Then a red sphere ignited. Reinforcement, the principle that amplifies and strengthens existing expressions. He explained that the book contained high-level formulas and layered theories far beyond surface comprehension. Until now, he had relied heavily on a single eye. One eye flickered orange, and he finally understood that dependence alone would not carry him further. He needed structural understanding, not shortcuts. She brought the tea to her lips and smiled faintly. Then she said she would not be able to help him. His mouth parted in disbelief as he asked why. She set the mug down with deliberate calm and began to speak. The chairman closed her eyes briefly and explained that the concepts within 4th-rank magic texts are meaningless if borrowed. They only gain substance when interpreted through one's own effort. She looked directly at him and added that if he wished to stand on equal ground with high-rank raiders, he must cross that threshold alone. For a brief moment, he saw his father in his mind, and he understood exactly what she meant. She lifted her hand to her face and said that since he had come seeking advice, she would at least show him a method. Then she extended one hand toward him while something materialized in the other. He narrowed his eyes and asked what it was. Smiling faintly, she replied that this was training that would allow him to grasp the principle of reinforcement. He studied the object without hesitation and took it from her. His answer was simple. Anything was acceptable, as long as it pushed him forward. The AR combat system flickered into view. Sweat rolled down his temple. A bright orange bandage wrapped tightly around his arm. He exhaled heavily and fixed his gaze ahead. Arrows launched. They sliced through the air toward the monsters. The enemy raised a hand and casually deflected them. The projectiles struck the ground and ricocheted upward uselessly. Jae-yun looked down and cursed under his breath. He could feel it clearly. When this item was activated, it forced him to use identical magic output each time. No fluctuation, no amplification. An orange system window displayed information about Glypanir. The ribbon lay on the floor, inert. He turned toward her and asked if that was all. Yu Sung-un only smiled and told him to continue practicing a single formula. Nothing else. He dropped into a chair and demanded to know what enhancement had to do with repeating one basic spell. She covered her mouth lightly and explained that understanding reinforcement could not be handed over. It had to be extracted personally, and attempting to enhance something as significant as high-rank magic was reckless. Even a simple magic arrow would suffice. His brow tightened. He lifted his hand and instantly felt it. His body heavy, movement sluggish. The system notification appeared. All attributes temporarily reduced by 50%. He gritted his teeth. Every motion required double the effort. This was far more brutal than expected. The scene shifted to a classroom. Kim Yu-young raised an eyebrow and asked whether he was fine. He scratched the back of his head and answered that he was. They sat at their desks while the blonde remarked that she could smell bandages from 100 meters away and that Jae-hyun had practically been living inside the testing chamber for a week. Ina placed a hand over her chest and told him not to overexert himself. He stood up, thanked them briefly for the concern, adjusted his backpack, and reminded them that there was a test in 2 days. Yuang's expression darkened instantly. She snapped that she had not even finished transcribing the assignments for the upcoming exam. Ina's shoulders stiffened the moment he calmly stated that if she failed, she would be staying behind to make it up, and a thin line of sweat slid down her temple as that reality settled in. Kim Yu-young, far too relaxed for the tension in the air, simply smiled and announced she was heading to the library, hooking her arm around Ina's and dragging her away while tossing him a casual goodbye. He watched them leave with a faint smile he didn't bother showing on the surface. The training room blazed with white light, clean and merciless. He stood alone in sportswear, chest rising and falling steadily as he wiped the sweat from his jaw. Then the air above him shimmered. Stage 41 cleared. Perfect completion. One notification became 10, and 10 became a flood, each line detailing improvements in control, output, stability. He read them in silence, and a slow smile formed. So this was what the 4th magic book meant by enhancement. He pictured a sharp yellow glow bursting outward, not just brighter mana, but a leap, a shift in mastery itself. Enhancement wasn't brute force. It was elevation. In his mind, the pages of the book flipped one after another. The deeper the understanding of the formulas, the cleaner the structure of the spell, the more refined the execution, the higher the enhancement climbed. It was never about talent alone. It was comprehension. He raised his hand. Active skill. Magic arrow. Rank B. Upper tier. His fingers curled slowly. For now, it hovered at high B, perhaps brushing the lower boundary of A rank raiders. Sweat rolled down his cheek, but his gaze remained steady. Yu Sung-eun's voice echoed faintly in his memory, explaining that the theories in the 4-tier magic texts meant nothing if they weren't dissected personally. Concepts were hollow until carved into muscle and bone. He exhaled quietly. Once, they had only tried to use each other for advantage. Now something had shifted. The balance between them had changed into something sharper, something real. Far from the training hall, Gu Jian's brows lowered at the sound of his instructor's voice outside his office. He gestured for his subordinate to enter. Kim Suk-ji stepped in and bowed deeply. The headmaster's eyes dropped to the document in his hand, fingers tightening slightly. The dungeon incident had stained his name. Repairing it was no longer optional. Kim Suk-ji reported that preparations for the upcoming event were complete. Gu Jian looked up, laughter slipping from him in a thin line. Faster than expected. When Kim Suk-ji assured him that this time everything was thoroughly prepared, Gu Jian leaned back with a smirk. Everything had value. Even something deemed useless could be sharpened into a weapon. Kim Suk-ji bowed again, jaw tight, a bead of sweat trailing down his face. Above the city, morning light spread quietly across the skyline. Jae-hyun stood at the edge of a dense green forest, phone in hand, screen dimming as he lifted his eyes. The trees ahead grew thick and close, their shadows layered and deep. He stepped forward without hesitation, disappearing beneath the canopy. Faint sunlight filtered through the canopy, breaking into thin strands that touched the clearing like quiet warnings. The mage stepped into the open space without slowing, eyes shifting slightly to the side as he spoke in a calm voice, ordering the hidden observer to show himself. His brows lowered. If not, he would drag him out personally. A surge of bright blue light erupted around him. Beams shot outward in sharp arcs, tearing through the air toward the presence concealed at the edge of the trees. A hooded figure burst from cover, attempting to slip sideways, but the protagonist was already watching. A smirk curved across his lips. Black cloth flickered in the corner of his vision as the enemy leaped high, feathers scattering like torn shadows. Jae-hyun shifted a single step, and the attack split empty air. More black feathers spiraled downward. He lifted his hand slowly, gaze angled toward the ground as if the outcome had already been decided. Then the stranger appeared directly in front of him. An explosion detonated between them. Smoke and force rolled outward, flattening grass in violent circles. The magician barely blinked, assuming this fool hadn't heard what happened to his comrade earlier. Then his eyes flicked upward. Irritation sharpened his expression. Attacking the academy so openly meant they were either desperate or completely brainless. Energy streams ignited beneath his feet, veins of power threading through the clearing. Blue crystals shimmered into existence around him, humming in low resonance. The director had likely begun moving already. He stared straight ahead. You've made a mistake. Active skill. Magic arrow activated. A chain of glowing projectiles formed instantly and fired in succession, tearing across the clearing. The impact triggered a violent explosion that swallowed the hooded figure in light. Jae-hyun narrowed his eyes, then widened them. A transparent dome shimmered around the enemy, absorbing the blast. A bead of sweat traced down his cheek. Black feathers floated lazily beyond the barrier. Jihan's jaw tightened in fury. The dome dissolved, revealing the man in black, clearly now. His eyes saying Hoiwon with a cold familiarity. Min Song-o stepped forward, voice steady, saying it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Yellow lightning cracked across the protagonist's face. More arrows formed, chaining together in rapid succession as they shot toward the man who called himself his father. Min Song-o moved effortlessly, slipping between trajectories as if he had memorized the pattern. A bright flash flare behind Jae-hyun, and 3 additional arrows curved midair, converging for blind angles. Min Song-o clenched his fist. He swung once. Jae-hyun's teeth ground together as he leaped upward, but a split second too late. Blood sprayed from a fresh wound across his side. He hadn't even seen the blade. A deep trench carved across the clearing where he had stood, earth splitting apart in a long smoking scar. The air trembled. Min Song-o remained at a distance, posture relaxed, saying he had finally come to see his son, whose personality, apparently, had only worsened. Jae-hyun pressed his hand against the wound, fingers slick with blood. His voice came out cold. You're not my father. They faced each other across the ruined ground, tension thick enough to choke the air. The young man demanded to know why he was here. Min Song-o's gaze drifted away, unreadable. He stared at his son as if measuring him, as if calculating where the ceiling of that growth should have been, and a quiet thought crossed his mind that there had to be a limit to how far this boy could rise. Then he stepped forward. Purple aura bled from his body in dense waves. His voice cut through the clearing as he asked whether Asur's enemies were connected to the protagonist. A bead of sweat slid down Jaehyun's temple. The glow in Min Sung-o's eyes intensified, and in that instant, something aligned in his mind. Steel flashed. A sharp violet arc carved through the air, leaving streaks of purple light suspended like scars in space. Jaehyun gritted his teeth and thrust both hands forward, mana surging into a defensive barrier. The surface shuddered immediately, fractures racing across it like spiderwebs. A second later, it shattered. The impact blasted him backward. Smoke curled from his torn clothes. He steadied himself, stunned that a single casual strike had done this much damage. So this was the weight of an A-rank raider. Min Sung-o watched calmly and remarked that his son had indeed grown stronger. Jaehyun forced a faint smile, masking the churn in his thoughts. How did he know about Asur's enemies? Did he come here to kill him? The cloak around Min Sung-o's shoulders fluttered in the wind as he assessed the boy in silence. The growth rate was abnormal. At this pace, the child would soon become a true obstacle. A black and white silhouette seemed to overlap him for a moment. The outline of an experienced raider making a calculated decision. Limit the divine power. Halt the growth before it becomes unmanageable. Min Sung-o's eyes widened slightly. He declared that he would take a few of the boy's limbs as a warning. Dark fog coiled into existence behind him and surged forward like a living tide. Jaehyun's vision tinged with purple glare as the pressure intensified. At the same time, a strange green mist began to wrap around his body. From the edge of the clearing, a black cat watched the magician with unsettling focus. Min Sung-o glanced downward and demanded, if the treaty between the gods and Asur's enemies had not been broken, then how dared they show such disrespect toward the great Odin? The cat's lips curved. It replied that it had no idea what he was talking about. Jaehyun's breath hitched. Sweat ran freely now, not from pain, but from disbelief. The animal had spoken. The cat leapt lightly from its perch. As it descended, human feet touched the ground. White hair spilled into the air like drifting snow. The small body stretched and reshaped, revealing a girl in a flowing black dress. She opened her eyes and stated calmly that she had plans for this child. Jaehyun frowned. The mana irradiating from her was suffocating, denser, deeper than even his father's. He couldn't decipher what was happening anymore. She approached Min Sung-o with unhurried steps. He questioned whether it was necessary to go this far over a single boy. She only smiled. Raising her hand, she dragged sharp nails across her own palm. Blood sprayed into the air, vivid red against the pale light. The droplets struck the ground and pooled together, forming a dark crimson mirror at their feet. The surface rippled. From within the spreading puddle, hands began to emerge, dozens of them, clawing upward from the earth before lunging toward Min Sung-o in a violent surge. The man drew his sword without hesitation, steel flashing as if instinct alone had moved his hand. The witch watched him with a calm, knowing smile, and said he understood perfectly that this was their only path forward. Before he could answer, a colossal black hand materialized above him and slammed down against the mage's head, forcing his body toward the ground. He gritted his teeth and swung his blade in a sharp arc, and at once green circles of mana unfolded around him like protective sigils. The protagonist lifted his trembling hand, fighting to remain standing as pressure crushed down on his skull. His father raised his own sword and scoffed that Loki must have truly lost his mind if the gods believed a mere man could bring an end to their ancient war. The girl tilted her head, lips curling, and asked what difference there was between that and Odin trying to slaughter a commoner for convenience. For a brief second, silence stretched. Then the mage lowered his weapon and said the matter would end here for today. He looked directly at her and warned that if the goddess interfered so brazenly again, he would invoke the treaty with the Aesir and hold her personally accountable. The ground split open once more. Black hands clawed their way out, writhing like living shadows. The girl's smile sharpened as she replied that if he dared stand in her path again, his head might separate from his shoulders without warning. One of the dark limbs shot forward toward Min Sung-o's face. A thin red line appeared across his neck, blood surfacing slowly. The goddess spoke evenly, reminding him that the treaty bound gods and the enemies of Aesir. There was no clause protecting Odin's raven. The man's expression hardened. Black mist seeped from his body, swallowing the air around him. The goddess observed in silence as the enemy's form dissolved into nothingness, fading like smoke in the wind. She turned away with faint amusement. Jaehyun collapsed to his knees. Blood spilled from his lips as he coughed violently. One hand clamped over the wound at his neck. Footsteps echoed across the empty space. A stranger approached and greeted him softly. Then she smiled and introduced herself as Hela, the alter ego of Hel, who had been watching him all along. He stared up at her without speaking, still kneeling, his palm pressed tight against his injury. A memory surfaced. Hela extending her hand to him before. Hela crouched and placed her hand against his chest, her touch cold yet steady, and declared that she would serve as his guide through 5 trials that awaited him. The room around them was barren and silent. The boy pressed his glowing hand against his stomach, light spilling between his fingers as he tried to steady his breathing. He frowned and shut his eyes, gathering himself. When he opened them, the goddess stood directly before him, saying she could answer every question stirring in his mind. She smiled lightly and sat upon a radiant sphere of light, as if it were a throne. The protagonist asked who Sona truly was. Hela rose to her feet and replied that the man's real name was Hugin, and he had never been the boy's father. She looked aside and revealed that he was one of Odin's ravens. Then, with deliberate calm, she conjured the mage's face before him and explained that he possessed the power to twist human minds and rewrite memories, a gift inherited through the influence of another raven. Min and Jaehyun's brows tightened the moment the girl claimed that Min Song had remained at his side all this time to restrain the prophesied enemy of evil. The words did not settle, they cut. Hela lifted one hand calmly and said it would be simpler if he witnessed the truth himself. Her fingers snapped once. The world fractured. His mouth parted in shock as a cold notification surfaced before his eyes, announcing that the knower system was retrieving the user's memory backups. A narrow beam of light descended onto his face, and in the next breath he was no longer standing there. He was inside the house he once called home. In the distance stood a closed rack, unchanged, silent. The air felt heavy. The mage looked ahead and saw a small boy collapsed on the floor, shoulders trembling with helpless sobs. A man loomed over him, voice sharp, asking whether his birth had ever held any value at all. The man's gaze was merciless as he demanded to know if discovering magic had made the boy believe anything would change. Jaehyun recognized the child instantly. Himself. He had always believed his father despised him for awakening, and that hatred had shaped his childhood into something unbearable. Every strike, every word, carved deep. The violence had not been brief. It had to find him. A woman rushed forward and stood in front of the child, screaming at her husband to stop. She shielded her son with her own body and demanded to know why he was beating him again. The boy's eyes were stretched wide, stunned beyond tears. The memory shifted. A bright hallway stretched endlessly ahead. Smoke curled lazily from a bowl. Someone's voice whispered that everything would be all right. Arms wrapped around the boy gently. His mother wept as she tried to soothe him, rocking him with quiet desperation. The protagonist watched from above, unable to move. His eyes refused to blink. On the wall hung a framed photograph of a man. Flowers surrounded it. The scent of incense filled the air, thick and suffocating. His chest tightened. He clenched his fists, realizing it was not the smoke choking him. It was something deeper, something he had buried. The mage turned his face aside, struck by the sensation that he had forgotten a truth he should never have lost. Another memory surfaced. A hand held out an ice cream, playful, teasing. The man smiled and pressed a finger to his lips as if sharing a secret. The boy's mother crossed her arms and scolded him for giving their son too many sweets. The child laughed brightly, carefree. Then the image changed again. His father lifted him onto his shoulders as they walked through a sunlit park. The sky was clear. The world felt safe. A single drop fell onto the ground. The boy began to cry. He reached forward and placed his small hand against the photograph of his father. Min Jae-hyun stretched his own hand toward the memory, tears streaming freely down his face now, unrestrained. A final notification echoed coldly through the silence. All backup data had been successfully loaded. The protagonist bent forward and coughed violently, his breath tearing through his chest as if something had been ripped out of him. His fingers dug into the floor, nails scraping against the surface while he fought to steady himself. Hela watched without emotion and stated that he had finally been released from the memory manipulation. He ground his teeth together, lifting his head with fury burning in his eyes, and demanded to know why this was happening to him. Hela looked down at him as though the answer had always been obvious. She said he was born to stand against evil. The mage forced himself up onto one knee, anger twisting his features, and asked why that destiny had to destroy his life in the process. The goddess did not flinch. A yellow light ignited between her palms. She spoke of 10,000 years ago, of the first Ragnarok. Around her, glowing spheres formed one after another, hovering like fragments of history made visible. Her eyes shifted into 2 different colors as she said that everything began there. The air filled with an illusion of warriors locked in brutal combat. She called it the final chapter of that era, the apocalypse that consumed all things. Multicolored lights spun between her hands as she explained that in the last Great War, a coalition of the enemies of the Aesir fought with desperate strength. Yet in the end, they were crushed by the combined forces of the Aesir and the Valkyries. A lone warrior appeared within the vision, gripping a staff stained by battle. Hela continued, saying that after victory, Odin forced the defeated enemies into a treaty. In exchange for the lives of captured gods and giants, they had no choice but to kneel. The document declared that the enemies of the Aesir were vanquished and from that moment onward could not bring harm to the gods. They would submit to the authority of the great Odin. She folded her arms over her knees and said that the treaty only tightened Odin's hold over existence itself. The vision shifted. A long-haired warrior screamed in silence while countless beings suffered, their voices rising in endless pleas for salvation. Wounded bodies lay scattered among shattered rocks. The weight of oppression lingered in the air. Hela walked toward a towering tree within the illusion. Jaehyun's face hardened, rage flickering across it. She said that roughly 10 years from now, the Norn sisters delivered a new prophecy, foretelling the next Ragnarok. 3 divine figures appeared, solemn, unmoving. One extended her hand forward and declared that the weakest being would bring about Odin's destruction and usher in a new world. The illusions dissolved, leaving them seated opposite one another once more. Hela calmly explained that the one described in that prophecy was him. The boy's brows drew together when she called him their hope. Light flared within the mage's eyes. He clenched his fist tightly and accused her of intending to use him as a weapon to kill Odin. That, he concluded, had always been their scheme. Hela rested her chin against her knee and confirmed it without hesitation. The protagonist stared at her steadily and asked what Odin's true objective was. The goddess answered without hesitation, her expression grave as she said Odin desired the summit of the 9 worlds. The protagonist lowered his gaze, absorbing the weight of that statement. Hela conjured the image of a vast tree resting in her palm and explained that Odin's ambition was to claim every branch, every realm connected to it. The magician's jaw tightened in fury. Her mismatched eyes studied him as she added that Odin sought dominion over the human world as well. Golden smoke coiled around a vision of a distant planet. Birds cut across the sky near a towering structure. A blonde figure's voice echoed, complaining that a prophecy had forced them to guard an insignificant creature. Another approached an elderly man and dismissed the boy as nothing more than a waste of time. Behind a half-closed door, dark silhouettes lingered. A deity stood nearby, warning that the enemies of the Aesir were regaining strength and that even the slightest sign of weakness could not be tolerated. The old man turned to a young warrior and declared he would grant him power. Hadel smiled faintly, adjusted the fabric of his attire, and said he understood. He would leave Asgard at once. The scene shifted. Exercise machines stood silent in a dim room. A barbell struck the floor with a heavy clang. The main character sat on a bench, chest rising sharply, sweat dripping from his face as he closed his eyes. Hela's earlier words echoed in his mind, the conquest of the 9 worlds. She stood before him once more, gaze unwavering, and said that this was Odin's ultimate objective. The great tree appeared again, towering and immense. She revealed that 4 realms were already under his control: Vanaheim, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, and Muspelheim. The young man frowned and asked if Odin now intended to enslave the remaining world as well. Hela closed her eyes briefly and confirmed it. He crossed his arms, tension coiling through him, and demanded to know why Odin had not eliminated him long ago. She extended her arms outward and explained that the power of prophecy restrained even a god. No divine will could override it. She looked at him steadily and described it as a flood, an inevitable force sweeping all before it. Jaehyun felt sweat gather at his temples at the thought that even Odin was bound. A green radiance surrounded Hela as she told him he was currently shielded from Odin's direct influence. But such protection was not eternal. She lifted her hand and warned that when the next Ragnarok arrived and the chains binding the world shattered, the powers safeguarding him would vanish. Her palm pressed gently against his chest, light glowing beneath it. She added, in a calm and merciless tone, that when that moment came, he would die. The protagonist's expression froze in disbelief when she revealed that he had already died once before. He let out a faint, bitter smile as the fragments aligned in his mind. At last, the pattern was visible. He remembered the sensation of blood streaming down his face, the cold weight of death pressing against him before his return. It had not been chance. It had been design. Odin had allowed Min Song to move first, setting the board before delivering the final strike. His teeth ground together. The realization struck harder than any blow. This had never been random. His family's deaths, the shattered memories, the false narrative carved into his childhood. They had manipulated him from the beginning, shaping his grief, steering his rage. Hela withdrew her hand from his chest. His fists tightened until his knuckles blanched. She watched him carefully and asked whether he desired revenge. He did not answer immediately. She stepped closer, gaze unwavering, and asked if he wished to strike back at those who ruined him and to protect what still remained precious in his world. An orange radiance flared around her body, heat rippling through the air. She declared herself the conductor of the 5 trials. Extending her hand toward him, she stated she would grant him the test that would determine everything. Her hair lifted as if stirred by unseen wind. She proclaimed that Min Jae-hyun would rise as the god slayer, the one destined to overthrow Odin. His eyes ignited with fierce light as a system notification materialized before him, announcing the main quest. Hela spoke again, her voice steady and absolute. Before the beginning of the end, he must grow stronger. The vision dissolved. The gym was bright with afternoon light. Hoyan stretched his arms slowly, muscles stiff from strain. He moved toward the bench and muttered that the special training he had been undergoing lately left his entire body aching. He considered asking Jae-sang for a stamina-restoring potion. He sat down, a bottle of water clutched in his hand. The training had earned him an S-class skill, yet his physical strength still lagged behind. Sweat ran down his temple. He pictured the protagonist's face and admitted inwardly that the gap between them remained vast. Hoyan lowered his gaze, reflecting on how distant victory at the Miller's Academy School Festival still felt. A quiet smile formed despite it. There was time left. He rose again, determined to continue training. He had barely turned when a voice echoed across the gymnasium, announcing that Gu Jian was calling for a student. The raider lifted his head abruptly, surprise widening his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the windows. Elsewhere, the director spoke into a phone, his tone controlled. He remarked that removing low-ranked cadets would restore support to the favored few. He smiled thinly and asked if Congressman Park could silence the surrounding noise. Seated comfortably, he added that the aftermath of the last fabricated dungeon incident had already created enough mess, and that the Raider Command headquarters would soon move to clean it up. The director turned his head slightly, speaking as if the walls themselves were his only witnesses, and muttered that everything was ready. Across from him, the other man's lips parted in disbelief, but Gujin only grinned wider, tapping the phone in his hand as he said that in a few days an artificial breakthrough would tear open the gate. The shock slowly twisted into amusement, and the interlocutor laughed, remarking that the head of the academy truly preferred solving disasters with someone else's hands. Gu Jian faced the wall in silence, fingers tight around the device, listening as the man suggested they discuss the details properly. A faint smile touched the director's lips before he stretched his hand forward. Outside, the blonde student froze with his hand hovering near the door, sweat sliding down his back as fear gripped him. He remembered the way the protagonist had once looked down and calmly asked whether there had been any abnormalities in the subspace. Purple eyes surfaced in his memory, cold and invasive. The raider covered his face, finally understanding whose presence had crawled into his mind during the freshman hunt. His teeth ground together. He seized the handle, gaze sharpening with resolve, then shut his eyes for a heartbeat. Hoyan stood before the same door, weighing the danger of stepping in now. He lowered his head, admitting to himself that this was not something he could fix alone. After a moment's hesitation, he called for the director. From inside the corridor, Gu Jian's voice invited him in. The student pushed the door open, already thinking that from this point forward he would need allies he could trust. The classroom beyond was bright, almost painfully normal. The girls kept their eyes lowered while the student stared ahead. The protagonist leaned his cheek against his hand, lazily spinning a pen between his fingers, boredom clouding his gaze. His thoughts drifted back to his conversation with Hela, to the conclusion that Odin must already be aware of his contact with the faction opposing the Aesir, which meant Rangar could move sooner than expected. The goddess had looked at him gravely when he said it. Books snapped shut as the lesson ended. ISU frowned and announced she had something to say, though first she would need to wake the cadets. CO Ina remained seated at her desk. Min Jaehyun's brows drew together as he calculated the timing of the next event. The instructor stepped forward and declared that in 3 days they would begin their guild experience. She explained that it would be their chance to see how a real raider guild functioned and how monsters were hunted beyond academy walls. The protagonist propped his elbow on the desk, while she added that this rare opportunity had been granted personally by director Gu Jian. The boy smirked faintly, remembering how before all of this they had walked into the rank guild and dropped onto a sofa that smelled of mold and neglect, treated like nobodies waiting to be dismissed. He turned his head slightly and thought that now, with the academy's rising achievements tied to their names, doors that once stayed shut would open without resistance. In his mind, a tall building pierced the sky, gleaming and untouchable. ISU cleared her throat and frowned, announcing that several cadets had been granted priority in choosing a guild. She called 3 names and explained that a priority nomination meant a guild was offering a specific cadet the chance to practice under them directly, and if accepted, the guild would reward them with special points. The mage felt sweat gather at his back, knowing the reality was far more complicated than the polished explanation. The instructor's gaze swept across the room as she declared that cadets Min Jae-hyun, Yu Jae-sang, and Co Ina had received offers from the Lotus Guild. A subtle murmur spread. Suyuk narrowed his eyes when he heard his own name tied to the Sea God Guild, and the blonde stood abruptly, caught between pride and disbelief. The protagonist imagined Yu Sung-eun's smiling face and understood at once why she had asked who stood out most that day. ISU's voice turned firm as she instructed them to decide before midnight, prepare the necessary documents, and submit everything to her digitally. Chairs scraped against the floor as students rose. Yuang threw her arms around her friend, shouting that she would finally see the Lotus Guild master in person. Min Jaehyun smiled inwardly, fingers resting lightly on the desk, as he considered that An Hoyan would likely receive a nomination as well. Then Seo Ina's eyes widened. Ing turned sharply. Jaehyun's gaze shifted at the same moment. Their phones rang together, vibrating in eerie sync. The blonde stared at her screen, gripping the device tightly. A message from An Hoyan flashed across it, urging them to gather immediately at the Jaesing workshop. Soon they were seated around a round table, tension replacing earlier excitement. The boy leaned his elbow against the surface, face unreadable. Kim Yu-young frowned and asked quietly whether it was true that the principal intended to sacrifice low-ranking students to trigger awakenings in the stronger ones. An Hoyan met her gaze and confirmed it without hesitation. Jaesing bit his thumb, muttering that rumors about the principal's corruption had circulated for years. Seo Ina's forehead beaded with sweat as she whispered that gambling with lives crossed every line. Jaehyun stared straight ahead, expression hardening as the weight of the situation settled in. The guild experience was far more dangerous than it appeared. In his previous life, he had heard that several students never returned from that event. Beside him, the blonde man spoke in a low voice, reminding them that no one else knew the truth but their small circle. He spoke with a rigid expression, stating that if the rumors were true, then they were the only ones capable of standing against Gujian. The mage folded his arms and lowered his gaze, forcing himself to think past emotion. It was too early to leap toward conclusions. If they interfered blindly, every one of them could die. His fist tightened. He admitted quietly that living the rest of his life pretending ignorance was not an option. Still, there was a line between courage and stupidity, and he had to see it clearly. Kim Yu-young rose abruptly, sweat gathering at her temples, and demanded to know how they could even hesitate. Her eyes were wide as she shouted that other students' lives were hanging in the balance. Jae-sang lifted his hand, voice trembling as he confessed he was afraid, but he would not back out. Ina remained calm, stating that if there was even a chance to save someone, she refused to sit still. The protagonist's eyes widened for a moment, then a faint smile curved his lips. In his mind, he saw the faces of his comrades and remembered what being a raider truly meant: seeking treasure, hunting monsters, and standing between danger and the defenseless. A translucent window flashed before him. Main quest accepted. Jaehyun pushed back his chair and declared that if that was the case, they would create a plan and turn the tables on the principal instead. Determination spread across the table. The girls watched him closely, trust evident in their eyes. Later, in the empty classroom, the mage stood before ISU. She frowned, asking how she was supposed to believe he had already mastered the 4th-rank magic book. Sweat clung to her skin despite the silence of the room. In her mind, a chessboard formed, pieces shifting into place. This student was dangerous. He was hiding something, and the principal intended to move him as the next piece. He observed her quietly and remarked that she looked troubled. Her jaw tightened as a drop of sweat slid down her cheek. His smile sharpened as he asked whether she planned to pass every detail about him to the principal again. Her eyes widened. "How do you know that?" she demanded. He stepped closer, placing his hand lightly against her face, and said there was something he needed from her. Purple smoke unfurled around him like a living shadow as he asked whether she would listen carefully. ISU's mouth fell open. The color in her eyes shifted, drowning into violet. Skill activated, brainwashing. He felt no resistance worth noting and concluded coldly that he was already far stronger than she was. He smiled faintly while the instructor stood frozen before him, and he decided that the cleanest way to destroy an enemy was to hollow him out from within. He stepped closer, lifted a single finger, and told her calmly that for the next few days she would be his closest ally. They faced one another in the empty classroom as Jae-hyun said they could finally speak openly. His hand settled on her shoulder, and he asked her to listen carefully. His eyes gleamed as he revealed that the director was preparing something catastrophic. 3 days later, a massive building rose before them, its glass exterior reflecting the sky like a blade. Yu Jae-sang's mouth fell open. Her cheeks flushed as she stared at the headquarters of the Lotus Guild. The others turned to the sound of approaching footsteps. Sung Jae-appa bowed politely and introduced himself as their escort for the day's event, then gestured for them to follow. Bright screens lined the walls inside, flashing data and live feeds as crowds moved through the corridors with disciplined urgency. They were led into a spacious hall. Sung Jae-appa stopped and pointed toward the final seats arranged near a long table. A familiar figure stepped forward. Yu Sung-yin smiled warmly and greeted the young raiders. Tea and delicate sweets were arranged neatly before them. She closed her eyes briefly and invited everyone to sit. Ina glanced at Kim Yu-young in surprise when the girl lowered her head shyly. The blonde suddenly sprang to her feet, blurting out that she could not believe she was seeing the Lotus Guild master in person and asking for an autograph. Yu Sung-yin accepted the paper with a gentle laugh, saying that devoted fans were the reason she remained full of strength. The protagonist watched with a quiet smile, knowing his friend had always admired her mentor. The guild master observed him thoughtfully and remarked that he seemed to have gathered many companions. On Hoiwan turned sharply and asked whether the mage already knew Xian. Yu Sung Yin touched her cheek lightly and replied that he was her student. Yuang's eyes narrowed, and she immediately began scolding her friend in disbelief. The mood shifted when the guild master set down her cup of tea. The boys focused on her, as she stated that she already understood the situation, which was precisely why she had summoned them. Lotus, along with several other guilds, had long been aware of Gu Jian's corruption. She described him covering his face with his hands as if burdened by invisible pressure, and explained that his influence was so vast that opposing his schemes directly had proven nearly impossible. The mage's expression hardened as he concluded that the director would not be acting so brazenly unless he possessed something extraordinary, perhaps even the ability to force open dungeons at will. A small white clip held Sung-Eun's hair in place as she spoke calmly, explaining that most of Gu Jian's abilities were unknown, hidden behind layers of secrecy, and that every possible scenario had to be calculated before they moved. A man extended his hand over the table, activating a projection of the magical fields belonging to all guilds participating in the event. A holographic map shimmered into existence. Moments later, a translucent blue screen unfolded before the young raider's eyes. 2 red points pulsed on the map. Sung Jae Appa indicated them, saying the mana density there was far higher than anywhere else. His expression darkened as he concluded that if a dungeon were to manifest artificially, it would most likely erupt in one of those 2 zones. Yu Sung Yin turned and ordered the Lotus members to monitor both locations closely. If any anomaly appeared, the area would be sealed and residents evacuated immediately. The mage covered his mouth thoughtfully and acknowledged it was a sound plan, but warned that their enemy would anticipate such caution. Sun Hun's gaze sharpened as the student added that if Gu Jian realized Lotus was interfering, he would respond more violently. The guild master's lips curved slightly as she asked whether he had an alternative. The boy said nothing. Seated back on the couch, he simply stated that regardless of strategy, they would save the students. Later, an elevator door slid open in a long hallway. A manager strode ahead while a crowd of raiders followed in disciplined formation. The boy walked among them with a faint smile, thinking that those who had dismissed him would soon regret it. Sweat traced down his cheek as he understood why the director had nominated him as a primary candidate. Gu Jian had recognized his talent as a raider and intended to use it. They moved in silence behind their guide. A hand touched his shoulder. He turned to see Some Moon, studying him carefully. She asked whether something felt off. He replied with a quiet question of his own. Glass doors stood ahead, reflecting their figures. She gestured toward the interior and pointed out that a raider guild headquarters should be bustling with resources and personnel, yet this place felt deserted. His pulse quickened when she suggested it might have been abandoned. Stacked boxes lined the walls. He glanced upward and noticed a thin spiderweb stretching across the ceiling. Unease spread through the group as they scanned their surroundings, tension tightening their expressions. Still, they continued forward behind the manager, who finally stopped and announced that they had arrived. Ina pressed her palm against her chest and drew in a sharp breath, while Kim Suk Ji slowly turned around, bright smoke rolling off his body as if the air itself was burning away from him. And with 2 fingers brushing his cheek, he muttered that he hadn't expected the skill's effect to fade so quickly, then glanced at the raiders and added that it was earlier than planned, but there was nothing he could do about it. And then, without warning, a blazing circle ignited beneath their feet. The crowd instinctively looked down, fear crawling up their spines, and the instructor's voice cut through the tension as he calmly declared that this was where they would part ways. The boy lifted his hand as if to protest, mouth wide, but the man simply clenched his fist and said this would be their final lesson. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he told them they were free to try returning alive from this hell. Elsewhere, Jae-hyun stood on a quiet street with a phone in his hand when a mechanical voice announced that they had reached their destination. Kim Yu-young lifted her brows, staring at the crumbling structure ahead and whispering that it looked like an abandoned building. Jae-hyun remained behind the group, black brows drawn together as he asked in a low voice whether someone was trailing them. In the distance, partly concealed by a tree, a man in a suit watched without moving. Sung Jae Appa turned casually and assured the raiders there was nothing to fear. The instructor narrowed his eyes and asked when they had learned telepathy, and the mage answered with a light smile that he had skimmed through a few magic books. The man studied him, calling it unbelievable. Ina, Kim Yu-young, and Hoang continued chatting as if none of it mattered, and the protagonist only smiled faintly when Sung Jae Appa wished them luck. Behind a tree, he closed his eyes, and faraway sunlight spilled softly across wooden shelves. Sun lifted a porcelain cup of tea, remarking that her student was shamelessly imitating her habits like a child. Anna shut her eyes, silently wishing the manager would intervene somehow. The master's lips curved as she told her subordinate to be more forgiving towards Sung Jae Appa, since that tension was part of what made a brother and sister bond beautiful. Her fingers rested lightly on the cup. Then she paused. The surface of the tea trembled. Ripples spread across the porcelain. And in that quiet room, she sensed violent magic pressing close. She turned sharply toward the window, gaze sharpening. Outside, sun stared into the distance while a young man stood facing forward, stating with certainty that whichever guild the director chose to open the dungeon with would become king. The master sat opposite him, reminding him that the guild in question had been founded by Chain himself. The protagonist gave a slow nod in confirmation. The supervisor touched her lips thoughtfully and murmured that something felt off, because if it truly involved Cain, then the center of the soul would already be in motion. She pictured 2 red marks spreading across a mental map, and stated that the location would fall dangerously close to the Lotus Guild. The woman closed her eyes and murmured that a scoundrel would never move so brazenly. That kind of exposure did not suit him. Min Jaehyun's brows tightened as he answered that his information came from reliable channels, and that perhaps the director was playing a deeper game. Yu Sung-eun turned at once. Park Hannah stood behind her desk, and the supervisor ordered her to dig into the Cain Guild immediately. The girl accepted without hesitation, face set in seriousness. Moments later she reported that the guild was nothing more than a ghost. Yu Sung-eun's eyebrows lifted. The subordinate met her gaze and confirmed it calmly. She described it as if a massive invisible hand had seized control of the building, explaining that certain guilds deliberately erased their records and operated in silence to avoid taxes and scrutiny. Her tone hardened as she concluded that now Gu Jan's motives were becoming clearer. The master lowered her head slightly, acknowledging that her student's reasoning was sound. When she raised her green eyes again, confusion flickered within them. She still could not grasp what the scoundrel intended. Both palms pressed against the table. Yu Sung-eun rose from her seat and instructed Park Hannah to prepare her equipment, just in case. The 2 women moved forward with purpose, while the master silently reviewed the contingency plan they had drafted for unpredictable events. Her fingers brushed the earring at her lobe, and in her heart she wished the boys luck. Along a road lined with trees, a door creaked, open into a darkened interior. A group of raiders stepped inside. Young glanced around and asked whether this was truly the place. The protagonist turned back toward them and confirmed they had arrived, adding with a faint smile that a stream of energy was flowing from within. The man ahead muttered that the aura here was suffocatingly dark. His 3 companions exchanged quiet looks before following him deeper. Min Jaehyun's black brows knit together as he sensed abnormal mana thick in the air. A thought crossed his mind that it would be safer to send everyone away and remain only with the manager. The girls trailed closely behind one another. Then, without warning, purple smoke began to seep through the room. Co. Ina fixed her gaze forward and said she could feel a magical reaction forming. The mage lowered himself to one knee, explaining that high-tier magic had already been activated in this zone. His expression darkened. There had to be traces of the spell somewhere nearby. And then his amber eyes widened. Black smoke coiled beneath the ceiling like a living thing. Panic flickered across the boys' faces as they searched the shadows. Min Jaehyun spun around and shouted for everyone to get out immediately. A violet circle ignited beneath their feet without warning. An Hoi-won broke into a sweat and shouted that he couldn't move. Kim Yoo-jung's lips parted in fear, just as a voice echoed that they were about to enter the realm of the Dark Elves, Spartame. Co. Ina froze where she stood. A system window flashed before their eyes. Emergency notice. Transfer to another world detected. Danger level. High. Recommendation. Evacuate immediately. The space around them distorted. Darkness swallowed their vision, and when it settled, they found themselves inside a vast cavern. In the distance, a beam of pale light illuminated a figure seated upon a throne. The creature smiled slowly and murmured that fresh meat had arrived. Then it lifted its hand and declared that the hunt would begin. Crystals burst from the cavern walls, glowing with cold brilliance. This was Spartame, the domain of the Dark Elves. The protagonist team scanned their surroundings in silence. The boy clicked his tongue and cursed under his breath. Kim Yoo-jung turned sharply and asked if they were truly in Spartame. Min Jae-hyun frowned deeper, recalling that in Norse myth the Dark Elves were described as warriors who wielded godlike power. If this place had been converted into a dungeon, their strength should have diminished, but not enough to be harmless. His jaw tightened. This was no accident. He stared ahead and understood it clearly. This was the headmaster's design, a purge disguised as a lesson. An Hoi-won turned toward him and demanded to know how Chain could possibly activate transfer magic of this level. Min Jae-hyun's expression hardened. His friend was right. He pictured the director standing inside radiant light, participating not as the caster, but as one piece in a ritual connecting the 9 worlds. His fingers brushed his chin as he reached a grim conclusion. Chain was in contact with the Asami gods. The raiders stood in the center of the cavern, and the atmosphere pressed down on them like stone. The situation was deteriorating by the second. Footsteps echoed. Sung Jae-appa stepped forward from the shadows. The 3 raiders stared in disbelief. Kim Yoo-jung ran straight to the manager. An Hoi-won wiped sweat from his brow and asked how he could possibly be here. The assistant of the Lotus Guild averted his gaze and explained that he had come because a capable raider was necessary, and Yu Sung-un could not move freely since she was being tailed. The blonde clutched her chest and whispered that she thought they would all die here. The man positioned himself beside them and said it was too early to surrender to despair, though his presence alone did not drastically improve their odds. His brows drew together as he explained that even high-ranked raiders struggled to survive in the world of dark elves. The girl's eyes widened. Sung Jae-appa's voice turned firm as he warned them that if they acted without discipline, every single one of them would be slaughtered here. Ina's brows lifted slightly, concern written across her face. The protagonist stared forward in silence, calculating. The strategy for conquering Spartame had likely never been fully completed. Bright crystals pulsed faintly along the cave walls, casting fractured light across stone. He allowed himself a small smile. Before his return, he had witnessed countless assaults on the Dark Elf realm. He knew its patterns. He knew its traps. The three raiders nearby turned when he declared that he would ensure every one of them survived. Sung Jae-appa studied the students carefully, weighing their resolve. The protagonist cracked his knuckles, the sound sharp in the cavern air, then smiled faintly and stated that they would locate the missing dropouts first. Far away, in a spacious office, two men sat across from each other. A porcelain cup rested on the table. Sukha spoke first, reminding the principal that he had promised to look after his son. The older man's fair brows tightened. Chain only laughed lightly and replied that there was nothing to fear. Ho-yang would undoubtedly secure first place in the upcoming event. Sukha's face stiffened. He demanded to know who the student was that had taken first place in the hunt and defeated his son. The principal calmly sipped his tea and answered that if Sukha had watched the broadcast, he would already know. He set the cup down gently and, with a faint smile, revealed the name, Jae Hyan, a genius possessing 97% affinity with magic. Shock overtook the old man's expression. He rose abruptly from his seat. The principal merely lifted a brow and casually offered to reheat the drink that had gone cold. Sukha stood frozen for a moment, struggling to accept that someone unknown had dared surpass his son. Without another word, he bid farewell and left the office. His white hair was slicked neatly back. A military officer. Once alone, Gu Jian folded his arms and reflected on Hoyan's father was only valuable because of his connections within the central government. Two mugs remained on the table. There was no reason for intervention. A wide smile stretched across his face as the lamps cast steady light over the room. He muttered that he had no interest in games that were destined to be lost. Back inside the cavern, crystals continued to sprout along the walls. The raiders advanced together in tight formation. CEO Ina glanced around and said the darkness was overwhelming, so she would activate her flash skill. The protagonist stepped beside her and calmly told her to conserve it. A blue orb materialized in his palm, radiating steady light. Heads tilted upward. A system notification appeared. Flash skill activated. Blue spheres of light hovered above them, steady and cold. Kim Yu-young tilted her head back, mouth slightly open in disbelief. Min Jae-hyun only smiled and said he had pushed his dark magic to a higher tier. CEO Ina blinked, a bead of sweat sliding down her temple as she reminded him that raising a skill beyond its limit was supposed to be possible only after reaching a rank. Hoi stared forward, unable to reconcile what he was seeing with what he knew. Min Jae-hyun turned and asked why they had stopped following. Sung Jae-appa answered that they were moving, then ordered the raiders forward. A thin line of sweat ran down his cheek as he reflected that he had trained countless rookies, yet none of them matched even a fraction of the protagonist's value. They advanced deeper. Crystals embedded in the rocks shimmered faintly as they passed. The march continued until someone suggested a rest. The manager agreed, stating that they had traveled long enough and needed to recover stamina. Then the light vanished. Kim Yu-young spun around, asking why the illumination had disappeared. Min Jae-hyun reached toward her calmly and explained that dark elves thrived in shadow. Any artificial light could be snuffed out with ease. If they intended to survive, they had to adapt to true darkness. The blonde lowered her gaze, accepting the logic. She added that they had potions if needed. Ho gave a brief smile and remarked that it was fortunate he had asked Jae-sang to prepare extras. They halted near a stone archway branching into multiple paths. The blonde scanned the tunnels and said survivors had to be along one of them. She looked at Min Jae-hyun, who replied that he had a method to confirm it. He closed his eyes. A faint blue aura wrapped around him. Without lifting his lids, he stated that one route led directly to the boss chamber. Then his expression changed abruptly. An arrow tore through the air. CEO Ina gasped. Min Jae-hyun intercepted it inches from her face. His hand tightened as he activated absolute counting. A golden sheen ignited around his fist. Kim Yu-young and An Hoi-an immediately drew their weapons. Sung Jae-appa ordered everyone into formation. In the darkness ahead, a silhouette shifted. A dark elf stepped forward, spear in hand, a faint smile visible even in shadow. An Hoi-an swallowed, sweat forming along his brow. Weapons lifted. CEO Ina gripped her knife. The mage's eyes flared orange. Min Jaehyun extended his arm slightly to the side, sensing movement beyond the visible threat. Coina's lips parted again as the air itself began to tense, heavy with the promise of battle. Hoyong turned, and in that single motion the air itself tightened. A bead of sweat slid down the manager's temple, while Kim Yoo-jung's blonde hair whipped violently in the wind, her weapon already rising, as if it had been waiting for this exact second. The ground ahead rippled, and dark elves stepped out from the distortion one after another, their presence triggering a surge of hostile mana that spread like a suffocating tide. Aina did not hesitate. Green smoke spiraled up around her feet as she activated slow light, a pale radiance blooming outward and clinging to the enemy's limbs, dragging at their movements. Thin blue streaks shimmered above her head, proof that the spell had locked in. On Hoyan's gaze hardened. Without a word, he invoked Ultra Instinct, and a translucent silver shield unfolded before him with a metallic hum. Kim Yoo-jung's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding, ordering everyone to attack immediately. Sungjae Appa was already in motion, knives flashing as he clashed with a dark elf. His arms blurred, carving white trails through the air with each vicious swing. The elf raised his blade to block, steel screaming against steel as sparks burst between them. The protagonist only smiled, low and confident, murmuring that he would not yield. Across from him, two elves were already drenched in sweat. One partially blinded as golden light flared behind the mage. Yellow circles spun into existence around him, and from them erupted sharpened chain tips as he activated super fast chain. The links shot forward like living serpents, piercing straight through elven armor and flesh. Their enchanted blades began to disintegrate midair, fading like ash in the wind. He slid a hand into his pocket, calm even now, recalling the past invasions that had revealed a critical weakness. Every dark elf weapon was forged from condensed magic. His lips curved slightly. That meant calculation alone would dismantle them. His right eye ignited bright yellow as he turned, spotting another elf gripping a radiant weapon. He shouted for everyone to listen. Kim Yoo-jung frowned at once as he instructed her and Aina to restrict themselves to fire magic only. The dark-haired girl answered firmly that she understood. A sudden purple beam lanced toward the mage. Without panic, he called out to An Hoi-won to use Provocation Shout to simplify their movements. Min Jae-hyun lifted his hand and deflected the beam, the impact scattering sparks across the silver shield. The blonde crossed blades with his opponent, eyes blazing as he unleashed Provocation Shout. The sound rippled outward, freezing the elves' focus and dragging their attention onto him. In that instant of distortion, the youth spun toward the manager and ordered him to finish the slowed enemies. The manager's brows knit together, a fleeting thought flashing through his mind about how the young mage understood their race so precisely. Then everything around him washed into white as he activated stealth. His presence vanished completely, erased from the battlefield. A dark elf clenched his teeth and searched frantically. Too late. A blue flash sliced across the air, and the silent assistant carved through the monster's body with a relentless storm of knife strikes. Each cut clean, precise, and final. Two blinding streaks tore across the air before the remaining enemy could react. The protagonist lowered his head, breath steady, then crushed his fist tight as fire strike ignited along his arm. He shifted one step to the side, vanished from the elf's line of sight, and reappeared behind him in the same heartbeat. His attack landed. A violent explosion detonated at point-blank range. The shockwave rolled outward, and the system's cold voice confirmed the kill. The surviving monsters froze, staring at the raiders, as if seeing something incomprehensible. Kim Yoo-jung threw her hands up and screamed, unleashing eternal flame. Fire blossomed above her like a second sun. The blindfolded elf lunged through the blaze, only for another massive blast to erupt, scattering sparks in every direction. The rest charged forward, weapons raised. Desperation etched across their faces. Aina moved first. Her knife flashed. Then she lifted it high and summoned a fiery arrow. The blazing projectile tore through the air and punched cleanly through their bodies. Screams split the battlefield. One dark elf clenched his teeth, rage burning in his eyes, unable to understand how humans knew their weaknesses so precisely. Black smoke coiled around his blade as he prepared a final strike. An Hoi-won didn't give him a chance. A sharp thrust drove straight through him. The elf twisted, fury and disbelief spilling from his mouth, demanding how anyone dared. A golden arrow answered him, piercing clean through his neck. Black fog gathered thickly before An Hoi-won as the body collapsed. Kim Yoo-jung steadied her weapon, chest heaving. Her friend looked away, catching her breath. The blonde boy wiped sweat from his brow and asked if it was over. The protagonist faced them, expression hard. Time was bleeding away. They had to move. The girl arched a brow and pointed left. He nodded. He could feel it, survivors. Faint mana signatures flickering in that direction. Thick black fog drifted ahead like a warning. They could not afford even a second's delay. His dark brows tightened. Elsewhere, behind a sealed door, shouting echoed. Someone demanded to know how everything had collapsed so quickly. Kim Suk-gi stood drenched in sweat, bowing deeply as he apologized to the principal. The man slammed his fist onto the table with enough force to rattle the room, demanding whether he was expected to tolerate this failure. An instructor smiled thinly and claimed the situation could still be concealed. The head of the academy's face twisted with fury. He roared at the assistant to stop treating him like a fool. Kim Suk-gi dropped to the floor. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Gu Jian turned his back, voice cold as steel, declaring that the transfer ceremony had failed to activate because of individuals without magical aptitude, which meant only one thing. There was a rat inside the building, someone capable of manipulating magic from the shadows. The instructor remained kneeling on the floor, repeating his apologies to the man he feared most. The director stated that the operation was meant to remain silent. Blood ran down the assistant's face. Gu Jian's expression twisted with fury as he declared that Kim Suk-gi understood the consequence if even one survivor walked out alive. Down the corridor, the girls moved quickly. Park Hannah glanced aside and questioned whether everything would hold. Yu Sung-eun turned back and answered that it was an emergency. Moving alone would draw less suspicion. Her brows tightened as she analyzed the mana frequency. That wavelength signaled S-rank magic. The children, and Sung-jae Appa, were in direct danger. A golden ring hung from her ear, a monitoring artifact. It remained inactive. No casualties yet. They reached the exit. She decided speed without clarity was reckless. The director stepped outside and instructed that if she failed to return by morning, Park Hannah was to contact the association immediately, dispatch reinforcements, and audit every surveillance feed. Then she mounted her motorcycle and secured the helmet. Park Hannah told her to stay cautious. Yu Sung-eun dismissed the concern and accelerated forward. Her green eyes burned as she rode. If harm came to her people because of internal corruption, she would not forgive it. The tunnel opened into cavernous terrain where crystal veins glowed faintly along the stone. Ahead, Sunshin staggered under the weight of her injured partner, his arms slung over her shoulder. She forced him to keep moving. One more stretch. Her foot struck a rock. They collapsed. Pain shot through her body as she hit the ground. She clenched her teeth, tears spilling despite herself. The drops struck the stone beneath. She looked down and blamed her own weakness for the disaster. A shadow fell over her. A hand rested on her shoulder. She turned from the ground and saw Jae-hyun and his team standing behind her. He looked down calmly and told her she had done enough. They would finish it. Her vision blurred as she looked up at him. Relief and exhaustion dissolved her strength. She fell forward, unconscious. The white crystal formations nearby pulsed faintly. Kim Yu-young uncorked a potion and poured it carefully between the injured girl's lips. Hoi focused on the male survivor, channeling healing energy into his wounds. The man opened one eye, confused, and the blonde steadied him upright. Then the protagonist spoke. They were standing inside the territory of the Dark Elves. The raiders' eyes widened. The raiders forced faint smiles for the injured, and Min Jae-hyun told them they had come to pull them out alive. Sunshin lowered her eyes. The mage stepped closer to the boy and demanded clarity. Jaw tight, the survivor said everyone who entered under the Kane Guild banner had been captured. The girl moved in front of the protagonist and explained that after crossing into this world, they were ambushed by Dark Elves. They had tried to hide, only to walk straight into a prepared trap. Her skin turned pale as she added that the enemy had laced the area with mana poison. The boy looked away. Jae-hyun studied them both and understood immediately. The girl blamed herself. She believed she should have died resisting beside the others. He imagined 4 raiders standing against an enemy far beyond their reach. That was not courage. That was suicide. A distant roar shook the cavern. A massive dragon silhouette cut across the upper darkness, wings spreading wide. The sound vibrated through bone and stone alike. The boy frowned, thinking absurdly that such scenes belonged in films, not reality. He remembered gasping for breath through clenched teeth. The protagonist closed his eyes briefly and stated that the capture was not their fault. Both survivors looked at him as if they had misheard. He asked where the prisoners were taken. The boy hesitated, sweat beading along his brow. Min Jae-hyun's expression hardened as he asked whether they intended to let their comrades die. The girl placed a steadying hand on the boy's shoulder and answered instead. The Dark Elves had a king. The students were delivered directly to him. The boy touched his chin. That meant one thing, the boss. They stood in the center of the cavern, minerals protruding from the walls like jagged teeth. The protagonist asked who had guided them here. The boy opened his mouth, then forced the word out through clenched anger. Kim Suk-gi. Silence settled over the empty expanse. The mage faced forward and ordered the group to remain where they were. Kim Yu-jung's eyes widened, demanding to know what he intended to do. He gestured deeper into the cavern and explained that he could sense dense dark magic ahead. The boss was there. One of their own was there too. The mana signature was weakening rapidly. They had no time. The blonde snapped that he had lost his mind. That charging in alone meant death. She insisted they move together. Huang stayed silent for several seconds, brows drawn tight in calculation. Then he lifted his hand and declared that he supported the protagonist's decision. The girl shot him a furious glare. The mage folded his arms and stated the obvious. In a direct clash, they still could not overpower the dark elves. Someone had to remain and guard the wounded. The only viable option was for him to move alone. The blonde's composure cracked. Sweat gathered along her temple. She asked if there was another path. Sung Jae Appa shut his eyes briefly, then fixed his gaze on Jae-hyun and told him to withdraw if things turned unstable. The boy answered with a light smile and asked the manager to protect the others. Huang told him not to concern himself with them. He replied that he could manage on his own. No hesitation remained. He turned his back and walked away, offering a quiet farewell. They watched his figure disappear into the cavern shadows. Sun Shin pressed her hand against her chest and asked whether this would end well. Sung Jae Appa looked aside and answered that the protagonist would endure. He always did. Yu Jae-sang covered one eye, steadying her breathing, then clasped her friend's hand and told everyone to hold their ground. Anna gave a small nod. The blonde closed her eyes and said they would simply do what they could. A flicker cut through the darkness. The manager sharpened his hearing. The raiders scanned their surroundings. The injured felt the shift first. Fear crept into their faces. The man raised a finger to his lips and whispered that the enemy was near. His grip tightened around his weapon. A blinding beam erupted without warning. Blood sprayed from Sanji's body. Yu Yong screamed the manager's name. From the shadows, a dark elf stepped forward, voice dripping contempt as he demanded how worms dared crawl upon his land. Behind him, ranks of dark elves emerged, their silhouettes filling the cavern. The wounded boy trembled. The elf smiled coldly and declared he had located their hiding place. Elsewhere, before a massive door, the protagonist paused. He sensed instability behind him. If something had shifted, he needed to end this quickly. His palm pressed against the stone. Light cascaded over him. Inside, a figure lounged upon a throne carved from black crystal. The elven king smirked and remarked that he had been informed of incoming guests. He had prepared a suitable reception. Min Jae-hyun lifted his head. His earring flared with sudden brilliance. His amber eyes widened as if struck. In his mind, the steady rhythm of an ally's mana thinned into a fragile line. The door slammed shut behind him. He stood alone before the elven king. The ruler tilted his head and asked whether he appreciated the welcome. Behind those sealed doors, enemies waited in silence, and the villain's voice slid through the corridor like a blade, declaring that the young man would never walk out of this place alive. There was one path, he added mockingly, if the boy could survive it. The words dug in, but the protagonist only ground his teeth harder, his mind racing to the others scattered somewhere beyond these walls. They were in danger. He could feel it. His fist tightened until his knuckles went pale, and, in that pressure, he made his choice. He would drag them out himself. With a faint smile that did not reach his eyes, the boy introduced Hyam and promised that no matter what happened, he would shield his friends. The mage lowered his gaze, thinking that this reckless faith was the only weapon left to them. His expression sharpened. There was no strategy grand enough for this moment. Only belief. The elf lifted his hand, asking calmly what the boy intended to do. Jaehyun did not bother turning around. He answered that the enemy first needed to understand something. The monster's eyes were hidden beneath a helmet, unreadable, inhuman. Then a ring of fire ignited around the mage, flames spinning outward in a widening circle. He opened his eyes wide and declared that today, every villain standing before him would fall. Blood sprayed across the stone. Sung Jae Appa lay collapsed on the ground, unmoving. An Hoyan rushed forward, gripping him under the shoulders, dragging him back while biting down on his fear. The monsters had studied them. They knew every weakness of a raider assassin and had struck at the perfect opening. The manager stood nearby, drenched in sweat, eyes shut tight, as if forcing himself to remain conscious. A purple sword jutted from the cracked earth. The dark elf's eyes glowed with cruel light as he muttered that only insignificant flies remained. Black smoke coiled around the enemy's raised weapon. Ho Young felt another drop of sweat slide down his face as realization hit him. The villains had chosen this exact moment because Jae-hyun was absent. They had calculated everything. He turned his head when she approached. Her gaze was steady, fixed ahead. She said quietly that if the manager was injured, Yu Sung-eun should have sensed it already. Then someone pressed something into the protagonist's hand, a gold earring. He stared at it in surprise. The woman closed her eyes as she explained that it was Valdi's earring. The jewel shimmered with a steady light. Whenever its owner's allies were in danger, it would signal him, and the master would come running without hesitation. Yu Sung-eun placed her hand over her chest, feeling the pulse of that connection. The protagonist clenched his fist around the earring and answered that it was enough. They could move. Fire bloomed in his palm, bright and violent. With a single motion, he unleashed it. Waves of flame roared forward, surging straight toward the Elf King. His eyes burned with reflected light as a massive explosion detonated before him. The blast thundered through the battlefield, shaking stone and bone alike. Yet he did not flinch. He stood motionless at the heart of the inferno, framed by swirling fire. The enemies watched him and smiled. One elf even licked his lips, amused by what he believed was a desperate stand. Jae-hyun's eyes widened slightly as he muttered that he would have to tear out everything the monster had devoured. He glanced downward, remembering how little time remained. He turned when Hwang called out, asking whether 10 minutes would be enough. The question struck him harder than any blade. The protagonist stared at his friend, stunned, but the blonde was already smiling, calm and certain, and in that expression there was no hesitation, only approval. It meant the decision had been made long before the words were spoken. For a brief second, the boy saw faces from another time, comrades from a past life, standing at his back the same way. He had witnessed this scene before. He pictured Iona's eyes, steady and unshaken, and understood that the trust in them was real. His own face settled into stillness. The raider stepped forward, placed a firm hand on his shoulder, and told him to go. Hoy looked ahead without blinking and said that he would hold the line. Kill the king. Save the others. Until then, he would protect everyone here. Yo-young exhaled slowly, then lifted her hand. Mana surged outward and formed a shimmering field around them. Blades of light materialized in the air beside her, floating like sentinels ready to strike. The raiders tightened their grips and drew their weapons in unison. The boy frowned. If he ran now, if he chose survival again, he would never be able to face them after this. Not this time. Across from them, the monster rested a spear against his shoulder and mocked their struggle as meaningless noise. An elf leapt forward, shouting that the humans would be served to the king as a feast. Iona's brows pulled together. The enemy was fast. Hoyan stepped in, weapon raised, steel flashing out of the dim light. The spear came down toward the blonde in a brutal arc. The villain's grin widened. The raider slid his shield beneath the spearhead and absorbed the impact with a violent clang. His other hand tightened around the hilt of his sword as he invoked the skill of the extreme of nothingness. A concentrated blue current burst from the blade and surged toward the enemy like a compressed wave. The dark elf laughed, asking whether the raiders were trying to prove they were not dead weight. The boy studied them carefully. They were powerful, far beyond ordinary species. Their presence alone distorted the air. One figure remained slightly apart from the chaos. The mage narrowed his eyes and demanded his name. The dark elf lifted a purple sword, its surface pulsing with an ominous sheen. Kel raised it slightly and introduced himself without pride or humility. As a member of the royal bloodline of noble dark elves and the captain of the royal guard. Kim Yi-young gripped her staff with both hands, knuckles whitening. The pressure rolling off him felt heavier than anything below a rank. Hoyan lowered his head for a heartbeat. He remembered the first time he had seen Jaehyun's back, standing firm against impossible odds. That image had never left him. The blonde's eyes widened again, not in fear but in admiration. Behind Jaehyun, a vast white circle of mana expanded like a silent halo. It showed them what a true fighter looked like. Not someone born strong, but someone who chose to stand regardless of fear. Hoyan raised his hand slightly, realizing that the main character before him was the living shape of the dream he once chased. The boy lifted his sword higher. He cannot stop here. Not after coming this far. He fixed his eyes forward, remembered his friend's back, and decided that no matter what stood in his way, he would reach him. He straightened his collar, as if preparing for something inevitable. Then, without warning, he flung the shield aside. It struck the stone and skidded across the floor, dust rising into the air. His eyes widened at once. Kim Yi-young looked down at the discarded defense in confusion, her orange eyes opening fully as she lifted a hand and demanded to know what he was doing. The blonde did not answer. He did not even look back. He walked forward in silence, long sword resting in his grip. After a few steps, he closed his eyes and murmured that this should have been done from the beginning. He remembered the protagonist once saying that raiders sensed the world through entirely different points. The youth lowered his head and focused inward. At the crown, there was a piercing brightness, the top point. In his chest, a steady radiance pulsed, the middle point. In his legs, sparks crackled and gathered, the bottom point. Then the light erupted. Hoyan's entire body ignited in a blinding glow. He opened his eyes and fixed them straight ahead, sword held firmly in both hands. The elf across from him frowned in disbelief and demanded to know what kind of magic this was. The cave answered first. Light flooded every corner, swallowing shadows. Blood suddenly streaked across the enemy's cheek. Energy spiraled around the raider like a vortex, pulling everything inward. His eyes burned blue. A sharp aura burst from him, bright and merciless. Streams of azure light shot forward, converging on his opponent. They were already closing the distance. The monster's composure cracked as he shouted, demanding to know where such power had come from. The raider lowered his gaze and activated the divine sword combination. The instant it took form, blood spilled from his lips. Sweat soaked his skin. He bent forward, coughing violently as red drops struck the ground. Ina stared in horror and ordered him to stop. Notifications flooded his vision. Skill level critically exceeded. Internal flow reversed. Ignoring this warning, may result in death within 7 minutes. He tightened his grip instead. Behind his soldiers, Kel's voice cut through the chaos. Attack. Sever limbs if necessary. Keep them alive. The command carried no hesitation. The boy lifted one hand. A massive surge of energy detonated outward from his palm, the air cracking under its weight. He drew in ragged breaths, teeth grinding together. During countless brutal sessions of training, he had forced himself past limits no one else dared approach. That was how he secured an S-class technique. Yet even now, he understood the cost. His body trembled under the strain. He visualized the origin of the technique, the image of a master holding a blade before him, merging divine swords into one flawless current. That skill only manifested at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. He had clawed his way there. On Hoyan raised his left hand fully. The space in front of him twisted. A violent formation gathered, spiraling like a newborn typhoon. From its core, blinding blue beams erupted, tearing forward in straight lines toward the dark elves, intent on crushing everything in their path. The fighter descended with a vertical strike, blade cutting down from above with all the weight he could force into it. Even as he attacked, a cold realization settled in. No matter how far he pushed past his limits, defeating this opponent outright was beyond him. Kel met the strike calmly. Steel collided with steel, and the elf's blade held firm. When a young man prepared himself to simply buy time, the pressure suddenly shifted. He drove his weapon forward with everything he had, forcing Kel's sword back just enough to create space. Using that opening, he kicked off the ground and leapt away. They landed on opposite ends of the cave. The elf vanished in a motion first, dashing forward in a blur. The fighter did not look away. His eyes stayed locked on that approaching presence. He slid his blade behind his back just in time to intercept the incoming strike. Sparks scattered. Kel's voice carried through the clash. He admitted it was amusing to watch such desperate effort, and wondered aloud how long the boy's body could endure. The young man deflected again, teeth clenched. He did not need victory. He needed seconds. His friends were still behind him. Then the enemy disappeared. On Hoywan's gaze sharpened. He stepped forward instinctively, sensing rather than seeing. A faint smile crossed his lips. Even after dying once and returning, the elf still did not understand why he fought like this. He stopped abruptly. The raider raised his blade straight ahead, body and steel wrapped in a blazing blue aura. In one motion, he launched forward, sword thrusting like a bolt of lightning. The elf only grinned. With a minimal shift of footing, he slipped past the strike. In the next instant, Kel's sword materialized behind the fighter's back. The young man reacted on instinct, springing backward several times in rapid succession. The elf lowered his weapon and called him a rat. The insult passed through him without effect. He reset his stance. Then he vanished. For a split second, he was nowhere in Kel's vision. He reappeared above him and brought the blade down in a crushing arc. Kel intercepted it cleanly, their weapons locking midair. The young man disengaged and retreated again. His eyes widened. He let the sword's tip drop toward the ground, breath turning ragged. Messages flooded in without mercy. Muscular structure destabilizing. Skill overload exceeding tolerance. Immediate cessation required. Muscle fibers tearing. Blood vessels rupturing. He felt it now. The tremor in his limbs. The burning beneath his skin. Kel moved. The elf's attack sliced forward with ruthless speed. The fighter twisted, barely escaping the main edge of the strike. The slash tore into the cave wall instead. Stones splitting apart. Fragments rained from the ceiling as the shockwave traveled outward. The impact still caught him. His body crashed into the wall hard enough to punch a crater into it. Dust and debris swallowed him. He lowered his head, breath shallow, understanding with brutal clarity that his frame was reaching its end. His hands tightened around the hilt. Both of them. His body ignited again, drowning in a blinding blue aura that swallowed every crack in his failing frame. The same glow flooded his eyes. From the tip of his blade, a concentrated beam erupted forward, tearing through the dust-filled air. The cave shook. A cloud burst outward, and when it settled, blood streamed from the elf's mouth, dark and heavy, splattering across the stone. The fighter's eyes widened. Kel stood calmly behind his wounded subordinate. The bleeding elf called weakly to his captain. Kel only grinned and told him not to worry. He had been useful enough. Then he raised his hand. The air twisted. Blood exploded from the boy's mouth as he tried to force out words that never formed. In the next heartbeat, Kel's blade drove straight through him. The steel pierced cleanly. The boy did not even lift his head. His sword slipped from his fingers and clattered to the ground. Kim Yu-young covered her mouth, horror breaking through her composure. She screamed his name as the enemy held her comrade impaled. A column of energy formed in the chamber. Cracks raced across its surface. Bright, burning chains lashed out across the room, stretching from wall to wall like restraints forged in flame. The hero exhaled slowly and shifted his gaze. It locked onto a cage. Inside it, academy students huddled together. Beneath the bars, blood pooled in dark stains. The sight carved into him. A memory surfaced. On Hoywan asking whether 10 minutes would be enough. On Hoywan telling him to go. Kill the king. Save the others. I will hold them back until then. The protagonist's eyes flared brighter than before. An elf lunged at him from behind. Flames surged over his hand in an instant. He turned sharply, movement clean and decisive, and drove his fist forward. The punch connected squarely with the elf's face. Bone cracked. The body flew backward. The dungeon boss burst into laughter, mouth wide, delighting in the chaos. He called the effort foolish and asked whether the boy truly believed he could handle this alone. Around him stood an entire army of elves, blades drawn, eyes fixed. The boy lifted his gaze and answered that he could do anything. The boss sneered and called him arrogant, a useless man daring to speak beyond his place. For a second, the words hung in the air. The boy's eyes remained wide, but something inside them changed. He rubbed the back of his neck and said he had heard those words long enough as a child. He added quietly that he had endured enough of it for a lifetime. Then the air shifted. The monster's expressions faltered as they felt it. His aura surged outward, not as a flicker, but as a roaring blaze. It spread across the cave, reaching even the boss where he stood. Flame wrapped around him like a living storm. He raised his head fully and repeated, voice steady and stripped of restraint, that he was already tired of this. The monster threw his head back and roared, jaws stretched wide as he barked at his subordinates to stop trembling and kill the intruder already. The elves surged forward in a chaotic wave, blades flashing in the dim cavern light. And then Min Jae-hyun exhaled. Flames answered him. Fiery chains erupted from his body, coiling around him like living serpents, wrapping his arms, his torso, his shoulders. The elves didn't slow down. They rushed him anyway. The chains suddenly went taut, stretching outward, humming with heat as they began to rotate around him in a blazing spiral. Every pair of elven eyes lifted in disbelief, caught between fear and awe at a skill they had never seen before. Then the chains lashed out. They struck with ruthless precision, smashing into armor, ripping through flesh, igniting everything they touched. Min Jae-hyun stepped in at the same time, closing the distance instead of retreating. A blinding explosion swallowed the cave in white and gold. The shockwave forced him to slide back half a step, boots scraping against stone. He clicked his tongue and said lightly that he only needed a few guinea pigs to refine his magic, so he appreciated their cooperation. Behind a collapsing front line, the dungeon boss watched in silence. One of his subordinates writhed on the floor, completely engulfed in fire. The rest were either burning or already down, the cavern painted in violent orange light. The boss bellowed that the raider must have lost his mind if he believed he would walk out alive. Min Jae-hyun was already standing before the throne. His eyes were open wide, but they were not seeing the cave. They were seeing iron bars, dark cells, blood splashed across cold stone, prisoners begging in broken voices. The memories tightened something inside his chest. He walked forward over the corpses of the elves without hesitation. The flame in his gaze burned hotter than the fire around him. The dungeon boss rose slowly, face hidden in shadow, unable to understand what stood before him. How could a mere human carry an aura like that? It felt less like mana and more like an inferno given shape. Through clenched teeth, the monster screamed that the raider would regret stepping into this throne room. But beneath the fury, he already knew he could not win. He shouted that even if he fell here, the remaining kings would crush him without mercy. Min Jae-hyun's figure blurred. For a split second, he vanished from sight. The next instant, he was in front of the throne, driving his fist straight into the monster's face. A violent yellow flash exploded from the impact, cracking the air itself. The boss crashed to his knees. Min Jae-hyun looked down and said calmly that he did not need that information. He told the monster to pass a message instead. If the other kings want to test their luck, they should stop hiding and come to him directly. A blade slick with blood appeared in his grip. In one clean motion, it pierced through the boss. Blood sprayed across the stone floor, hot and heavy. Co Ina stood behind him, eyes stretched wide, fingers trembling uselessly at her sides. She had not moved. She had not even seen the dash. One moment the boss was standing, the next he was dying. The body collapsed. Co Ina stared at the fallen figure and felt something sink inside her. Even after watching her comrade fight, even after seeing the enemy drop, she had not been able to react. Not a step, not a spell. Her chest tightened as the realization settled in. She was still too weak. And as she looked at Min Jae-hyun's back, she understood with quiet horror that she was once again standing behind someone who was walking alone into a storm she could not even see. The elf's lips curled as he glanced around the shattered cave and declared that nothing remained but worthless trash. He stepped forward and stopped right in front of the girl. Before she could move, his hand shot out and wrapped around her throat, lifting her slightly off the ground. His smirk deepened as he leaned closer and said he might as well savor her a little before finishing the rest. The student clenched her teeth, fingers digging into his wrist, forcing out a desperate plea for him to stop. Even as her vision blurred, she insisted there was no way they would lose. Kel studied her expression carefully, amused by the stubbornness in her eyes. Then the air shifted. Yu Sung-moon suddenly turned, and a brilliant yellow light ignited in front of her. The elf twisted his head, trying to decipher the unfamiliar magic forming behind him. A portal tore open, radiating blinding energy. From within it, a figure stepped forward and calmly asked whether the monster had harmed all these people. The girl's hair lifted and fluttered wildly under the pressure of the swirling mana. Yu Sung-un lowered her gaze toward the elf and told him to choose his answer carefully. The remaining students stared in stunned silence. Kel bared his teeth, eyes narrowing at the newcomer as she walked through the cave without hesitation, each step heavy with presence. She opened her mouth and told him that his time was over. On the ground, Hoyen's eyelids twitched open. Blood stained the stone beneath him, but a faint smile formed on his face as he realized he had bought enough time. Yu Sung-un repeated her question. Her aura descended like a crushing weight. The elf's body bent under the pressure before he even understood what was happening. He could not straighten his spine. He could not lift his head. She asked again whether he had done this to all of them. Around her, students lay scattered across the cavern floor. Hoyan was still bleeding. Others could barely sit upright. All of them fixed their eyes on the one person, now, standing between them and death. Kel's mind raced. Judging by the density of her magic alone, direct confrontation was impossible. His only chance was leverage. A hostage. One clean move could still turn the situation. He slowly raised his head and answered yes, adding with perverse pride that the broken bodies around them were his masterpiece. Yu Sung-un looked down at him, as if confirming something she had already known. She stepped closer and said that she had expected that answer from the start. Then she lifted her hand. She declared that regardless of anything else, she had no intention of entertaining a monster like him. Her palm began to blaze with blinding light as she activated a sacrifice skill. The glow intensified, devouring her own vitality. Ina instinctively raised her hand, eyes wide. Kim Yu-young could only stare, unable to process what she was witnessing. Yu Sung-un lowered her gaze and unleashed a multi-target healing spell fueled by her life force. Streams of radiant energy branched outward, pouring into every injured student at once. Kel's eyes widened in disbelief. Healing magic on that scale, cast that fast, at that precision, it defied logic. Yu Sung-un continued walking toward him as the others behind her began to breathe easier, wounds closing, blood evaporating. She told him evenly that a healer fulfills her duty, even when an enemy stands directly in front of her. She halted inches from him. Kel forced his mouth open and told her to stop, the command breaking apart under the weight of her presence. Yu Sung-un's lips curved slightly as she said she despised it when someone laid a hand on her people. His eyes widened. The next instant, her hand moved. A blinding yellow flash detonated between them. It was not ornate, not layered with incantations. Just raw, condensed mana fired point blank. The explosion swallowed him whole. Yong stared, eyes stretched wide. From the charred remains of the captain's body, black energy seeped out in thin, dying strands. In contrast, Yu Sung-un stood wrapped in a radiant yellow aura that pulsed steadily around her. Yong realized with a jolt that what she had just witnessed was not some named technique. It was a single discharge of compressed mana, simple in structure, overwhelming in output. She quickly bent down, lifting one of the injured students, and saying they needed to assess the wounded first. Yu Sung-un raised her hand again. Yellow light gathered around her palm, thick and luminous. The same color spread outward, flowing toward the man whose hand had been severed. The energy latched onto the wound, knitting flesh together under visible waves of light. Ina asked if the manager was stable. The chairman, kneeling beside him, answered calmly that there was no reason to panic. Hoy still lay unmoving. The healer shifted toward him, her expression tightening as she examined his condition. She began channeling healing energy again, only to receive a notification that the damage was too extensive and that recovery would require significant time. Sweat formed along her brow. As her senses traced the internal damage, she understood the severity. His reckless overexertion had twisted blood vessels and shredded the nerves responsible for guiding mana through his body. The pathways were fractured. If she had arrived even slightly later, his ability to use magic would have been permanently destroyed. She continued channeling despite the cost. A message appeared, healing complete. Life force permanently reduced by 2%. She exhaled slowly. That skill demanded a price the body never forgot. Without Min Jae-hyun's earlier intervention and support, she knew she would have collapsed long ago from using it repeatedly. Kim Yu-young leaned closer and asked whether Hoyan would recover. Yu Sung-un answered that he would. He would regain consciousness within a few days. There was no need for fear. The student lifted her hand and released a long breath. Yu Sung-un lowered herself to the ground briefly, gathering her strength, then asked where the protagonist was. The cave fell silent. They all looked down. One fighter, mouth slightly parted, finally explained that he had gone alone to the boss's chamber. Yu Sung-un blinked once. Then a small smile appeared. She rose to her feet and told him not to worry. He'll be fine. Yujim's eyes widened as she protested that he had gone to the boss's chamber alone. Yu Sung-eun closed her eyes briefly and answered that Min Jae-hyun was not someone who fell so easily. Dark elves were creatures built around magic. They fought through spells, through elemental force, and ritual techniques. Against him, that advantage meant nothing. They were not even in the same tier. Inside the throne room, smoke curled from Min Jae-hyun's clenched fist. Another strike crashed into the monster's face, snapping his head sideways. Stone fractured under the impact. The hero shifted into stance without hesitation and told the boss to relay a message to the remaining kings. If they wanted him, they could come themselves. He smirked and added that was assuming he managed to crawl out alive. Then he vanished. The monster slammed against the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The elf's head drooped as crimson dripped onto the frozen stone. Min Jae-hyun stood directly before him, expression unreadable. The boss could not comprehend it. Losing to a human, an ordinary human. He forced himself upright, pride splintering under survival instinct. This was no longer about ego. He needed to escape, needed to warn his brothers, needed to report what had happened here. He staggered to his feet and lunged toward the far side of the chamber, abandoning dignity entirely. Blood streamed down his chin. A hand appeared in front of him. Min Jae-hyun's fingers closed around nothing but air a heartbeat before chains materialized, blazing into existence and striking the elf head-on. The impact drove him straight back into the stone floor. In the next instant, the young man had him pinned, palm pressed firmly against his skull. Min Jae-hyun tilted his head and asked where he thought he was going. The boss glared upward and demanded whether the fighter truly believed he would leave this room alive. Brilliant energy began radiating from his body as he declared that if he had to die, he would drag him into the underworld as company. Frost burst outward in violent waves. Ice spread across the floor, climbed the walls, swallowed the throne. The air crystallized. The temperature plummeted in seconds as the king unleashed the secret art passed down only to rulers of the Dark Elves. The battlefield transformed into a frozen domain. The monster laughed hoarsely and told the boy it was time he understood fear. Min Jae-hyun was still smiling. His hand remained on the elf's head. The king stared at that smile, unable to decipher it. A translucent system window unfolded in front of Min Jae-hyun's vision, asking whether he wished to register this frozen territory onto the empty map. He accepted. The map ignited, lines burning across its surface as if branding the land itself. Min Jae-hyun's gaze sharpened. Cracks formed in the ice. Absolute calculation activated. The frozen domain trembled, structural flaws exposed instantly under precise analysis. The effect destabilized and collapsed from within, sheets of ice fracturing and shattering like glass. The monster's mouth fell open. He could not understand how his inherited king's skill had been undone so easily. Min Jae-hyun seized the king by the head and lifted him just enough to force eye contact. He said calmly that before attacking, one should understand exactly who the opponent is. The boss bared his teeth in defiance, blood streaking down his chin. Flames ignited around Min Jae-hyun's hand. They did not flare wildly. They burned with controlled intensity, concentrated heat searing directly into the elf's flesh. The smell of scorched skin filled the chamber. The king's body convulsed once before the fire consumed him from the point of contact outward. A notification appeared. Dark Elf King eliminated. The body dropped, lifeless, and began dissolving into particles of fading mana. Min Jae-hyun slid his hands into his pockets and stated that they were fundamentally different from him. A new title materialized before his eyes. Killer of the Dark Elf King. More system messages unfolded rapidly. Boss ingredient acquired. Equipment item obtained. Blank card received. Seal magic tome acquired. Active skill unlocked. Magic item creation. He did not pause to admire any of it. He turned sharply and ran. The cages were still intact. He gripped the iron bars and tore them apart without hesitation. Inside, two students remained slumped against the wall. He lowered one of them carefully to the ground, checking for signs of life. The man was still breathing. Min Jae-hyun's gaze shifted to the adjacent cell. Two more prisoners. One of them had already lost a hand. It lay separated on the floor beside him. He pressed his lips together. Sacrifice activated. Light burst from his palm as he extended his hand over the wounded body. Mana flowed outward in steady streams, knitting tissue, stabilizing life force. The glow intensified. Another hand entered his field of vision. Yu Sung-eun had crouched behind him. He glanced at her briefly. Without looking up, she said that healing was a cruel profession. It demanded pieces of oneself each time. Then she added that the truest joy for a healer was a world where no one required saving. She continued channeling energy beside him and said that if that world did not exist, then the next best thing was the moment you managed to pull someone back from the brink. Their hands overlapped over the injured student. The radiance from both palms fused, brighter together than alone. The wounded man's breathing steadied. Elsewhere, a fist slammed violently against a steering wheel. A car stood in the middle of a deserted street. Inside, a man screamed in frustration, veins bulging along his temple. He had no idea what had just happened inside the dungeon. Light flickered around his clenched fist. His eyes were wide, a manic glow reflecting across his face. He muttered that even if they survived, it would change nothing. A shadow crossed the window. The instructor's voice declared that they would eliminate everyone. Glass shattered. Min Jae-hyun appeared outside the window, as if he had stepped through space itself. The man inside looked up, breath catching. The door ripped open. In a single motion, Min Jae-hyun dragged him out and lifted him by the throat. He smiled faintly and asked whether he was responsible for all of this. The gates of the Kane Guild rose before them like a silent declaration of power, and the raider lowered his head in gratitude toward Yu Sung-eun, his voice steady but sincere. She covered her mouth with her hand, hiding a playful smile, and said that if they were truly that thankful, they might as well sign their names under her banner. Kim Yu-young immediately beamed and shouted that she was ready to join on the spot, as if she had been waiting her whole life for that invitation. But the hero cut in calmly, saying that decisions like that required evaluation. A sharp kick landed on his leg. He stiffened, stunned by the pain, and she shot him a glare, reminding him in a low voice that she had told him not to say a word. He genuinely could not understand how something so simple could hurt that much when his stats were far beyond ordinary limits. Around them, the tension loosened just a little. The young man listened as his friend scolded him for making everyone worry. Co Ina stood quietly with her head lowered, absorbing every word. Then the protagonist rose to his feet. Sun Noon's grin widened as she remarked that a certain someone had finally decided to show up. At that exact moment, a car rolled to a stop nearby. The door opened, and an assistant hurried out, calling for the chairman with visible relief. She rushed to Sun Noon, asking if she was safe, and explaining that she had been trying to reach her for hours without success. Sun Noon apologized lightly, and said she would explain everything later. Turning serious, she ordered that all the wounded and the children be escorted into the guild building. They were already inside. Lifting her hand, she added that there was still something unfinished to handle. Her smile returned as she pointed to the hero and said they would take care of it together. The assistant closed her eyes briefly and nodded, understanding more than she let on. She opened the car door and told Sung Jae-appa to get in. The protagonist opened his mouth to remind him about his injured hand, but the manager raised his own hand sharply, signaling through telepathy not to mention it aloud. Jae-hyun asked quietly if he was really fine, and whether he could even maintain telepathic communication in that condition. The answer came back blunt and strained. He was not fine at all, but if his sister found out, the consequences would be far worse. The girl nearby said nothing. She simply turned away and remarked that if he intended to stand there hesitating, he could walk instead. That was enough to make the man rush after her. As he moved, she told Yu Sung-eun that they were already heading out. The car pulled away. The hero watched it disappear, then asked his mentor in a low tone if she felt it too. She did. Her eyes hardened as she confirmed that something was wrong. A black aura was spreading from a distant point, thick and oppressive, a filthy surge of massive energy bleeding into the surroundings. The ground trembled. Without warning, the man was slammed violently to the earth. He hit the ground hard, breath stolen from his lungs, and stared upward with wide, stunned eyes as the air itself seemed to darken. Yu Sung-eun stood over him, eyes sharp, voice steady, saying she could not understand why an academy instructor had appeared here of all places. Kim Suk-gi clenched his teeth, fury and confusion mixing together as he tried to grasp how the chairman of the Lotus Guild had discovered this. He rushed forward, desperation overtaking caution, and a strange sphere formed in his palms. He shouted that they honestly believed he would surrender that easily. The moment he activated it, he recognized the signature. This was the magical tool the director had handed him personally. It had never been meant for a situation like this, but there was no room for hesitation anymore. In a blink, he vanished and reappeared behind Sung, screaming that this was where it ended for them. She turned as if she had been expecting it all along. The attack cut through empty air. Kim Suk-gi's mouth parted in disbelief. The chairwoman tilted her head slightly and asked whether that toy was a teleportation-type magic tool. Her tone was almost casual as she added that its efficiency was laughable, since it barely shifted the user a few dozen meters and offered no real means of escape. Elsewhere, 2 photographs of instructors rested on a table. The director leaned back in his chair, propping his head on his hand while staring at the screen in front of him. Back at the scene, the girl raised her hand and demanded to know why the instructor had sent students into a location that was nothing short of a death trap. Her gaze sharpened as she ordered him to reveal who was backing him. He grinned, replying that she was asking for far too much. A purple sphere manifested before him, crackling faintly, and he declared that now would be the perfect opportunity to measure just how powerful the chairwoman truly was. Yu Sung-eun brushed her hair back calmly and asked if that device was a mana suppressor. In his office, the director watched through the monitor and concluded that the pawn had served his purpose. The instructor's eyes widened as he faced her. She was smiling. She asked whether they genuinely believed something so crude could restrain her. At that moment, Gu Jin stepped out of his office. A door materialized where there had been none before. Kim Suk-ji's lips trembled as he tried to process the unfolding chaos. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest, mind racing yet strangely composed. He had anticipated this conclusion. Remembering the dungeon, he understood why the movement formula had been impossible to read. It was because of this exact skill interfering with the structure. He muttered that the entire plan was foolish. Standing before the enemy, the girl stated plainly that he did not need to confirm who was behind this. Then she added that she already knew Gu Jian was responsible for everything and that she had never expected an answer in the first place. Kim Suk-ji stared at her, words failing him. The fear in the instructor's eyes began to fracture when Sun stated coldly that once the suppressor started releasing magic beyond what the device could endure, the backlash would tear through it, and through him. There would be no survival after that. At the same time, Gu Jian stepped out of his room. In the trash bin nearby lay a photograph of that very instructor, discarded like something already erased from the board. Back on the field, the girl stood with both hands raised toward the sky. The clouds above split apart as if forced open by invisible hands. A violent yellow radiance pierced through the heavens. The man instinctively lifted his head. Light flooded everything. The glow intensified until it burned against his skin. His face twisted as heat consumed him, and in the next heartbeat his entire body was swallowed by blazing yellow flames. The hero watched with his mouth slightly open, unable to look away. The girl gazed upward and activated lightning summoning. The protagonist understood immediately. This was an A-rank ability, a spell directly connected to the user's brainwaves. Its temperature capable of surging toward 1,000 degrees, depending on control and output. Although its official rank matched Chain's super speed chain technique, they did not exist on the same plane. One was raw destruction born of calculated mastery. Fragments of the suppressor sphere clattered across the ground. Kim Suk-ji was gone. Only debris remained. She lowered her eyes to the ruined device, expression unreadable. Far from that battlefield, a quiet room appeared. Co Ina sat on her bed with a pillow clutched tightly to her chest. She stared downward as memories of the dungeon surfaced. His calm expression, the moment he reversed the magic in an instant, the way he shielded her without hesitation. She hugged the pillow closer, realizing how effortlessly he had protected her. Sitting there, she admitted softly that she was still nowhere near his level. A faint smile formed as she decided she would thank him properly one day. Outside, the academy building came into view under a storm of flashing cameras. Reporters shouted questions about what Milla's academy intended to say regarding the incident, demanding the director's statement. They crowded before the academy's barrier, voices rising over one another. Inside an office, the director sat with his head lowered while his assistant explained that public opinion had turned sharply negative. ISU stood nearby, stating that rumors were spreading, that the director had established a ghost guild and abandoned students there deliberately. A fist slammed down hard. Teeth ground together. His gaze remained fixed downward. Confusion and fury tangled together as he tried to understand how everything had spiraled out of control. A broken tablet lay shattered on the desk. The assistant added that a full camp of reporters had already gathered outside, and multiple media outlets were demanding responses. Gu Jian rested his head against his hand, silent. His mouth hung open for a second before he snapped back to himself and demanded her opinion. Then immediately barked an order. Shut the academy down, avoid interviews, refuse every comment. No statements, no appearances. She bowed and said she would handle it. Then she left. The director's lips peeled back in a hard expression. A single image surfaced in his mind, and with it came clarity. Someone inside the academy knew about his plan. Information of this scale did not leak on its own. There was a traitor. He leaned back at the table and calculated coldly. If Kim Suk-ji were still alive, he would have reported in. Silence meant one thing. The instructor was already gone. His phone lay on the desk. He picked it up slowly. A thin grin formed. An information war could only be crushed with another information war. He pressed the phone to his ear, introduced himself, and requested the publication of several carefully crafted articles. The academy building rose into view. Students moved through the corridors in restless waves. An Hoyan walked among them, steps slower than usual. Suddenly, a hand came from behind and shoved him lightly. The hero asked if he was fine. An Hoyan turned, smiling faintly, rubbing the back of his head as he admitted that it was all thanks to Jae Hyun and the chairman that he was even standing here. They continued walking, and he spoke about how, without those two, he would never have made it out alive. The protagonist watched him quietly, then asked why he had done it. An Hoyan's eyes widened. He looked away, searching for words, hesitating. The hero gave a small smile and told him to keep walking. The question came again. This time, the protagonist stepped in front of him and said that he could think about the reason later. He would have acted the same way regardless. Some choices did not require justification. He patted the boy's shoulder and said he had to leave. There were people waiting for him elsewhere. His hand fell away. He lifted his hand in a brief wave and turned. From around the corner, the young man called back, telling An Hoyan to take care of his body since everyone had been worried. Then he walked off without waiting for a reply. Manhwa lowered his gaze silently. His fist tightened, rising slightly as he repeated the hero's words under his breath. He looked out the window. A faint smile formed. Jae Hyunan's apartment came into view. He lifted his hand to his face and focused on the title hovering before him. Dark Elf King's Assassin. Power rank. A. Additional attack amplification against dark attribute monsters. He exhaled slowly. Not bad. Not enough. Rubbing his head, he calculated everything waiting for him after the Kane Guild incident. Too many loose ends. Too many variables. He tapped the system window. 2 more panels unfolded instantly. Equipment attributes on one side, boss material data on the other. He scanned them with narrowed eyes and reached the same conclusion he always did. Strength was lacking. Mana was worse. The essence would need refinement. Jae-sang would handle that. The thought alone almost made him smirk. Jae-sang loved new materials more than sleep. He would probably lose his mind over this one. Then his attention shifted to another notification blinking at the edge of his vision. A new skill acquisition. He focused. Creation type ability. Magic item fabrication. His eyes widened. He shot upright from the bed. The description clarified. Mana consumption to construct battle weapons in real time. For a moment, he thought he was misreading it. Then his palm began to glow orange. Energy gathered, condensed, shaped itself. Something formed inside his grip. A short blade emerged, clean and sharp. He stared at it. This was not fair. The dagger felt balanced, solid. He rotated it between his fingers, grin deepening. The rank was irrelevant. That was not the real value here. His mind moved immediately to the black market. S-rank equipment there sold for tens of millions easily. And he had just created this out of nothing. He tossed the dagger lightly into the air. It did not fall. It froze midair. His expression shifted. A ring of light appeared around it, and system messages cascaded down his vision. Equipment item resonance confirmed. Conditions fulfilled. Passive skill unlocked. Equipment creation enhancement. The blade ignited in bright radiance. Another message. All created equipment would now automatically advance by 1 rank. He watched in silence for a full second. Then he laughed under his breath. This was absurd. He caught the glowing weapon, held it in front of him, and said quietly that he would test it immediately. A slow grin stretched across his face as the memory of the dungeon replayed in perfect detail. The system window hovered before his eyes, calmly informing him that the equipment's effects were only partially active because he had not yet satisfied every condition required to unlock its full potential. He waved his hand through the translucent text and let out a quiet breath. So that was it. He had already wondered why that bracelet was categorized under weapons, and now the answer finally aligned with everything he had experienced. Without hesitation, he tossed the blade into the air above his head, watching it spin, metal catching the light. If the system intended to hand him advantages like this, then refusing them would be stupidity. A faint smile curved his lips as he decided there was only one reasonable response. Train until those conditions meant nothing. The scene shifted to the academy courtyard, where tension hung heavier than manna in the air. Students crowded the benches and steps, books open, eyes strained. The midterms were approaching, infamous for their brutality. Around here, they were not exams. They were graves waiting to be dug. Passing required surviving 2 fronts, theory and practice. The theoretical section followed strict educational material, dense and unforgiving. The practical part was worse. Potion crafting under pressure and a live raid inside a specially constructed dungeon, broadcast and observed by the entire country. Failure meant humiliation on a national scale. He sat with his head lowered over his book, pages blurring together until the words lost meaning. A sudden weight pressed onto his shoulder. A girl leaned toward him, mouth slightly open in disbelief, telling him to wake up. He jerked upright, blinking, realizing he had fallen asleep mid-sentence. Rubbing his temple, he muttered an apology and admitted that the book had dragged him under without warning. She stared at him and asked how many days remained before the midterms, reminding him that failing even one subject would condemn him to endless nights of study until the pages haunted his dreams. Beside them, CO Ina remained quietly focused on her own text, flipping pages with steady determination. He smirked inwardly. These two were hopeless. Watching them struggle, he knew neither stood a real chance at passing the theoretical portion without intervention. He remembered agreeing to help them, and for a moment he considered that if they had truly reviewed the material properly, it might have changed something. Instead, they were preparing for defeat. With an easy smile, An Hoyan declared that he was fine either way. CO Ina lifted her book slightly and calmly added that they would simply meet again during the retake exams. The sharp crack of wood against the desk split the air. Kim Yoo-young had slammed her pointer down. All 3 turned toward her. She ordered them to stand and stop speaking nonsense about retakes, as if failure were inevitable. The hero crossed his arms, expression unreadable, listening as their mentor announced the next subjects, the fundamentals of magic wavelengths and proper raider conduct. At that, he slowly raised his head, interest sharpening in his eyes. The sky was clear, almost offensively calm compared to the tension lingering in the academy courtyard. Students filled the open space in restless clusters, the air buzzing with complaints about how merciless the exam had been. 3 boys walked side by side, dissecting every impossible question, when one of them suddenly stopped mid-sentence, mouth hanging slightly open, and told the others to look ahead. A girl was crossing the courtyard. Conversations shifted without anyone admitting it. Eyes followed her. Whispers spread that she had ranked among the top rookies during the recent hunt. Kim Yu-young lifted her hand and called out to her casually, as if this level of attention were ordinary. The 3 boys glanced toward the hero and his companion and muttered that those two had also made headlines after the hunt, labeled the most gifted first years. One of them rested a hand on his hip and declared that geniuses naturally gathered together. They walked off laughing, claiming that people like that could probably score the highest marks with their eyes closed. The young man exhaled slowly. Praise carried weight. Standing beside his friend, he concluded that envy was tolerable. Hatred would have been worse. Kim Yu-young tilted her head and asked Ina how the test had gone. The girl's eyes turned blank white for a second, as if her soul had momentarily evacuated her body. Her friend shot a subtle glance at the hero. With a thin smile, she said Ina had probably done her best. He shook his head. Calmly, almost bluntly, he explained that she only looked confident because she had never properly endured training. Just like Hoi. Ina's cheeks puffed out in silent protest. She lifted her hands and announced that she had heard every word. Yin stepped in, saying she simply needed to push herself harder. That was the final blow. Ina spun on her heel and ran off, shoulders stiff. From a distance, Suiyak watched the scene unfold, his expression tightening. He muttered that the hero was becoming arrogant. His companion smirked and replied that this time he would absolutely defeat him. Nearby, another student rubbed his temple and silently prayed his friend would not provoke Jae-hyun into another confrontation. The setting shifted to the alchemy room. A vat bubbled as someone carefully poured a measured liquid inside. The mixture deepened into a rich purple and then detonated without warning. Smoke burst outward. When it cleared, Kim Yu-young stood frozen, face completely blackened by soot. The protagonist's lips curved upward. He remarked that, in comparison, he had clearly performed better. Turning to his comrade, he asked for his opinion. Jae-sang opened his mouth, hesitated, then tried to defend something that no longer existed. The supervising alchemist cut through the tension with clinical indifference, stating that neither of them had managed to handle the process correctly. The girl demanded clarification. The man closed his eyes briefly before delivering the final verdict without mercy. They possessed absolutely no talent for alchemy. He rubbed his head and recalled the countless hours spent practicing potion brewing. It had not been talent. It had been repetition. And yet, now he stood on the edge of mediocrity, needing at least a satisfactory grade just to avoid disgrace. Beside him, Jae-sang scratched the back of his neck and apologized for speaking too bluntly earlier. Jae-hyun raised a hand calmly and asked the alchemist whether they had any realistic chance of passing. The man covered his mouth thoughtfully and replied that it was possible, if they obtained a special ingredient. Silence settled between the two comrades. A special ingredient. The scene shifted through the academy's stone staircases and long corridors. Someone walked past closed doors. A girl sat alone, flipping through magazines with idle indifference. A door opened. Jae-sang lifted a finger and finally explained. The ingredient was moonlight fireflies. They existed only in the cleanest environments, rare, even in ideal conditions. Fewer than 100 shells reached the black market each year. If their outer casing were ground into powder and added to a potion, the enhancement effect during the exam would increase dramatically. The hero approached the seated girl and greeted her. He smiled faintly and remarked that it had been a while. She closed her magazine without urgency and looked up at him. Soil asked what they wanted. Memories flickered through his mind. Her combat style, her precision, the way she handled herself under pressure. She leaned back in her chair and repeated the question. He placed a hand on the table and stated plainly that they needed something from her. She crossed her arms before he could continue and declared she had no intention of entertaining their request. He smiled slightly and asked why she refused before even hearing what she would receive in return. Her gaze sharpened. She asked if they were offering split points. He cut her off. 30 million won. Cash. Contract signed in advance. Her eyes widened despite herself. A system window flashed faintly in his peripheral vision as he clarified that the payment would be immediate and binding. Soil lowered her gaze, thinking. When she looked up again, calculation replaced resistance. She began to respond, then abruptly stood from her chair. She agreed. Now she wanted to know what they required. The Tobia Mountains stretched into view, wind brushing over open terrain. Su Jae-sang admired the scenery aloud, commenting on how beautiful the surroundings were. The protagonist glanced at her and asked whether she had come for leisure. She narrowed her eyes and demanded to know why he kept dragging her into his plans. The two companions remained silent observers. Soil sat across from them, waiting for the real reason they had brought her here. She rested her fingers against her chin and said it might be possible. Her gaze sharpened as she clarified that no matter how refined her tracking ability was, she would still need traces to work with. Without evidence, even the best search skill meant nothing. Jaehyun smiled faintly and told her not to worry. They would be bringing an excellent alchemist along. Soil blinked and asked who he meant. The protagonist glanced toward the doorway. Jae-sang was standing there quietly before stepping inside. She stared at him, then asked flatly if this was the excellent alchemist he had mentioned. The guy looked between them and asked if they knew each other. She nodded and replied that they had been on the same team during their very first freshman hunt. Jae-sang rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Soil let out a short laugh and said she had been shocked to see an alchemist assigned to a freshman hunt back then. At the time, he had looked like an idiot dragged unwillingly into the martial arts world. Jae-sang brushed a finger against his cheek and admitted that he had not been particularly useful in those days. One of the companions waved a hand and declared it was time to move. As they stepped outside, Soil's expression shifted. She observed that a completely different energy now radiated from him. Jae-sang's eyes widened slightly as she continued, stating that he clearly enjoyed what he was doing now. He hurried after the group, pushing past low branches as they entered the forest. The alchemist explained while walking that although moonlight fireflies were classified as monsters, they were closer to natural organisms than hostile beasts. They moved deeper into the woods, where the air felt cleaner and denser with mana. Jae-sang spoke from the side, explaining that there were many theories about how monsters first appeared. The dominant one claimed that residual mana left in the atmosphere and soil after the invasion had twisted ordinary plants and animals into new forms of life. He turned slightly and added that this location matched the optimal conditions for such creatures. The protagonist lifted his head and stated that if that theory held true, this would be the easiest place to find the fireflies. Soil slowed her steps, glancing around as the path gradually faded into undergrowth. She peered into the deeper shadows between trees. Kim Yu-young began to say something, but stopped when she noticed the alchemist's expression. He looked almost delighted. The protagonist reminded them that before entering the portal, Jae-sang had mentioned liking insects of all kinds. Kim Yu-young stared at him, disbelief written plainly across her face. The scientist suddenly grinned widely. He raised his hand. He had found them. He crouched beside the tree and pointed at a faint shimmer along the bark. That was a trace left by a moonlight firefly. The hero exchanged a brief look with Soil. She stepped forward, lifted her hand toward the mark, and said it was time to start earning that money. Turquoise energy flowed from her palm, thin and precise. She extended her arm, activating her search skill. Blue beams burst outward in clean lines, spreading through the forest like threads of light. They curved around animals, slid past roots, traced the air itself. Standing at the center of the expanding network, she focused. A notification surfaced in her vision. Moonlight firefly located. One of the beams tightened and anchored itself to her finger. She stared at it and said quietly that she had most likely found it. Kim Yu-young gasped before clapping a hand over her mouth. Dessen warned in a low voice that sudden noise could frighten the creature away. The canopy parted just enough for pale sky to peek through. Then, without warning, the group slowed. The hero looked around, confusion tightening his expression. This path did not resemble the one they had taken in. Kim Yu-young hugged herself and muttered that the place felt wrong. Too still, too heavy. Soil, standing between the bushes, insisted that her skill had led them precisely here. Jae-sang scanned the area in silence. The protagonist leaned forward slightly, voice lowering as he stated that something about this location was off. Then his eyes widened. The water beside them began to glow. Kim Yu-young lifted her head as countless luminous specks rose from the surface and drifted into the air. The alchemist smiled with unmistakable satisfaction. These were the moonlight fireflies. Kim Yu-young stood frozen, unsure how to react. The hero tilted his head upward and realized immediately that these were not ordinary insects. They were far larger, their bodies pulsing with unnatural light. He concluded that their size was likely a result of monstrification, mana distortion reshaping them beyond natural limits. The fireflies darted sharply, far faster than expected. He reacted without hesitation. A gravity sphere formed in his palm, compressing space as it locked onto one of the glowing insects. The air distorted, but the firefly resisted, wings beating against the pressure without yielding. Soil observed calmly that they were enduring the force remarkably well for creatures of their kind. She asked whether he could intensify the control. He answered bluntly that his current mastery was insufficient for finer manipulation. Jae-sang muttered that at this rate, they would lose them. The hero's lips curved upward. They would catch every single one. Another sphere formed in his hand, but this time it did not remain whole. It fractured into dozens of narrow beams that shot outward, embedding themselves into tree trunks, roots, and the forest floor. Lines of force connected in midair, intersecting and stabilizing. A cube of compressed gravity took shape above them, sealing the glowing swarm inside. Soil stood there with her lips slightly parted, staring at the swarm of fireflies drifting inside the glowing cube, while the structure itself loomed behind the hero like something pulled straight out of a higher realm. And when he casually pointed at it and asked why they were just standing around instead of catching them, she finally understood that this wasn't some random trap or relic, but a mana room, something he had just created with his own hands. A slow grin crept onto her face as she remembered the rumors calling him a monster, and now she could see why, because the fireflies crawled along the inner walls of the cube as if trapped inside a living spell. Jae-sang laughed in disbelief and rushed straight in without hesitation, while Kim Yi-young froze with her mouth wide open, declaring that she refused to enter because she absolutely hated insects. The hero didn't even slow down. He shoved her lightly forward and told her that this wasn't the time for complaints. They needed those bugs. She stood near the cube, trembling and muttering about how disgusting they were. But Jae-sang had already stretched out his hand, activating a device that began sucking the fireflies in one by one. Soil carefully held one in her palms, her eyes shifting sideways toward the protagonist, who was leaning calmly against the wall of the cube, as if all of this were trivial. She lowered her head, thinking hard, trying to recall if there was even a single student in the academy capable of creating something like this, because even third years couldn't replicate such precision, and the more she thought about it, the less she understood where he had come from. Then a sharp scream snapped her out of it. Kim Yi-young had touched one of the bugs and was shrieking that it was too sticky. The protagonist only smirked and let out a quiet breath. Moments later, Jae-sang's laboratory materialized, and inside the cauldrons a strange substance bubbled quietly while the two of them leaned over to inspect it, their friends watching closely from behind. Yi-young stood with her mouth slightly open, about to say something, but Min Jae-hyun raised a spoon and finished her sentence for her, explaining that all they needed now was to add the extracted ingredient from the fireflies. The instant it dropped in, the contents of the cauldrons flared with blinding light, colors shifting violently before settling into a vivid pink glow. An Hoi-won stared in confusion, unable to grasp what had just happened, and Aina covered her mouth, equally stunned. The alchemist smiled faintly and explained that he had refined this ingredient himself, and that it was still technically incomplete, lifting a finger to estimate that they would likely reach 70% purity at best. But then his eyes widened. The liquid stabilized perfectly. Both of them stared at their potions and shouted in disbelief. They had succeeded. The protagonist's smile deepened as he calmly declared that the potion had reached perfect quality, and Yu Jae-sang, practically jumping in place, shouted that she had succeeded too. The alchemist turned his gaze aside and quietly assessed the results. The protagonist's potion stabilized at 51% purity. The girls reached 47. Not perfect, not extraordinary, but far from failure. The audience gathered in front of them, heads lowered over their desks, smiling with complicated expressions. An Hoi-yeon muttered that maybe they simply had no talent at all, that what they just witnessed looked less like brewing and more like some strange alchemical summoning ritual. The words landed heavily. Aijin closed her eyes and admitted that even with rare ingredients, she had only managed to reach 42nd place. One of the comrades lifted both hands and said that with the alchemist's assistance things could have turned out far worse. The hero looked at him and asked flatly whether that was supposed to be comfort. He only smiled and said it was time for his lecture, waving casually as he left, promising they would meet again later. The young man rubbed the back of his head, already aware that practice was not over. This was only the beginning. Kim Yi-young suddenly sprang to her feet, declaring that if this was the outcome, she would make up for it in the remaining exams. The hero studied her for a moment, fully aware that the second stage was built to crush overconfidence. He could already see it unfolding in his mind. Freshman hunt, AR evaluation, dungeon simulation, a complete assessment of everything learned inside the academy walls. He frowned. There was another variable, the one that multiplied the difficulty beyond reason. Team formation order. Aina opened her mouth and asked Yo-young about her value score. The girl held her head and answered that she carried 14 units. That meant calculations had to begin immediately. The hero pictured several candidates while recalling the academy's rule. Each student was assigned a numerical value based on academic and practical performance, and a team of 4 could not exceed a total of 50. A glowing circle marked with 50 appeared vividly in his thoughts, an invisible boundary none of them could cross. His comrades' figures lined up in his mind. An Hoi-yeon 14. Others fluctuating. He glanced at his own hand, knowing no one would have expected him to accumulate so many points. Once, he had stood at a pathetic 6. He remembered that earlier version of himself entering the dungeon, grateful just to be accepted into a decent team. And he remembered how disastrously that had ended. The boy lowered his head and frowned, finally recognizing how rotten the system truly was. High-ranking students were forced to choose from the lowest tiers, as if people were numbers on a board. He folded his hands on the desk, unable to accept how anyone thought this was fair. A student approached him with a polished smile. The hero looked up and froze. His eyes widened instantly. His fist tightened. The voice was the same. The tone was the same. He remembered it clearly. The lowest rank should stay low. Chu Han-sung casually announced that the protagonist was a genius who had taken first place in the freshman hunt and carried the dungeon simulation on his back. The words echoed, but the hero's mind had already slipped into the past, back to the moment when that same student had mocked him, asking how someone so useless could even stand there, smirking as if crushing him was entertainment. Chu Han-sung raised a hand and introduced himself again, pretending this was their first real exchange. The protagonist stared at him and asked directly what he wanted. Chu Han-sung lifted a finger and proposed they form a team, claiming he didn't understand the hostility. He spread his arms and explained that although his value score was low, his actual skills were far greater. He even pointed out that the hero likely had around 20 points now, meaning team formation would be difficult for him. The protagonist slowly stood. His mouth parted slightly as a realization settled in. People like this existed everywhere, among the strong and among the weak. Opportunists. Parasites. Min Jae-hyun stepped forward until they were face to face. He lowered his head slightly and stated that he had no intention of teaming up with someone like him. He would choose someone else. Han-sung quickly raised his hand again, insisting he listen, repeating the same speech about skill versus value. The hero answered calmly that he already knew. It didn't matter. He explained that he could clear the exam alone if necessary, and someone this week would only become dead weight. The student shouted at him to repeat those words. For a moment, the boy fell silent. Then he smiled faintly and asked the room whether anyone had considered his offer. Han-sung frowned, sensing the shift. Sun-woo opened his mouth and declared that he and Ina had already decided to accept it. Han-sung's jaw tightened as he turned toward them, teeth grinding under the weight of his own miscalculation. He remembered them clearly. The same two who had thrown him into the dungeon and fled without looking back. The boy standing before them said he was glad to hear their decision, because for a moment he had thought they might refuse. Then his gaze shifted sideways, locking directly onto Han-sung. The student lowered his head, unable to comprehend how he had been passed over in favor of cowards. Without another word, he turned and left the classroom, teeth clenched, convinced the protagonist would regret this. A cafe sign flickered into view. A glass of iced drink rested on the table. The hero and his chosen teammates sat across from one another. The girl, lips slightly parted, asked bluntly whether he was certain he needed them, reminding him that neither of them had helped in that dungeon. Sun-woo admitted it openly. They had abandoned him and run. During the incident with the Kane Guild, they were discarded as useless. Min Jae-hyun listened without interruption. Then he smiled faintly and told them not to worry. Folding his hands on the table, he stated clearly that he would never invite someone if he intended to lose. There was no benefit in lying about that. They exchanged glances. He lifted his cup and took a slow sip, already aware that their academic scores failed to reflect their real capabilities. They had cleared the dungeon quickly. Their total points exceeded Chu Han-sung's by a wide margin. Calmly, one of them muttered that he seemed unusually composed about it. The girl holding her drink then asked the real question. Who would be the fourth member? The hero looked away as if surprised they had not guessed. At that moment, the cafe doors swung open. A voice demanded to know why he was sitting with those two. Both of his comrades turned toward the entrance. A small smile formed on his face. He answered that this was precisely the person who would complete their team. Kim Young stepped inside. For a brief second, memories of the dungeon flashed through her mind. Those same two students, the chaos, the fear. She looked at him, stunned, and asked whether he had called her to join them. Elsewhere, the director sat before a wall of monitors. Headlines scrolled across the screens. One article claimed that Milla's academy's reputation was collapsing, that its status as the best academy in Korea was slipping away. Another report stated that a student had died, and that the director himself might soon be dismissed. He slammed his fist into the monitors. Screen shattered. Glass rained onto the floor. The director lowered his head, muttering through clenched teeth. When he looked up again, his eyes were sharp with disbelief. He had poured enormous sums into those reporters. Bought silence. Bought loyalty. And still they printed filth about him. His fist tightened again. Then he leaned back slowly in his chair. Chain stared at the fractured screens and understood the truth. The media had turned. They were no longer his. He bit the inside of his lip, replaying names in his mind. Only one organization had the reach and boldness to orchestrate this shift. Sung-eun. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked to the window. Looking out over the city, he spoke quietly about the Lotus Guild's chairwoman. Her influence. Her timing. He placed his palm against the glass and admitted to himself that he had no immediate counter. He would have to disappear for now. He clenched his fist once more. Something would be lost in the process. That was unavoidable. But once the media storm passed, he would return to his original design. He only needed patience. The cafe sign flickered again. Kim Yoo-young sat with her arms crossed tightly over her chest. Sun-woo and Ina were seated across from her. Her fingers were interlocked so firmly her knuckles had gone pale. She looked straight at the hero and said she could overlook what had happened before, but only if he answered honestly. Had he chosen them simply because he got along with them? He remained silent for a moment. Then he lifted his head and said that even if he claimed he was the one who told them to run that day, she would still refuse to accept it. That wasn't the real issue. What mattered was that their retreat had been the optimal decision. Her eyes widened, ready to argue. He did not look away. After a long pause, she closed her eyes and said she would trust him. Then she asked the sharper question. If he was capable of achieving a perfect score alone, why include them at all? He smiled faintly at her bluntness. His thoughts drifted back to the last dungeon. Team formation was never random. It required conditions. He imagined Suinwoo and Aina. The first condition was simple, shared hostility toward Guja, and that ensured alignment. Then Kim Yu-young surfaced in his mind. The second condition was equally important. Someone who would never leak what had truly happened inside that dungeon. Aina quietly sipped her drink as the hero finally said that he already had a plan. He slowly raised his hand and stated, as if it were the most natural decision in the world, that he would use the upcoming exam to erase Chun from the board. Kim Yu-young froze with her lips parted, the words failing to form. The other two stared at him, as if they had just heard a joke delivered without a punchline. The girl's eyes widened, searching his face for even the slightest hint of sarcasm. There was none. His expression remained calm, almost indifferent. Inside, he frowned faintly, wondering how the director planned to crawl out of this one using his precious connections. The sky that day was clear and mercilessly bright. The students stood inside a vast hall, the air tense with expectation. A figure stepped forward and greeted them. Hajwan approached the microphone and introduced himself as one of the academy's instructors, the man responsible for overseeing the second stage of the practical exam. The protagonist studied him carefully and understood at once. This was nothing more than the director's puppet, which explained how he had so easily become Gu Jian's right hand. Standing behind the counter, Hajwan announced that the entire practical exam would be broadcast live across the country. The moment those words settled in, the hero understood the true nature of this stage. Countless unseen eyes would be watching. This was not merely an evaluation. It was a stage. The students would have a chance to display their strength to the whole nation, but they would also be forced to perform, to play their roles under the weight of public scrutiny. Hajwan, lips slightly parted in a rehearsed smile, told them to give it their all and wish them luck. Then the room was swallowed by a spreading blue light. It flowed across the floor like water, climbing over their boots, wrapping around their bodies. Kim Yu-young glanced down as the glow enveloped her. It spread over Suna. It swallowed Jean. The hero watched it claim them one by one and gave a faint smile. So this was how it would begin. In the next instant, the world shifted. Their team found themselves gathered together in a new location. The ground beneath them shimmered with heat. Rivers of magma carved through the land like glowing veins, and the air itself felt as though it might ignite with a single breath. Above them, a blue portal tore open in the sky, and the protagonist stepped fully out of it, just as a system message appeared before his eyes, informing him that the team had been successfully transported into the dungeon. His boots touched the scorching earth. Another message followed, listing their team composition and outlining their objective. Clear every stage of the dungeon, obtain the boss core, and return to the surface alive. A separate notification flashed. The first mission had begun. Exterminate all monsters in the area and locate the passage to the second stage. He glanced to the side as the others surveyed their surroundings. Sonu opened his mouth first, muttering that the heat in this place was unbearable. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and looked across the burning horizon, then said this entire dungeon was built in the image of Muslihim itself. Rivers of magma rolled around them, glowing veins cutting through the land while pillars of fire roared upward like torches in a graveyard of stone. Kim Yu-young fanned her face with her hand and muttered that he was right, because all they had to do was look past those blazing columns to understand what kind of place they were standing in. Without wasting another second, he pulled up an empty system window and told the others to start mapping every corner of the area. He kept his voice steady and explained that information was survival here, and the more they recorded now, the smarter they could move later. Then he added that there was something in this place he intended to take before leaving. Aina blinked and asked what he meant. Kim Yu-young answered for him, saying they were here for ice grass. She stood firm in the center of the scorched terrain and warned that the longer they stayed exposed to the heat, the slower their bodies would respond. And in a dungeon like this, slowing down meant dying. Songwa gave a faint smile and said the two of them handled situations like this too well. The protagonist replied that it was nothing special, just the basics of dungeon survival. Because for any raider the first rule was simple, stay alive. As he activated his mana detector, waves of energy pulsed outward from his body, rippling across the molten ground and spreading deep into the dungeon's hidden layers. The currents reached further and further until finally they caught a response. He parted his lips slightly and said he found it. Kim Yu-young stared at him in disbelief, then followed his gaze. Turning to the others, he said they were moving immediately since their time here was limited. The ground ahead was scattered with pale plants that seemed out of place in such hellish heat. Aina crouched and asked if those were the ice grass. After plucking one, he confirmed it and ordered them to gather as much as they could carry. Without looking away from the field, he asked Sun Wu how confident he was in alchemy. Still collecting. Sun Wu answered that his grades were solid. The protagonist told him potion production would be his responsibility, and there was no room for mistakes. Then his vision shifted as system notifications flashed before his eyes. Viewers had entered the broadcast room. The raiders were now under watch, and every word, every movement would be seen. A faint mechanical hum echoed overhead. Something hovered above him. A drone, fitted with a camera, transmitting everything in real time. For a brief second, he imagined the students watching from outside, analyzing them the way they once analyzed others. The realization settled in immediately. They were no longer just clearing a dungeon. They were performing inside it. Images of faceless spectators formed his mind, rows of people watching their every movement, as if this were some stage performance. He looked away, jaw tightening. He hated the idea of fighting for an audience. Yet even this could be turned into leverage. Then his expression sharpened. He announced the approach of 4 S-rank monsters. Ina's head snapped up instantly. Sun Wu rose to his feet, blade sliding into position. Kim Yu-young frowned and fixed her eyes on the molten path ahead. The protagonist spoke calmly and ordered them to switch to Plan B. They shifted into formation without hesitation. From between the cracks in the scorched earth, slimes began crawling toward them, their swollen bodies pulsing with unstable energy. Sun Wu stepped forward and activated provocation, holding his sword firmly before him. The protagonist glanced at Ina and reminded them to rely on artifacts, but to control their distance. One wrong strike on the wrong spot, and those things would detonate. 3 of the 4 monsters pushed into view, dragging themselves closer. Kim Yu-young drew her bow, fingers tightening around the string as she prepared to summon the water spirit. They were closing in too fast. Kim Yu-young called out to Min Jae-hyun, panic flickering in her voice. He shouted back that it was too early. One slime lunged toward Ina. Another surged toward Sun Wu. At that exact moment, a system notification flashed. Channel successfully created. Viewers connected. The first chat messages began pouring in. His eyes widened slightly. Now, Kim Yu-young released her water shot. The arrow tore through a slime's body, punching a clean hole through its unstable core. Ina leapt and hurled her artifact with precision. Watching their movements, he calculated angles and heat dispersion. There would not be a better moment to use frozen ground. The drone hovered directly in front of him, lens fixed on his face. He smiled, raising his hand. He decided not to reveal everything yet. Spectacle had timing. Mana gathered above the monsters as magic projectiles formed in the air. He grinned faintly. This was necessary. When the tension reached its peak, he triggered freezing rain. A storm of icy arrows descended in an instant, piercing and locking the slimes in place before their cores could erupt. A blinding flash swallowed the dungeon, frost colliding with magma in a violent burst of steam and light. The explosion flooded the broadcast. The chats surged with confusion and disbelief, messages stacking over one another, demanding to know what had just happened. Shielding his eyes from the glare, he understood this was only the opening move. His gaze shifted, mind drifting to Gu-jai and those fools glued to their monitors, hungry for spectacle, could become a weapon sharper than any blade. In a distant office, a monitor glowed in the dark. The dungeon feed played in real time. Chat messages streamed across the screen in waves of noise. A man stood there with his hands in his pockets, watching in silence. In the office, Juk rolled a toothpick between his teeth and observed that Jae-hyun had not even broken a sweat despite casting rank magic. The stream focused tightly on the protagonist's face. Studying the monitors, the man recalled Agent John's report. Things between this young raider and the director had completely fallen apart. His eyes narrowed. The Lotus Guild was clearly backing the boy. A slow smile formed. If he could maneuver this piece correctly, exposing Gu-jian would be effortless. The toothpick snapped between his teeth. Still watching the screen, Juk muttered for the hero to show him the next move. Back inside the dungeon, the protagonist stood calmly, watching the last of the frozen explosion settle into steam and cracked stone. Lava splashed and hissed across the floor. Kim Yu-young shielded her face and admitted she was not even surprised anymore, though she had no idea when he learned to control power like that. Ina wiped sweat from her forehead and asked if anyone else felt like they were being roasted alive. Jae-hyun turned toward them and made a short gesture with his hand. The monsters were cleared. Time to drink a potion. No arguments followed. One of them muttered that this place truly felt like hell. The blonde suggested they search for a cooler area before the heat drained their stamina completely. Sunu examined the terrain and pointed toward a narrow crevice where the glow from below was weaker. Less underground energy there. Arms folded, the leader admitted it was the smartest option. The protagonist drew out an artifact and said they would establish a temporary camp inside that gap. Before they could move, fresh lava beasts surged forward from a crack in the ground. CEO Ina lifted her wand without expression. Magic arrows streaked forward and pierced through molten bodies with surgical precision. She looked almost detached from the chaos. An Hoyan charged in with his sword raised high. Determination carved into his face as he cut through the unstable creatures before they could swell and burst. One by one, they collapsed, dissolving into puddles of sizzling stone. Soon the battlefield quieted again. The protagonist stepped forward, studying the remains with a bold, almost challenging look, and asked if that was everything. Ina scratched the back of her head and questioned whether it felt too easy. The swordsman rubbed his nose and admitted he expected stronger resistance. For something artificial, this dungeon lacked teeth. The third member glanced at the leader, confused by that assessment. One mistake, and they would have failed instantly. He had been fighting lava slugs in close range the entire time. The fact he walked away uninjured was already fortune. The blonde turned slightly, confident that Min Jae-hyun had already finished whatever threats remained. He agreed without hesitation and told them to move faster. The others exchanged uncertain looks, and the same thought crossed their minds at once. If those two considered this pace slow, then just how far ahead was Jae-hyun? Elsewhere, in another sector of the dungeon, Team D established camp. They gathered around an alchemy cauldron glowing faintly against the scorched stone. Sinu kept his eyes fixed on the brewing mixture and estimated it would take roughly an hour to complete the potions. The leader smiled, satisfied. That window was enough. The alchemist assured them he would finish as quickly as possible. Yujim leaned her palms against the hot floor and complained about the suffocating heat, remarking that this place truly resembled Muslim. She straightened abruptly when her friend pointed out that she was acting like the real Ajuan, clearly pushing the alchemist to hurry. She protested at once, insisting she had meant nothing of the sort. Ina covered her laugh with her fist and commented that those two were closer than they admitted. Arms crossed, Yujim denied it again, refusing to concede. The protagonist ran a hand through his disheveled hair and thought quietly that they all understood the truth about what had happened before. It was not their failure. Fear clouded judgment and stripped reason from a mind. He raised his palms slightly. The team turned as soon as they heard his voice. Looking directly at them, he said it was time to discuss the next phase of the plan. Kim Yoo-young peeked from the tent and asked if that was allowed. He answered yes without breaking eye contact with the hovering drone. A brief glance at his watch told him the timing was perfect. Now, he extended his hand and released a chain of glowing runes. They spread across the dungeon walls like veins of light. A system alert flashed. Connection unstable. Seconds later, another notification appeared. Voice transmission restrictions lifted. The channel opened fully. For the first time, the team could speak directly to the viewers. Messages flooded in immediately, filled with concern for the rest of the squad. The leader smiled faintly and assured them his members were safe. There was nothing to worry about. The viewers heard his voice clearly, confusion spreading through the chat as they tried to understand how he had overridden the system. Kim Yoo-young stiffened when the discussion in the feed turned heated. Speculation, stacking, over speculation. The protagonist watched the reaction unfold and allowed himself a small smile. This was exactly the response he expected. He lifted his eyes to the hovering camera and calmly explained that he had adjusted a small portion of the artificial dungeon's formula. Then he welcomed every viewer connected to the stream. Without hesitation, Jae-hyun declared that this was where the real broadcast began. He spread his hands and stated that transmitting images without sound was pointless. Inside the control room, an instructor glanced at the director with visible fear and asked if he was certain he was fine. Gu Jian raised a hand and said it was nothing, only a headache. But his posture betrayed him. This was impossible. The artificial zone had been constructed by dozens of raider mages and senior instructors under his supervision. How had a single student altered its structure? He stared at the monitor, unable to comprehend how control had slipped away. Hajwan trembled and insisted they were obligated to deal with Jae-hyun immediately. Gu Jian replied that he would gladly do so, but there were no formal rules allowing intervention in the current situation. His jaw tightened as he muttered that no one could have predicted a lone student rewriting a dungeon designed by the Academy's best. The principal forced himself to remain composed. Students were forbidden from exposing confidential information about Milla's Academy. Violation meant expulsion. As long as that arrogant boy's signature remained on the enrollment papers, the system still bound him. That was the rule. Then the young man's voice came through the speakers. Gu Jian's expression darkened. On screen, the protagonist smiled lightly and said everyone already understood how things worked. As for the guild internship incident, there were many hidden traps behind the surface story. Sweat slid down Gu Jian's temple. A viewer's question flashed about expulsion. Jae-hyun answered immediately that no one should worry. With deliberate emphasis, he repeated the principal's favorite line. Only the strongest survive. The one with power defines the law in Malay Academy. He looked straight into the drone with open irony and asked whether anyone truly believed the director would dare expel him. Gu Jian's jaw trembled. Then he began to laugh. He stared at the screen through the gaps between his fingers, and only now did the full picture slam into him. How had he failed to see it earlier? If Min Jae-hyun had been rotten from the very beginning? The office trembled with the director's temper. When he barked Hajwan's name, the instructor flinched, and the man's fingers dug so hard into the table that faint dents were left behind. Cold orders followed. They would wait until the exams ended. They would expel the brat. And once the media storm died down, they would quietly hire a couple of seasoned A-rank raiders. Gu Jian's voice dropped lower when he made it clear. This was how Jae-hyun would disappear. Ha-juan bowed without lifting his head. The director leaned forward, palms pressed flat against the desk, and swore in silence that the boy would pay for daring to humiliate him. But somewhere else, the so-called target simply slid his hands into his pockets and spoke calmly, almost lazily, as if discussing the weather. If Gu Jian expelled him despite high grades, wouldn't that prove everything? Would he really dare? The viewers reacted instantly. Comments flooded in, sharp and suspicious. If a student could say something like that so openly, then perhaps the academy truly reeked of corruption. People began recalling past scandals, announcements that had surfaced and vanished without investigation. The more they typed, the more sense the raider's words made. Min Jae-hyun's lips curved slowly. He looked straight into the camera, fully aware that the media tide had already shifted. Did the director truly believe he could escape again? Earlier, back at camp, he had raised a single finger and declared that they would edit the dungeon formulas themselves. If they were going to fight, then the viewers had to hear every word. Sunu blinked in surprise, asking what exactly he was planning. The mage's expression sharpened. The first step to overthrowing Shun was communication. When the audience, give them what they wanted. Let transparency become the weapon. Yu Jae-hyun asked tensely what would happen if the director tried something dirty. Min Jae-hyun rose to his feet, confidence radiating from him, and told them not to worry. They had something stronger than rules. They had an audience watching live. Back in the director's office, shock replaced rage. There was no regulation forbidding the modification of artificial dungeon formulas. Jae-hyun had been right. And then, with a smile that felt almost theatrical, the young man announced the true beginning of the stream. He threw his arms wide as if standing on a grand stage and invited everyone to enjoy the show he had prepared specifically for them. His best friend stood rigid beside him, eyes fixed on the scrolling flood of messages as the chat swelled with restless anticipation. She stepped closer, lowering her voice as if the screen itself could hear her, whispering that all those eyes made her uneasy. Then the comments shifted toward her. Speculation, warnings to stay away from Jae-hyun, careless gossip thrown out for entertainment, and her shoulders trembled. Yum's face burned red as confusion overtook her. She muted the chat entirely, as if cutting the noise might also dull the sting. Wrapping her arms around herself, she admitted that being dissected by strangers felt suffocating, like they could see straight through her skin. Jae-hyun looked at her, not with surprise, but with recognition. He told her to endure it a little longer. This discomfort was part of the strategy. She nodded without lifting her head, saying she understood, even if understanding did not make it easier. He looked away, jaw tightening. Before aggression, he had drowned in that same hatred more times than he could count, each wave heavier than the last, each whisper urging him toward the edge. The memory passed across his face like a shadow. Kim Yoo-young noticed, worry flickering in her eyes, but he cut it short and ordered her forward. There was no time to linger. Work remained. Lava crept across the terrain in glowing veins as the team advanced. Jae-hyun glanced up at the hovering drone, catching fragments of questions pouring in. Where are they going? What's the plan? Soon the path opened to a roaring lava waterfall, heat distorting the air around it. He faced the camera calmly and explained that their business here was not yet finished. A faint smirk followed. They were about to reveal something worth watching. A hidden section of the dungeon. The chat spiked instantly. At a signal, Kim Yoo-young lifted her staff. Wind acceleration activated in a surge, currents spiraling around Jae-hyun as his cloak snapped upward under the combined pull of wind and gravity magic. He fixed his focus on a precise point beyond the molten cascade. Inwardly, he decided it was time to demonstrate what a regressor truly looked like when clearing a dungeon. A flash from his past life surfaced, routes memorized, mistakes carved into bone, victories earned through blood. Far away, outside Milla's academy, John pressed her earpiece tighter as she answered a call, her expression sharpening. She said she would establish contact with Jae-hyun as soon as the exams ended. The voice on the other side questioned the certainty of that plan, reminding her that Lotus himself was involved. Juk, watching the live stream through a tablet, frowned. He admitted that this complication was no small matter. Through the earpiece, John listened as the man on the other end made it clear. This was exactly why contact had to be established immediately. They needed him on their side before anyone else moved. His voice lowered as he added that the boy could name his price. Whatever conditions he wanted, they would consider them. John answered that she understood. The line cut. Walking down the corridor, she kept her eyes on the live feed playing across her tablet. If the Raider department secured the protagonist, their long-term leverage would change overnight. But there was a complication. Gu Jian was already looming behind him, circling like a vulture. John's expression hardened. She would watch carefully. No missteps. Back inside the dungeon, dust burst beneath Jae-hyun's feet as he accelerated. In one smooth motion, he wrapped an arm around Kim Yoo-jung's waist and pulled her in. Forward, he commanded. Her face flared red, but there was no time to argue. The next instant she was clinging to him as he launched straight toward the raging lava cascade. The chat exploded in disbelief. She buried her face in his shoulder, heat roaring past them. And then his sneaker pressed against nothing. An invisible platform. He stood suspended in midair while thousands of viewers tried to process what they were seeing. Kim Yu-young lifted her head slowly, a small smile forming. He had been right. The hidden plate existed. Hold tight, he said, grin sharpening. Timing mattered. One mistake, and they would fall in a molten death. She tightened her grip instantly and warned him not to let go under any circumstance. He leapt again. Another invisible step. Then another. They climbed through the air in measured arcs, ascending above the lava like stepping stones no one else could see. Jae-hyun's eyes narrowed as he calculated the path. Whoever had first discovered this location deserved respect, and Gu Jian, who had buried it under layers of state-backed concealment, deserved suspicion. He had never intended for a student to uncover this. The final platform came into view. Jae-hyun landed cleanly, boots striking unseen ground. Heat shimmered around them as they stared at the hidden chamber revealed behind the molten veil. Kim Yu-jung's eyes widened. This is it. On the platform, something glowed fiercely, amber-like spheres resting within controlled tongues of flame, radiating concentrated energy. Jae-hyun nodded once. Triumph flickered in his gaze. These, he declared, voice steady enough for the stream to carry, are the key to clearing the dungeon. Far away, someone watching felt sweat bead along his neck, confusion turning to dread as he tried to understand how this had happened. Jae-hyun allowed himself a small, victorious smile. He stated plainly that he had learned of the item through prior reconnaissance of the terrain. Then he slid his hands into his pockets, standing at the heart of the secret no one else had managed to reach. The young man added calmly that even he had not expected the artifact to be concealed this thoroughly. Turning his gaze away from the drone, he thought with quiet certainty that he already knew every corner of this dungeon. What was hidden, where it lay, and how it functioned. Without wasting another second, he activated Ice Rain. Shards of frozen mana formed above them, and came crashing down onto the blazing ring surrounding the artifact. Flame hissed and recoiled under the assault. Steam erupted violently from the scorched stone, blurring the air. He glanced at Kim Yu-young and told her they were going down. Then he jumped first. She followed without hesitation. Jae-hyun moved straight toward the glowing spheres and crouched beside them. He picked one up, its heat pressing against his palm, and raised it toward the camera. He asked the viewers if they knew what it was. The chat scrolled in confusion. No clear answer. He faced the lens directly and explained that it was the essence of fire. A faint smile appeared. He admitted that they were fortunate, then narrowed his eyes slightly and stated that this was likely the primary artifact required to clear the dungeon. At the same time, system data confirmed it granted significant fire resistance. His thoughts hardened. The purpose of artifacts like this was obvious. Simulate real dungeon conditions, then reward students proportionally to their capability. But in truth, ordinary students would never reach it. That was the design. The chat fractured into arguments. Some accused Milla's Academy of madness, claiming they had poured over 100 million into constructing a single exam route. Others countered that discovering the artifact was practically impossible in the first place. Jae-hyun closed his fingers around the spheres and announced that they were ready to proceed. They now possessed what they needed. One less obstacle. His expression sharpened as he imagined the director watching this unfold. He doubted the man would accept defeat quietly. Cupping his hand slightly, Jae-hyun murmured under his breath that this was only the beginning. There were still many gifts the scoundrel deserved to receive. The memory shifted. On the first night of midterms, before the second practical round began, frustration erupted from inside their tent. A cloudy potion swirled thickly inside a glass bowl. Kim Yu-young shoved it away with visible disgust, cursing the bitterness. Her friend calmly took his own portion and reminded her that he understood how terrible it tasted. But she had to drink it. It would make clearing the dungeon easier. She glared at him, saying she knew that already, but swallowing something like this felt impossible. The alchemist raised both palms in mock surrender and remarked that all healthy things were said to taste bitter. Kim Yu-young clenched her teeth and stared at the potion as if it were an enemy she had no choice but to defeat. Kim Yu-young lifted the bowl with visible disgust, shut her eyes, and emptied it in one brutal gulp. A second later, she collapsed face first onto the floor like a soldier struck down in battle. Jae-hyun glanced sideways at his comrade and calmly asked whether he had accidentally mixed poison into the brew. The alchemist replied with absolute seriousness that he had done no such thing. Jae-hyun clapped once, drawing their attention back. The first stage was nearly complete. That meant it was time to locate the transition to the second. Preparations needed to move faster. No delays. Elsewhere, inside the control room, Hajwan stood before a wall of monitors, tracking every movement inside the dungeon. He turned when a voice questioned the current situation. Jean stepped inside without hesitation. Resting a hand on the control panel, he reminded her that he was in charge of operations here and asked what had brought her. She studied him with open skepticism and asked whether he truly believed he could manage everything alone. He smiled thinly and replied that anything was possible. Beneath her composed expression, she branded him a fool. With Kim Yoo-young gone, authority over the second stage had originally belonged to her. Yet somehow this opportunist had maneuvered himself into the position. Hajwan raised a brow and reminded her that they had been hired under the same conditions. He just happened to stand slightly higher now, and he apologized for that with a mock politeness that barely hid the arrogance. John's gaze cooled. She stated flatly that she had no interest in such trivial competitions. He responded with feigned innocence, asking who would not envy his seat and urging her to be honest. She did not react. His jaw tightened, fists clenching for a moment before he forced himself to relax. Director Gu Jian favored him. That was what mattered. Years ago she might have surpassed him, but now the hierarchy had shifted. Then she spoke his name. He turned. She requested permission to offer one piece of advice. Annoyance flickered across his face, but he gestured for her to continue. With a calm smile that did not reach her eyes, she told him to keep a close watch on the rope in his hands. It might snap unexpectedly. They would meet again. And she left. Hajwan cursed under his breath, calling her arrogant, even now. Lowering his head, he reassured himself that Director Gu Jian would soon repair any damage to his standing. Obstacles would crumble to dust. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Team D pressed forward. At last, they uncovered the concealed path leading toward the second stage. Heimdall stretched out his hand toward the protagonist, and, with that faint smirk only a god could afford, asked whether he truly looked like some creature dragged up from a lower realm. Junin met his gaze without even a flicker of emotion and asked if he was on his way to face the so-called enemy of evil. The white-haired deity scratched the back of his head as if bored by the entire conversation, muttering that humans were painfully dull and asking why there was such urgency. Then he stepped behind him, voice lowering, saying his enemy was nothing more than a mere human, someone he could erase in the blink of an eye. Without turning, Heimdall asked what would follow after that destruction, and at his gesture the wind rose violently, dust spiraling upward as he answered his own question. He would be chained to Biff once more, forced back into the cursed duty of gatekeeper. Did the mortal understand that? The column of dust thickened as the white-haired god declared he had personally handled the enemy of evil already, that there was no need for concern because the target was nothing but a worthless nonentity. The next instant the protagonist shattered into a storm of crows, black feathers scattering as his voice cut through the air, calling the god a fool. Gods and men, always the same story. A black-winged angel wrapped her arms around him from behind and whispered something in Scandinavian, soft and heavy with meaning. Tears gathered in the mage's eyes as he nodded, because deep down he knew it was true. Nothing had changed. Nothing would change. Not until he forced it to. His voice dropped to a whisper as he promised he would show him very soon. Wind tore at Jaehyun's cloak as he stood alone and called out the name Yinin. Orange light flooding the world around them, just as a system notification flashed. Transition to the second level complete. All four of them stood in silence, each facing a different direction, when another message appeared. Eliminate elite monsters and uncover the hidden treasure. Aina wiped her forehead, complaining that the heat here was far worse than on the first level, though curiosity still burned in her eyes about what awaited them next. Kim Yoo-young, standing nearby, raised a hand to her mouth and admitted the task would not be simple. Memories of the first stage surfaced, the order to clear the territory and advance, and Jaehyun, positioned at the front, narrowed his eyes as if he already knew every possible path through this place. An hour earlier they had been staring into the cave's depths in stunned silence, confronted by a long corridor swallowed in darkness, stalactites hanging like fangs from the ceiling. One of the girls blinked in disbelief and whispered that she never expected to find stairs here, of all places. Sonu scratched the back of his head, staring at the girl as he admitted that the whole time he had been searching for an exit, only to realize he had somehow ended up underground instead. The raider frowned, clearly unsettled, wondering how he had located the way out so quickly. The protagonist pressed his palm against the rough cave wall, studying its surface as if it were speaking to him. She kept watching him, suspicion growing, until her gaze shifted and she froze in horror at the sight of a massive centipede clinging to the stone. A scream tore out of her throat as she jumped straight into the person beside her. The hero spun around in surprise while system messages flooded the background, announcing that several viewers had nearly lost their nerves from the sudden shock. One of the raiders pointed out that he had caught it, and there it was, the insect suspended inside a shimmering blue bubble. The magician smiled calmly, holding the sphere in his hand while more messages popped up demanding to know why he had bothered capturing it. Turning toward the dark portal ahead, he answered simply that it would prove useful. Then he faced the others, lips parting slightly, and raised several glowing spheres in his palm. Before they went any further, he said, he needed to make preparations. The girl stared at the bright orbs with visible discomfort and asked whether they were actually expected to eat those things. The ranger lifted one between his fingers and remarked dryly that swallowing fire was something one only saw in a circus. Jaehyun's grin widened as he assured them there was nothing to fear. Then, in the next breath, he twisted his expression into something terrifying and warned them to eat everything before he lost his temper. The three of them stood frozen in the cave, staring at the fireballs with clear reluctance until one finally shouted, "Eat, sir." From high above, lava streamed down the cavern walls while a distant voice echoed that there were only 3 levels in this place. An enormous dragon's silhouette formed in the heat, declaring that the true boss waited on the final floor. Standing firm at the center of the cavern, the protagonist decided Jail would handle the outside complications while he remained here. He looked into the open portal and stated plainly that to clear the 2nd level, he needed to find the boss. Raising a single finger with a confident smile, he continued that he already had several ideas about where the hidden treasure might be, and asked whether they were interested in hearing them. In the background, messages from Anance exploded with speculation, dissecting every word about the treasure. Jaehyun kept smiling to himself, knowing they were already hooked, because a single hint was enough to ignite curiosity and tighten the line. He narrowed his eyes slightly, still thinking that despite everything, his true objective lay elsewhere. Then he lifted one finger. Flames erupted across the cavern as a massive lizard took shape, its body blazing like living magma. It introduced itself as a salamander and declared that creatures like it were drawn to glittering objects the way crows chase silver, which meant their nests were always filled with valuable spoils. The magician casually raised his hand and said he had researched salamanders before, while in the background Anance continued debating lizard lore as if it were a lecture hall instead of a battlefield. Off to the side, a man sat on a stone playing a strange melody on a worn instrument, singing about a sword forged for slaying dragons. The hero touched his chin thoughtfully, recalling that such an artifact once belonged to the German raider Balak, a weapon of immense power. The original was legendary, but even a replica would suffice for what he intended. Ina stared at him and asked what the salamander's weakness was. Kim Yu-young calmly lifted a finger and answered that its stomach was the key. The giant lizard flicked out its long tongue, heat rippling through the air. The protagonist raised his scepter, frost gathering at its tip, explaining that ice was the simplest solution when dealing with creatures of flame. The girl blinked in surprise and asked how she knew so much. She answered that the best moment to strike was when such beasts had eaten their fill. Standing before them, the protagonist nodded and said she was correct. They needed preparation before anything else. A faint smile crossed his face as he added that finding additional treasure along the way would only make things better. Sounds echoed through the cavern, orange light spilling across the open chamber where the team now stood. Sonu wiped sweat from his brow and muttered that without the essence of fire protecting them, they would have perished already, because this place burned hotter than any area they had crossed before. The man ahead raised his hand, his expression suddenly serious as he pretended to analyze the surroundings. Then he signaled for everyone to stop, claiming he sent someone nearby. Anance kept buzzing in the background, dissecting every movement. The protagonist stepped forward into a field of swords embedded deep within a rock. The raider frowned and remarked that these treasures were not even well concealed. Another agreed, noting that they looked like unregistered artifacts abandoned without claim. He stopped before an even larger cluster of blades and realized the truth. The hundreds of swords driven into the stone were the true wealth of the 2nd level. Jae-sang had hidden them in plain sight, confident that ordinary students would never uncover them so easily. He kept staring at the forest of blades embedded in stone when one of his eyes shifted color, the iris flashing as a system notification appeared. Absolute counting activated. Mana flowed toward his vision, sharpening every outline, while Ainan's commentary buzzed in the background, explaining that he was channeling energy directly into his eyes. A faint smile crossed his face as he focused on a single sword that subtly differed from the rest. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and gripped its hilt. The moment the blade slid free from the rock, a system window unfolded in midair, detailing the item's name, rank, and hidden attributes. One of the analysts watching through the screens demanded to know how he identified that specific sword as a concealed treasure, somewhere in a distant establishment. Ainan number 6 calmly replied that he likely had his own methods. The magician gave the blade a slow swing and told his companions not to concern themselves. He already had a strategy. His smile widened slightly as he added that revealing everything at once would only make things dull. For a brief second, he caught his reflection in the polished steel and understood the limitation. This was a replica, usable only within this domain, worthless without meeting all required conditions. Even so, his gaze hardened. To him, this imitation held greater value than anything else here. A yellow glow pulsed from the blade as a thought surfaced. There was a way to carry it beyond this place. The cavern corridor stretched ahead. Leaning against the wall, the raider murmured that the salamander's nest had to be close. The commander adjusted his sleeve and agreed they should wait. The king of salamanders fed only once each night. Lava churned somewhere beneath them, heat radiating upward. Kim Yu-young scanned the cave walls and questioned whether waiting was wise, reminding them that lizards were sensitive to scent and could strike if they lingered too long. The man ahead took a few steps and dismissed that concern, saying the risk could be neutralized. She stared at his back and demanded how. Before she could react further, he lifted a familiar blue sphere, the centipede trapped inside, writhing faintly. Jaehyun extended it toward her, as if presenting an answer. She recoiled instantly, horror spreading across her face. He caught her wrist firmly and said she was the most crucial piece here. Shock froze Kim Yu-jung's expression as tears welled in her eyes, memories flashing of the centipede's defense mechanism, how it secreted a potent substance whenever it felt threatened. Watching the salamander prowl through the cavern, the hero calculated that this would be enough to tip the hunt in their favor. From behind cover, Sun Woo and Ina stared at the blazing creature in disbelief, while Kim Yu-young stood a short distance away, gripping her scepter tightly. She turned toward the others and reminded them of their promise. He laughed at that, folding his arms across his chest and asking who exactly they thought he was. Darkness seemed to gather around him as the thought crossed his mind that he had cornered himself into something reckless. The frightened girl kept her eyes fixed on the centipede sealed inside the blue sphere. She trembled, tears forming as memories of the insect resurfaced. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered that once everything was over, he would hand her Sunyin's staff. His eyes narrowed slightly. He had no intention of returning it. That meant he needed a contingency. In the background, a message from Non-62 appeared, remarking that the situation sounded promising. The protagonist turned back to the squad with a faint smile and told them not to panic. They had an air magic specialist. The girl extended her hands before the staff, and mana surged outward in a controlled current. Ainen commented that it seemed she had redirected the centipede's scent toward the salamander's nest. The creature inhaled sharply, reacting to the manipulated scent trail, while Ainen 18 typed that humans were merciless beings. Tears welled in the salamander's molten eyes. The cave trembled violently as it struck the wall with its tail, roaring in anguish. The hero watched the chaos with tense anticipation and muttered that the plan appeared to be working. The enormous lizard thrashed, screeching as it drew dangerously close to the magician. He glanced at the others and asked whether they remembered their roles. Sonu and Ina stared back without expression. The blonde finally answered that they would remain in position and move on a signal. He turned his head slightly and replied with a single word, "Excellent." Frost erupted from his hands in a violent surge. A system notification flashed. Ice Spear Level 2 activated. With a precise motion, he launched the condensed shard toward the salamander. The beast staggered, tears streaming as it collapsed against the cavern floor. Without hesitation, the protagonist sprinted away. Furious, the salamander exhaled a torrent of fire that scorched the stone behind him. Gripping the sword he had drawn earlier, he steadied himself, knowing all he had to do now was endure the coming inferno. A thin smile curved across his face as he spoke clearly into the heat. Ready, set, fire. He didn't shout it in panic. He declared it like a verdict, and in the same breath hurled the sword straight into the lizard's open mouth. The blade vanished past its fangs. For a second, everything froze. The girl's eyes snapped wide, her arms folding tightly over her chest as she muttered that he had finally lost his mind. The lizard staggered in place, letting out a distorted cry, while the chat flooded with question marks, confusion exploding across the screen. Jaehyun didn't even look rattled. His gaze shifted to the portal, calm, calculating. He lifted a finger toward the camera, a faint smile playing on his lips, and said the real show was just beginning. The viewers were told not to blink. The replay flashed, steel flying straight down the creature's throat. Across town, a man slammed both hands on his desk, eyes bulging at the broadcast. He swore under his breath, insisting no rookie should know that trick. He had scrubbed every trace of that information from public records himself. Inside the cave, the lizard paced in agitation, its massive tail sweeping across the stone. A crimson glow swallowed the walls. Then, with a guttural roar, it unleashed a torrent of fire. Shields flared as defenders braced against the inferno. Metal clanged. The sword dropped to the ground with a sharp echo. The hero stepped through the blaze without hesitation and wrapped his hand around the hilt. He smiled. The blade pulsed, glowing from within, heat crawling along its edge. The chat erupted again. Why was it shining? What had he done? The tip dug into the stone floor as he steadied it. His fingers flicked across the interface, and a new notification flashed. Purchased item confirmed. Of course, he had been waiting for that exact moment. Gripping the weapon firmly, Min Jae-hyun spoke clearly, explaining that a salamander's flame wasn't just destructive, it purified. The lizard continued to crawl in a slow circle, fire swirling around its body. He calmly added that the purifying effect only worked while the creature was still alive. His fist tightened. With that condition in place, the so-called impossible trial became simple. He dragged the blade along the ground and advanced. The audience buzzed. unable to understand why a mage needed another sword. His friends stood silent, watching him step deeper into the fire itself. Someone typed that the so-called number one was now playing swordsman, a mage with a blade. The lizard lashed its long tongue forward. Min Jaehyun's eyes shifted color again. Too late to hesitate. A system window burst open. Passive skills activated. Agile step. Flexible movements. Wind force. He didn't think anymore. He moved. With the sword blazing in his grip, he launched himself straight toward the enemy. The lizard dug its claws into the stone, trying to anchor itself. But Min Jaehyun had already committed. He struck. In the same breath, he twisted his body, glancing back at the first sword, still buried tip first in the ground behind him. His foot skidded across the scorched floor, sparks trailing from his heel, and a new system window flared to life. Ice spear activated. In the next instant, he was no longer where the salamander expected him to be. He reappeared between towering boulders, as if the terrain itself had swallowed and repositioned him. The salamander recoiled, dragging its burning body backward from the shifting mass of stone that threatened to crush it. Belly. Sonu's voice tore through the chaos. Min Jaehyun's eyes sharpened. Sword in his right hand, he lunged without hesitation. With one explosive step, he vaulted upward, boots scraping against heated scales, and then he was above it, blade arcing down. A sickening sound ripped through the cave as steel tore into flesh. The tip drove deep into the creature's exposed underside. He didn't flinch. Riley watched with a wide grin. EU John leaning forward beside him, as both stared at the screen in disbelief and delight. The hero stood planted atop the salamander, sword embedded in its burning hide. In the chat, number 1 demanded to know what they had just witnessed. Number 8 typed that the so-called mage with a sword was from his class. Far away, in a dim room lit only by monitors, a dark-haired man smiled faintly while scrolling through his laptop. In another apartment, a girl curled up in her computer chair with a bag of chips clutched to her chest suddenly shouted that the download had finished. A bold message flashed across her screen. Must read. Contains the protagonist's true identity. She skimmed it with irritation, wondering why she had been dragged into this nonsense in the first place. An article loaded beneath it, claiming that many believed his recent actions were staged, that after the incident in Neverland the author had conveniently withheld key information. The screen went white. A cute girl sat before the monitor with her arms crossed, one hand brushing her ear as she laughed aloud, asking who in their right mind thought proposing to her was a good idea. Earlier, leaning over a table, Jaehyun had calmly stated that something memorable would happen during the mid-semester stream. Sung-eun, seated opposite him with her arms folded tightly, warned that the entire guild would need to be prepared if he intended to go through with it, because the risk was no small thing. He only smiled. He told her to watch carefully, and if at any point she believed intervention was necessary, she could act however she saw fit. Without another word, she rolled up her sleeve. She stood before the chairman and inclined her head slightly, stating that this was precisely why he had been so certain from the beginning. Sung Jae-appa's brows tightened as he asked whether that assumption was correct. Without raising his voice, the chairman, still facing the glow of the monitor, instructed him to contact the reporters immediately. The driver hesitated, asking if stirring the media at this exact moment was necessary. The Holy Virgin only smiled, calm and composed, saying that the prison gates would not stay closed much longer. She added that this outcome had already been calculated. Min Jaehyun had arranged every piece in advance. Elsewhere, CO Ah-hyun lounged in her chair, crunching chips while watching the view count on Jaehyun's real story climb higher and higher. Popularity was inevitable now. That part pleased her. What unsettled her was the reason he had told her to release it in the first place. Her mind drifted back to the moment before the second practical test. She had asked him directly why he was doing all of this. He had lifted his eyes from the book in his hands, then snapped it shut with a sharp sound, and raised it slightly, as if making a declaration. He said he intended to remove Gu Jian. She had rested her cheek against her palm, asking how he planned to pull something like that off. Rising from his seat, he told her he would explain later. There was no time right now. She had muttered in irritation that he only knew how to ignite her curiosity instead of giving straight answers. A notification dragged her back to the present. An anonymous viewer asked if she was the same girl from the interview, claiming she had grown into someone far more impressive than before. Another comment followed, insisting that even a brief glimpse proved she was truly charming. The praise kept stacking up, the words becoming more intense, more personal. She forced a grin at the screen as if it meant nothing, then felt her shoulders tense. Enough. No need to respond. She needed to step away before it got to her head. Something sweet would clear her mind. Deep inside the burning dungeon, steel tore through scale and flesh. The protagonist ripped the salamander's belly open. Heat burst outward, but he didn't step back. His face lit with unmistakable satisfaction as he declared that he had found it. Kim Yi-young leaned toward him, asking what he meant. Jae-hyun held up the item for her to see. A ring pulsing with refined energy. The Transcendence Ring. Its effect was clear, overdrive. The very reward Milla's Academy, granted to students who survive the midterm examination. He had secured the ring, but without the Transcendent Stone to stabilize it, the backlash would be unavoidable. Punishment was inevitable. In his current condition, worrying about backlash was pointless. The team gathered around him. The leader glanced at the ring and remarked that there was only one. He casually suggested settling it with rock, paper, scissors. Aina immediately lifted both hands and objected. It was his find. It should stay with him. Sun Wu nodded in agreement, stating there was no reason to divide it. Sajin folded his arms and admitted that he had carried the fight on his back. If anything, this was earned. He could treat himself to something sweet afterward. No one argued further. With a faint smile, the mage slid the ring onto his finger. The moment metal touched skin, blinding light swallowed the team. The dungeon shifted. When the glow faded, they stood on the third level. Min Jaehyun's eyes moved instantly, scanning the terrain. A system window appeared. 1 minute until the protective barrier dissolves. Boss battle imminent. A translucent wall stood before them. The sorceress stepped forward and tapped it with her knuckles. It echoed faintly, like glass, thin, fragile, as if one strong blow could shatter it. She tilted her head upward. A colossal fist of flame slammed into the barrier. The impact shook the entire space. Fear flashed across her face. The others stiffened. Kim Yoo-jung's knees buckled, and she dropped to the floor in shock. Behind the transparent shield loomed a towering fire golem, its molten body radiating suffocating heat. Jaehyun crouched beside Kim Yoo-jung and asked if she was fine. She coughed lightly and steadied herself, muttering that the glass was sturdier than it looked. Sun Wu agreed under his breath. Aina turned to the leader and demanded to know the plan. Nothing, he replied calmly. Her eyes widened. He smiled and clarified. They didn't need to attack. Fine cracks spidered across the barrier. He added that he intended to handle the boss alone. The system confirmed it. Boss monster, golem. The golem shifted its blazing gaze toward them. The chat exploded, analyzing its design, debating whether data should be gathered first, questioning whether the leader should fight solo. The stream numbers kept climbing. Jaehyun cast an irritated glance at the hovering drone. Inwardly, he noted the pattern. Every year, the academy lost nearly 70% of its students. Most failed to endure this place. The barrier groaned under another strike. He continued his thoughts silently. Each year, the strongest monsters were conveniently allocated to B and C classes. The distribution was never fair, and the system that claimed to measure talent was built to filter out more than it nurtured. When the barrier shattered into fragments of light, the system voice cut through the heat. Objective updated. Defeat Revagulum and retrieve its core. Jaehyun glanced aside briefly, annoyed that he hadn't cleaned the interface for the viewers. The stream would spike now. Useless overlays would only clutter the screen. He dismissed the thought. None of that mattered anymore. He moved first. The monster answered with a roar, molten fists swelling with concentrated mana. Min Jaehyun didn't retreat. He stepped in and swung. Behind him, his teammates shouted for caution, demanding to know why he was charging in so recklessly. Then Kim Yoo-jung's calm voice cut through them. Everything was fine. Sunu stared at her in disbelief. She simply folded her arms and stated that he was no child. He had never lost. The next second, fist met fist. The impact thundered through the chamber. Revagulum staggered. The ground cracked beneath their feet. Aina watched with tight focus, calculating. At minimum, this thing was B-class. Fighting it alone would be suicide for most. For him, it was different. He wasn't guessing. He wasn't gambling. He was certain. The golem swung again. Min Jaehyun's eyes sharpened. A magic shield flared at the exact moment of impact, absorbing the crushing force. He slid back but landed steady. Enough testing. Wind amplification activated. Ice path deployed simultaneously. Spears of ice erupted from beneath his boots, surging upward like frozen pillars. They struck the golem's mass and lifted it violently toward the ceiling. Stone trembled as the structure groaned. The monster tore free and crashed back down, charging along the slick ice trail. John activated ability analysis, but he was forced to leap aside as a molten hand nearly erased him from existence. The boss spun, smashing downward again. Min Jaehyun pivoted cleanly and avoided the blow. The chat fractured into arguments. Some called it reckless. Others called it dominance. Min Jaehyun studied Revagulum mid-motion. Raw power high. Attack silence. Dangerous. Strategy. Non-existent. That was the weakness. An inner chain lashed from his palm and wrapped around the golem's arm. The ice path responded instantly. Jagged shards cascaded downward at his command, slamming into the monster's frame. He lowered his hand slightly. The bind would hold for only seconds. That was enough. Then something shifted. Ice crystals began forming directly across the golem's burning surface. Not melting, growing, expanding. They spread across joints first. Cracking sounds followed. The frozen growth thickened, forcing apart molten seams. Revagulum's movements slowed as its own heat betrayed it, fractures running through its structure while the ice continued to bloom. He stood there smiling while the frozen mass around him thickened and spread exactly as he intended. every shard of ice growing under his command until he knew the timing was perfect, and then the cold snapped in motion as streams of water tore free from his control and crashed over Revigal in a roaring surge. Steam exploding from the golem's body as heat and frost collided, the massive frame cracking, hissing, and finally collapsing in on itself while the system voice rang out, declaring the dungeon boss defeated. What remained was nothing more than a crumbling mound of cooling stone. He stared at it for a second, then turned toward the hovering camera, spreading his arms as if presenting a finished performance and calmly announcing that it was done, that this had been the boss, even though half the viewers clearly refused to believe something so overwhelming could end that fast. Behind him, the team simply stared at their leader, eyes wide, still processing what they had just witnessed. Kim Yu-young finally broke the silence, calling him insane under her breath. But even as she said it, she could not hide the shock in her eyes, because every time she thought she understood his limits, he stepped further ahead, and she was forced to admit that the distance between them was growing to the point where catching up no longer seemed realistic. He slipped one hand into his pocket as the system reported that the party had cleared all 3 levels and obtained the revival core. Yet his expression did not soften, because he knew something the others did not. The trial was not finished. One final piece remained, and before this day ended, Gu Jian would lose everything. When the system asked if the team wished to return to the real world, he answered no without hesitation. The confirmation prompt appeared again, asking if he truly refused immediate transfer, and while the chat exploded in confusion, he simply confirmed it with the same calm tone. Then he looked into the camera with a faint smirk and asked the viewers whether they were disappointed that the battle had ended too quickly, because he was not done yet. And although some of them might regret what came next, they were going to challenge the hidden boss. There was only one path forward, a narrow route cutting across a lake of churning lava, and as the group began moving, the chat flooded with questions. He turned slightly toward the drone and explained that he could feel an intense concentration of magic ahead, something dense and ancient, and when he glanced back at the team, he saw the unease on their faces. The leader's brow tightened. Kim Yu-young shot him an irritated look and muttered that this tension was normal in a dungeon like this, but he only smiled and told them not to worry. The others flinched when Min Jae-hyun casually reminded them that no matter how much pain they felt in here, they would not truly die, and he immediately realized from their expressions that they had taken his words the wrong way. A moment later, he crouched and lifted a blue, glowing sphere from the ground, announcing that he had found it, and when he faced the stone wall ahead, the system notification appeared, stating that a hidden level had been discovered and that a special mission was now available. The girl stared at the wall with visible apprehension. He remained perfectly calm. He stood still, waiting for the system to issue the objective to defeat the hidden level's main boss in return, already knowing what should come next. And as he frowned slightly, he reflected that ordinary students did not even know hidden levels existed, and even if luck somehow revealed that secret to them, they would never manage to uncover the entrance. Gu Jian understood the structure of this place too well. That was precisely why he considered it the safest ground possible. The regressor allowed himself a faint smirk, reminding himself that he was not bound by ignorance. He had seen every trap, every condition, every concealed trigger this dungeon possessed, and somewhere beyond the screen the director was likely staring in disbelief, unable to look away. Confidently, he pointed at the wall behind him and asked the viewers whether they sensed anything unusual here. The chat immediately erupted into arguments, confusion spreading as many wondered why other teams were still struggling and celebrating on the second floor, while this group stood in silence before a blank wall. He raised an eyebrow, already aware of the standard method to summon the hidden boss, but that would be predictable, and predictability bored him. If he was going to do this, he would do it differently. Yujim tilted her head and, with exaggerated innocence, asked what he meant, and he smiled, acknowledging that it was a fair question. Ina's eyes widened as realization dawned on her. She looked toward the lion-shaped stone stump in the center of the chamber and suggested that it resembled an altar, the shallow depression at its center far too deliberate to be decoration. Sonu nodded slowly in agreement. All eyes returned to the leader. He spread his hands and told them to think carefully, asking whether anyone had something that might fit. The sorceress stiffened as the shape of the hollow finally clicked in her mind. Before she could speak, a blue sphere materialized in his palm. He held up the golem core and asked whether she believed it would suffice. The redhead lifted one brow and replied that if it failed, then fate itself had miscalculated, because nothing else could match that form so perfectly. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and lowered the core into the altar, calmly declaring the beginning. The sphere settled into place and immediately began to radiate light. Thin lines carved across the platform, igniting one by one until the entire structure glowed like a living circuit. The ground trembled. He ordered everyone to step back. Flames burst upward, twisting into the shape of wings, and from the blazing pillar emerged a dragon, forged entirely of fire. The system window flashed, identifying it as the hidden boss and issuing a new objective. survive the encounter, and claim the dragon's heart for an extraordinary reward. A massive tail coiled into existence, sculpted from roaring flame. The creature opened its jaws, rows of incandescent fangs visible within, and when its body fully solidified from fire into form, it unleashed a deafening roar that shook the chamber. The commentators descended into chaos, debating whether the streamers could possibly withstand such a monster, and questioning the sanity of placing something like this inside an artificial dungeon meant for students. He covered his mouth with his fist and laughed quietly, already knowing he had predicted the reaction perfectly. The backlash was immediate and sharp. The dragon's raw physical strikes barely affected him, yet he could damage it without restraint, and that imbalance alone was enough to enrage the audience. Aina and Samu did not even try to hide their panic. They shouted, demanding to know how a dragon could possibly exist in a place like this, and whether any of this was normal for a student dungeon. Ajuin shot them a dark look, exhaling through her nose, as if exhausted by their performance. Their acting was painfully obvious. She wondered briefly how they ever managed to lie to their parents back in school when their allowance mysteriously disappeared. Then, without missing a beat, she widened her eyes and screamed at everyone to run, perfectly mimicking fear. He glanced at her and nodded inwardly. She was adapting well. Her talent had surfaced in the worst possible moment and the worst possible stage, but it was useful now. It was time to move. A faint smile touched his lips. The green light ignited around his body. Immediately, the system issued a warning that the subspace connection was destabilizing, and in the next instant the dragon tore free from its confined structure. In the monitoring room, the director did not look away from the screen. His expression hardened as disbelief turned into dread. These midterms were supposed to restore the Academy's image, calm the rumors, and quietly polish his reputation. Instead, the entire structure was shaking apart. Something had gone terribly wrong. The instructor stared tensely at the projection, watching the hidden boss rage, and cursed Min Jae-hyun for interfering with the subspace formula once again. Ha Jae-sang turned toward Gu Jian in near panic, insisting that a mere student could not possibly manipulate subspace mechanics. The director slowly turned his head and said there was no one else it could be. His jaw tightened as he muttered that he was certain the boy was responsible. The instructor swallowed hard, reminding himself that as long as the director retained power, his own path upward remained secure. On the screen, the boy pressed his palm lightly against his chest and calmly told the director not to worry. It cannot possibly get worse. The director did not even look back. He simply replied that he should be grateful this was only an irritating student and nothing more. Ha Jae-sang hesitated, confused by the certainty in his tone. Gu Jian's lips curved into a thin smile. If the boy's objective was merely to gather items, then it was manageable. He glanced at the dragon rampaging across the projection and added that he would sooner hand the academy over to his assistant than allow its honor to be publicly disgraced. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the table. If the boy's aim was nothing beyond clearing the dungeon, the damage could be contained and his own responsibility reduced. And if the boy desired something else entirely, then that, too, would be dealt with. The dragon had broken free. Control over it must have been weaker than expected. Gu Jian allowed himself a thin smile, assuming Min Jae-hyun would immediately focus on eliminating the fire dragon before the situation spiraled further, but the expression froze on his face when the screen showed something entirely different. The boy was not attacking. He was kneeling beside his injured teammate, trying to revive her. The director's pupils shrank to pinpoints the moment he saw blood. Yujim, pale and breathing unevenly, muttered that she was fine. The others helped her to her feet, moving carefully, while Sun Wu cursed under his breath, pointing out that the bleeding was too heavy, that the subspace defense system had malfunctioned, and demanding to know how such a breach had been allowed during an exam. Gu Jian's composure cracked. Panic flickered openly across his face. Everything was collapsing in directions he had not anticipated. If this was not contained immediately, his position would be finished. The broadcast flickered into static for a moment, and the chat flooded with alarm, viewers expressing genuine concern for the students as the tone shifted from spectacle to danger. The instructor, visibly shaken, asked what they should do. The director slammed his fist against the desk, cursing the audacity of the boy and demanding to know how he dared interfere like this. Messages poured across the screen in the hundreds. On the other side of the chaos, Min Jae-hyun allowed himself a faint grin. He could almost feel Gu Jian's narrative unraveling, the carefully layered lies and subtle provocations cracking under pressure. While the chat began accusing the director blindly, he quietly checked on Yujim through their private channel, asking if she was truly stable. She glanced at him sideways and replied that of course she was, unless he had actually believed her performance. He smiled. Though her palm was pressed convincingly against a blood-soaked side, she had deflected the dragon's strike at the critical moment and used controlled, bleeding magic to sell the injury flawlessly. The realism was almost excessive. He lowered his gaze briefly. The scene felt painfully familiar. In another life, this same girl had died in his arms, and the memory cut deeper than he allowed to show. Through the same hidden chat, she casually remarked that perhaps she had missed her calling and should have pursued acting instead, though it would have been unfortunate for the industry to lose such a rising star. He almost stumbled at that. With a restrained smile, he responded that she should evaluate her skills realistically, because mastering facial control was far more difficult than she implied. He kept his expression neutral as Kim Yu-young asked what he found amusing. He replied lightly that he was simply refocusing on the objective and told her to keep an eye on the others so they would not create unnecessary complications. He looked up at the dragon and calculated the outcome without emotion. If he chose efficiency, it would end in under a minute, but ending it that way would waste the stage. The dragon roared and expelled a torrent of flame, its claws slamming down and shattering the nearest rock formation. Stone collapsed in a violent cascade. He leapt back at the last possible instant, fragments crashing where he had stood. The monster advanced through smoke and fire. Delay was no longer an option. Mana gathered around his hand, compressing into visible light as he summoned a weapon. He steadied his breathing and focused. A shimmering portal split open behind him, and he reached in, gripping the hilt before pulling it free. A broad claymore manifested in full form. As he reinforced the blade with layered magic, the Chad immediately recognized it. He fixed his gaze on the dragon and addressed it silently. The lifespan of a lizard was short. Flames surged toward him again. He triggered a skill that replicated the properties of the Baltong sword and the Dragon Slayer attribute, energy shaping itself into a second spectral edge over the claymore. He advanced and struck with deliberate, crushing blows. The dragon retaliated, its tail sweeping in a blazing arc. The strike nearly caught Sun, but the blonde stepped forward and intercepted it with his shield, boots grinding into the ground from the impact. He narrowed his eyes, absorbing the force. As the clash continued, memory surfaced with clarity. The enemy had two weaknesses. He remembered reading it in the academy library. An Hoyan had once looked up from a book and questioned why a drake's weak point would be a small mole on its heel. Ina had called it absurd. Kim Yu-young had silenced them with a sharp hit to the head and told them to memorize, not debate. At the time he had laughed, thinking it trivial. Now it mattered. He channeled mana down the blade until it vibrated with pressure and charged again. The dragon answered with a concentrated stream of fire. Heat scorched the air. He exhaled and vaulted upward, avoiding the blast, eyes fixed on the creature's heels as he prepared to end it. The ring on his finger flared. Overdrive activated, amplifying all active skills by 50% for 5 minutes. He landed smoothly and immediately invoked Ice Kingdom. Frost detonated outward in every direction, freezing the inferno-drenched terrain in seconds. Flames crystallized mid-burst. The lava glow dulled beneath spreading ice. The chat exploded in disbelief as viewers realized the student had just deployed an A-class technique. One of his eyes gleamed with cold focus. He drew in a steady breath and prepared the final strike. The frozen dragon's body split apart with a sharp, echoing crack, ice splintering across the battlefield as if the sky itself had fractured, and the stunned onlookers could only stare while the mage steadied himself against his sword, eyes half-lidded, calmly scrolling through the system notifications announcing the defeat of a hidden boss and the acquisition of a special reward. And he covered his mouth with his hand as a quiet laugh slipped through his fingers, wondering if the director was enjoying the spectacle unfolding far beyond this arena. Because at that exact moment, inside the academy office, Gu Jian was losing what little composure he had left. The instructor stood before him, stumbling through excuses, insisting it was a misunderstanding, that he never intended for any of this to happen, only for Gu Jian to snap back with venom, asking whether he was implying that he had orchestrated it himself, and the man shouted no, swearing it was not his fault, but the director's palm slammed down onto the desk so hard the sound echoed off the walls. And in that suffocating silence, he finally understood the truth. No one in that room believed a single word coming out of his mouth. He was cornered. Nothing like this had ever spiraled so completely out of his control. Without even turning toward his assistant, Gu Jin demanded to know whether the reporters had been silenced. Hajuan, hands trembling, lifted his phone and admitted he had tried to contact every outlet, but each one rejected the offer outright, saying they no longer trusted Milla's academy. And in a hushed voice he added that this felt deliberate, as if someone had carefully arranged the entire collapse. Gu Jian's eyes darkened. Magic surged from his hand without restraint, and the instructor was hurled across the office, crashing violently into the wall. Madness flickered in the director's gaze as he screamed the name of the student he despised. There was no possibility that boy had done this alone. Someone stood behind him. Someone powerful. Someone pulling the strings. That hit him. Gu Jian's expression shifted, realization cutting through his fury, and he muttered under his breath that it could not be possible. The door burst open. The secretary rushed in, panic written all over his face, shouting that they were in serious trouble. Gu Jian turned, dread tightening his chest, as an envelope was placed into his hands. The letter bore the seal of the Lotus Guild. His fingers twitched as he tore it open, and when he heard that it had been issued directly by the CEO of Canian, the color drained from his face. Inside was an official notice detailing disciplinary measures against Milla's Academy, along with a warrant for his arrest. His hand shook as he skimmed the document, the words blurring together, each sentence striking harder than the last. The incident during the second practical exam had been deemed catastrophic. It stated plainly that when the students' lives were placed in danger, Director Gu Jian had once again failed them, just as he had during the infamous guild experiment. And this time, there would be no quiet resolution behind closed doors. The words refused to settle in his mind as he kept reading. Accusations stacked one over another, each line colder than the last, stating that he had broken his promises, endangered the lives of young students once again, bribed politicians to protect his own interests, and violated 17 separate provisions of the Raider Law, and that for these crimes, Director Jian was to be taken into custody immediately. The document went further, confirming its authenticity under the authority of the Lotus Guild and Director Sinan herself, leaving no room for denial or delay. His fingers crushed the paper as rage burst out of him, shouting that the Lotus Guild had no authority to issue such an order, that only the National Raider Control Center could release a warrant. But the defiance drained from his face the moment his eyes dropped to the next paragraph. 29 guilds across Korea, including the 4 major ones, had formally agreed to the disciplinary action against Milla's Academy and to his punishment, and the decision had been directly approved by the National Raider Control Center. It was final. It was not subject to appeal. Sweat rolled down his temple as the truth sank in. Even the control center, even them. He had ensured the management remained unaware, had tied every loose end himself, and yet everything collapsed at once, which meant only one thing. There was a rat inside his own walls. The office doors opened without warning. Several officials stepped inside with unreadable expressions, and Gu Jian looked at them with hollow despair as they announced his arrest on charges of bribery and violation of Raider Law. The room that once echoed with his authority now felt suffocatingly small. Outside, a storm of reporters had already swallowed the academy gates. Cameras flashed relentlessly as Min Jae-hyun walked through the crowd, supporting his injured friend at his side, while journalists shouted over one another, trying to extract answers. A faint smile touched his lips. It seemed the teacher had completed her task exactly as planned. A microphone was suddenly thrust in front of his face, a reporter pleading for a single response, asking whether he had known something during the live broadcast when he openly criticized Principal Gu Jian. The young man cut him off calmly, stating that under Milla's Academy's confidentiality regulations, he had no right to disclose any internal matters. Surprise flickered across the journalist's expression, but Jae-hyun glanced at him briefly and noted this was already the 3rd time he had been asked the same thing. And as he moved forward, he added that what truly mattered was that his friends had been placed in danger. That single sentence ignited the crowd. Reporters surged toward him again, demanding clarification, asking whether it was connected to the guild experiment incident, pressing harder with every step. Jay's expression hardened as he reminded them that his girlfriend was injured and ordered them to step aside. Confusion rippled through the press as an ambulance waited at the entrance. Watching the paramedics prepare to move her, the young man exhaled quietly, thinking that it was fortunate Yu Sung-eun had chosen to oversee the treatment herself. Because if ordinary doctors had examined her too closely, the carefully constructed deception would have unraveled on the spot. Just as the noise began to settle, the mage suddenly stopped, turned back toward the swarm of cameras, and told them to remember one thing. His gaze swept over the crowd, cold and unwavering, as he stated that what happened today was not a coincidence. Not this time. A ripple of shock moved through the reporters. At that exact moment, the arrested director was escorted outside. Gu Jian's steps were stiff, his eyes unfocused, as if he still could not comprehend how everything had collapsed so completely. Then something struck the side of his head. An egg burst against his hair. A voice from the crowd shouted for the villain to confess. Another egg followed. Then another. Within seconds they were flying from every direction, splattering across his suit while the crowd roared for him to disappear. Gu Jian hunched his shoulders, trying to shield himself from the barrage, and when his eyes lifted briefly toward the young raider standing in the distance, there was confusion in them, as if he still believed this was some unfortunate accident spiraling out of control. Watching Yo Young being carefully placed into the ambulance, the hero thought to himself that perhaps the director truly believed in coincidence, or perhaps he simply called it bad luck. He turned away, and a quiet, victorious smile formed on his lips. Of course it was not an accident. Inside the ambulance, everyone had gathered. The tension finally cracked when Yo Young suddenly sneezed, followed by a startled scream from inside the vehicle. She sat upright, glaring at him, declaring that he was clearly not meant to be an actor, and he blinked in confusion, asking whether his performance had truly been that terrible. As he scratched his head awkwardly, she began rambling excuses to cover her embarrassment, and laughter filled the confined space. The Lotus Guild leader observed them with a small smile before turning her attention to him, remarking that the guild experiment incident had ended cleanly enough. But what exactly had he been thinking this time? Her tone sharpened slightly as she added that one wrong move, and he would have been exposed. He interlocked his fingers calmly and replied that it was precisely because of that previous incident that he had realized something. The others leaned in, and faint smiles appeared when he explained that while protecting himself mattered, saving lives mattered more. He lowered his gaze afterward, knowing that was only part of the truth. Gu Jian would not disappear so easily. His ties to Asami ran deep. This was not the end. Yo-Young nudged him with a grin, asking what strange thoughts were running through his head and whether he had eaten something spoiled. He told her to be quiet, earning another round of laughter. Sun-Un watched the exchange fondly, thinking that despite everything, her student was still just a boy beneath the weight he carried. Then she announced that a press conference would be held in 3 days. He looked up at her. With a subtle, knowing smile, she added that the former director's fate would be decided there. Far away, inside the National Raider Control Center, Jess clenched his fist tightly, whispering to himself that Gu Jian's fall was no longer a possibility. It was imminent. He folded his arms across his chest and asked his assistant about Agent Jean's status. The assistant raised his hand slightly and reported that she would be joining them shortly, adding that everything was proceeding according to plan. The boss nodded, satisfied that the pieces were falling into place. He lifted the phone to his ear and asked the person on the other end whether preparations should begin in advance for the former director's arrest. The response was immediate. Yes, proceed. The Lotus Guild would handle the remaining matters. Jess glanced at the screen in front of him and reminded the caller about his earlier request. He was told not to worry. The funds had already been arranged. Standing alone in the center of his office, he ended the call and slowly lowered the phone, releasing a long breath of relief. His gaze shifted to the monitor displaying the official cause for the arrest: corruption and embezzlement of Academy funds. The charge was clean, precise, difficult to escape. 3 days later, the Lotus Guild's press conference began. Min Jae-hyun stepped into the hall, scanned the sea of seats and flashing equipment, then instinctively turned away when someone asked whether he was nervous. Yu Sung-eun approached him quietly. He admitted, without looking at her, that he disliked crowds. After a moment, he closed his eyes, exhaled steadily, and allowed himself to think that perhaps this chapter was finally closing. His eyes dropped his palm. He slowly clenched it into a fist, reminding himself that Malay Academy would temporarily fall under his control. He had made an agreement with the Raider Control Center. From here on, he would no longer be restrained. A hand settled on his shoulder. Yu Sung-eun told him it was time. She stood in the doorway and motioned forward. The hum of journalists swelled as someone shouted that they were entering. Camera flashes erupted like a storm as the representatives stepped inside. The head of the Raider Control Department wore a stern expression. The Lotus Guild leader accepted the microphone first, greeting the audience and thanking them for attending the joint press conference held by the Lotus Guild and the National Raider Control Center, formally introducing herself. Ji-suk followed, stating his name and position with measured composure. Min Jae-hyun stepped forward last and introduced himself. The cameras clicked even louder. The tension in the room was sharp, almost restless. The reporters knew exactly what stood before them. A student who had signed a first partnership contract with the Lotus Guild, a raider rumored to possess not only A-class abilities, but S-class skills as well, a name that had already begun circulating beyond national borders. Add to that the whispers that Yu Sung-eun had personally trained him, and the atmosphere shifted from curiosity to obsession. Min Jae-hyun's expression remained dull, almost indifferent. In his mind, they were not here for truth. They were here to stare. The guild leader closed her eyes briefly, then calmly instructed the press to proceed with questions, asking them to raise their hands and follow Manager Su's guidance. The first reporter stood and asked directly whether it was true that former director Gu Jian had intentionally killed students and disguised the incidents as accidents. Soma did not hesitate. She nodded once and confirmed it. There was solid evidence supporting the charges. A faint smirk touched Min Jae-hyun's lips. Even if extracting that evidence required forcing confessions from certain instructors, he had no intention of contradicting the statement. Somu continued, clarifying that this was not an isolated case. The former director had allegedly orchestrated similar incidents dozens of times. Every year, enormous funds were allocated to support Milla's academy. Financial motive was the most obvious explanation, though other possibilities were still being examined. A murmur spread across the hall. Another reporter raised his hand and asked who else had been involved in the corruption besides Gu Jian. The guild leader lowered her gaze and stated that the investigation was ongoing and further details would be disclosed once confirmed. The whispering intensified. Noticing the fixation on the scandal, she asked whether there were questions beyond the incident itself. A blonde journalist immediately stood and asked Min Jae-hyun whether it was true that he was Sung-eun's direct student. He smiled slightly and confirmed it. Cameras flashed again. He added that everything he had achieved was thanks to her guidance, and that he stood there today because of her instruction. The room stirred at that admission. Another reporter quickly followed, pointing out that until now there had been almost no media coverage about him, asking whether he had deliberately concealed his abilities from the beginning. He answered evenly that he simply disliked unnecessary attention. The same journalist pressed further, asking when he had signed his contract with the Lotus Guild. Min Jae-hyun raised an eyebrow and replied that it had only happened recently. Inwardly, he considered the irony. Luck, perhaps, or careful timing. The flashes returned without mercy, cameras firing in relentless bursts as reporters surged forward and buried Min Jae-hyun under questions about his training, his family, even the details of his private life. And for a brief second a shadow crossed his face because he understood this was only the beginning and that the noise surrounding him now would multiply in the future. So he steadied his breathing and forced his thoughts back into place. Before the crowd could press harder, the guild leader lifted her hand and calmly instructed them to restrain themselves and stop overwhelming her student. And when her gaze met his, he answered with a quiet look of gratitude that said more than words ever could. Several days later, beneath polished banners and heavy lights, the inauguration ceremony for the interim director began. Kim Yoo-young leaned back with her hands behind her head and muttered that too much had happened in too short a time, while Han-eung answered that the only thing that mattered was that they were all still standing. Ina knit her brows and added that if any of them had been seriously hurt, she would not have let it pass so easily. Jay turned toward them and reminded everyone in a calm voice that none of this was over. The brunette gave a firm nod, already aware that Gu Jae-in would never retreat quietly. Kim Yoo-young added that for now, their focus was simple. They would grow stronger, and with the Lotus Guild and the Raider Control Center backing them, they finally had room to climb. An Hoi-an clenched his fist and admitted that the guild incident had shown him exactly how weak he truly was, and he would not stay that way. Ina straightened her collar and agreed without hesitation, confessing that she, too, had a long way to go. The redhead stole a glance at the others, aware of how much time she had lost, yet silently swore she would not fall behind again. Their leader listened but said nothing, his gaze drifting elsewhere, because while he wanted them to grow stronger, he had already decided he would not drag them into what was coming next. The battles ahead were his responsibility. If he wanted to stand against the aces waiting in the shadows, then he alone would have to rise high enough to face them. His fist tightened at his side as the stage lights suddenly converged on a single figure stepping forward. Whispers spread through the students like wildfire. Kim Yoo-jung's eyes widened in confusion as she asked why that instructor was walking out from backstage. Jay's lips curved faintly, and he told her to look carefully. She still did not understand, until he said the name Jean. The woman reached the podium with steady steps, and the realization struck all at once. Instructor Jean was no longer just an instructor. She was now the Academy's new director. Gasps rippled through the hall. Ina and Kim Yoo-young stared ahead with their mouths open, stunned. An Hoi-an's eyes were just as wide, fixed on the stage as if trying to confirm this was real. And beneath the blinding lights, the new director stood at the microphone, announcing her position with calm authority, while the future of the Academy shifted in that single, irreversible moment. The girl remained frozen beside him, eyes wide, unable to accept what she was seeing because the woman on that stage looked far too young to be carrying the weight of a director's title. Min Jae-hyun only smiled faintly and glanced aside, answering her earlier confusion in a calm tone, reminding her that the woman had introduced herself as the new magic instructor. And just as he casually added that she was originally a spy from the Raider Control Center, the newly appointed director stepped forward from the podium, as if confirming every hidden layer behind that promotion. Elsewhere, inside the Raider Control Center, 3 figures sat in a quiet office. Yoo Sung-eun rested her folded hands on her knees and asked directly who would be appointed as the next director. The man across from her smiled at the timing of the question. Jiz leaned back comfortably, folding his hands over his legs as he assured her there was no need for concern because he already had the perfect candidate in mind. Without turning fully, he gestured behind him and instructed his subordinate to call on the person they had been discussing. Footsteps echoed softly as the girl entered the room. The memory of that moment lingered in Min Jae-hyun's mind as he now stood among the students, arms crossed over his chest, watching events unfold with quiet calculation. In the doorway back then, John had stood with her hand on the handle, calm and composed, as if she had known this path would lead here. Even now, as the Academy Hall buzzed with whispers, he frowned slightly and looked away, understanding that if Lotus began tightening its grip over the Academy, backlash would be inevitable. Let her carry the burden, he thought coldly. If dirty work had to be done, it was better that she stood in front. Behind him, a student muttered in disbelief that becoming a director at 20 years old was nothing short of shocking. In his mind, faces of other instructors seemed to fade out one by one, crossed away by circumstance, leaving only her, the single remaining choice backed by the center. The new director placed her hand on the microphone Hoi-wan, and her voice carried clearly through the hall as she greeted the students, introduced herself formally, and clarified that she would serve as acting director while asking for their cooperation. Beyond the ceremony, life moved forward without pause. A building entrance glowed under bright lights as a cheerful girl with a microphone Hoi-wan stood before a large display screen marked with the score 89, speaking energetically to the camera. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun sat on a couch somewhere quieter, exhaustion weighing down his shoulders. He stared ahead, barely listening to the noise around him, wondering why he had been dragged there at all when all he wanted was rest. Just hours earlier, someone had been pounding relentlessly on his door. He had adjusted his jacket in irritation and shouted for them to wait while he finished getting dressed, unaware that even a moment of peace was becoming a rare luxury in his life. Min Jae-hyun wrapped his fingers around the door handle and pulled it open, only to find Kim Yoo-young, Ina, and An Hoi-won lined up outside like a coordinated ambush. The blonde immediately stepped forward, arms crossed, and clearly irritated, reminding him that they had agreed to celebrate the end of exams with karaoke. Before he could form an excuse, the guy beside her lifted his fist with his thumb raised and proudly announced that he had already reserved a room at the best karaoke bar in the area. Jay scratched the back of his head, staring at them in disbelief, asking if they seriously meant right now. That was how he found himself sitting in a dimly lit karaoke room, surrounded by flashing lights and cheap enthusiasm, staring blankly ahead as if questioning every decision that had led to this moment. He still did not understand how he had been dragged here so efficiently. Then, as if surrendering to fate, he rose from the soft sofa, microphone in hand, and declared that since he was already there, he might as well show them something they had not heard in a long time. He brought the microphone to his lips and began singing, the opening line drifting out with a dramatic "late at night, if you don't mind," and within seconds the atmosphere shifted. The students froze in horror. Their expressions hardened into stunned silence as his voice filled the room with a level of confidence completely detached from reality. In the background, whispers spread about whether he should be permanently banned from karaoke establishments. Someone muttered that it turned out their supposedly invincible friend was painfully human after all. Jay, still committed, powered through the lyrics, while laughter broke out behind him. When a girl joked that no one was perfect but life was still worth living, he simply rubbed the back of his head, exhausted yet oddly proud, standing beneath the glowing screen that now displayed the brutal number 10. As he finally lowered the microphone, two of his friends exhaled deeply, silently vowing they would never allow him near a microphone again. Unbothered, Jay walked back toward the sofa and casually asked who was next. Without hesitation, he extended the microphone toward Ina, telling her to hold it. The device slipped from her hands, and he caught it mid-fall, frowning as he asked what was wrong with her and why she seemed so distracted. He noticed her palm tremble slightly. Flustered, she clenched her other hand into a fist, avoiding his eyes. When he asked if she was sick, she tightened her grip on a microphone and insisted she was fine. The white projector screen glowed softly behind her as she stood there holding the mic with both hands, admitting quietly that she was awkward and they should not expect much from her. Kim Yoo-young, grinning mischievously, pointed toward the guy sitting behind her and teased that she would still be better than him no matter what. With her head lowered, the dark-haired girl remained standing in front of the screen, a faint sadness crossing her face while the guys behind her continued arguing noisily, unaware that for her, stepping forward felt far more difficult than singing off-key ever could. Sitting back on the couch, he watched her with mild curiosity, already deciding that no matter how it turned out, he would clap for her effort alone. She stood there with her head lowered, eyes closed, fingers wrapped tightly around the microphone, as if it were the only thing anchoring her in place. Then she began to sing. The first note cut cleanly through the room. His lips parted slightly. The noise, the teasing, the careless chatter, everything dissolved. He stared at her, unable to reconcile the shy, awkward girl from seconds ago with the voice now filling the space so effortlessly. It was steady, controlled, and unexpectedly beautiful. For a moment, even he forgot to breathe. And as her voice carried on, the scene shifted. An empty city street stretched under dim lights. Myeonin walked alone, adjusting the cap on his head as his footsteps echoed softly against the pavement. High above, a black cat sat perched on the roof of a tall building, its silhouette sharp against the night sky. A faint sound drifted through the air. The hero turned his head instinctively, but the rooftop was empty. The cat was gone. His eyes narrowed slightly, though his pace did not slow. Step after step, he moved forward, deeper into the silent street where a strange building loomed ahead like a shadow, waiting to swallow him whole. He tugged his cap lower over his forehead and wondered if someone truly dared to follow Heimdall. Then he stopped, pulling the cap off completely. A faint smile touched his lips. "Stop hiding," he said calmly, telling whoever lingered in the dark to step forward. The air shifted. Hela appeared as if she had always been there, her presence quiet yet undeniable. She tilted her head and replied that it was rude to accuse her of following him. She had only come to say hello. He frowned slightly, slipping his hands into his pockets, standing just a short distance from her. This time, he said evenly, "You've started something interesting." Her smile deepened. She studied him with unwavering focus and answered that not only he and the Aesir were capable of shaping events. He let out a quiet breath through his nose, half amusement, half disbelief. "So you still haven't abandoned that meaningless hope?" For a brief second, memory flickered. his hand reaching toward a small glowing tree, lights shimmering against the dark. Hella's lips curved faintly. Who knows, she replied. He laughed under his breath, running a hand through his hair before opening his eyes fully and fixing her with a sharp look. Do you really think a human can destroy the Aesir? Without waiting for her answer, he stepped forward, dismissing the idea as absurd. She moved just as quickly, blocking his path with one raised arm. His expression hardened. Move, he told her. Her eyes closed briefly, calm despite the tension. If he was going to confront the enemy spoken of in prophecy, she said quietly, she could not allow him to proceed unchecked. Rage flickered across his face. Do you want to die? She met his gaze without hesitation and reminded him that in Midgard, he would never be able to unleash his full power. Extending her long, clawed fingers slightly, she added that in this realm, she held the advantage. A faint mocking smile returned to his lips. If she truly intended to kill him, he said coldly, then she should be prepared to face death herself. Hela arched a brow, a slow smile forming as she answered that she was not here to fight him. Not now. Her role this time was different. She only intended to buy a little time for rest. Her words lingered in the air like an unfinished sentence. The scene dissolved back into the karaoke room, where Seo Aina stood beneath the projector glow, microphone in hand. Min Jaehyun stared at her with widened eyes, still caught in the aftermath of her voice. Then the song ended. Silence hovered for half a breath before she turned toward them and quietly asked what they thought. Kim Yoo-jung's mouth fell open as she demanded to know where Seo Aina had learned to sing like that. An Hoi-won shook his head in disbelief, saying he could not believe she had hidden something this miraculous from them. Jae, still slightly stunned, asked if she had secretly taken vocal lessons. She shook her head. The karaoke room door reflected colored lights as Yoo Jae-sang leaned forward, declaring that Seo Aina was unbelievably talented. Tilting her head, Seo Aina asked hesitantly if her singing had sounded strange. All three answered at once, absolutely not. The student lifted the microphone Hoi-won again and boldly announced that Seo Aina had just outperformed everyone. An Hoi-won immediately urged her to sing another song. Her eyes widened, and color rushed to her cheeks. Smiling shyly, she thanked them and admitted this was only the second time in her life she had ever sung in front of someone. Jay's gaze drifted across his friends. His lips slightly parted as he realized how different the atmosphere felt. The tension, the weight of recent events, the endless pressure, it had all thinned out, replaced by something steady and warm. He leaned back and closed his eyes briefly. Moments like this were rare, but they mattered. Even warriors needed pause. Later, inside his home, Jae-hin placed something carefully on the table and told his mother it was a gift. She looked down at it, confused by the sudden gesture, unable to understand what occasion called for something so unexpected. When she picked it up and unfolded the document, her eyes widened. Is this the savings book? He smiled and nodded, telling her it was for her personal expenses. She stared at the booklet longer than necessary, slowly realizing that her son had grown without her noticing. As she examined the numbers written inside, she thought that someone his age should be living freely, enjoying life, not worrying about family burdens. Then her mouth parted in shock. Did you really earn this much? He nodded again, calm and certain, telling her it was all hers now. As he watched her reaction, he felt something settle inside him. The words he had carried for so long, the quiet promise, the determination to change their circumstances, had finally taken form. For the first time, he was not speaking about the future. He had already begun to reshape it. He stood there imagining his mother's face, thinking about how many times he had promised himself he would come home early, sit beside her, hug her tightly, and proudly show her everything her son had achieved. Yet every single time he chose another battle, another responsibility, another burden, telling himself there would always be more time later. His fists slowly tightened. Ever since he returned to the past, everything inside him had changed. The reckless boy who once chased strength for himself was gone. Now, every decision revolved around one purpose: protect his friends, protect his family, never allow them to suffer again. And in the middle of those thoughts, another image surfaced. Odin. The name alone made his jaw stiffen. That existence had to fall. No matter what it took, he would end him. He had clawed his way back to this life. He would not allow anyone to steal it again. He rose from his chair and calmly told his mother not to worry about money anymore, to simply live peacefully from now on. She suddenly stood as well. Before he could react, her hands reached for him, and she pulled him into a firm embrace. She lowered her head slightly and quietly said it must have been hard for her son to achieve all of this alone. A faint smile formed on his face as he answered that it had been difficult, but he managed. She then told him she already knew. She had always known. Hearing that, the strength he carried so tightly began to crack. Tears slid down his face without permission. A knock echoed from the door behind him. He quickly wiped his eyes, inhaled once, and walked to open it. As the door swung open, Ina stood there adjusting her hair, greeting him casually as if nothing in the world was heavy. He blinked at her in mild surprise, and before he could speak, Kim Young stepped forward with a knowing look. commenting that he probably had no idea how Ina managed to track down his address. He stared at both of them and asked what was going on this time. Ina raised a finger and explained there would be a barbecue at her house tonight. He was invited, obviously. He asked, slightly stunned, whether her parents were back in Korea. She nodded with a smile and added that her mother always asks about him and wants to thank him personally. Kim Yoo-young snorted lightly, reminding everyone that if anyone was indebted, it was Ina to his mother, not the other way around. Ina widened her eyes, questioning since when she owed him anything, insisting her debt was only to his mother. He raised his hand to his face, thinking silently. 2 months had passed since entering the academy. In just that short time, battles, secrets, blood, gods, and destinies had collided around him. So much had happened that normal moments like this almost felt unreal. He wondered if this was the right moment to step back into something ordinary, even for one evening. He crossed his arms and listened as she told him to come if he had the chance, adding that her parents would be happy to see him after such a long time. He parted his lips slightly, then accepted. She told him to arrive at 6 in the evening. He turned and said goodbye. Ina squinted at him and suddenly asked if he had been crying. He glanced at his sleeve and calmly denied it, saying he must have gotten it wet while washing the dishes. Her gaze lowered. For a moment, they simply stood there, looking at each other without words. He said goodbye again and watched them leave. Later, standing in front of the apartment building, he lifted his hand slightly and realized how attentive Jae-hyun had been. The moment he stepped inside, the interior alone made it obvious. This family was wealthy. Everything was polished, spacious, arranged with quiet confidence. Ina rose from the sofa and greeted him. He walked closer and said he wanted to ask something. Looking directly at her, he questioned why she had come earlier, whether Ing had forced her. She shook her head and replied that she just had nowhere else to go. That answer made him pause. He apologized without hesitation. She turned away, and he remembered that Ina no longer had a family to return to. From the kitchen, Kim Yoo-jung's voice called out to her father to move the meat. He understood immediately. That was why she had brought Ina here. She knew how sensitive the subject was. Someone called his name. He turned and saw Kim Yoo-jung's father standing behind him, smiling as if no time had passed. From the kitchen, her mother leaned out and asked if it was really Min Jae-hyun. He bowed his head politely in greeting, and as he looked at them, memories surged. In his previous life, these two had taken care of him on the day he lost his mother. Before he could say anything else, the man pulled him into a tight headlock, laughing that he had grown up a lot. Closing his eyes briefly, he recognized the gesture. It was their way, a family habit. The man nudged him with his elbow and teased him, asking if his daughter was still bullying him like when they were kids, reminding him how he used to run and complain to his uncle after getting beaten. He rubbed the back of his head and muttered that it was a long time ago. Suddenly, Ing stepped hard on her father's foot, frowning as she ordered him to carry the groceries instead. He looked at her calmly and remarked that at this rate, she would not be getting married anytime soon. Her father immediately nudged him with his elbow again and, without hesitation, asked whether he wanted to marry Kim Yoo-young instead. The words dropped heavily. Her face flushed bright red in an instant. Ina's eyes shifted toward them. He blinked and asked what he meant by that. Kim Yoo-young shut her eyes tightly as her father continued, saying that although his daughter was difficult and stubborn, she had a kind heart and a sharp mind. Before he could add more, she grabbed him by the arm, ordering him to hurry up and bring the meat, then pointed at Min Jae-hyun and told him to help as well. Gritting his teeth, the father muttered something about her terrible personality while being dragged away. Min Jae-hyun stood there with an awkward smile, watching the chaos unfold. The terrace table was already prepared. Plates were filled, steam rising into the evening air. He glanced down at the grilled meat and noted that, as always, it looked flawless. Kim Yoo-jung's father held the tongs proudly and declared that since he used to be a chef, everyone should hurry up and start eating before it cooled. They began. While chewing, Kim Yoo-jung mentioned that she wished On Hoyeon and Jae-sang were there too. Sitting at the table, he explained that they were all busy, that circumstances did not allow it this time, but next time they would gather properly. As the man approached and took his seat, he said Min Jae-hyun had surprised him greatly. He did not immediately understand what he meant. The man clarified that he was referring to how he had helped Yoo-young during the exam and thanked him sincerely. Min Jae-hyun smiled lightly and dismissed it as nothing special. But as he looked away, he remembered the truth. It had only been part of a calculated move. Thinking about it now left a faint bitterness inside him. Kim Yoo-young placed another piece of meat into her mouth and suddenly smiled. He caught that smile and returned it without thinking. Her mother watched him and said she was genuinely happy to see him. She admitted she had been shocked when he chose to study magic, even wondering if it was because he did not want to be separated from Kim Yoo-young. Ina quietly listened to his polite words of thanks, a small smile on her lips. The woman then added that he seemed to be becoming more handsome every day and turned to her daughter, telling her she should find a man like Min Jae-hyun. Kim Yoo-young immediately told her mother to stop saying strange things and to focus on eating before the meat got cold. In the middle of the laughter, Ina slowly placed her chopsticks down on the table. He noticed. He lowered his gaze. Aina was sitting quietly at the table. He asked what was wrong. She answered that she was fine. He covered his mouth for a moment, wondering if he had imagined the slight shift in her expression. Kim Yu-young casually placed more food on Ina's plate, chatting as usual, and he told himself he was overthinking it. Elsewhere, inside a different apartment, a voice cut through the air. The old man raised his hands mockingly and asked his son whether he had suddenly grown soft, whether he had taken pity on dying students and decided to play hero. Huang kept his head lowered, listening. His jaw tightened. He knew the truth. If he had hesitated even slightly back then, he would have been arrested alongside Gu Jian. His father's eyes widened with fury as he shouted that his son was a disgrace. The boy tried to speak, but he was silenced immediately. A finger stabbed toward his chest as the old man declared that he was meant to become the greatest raider in Korea, that no one else could compare. His eyes burned red as he continued, calling Min Jae-hyun nothing more than an obstacle blocking his path. The boy told him to stop. Silence hung for a second. He frowned, finally understanding that no matter how many times he tried to reason with him, it was pointless. His father had always said the same thing. Step over others, climb, dominate. In his mind, he saw countless hands reaching toward him, dragging, pushing, suffocating. Then he turned. Behind him, instead of shadows, he imagined the faces of his comrades. His fist clenched. Looking directly at his father, he said he would not live according to someone else's commands. This was his life. The old man grabbed him by the shoulder, demanding to know if he even understood the weight of his words. The boy calmly removed the hand from his shoulder and told his father to live his own life instead. He turned and walked away while the old man shouted after him. The door slammed. He stood alone in the kitchen, breathing steadily. After a long moment, he admitted to himself that he did not want to defeat Ji-hun through cowardly tricks. If they were to fight, it would be fair. No schemes, no manipulation, only strength. The scene shifted back to Kim Yu-jung's house. Min Jae-hyun smiled faintly, observing how well her parents got along. Glancing at his watch, he noted they had gone out together for a late-night movie, leaving the house unusually quiet. She raised her hand and confirmed it, adding that even after so many years of marriage her parents still behaved like newlyweds. He pushed himself up from the couch and said it was time to leave. Kim Yu-young immediately asked if he was really going already. He replied that it was almost midnight. She frowned and asked since when he had started acting so distant, whether he could not sit a little longer. He simply looked at her in silence. After a moment, he rubbed the back of his head and asked if her father would be angry. She opened her mouth wider, clearly not expecting that. He explained calmly that he'd already stayed a long time while her parents were out and wondered if they might scold him for overstepping. A smirk appeared on her lips as she said he only needed to avoid doing anything that deserved punishment. She turned to Ina and asked for her opinion. Ina lifted her head and agreed quietly. He crossed his arms and declared that in that case, he would stay until exactly midnight. Kim Yu-young instantly accused him of being heartless, pointing out that even Ina was there. Ina lowered her gaze again, then looked at Kim Yu-young and said she had a question, asking if she could say it. Both of them stared at her as she asked directly whether they were a couple. He parted his lips slightly, caught off guard. She continued looking at him without blinking. He covered his face with his hand and explained that it was a misunderstanding, asking why she would even think that. Kim Yu-young flushed bright red and shouted that she would never date him. CO Ina stepped in, explaining that they were simply close and comfortable with each other's families. Still, Ina looked between them and asked again. Kim Yu-young insisted they just had a good relationship, nothing romantic. Ina's lips parted slightly before she looked away and apologized for asking. He checked his phone. Midnight. He stood up and said it was time. Waving lightly, he said goodbye and stepped outside. The night sky stretched dark above him as he walked down the quiet street. Then, ahead on the sidewalk, someone suddenly began to collapse. He turned toward her the moment the air shifted, already knowing that presence wasn't ordinary, and asked what had happened. Hella only smiled, studying his face as if measuring his reaction, then remarked that he did not even look surprised and wondered whether he had sensed her arrival long before she appeared. Jae-hyun stood firm in front of her and admitted that the last time they crossed paths he had felt an overwhelming surge of magic, something vast and ancient that clearly did not belong to any human. At that, she parted her lips and said their discussion would be brief. He lowered his gaze as she told him he must clear the second trial immediately, without delay, because postponement was no longer an option now that Odin had started to move. Far above, 3 thrones stood beneath a vast hall of divinity. Odin frowned, irritation clear in his single visible eye, and muttered that the situation was becoming troublesome. Across from him sat the others, and he reminded them they had yet to receive word from Hindle. Thor answered with a faint smile, saying Odin worried too much over a mere human, especially when the oracle had already declared that the man was insignificant. Another god stared forward and added that no mortal could stand against the deity, picturing a colossal serpent coiled beside a helpless prisoner. Odin's right, I remained hidden behind a bandage as he spoke quietly, insisting the oracle had never once been wrong. The fair-haired deity stayed silent, while the woman brushed her cheek and asked whether Odin truly feared that a man might threaten him. He lowered his head before answering. Humans, he said, were creatures that evolved relentlessly, at least the ones he had witnessed. A memory of a blood-soaked face surfaced in his mind as he explained that the weak survive through knowledge, always adapting, always learning. His fingers brushed the bandage over his right eye as he continued, stating that at present they could not defeat their enemy directly, and that prophecy would shield that mortal for 10 years. The dark-haired god watched him closely as Odin warned that within a decade, a small issue could grow into catastrophe, and such a possibility could not be dismissed. The woman smiled, agreeing that this was precisely why Ollie had been dispatched, as he would be sufficient to eliminate the threat without even expending spiritual power. One of the gods imagined Jin's face, and remarked that the prophetic force guarding the enemy of the Aesir was already fading rapidly. Another deity stepped forward and declared there was no reason to wait a full decade. The woman's smile deepened as she suggested they could end the protagonists themselves. Odin's eye flashed with cold light while he replied that every variable must be calculated, because fate had never once promised them victory. Above the city, the night sky stretched in silence, heavy with approaching destiny. He stood beside Hela and stated it plainly, that the force shielding him from the Aesir, the very thread of prophecy itself, was thinning. His fingers rose and brushed her cheek as he asked whether he had understood correctly. The goddess closed her eyes and confirmed it without hesitation. The magician's expression hardened, and he demanded to know what came next. Min Song-o's face flashed across his mind, and he spoke of the moment before his return to the past, when he had been 27 and that wretch had ordered his death through human hands. A crooked smile spread across his face as he lifted 2 fingers, madness flickering in his eyes. Hela stood before him, while Jaehyun questioned why prophecy was weakening in this timeline. She met his gaze and explained that traveling back to this era had consumed an enormous portion of that power. In her mind, she saw his silhouette crossing time itself, and added that even gods could not defy temporal law without consequence, and it was remarkable the protection had endured this long. Raising her hand slightly, she said someone would inevitably pay a terrible price for such interference. At that moment, through a haze of static, a message surfaced in the background. The boy narrowed his eyes as a distorted voice echoed in his ears. He pressed a hand to his head, admitting he could not fully grasp the words, yet he understood one thing clearly. Time was nearly exhausted, and if he wished to grow stronger, he had to clear the second trial. Hela closed her eyes briefly, noting how quickly he pieced it together. Extending her hand to the side, she said the rest could wait. They stood in the middle of the street as she declared once more that he would have to pass the test. The next instant, a bright room replaced the night. The protagonist's brows tightened when he heard the name Hindle. He pictured a white-haired god and asked whether she meant the one who could see the future. She smiled, confirming he already knew. Seated lightly upon a floating blue sphere, she watched as the mage replied that he had studied everything about them. He looked at her and argued that if the enemy had already descended upon Midgard, then there was no time left for examinations. She answered calmly that time itself had been handled. Somewhere in darkness, a god opened his eyes and demanded how she dared cast him into such a place. Hela faced forward and explained she had spent far more power than intended. Min Jaehyun folded his arms and asked where exactly this trial would unfold. The goddess curved her lips and said he had asked at the perfect moment, and as if on cue, a voice burst from a nearby television. A raider pushed through the crowd while the broadcast announced that the 11th assault on the Great Ruins had failed, despite being a long-awaited operation led personally by Balak of the European Union. This time, however, the expedition had collapsed at the very first gate known as qualification. Veins surfaced along the warrior's face on the screen as the presenter continued, stating that the association could not guarantee success in the next attempt. Hela's smile deepened. In her mind, the northern lights shimmered, and she said that Iceland held profound weight in myth, and that beneath the great ruins the giants still slept. The magician parted his lips, already tracing the implications of that land. With a faint smile, she explained that the great ruins had been constructed from the beginning for a single purpose, a meticulously calculated domain meant to forge the enemy of prophecy into something capable of standing against Odin once more. He glanced aside and demanded clarification. Hela's mismatched eyes opened wide as she sat upon the floating blue sphere and asked why he pretended not to understand. Then she smiled again and added that without qualification, even John would never gain entry. His brows pulled together as he questioned what qualification truly meant. The goddess replied calmly that at this moment only he could enter, and that his entry would unlock the path to the great ruins themselves. Elsewhere, a blond man sat rigid before television, replaying the failed conquest. His face twisted in fury as he slammed his fist against the chair, cursing the ruins under his breath. Balak turned sharply and demanded to know whether the magicians had conducted their investigation properly. The woman beside him slipped a hand into her pocket, frowning as she reminded him they had already discussed this, and that suspicion without proof would only cloud judgment. Raising her hand to her face, she added that these were the only great ruins in the entire world, and she too wished to participate somehow. He dragged a hand down his face and asked whether she intended to prove her qualification simply to enter. Camila crossed her arms and suggested there must be some sort of key hidden within the conditions. Balak's jaw tightened, anger flashing through his widened eyes as he stared at her in silence. She broke the tension by saying she was only joking. Days later, a mass of travelers moved through the airport terminal, bound for Iceland, where the great ruins waited beneath cold skies and ancient light. He pulled the mask from his face and told the voice on the phone that there was no need to worry about him. Ending the call, he walked forward, reviewing everything he had done over the past days. The preparation had been ruthless. Every artifact he owned had been reinforced to its limit with magic stones, their cores refined until they could no longer endure more mana. His level had climbed past 30, and the pressure in his veins felt different now, denser, heavier. He slipped the phone away and glanced at the cat hidden inside his hood, telling it quietly that it was time to move. Elsewhere, Balak's expression hardened as he declared that the European Raider Alliance would claim the great ruins of Iceland at any cost and would not tolerate interference from anyone. Min Jae-hyun only smiled at the thought. This would be his first direct clash with the S-class raider assigned to guard the site. His sword gleamed, reflecting the hunger in his eyes. High above, Hela watched with detached curiosity, thinking that at last she could observe the enemy of prophecy under proper conditions. The plane cut through the sky while she reflected that this time the matter would reach a conclusion, and that Loki's decision had not been mistaken. Far below, the great ruins loomed, and across the world mysterious mounds began surfacing in response, pillars of light descending as if answering an ancient signal. Investigations had long ago revealed that the ruins concealed artifacts of exceptional grade, treasures surpassing anything found in ordinary dungeons. Because of that, battles between raiders inside those structures were merciless. Competition sharpened to obsession. Guards in dark glasses stood watch, symbols of the state authority that had recently seized control of such sites. Reclining lazily, Hela remarked that the bracelet on his wrist was itself an artifact born from those ruins. Seated on the plane, he listened as she asked whether he truly believed it was coincidence that every ruin except the great one had fallen, and that Miss Lane had ended up in his possession. He looked down at the cat, memories flickering of running through a frantic crowd. His brows knit as images resurfaced. Radiant crystals, a burst of strange light, doors engraved with predatory beasts, and that same unnatural glow appearing again and again. His amber eyes dimmed in thought as he pictured raiders waiting to the side, powerless before whatever force had chosen him. A slow smile crossed his face. The black cat tilted its head and asked why he looked that way. He closed his eyes briefly and admitted he was considering something. Then, meeting Hela's gaze, he asked whether the great ruins had been created by giants. Hela's gaze drifted as if she were watching echoes from an ancient battlefield, and she answered that it was true. 10,000 years ago, Grunga had stood as the leader of the giants, a rival worthy of Thor himself. The great ruins, she explained, were not random relics but training grounds forged for those destined to stand against Odin's army. He looked aside, absorbing it, and muttered that no wonder the ruins still concealed layers of secrets and unanswered riddles. In his mind, he saw a towering giant gripping a colossal hammer, and remembered that in myth these beings were described not merely as brutes, but as the wisest of races, creatures who did not know fear even before the Aesir. His expression dimmed slightly as he reflected that their history had ended in ruin regardless. Closing his eyes briefly, he said they would arrive soon. He had chosen an expensive hotel, the closest vantage point overlooking the great ruins. The cat immediately snapped at him not to grow complacent, reminding him that this was his second trial. The mage kept his eyes forward and answered that he had prepared to the fullest extent possible. A hand pressed against his chest as he added that the translation function within the Nornir system was operating without error, and his equipment was more than sufficient. Before departure, he had held a radiant crystal in his palm while the system analyzed it. An orange interface had appeared, informing him that the ore could reinforce shadow armor. He remembered smiling then. After defeating Nightshade, he had obtained that armor and had invested relentless effort into refining it. Now a purple crystal rested in his grasp. Black and red mist coiled from the ore as the system announced the upgrade. Shadow armor had reached S rank. Darkness swallowed him for a brief instant as the armor evolved further, transforming into abyss armor. When the light returned, heavy gauntlets of condensed shadow encased his hands. A golden notification displayed the attributes of the abyss armor, followed by data on shadow assimilation. The cat turned her head away, realizing he had chosen the simplest and most efficient path to power. Above them, dark clouds gathered, and he remarked that time was limited. Nothing could be neglected. Hours later, a vast building glowed under artificial lights. He looked up and stated they had arrived. Stepping inside the hotel reserved exclusively for the awakened, he handed his card to the attendant. aware that for ordinary citizens a single night there cost 50 million won. Without pausing, the mage walked down the brilliant corridor, footsteps steady as the great ruins waited beyond the glass. He kept his eyes fixed on the ruins ahead, already calculating the outcome before anyone else caught up to it. Archaeologists obsessed with their discoveries, and the European Union officials backing them, would obviously want to halt everything right in front of those ancient stones. That was the kind of stage powerful people loved. And right on cue, Balak started walking toward him. They crossed paths once. Too soon. Jaehyun shifted his gaze slightly, realizing their meeting had happened earlier than he had predicted. The blond man, eyes hidden beneath a curtain of hair, stopped and called out to him. The raider tilted his head, just enough to acknowledge it. Balak's nose wrinkled, irritation written across his face as he demanded to know who he was. The mage said nothing at first. In his mind, the answer was obvious. This was the true master of Balam, the Dragon Slayer, the head of the European Raider Alliance. A man used to bending rooms with his presence alone. Jaehyun slowly turned back toward him and asked what the problem was. Camila instantly sensed the shift. She frowned and tried to intervene, but Balak had already stepped closer. He looked down at the young man, studying him like an object, and asked his age, his origin, as if those numbers would define him. Orange eyes narrowed. Camila's voice rose sharply as sweat traced down her temple. She stepped between them, thin brows drawn tight, demanding that Balak show basic courtesy. She planted herself firmly in front of Jaehyun and asked what exactly he thought he was doing. Then, without breaking her glare, she shoved the protagonist lightly back and muttered that her partner had a terrible personality. She pulled him along, adding, loud enough for Balak to hear, that this was probably why his wife had left him. Teeth clenched. Camila waved a hand dismissively, apologizing on behalf of the situation, though her eyes never softened. Standing beside Jaehyun, she let out a long breath before looking directly at the Alliance leader and warning him to be careful. Did he plan to take responsibility if the European Raider Alliance's reputation was damaged over a petty confrontation? Balak's eyes flickered with a dangerous light. He answered calmly that he had no intention of doing anything, but his mind had already returned to a single detail. When he passed the young mage earlier, he hadn't heard a single footstep. Not one. His fury sharpened. A faint white shadow lingered behind the boy, barely perceptible, like something erased from existence. The Dragon Slayer narrowed his gaze and stated it plainly. Min Jaehyun knew how to deliberately erase his presence. Far away, inside the principal's office of Milla's academy, a loud scream shattered the quiet. Kim Yu-young stood by the desk, hands pressed against the table, asking how overseas matters had escalated this far. The white ceiling lamp cast a sterile glow over the room. She closed her eyes in frustration and said that the protagonist was never where he was supposed to be. First an amusement park incident, now trouble in another country. An Hoyan shut his eyes and exhaled slowly. He stated the obvious. That boy had a talent for being at the center of every major incident. The blonde's expression hardened as he muttered that he had never stepped into something like this before. Sioina said nothing. She only lowered her gaze, sadness weighing down her silence. Snow drifted over the great ruins, covering broken stone in a pale veil. Two men in thick jackets stood near the perimeter, their breath turning to steam in the frozen air. One of them squinted into the distance. A figure in a dark cloak walked forward. The guard's eyes widened. He stepped ahead and shouted that the ruins were under the jurisdiction of the European Raider Alliance. His voice echoed against the ancient stone. The boy smiled. It irritated him, being denied entry so casually, as if he were insignificant. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the guard by the face. Mana surged. The brainwashing skill activated instantly. Purple flooded the man's pupils. He froze mid-sentence, staring blankly at the one controlling him. The protagonist's smile deepened. He remarked lightly that perhaps he had become something like a tomb raider after all. Maybe that description wasn't wrong. Elsewhere, in a quiet living room, Min Jaehyun sat across from Hela. The girl rested a hand on her knee and stated that entering the great ruins required the Norner system. He turned to ask what else was necessary, but she snapped at him not to interrupt. Closing her eyes, she explained there were only two conditions. His expression shifted. She said the system required both strength and agility to reach at least 150. Then she raised a single finger and clarified what that truly meant. He needed to be an S-rank raider. Silence followed. A faint smile lingered on Hela's lips, though a bead of sweat slid down her cheek. The protagonist turned slightly and stated flatly that he had not reached S-rank yet. The goddess sprang up from her ball, shouting that it was impossible. She had seen him defeat Sir's alter ego with her own eyes. A vein throbbed beneath his orange eye. He shot her a sharp glare and asked whether she had been the third presence inside that dungeon. Her gaze shifted away, voice trembling. She said that the second condition was what truly mattered now. The mage's expression grew serious. He said there was another way. In his mind, he pictured the large mansion where he had once completed a special quest. The blonde girl smiled faintly and flicked her hand. Light poured down onto a massive door. A system notification appeared, confirming the completion of a hidden scenario tied to that earlier quest. The raider lifted a key into view, remarking that it had seemed useless before. His eyes ignited with focus as he activated the study skill. Golden light spread across the key's surface, transforming it. The system displayed detailed information about the artifact. Hella's brows rose in visible shock. She demanded to know how Jaehyun had come into possession of something like that. He stood before the massive door as snow spiraled around him in violent circles, cloak fluttering against the frozen wind. A faint smile touched his lips. It almost felt as if someone had foreseen this exact moment and quietly prepared the path in advance. He raised the key. The metal met the surface, and colored circles spread outward like ripples in water. The ancient mechanism responded instantly. With a heavy sound, the door opened, releasing a blinding surge of light that swallowed the corridor whole. He stepped inside. The brightness was overwhelming, pure and merciless. He narrowed his eyes and murmured that he hoped the blank card would finally prove useful. For a moment, he imagined a hand sinking into soil, weighing possibilities. Both girls possessed remarkable skills, yes, but not worth consuming something as rare as a blank card. His gaze lowered. Copying another raider's unique ability would raise questions. Suspicion. Attention he did not need. He let out a quiet chuckle and corrected himself. If he had been given a card, then he would use it properly. He needed something worthy of it. Lanterns lined the walls, their flames steady despite the still air. The hallway stretched forward like a path carved into myth itself. Then a voice echoed from the depths. The giant sat upon a towering throne. 3 yellow eyes opened in unison. He asked whether the enemy of the prophecy had finally arrived. He spoke his name with calm authority, as if announcing judgment long before it was delivered. The youth's expression darkened when Smur declared himself the guardian of the great ruins, acting under the command of his father, Groner. A black cat leapt down from above. Midair, it transformed into a girl. Recognition flickered across the guardian's face. Hella stepped forward without hesitation and declared herself the conductor of the 5 trials. She announced that she had brought the enemy of the prophecy, as required. The giant stared down at them in silence. She lifted her chin and stated that the protective force surrounding the enemy was weakening. If they delayed any longer, the consequences would spiral beyond control. He should be admitted to the 2nd trial immediately. A cross-shaped scar marked Smur's cheek. He refused. Hella's eyes sharpened as she demanded an explanation. The giant leaned back upon his throne and answered that she already knew the reason. The boy had entered through a trick, through manipulation. The mage's gaze turned cold. Smur's 3 eyes glowed faintly as he declared that the youth lacked the strength to pass the 2nd trial. He should return once he had grown powerful enough. Hella stepped forward, standing beside the boy. She insisted there was no time. Once the prophecy's protection vanished completely, the Aesir would begin moving in earnest. The guardian closed his eyes briefly. Rules were rules. He would not bend them. Images of a ruined landscape surfaced in his voice as he spoke of Jotunheim reduced to ashes, of giants with no homeland left to return to. His long hair shifted as he tilted his head slightly and asked what difference a little time would truly make. Now or later. Hella's lips parted, fear flashing across her face as she stared at the giant, and said he had already surrendered long ago. The raider's jaw tightened. He demanded to know what kind of absurd conclusion that was. She turned sharply, but before she could speak again, the boy's voice cut through the hall. With fury in his eyes, he asked Smur if this was all a joke to him. The 3-eyed guardian's teeth ground together. Min Jaehyun lowered his head slightly. His voice came out cold. He said he was not some benefactor arriving to save a fallen race. Yellow lightning began to crawl across his body. The air trembled as he continued. He was not a horse to be saddled, used, and locked away in a stable when convenient. Hella stared at him, stunned. Golden arrows materialized behind his back in perfect formation. He lifted his gaze and asked Smur whether he understood why he had truly come here. Brilliant light gathered before him as he activated Lightning Chain. Energy crackled violently, filling the throne room with a deafening hum. His expression hardened. He declared that he had decided the giant was worth using. Then he raised his hand and ordered him to move aside. Far away, beneath the sky glowing faintly above the snowbound ruins, Balak's teeth clenched in irritation. He demanded to know if any rats had slipped past the perimeter. The guard trembled, insisting no one had entered. The blonde gripped the man's shoulder and said that was impossible. Someone had breached the ruins. He would verify it himself. The leader of the alliance frowned deeply. There was no doubt in his mind. He replayed the image of light bursting near the entrance and recalled the overwhelming magical presence he had sensed. That kind of power could only be felt when the great ruins were opened. His gaze lowered. He had not yet claimed the ruins for himself. He would not hand them over some nameless intruder. In his memory, he stood once more before a gate, hearing the words that he was unworthy. Rage surged through him. He screamed at the thought, fury tearing through his composure. Elsewhere, in a dim bedroom, a hand reached for a ringing phone. Camille lay half asleep on the bed, asking why Balak was calling at such an hour. Her expression shifted when he informed her that an intruder had entered the ruins. Back within the cavernous hall, golden light flooded the space. Hela looked upward and demanded to know what he was attempting. Smur dragged a hand over his face, then slammed his palm down onto the throne with explosive force. The impact shook the chamber. His massive foot struck the floor, cracks spreading beneath it. He lowered his head and roared that this was stupidity. Lightning bolts tore through the dungeon, illuminating stone walls in violent flashes. The goddess raised her brows again, confusion etched across her features as she repeated her question. Smur's face darkened completely. He looked down at the boy and called him a fool. The giant's face twisted as he demanded how a mere human dared to challenge him. He spread his massive arms wide and roared, the sound shaking the chamber. Pebbles rained from the ceiling and shattered against the floor. Hela froze, mouth parted in alarm. The protagonist only smiled. He asked calmly whether the giant knew any other lines, because he was already tired of hearing the same threats. His expression darkened as he calculated the reality in front of him. He could withdraw from the trial, retreat now and die later at Heimdall's hands, or fall here beneath this throne. Smur towered over him like a collapsing mountain. There were not many options. Jaehyun lifted his gaze and decided that if this was the wall before him, then he would break it with everything he had. The guardian clapped his hands together, the impact echoing like thunder, and declared that his mercy ended here. A glowing circle opened in the ceiling. From it, the razor-sharp tip of a colossal weapon shot downward. It screamed through the air toward the young mage. His eyes widened for a fraction of a second. Then golden light burst outward. Absolute calculation activated. His irises burned bright yellow as the world slowed into lines and numbers. Every vector, every angle, every fragment of falling stone mapped itself before him. Smur's jaw tightened as he watched. Green energy suddenly wrapped around the mage's body. He kicked off the ground and launched forward. Midair, he clenched his fist and drove himself toward a faint blue circle pulsing within the giant's chest. Smur's expression shifted when he realized the target. His heart. The guardian raised his massive hand and demanded whether the boy understood who he was fighting. A violent explosion detonated beneath Jaehyun, shockwaves ripping through the stone. He frowned, sweat sliding down his cheek as the impact tried to swallow him. The giant's voice boomed again, asking what force was pushing him this far. Jaehyun stared back. In that instant, Min Sung-o's face surfaced in his memory. The same suffocating terror. The same overwhelming presence that made survival feel impossible. His brows arched under tension. A deep trench carved across the floor where power had collided. He understood something clearly. Just like then, he might not be able to win. A golden chain materialized behind him, its sharp end stabbing into the stone. He seized it with one hand and dropped to one knee as the massive spearhead from the ceiling embedded itself nearby. Dust and debris filled the air. He lifted his head. Multicolored eyes burned with defiance as he forced air into his lungs. He would not kneel and wait for death. Suddenly, a new presence formed behind him. A figure with a face wrapped entirely in bandages. The system notification flashed. Ice Kingdom skill activated. Coal mana surged outward. A frozen path spread beneath his feet, racing forward like a blade of winter cutting through stone. Smur looked down at the expanding frost, recognition flashing across his three eyes. It was the Dark Elf's secret weapon. Smur slowly curled his fingers into a fist, his voice low and tight as he muttered that he had no idea how that power ended up in the boy's hands. But one truth remained. Ice, no matter how grand, was still fragile. And then he brought his fist down. The dungeon floor exploded. Massive black cones tore upward from the ground like spears from the abyss itself, shattering the frozen terrain into a storm of glittering shards. Ice fragments spun wildly through the air, scraping against stone, slicing across pillars, filling the cavern with a violent metallic howl. The protagonist tilted his head up, stunned for a single heartbeat. Then he smiled. Not a calm smile, a reckless one. His eyes flared with light, as if something inside him had just awakened. A flame bloomed in his palm, steady at first, then raging, twisting around his fingers like a living thing. He lifted it slightly and asked, almost mockingly, whether his opponent was strong enough to break this instead. Heat surged outward. The fire devoured the ice without mercy. Frozen structures hissed and collapsed into vapor as magic currents swirled into view, visible streams weaving across the battlefield. He stepped into the center of a forming magic circle, symbols igniting beneath his boots, and with a sharp motion of his hand, fireballs roared forward, smashing into the remaining ice blocks and turning them into clouds of steam. Smur raised his arm to shield his face as violent wind pressure spiraled through the cavern, the clash of opposing elements shaking the walls. The mage's outline flickered, then thinned, then nearly vanished as stealth activated, his presence dissolving into the chaos. The giant frowned. He stomped the ground. Wind currents erupted in every direction, slicing through the cave in rotating arcs, and jagged eye spikes burst upward once more from the floor like a forest of blades. The Guardian, watching from a distance, broke into a cold sweat, eyes wide, staring at what had become a battlefield of spiraling frost and flame. And yet, Min Jaehyun was gone. The center of the ice field stood empty. No footsteps, no shadow, nothing. The giant's expression flattened into something emotionless as he slowly turned his head, searching, calculating. Around the corner, unnoticed, Hela in the form of a small cat remained crouched low, tail still, eyes sharp. Then the giant noticed it. Faint traces across the ice. A disturbance too precise to be random. Something shot upward through the air. His teeth ground together as he spun around. Too late. The mage was already there, rising from below his guard, weapon clenched tightly in his hand. His movement carved a glowing scar through the air, leaving behind a lingering trail of energy as the strike descended. And far from that chaos, inside Inson's office, sunlight touched the leaves of potted plants resting quietly on the windowsill. Park looked forward with measured curiosity and asked whether the protagonist truly was the Lotus Guild Master's apprentice. The woman across from him closed her eyes and confirmed it without hesitation before calmly inquiring whether he had watched the press conference. The blonde in the fur coat leaned back slightly and stated that she needed Min Jae-hyun. Yu Sung-eun smiled faintly, reminding her that observation was the most important quality of any merchant. A white hair clip held her hair in place as she questioned whether this pointless exchange truly needed to continue. The red-eyed girl across from her narrowed her gaze and told her not to lose her temper unless she wanted to embarrass herself. The guild master exhaled softly and made one thing clear. The protagonist was not an object to be traded. Then Parchi presented a blade. Nithog's Fong. The name alone carried weight. She smiled as she offered it forward, saying she was willing to part with it. Sung-eun's eyes lowered slightly, recalling that the Guardian Guild had supposedly secured that weapon already. Paying with an S-rank artifact was not generosity. It was intent, and that made it dangerous. She let out a quiet chuckle, as if the conclusion had already been obvious from the start. The guest was not joking. The blonde stretched her lips into a polished, practiced smile and answered that they would never toy with their valued customers. The guild master closed her eyes briefly and asked, in a calm and even tone, whether Parchi intended to approach the protagonist directly if the Lotus Guild declined. The guest's necklace caught the light as she tilted her head slightly. She admitted that Yu Sung-eun was indeed quick-witted. Her red eyes gleamed as she added that the mage's teacher would make a remarkable merchant. Sung-eun's smile barely shifted. If that was the case, she said, then Parchi should have gone straight to Min Jae-hyun from the beginning. Jae-hyun closed her eyes and replied that she wished to settle the matter properly. Honestly, openly, without tricks. She extended her hand forward, declaring that she would await the Lotus Guild Master's wise decision. Yu Sung-eun shut her eyes once more. The blonde's fingers tightened into a fist before she turned away, announcing that she still had other matters to attend to. Through the open door, the guild president was visible. She smiled faintly and remarked that the guest had been so persistent, she even attempted to claim someone from her guild. Not just anyone, her disciple. Back in the dungeon, the giant ground his teeth as the mage's weapon came down. The blade shattered into fragments, scattering like broken glass. A violent explosion detonated between them, shockwaves ripping through the cavern. Jae-hyun frowned, teeth clenched, and drove his strike into the guardian's chest before springing backward to create distance. Smur slowly lifted a hand to his neck, opening his mouth as he questioned whether this was truly the protagonist's method. An earring glinted at his ear as he continued, saying that no matter how hard a raider struggled, there was never any promise of reward. The young man looked up at him, brows drawn tight. The giant stared down and asked if he truly believed he could advance this way. The protagonist answered that moving forward was always better than remaining frozen in place. He tightened both hands around his weapon. Smur's eyebrows rose sharply as he shouted that the boy understood nothing. He pressed his palm against his chest and said that what Jae-hyun was doing had no meaning. Yet he himself could not grasp why. The protagonist's glare hardened. He declared that the meaning of his actions was something he alone decided. Smur froze. A memory surfaced, large hands resting on his shoulders, a towering figure looking down at him, repeating the same words. Only you can decide the meaning of what you do. The giant child had cried that day. The guardian shut his eyes. The mage lifted his gaze. And then he swung. The dungeon erupted in another deafening explosion. The enemy lowered his head slightly and asked whether the boy was prepared to answer for the words he had thrown so boldly into the air. The protagonist's sword carved a crimson arc as it moved, leaving behind a burning red trail. A sharp groan tore from his throat, his body locked in place, muscles refusing to respond. Smur stood above him, unmoving, and asked again if he was ready to bear the weight of what he had just declared. Blood slid from the corner of the boy's mouth. His mind raced, calculating, searching for a method to kill the enemy standing over him. His eyes blazed with light, yet his limbs would not obey. Then, without warning, the crushing pressure vanished. Smur turned his back. He said that the protagonist himself decided the order of his actions. Arms folding across his chest, he added that such freedom belonged only to those who possessed power, and he would grant the boy a chance. The giant frowned and declared that he would allow the mage to pass inside if he could prove his strength. From around the corner, Hela peeked out cautiously. The mage wiped the blood from his face and lifted his head, considering the offer in silence. The black cat's eyes widened in disbelief. The guardian's expression remained severe. The boy slowly raised his index finger. He stated that he would endure one of the enemy's strongest attacks. A faint smile touched his lips as he asked whether Smur agreed. In an instant, the black cat leapt toward him, transforming the dare into a girl. She demanded to know what he was thinking, reminding him that the giant wielded the power of a deity. The guardian answered first. He agreed. Raising his hand, he summoned a pillar from the ground, stone erupting upward with violent force. Smur asked once more whether Min Jae-hyun truly believed he had the right to define the meaning of his actions. He seized the pillar like a weapon and spun it through the air with terrifying ease, the wind screaming around its path. The giant's voice boomed as he questioned whether the protagonist could challenge a destiny carved by something greater than himself. The goddess shut her eyes and shouted for them to stop. Too late. The enemy formed a spear and aimed it forward, ordering the boy to catch it if he dared. He hurled the weapon with divine force. The cavern ruptured, a massive hole torn through stone as the impact thundered through the dungeon. The guardian watched in silence. Below, black fog coiled around the boy's body like living smoke. His eyes shone brighter than before. A system message flickered into existence. Shadow unification activated. Smur's gaze locked onto the mage. The protagonist met it without flinching. A faint smile appeared on the giant's face. He brought his hands together in a heavy clap. Dust cascaded from the ceiling as the sealed door slowly creaked open. The guardian stepped aside and allowed the boy to pass. He gave a faint smile and asked whether the giant was feeling well, considering he had already crossed the line twice. Smur folded his arms, eyes closed, and answered that coincidences rarely repeat themselves. After a pause, he added that a third time was no longer possible. Hela stepped inside with him. The girl stared at her partner in disbelief and muttered that he truly was a strange man. Ahead stretched a massive passage carved into the heart of the ruins. Smur spoke calmly, declaring that within these great ruins awaited 3 trials of wisdom. The mage lowered his gaze and said he understood. The guardian narrowed his eyes and asked whether he was afraid. The raider continued walking into the darkness and admitted that he was. Smur remained where he stood, back turned. He looked away, thinking his role had ended and that everything beyond this point now rested in the boy's hands. The corridor swallowed them in shadow. Hela followed close behind, her body glowing faint green, illuminating the narrow path. She asked him quietly how he had managed to do it. Min Jae-hyun clenched his teeth and replied that he did not know. Disappointment flickered across her face. She recalled telling the giant that he had already given up. Now she realized something else. The mage had changed the guardian. A blinding radiance burned at the end of the passage. A single torch flickered against the wall, casting long, trembling shadows. Beyond it stood a massive door. The raider stepped forward and lifted his eyes. 2 hooded figures sat before the entrance. They greeted the newcomers. The girls were identical in face and posture. They introduced themselves as the gatekeepers of the first gate in the trial of wisdom. Hela looked at the young man and warned him that from this moment on she could not interfere. He would stand alone. Jae-hyun's expression hardened. There was no retreat. This was his second trial. The twins smiled beneath the cloth that covered their eyes. They explained that one of them was a demon and the other an angel. Behind one shimmered a white silhouette. The angel, who always spoke the truth. Behind the other burned a red outline. The demon, who never did. The guardian's voice echoed in memory. One door leads to heaven, the other to hell. The protagonist exhaled sharply, irritation touching his face. He leaned slightly toward the goddess, admitting this was not how he had imagined it. One of the blindfolded girls spoke again. Whichever door he chose, he would pass on. She pictured a world drowned in monsters and stated that if Min Jae-hyun stepped into hell, beings neither fully alive nor fully dead would block his path. The boy stared ahead, face composed. One of the gatekeepers smiled and reminded him that he was allowed only a single question to uncover the correct way. He sat opposite them, fingers pressed against his face, thinking through the structure of the puzzle. One question, one answer. He considered the possibility that either door would inevitably lead him forward anyway. A faint smile appeared. He raised his hand and declared that he was ready to ask. The girl lifted one finger, telling him not to rush. There was ample time to think. He began walking toward them calmly, saying he required no more time. He pointed toward the standing gatekeeper. She asked what his question would be. Min Jae-hyun extended his hand and asked which door led to the place where the girl lived. One of them rose. She stepped aside, paused, and said the door behind her was the one. The protagonist watched her carefully. The structure was obvious. Angel or demon. A riddle as old as crossroads themselves. He imagined two silhouettes facing a traveler. If the angel were asked such a question, she would answer truthfully and point to heaven. If the demon were asked, she would lie, sending the traveler to heaven while claiming it was hell. The guard smiled and asked whether he would choose that door. Jaehyun closed his eyes, a quiet smile forming. He looked away. The second girl remained seated. He stated that he would choose the other door. Hella's jaw dropped. Moments later, they were walking through what resembled hell. The goddess frowned and demanded to know whether he had lost his mind. He replied with a smirk that youth handled hardship well, but his eyes were sharp. There would be no hardship. The twins began to sweat as the mage calmly asked whether those half-alive beings were supposed to block him. The ground split. A black hand clawed upward. More followed. Creatures dragged themselves from beneath the earth, hollow eyes burning. The protagonist smiled. White wings burst from his back as he activated sacrifice. Blinding shafts of light tore through the clouds as the system swept the area, hunting for undead signatures. And the moment the radiance struck, the monsters shrieked like they were being dragged back to the grave, their bodies burning under the holy glare while his level surged upward at a ridiculous speed. He shut his eyes and exhaled, calling it paradise without shame. Behind him, Hella watched with clear irritation, her brows knitting as she muttered that it was unfair. The door stood wide open. One twin curved her lips, declaring he had made the dumbest possible choice, while the other calmly countered that it was also the smartest. They held each other's gaze in silence before turning in unison and stating that this outcome was exactly what Mimir had foreseen. A heavy item swayed from the ceiling beside a stone column, and near the steps a sphere of blue mana pulsed before stretching open into a portal. An armored leg stepped through first, metal boots scraping against stone. Jaehyun followed, one hand resting on his waist, the other bent as he complained aloud that it was already ending just when he finally had a proper chance to farm levels. Hella stepped out after him, telling him to concentrate, reminding him it was far from finished. The portal spun violently behind them, and then snapped shut, leaving only silence as they faced each other for a brief second. Jaehyun glanced around. The chamber resembled a medieval hall, and etched across the floor was a complicated activation circle that even he admitted looked advanced. He tilted his head and asked if this time they were expected to escape by satisfying some hidden condition again. They stood in the center when a voice answered, confirming they were correct and calmly addressing them as opponents. Min Jaehyun raised his voice, demanding to know if the speaker was the next guardian. A golden radiance flared above, and a knight's silhouette became visible within it. The voice replied that it disliked stiff formalities, the glow intensifying before acknowledging the question. They stood shoulder to shoulder. Hella began to say the voice sounded familiar, but Jaehyun cut in first, finishing the thought. Her tense shout demanded to know what he was doing here, yet the voice overrode her again, offering a proper introduction. The golden light swelled slightly as it declared itself to be Mimir, architect of the Norner system, and the one who shaped the hero's fate. At those words, his eyes widened, shock freezing him in place as the realization struck, and he questioned it again in his mind. A notification flashed as the system announced the installation of a new control module and requested authorization. Jaehyun stared at the window with tired eyes. Launch approved. He stood there without expression, then lifted his gaze toward Mimir and asked what that truly meant. The radiance above shifted to blue, and the voice replied that it meant exactly what it sounded like. Images began unfolding inside the glow, fragments of the past playing out as Mimir spoke. Loki had once come to him, seeking a method to break free from Odin's grip and to cultivate an adversary who could stand as their final hope. The answer had been the Norner system. Loki had approached him with full respect, and the raider slowly lowered his head as realization settled in. This entity had built everything from the start. He looked up again and demanded to know why none of this had been explained earlier. The light returned to pure gold. Mimir answered that an agreement with the gods of Aesir bound him, and that in the beginning he could not even draw near because the system used by all awakened ones blocked such interference. Hella, silent until now, stepped forward and addressed him directly, saying this was the first time she had heard he orchestrated the second trial. The voice replied that she understood how catastrophic it would be if they hastened the apocalypse by mistake. She moved closer, reminding him that Jaehyun's life had been placed at risk, and another voice behind her remarked how casually they gambled with someone else's fate. The golden fire flared brighter, stating that intervention had only occurred to verify strength. Jaehyun's armor shimmered under the expanding glow. Mimir continued, declaring that the boy must prove himself worthy of the opponent described in prophecy. Jaehyun's eyes sharpened, a faint smile forming as he asked why this revelation came only now. Odin's shadow crossed his thoughts as the voice answered that too many eyes were watching, and that this conversation was possible solely because they stood within the great ruins, a place abandoned and insulated from divine oversight. Jaehyun lowered his gaze, piecing it together. Here, Mimir was freer from Aesir's influence. The golden light crackled approvingly, praising his deduction. Then the guide's tone hardened. He stated he had a question. Hella watch him closely. He pressed further, stating that if the opponent's fate had already been written, then personal will meant nothing. So why had Mimir hesitated and cared about his choice in that desperate instant? His own face surfaced in his thoughts, the version of himself just before death, and his eyes burned gold. He snapped back to the present and clarified that he meant himself, the one who existed before everything ended. Far away from the ruins, shelves packed with provisions lined an open cabinet. Kim Yu-young was slumped over a table, groaning that Min Jae-hyun had gone abroad and would not even answer his phone. On Hoi-yeon, seated across from her, responded calmly that the guy would return when the time was right, reminding them they knew exactly what kind of person he was. Aong sat nearby, with a book resting on her lap above the tabletop, and asked why he had left the country in the first place. Kim Yu-young let out a tired breath, and admitted he had told no one anything. Hoi-yeon scanned the room with a faint smile, and declared it was time to settle their plans. Coina's lips curved slightly as he continued, saying he wanted all of them on the same team. The image of Min Jae-hyun, smiling, flashed through her mind. Aina looked away in thought and agreed. Hyun, still clutching her book, remarked with quiet satisfaction that she understood now. This was why Jae-sang had hinted at a bribe in the form of potions. She remembered him preparing elixirs, and added that it must be connected to Jae-hyun's privileges. Kim Yu-young lifted her head and demanded who they thought she was, then blurted out that she only wanted to stay by his side before jolting upright, flushed with embarrassment. Cold sweat gathered as she hurried to explain that it was because of his personality, insisting that if not them, then who else would tolerate such a monster? In Ian's imagination, an evil spirit had already kidnapped her, the probability of exaggeration nearly absolute. Even so, she sided with her friend. Hoi-yeon extended his hand forward, persuading them that joining Min Jae-hyun would be ideal. They were friends, and beyond that there were undeniable benefits. The image of little Jae-sang grinning over piles of coins surfaced in his thoughts as he listed financial independence first. Then he pictured a vast training hall with their entire team inside, and named unrestricted access to a massive practice space as the second advantage. Kim Yu-young narrowed her eyes at her friend and pointed out that she was not even enrolled at the academy, demanding to know how she seemed to know so much. Ayun lifted her chin with smug confidence and replied that she would be entering soon anyway, so she gathered information in advance. Hoi-yeon's lips curved sweetly as she asked what would happen if Ayun failed the entrance exam. On's face drained of color. Kim Yu-young glanced at her, then looked away with a faint smile, calling Hoi-yeon cruel. He stiffened at the accusation. Aina, who had remained quiet until now, murmured that she simply wished their friend would return soon. Kim Yu-young lowered her gaze and softly agreed. Back in the ruins, the golden sphere stayed silent when asked why the protagonist had been given a choice at all. After a pause, the voice answered that it refused to entrust the fate of the world to someone incapable of standing on his own. A notification window surfaced, explaining that when a new system was loaded, the user would be transported to the point in the past they desired to return to. The voice clarified that the choice had been offered only to the version of him who stood on the brink before death. That bloodied figure had smiled faintly, deciding to rewrite destiny. Now the raider stood tall in the center of the hall. Mimir concluded that this was why Min Jae-hyun existed here in the present. Jae-hyun gave a thin smile, calling it reason enough, until his expression twisted with anger as he admitted his only true desire had been to kill the father he despised. The golden mass flared violently, declaring they would support him if that was his aim, adding that not every goal required grand meaning. Jae-hyun looked up again, energized, admitting he still had countless questions but understood that not all could be answered. The glow split into two separate spheres, confirming his assumption and stating that an exception could be made. If he passed the test, they would draw him closer to the truth. Min Jae-hyun immediately agreed, demanding details. He stood in a vast chamber cluttered with countless objects. Mimir directed his attention toward them, asking whether he could perceive them. Jae-hyun confirmed he could. Beyond the symbols carved into the floor stood an altar. Mimir indicated it and instructed the test subject to place an item upon it. A concentrated beam extended from the golden fireball, as the voice added that there were two conditions he must remember. The first condition stated that his choice must be tied to wisdom. The second declared he would have only one attempt. Jae-hyun studied the altar in silence, then scanned the scattered objects across the chamber, calculating whether he truly had to inspect every single one. Mimir answered the unspoken doubt immediately, noting that such a reaction was expected. Jae-hyun lifted his gaze toward the ceiling and remarked dryly that having his thoughts read was irritating. The golden energy vibrated in a tone resembling laughter and offered a brief apology, proposing 2 hints as compensation. Jae-hyun shifted his attention to the runes etched into the floor, while the voice explained that the first hint was simple. The wisdom bestowed upon the altar was something he already knew. A memory flashed through his mind, a knight standing beneath a radiant arc of energy. The second hint followed. He had arrived 2 days earlier than intended, and today was Monday. Jae-hyun stiffened. Cold sweat traced down his cheek as he asked for clarification. The golden blaze intensified, stating that nothing more would be said. He was to demonstrate wisdom. Then, almost as an afterthought, Mimir added that failure meant death within this hall. Rage flared inside Min Jae-hyun as he silently cursed the entity. Hela stared at the fireball in disbelief while only laughed, amused by human insults. An hourglass materialized before him. A voice announced that he had 1 hour, and because hints had already been granted, patience would not be extended. Jae-hyun leaned closer to examine it. The sand inside was fine as dust, slipping downward in a steady stream. He tilted his head, organizing the fragments in his mind. Wisdom he already possessed, the significance of Monday, the arrival 2 days early. He attempted to align the pieces. Then he shut his eyes and forced himself to breathe steadily. The chamber brightened, as if urging him back to the beginning. What belonged on the altar? The hourglass had already surrendered a thin layer of sand. He remained motionless before it, considering whether multiple possibilities still existed. Blue light flooded the room as he activated his mana detection skill. Invisible currents swept through the space like wind, brushing over objects and walls. Yet the sealed containers resisted penetration. Jae-hyun lowered his gaze. That path was useless. He steadied his breathing and forced his eyes forward again, crushing the weakness trying to crawl into his chest, because quitting was never an option. If wisdom was already in his hands, then hesitation was an insult to it. He began circling the room slowly, boots echoing against the stone, mind sharpening with every step. Then he stopped, folded his arms, and let his thoughts align. The day. The key had always been the day. His fingers rose to his chin. The hourglass was nearly empty, sand gathering at the bottom like the last grains of time he had been granted. A long breath left him. On the altar, the spear waited in silence. Jae-hyun approached it without ceremony and wrapped his hand around the shaft, weighing it, wondering if this was the final expectation. A translucent window ignited before his eyes, repeating the same silent question. He didn't flinch. His answer had already formed. This is the sacrifice, he said calmly. Myself. The system warned him. One attempt, no return. Confirm. He smiled. His gaze lifted, steady and unwavering, and he accepted. The inscriptions carved into the floor flared crimson. Light bled through every rune, flooding the chamber in red. He stood directly atop one of the symbols as the air began to tremble. Objects around him lifted weightlessly, circling as if gravity had abandoned its post. Then the ground split open. A void tore through the center of the room, widening, devouring stone. Mimir's voice resounded. Correct. The walls shattered outward, peeling away like broken glass, revealing an endless sea of stars beyond. In that infinite darkness, he saw himself seated in quiet contemplation, one hand covering his eye. The first clue had never been hidden. Knowledge of the runes. The chamber gave way entirely, and he dropped into the vast sky without resistance. Wednesday. The decisive thread. The name born from Odin. The image surfaced clearly. Odin pierced by a spear, hanging from Yggdrasil for 9 days and 9 nights, sacrificing himself to grasp the wisdom of both the living and the dead. If the altar demanded meaning, then there was only one answer. Min Jae-hyun continued to fall, expression unshaken. Below him, a brilliant light expanded, swallowing the darkness. Mimir observed him with open admiration, calling him a youth bound to destiny, asking if he understood the weight of his decision. He answered without hesitation. Odin chose the spear. Odin chose suffering. Odin chose himself. Jae-hyun tightened his grip and slowly turned the spear in his hand, drawing the blade close to his own body. If knowledge required blood, then he was prepared to offer his own life to claim it. His body drifted closer to the blinding radiance below, and even Hela felt the shift in the air. Shock flashed across her face. Min Jae-hyun locked both hands around the end of the spear, grip firm, intent absolute. She moved toward him, demanding to know what he was doing, but he was already in motion. He swung the weapon once and called out to Mimir, asking if this was the depth of the test. Then he drove the spear straight into himself. The impact was brutal. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, running down his chin. Every muscle in his face tightened, yet his eyes did not waver. He had already decided. If sacrifice was required to defy death, then he would offer himself without hesitation. The trials ahead would only grow harsher, more painful, more merciless. Scarlet bubbles formed around his body, as if the void itself reacted to his resolve. Speed it up, he muttered through blood. A phantom image of a magic spear flickered beside him. The skill to materialize weapons activated instantly. He seized the manifested spear and brought it toward his body again. Hela watched in disbelief as he stabbed himself a second time, shouting for him to stop. He did not respond. His gaze had already crossed into a place beyond fear. Another spear formed. He swung again without mercy. The light at the entrance flared violently. Then everything halted. Mimir intervened. The sensation of weight returned. His arm was no longer suspended in nothingness. Cold stone pressed against his back. He realized he was lying on the floor of the same chamber. Above him floated Mimir once more, reduced to a blazing sphere of fire. You have changed, the voice declared. You no longer require my guidance. Min Jaehyun lifted a hand to his stomach. No wounds, no blood, not even a scar remained. Mimir's glow intensified, turning a deep gold. The trial was complete. He had surpassed expectation. It was time to honor the promise. Jaehyun pushed himself upright, anticipation sharpening his gaze. This was what he had endured for, the truth concealed by the gods. Hela settled a short distance away while he adjusted his posture, remarking that the deity was simply creating new riddles. Mimir answered that secrecy was necessary. Even the gods of Asgard could not uncover it. Even Hela did not know. She looked up sharply. Mimir's form flickered, edges distorting as he confirmed it. The truth lay buried deeper than either of them imagined. 3 words would form the path. The first ignited in the air before Jaehyun, Raider. Then 2 more symbols shimmered into existence. I and Shinier. He studied the glowing letters carefully, repeating the first word aloud. Raider. I brighter. The words hovered before him, radiating quietly, offering no explanation. Irritation flickered across his expression. 3 fragments. No context. No guidance. Behind the letters, Mimir's voice echoed once more. One final instruction. Treat the system with suspicion. Always. Jaehyun's eyes sharpened. The tone was not casual. It was a warning. Mimir continued, saying he believed the boy would reach the truth on his own, and that they would meet again. His glow dimmed slightly as he turned toward Hela and wished her luck. She rose slowly, gaze shifting away, unreadable. On the other side of the chamber, Jaehyun remained seated on the cold floor, thoughts aligning piece by piece. Raider. I brighter. All of them pointed back to him. He saw himself stepping into dungeon after dungeon. Raider. That was his path, his profession, the identity carved into his existence. Then came the image of altered eyes, the echo of Odin's sacrifice, the missing eye that symbolized knowledge taken at a cost. I himself, and brighter, his present shining more intensely than his past, his growth surpassing what he once was. He remembered his comrades, his team, the moment he died protecting them, becoming nothing more than a shield of flesh and bone. That was the darkness he came from. Now he stood illuminated, yet the meaning still felt incomplete. Why brighter? Why doubt the system that had guided him this far? A hand settled on his shoulder. Hela smiled faintly, suggesting they unravel it together and leave this place for now. Jaehyun rose. A massive wall stood before him like the boundary of another world. Smur manifested once more, now bearing a physical form, approaching from behind. He informed Jaehyun that nearly all trials had been cleared. Only one remained. The surface ahead shifted into a mirror. Jaehyun saw his reflection staring back. Without turning, he asked if this mirror led to the final test. Smur confirmed it calmly. Before them stood the mirror of Uar, the first of the 3 Norns, keeper of karmic memory. Through it, he would witness the memory of Jotun. Afterward, he would return and give his answer. Only then would the trial conclude. Jaehyun turned, studying Smur carefully. Is there a correct answer? He asked. Smur's 3 eyes met his gaze. No, I'm not the judge. You must find your own answer. This was the last task of the giant. If he wished to proceed, he needed only to place his palm upon the mirror. Min Jaehyun stepped forward without hesitation. The mirror erupted in brilliant light. Smur explained that it would reveal the past. His eyes widened as the illumination swallowed him. From somewhere within the unfolding vision, a red-haired girl's voice rang out brightly, welcoming him as if he had finally arrived where he was always meant to stand. She stood before him in a snow-white dress, her palm pressed gently against his. A golden symbol shimmered across the fabric over her heart, and a blindfold covered her eyes as if sight was unnecessary for someone who already knew. She said she had been waiting for him with unbearable impatience. Min Jaehyun stared at her, lips slightly parted. She bowed her head and asked him to speak her name. His eyes widened as recognition surfaced, and he said it aloud. A soft smile curved her lips. She confirmed it quietly, as though fate itself had just aligned. Still holding his hand, she told him this meeting was inevitable, written long before either of them understood it. Her other hand rested over her chest, as she admitted she had carried the fragments of a broken past while waiting for him to return. He remained motionless, absorbing every word. She began walking, guiding him forward, explaining that the ancients had left behind shattered pieces of truth for their descendants to uncover. As she spoke, a portal tore open nearby, warping the air. Jaehyun glanced around, asking where they were. Hela approached and answered calmly, Jotunheim, the land of the giants. She studied him closely and asked if he had ever stood here before. He lowered his gaze. He did not know. The blindfolded girl reappeared before them and instructed them to remain silent. The past he needed to understand was not hidden in his mind, but unfolding before his eyes. She turned slightly, telling him to watch carefully. Nothing here could be altered. In his thoughts, countless sheets of written history fluttered, pages already inscribed, unchangeable. Another presence emerged, Grunger, the narrator, an echo carved from memory itself. The girl moved ahead once more, walking directly toward the scene forming in the distance. As she passed him, she told him to listen closely. Two giants stood there, their figures immense and solemn. This was the story Grunger intended to reveal. A towering father faced his son and asked what a true king should be. The young giant looked up and answered without hesitation, strength. A king must be strong enough to protect his people. The father closed his eyes briefly and nodded. Strength mattered, but it was not enough. He placed a massive hand on his son's shoulder and explained that a real king must also care for those beneath him, must recognize his own flaws, must admit weakness when necessary. Only then could he truly lead. He said he hoped his son would grow into such a ruler. Smur's voice drifted quietly beside Jaehyun. He was not that kind of king. The young giant stood rigid as his own voice shattered in confession, calling himself cowardly, weak, afraid of Thor's hammer. He admitted he did not even know what he was good at. Tears streaked down his face. Grunger placed both hands firmly on his son's shoulders. He looked directly at the boy and told him never to let anyone else decide his worth. No enemy, no god, not even fear. Only he had that right. Jaehyun and Hela exchanged a quiet glance. She turned her face away slightly, murmuring that this was why Smur had chosen to reveal himself to him. The wound ran deeper than pride. It was about self-judgment. A messenger suddenly rushed toward them, shouting in panic. Thor and the Valkyries had launched an attack. Grunger did not remove his hand from his son's shoulder immediately. His gaze shifted to the messenger, steady despite the urgency. Then he bent down, picked up his weapon, and declared that he would protect his people at any cost. The blindfolded girl lowered her head and called it their dark past. She raised her hand again and warned that the tragedy did not end there. The memory would continue. Before Jaehyun could speak, the scene fractured. The world shifted violently. He opened his eyes into devastation. Corpses covered the ground. Blood soaked the earth. The air reeked of ruin. Hela stood beside him, lips parted slightly, explaining that this was Ragnarok, the war of the end. It unfolded just before the pact was sealed. Lightning split the sky. Thor stood atop a mound of bodies, Mjolnir resting in his hand as thunder roared in obedience. The heavens trembled under his presence. Jaehyun felt the raw force of the god, even from a distance. This was not an opponent he could face. Not now. A realization pressed heavily against his mind. Even at S rank, could he stand before that monster? He asked how someone could ever reach that level of power. Hela answered calmly. He must complete every trial. The path would reveal itself only through endurance. Thor's laughter echoed across the battlefield. He admitted he had not expected to admire giants. Yet here they were, warriors who continued fighting without surrender, even knowing defeat was certain. He grinned, saying such warriors deserved respect. Lightning answered him. Thor stepped forward into the carnage, lifted both hands toward the blood-stained sky, and roared that if the king of the giants faced him alone, the slaughter would end here and now. His voice thundered across the battlefield as he demanded an answer. In the next breath, the giant stood before him. Grunger lowered his head, his massive frame casting a long shadow, and asked whether the god was truly prepared to spare the rest in exchange for a single life. Thor's lips curled into a confident grin. He swore upon his own name that he would. Grunger slowly set his weapon against the earth, still gripping it, as if feeling the weight of fate itself, and accepted the offer. Lightning split the heavens once more as Thor declared that they would meet again soon. The giant, calm despite the storm, answered that he would accept his death without resistance. Then, without warning, Thor vanished as if he had never stood there at all. The hero turned slightly, hearing the girl explain that this had been nothing more than Thor's passing whim and Grunger's chosen sacrifice. Another voice stated that the war between Jotunheim and Asgard had ended with Asgard's victory. Before a mountain of corpses, she added that they had gained something greater, the final fragment. The boy lifted his head, but remained silent. Not far away, the giant began tracing something along his weapon. Runes ignited and circled him in widening rings of light. Behind him, his son pleaded through tears, warning that a trap awaited ahead. Grumner opened his eyes and admitted that he already knew, yet duty demanded he walk forward. Smur's voice broke as he asked why such duty mattered, when his father owed nothing to anyone. Reaching out desperately, the boy cried that he had never possessed anything in this world except his father. Hela watched from above and declared that Asgard was waiting beyond that path. She spoke coldly, saying this was the realm of those the hero was destined to destroy. A colossal colosseum formed before them, towering and merciless. The giant rose to his full height and asked his son if he remembered the words spoken earlier. Through tears, the boy listened as his father repeated that he must not worry, that he would endure whatever came alone. Grunger closed his eyes and revealed that one day the enemy foretold by prophecy would stand before him. His son looked up in confusion as the giant explained that this figure would free everyone, even the Jotuns. from the oppression of the Aesir. Reaching the entrance of the arena, he ordered his son to guard his tomb and the ancient ruins that would remain. Smur wiped his tears, yet they kept falling, his cries echoing as his father stepped toward the fate he had already accepted. Grunger slowly lowered his weapon and let it fall against the stone, and in that heavy silence the boy finally understood what these ruins truly were. This was not just a battlefield frozen in time, but a monument carved from regret and hope, built by a fallen king who knew he would not survive, and yet prepared a path for the future. The giant lifted his voice and called out to the enemy of the prophecy, and the hero's eyes widened, because those words were not meant for Thor. They were meant for him. With his back still turned, Grunger said calmly that he knew someone like that would one day witness these memories, that fate would guide him here. The young man stood frozen, listening as the giant asked only one thing: to help his son. Bird, standing beside him, spoke quietly and explained that the giant had already accepted his death the moment he stepped into this arena to face Thor. Across the battlefield, the god grinned, mocking him for finally daring to appear. The girl added that everything he had done, every choice that led to this moment, had been for the sake of his only child. The giant's gaze never left his opponent, while the goddess turned to the protagonist and said this was the king's final hope, that one day the enemy of the prophecy would rise. Her eyes fixed on the hero as she made it clear the giant had been waiting for him. Thor laughed and declared there was no need for delay, because from the very beginning he had wanted to crush the king with his own hands. The giant asked whether that desire pleased him so much. Thor's eyes widened, and in the next instant a sphere of pure lightning formed in the sky. It crashed down into his hammer, and when the light cleared he stood there wrapped in black lightning, crackling and violet. He said he would not be satisfied until victory was his and the giant lay dead. Lightning tore across the arena in savage arcs. The king lifted his weapon and met the storm head-on. A bolt struck steel, and he redirected it into the sky. Staring at Thor, Grunger demanded to know why he was doing this. The god frowned and asked what he meant. The giant pressed him again. Why were innocent lives being taken? Thor rubbed the back of his head and admitted he understood the question. He spread his arms and said it was the will of their great Odin. He lowered his head slightly and added that he did not know the reason behind that will, nor did he particularly care. All he wanted was a worthy opponent. Then Thor asked why the giant continued to fight when he already knew the outcome. A faint smile crossed the king's face. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he answered that it was simple, because there was something he had to protect. Thor grinned and asked what the giant thought he still had left, when most of his people had already been reduced to ash and drifting dust. The king met his gaze without flinching and answered that their meaning was still alive, that memory could not be burned away, and that one day Asgard itself would fall. Thor's expression hardened. He muttered that this was the prophecy everyone kept whispering about and demanded to know whether the king truly believed in it. Then he dismissed it as tedious nonsense and declared that this conversation had dragged on long enough. His hammer began to spin. He stared at his opponent and said he would send him to join his people. From the edge of the vision, the hero watched in silence, jaw tight. Black lightning gathered in front of the giant like a living storm. The king opened his mouth and asked his enemy whether he had ever truly listened to the prophecies he mocked. The hero focused on every word. The giant continued, saying that the path Thor had chosen would belong to him alone, and that no god could escape the weight of his own decisions. Bowing his head slightly, he spoke past Thor, as if addressing the one watching these memories, asking him not to surrender to the influence of others. The young man clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. Thor stepped forward to strike. The giant's voice rose one last time, asking that someone carry his apology to Smuff for failing as a father. The hammer shot forward and collided with the king's weapon. Cracks spread across the metal like veins of lightning. In the next instant, the weapon shattered in his grip. Thor's hammer crushed into the giant's head. His son's cry tore through the arena. Blood splashed across the Colosseum floor, staining stone that had already seen too much. The hero stared at the scene and muttered that this ending was unacceptable. Suddenly, a map appeared in his hand. Hela glanced at him, trying to understand what he intended. He frowned and said that after witnessing this, Thor would not be granted a swift death. The hammer, having flown past its target, curved through the air and returned obediently to its master's hand. The young man looked at his companion as if seeking confirmation, and at that exact moment a notification appeared. He could now use an empty map. Thor stood wrapped in black lightning, and his image began to imprint itself onto the blank surface. The giant's lifeless body lay unmoving below. Fragments started falling from the sky like shattered stars. One small stone landed near the god's feet, radiating a strange energy. Thor's eyes widened. Runes on the shard flared with blinding light. In the memory, Grunger seemed to move again, his shattered weapon surrounded by the same glowing symbols. Thor frowned and called it foolishness, but identical runes had already begun circling around him as well. The runes did not stop. They began pouring out of every shard scattered across the arena, rising from the ground and the air itself. as if the battlefield had been waiting for this exact moment. One by one, they shot toward Thor. In an instant, a cascade of light wrapped around him. Fragments covered in ancient inscriptions circled above his head like a storm of judgment. Thor looked up and understood immediately. His opponent had prepared a strike that would activate even after death. His hammer flared red. Flames burst across his body, black lightning twisting violently around him as he tried to overpower the formation. In the present, the hero gripped the card in his hand and received a message. The skill before him was far beyond his current level, and any attempt to use it would result in a weakened version until he grew stronger. A bolt of lightning crashed into one of the floating shards. The fragments ricocheted in every direction, yet the ring around Thor remained unbroken. His gaze shifted sharply to the side. He swung his hammer and shattered an approaching shard. A blinding flash erupted from it. His eyes widened. Something invisible had struck him directly in the forehead. The hero watched with parted lips, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Thor staggered and fell to one knee. For a brief second, it looked as if the god would collapse completely. Then he forced himself upright. Blood streamed down his forehead, and embedded, there was a fragment pulsing with runes. Pain twisted his face, and he faltered again, catching himself with his foot before hitting the ground. Lowering his head, he reached up and grasped the object lodged in his skin. In that moment, he understood. It had been the giant's true plan from the start. Covering part of his face, Thor realized the shard was suppressing his power, sealing away a portion of his strength. Yet even then, a grin spread across his lips. He muttered that he would take it back later, because this battle had been entertaining. Near the entrance of the Colosseum, Smur still stood trembling. Tears ran down his face, as he admitted he had never known whether the enemy of the prophecy would truly appear, nor what form that enemy would take. It was possible, he feared, that his father's sacrifice would amount to nothing. The hero listened with his head lowered, absorbing the weight of those words. Then he lifted his gaze. The card in his hand rose into the air on its own. A notification appeared before him, asking whether he wished to copy the passive skill of the Thunder God's power onto the empty card. Hela stared in disbelief, questioning how such a thing could happen, how an empty card could function in a place like this. The goddess explained, voice steady despite her shock, that if this were merely an illusion, it would be impossible. She recalled holding the protagonist's hand, and reminded him that she had already said it once before. These were not simple visions, but fragments of the past preserved by their ancestors. Hela watched her with a faint smile. Rudd's voice carried calmly through the fading space as he stated that Grunger's sacrifice had never been meaningless. The boy lowered his gaze to the empty card in his hand. Its surface shifted, darkened, then flared with a new color. A notification appeared, skill successfully copied. Another window unfolded before him, detailing the passive ability, its traits, its restrictions, its suppressed output at his current level. Hela looked at him carefully and questioned whether he truly understood what he had just done, because that power stood far beyond where he currently was. He answered without hesitation. If the skill was too high, then he would simply grow faster, and he added that his companion would assist him in that growth. What she did not realize was that this outcome had been calculated long before this moment. Nothing here was accidental. Behind them, Bert observed quietly. A soft smile touched her face. When they turned toward her, she informed them that their allotted time was almost gone. Hela's lips parted slightly as she murmured that this was merely another farewell. The hero admitted he still had not grown accustomed to such endings. Then he asked what had been erased from his memories. Bird's expression softened. She replied that it no longer mattered. What mattered was that he moved forward. As she began to fade, she spoke steadily, saying that as the enemy of the prophecy, he had stepped away from a shattered past in order to build a different future, and because of that he must live in the present, alongside those still walking beside him. She closed her eyes and added that she would remain behind, praying endlessly from within the broken remnants of history. The protagonist listened, eyes wide, as she explained there was no place for her in the road ahead. Yet she would continue to bless his path. Tears slipped down her face, as she said she wished only for his happiness. Her body fragmented into countless particles of light, drifting away like dust carried by unseen wind. The hero watched with one eye half closed, memorizing her final expression. The world shifted. In an instant, they stood once more before the shattered portal. The young man opened his eyes fully. The giant behind him asked whether he had witnessed the memories. Resting his palm against the fractured structure, the hero answered yes without turning around. Hela remained silent, tension visible in the faint sheen of sweat on her face. Smur folded his arms and said there was one final trial remaining. Just a single question. The boy nodded. The giant then lowered himself onto one knee before him. With a steady yet heavy voice, he asked whether the hero would remain unwavering if he were forced to lose something precious to him. The young man met his gaze. He lowered his gaze. Faces rose before him one after another. His mother, Kim Yu-young, Yu Sung-un with her assistant at her side, every friend who had stood behind him through blood and ruin. In her. The boy's lips parted slightly as he answered no. Standing beside Hela, he admitted that if he were forced to lose someone precious, he would give in to grief. He would break. He would suffer. He would drown in it. The giant remained kneeling before him, while he continued, saying that even so, in the end he would gather himself again. Because stopping was not an option. Because moving forward was not a choice. It was a necessity. A faint smile formed on his face. The giant returned the smile. Smur's eyes softened as understanding dawned. He said quietly that everything was clear now. The boy and his companion watched as he congratulated him, stating that he had proven he possessed the qualities required to walk the path ahead. Notifications unfolded before the hero's eyes. Trial completed. For levels gained. A new title acquired. Another message appeared. Grung's gift accepted. The words flickered, then faded. The boy exhaled and muttered that this was likely the end of it. The giant asked whether he was leaving. The boy confirmed it, and added that his business in this world was far from finished. Then he paused, as if recalling something important. Smur asked what it was. As he began to walk away, the protagonist said that Grunger had asked him to deliver an apology. The giant's eyes widened. Without turning back, the boy stated that it was time to go. They stepped forward. Behind them, Smur closed his eyes and whispered that he had never once been angry with his father. The boy lowered his mask over his eyes. The raiders stood before the massive gates. Slowly, the doors began to open. Outside, a crowd had gathered. The hero stared, unsure when so many had arrived. Hela observed calmly that everyone present possessed abilities. Leaving unnoticed was impossible. Still standing within the threshold, the boy considered the situation. Being labeled a tomb robber would be unfortunate. Yet there was truth buried in that accusation. The Union had poured enormous funds into this raid. Their interest was not sentimental. He calculated coldly. Facing two S-rank individuals simultaneously was beyond his current capability. He turned slightly toward Hela and told her to cover him while he bought time. The girl parted her lips and gave a short nod, telling him she would send the signal herself, and all he had to do was wait for the perfect second to pull the enemy's eyes away. The hero answered with a silent dip of his head, then stepped forward and pushed the gate open as if he were walking into his own courtyard. The moment the metal groaned, the surrounding raiders snapped toward him. He had already crossed the threshold. One of them shouted for him to stop, voice cracking in disbelief, but the command died in his throat when a figure stepped in front of the hero. Balak approached with a dark expression and demanded to know whether the dungeon had truly been cleared. The boy's lips curved faintly as he asked what difference it would make even if it had. Steel flashed. A blade hovered at his throat, steady and merciless. The knight held it there without hesitation. Balak's gaze shifted toward the gate, and he sensed it. The mana inside had vanished completely. If the energy was gone, then the impossible had already happened. He bit the inside of his cheek, struggling to grasp how one person could accomplish what an entire alliance could not. The hero tilted his head, studying the weapon inches from his skin. Balong, the ghost blade of Nebula, an S-class artifact. Recognition flickered in his eyes, followed by a slow, dangerous smile. He raised one hand casually and stated that he alone could clear this dungeon, and no matter how desperately the alliance struggled, they would never succeed. Balak's brow tightened as he asked whether that meant his alliance was weak. The boy did not dignify the question with an answer. Instead, he brushed his fingers lightly against the flat of the blade, and added that none of their troops even met the entry requirements. They cannot step inside, even if they wanted to. Red fury ignited in the swordsman's eyes. Standing directly before him, Balak admitted that he had once considered recruiting him, but that thought was gone. He would not kill him. Not yet. There was too much to learn, not only about the dungeon, but about him. The hero almost laughed. He could not believe the man had swallowed such an obvious provocation. Yet that reckless temper was exactly why Balak's reputation followed him like smoke. The boy lifted his hand again and calmly invited him to try, if he believed he could. Balak roared that petty tricks would not shake him. The hero lowered his gaze for a heartbeat. Then steel rang. In a single motion, he intercepted the strike with the very same sword. Balak's eyes widened, disbelief breaking through his fury. A notification flared before his eyes, cold and precise. Replica acquired. The same blade now rested in his grasp. A crooked smile touched his lips as he remarked that no rule had ever stated there couldn't be two detonations at once. In the next breath, steel met steel, and he knocked his opponent's weapon aside, as if swatting away an inconvenience. The enemy's eyes widened, but he retaliated instantly, launching a rapid strike meant to end it. The protagonist only smiled. Lightning cracked at his feet. The light step skill surged alive, sparks snapping across the ground as his body blurred forward. Their blades collided again and again, each impact ringing like a hammer on an anvil. In one smooth motion, he rolled the sword over his shoulder and remarked that he was far faster than his opponent had assumed. Balak's jaw tightened, but he gave no reply. A slow exhale left him as he reassessed. Very few S-rank raiders could evade his sword. This one not only evaded, it countered. The smile on the boy's face never faded. Around them, the Alliance raiders stood frozen, watching as if witnessing something forbidden. Then Camila swept down from above and called out to the fighter. He flicked his gaze toward her for a split second. She landed lightly and warned him to be careful, explaining that the hero's sword was not merely similar to Balak's. From behind, the mage added in a low voice that it carried the same energy as Balam itself. Balak narrowed his eyes. He admitted he had many questions and repeated that killing him was not the plan. The hero casually rubbed the back of his head, as though recalling something trivial. When Balak demanded to know what they were whispering about, the boy lifted a hand and told him to be quiet for a moment. Then he spoke, almost thoughtfully, saying he had once read that the great swordsman had divorced his wife and wondered aloud what the reason had been. Camila frowned, muttering that he talked too much. Yet she stepped forward and answered anyway, stating that the wife had left because of his foul temper and because he was unbearably dull. Balak's head snapped toward her as he demanded to know whose side she was on. His blade flared brighter, mana roaring around it as he declared the discussion finished. The rest would continue in an interrogation room. Before the tension could snap, Hela appeared behind the boy and announced that preparations were complete and it was time to end this. He asked her to wait a minute. The goddess stared at him, unable to decipher his intent. His own blade ignited in response, light swelling along its edge as he said, almost lightly, that chances to cross swords with an S-rank raider did not come often. A luminous ring unfolded around him, the trigger for overdrive. Power surged through his veins as the system warned that once the effect ended, his magic would be sealed for a time. He accepted the cost without hesitation. Flames coiled over his body, rising higher, denser. Camila's eyes widened as she felt it. The sudden spike in his mana was violent, unnatural. She threw up her hand and shouted for her ally to stop, but Balak was already charging. With a sharp snap of her fingers, she cast a mana shield in front of him and muttered that this reckless temper was exactly why his wife had left. The hero's gaze sharpened. Cracks began spreading across the shield like fractures in glass. One, then dozens. In the next instant, it shattered. Camila stared in disbelief, whispering that it was impossible. He did not move. In his mind, an image rose, a god standing atop a mountain of corpses, unshaken, supreme. That overwhelming presence burned itself into him. If Hangda possessed even a fraction of that strength, then the only path forward was to force his own evolution now. Balak closed the distance. Both raised their blades. They lunged. Snow spiraled violently as steel collided. The girl covered her face against the freezing blast. An explosion ripped across the battlefield, thunder shaking the air. The mage reached out and called Balak's name. Green light flickered around his body as he slowly sank into the snow. She rushed to him. Blood spilled from his mouth. Leaning over him, she struggled to comprehend how anyone could wound the head of the European Union like this. Her jaw tightened. A monster capable of that could not be allowed to roam the city freely. The hero turned away. She looked up and screamed that he truly believed they would let him walk away. Two glowing seals formed beside her. Hellfire and Windchaser activated simultaneously, their combined force shaping into a massive sphere hurtling toward him. He watched it approach and did nothing. That was the price of overdrive. His magic was gone. The sphere swallowed the space where he stood. Then two hands emerged from behind him. Hela's eyes manifested in the air as her voice declared that it was enough. Light detonated across the battlefield in a blinding burst. When the brilliance faded, Camila frowned. His mana had vanished even before the attack struck. She demanded to know whether he had escaped, and stated that if he had, they would have to find him and finish it. Balak wiped the blood from his mouth and told her to stop. Camila turned sharply, demanding an explanation. He looked aside and said pursuing that man would be dangerous. They were returning to headquarters. She studied him, noting how much he despised this region, and asked whether the enemy was truly that powerful. He answered without hesitation, yes. Her eyes widened. She remarked that he had changed and half-mockingly asked whether his wife had come back to him. Balak closed his eyes and replied that the opponent had spared him deliberately. Camila stared as he continued, saying that sending anyone else after that man would only waste resources. If they chased him, they would simply be humiliated again. She knelt in front of him and said she would inform headquarters. Balak muttered that he needed rest first. Turning his gaze away, he thought about the inevitable second encounter. It was not finished. From above, Hela observed with quiet amusement, commenting that the young man seemed to forget he was still human. He laughed lightly and said that since everything here was settled, it was time to head home. Later, he walked through the airport, fingers moving across his phone. His brows lifted when he saw that Ina had called him first. He did not know what had triggered that urgency. Bringing the phone to his ear, he greeted her and asked what had happened. He listened as she questioned whether he intended to join a circle. He continued walking, considering the timing. About a month remained. It was indeed time. Images surfaced in his mind, raider mines across the country enforcing the circle system as an official policy. Circles functioned as structured raider clubs. Typically, second or third-year students established them, recruiting freshmen under their banner. These groups often handled requests from government agencies. In return, the academy received commissions, the students earned rewards, and their reputations grew. He pictured coordinated raids led by experienced seniors, structured missions that served as training before entering full guild life. It was a controlled ecosystem: risk, reward, exposure, discipline. He lowered his gaze slightly. The concept was clear. Circles were preparation grounds, filters for talent before the guilds absorbed them. But it only worked if the circle carried weight. Without prestige, it was a liability. He kept walking, eyes forward, and remembered the life he had lived before regression. Back then he had no leverage, no foresight, and no options. Because of the rule that a raider could join only one circle, he had ended up in a third-rate club and worked himself to exhaustion for nothing. No growth, no influence, no future, just wasted years. There were no good memories tied to that place. A faint smile crossed his face. This time would be different. For now, joining the same circle as his comrades made practical sense. Moving alone would draw unnecessary attention, and isolation offered no strategic value at this stage. He told the person on the line that he was still evaluating options and would decide once he identified a suitable place. On the other side, CO Ina explained that they all intended to apply together. They were sitting around her, listening in. She asked whether he minded going with them. He casually said he might apply alone. Silence. Then the atmosphere shifted. He heard the dull thud of someone hitting the table. Pulling the phone slightly away from his ear, he heard shouting. Kim Yoo-young grabbed the phone and demanded to know whether he had seriously decided to abandon them and join a circle by himself. He covered one ear to block the noise and replied that he had never promised to join the same circle in the first place. Her voice rose again. If they had formed a team, then they would advance together to the end. That was the premise. He brought the phone closer and stated calmly that if her concern was ranking first, she only needed to say so directly. She immediately denied it and said she just wanted to pass the phone back. He listened to their bickering with quiet amusement. Then he spoke evenly, explaining that it would not be difficult for all of them to enter the same circle if they prepared correctly. He slowed his steps. Kim Yoo-young had the kind of personality that could be easily manipulated by outside persuasion. That meant he had to be careful, especially with anything resembling external offers or deceptive recruitment tactics. He added that if they were going to join together, he had one condition. Outrage followed instantly. It was rude to set conditions among friends. He slipped one hand into his pocket and replied that in that case, he would reconsider joining them at all. There was a brief pause. Then the tone shifted. The conditions suddenly sounded reasonable. Even friends require boundaries. Inside the room, they sat in silence, listening to his measured voice as he stated that he was, by nature, rational. He slipped the phone back into his pocket and said he would explain the conditions later, because right now the portal couldn't wait. Then, cut the call without hesitation. Hella rested beneath his collar, warm and quiet. And when he glanced at her, he understood that it was finally time to step fully into the club's territory. In his mind rose the sealed grounds of Taegu, the memory of open-air camps held during promotion seasons and temporary events, the vast academy sealed beneath its dome, and the truth that the mill school occupied only a fragment of that land while beyond its borders demonic beasts still swarmed. Creatures mill is culled every single year during brutal training camps. A bright blue portal unfolded before him. He stepped through without slowing. On the other side, a woman guided him forward with professional calm, and he soon found himself outside, walking toward reception. He removed his coat and dropped onto the couch, realizing he had gone there and returned in what felt like a blink, yet somehow it also felt like he had been gone for an eternity. Hella shifted on his shoulder and told him that it wasn't strange at all. After everything he had endured, time would naturally distort. Then she leapt down onto the couch beside him and reminded him about the gift Grunger had left behind. Her fur suddenly bristled. He turned to her at once, asking what was wrong. She faced him directly. Earlier, she had introduced herself properly, and now she asked whether he remembered how she had bought him time. His eyes widened, disbelief flashing across his face. She explained, steady and serious, that Hingle had managed to free himself. The vision changed. A ruined city stretched under a fractured sky. Cracks split the heavens apart. From within the tear, a massive hand forced its way through, followed by a god who dropped from the rupture like a fallen star. Hadel descended fast and struck the ground with a thunderous crash. Rising slowly to his feet, he frowned, unable to accept that he had been treated with such contempt by Hell's alter ego. He scanned the devastation around him and concluded that they had merely chosen to distance him from humanity by casting him into ruin. Then he tilted his head back. His eyes ignited in blinding yellow light. Something vast moved above. Hadel did not flinch. A monstrous presence tore through the sky and flew straight toward him. The dragon landed behind the god, towering high enough to swallow the skyline itself. Hadel remained still, never once turning around. The creature lowered its massive head slightly, confusion flickering in its enormous eyes, unable to understand why the god before it neither feared nor acknowledged its arrival. Hadel slowly parted his lips. The monster behind him coiled with killing intent, ready to tear him apart in a single strike. Its gaze locked forward. The god raised one hand lazily. Then, without even turning, he clenched his fist. The dragon died in that instant. No roar, no struggle. An unseen force crushed it where it stood. When Hadel spread his arms, he said he wished to enjoy himself a little longer, and the corpse behind him was already headless. Blood drenched his body as he spoke of the enemy of the prophecy, of how he intended to test that opponent personally. On the couch, Hella's ear twitched. She closed her eyes and muttered that Hingle had chosen a very strange battlefield. Min Jae-hyun looked at her sharply and asked where he'd gone. She met his gaze and answered that Hingle had entered the sealed zone near Milla's academy. The boy's eyes widened, and from the look on his face it was clear he had already begun constructing a plan. He opened his mouth and said that the academy's student training camp was scheduled to take place there. Hella lowered her head and said she already knew what he was thinking. She imagined the god's glowing eyes and explained that Hingle possessed the ability to glimpse the near future, which meant he likely wanted to observe the protagonist's fate directly. Min Jae-hyun lowered his gaze. If that was true, then his comrades would inevitably be dragged into the clash. Hella called his name softly, but he replied that nothing existed beyond calculation. Suddenly she turned her head, sensing something shift. Min Jae-hyun stood from the couch. As he walked away, his thoughts sharpened. Preparation. A direct collision. Nothing less. A system window unfolded before him as he murmured that he hoped Grumner had left behind something worthwhile. A vial materialized before his eyes. Dark red, liquid swirled within it. He reached out and read the description. Blood of a giant. Holding it up, he studied the status panel carefully. It increased both strength and wisdom. His expression tightened. Raising two attributes to 150 simultaneously was impossible for anyone below S-class. This was not a casual gift. This was meant for the highest tier of raiders. Then another notification appeared at the edge of his vision. New passive skill acquired. A second window expanded. His eyes widened as he read the effect. The skill granted double damage against Aesir and Valkyries. The gift was not random. It was a declaration. Hella stepped closer and asked how he felt about the gift. With her eyes closed, she reminded him that this was exactly why she insisted he clear the second test as quickly as possible. Min Jae-hyun lowered his head and smiled faintly. He agreed. After gently patting the cat, he thanked her for coming. She immediately leapt away from him and demanded to know what he had just done. Her eyes widened in alarm. The boy remained seated, head still lowered. Then the cat began to glow. The familiar image of hell unfolded around them as she told him not to carry the burden alone. She stood directly before him and declared that she had her own method to support him. Lightning tore through the forest. Blinding bolts struck down without mercy. They hit the protagonist head-on. Blood burst from his body as black lightning multiplied across the sky, crawling like veins of destruction. It wasn't random. He brushed his hair back and calmly noted that this was intentional. Hella perched atop a tree and looked down at him. She explained that the ability he had awakened could not even be compared to S-rank or unique skills. It stood above them all. Mythical. Green energy descended in heavy currents. She walked beside him and warned that without proper preparation, using such power would cause the body to collapse under its own strain. Min Jae-hyun stared at the skill window again. He recognized it instantly. The mythical ability from the Great Ruins. There was no delaying it anymore. He would have to confront it directly. The scene shifted to the city. He walked down a quiet street, reviewing system notifications. There was a method to increase his rank. A quest, kill Odin's ravens. Reliable, efficient, and urgent. There was no time to hesitate. He muttered that the ability inflicted constant damage on his own body. He imagined stabilizing himself through sacrifice, reducing the backlash to 0, but even that would not solve the root issue. Lowering his head, he asked Hella if there was another path. She answered no. Her ear twitched sharply at a sudden noise. Min Jae-hyun turned as she stated they likely had company. He replied that it was possible. His gaze fixed on the corner of a nearby house. They would confirm it now. From behind a car window, a girl stepped into view. She faced him and remarked that meeting here, in a place like this, was truly unexpected. Min Jae-hyun narrowed his eyes the moment he recognized her. Biki, head of the Curator Merchant Guild. She looked at him calmly and said she had heard rumors that he had signed a contract with another guild. Then she asked whether they were treating him properly. He smiled politely, greeted her, and in that same breath understood that this was no coincidence. She grinned as he asked whether someone as busy as her truly had time for casual encounters like this. Raising one hand, she replied that if they met here, it should be called fate, not accident. His lips twisted. A thin smile formed. He stepped closer and told her plainly that he despised fate more than anything. Then he asked whether she had been watching him. Inside his hood, Hella listened for a second longer before deciding this conversation was not meant for her. She slipped away leaving them alone. The city corner came back into view. Not far from there, Sungjae Appa stood, his phone pressed to his ear. He reported that the head of the Curator Guild had approached the protagonist. He recalled Min Jae-hyun's expression clearly. Sungjae Appa had been right there, behind the corner. Closing his eyes, he added that the boy had most likely already realized he was being observed. Night settled over the city. Min Jae-hyun sat on the couch, speaking calmly, asking Biki why exactly the Curator Guild was seeking him out. She smiled and commented that he was incredibly direct. Then she said they were delighted to welcome him into their guild. He looked at her without blinking and replied that he was already affiliated with one. Then he added that she had approached him fully aware of that fact. Her lips parted slightly. She said she was prepared to offer him the Fong of Nidhogg, one of the great serpents. His eyes widened for a fraction of a second. He knew exactly what that meant. The blade was S-class. Items of that tier were nearly non-existent, and its value was beyond astronomical. Far away, within the Temple of Hell, a girl sat beside a dragon and murmured that her guest had finally arrived. She wondered quietly whether she would come to regret this decision. A faint smile curved across Hell's face. She asked the girl to lend her strength. Hell's smile deepened as she reminded her that she was merely her alter ego, and that the gap between their powers was far greater than she seemed to understand. Hella stepped forward and cut her off. She said that if she did this, she would never wield that power properly again. Or worse, she would die from the strain even if she survived the first surge. Pressing her hand against her chest, she added that once divine power settled inside her body, there would be no returning to normal, no future to consider, no path back. Hell looked at her and tried to argue. The girl spoke first. She explained that she had been created from the very beginning for this exact purpose. She remembered the moment she met the hero and said her role had always been clear: to act as a guide for the enemy of the prophecy through the 5 trials and lead him along the correct path. At first, she had only been meant to observe him. Loki's daughter opened her mouth and said that none of that justified throwing her life away. The girl stepped closer and called it empty reasoning. Covering her mouth lightly, she admitted she was simply curious. Min Jae-hyun would continue forward regardless of obstacles. That was who he was. Someone who advanced no matter the cost. Hell, still seated, asked if she feared she would not make it to the end. She answered no. Silence fell between them. Loki's daughter lowered her gaze, then closed her eyes and said that the guest had already chosen her path. Raising her hand, she agreed to share her power. Black energy wrapped around Hell like living smoke. With a faint smile, Loki's daughter told her to accept whatever outcome awaited and not regret her decision. The girl opened her mouth, then smiled. The scene shifted back to the night city. Sangjae Appa held the phone to his ear and stated that Biki would likely attempt to persuade Min Jae-hyun. Looking away, he added that the young man was not someone who yielded easily. Suinin tapped her finger against the table and said that the Curator Guild's master would offer something beyond monetary value. Closing her eyes, she added that they had clearly assessed the hero's potential far higher than most. An assistant standing against the wall asked whether they should simply observe for now. Still holding the phone, Sangjae said his next words might sound exaggerated, but he believed Min Jae-hyun would become a future star in the Raider world, one whose brilliance would only intensify with time. He began to add more, but the girl nearby smiled faintly and said that everything had already changed far more than anyone realized. She lifted her gaze and asked him calmly what she should do if someone stole the very thing she desired for herself. And just like the scene shifted to the Curator Guild building, where she spread her hands slightly and asked how he liked her gift, saying they could start as friends, while the guild head smiled and waited for his answer, as if the decision had already been made. He leaned back and crossed his arms, stating that this was their first meeting and she was already stepping too far ahead, but she only closed her eyes and replied that he clearly knew little about trade because the moment he sat in this office, a relationship had already begun. He raised one hand to cut through the air, and Betchy mirrored him, saying both of them were here for personal reasons, so there was no need for games. He told her to get to the point. Her smile deepened as she signaled her assistant. Something was brought forward and placed where he could see it clearly. He turned his head, and there it was. Inside rested the Fawn of Nidhogg, a relic that in his previous life ranked second only to the Dragon Slayer sword that once shook battlefields. He looked at it without flinching, already aware that a guild of this scale would possess artifacts of this magnitude. They were showing power, nothing more. He raised his hand slightly and remarked that if viewed objectively, this was an absurdly expensive treasure, so why display it so openly before him? She leaned forward and admitted she disliked men who hid too many secrets, then asked him to be honest in return. He closed his eyes for a brief second and agreed. When one of his eyes opened again, it glowed faintly as he asked directly what she wanted from him. Betchy's expression faltered. Disbelief flickered across her face. A mere student radiating that level of presence unsettled her. She bit her lip, hesitation creeping in, and he noticed it instantly, asking how she could doubt her own judgment and whether she had truly thought this through. Her eyes widened further. He began speaking again, calm but precise. pointing out that the guild leader likely underestimated the network of connections moving quietly among raiders. The office felt smaller as his words settled. She lowered her head and listened while he asked plainly if they intended to recruit him. Then he gestured toward the artifact and asked whether they would truly hand over an S-class item in exchange for his allegiance. She lifted her eyes and answered without hesitation. Yes, and nowhere else would he ever receive an offer like this. He lifted his hand to his chin and admitted inwardly that she was correct. No guild in its right mind would place an S-class artifact on the table for a 17-year-old. That alone made the situation abnormal. He crossed his arms and said so without emotion. The image of the Curator Guild building lingered in his mind as he reminded her that this organization rarely recruited combat raiders. Their structure was preservation, appraisal, mediation, not frontline warfare. He asked whether their policy had quietly shifted. Beiji crossed her legs and answered that a guild that refused to evolve would eventually fade into nothing. He asked directly if he was their first candidate under this evolution. She met his gaze and confirmed it. He folded his arms tighter and said calmly that reality was rarely that simple. After a pause, she pressed her hand to her temple and admitted there was more. She mentioned Yu Sung-eun, then explained that through him, they could draw promising students, build bridges with the Raider headquarters, and stabilize external relations. He would not just fight, he would connect networks. That, she clarified, was what the artifact was meant to secure. He rested his fingers against his chin again, thinking. She lowered her head slightly and observed that he looked like someone who could spiral out of control if he made even a single mistake. He raised his hand and asked what control even meant to a person. She lifted a finger and replied that control meant leverage. Holding an S-class artifact in his own hands, backed by a contract that would distribute profit almost entirely in his favor. A faint grin appeared on his face. He glanced at the sealed container and said that regardless of contracts or leverage, the artifact was ultimately a weapon, and one he could wield. He extended his hand toward it and asked to examine it first. At the same time, he activated the appraisal form of his magic tool skill beneath the surface. She studied him for a moment, then nodded, saying he had earned that much. The assistant bowed and placed the container into her hands. The air thickened. Power pulsed from within like a restrained storm. He watched it closely, smiling as he reached forward. Then he said quietly that he finally understood what Nidhogg's fragment truly was. The violent aura faded. The pressure dissolved. He grinned and lifted the weapon, holding it steady before him, as if it had always belonged there. He rose from the couch without hesitation and said plainly that this arrangement was not his style, thanked her for the offer, and turned toward the exit. Her eyes widened. She asked whether he even liked the artifact. He slipped his hands into his pockets and answered that he did. She shot to her feet, voice sharpening, demanding to know who in their right mind would walk away from an S-rank item. Did he understand the probability of ever encountering such a relic again? No amount of money would secure it once this chance vanished. He opened his mouth and said there was nothing left to discuss. Then, with a faint smile, he asked if he could leave. She stood frozen in front of the sofa, unable to process what had just happened. The room felt smaller. Betchy pressed her palm against her forehead. The assistant stepped closer and asked whether she was all right. She remembered his eyes. Calm, measured, identical to Yu Sung-eun's. Her fist slammed against the table. She muttered that he would regret this. Meanwhile, he was already back in his apartment. He looked down and activated the magic tool form. The artifact manifested in his hand as naturally as breath. He exhaled quietly, admitting that he had not expected to obtain it this way. In his mind, the image of Nidhogg surfaced. The ancient serpent coiled in the depths of Nibelheim, gnawing endlessly at the roots of Yggdrasil during the winter solstice. A creature born of myth and ruin. He recalled the chapter describing it and realized he never expected the relic to respond to him, let alone allow replication. He leaned back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, aware that he had crossed a line. Copying such a weapon changed the equation. From now on, every step required precision. Heimdall's name surfaced in his thoughts. He measured the god against Thor, weighing strength against legend. He covered his eyes with his hand. Then his lips parted slightly. One eye open again. He sat upright, wondering whether the idea of battling gods had finally driven him insane. His fist tightened. What he truly wanted to know was how long he could continue standing against them. An image rose unbidden, the vision she had shown him in the mirror. The fate that waited. He steadied himself and forced his thoughts into order, asking internally whether fate was fixed or whether it could be bent if he applied enough pressure. The scene shifted to the conference room of Milla's academy. In one corner, a student stood quietly, eyes widening as she realized who had gathered there. These were not ordinary trainees. Every single one of them carried the weight of veteran raiders despite still wearing academy insignia. Her gaze moved from one to the next. One leader, then another, then a third. Finally, it settled on a fourth. Only then did it become clear they were not here for discussion. They were here for one person. One of them folded his hands on the table and stated flatly that Min Jae-hyun would join Seho's circle. The rest, he added, could only fantasize about it. The girl shot him a look and replied that he would come to Sanjian instead. She crossed her arms and pointed out that Suho's circle had already lost its most talented first years last year, so they had no right to monopolize the hero again. She tapped her chest and reminded them of the long-standing rule. Magic and martial arts circles did not interfere with one another. If that principle still meant anything, then a mage belonged with mages. The student secretly recording the exchange realized she was referring to the circle founded in Yu Sung-eun's on Hoiner, the backbone supporting mage raiders under Jae Sang's leadership. A man sitting across from her scoffed and told her to stop speaking nonsense. Arms crossed, he asked whether she had seen the recent headlines about mages. It was absurd, he said, to assume the hero would choose them just because of class alignment. The girl recognized him instantly. Jup, the one who had dragged the Karam circle to second place through sheer personal strength. He lifted his hand and declared that they were wasting their breath. The protagonist would inevitably join Suho. Jup's teeth clenched as he called that delusional. The girl raised a finger and said the only fair approach was honesty. The decision rested with the protagonist himself. He would go wherever the offer was strongest. A man pointed at her sharply and asked whether she had forgotten the real reason they were gathered. Did she truly think this was a simple recruitment negotiation? She opened her mouth and snapped back that such a reminder coming from someone with muscles instead of a brain was almost insulting. The student watching from the corner understood that the air itself had turned heavy. No one was posturing anymore. No one was pretending this was a casual discussion. Every leader in that room intended to win, and none of them would retreat. She smirked faintly, recognizing the source of it all. This tension existed because of one name, Min Jae-hyun. She pictured the guild leaders outside the academy, imagining their silent calculations. These circles were not clubs. They were pipelines. Guilds observed them closely, recruited from them aggressively. A handshake inside these walls could shape the balance of power outside. That was why circle leaders monitored each other so carefully. She thought of the protagonist again and realized something unsettling. He was not simply talented. He was destabilizing. The equilibrium between the circles had always been fragile, but his presence threatened to tilt it permanently. And judging by the way the leaders were glaring at each other now, that shift had already begun. Her eyes widened slightly. This was bigger than recruitment. Jup suddenly leapt from his chair, shouting at the girl across the table, his voice sharp with frustration. The student noted how his eyes burned. He wanted the hero badly enough to abandon composure. Then another hand slammed against the table, cutting through the noise. Jup bared his teeth in irritation. The girl raised her hand calmly and proposed a solution. Each circle would present its offer directly to Jae-hyun. If even one received a positive answer, that circle would call everyone here and announce it publicly in advance. All eyes turned toward her as she continued. In exchange, the remaining circles would not interfere with the chosen one. Furthermore, the circle that secured the protagonist would voluntarily withdraw from at least 2 academy events to maintain balance. The student began snapping photos again when she recognized the speaker more clearly. It was Min Jae-hyun, leader of the Third Eye Circle, the least known among them, yet rising quickly due to her calculated leadership. Jup pressed his hand to his chin, considering. He admitted that the proposal was reasonable. The circle that gained the protagonist would bear certain losses to preserve overall stability. He stood and agreed. The guy rose as well and confirmed her acceptance. Jean lifted her hand and finalized the decision. The student stood frozen for a moment, mouth slightly parted. In a matter of seconds, the entire direction of the conflict had shifted. What had been an argument was now a formal pact. The scene changed. A building exterior appeared. The young man held a phone to his ear. The girl on the other end asked quietly where he wanted to go. He paused, then asked if she intended to come with him. Co Ina sat on the bed wrapped in a blanket, eyes lowered, silent. She pressed the phone to her ear and started speaking in a low voice. But before she could finish, her friend suddenly raised a hand and asked if he would go with her to the International Raider Festival. And for a second, he just stood there with his lips slightly parted, as if he had misheard, asking her to repeat it. She pushed herself off the bed and explained that recently the festival had grown huge, that there was more to see than ever before, and that any raider who took himself seriously had to show up at least once. And then she added that even Yu Jae-sang had said the same. He smiled faintly, pointing out that she always loved these kinds of loud, crowded events, and that judging by her face, she was already imagining the whole thing. Pulling a jacket from the closet, he casually asked whether the others were going too, but Co Ina opened her mouth and then went silent, turning her gaze away as if the answer itself was disappointing. While sorting through clothes, he listened as she admitted that the rest were busy and had no time, so it would probably be just the 2 of them. He paused for a moment, and behind that calm expression his thoughts shifted elsewhere, because around this period in his previous life the black market had started expanding rapidly, and if the timing was the same, then the festival would not just be about flashy demonstrations and guild booths, but hidden deals, rare artifacts, and information changing hands in the shadows. If Heimdall appeared there like before, there might be something valuable enough to tilt the balance in his favor. A slow smile crossed his face as he asked when they planned to go. She widened her eyes slightly and suggested meeting in 2 days at 9 in the park. He checked the calendar without hesitation and agreed, then stood in the middle of the room and said that maybe a short break would not be a bad idea, that it had been a long time since he went anywhere just for the sake of it, and perhaps this time he could allow himself to enjoy it. She nodded shyly in agreement. Then he suddenly remembered something he had left unfinished at the academy and said it was time for him to leave. He headed toward the door, and she finally lowered the phone from her ear, smiling brightly as she declared that they would definitely have fun together. Night had already swallowed the city by the time he stepped onto the academy grounds. The corridors were quiet, lit only by cold lamps reflecting off polished floors. As he walked down the men's floor, he suddenly noticed Kim Yoo-young standing there, looking slightly out of place. Approaching her, he asked what she was doing here and whether she had decided overnight to transfer to the men's dormitory. She tried to respond but hesitated, lowering her eyes before admitting that she only wanted to ask him something. He stopped in front of her and asked if it was about classes, but she shook her head quickly. Clasping one hand tightly with the other, she explained that there was an event coming up, an international raider festival, and as she spoke her voice softened and her cheeks flushed faintly. By the time the sun rose again, Co Ina was already near the meeting spot, glancing around and quietly assuming that she might have arrived earlier than everyone else. He was already walking toward her when she noticed him, and with an easy wave he pointed out that she had beaten him there, arriving earlier than planned. She waved back, trying to look natural, but he closed the distance quickly and explained that he had woken up before sunrise, couldn't fall back asleep. So he decided to come early and scout the area, and on the way he even ran into someone he knew. Casually pointing off to the side, he told her to head to a nearby stall and pick something up first, then started drifting a few steps away as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. The girl instantly covered her face with both hands, her cheeks burning red, while somewhere behind them another girl turned around abruptly and asked if that was really Jaehyun. They moved through the park together, and the closer they got to the festival grounds, the louder the whispers became. People glanced at them, some openly staring, some murmuring his name under their breath. Co Ina kept her gaze lowered, hearing fragments of comments directed at her, feeling every pair of eyes pressed down on her shoulders. She bowed her head even more, trying to shrink into herself, but suddenly his hand closed around hers. With a small smile, he said they should walk a little faster, and her eyes widened at the unexpected warmth of his grip. When they finally stepped into the center of the fair, surrounded by banners, guild emblems, and crowds thick enough to blur into a single restless wave, he looked at her and remarked that coming to a place like this took courage. She quickly apologized, lowering her gaze again and admitting she still wasn't used to standing in the middle of so many people. He studied her expression and asked if she had eaten breakfast, adding that the festival had several good food spots, including one that made the exact toast she liked. Her lips parted slightly in surprise as she realized he remembered something so small. Turning fully toward her, he suggested they go there first and extended his hand once more. She stared at it for a heartbeat before placing her own in his, and together they walked along the embankment as the academy building rose in the distance. Later, when the noise softened and they found themselves near the familiar campus grounds, Kim Yoo-young stood there, looking conflicted. Avoiding his eyes, she admitted she had come because she wanted to ask him something. He faced her directly and asked if it was about school, but she shook her head. After a pause, she explained that there was an event coming up, the International Raider Festival. His eyes widened slightly as he remembered Co Ina mentioning that everyone else was busy. Kim Yoo-young forced a small smile and said he would probably just stay home over the weekend anyway, so she thought it might be nice if they went out and enjoyed themselves for once. He lowered his head a little and stayed silent for a moment, then gently placed his hand on her head and apologized, saying he already had plans. He told her they could go somewhere together another time. She bowed her head without a word. Watching her like that, he repeated softly that they would find another day to spend time together. Standing close to Jaehyun, she suddenly pointed toward stall ahead, and without waiting for permission, she stepped up to the toy counter and picked one up, turning it over in her hands as if weighing its value. He watched her with a faint frown. Then the next moment they were already walking side by side down the street, sharing a sandwich as if it were the most ordinary date in the world. The sky darkened without warning, and rain began to fall, thin drops sliding down bright green leaves before turning into a steady curtain. At the bus stop, she ended up sitting alone beneath the gray sky, shoulders slightly hunched, while he approached through the rain with an umbrella raised above his head. Stopping beside her, he lifted it higher so the water wouldn't reach her and muttered that the downpour had come out of nowhere. That trusting weather forecast was pointless. She closed her eyes slightly and agreed in a quiet voice. Across from them stood a man, and the protagonist stared at him without expression, rain tapping against the umbrella surface. Then both of them turned their heads at the same time, something catching their attention off to the side. The magician's lips parted in mild surprise as he kept staring. Then he raised his thumb toward a nearby building sign and, with an awkward smile, suggested they take a photo there. She pressed both hands to her chest, stunned by the proposal. her cheeks turning pink almost instantly. Rubbing his cheek with one finger, Jaehyun added hesitantly that most people who came here took a joint photo, but if she didn't want to, they could simply leave. Before he could step back, she grabbed the sleeve of his jacket and bowed deeply in front of him, catching him off guard. Her face burned red as she hurried back to the bench and, still flustered, blurted out a loud apology. Clenching one hand into a fist, as if bracing herself, she stared at it, and finally said they could take the photo. He folded the umbrella neatly and, holding it in one hand, entered the building with her. A cheerful voice greeted them from the side, and a man stretched out his arms dramatically, smiling as he exclaimed that such a beautiful couple had walked in. Jaehyun frowned slightly, already accustomed to these assumptions, and stated plainly that they just wanted to take a picture. Beside him, she flushed even deeper, realizing that from the outside they truly did resemble a couple. The consultant winked and pointed toward shelves packed with colorful accessories, telling them to pick anything they liked and enjoy themselves. Her eyes sparkled as she grabbed a hoop from the display and cried out happily that she had found a headband with rabbit ears. Jaehyun's mouth twisted into a strange half-grimace at her excitement. The clerk leaned forward with interest and asked if she wanted to take the photo wearing it. She was already holding two different headbands, shoulders drooping slightly as she struggled to choose. She heard someone ask why she was holding two headbands at once, and before she could answer, the camera flashed. A strip of Polaroid photos slid out, capturing them standing side by side with ridiculous rabbit ears perched on their heads. When he took the photos into his hands, he frowned slightly and pointed out that one frame hadn't developed at all. The consultant scratched the back of his head with an apologetic smile and explained that he had told his staff to fix that issue, but they must have forgotten. As compensation, the pictures would be free of charge. Then, still grinning, he added that since one frame was blank, they could think about how to fill it in the future. Her face burned again at that implication. She pulled her hand back instinctively, clutching the edge of her sleeve, wondering whether there would truly be a future where he stood beside her like that. Jaehyun only gave a faint smile, holding the strip of photos between his fingers as if it were nothing special. The consultant suddenly stepped forward and extended his hand to him, saying that before worrying about the future, one had to protect the present. A sweet, unreadable smile lingered on his face for a moment longer. They left the building and stepped back into the open street. As the door closed behind them, he glanced back slightly, his thoughts lingering on that man. Something about him had felt off. He stopped for a second, standing still, then looked at the girl beside him. Even if the consultant had been irritating, he hadn't sensed any trace of magic from him. That alone unsettled him. She, meanwhile, lowered her head, her mood shifting. He walked a few steps ahead without noticing until she suddenly called his name. The sound caught him off guard, and he turned back in surprise. She opened her mouth slightly before speaking, her back still partly turned toward him. She said she had lied. He frowned and asked if she was serious. She tightened her grip on the photos and pressed them against her chest. Without lifting her head, she admitted that she hadn't actually asked the others whether they were free. He called her name quietly, confusion spreading across his face. She remained in the same position and said it was selfish of her. Standing there in the middle of the street, head bowed, she confessed that she wanted it to be just the two of them. The dark-haired man stood still, stunned into silence. For a long moment, he didn't move. Then, without saying anything, he lowered his head. Memories surfaced uninvited. Hellas' distant gaze. The towering giant turning his back. Grunger's sacrifice. The crushing presence of a divine being obliterating everything before it. The guardian of the great ruins kneeling before him. Those fragments of the past pressed heavily against the present. And he remained there, silent, caught between what had been and what stood quietly waiting in front of him. A memory of smiling her flickered through his mind, and as it passed, he lowered his head and broke into a wide smile, saying he was glad they had such a good time together. She hugged the photos tighter to her chest, slightly startled by how easily he said it, and for a moment she couldn't answer. Her lips parted as if she wanted to respond, but instead she turned her face away, staring at the ground in silence. Sadness lingered in her eyes. Even with them closed, she stood there clutching the photos like something fragile. When she finally tried to speak again, flames suddenly burst to life nearby. The explosion of sound made both of them spin around. Loudspeakers crackled overhead, announcing an emergency. A rift had been discovered in a dungeon. Armed men rushed past them, weapons drawn, heading straight toward the source. Another announcement ordered civilians to follow raiders to safe zones immediately. People screamed and ran, some glancing back in terror, as fire spread unnaturally along the street. Raiders shouted directions, pointing frantically while smoke thickened in the air. Min Jae-hyun stared at the blaze, confusion tightening his expression. This magic didn't belong here. It was dungeon-type magic, yet it was manifesting openly in the middle of the city. Faint magical traces wrapped around the entire street, brushing against people like invisible threads. He frowned, searching for an answer, scanning the distortion in the air. A man ahead stretched out his arm and yelled for everyone to run, not toward him, but away, warning that it was too dangerous. Co Ina, standing behind Min Jae-hyun, said through a trembling breath that it looked truly dangerous and that they shouldn't get involved. Tears began streaming down her face. His expression hardened. Magic gathered around him as he said no, the word sharp and final. He stepped forward into the thickening current of power and declared that if they stayed and did nothing, everyone here would die. His gaze pierced through the distorted air. Not far ahead stood a red-haired man, back turned, surrounded by swirling magic on all sides, as if he were the calm center of the storm. Min Jae-hyun released mana from his body, his aura spreading down to his feet and cracking against the pavement. He repeated that if they remained passive, the outcome was certain death. Then, locking his eyes onto the red-haired figure, he said that all of this was because of him. The boy's shoulders trembled, and a laugh escaped him, low at first, and then widening into something almost delighted. He claimed it was fascinating, narrowing his eyes as he remarked that his cell was working even better than expected. Was it reacting because Min Jae-hyun was his enemy? Shock froze the protagonist in place for a heartbeat. Without turning fully, he ordered Co Ina to get behind him and run. Then he twisted his head sharply and shouted again, demanding that everyone move faster. The red-haired man didn't walk in. He materialized right in front of her, as if the air itself had given birth to him. Co Ina froze, lips parting in stunned silence. Before she could even process what she was seeing, the boy's arm moved. His fist shot forward and stopped a breath away from her face. Then the world exploded. The impact detonated the ground, dust erupting in every direction, swallowing the battlefield in a choking cloud. For a second, nothing existed but the roar of power and the tremor under their feet. Slowly, the haze began to thin. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes in irritation. His hand was caught. Jae-hyun stood beside him, fingers locked around the attacker's wrist, stopping the blow as if it were nothing more than a child's tantrum. He bared his teeth in a cold grin and muttered that such strength was only fitting for the so-called great enemy of the Aesir. Mana bled from his body in heavy waves as he demanded to know what the creature was. The answer never came. With a violent surge, Min Jae-hyun released a burst of mana and hurled him away. The enemy flipped through the air and landed smoothly, boots sliding only an inch across the ground. Calm, balanced, amused, he straightened and declared that he was one of Odin's 5 ravens. He had not yet been granted a true name, he said, but if he sacrificed Jae-hyun here, perhaps he would finally earn one. Min Jae-hyun's hair fell over his eyes. His fist tightened. For a fleeting moment, he saw Hugin, his father, lying still. The funeral, the cold disbelief, the tears he thought no one saw. He had believed him dead. When he raised his head again, there was nothing soft left in his gaze. He spat that this raven was the same kind of filth as that monster before him. Co Ina, he said without turning. She called out to him, voice tight. He glanced back just long enough to tell her escape would be difficult now. She was to stay behind him. No arguments. She nodded, brow furrowing, stepping into position. The raven smiled. He asked lightly if the girl was important. Dark aura seeped from Min Jae-hyun's body like smoke from a furnace. He asked what would happen if she was. The raven's smile widened. He would tear her apart slowly, he said, and make him taste despair. Mana gathered in Min Jae-hyun's palm, dense and violent. He called the raven an animal. Then he closed his eyes and whispered an apology. When they opened, power answered. An S-rank dragon slayer, sword manifested in his grasp, blazing with condensed mana. Jae-hyun declared that if anyone would be torn apart here, it would be the raven. He moved first. The ground cracked beneath his step as he rushed forward. The raven charged as well, red hair whipping behind him. Min Jae-hyun drew the blade back, mana flooding into it, until the air screamed under the pressure. The raven only laughed and said it would not be enough. Steel met resistance. The red-haired man blocked the descending strike, shockwaves bursting outward in violent rings. Co Ina threw her hands up, shielding herself as the blast tore at her clothes and forced her back. She stared wide-eyed at the clash, mind racing, trying to understand who this monster was and what language he had used when he sneered at Jae-hyun. This was not the time to think. She gritted her teeth. She had to help. Min Jae-hyun raised the sword again, power spiraling around him like a storm given shape. And the raven reached into his own chest and pulled out a chain. The red-haired raven didn't retreat. He tore the chain fully from his chest and swung it upward, the black metal coiling through the air before slamming against Min Jae-hyun's descending blade. Steel screamed against chain, sparks bursting between them as the impact stalled the strike mid-arc. Jin's pupils flared with light. Through clenched teeth, he demanded to know what the creature knew about Hugin. The raven's body began to change. Bones cracked, flesh twisting, feathers ripping through skin as his frame expanded and darkened. Even as he transformed, his lips curved in mocking amusement. He asked whether Min Jae-hyun truly wished to hear such things while standing on the edge of death. The transformation completed in a surge of violent aura. Towering now, monstrous and crowned with blackened wings, The raven said he would tell him everything if he was so desperate for answers. Hugin, he declared, had been the most exceptional among Odin's ravens, rivaled only by Minen, the most noble beneath the Aesir. For a fleeting second, something flickered in his eyes as if he pictured his two brothers. Min Jae-hyun held his sword steady in front of him. So that was it. Such a man, reduced to a leash, used only to restrain him. His expression hardened. He demanded to know why. The servant of Odin raised one hand and answered that it was prophecy, an absolute prophecy, one that could not be overturned. Min Jae-hyun's jaw tightened until it hurt. He called it nonsense. Cold crept outward from beneath his boots. Frost raced across the ground in branching veins. Ice spikes erupted upward in violent succession as he roared that they had done all this based on nothing more than a prediction of the future. The raven leapt, wings beating once as the spikes shattered beneath him. Min Jae-hyun lunged forward through the frozen debris, blade cutting toward his core. The chain snapped back into place and blocked again, swinging the weapon in a deadly arc. The raven declared that the prophecies of the Aesir always came true. The chain bent and twisted like a living serpent, striking again and again. Min Jae-hyun was forced to parry the barrage, sword ringing under the relentless assault. Behind him, Seo Aina frowned. Their opponent was overwhelmingly strong. Her abilities were not suited for direct interference in this clash. She could not break through that defense. Min Jae-hyun caught the chain once more with the flat of his blade, locking it in place for half a breath. That was enough. Seo Aina pulled a sphere from her sleeve. Without hesitation, she hurled it toward him and shouted for him to catch it. Min Jae-hyun spun. His hand snapped out and closed around it. Blue light pulsed in his palm. A magic transfer stone, a conduit capable of pouring one's mana directly into an ally. He froze, staring at it. Across from him, Seo Aina shut her eyes and pressed a twin stone to her chest. Mana surged from her body into it in steady waves. Her breathing grew heavier as the energy drained. Memories flashed unbidden. Every shared fight, every reckless decision, every moment where he stood in front of her without hesitation. In her mind, everything split cleanly in two. Before this battle, and after, Min Jae-hyun felt the surge begin. He glanced back once, surprise flickering across his face. Then he pressed the stone to his chest. Blue light spread through him, merging with his own mana. He faced the raven again. If he hesitated, nothing would change. That was exactly what the enemy wanted. He narrowed his eyes, exhaled slowly, and forced his heartbeat to steady. Calm, as always. He forced himself to slow down. Strength alone would not break this stalemate. He needed to read the pattern. Chains, daggers, mid-tier magic amplification, close quarters control with sudden bursts. That was the structure. The raven lunged. The chain curved through the air like a living whip and tore toward Min Jae-hyun's throat. At the same instant, a Shurna tip manifested near Ji-hun's side. Razor sharp, humming with condensed mana. More Shurna spikes erupted and shot toward the raven in rapid succession. A dagger slid from the enemy's sleeve. He flicked it twice, deflecting 2 incoming spikes, while the chain snapped tight and coiled defensively. Odin's servant slipped behind the arc of his own weapon, letting steel and shadow shield his body. Min Jae-hyun watched everything. Chains and daggers. Reaction speed high. Magic output comparable. No clear superiority in raw force. He glanced back. He could not widen the distance between himself and Seo Aina. If he gave ground carelessly, even once, the raven would exploit it. He stepped onto the flat of a Shurna tip as it rose. The spike launched upward, carrying him with it like a spring-loaded platform. Midair, they collided again. Sword and chain clashed above the fractured ground. Pain flared. A line of red opened across Ji-hun's shoulder. He activated Sacrifice instantly. The wound sealed in a surge of heat, flesh knitting together before blood could even spill properly. The raven tilted his head. He had heard rumors of multiple techniques, he said, but the reality exceeded expectation. Kneeling slightly, almost in mock reverence, he muttered that hell had been correct. Fingers brushed the edge of his cracked mask as he added that Min Jae-hyun could indeed become a significant obstacle to the gods. Min Jae-hyun stood firm in front of him and answered that he appreciated the compliment. The raven bowed faintly and replied that gratitude was unnecessary. He would kill him regardless. Min Jae-hyun's gaze sharpened. He understood something the raven did not. The Aesir could not kill him freely. Not yet. Prophecy still coiled around him like invisible armor. But protection was not immortality. Loopholes always existed. He moved first. The raven drew his dagger and asked if he truly intended to strike him down with such a straightforward attack. A longsword, he mocked, was slow. Min Jae-hyun accelerated. Mana detonated beneath his feet. He vanished from the raven's immediate field of vision and reappeared above him. Mid-descent, he released one hand from the hilt. The sword was no longer the focus. He twisted his body sharply and drove a roundhouse punch downward. He almost laughed, muttering that the raven himself did not look so impressive up close. Impact. The mask cracked. The glass fractured outward in splintered lines, and the gust of force tore through the raven's guard. He raised both arms too late. A tremor rippled through his body, an inexplicable pain vibrating along his nerves. Moisture gathered at the corner of one eye, whether from damage or humiliation, even he did not know. Rage swallowed hesitation. He charged straight at Min Jae-hyun. Min Jae-hyun raised his sword horizontally and absorbed the incoming strike. The blade groaned, and then began to dissolve, mana dispersing like smoke. He stared directly at the raven and said quietly that he still did not understand him. The sword vanished completely. Before the raven could process it, Min Jae-hyun slipped past him in a blur, dispersing the last fragments of his weapon as he moved. He extended his hand behind the enemy's back. Mana reconfigured instantly. He activated the skill for creating magical tools. Mana condensed violently in his grasp. A heartbeat later, Nidhogg's palm took shape in his hand. A dagger forged from compressed abyssal energy, its edge breathing out a faint, venomous mist. The moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, the raven's body stiffened. The boy tightened his grip. The raven began to tremble. He shouted that he had never heard of the assassin using a dagger. His eyes gleamed when he sensed the energy radiating from the blade. Not fear, recognition. Min Jae-hyun paused for half a second, thrown off by the reaction. Why that expression? Then he saw it. The raven's stance had shifted. His legs were exposed. A Shermao spike burst from a portal beneath him. At the same time, a chain lashed out, but this time, it coiled around the raven's own arm, thrown off by the sudden shift in balance. Min Jae-hyun surged forward. He struck once, twice, then 10 more times in rapid succession, each blow precise, controlled, merciless. Steel flashed in tight arcs. Then the artifact awakened. The effect of Nidhogg Fong activated. Venom spread through every cut in an instant. The raven's body jerked as poison seeped into his veins, corroding from within. Min Jae-hyun grinned. That was exactly what he expected from an S-rank artifact. With a roar, the raven shattered the chain binding his arm and staggered back, demanding to know where such strength had come from. He pivoted sharply and counterattacked. Min Jae-hyun met the weapon calmly. Steel collided. He deflected and answered with a clean slash from the dagger. The raven spun his chain in wide, controlled circles, deflecting every incoming Shinryu projectile that followed. Sparks burst with each interception. Min Jae-hyun landed lightly in front of him. He remarked that moving must be difficult now, with poison crawling through his system. The raven's left eye darkened halfway, blackness spreading across the scara. At this rate, he understood the truth. He could not win against the assassin. Min Jae-hyun smiled faintly and reminded him that he still had not managed to kill him. The raven suddenly dashed past him. He asked when he had ever claimed he would kill Min Jae-hyun. Min Jae-hyun turned and froze. The raven was charging straight towards Seo Aina. She reacted instantly, forming a barrier of condensed mana in front of her. The raven tore through it, as if her glass. The shield shattered in a spray of light. Her eyes widened. The raven's entire body ignited with blinding radiance, preparing to detonate everything in reach. Min Jae-hyun's teeth ground together. He hurled the dagger with full force and shouted for Seo Aina to duck. She stood stunned for a fraction of a second. Then the alley exploded. A thunderous blast consumed the space, shockwaves ripping outward as poison-laced energy ruptured at the point of impact. In the middle of the smoke, the system window flickered before Min Jae-hyun's eyes. Victory over Odin's raven. Silence followed. Ash and dust drifted slowly through the ruined alley. Min Jae-hyun lowered his head, anger still burning beneath the exhaustion. Footsteps rushed toward him. Seo Aina reached him just as his vision blurred. He muttered that he had used too much magic at once. His knees gave way. She caught him before he hit the ground and carefully lowered them both into a crouch. Her hands trembled slightly as she supported his weight. She bit her lower lip, memories flashing back to their fight against the monster. How she had stood behind him then, too, powerless to change the outcome alone. Once again, she had watched him push himself to the brink. She bowed her head, staring at his pale face. The scene shifted. At Kim Yoo-jung's house, she stood with her arms crossed tightly over her chest. She muttered that it was embarrassing to even start this conversation, and he deliberately buried himself in fake busyness, pretending not to notice the tension in the room. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Annoyed, she grabbed a pillow and smacked it against the bed, saying that if that was the case, she might as well just sit here alone. Kim Yoo-jung added under her breath that Jae-hyun was absolutely no help to her in situations like this. She snatched up her phone. If he was useless, she would make her own plans. Her fingers moved quickly as she texted Seo Aina about the Raider Festival she had been talking about earlier. A small smile formed when she saw the message had been read. It vanished just as quickly. Seo Aina replied that she was busy and couldn't go. Kim Yoo-jung fixed her hair automatically, frowning. Seo Aina usually stayed at the hotel to sleep. Why wasn't she home? She sighed, muttering that her friend must be busy too. She stared at the screen again and began typing once more. Fine. If not the festival, then later they would go to the pastry shop. She sent it. Co Ina replied that they definitely would. Kim Young narrowed her eyes slowly. Two homebuddies. Both busy. At the same time. Her eyes widened to the thought that crept in. Maybe they went together. Her mind immediately conjured the image of Co Ina, face hidden behind a book in embarrassment, with Min Jae-hyun sitting far too close beside her. The imagined scene made her own face heat up. She rubbed her chin, shaking her head. Impossible. She dropped back onto the bed abruptly, staring at the ceiling, lips parting as she repeated to herself that it couldn't be. The scene shifted. Co Ina sat quietly beside Min Jae-hyun. He was unconscious, resting against the couch, breathing steady but shallow. She looked at him with quiet sadness. The last fight replayed in her mind again and again. She had stood there, unable to help properly, while he threw himself forward to protect her. Her fingers tightened unconsciously. She lowered her head, guilt pressing down on her chest. When she looked back at his face, she whispered that at least he hadn't been seriously injured. Her thoughts drifted to the Raven. Jae-hyun had known him. That much was obvious. She remembered how the Raven tried to slip through space before the final clash, and how the new opponent had rushed her using the same spatial distortion. Her hand rose and brushed gently through Min Jae-hyun's hair. It trembled slightly. He frowned faintly in his sleep. Then his eyes opened. Co Ina's face flushed instantly as he lifted his head. He gave a small chuckle and thanked her for taking care of him. She turned her face away, admitting quietly that she had been worried because she couldn't help him the way she wanted to. Min Jae-hyun looked at her back as she avoided his gaze, watching the tension in her shoulders, the unspoken feeling she tried to hide. He stared at the sky as it slowly dimmed, as if the fading light itself was hesitating to cross a line. And in that quiet moment, he finally spoke, saying he already understood what she was trying to tell him. Co Ina's hand tightened into a fist, her eyes widening at his calm acceptance. But Min Jae-hyun only turned his gaze away, as though the truth was easier to face when he wasn't looking at her. He placed a hand on her shoulder and added, almost carefully, that perhaps he had misunderstood, and if that was the case, then she shouldn't take his words too seriously, because he needed her. Her reaction was immediate. She pressed her finger against his lips, silencing him before the confession could fully take shape. Her bangs slipped down, hiding her eyes, and in a low voice she told him he didn't have to say anything more. He tried to speak anyway, but she shook her head and admitted she wasn't ready to hear those words. Not yet. Whatever answer he carried, whatever weight rested behind his silence, it would have to wait. Lifting her face toward the faint pink lingering in the sky, a tear traced its way down her cheek as she whispered that she could wait until then. With a strained smile, she promised they would talk later. Jae-hyun lowered his eyes. Almost unconsciously, he reached up and brushed her hair back into place. And so they remained like that, side by side, through the entire night, saying nothing more, letting the silence carry what neither of them could voice. By the time smoke and steam swallowed the training ground, the world felt harsher, sharper. A monstrous club cut through the air, and he leapt aside just before it crushed the ground where he had stood. Shin Gao erupted from a portal behind him, and countless weapons shot forward in a violent storm, impaling the creatures without mercy. Yet even in the chaos, Jae-hyun's thoughts betrayed him. He remembered the girl's tear-stained face and found himself wondering why he hadn't answered her when he had the chance. He knew she liked him. He knew she was clinging to fragile, almost foolish hopes. And still, he had chosen silence. He landed lightly as the ogre roared and raised its club again. The swing came down with brutal force, but he slipped past it with practiced ease. A cold notification rang in his mind, the system announcing that with the quest's progress, his level would rise by 1. Mana gathered tightly in his fist, dense and controlled, and when he released it, the air itself trembled. He froze mid-stance as another message surfaced, telling him he could now sense the barrier. Tilting his head slightly, he muttered that the real question was what that even meant. A presence stirred behind him. He turned abruptly. Hella closed her eyes and admitted she didn't understand it either. Not now. But she was certain that one day everything would become clear to him. Stepping closer, she stood directly before him and declared that it would happen precisely because it was him. He responded with a crooked grin, asking why she sounded so restless, almost as if she were planning to disappear. With his eyes shut, he stated plainly that he wouldn't allow that. She exhaled softly, then smiled in a way that didn't quite reach her eyes, and confessed that what she truly wanted was for her existence to fade into nothing more than a distant, blurry memory in his mind. The scene shifted back to the academy grounds, where tension moved faster than rumors. One of the students stepped directly into Min Jae-hyun's path, forcing him to stop. Without flinching, he asked who he was dealing with. The boy calmly placed his hands behind his back and introduced himself as Jong Hyun, leader of Suho Circle. Min Jae-hyun's brows lifted slightly. He had heard that name long before enrolling. Suho wasn't just another club. It was the strongest circle in the academy, a place where only the elite stood, the so-called cool, ones who controlled influence and rank from the shadows. Jong Hyun extended his hand without hesitation, offering him a place among them. Before the air could settle, Min Jae-hyun came running, shouting that anyone could throw around offers like that. She pointed straight at Min Jae-hyun and boldly declared he should join Yoo Sung-un instead. Jup followed close behind, cutting her off and saying enough nonsense had been said. He jabbed a finger toward himself and claimed they were taking Jae-hyun to Quran. Min Jae-hyun's jaw tightened. Irritation flickered across his face as he told them to stop speaking, as if he were some trophy being passed around. One of them tried to argue further, but Jae-hyun suddenly stepped forward with a faint smile and introduced herself properly. That caught him off guard. His eyes widened for a fraction of a second. Looking at the three of them, he admitted he had heard those names back when he was still working as a raider. Their reputations weren't small. Jae-hyun clarified calmly that she wasn't there to recruit him. She simply wanted to introduce herself. He turned his head away and remarked that she could have chosen a quieter moment. She only chuckled, her smile sharpening into something more deliberate. Jup suddenly barked that Jae-hyun would be joining them regardless. Min Jae-hyun parted his lips slowly and said there was something that needed clearing up. One hand slid casually into his pocket as he stated, without raising his voice, that he wasn't joining any circle. Jup's expression darkened. Kim Yoo-jung's brows shot up in disbelief. Jae-hyun lowered his gaze slightly, already sensing how pointless this had become. Even so, he stepped forward and warned him that while being Sung-un's disciple carried weight, raiders without a circle always started from the bottom. The system of ranks wasn't kind to lone wolves. Min Jae-hyun gave a short laugh. He had already said no. Jup suddenly grabbed him by the shirt, anger spilling over as he demanded an explanation. Min Jae-hyun didn't move. He simply told him not to make a mistake. His eyes flashed with a sharp, dangerous light that made the air feel thinner. He added quietly that none of this was necessary. Jup's body trembled before he even realized it. His grip loosened on its own. Min Jae-hyun straightened his clothes as if brushing off dust and calmly declared that if the academy insisted on circles, then he would create his own. For the first time, the leaders of the major circles stood frozen. Jae-hyun watched from the side, silent. Her pupils shimmered faintly as a slow smile curved across her lips. The atmosphere around the table felt heavier than the smoke that usually filled the training grounds. Jup leaned back in his chair, dragging a hand through his hair as he muttered that he simply couldn't understand it. Freshmen founding their own circle? Since when was that even allowed? Jong Hyun rested his elbow on the table and stroked his chin slowly, admitting that he also couldn't grasp how a newcomer could establish a circle independently. According to the Academy's rules, it shouldn't even be possible. Yet the explanation felt weak, almost hollow. The other two circle leaders seated with them watched him in silence. The girl tilted her head back and stared at the ceiling, remarking that no one pulled something like that off without outside backing. Jong Hyun tightened his fist against the table, saying that based on the boy's confidence alone, they couldn't dismiss the possibility of him succeeding. Jup slammed his palm down sharply and demanded to know why. The brunette narrowed her eyes and asked a simple question. What was the most important factor when forming a circle? Min Jae-hyun tapped a finger lightly against her cheek and answered without hesitation. Authority. A foundation inside the academy. Recognition. Jong Hyun parted his lips and told them to think carefully about Min Jae-hyun's comrades. The names surfaced one after another. Hoi, the well-informed strategist who seemed to know everything before anyone else. Jae-sang, the talented young alchemist with connections of his own. Seo Ina, the fire-wielding dealer who could turn a battlefield into a furnace. Yu Yun, the red-haired support whose control stabilized every fight. Min Jae-hyun's expression tightened as she nodded slowly. Jong Hyun concluded that this was precisely why Min Jae-hyun hadn't needed to join them from the beginning. He already had a foundation. Jup closed his eyes, muttering that his head was spinning. Jong Yun tapped his finger against the table with sharp emphasis and declared that they would need to influence the situation before it shifted beyond control. When he pictured Min Jae-hyun's entire group together, he admitted that even that small lineup could tilt the balance of power within the academy. Survival would require adaptability. If necessary, they would extend support rather than make enemies. A frown spread across one of the leaders' faces as he asked whether all circles were truly going to adjust their stance over a single freshman. Jong Yun rose from his seat and calmly asked a counter-question. Could any of them defeat Min Jae-hyun in a one-on-one fight? Silence followed. Ju's frown only deepened. As Jong Hyun walked toward the exit, he stated dryly that their doors would remain open. Min Jae-hyun exhaled and stood as well, tension lingering in her shoulders. Ju clenched his teeth, frustration clear in his expression. Jong Hyun halted briefly at the doorway, recalling the look in Min Jae-hyun's eyes. He said quietly that the boy was a monster. Then, without turning back, he added that this made him the second one after Chai Ji-eun. Elsewhere, Kim Yoo-young sat at a table with her friends when the news finally sank in. She shot to her feet, staring at Min Jae-hyun as if she'd misheard him, demanding to know whether he truly intended to establish his own circle. He raised his hand casually and replied that if they wished, they could even expand it further. Hoi, seated beside her, spoke with measured realism. No matter how many members they gathered, they were still freshmen. He lowered his head slightly and admitted that things would turn ugly the moment one of the established circles decided to suppress them. Jae-sang's fist tightened as he said plainly that standing against the upper circles would be terrifying. Sayo, seated beside him, tilted her head and said she had been wondering why he had suddenly gathered them all like this. Then she lowered her gaze and asked, without hesitation, how much he planned to pay her. Min Jae-hyun looked at her for a moment before turning away, answering that payment wasn't the point. They only needed to be strong enough to endure whatever storm the other circles sent their way. Everyone except Celio fixed their eyes on him. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and admitted inwardly that this path was far better than kneeling under someone else's banner and living under their judgment. Seo Aina looked away and said quietly that she was fine with it. Jae-sang parted his lips and declared that if Jae insisted, then he would follow. Sayo raised one eyebrow and warned that without glasses, they wouldn't last long. A reminder that information and calculation were just as vital as brute force. Min Jae-hyun merely glanced aside. The academy soon shifted into a different kind of battlefield. Points were awarded to the best class representatives, and gold seemed to rain down from the system itself. When Jihan introduced Sung-eun's name into the ranking board, the rewards multiplied. Items fell into categorized slots, bonuses stacked on bonuses, and by the time everything was calculated, they were sitting on tens of millions of points. The girl beside him clicked her tongue in disbelief, muttering that it was insane. Kim Yu-young suddenly sprang to her feet, asking whether someone this wealthy wouldn't at least treat them to proper food. Before Min Jae-hyun could respond, a voice rang out from behind them, announcing that today was the team dinner. Both he and the girl beside him turned at once. Jae-hyun tilted her head and asked what she was doing there. Ian stretched lazily and flashed a wide smile. Scratching the back of her head, she admitted that she originally planned to bury the whole matter and leave, but since she was transferring to Mila's next year, things had changed. Looking directly at Min Jae-hyun, she added that after the skill he cast on her, leaving wasn't exactly an option anymore. His pupils flickered briefly as he activated subjugation. A high-end smile widened unnaturally as she said she simply thought it would be nice to join them since everyone was gathered anyway. A second later, the smile faltered and sweat formed along her temples. Jae-sang closed his eyes and muttered that he hadn't expected her to say that so openly. An Hoi-yan stared at her carefully and remarked that her pink hair carried an ominous presence. Seo Aina sighed and told her not to address Min Jae-hyun so casually. Min Jae-hyun chuckled inwardly. Rising to his feet, he closed his eyes for a moment and stated that their situation wasn't nearly as hopeless as it looked. Every single one of them was undeniably talented, and talent, when sharpened properly, was more than enough to reshape the Academy's balance of power. An Hoi-yan and Kim Yu-young stared at him, as if he had just spoken another language. Min Jae-hyun stepped closer and placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, asking calmly what would happen if they didn't just survive, but succeeded beyond expectation. He answered his own question with a faint smile. If they pushed further, if they broke past what was considered possible for freshmen, then the obstacles pressing down on them now would crumble on their own. Hoyin turned fully toward him, disbelief flickering across his face before it shifted into something else. Determination. With a bright expression, he swore his loyalty without hesitation. Seo Aina, standing off to the side, said quietly that next time she would be the one to save Min Jae-hyun with her own hands. Min Jae-hyun noticed the weight behind her words and glanced at her. She returned the look with a small smile and said they simply had to work harder. Yu Yin frowned and asked Sayo whether she felt it too. That strange sense of unease. Sayo covered her mouth and muttered that the last time Min Jae-hyun smiled like that, things had gone very badly for someone. His eyes gleamed as he asked what exactly they were whispering about. Sayo's shoulders trembled and a bead of sweat slid down her temple. Min Jae-hyun folded his arms across his chest and said evenly that becoming stronger would demand relentless effort. That was natural. There was nothing to question about it. No one at the table spoke. They only stared. He smiled again and asked if they were all joining his circle. The scene shifted to the Mila's Academy gym. The facility was hidden within the Academy grounds, packed with advanced equipment and rare artifacts, accessible only to the Academy head and select officials. The air itself felt heavier. Sweat ran down Seo Ina's face. Kim Yu-young and Hen were sprawled across the floor, groaning that they never wanted to attend another company dinner again. The red-haired girl frowned in silence. Jae-sang approached her and handed over a restorative elixir. Hoi sat against the wall, claiming he felt like every muscle in his body had torn apart. They needed to stop for today. Min Jae-hyun closed his eyes and said calmly that muscles grow because they tear. Jae-sang stepped toward him. He accepted the elixir, then smiled in a way that made Sayo uneasy and told him to drink every last drop. Sayo pointed accusingly at Jae-sang and called him a traitor. Jae-sang immediately hid behind another teammate, insisting that combat wasn't his specialty anyway. Min Jae-hyun kept his eyes closed and told Sayo not to get angry without reason. They would do 2 more sets. Hoy clenched his fist in silent despair. The gym might have looked ordinary, but it was anything but. Kim Yu-young and the others could feel the crushing difference. The gravity in this space was several times higher than normal. Every movement strained their bodies. Every breath felt heavier. This place had been designed to forge physical strength through pressure alone. Min Jae-hyun stood quietly to the side, fully aware that the gravity here was multiplied far beyond standard levels. And he had brought them here on purpose. Ina's hands tightened around the barbell, and when she drove it upward, iron cutting through the air, every muscle in her arms trembling yet refusing to yield, the boy turned his head and watched her in silence. Eyes narrowing, just a fraction as an old memory surfaced. Black feathers, sharp eyes, the crow he once faced, the feeling of being measured by something that wanted to tear him apart. For a second the air grew heavy, and the girl nearby froze with her mouth slightly open, fear flickering across her face, as if she too understood how easily the same nightmare could repeat itself. That kind of moment did not announce its return. It simply arrived and crushed whoever stood unprepared. He lowered his gaze and spoke quietly, but the weight in his voice pressed harder than any barbell. His comrades had to become stronger. There was no alternative. Ji-hun's fist tightened until the knuckles turned pale, and he stated that even in the worst scenario, they would not be caught off guard again. They would step into battle ready, and they would walk out alive. That was the priority. Not glory, not recognition. Survival, strength, control over the chaos that kept trying to swallow them whole. The scene shifted to the Yeonhwa Raiders Guild, where calm replaced the clang of iron. Yu Sung-yin sat with her eyes gently closed, a soft smile playing on her lips as though she already knew the direction of every current in the room. The protagonist mirrored her expression, though his carried calculation beneath it. Mentor and student sat across from one another, the silence between them sharper than any blade. She let out a light chuckle and asked whether he had been considering a transfer. Jae-hyun tilted his head slightly, nodding once, asking what she was implying, though he already sensed the trap beneath the words. Yu Sung-un exhaled, her smile returning as she revealed that the supervisor had indeed been speaking to him. One eye opened slowly, studying his reaction as she mentioned the offer. Nidhogg's Fong in exchange. The name alone was enough to halt his breath for a heartbeat. That dagger. Its edge. Its reputation. He closed his eyes briefly, a faint grin forming as he admitted that he had finally been cornered. Then he asked, almost lazily, whether she would release him if he decided to leave. Her laughter was immediate and unrestrained. Never. Especially not to the Curator Guild's head, a rival she had no intention of empowering. Ji-hun smiled in return, questioning the necessity of even asking such things. Yu Sung-yin rose from her seat and stepped closer, her presence overwhelming the space between them. She told him plainly that she had summoned him to make one fact clear. No one was taking him away. Her lips curved as she declared that she was not foolish enough to hand her own student to competitors. She reached out, fingers firm beneath his chin, lifting his face so he had no choice but to meet her gaze. There was no anger there, only ownership and certainty. He had no reason to refuse the privileges she provided. The boy's grin sharpened as he countered, asking whether that remained true, even if one of the rarest S-rank artifacts hung in the balance. Yu Sung-un closed her eyes again, acknowledging that it was not an equal exchange, but if he truly demanded it, she would act. It was not a bad arrangement in her view. Jae-hyun responded calmly that he had no intention of leaving in the first place. His teacher was here. She smiled, accusing him of being a convincing liar. For a moment, she had almost believed him. Min Jae-hyun's smile widened as he admitted that the opportunity to escape had already passed. The teacher and the students held their smiles a second too long, perfectly still, like statues hiding blades beneath polite expressions. Then the boy opened his eyes. The warmth in the room thinned instantly. He looked away, already certain of it. They would try something at the training camp. Of course they would. Imagining Heimdall watching from somewhere unseen, he told himself that preparation was the only answer. No assumptions. No blind spots. Every scenario accounted for. The day of departure arrived without ceremony. Classes paused. Tension replaced routine, and the path toward the portal began. The group approached the bus in silence. John stepped inside first, expression unreadable, and one by one the others followed. Engines roared. The buses pulled away from the academy grounds like a convoy heading towards something irreversible. Seated by the window, the boy spoke without raising his voice. They had to push harder from here on. This was not another exercise. Looking at his comrades, he told them this would mark the beginning of their circle. Yal immediately smacked Jae-sang on the back of the head, telling him to stop trembling. Jae-sang rubbed the spot with an awkward grin, admitting he was nervous. From this point on, the practice would be real. No instructor stepping in. No stage danger. Jae-hyun turned toward him calmly and clarified that what awaited them was real evil. Real monsters. His gaze shifted forward as he reminded them that other raiders frequently hunted in that region, but that alone did not make it safe. A battlefield remained a battlefield, even if veterans had walked through it before. Kim Yu-young looked at Jae-sang and added that nerves would only make it worse. They were going to work in that camp, not rest. If their minds collapsed first, their bodies would follow. Jae-sang shut his eyes and forced a breath, muttering that he would try to calm down. Co Ina leaned slightly toward the protagonist and said she had a question. Narrowing her eyes, she asked why he had called their group Circle 9. Kim Yu-young stepped closer to Ina, saying she was curious too. Did he mean the number literally? The girls fixed their attention on him, asking whether there was a special reason behind his attachment to it. Jae-hyun leaned back into his seat, eyes half-lidded. It would be more accurate, he said, to claim that he hated the number. In Norse mythology, 9 carried weight. 9 worlds hanging from Yggdrasil. Thor, poisoned by Jormungandr, taking 9 steps before death claimed him. The number followed endings, cycles, inevitabilities. He had seen it repeat too often in his own life. Patterns forming, collapsing, restarting. Each time that number surfaced, something significant shifted. The girls remained silent, absorbing the edge in his tone. Jae-hyun let out a quiet chuckle and closed his eyes. He despised 9. That was precisely why he chose it. If fate insisted on repeating it, he would seize it first and define it himself. They exchanged glances, uncertain whether to laugh. He opened his eyes again and looked at them one by one, then turned toward the window. The passing scenery blurred. Squinting slightly, he admitted that when he was with them, he sometimes forgot things that should never be forgotten, even memories tied to them. It was a strange relief. Dangerous, perhaps, but real. The bus slowed as towering walls came into view. The closed city emerged ahead, sealed off from the ordinary world. Beyond it lay the academy's training camp, where lessons would stop pretending and survival would begin. The young man rose from his seat the moment the bus doors hissed open and stated flatly that from here on, peace would exist only in dreams. His lips parted slightly as he added that everyone standing there felt it, that pressure crawling under the skin, that quiet tremor before impact. No one denied it. One by one the group stepped off the bus, boots meeting unfamiliar ground, the sealed city looming ahead like a locked jaw waiting to bite. Far from the academy, in a remote corner of the city of Taegu, Heimdall sat casually on a rooftop, legs hanging over the edge as if the world below were nothing more than a stage. Behind him, Hugin reported that another raven had been lost. The ace let out a low chuckle. Instead of irritation, a wide grin spread across his face. This opponent was becoming entertaining. Dangerous prey made the hunt worth continuing. Elsewhere, lights blazed across a polished studio floor. The host stood on a raised platform and greeted viewers of Problems of World Raiders with professional brightness. Today's broadcast would address the mysterious incident that had shaken the global raider community, the looting of the Icelandic ruins. She lifted her hand slightly as she introduced the guests. Balak, S-rank raider and representative of the Union of Europe, and Camilla, recognized as the first S-rank mage in the world. They took their seats. The host smiled politely and said it was a pleasure to have them. Camilla returned the smile with effortless grace, replying that the pleasure was mutual. She nudged Balak lightly with her elbow and winked, clarifying that they were present strictly as representatives of the Union of Europe. Balak narrowed his eyes at the audience instead of the cameras. He told Camilla to look carefully at their expressions. The veins on his forehead began to rise as he muttered that those were not the faces of people who respected their association. Camilla's smile did not fade. She said she understood his frustration. With her eyes closed, she calmly added that escalating tension here would only worsen the situation. Balak clenched his teeth hard enough to feel the strain in his jaw. He could sense it clearly. They suspected the Union of looting the ruins themselves. It was not an absurd assumption. He had been there personally, and, at the time of the robbery, the Icelandic ruins had been under European Union control. Yet the theft had been carried out by a masked individual, a single unpredictable variable who had slipped through their defense. Balak shut his eyes briefly, cursing under his breath. The host lowered her head slightly and stated that the purpose of the discussion was simple, to address the recent looting incident and the growing controversy surrounding it. Camilla's lips curved faintly, as if amused by how the narrative was forming. Balak's entire body trembled with suppressed anger until she discreetly kicked his leg beneath the desk. He shot her a look, but remained seated. The host turned to him directly and asked why 2 S-rank raiders had failed to secure the ruins. She lifted a sheet of paper and continued, questioning how the Union of Europe, widely regarded as the strongest organization, had been unable to conquer the ruins first, and worse, had allowed them to be plundered under their watch. The host glanced down at the paper in her hand, then back at the 2 S-rank raiders, and stated that these were the questions viewers cared about most. No embellishment, no sympathy, just answers. Camilla opened her eyes and replied evenly that their strength had not been sufficient. That was the truth, and it was all she would say. The studio lights reflected faintly in her calm gaze. The host's smile sharpened. She mentioned that in leading nations such as the United States and Japan, criticism toward the European Union had intensified. For years, they had projected superiority. Now the narrative had shifted, and the situation was no longer simple. Camila closed her eyes again, unfazed. Balak finally spoke, his voice low but strained. They must have heard of the invader of the ruins. The masked one. The host shuddered theatrically before restoring her composure. Yes, she had heard. The man who had reportedly passed the qualification proof the Europa Union struggled with, then proceeded to conquer the ruins himself. A black robe. That was the description released publicly. She closed one eye slightly and sighed, stating that the public demanded facts, not vague claims about a shadowy figure. Balak's jaw tightened, so hard it seemed ready to crack. His eyes flashed as he demanded to know whether she believed he was fabricating the story. Camila turned toward him sharply, alarm rising beneath her composed exterior. Balak stood abruptly. He faced the nearest camera, mana leaking from him in a controlled but unmistakable surge. The cameraman instinctively tilted the lens upward. Balak pointed at himself and declared that the man in the black robe was so powerful that even if he and Camila attacked together, they would not have been able to defeat him. He clenched his jaw again and stated that he had no excuses, no regrets, only the truth. Camila pressed a hand to her forehead, exhaling slowly as her partner dismantled their carefully constructed restraint in a matter of seconds. Balak's eyes burned as he added that the enemy would appear again. Someone like that did not strike once and vanish. The scene shifted back to the sealed city, where rows of students stood gathered beneath a gray sky. The instructor raised his hand and announced that the training camp would last 1 week. No extensions, no delays. The protagonist and his group remained motionless as the rules were delivered. Every student was to operate strictly within their assigned circle. No independent movement. Each circle would receive only one survival kit. The instructor stepped forward and handed a single suitcase to Hoy. That was all they would have. The students were expected to rely on what they had learned at the academy, apply it, refine it, survive with it. Their objective was clear: endure the week and eliminate as many monsters as possible. The instructor raised his hand again, emphasizing the boundary. No group was permitted to travel beyond 50 kilometers from headquarters. Violation meant immediate disqualification. He stood firm before them and stated the 2 essential tasks. First, stay alive. Second, prove they deserve to stand there. Tegu was the most dangerous ground they had stepped onto so far. The protagonist group did not move. They absorbed every word in silence, fully aware that once this began, there would be no rehearsal, no protection, only consequence. If they endured the week, they would prove they were fit to stand as raiders, those who survived by stepping over the corpses of monsters rather than becoming one. The instructor's brow tightened as he emphasized coordination. Points would not come from reckless heroics, but from efficient extermination. Kill as many monsters as possible within the allotted time. That was the metric. Hoyam immediately paired with Soil and began clearing nearby threats, blades, and spells moving in practiced rhythm. Tokens dropped from fallen creatures, small markers of progress that had to be collected without delay. Around them, other circles advanced cautiously. The instructor continued, voice steady, explaining that higher-level monsters granted greater bonus points. Risk and reward were inseparable. He warned them again, avoid injury at all costs. A single mistake could end not just their score, but their future. One student raised his hand, asking what to do if a situation spiraled beyond control. The instructor frowned slightly and replied that they were not alone. Instructors were stationed on surrounding rooftops. If a critical threat emerged, it had to be reported immediately. Intervention would come only if necessary. The students remained silent, though unease rippled through the formation. Many frowned, understanding that reliance on distant oversight was thin comfort. The instructor placed his hands behind his back and concluded the briefing. The protagonist stood unmoving, gaze fixed on the horizon, as if measuring invisible lines of probability. Soon his group converged. Huang, Jae-sang, and Soil examined the rings assigned to them. Aina and Kim Yu-young lifted their hands, sliding the artifacts into place. The protagonist followed, a grin cutting across his face as he secured his own. The Unity sign ring gleamed subtly, refined, balanced, unmistakably rare. Jae-hyun clenched his fists, feeling the faint resonance of synchronized mana. Acquiring such an artifact at this stage bordered on absurd fortune. No, not fortune. Preparation. This would be central to their survival. The others watched him. He stated simply that they would proceed according to plan. No improvisation unless necessary. Structure first. High above, in one of the upper floors of a nearby building, black smoke gathered within an abandoned room, coiling and shaping itself into feathers. Huggin stood by the window, gaze heavy as he observed his son below. The group relocated to a construction site and slipped inside the unfinished structure. Concrete pillars, exposed beams, shadowed corridors. Jae-hyun surveyed the interior and declared it suitable. A defensible base. Jae-sang grinned widely, noting that in this zone, they could likely avoid direct clashes with high-ranking wing monsters. Soil responded through clenched teeth that instead they would encounter crawling infestations, worms, insects, smaller predators that thrived in enclosed spaces. Jae-sang began to protest, arguing that insects were not inherently evil. Soil abruptly shrieked that insects were the true embodiment of evil. Jae-sang's posture sagged in exaggerated defeat as the blonde flailed her arms in frustration. Jaehyun exhaled sharply and told them to cut the nonsense. Focus was non-negotiable. They needed cohesion, not comedy. Yujong turned slowly, scanning the skeletal skyline visible through broken walls. She reminded them that a roof did not change reality. This remained a sealed city. Isolation did not equal safety. The guy folded his arms across his chest and let his thoughts drift back to the story everyone in the academy knew, but no one liked to remember. The day monsters led by a dragon tore through a sealed city and left nothing but ruins behind. That disaster turned the place into what humanity now called a closed city. In South Korea, the most infamous of them was Jaesang Sangbakdo. Even the city of Daegu stood inside that scar. As part of their training, academy students were sent into places like that to wipe out monsters and learn how to survive as real raiders instead of classroom heroes. CO Aina looked away first, her voice low as she said that from now on they didn't have the luxury of pretending. This was reality. Kim Yoo-young closed her eyes and said she just hoped they would earn a mountain of points again, enough to buy ice cream until they were sick of it, and finally try the restaurants in the southern district of the academy everyone kept talking about. When she opened her eyes, there was a faint spark there, like she was clinging to something normal inside all this madness. The protagonist turned his gaze aside. The blonde frowned, exhaled sharply, clearly irritated. The guy murmured that points mattered. Min Jae-hyun narrowed his eyes. He knew the truth. For most of them, this camp wouldn't be overwhelming. Their team stood at the top. They weren't beneath any of the established circles or their leaders. But that wasn't what bothered him. He knew the real threat. Hell, the ace who was probably smiling somewhere right now, waiting for the perfect moment to step into his path. CO Aina noticed the shift in his expression and shivered. She stared at him carefully and asked if he was all right. Jae-hyun answered calmly that nothing was wrong. An Hoi-yeon tilted his head and asked what was going on with him. The protagonist replied that he had imagined it all. Hwang squinted at him and said he looked like someone who had just walked away from a fight. He stepped closer and asked if something had happened over the weekend. CO Aina lowered her eyes. She couldn't forget the raven that had shot straight toward her. Odin's servant had been terrifyingly strong. One chain, one dagger. That was all he needed. The chains had wrapped around her before she even understood what was happening. She had stood there, stunned, staring at the ground like she was doing now. From the side, Soil called out that someone was approaching. Min Jae-hyun shut his eyes briefly and said they were probably the ones who despised them. It seemed connected to her. The blonde lowered her lashes and confirmed it. Then she lifted her chin slightly and said that handling it was his responsibility. So now it was on him. Kim Yoo-jung's mouth fell open. The air around them shifted, heavy and ominous. The redhead froze the same way, unable to process what she had just heard. Both girls slowly turned toward the protagonist. He didn't explain. He only glanced to the side and told them to get ready for a fight. Not long after, Sid's circle appeared. Junin stood at the front of the group like he owned the ground beneath his feet. The protagonist answered with a faint smile. Earlier, Soil had been sitting across from him at a table. She had looked straight at him and asked if he was serious about pulling her out of Sid's circle and bringing her to his side. He had grinned and told her that was exactly what he intended. She raised a hand calmly and told him to consider her position. Crossing her legs, she said she wasn't exactly miserable where she was. Sid's circle had numbers. Compared to others, they earned plenty of points. He lifted 2 fingers and said she understood one half of the situation but was blind to the other. Then he asked her directly whether she truly believed the circle members saw her as one of them. She looked away and admitted they were more like business partners. Jae-hyun placed a small sphere on the table. He said he didn't think so. Soil's eyes widened when the recording began to play. Junong and Siek's voices filled the air. They were talking about her, as if she wasn't even human, calling her nothing more than a stray dog useful for gathering information, laughing about how she couldn't even fight properly. Junang's voice turned smug as he said maybe he would have to seduce her if it made things easier. Sunha snapped back angrily, claiming he already had his eye on her and telling him to stay away. The blonde's face twisted. Anger, humiliation, clarity, all at once. She looked at the boy across from her and said she would accept. Then she tilted her head slightly and asked how much he was offering. He smiled and said he had seen enough. Now the 2 groups stood facing each other. Junin stepped forward, fist clenched tight, demanding to know if he really thought he could just steal someone from their circle and walk away untouched. The protagonist's gaze slid briefly toward Soil. Junin wasn't angry because of loyalty. He was angry because he had lost control of something he wanted to use. The protagonist lifted his hand lazily and asked if Junin had already forgotten what happened during the freshman hunt. Junin's face flushed red as he shouted that he had simply let his guard down that time. He swung his arm sharply and demanded to know if the protagonist believed he could handle all of them alone. A beam of mana condensed in the protagonist's palm, sharp and steady, and he said calmly that he had never been alone. He flicked his wrist. The projectile sliced through the air and passed so close to Junin's head that the wind alone made him flinch. The protagonist didn't chase it. He only watched. Ji Hun smiled broadly and said that even if all of them rushed in together, they wouldn't be able to defeat a single one of them. Tension snapped through Sid's circle. Several members exchanged uneasy looks. Mana shimmered faintly in the protagonist's hand, restrained but ready. Behind him, Soil frowned. Among those who possessed intelligence-type skills, she was a rare talent. He still couldn't understand why anyone would call it risky to recruit someone like her. The only way to truly see her value was to kneel low enough to observe what she saw. Junin's fist trembled. Jaehyun only tilted his head slightly and asked if that was all. Chief Sid wiped sweat from his brow and muttered that he must have imagined it. No matter how strong that guy looked, he was still just a first year. The protagonist laughed quietly. Sid pointed straight at him and barked an order. They charged at once. The protagonist didn't move. He observed. Two attackers reached him first, but their blows slammed uselessly against the shield. On Hoyan stood firm, his own shield raised, and demanded to know how they dare to lift their hands. At the same time, the enemy mages thrust their wands forward, fire and lightning forming in quick succession. Kim Young stepped up beside them, staff glowing as she focused her mana. She stated plainly that she was here too. Every incoming spell shattered against the barrier. Min Jaehyun chuckled. Hoyong had grown enough to repel an entire group, and Kim Young had quietly mastered wide-range defensive magic right at his side. Their growth rate was absurd. Sweat rolled down the attackers' faces. Nothing they threw seemed to work. Junin froze, fear spreading across his expression. He muttered that he had known this would happen. One of the boys whispered with his mouth half open whether there was any point in attacking someone back by the lotus. Aina released her mana. She stepped forward, wand in hand, and asked if she could handle it herself. The protagonist laughed and granted permission. She raised the wand and activated her unique skill, Alhiam's sword. Her mana split and reshaped, turning into dozens of gleaming blades. A heartbeat later, those swords shot forward in a storm. Sid's circle broke. Junin ran ahead of his own subordinates in blind panic. In his desperation, he grabbed one of them by the shoulder and shoved him backward, using him as a shield. He never noticed the slime slithering across the ground toward his leg. It wrapped around his ankle. He crashed face first onto the floor. Rage twisting his face, he tried to push himself up and screamed, demanding to know what the hell had just grabbed him. The shadows of the protagonist and on Hoyan stretched over Junin's trembling body as they stepped closer, calmly stating that their enemy couldn't even move anymore. Jae-sang raised a finger and explained with clinical pride that the mixture was crafted from slime extract, liquid binders, and spores from a paralyzing mushroom. Junin glared up at him and spat out an insult, calling him nothing more than a botanist playing with mud. The protagonist's lips parted slightly as he called Junin's name. The effect was immediate. Sweat poured down Junin's face. Fear swallowed whatever arrogance he had left. Jaehyun stepped forward and told him to mind his language. Sid, the so-called leader, clenched his teeth so hard his jaw trembled. His body shook as he struggled uselessly against the paralysis. The protagonist placed his foot on his back and pressed down just enough to make the message clear. He asked calmly whether Junin understood that death could be far more painful than this. A scream tore through the air. Johnson's remaining subordinates turned instinctively at the sound, only to see their supposed ace pinned to the ground. Min Jae-hyun lowered his head slightly and said he had no business with the rest of them, so they were free to leave. He added that the one groaning beneath his foot had started this. Junin shrieked in panic, begging his people not to believe him. The boys, drenched in sweat, muttered that they weren't suicidal. He should have known when to stop. There was a difference between competing in an event and getting themselves expelled by skipping training camp rules. They turned their backs on him. Junin's hand stretched out desperately toward them. His voice cracked. Tears gathered in his eyes as he stared at the retreating figures who had once called him leader. Jae-hyun slipped his hands into his pockets and asked flatly what they should do next. Disqualification was certain anyway. Soil stepped forward. She looked down at Junin and said he was more pathetic than she had imagined. He twisted his head toward her, pleading for her to listen. She extended her hand and took the dagger without hesitation, telling him to stop spewing nonsense. She brushed her hair back and reminded him that he had been the one to call her a worm, good for nothing but reconnaissance. Her lips pulled back in a cold smile as she told him to die. Junin's teeth rattled. Terror finally replaced pride. Soil sat on his back and raised the dagger high, letting the blade hover just long enough for him to feel the edge of his own fear. A voice interrupted. An instructor stepped forward, rubbing the back of his head, asking whether they had truly handled everything themselves. His gaze swept across the field of students sprawled on the ground. His fists tightened unconsciously. He had known Sid's circle wasn't elite, but they were numerous and consistently above average. Yet this small group had dismantled them effortlessly. He stared at the protagonist and his team in disbelief. The guy let out a quiet sigh and looked away, stating that the instructor was free to check. They were all still breathing. They might be scum, but they weren't corpses. The instructor's mouth slowly fell open. The instructor finally turned his back to them and said they were free to go, adding that he hoped there would be no more clashes with upperclassmen. The field fell quiet. The protagonist looked past him and asked the man standing behind the pillar why he had stepped in. Suyak shifted slightly. He had arrived only moments earlier at the construction site. With a faint frown, he said that Sid's members had clearly been targeting them. The protagonist answered that he was already aware of that. They were fools. Nothing more. Suyak glanced away and muttered that in that case, there was no need to make it into a bigger issue. His expression tightened. He didn't fully understand why he had chosen to stand on Min Jae-hyun's side in the first place. As he turned to leave, the protagonist spoke again, telling him that if he intended to act outside his circle, he might as well withdraw from training camp now. The red-haired boy froze mid-step. Color crept up his neck as he replied that he would leave eventually, just not yet. The protagonist looked over his shoulder and said there was nothing extraordinary about what he had done. From his perspective, it looked like Suyak had simply been looking for a fight. Then, as if the battlefield behind them had never existed, he casually asked the boy's name. The girls gathered slightly behind him, whispering among themselves about the newcomer. The red-haired youth clenched his fist in irritation. They truly didn't remember his name. Not long before, Sid's circle had been gathered around a table. Suyak had suddenly stood up and declared that he opposed trampling Min Jae-hyun. Junong frowned and asked whether he believed they were incapable of crushing a few first years. Raising his hand calmly, Suyak pointed out that Soil had left on her own. She had accepted a better offer. There was no justification for stirring trouble over that. Sid's leader asked coldly whether that even mattered. Suyak lowered his hand and fell silent for a moment. Juong rose from his seat, placed a hand on Suyak's shoulder, and said he preferred younger members who knew when to listen. The red-haired boy's face twisted as he demanded to know since when the academy had turned into a political battlefield. Without waiting for an answer, he walked out of the tent, stating that he couldn't remain in a place like that. Back at the construction site, the protagonist and On Hoyan watched him closely. Suyak said he would not interfere in other people's matters again. They probably had their own things to settle. His fist tightened. He stated that he would repay the favor next time. Then he frowned when Min Jae-hyun replied that if he had wanted to fight, he should have said so from the beginning. The red-haired man let out a low chuckle, clearly amused as he recalled the moment the protagonist stood before that towering wall like a man staring at his own limits. And he muttered that at least it was fortunate he wasn't built to run backward from pressure. Jae-hyun looked at him with an expression so flat it almost hurt to witness, and asked how Suyak had even managed to crawl this far. A faint smile tugged at his lips despite himself. He glanced over his shoulder at the comrades gathered behind him and reminded them that this was only the beginning, that the real work had yet to start. Soil planted her hands on her hips and demanded to know whether they had really fought just to pitch a tent in the middle of ruins, only to be told they were going straight back to work. Min Jae-hyun turned toward her calmly and said that when money grows bigger, so does responsibility. She pressed her lips into a thin line, brushed her hair back with deliberate slowness, and asked how much of that responsibility would be transferred into her pocket. There was a reason Milla's Academy had chosen the ruins of Taegu as the stage for this event. The city was rotting, clinging to survival. It was here the first gates tore open, where monsters poured through and flipped the world upside down, and it was also the first region to decay after Yggdrasil emerged. The Academy's training camp and its students were meant to be the first step toward reclaiming what had been lost. Jae-hyun narrowed his eyes as the memory surfaced. The Taegu disaster had been branded the worst on record. Only 3% survived. 3%. He was one of them. Without that single beam of light in the endless dark, Jae sang, the first raider to awaken, the story would have ended there. Jae-hyun. Coina's voice pulled him back. He turned sharply as she approached and told him dinner was ready. He answered that he would join them in a moment. She studied his face and said he looked troubled, that perhaps it was about the unique skill he had mentioned before. He gave her a small smile and admitted she was right. Hel appeared beside him with a knowing grin and stated plainly that even now he couldn't defeat Hindle. She leaned closer, her gaze unblinking. If he wanted a breakthrough, he would first have to shatter the wall in front of him. He would need to awaken his unique skill, just like Aina who had drawn the sword of Alhiam and made it answer his will. Placing a finger lightly against her lips, Hel said that unique skills were not gifts handed down from nowhere. They were born when the owner truly sensed their own will. Jae-hyun stared at her, disbelief flickering in his eyes. She drifted back, almost weightless, and told him to think carefully about what he actually wanted. Then she smiled and said the truth was simple. He had to know what he desired, and more importantly, why. The protagonist lowered his gaze to his hand and slowly tightened his fingers until his knuckles turned pale, then shut his eyes and muttered that no sane person could extract meaning from an explanation like that. Ina remained beside him, thinking in silence before saying she believed he would figure it out. Min Jae-hyun let out a quiet laugh and told her that simply bringing up the subject had already pushed him forward. He said he would do everything he could. She answered with a small nod and a smile that carried more certainty than his own. The calm did not last. A massive creature tore through the city streets, stone and dust exploding outward as it lunged. An Hoyan stepped forward without hesitation and swung his blade in a clean arc that sliced the monster apart. As its remains hit the ground, he remarked that the worms were irritating, striking without warning. Soil spun on her heel and countered that the harpies diving from the sky were far worse. She pivoted and flung her daggers with precise force, steel flashing as another winged shape shrieked and fell. Without turning back to Kim Yu-young, she declared that flying pests were the real problem here. The redhead straightened and observed that the atmosphere here felt nothing like the Academy's control grounds. The air was heavier, thicker. Before long, they stood before a portal. Kim Yu-young, Co Ina, Jae-sang, and Hoang halted at once. Ina's lips parted slightly as she whispered that the mana density here was overwhelming. She narrowed her eyes and added that it exceeded even the 10th level of the mana room. The protagonist stepped closer to the swirling entrance and said he had heard that occupied zones always felt different. Occupation, a phenomenon born when monsters that shattered the gates claimed territory and began to evolve it as their own. Dark energy pooled and thickened, warping the environment. Stronger species emerged, skeletal beetles, dragons, massive lizards, drawn to the concentrated magic like predators to blood. Soil raised an eyebrow, clearly trying to process it. When she bluntly asked what occupation even meant, the entire group turned toward her. Jae-sang laughed and remarked that textbooks clearly were not her closest companions. The blonde froze, irritation rising fast. She lifted her fist and asked if he was volunteering for death. From the side, the protagonist spoke evenly, explaining that the land here was so saturated with magic it had become unlivable for ordinary people. Raiders would not suffer direct harm, but even a trace of this energy could kill civilians as surely as a lightning strike. He turned back toward the portal and told them to stay alert. In a place like this, unpredictability was the only rule. The mood shifted instantly. Soil stepped closer to him and asked in a lower voice whether he truly intended to kill the monster inside. The protagonist's smile widened, sharp and unwavering. He confirmed it without hesitation and reminded her that all she had to do was handle reconnaissance. That was the condition of their deal. The blonde forced a thin smile and demanded that he swear he could retreat if things went wrong, because she had no intention of dying young. Min Jae-hyun looked at her and answered with nothing but a quiet smile. She clenched her jaw, barely suppressing the curve of her lips. Behind them, An Hoyan flinched when she snapped at everyone to pick up the pace. Kim Yu-young grimaced in irritation. Soil dragged a hand over her head in exasperation. The protagonist glanced at her again and then looked away, saying that a large sum was riding on this operation. That was the price of walking into danger. When the blonde turned back, he added that if things failed, they would track the target themselves, no matter how long it took. She showed her teeth and asked if he was questioning her ability. An Hoyan scanned the surroundings in silence. Kim Yu-young, walking behind him, observed that this land had already been restored more than expected. She suddenly turned and asked if that person had done it. Ina blinked in confusion and asked who she meant. Soil smirked and said the two of them were alike anyway. Neither particularly devoted to studying, so they might as well be friends. An Hoyan, standing beside the blonde, guessed they were referring to Jae-sang. Kim Yu-young smiled and confirmed it. Ina tilted her head and said she had heard of him. His reputation was overwhelming. Jae-sang stared into the distance and remarked that even his father believed Joan was unbeatable. The protagonist fell silent. Daegu had been among the first cities to collapse. Back then, screams echoed without end beneath skies painted red by fire. Demonic creatures slaughtered without mercy. The city burned while tens of thousands were wounded or killed. Humanity had stood on the edge of despair, and then he appeared. Jae-sang, a blond man in a white shirt, the first raider to awaken in South Korea. He walked straight toward the dragon of the abyss as if it were inevitable. To the world, he was a beam of light cutting through suffocating darkness. The protagonist tore the paw from a fallen monster, thinking of the man whose name had become legend. When only the torso remained, he muttered that the so-called first awakened had vanished without warning. He reached for the token, and it dissolved into his palm the moment he grasped it. His fingers tightened. Kim Yu-young stretched lightly and said he had chosen this path because of Jae-sang, so it was natural he would carry that weight. She added that Jae-sang had disappeared so suddenly that rumors spread everywhere. Whispers claiming monsters had finally killed a man who once seemed untouchable. The protagonist's brows drew together as he pictured Jae-sang, the first man rumored to wield the power of a share system. Even now, uncertainty surrounded that claim. No one could explain how Jae-sang accessed that power before anyone else, or how he managed to bring down the Abyss Dragon. Coincidence did not sit well with him. He closed his eyes and cut the thought short. This was not the moment to dissect legends. An Hoyan turned his head and stated that speculation could wait. Survival came first. This zone remained lethal despite instructors hovering nearby. Every gaze shifted to him at once. Then chaos struck. An ash-haired man was flung forward by a violent blow, his body skidding across the ground as Jae-sang, dragged with him, screamed. Soil shouted at him to hold tight, fury sharpening her voice. The protagonist remained off to the side, watching the tent rise piece by piece, as if the commotion were background noise. Ina approached, lips parting to say they had returned. Harpies circled above, worms burrowed through shattered streets, and goblins lingered in the shadows. Ji-hun answered that the perimeter was secure and that Soil's reconnaissance had been accurate. The blonde shot him a glare and replied that if she had been wrong, he would have tossed her out without hesitation. When he casually asked whether she required payment, she bowed stiffly. A boy hauling supply boxes muttered that he would not endure this for money alone. Jae-sang grinned and said his friend had always been like that since the day they met. Suddenly Soil seized him by the collar and reminded him that the boss distributed funds, not them. Jae-sang nearly burst into tears, claiming he understood perfectly. The protagonist scanned the camp and asked where Kim Yoo-jung had gone. An Hoyeon glanced toward him and answered that she had wandered off, saying she needed to prepare food. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. That one never wasted time idly. Kim Yoo-jung's voice announced her return. The young man spun around. Jae-hyun's eyes widened. She stood there holding a steaming pot. Every member of the group stared at it, as though it were a lethal artifact. Kim Yoo-jung set the pot down and wiped sweat from her brow, complaining that they always scolded her for caring. Yet they would be helpless without her. Jae-hyun pointed at the bubbling contents and asked whether it was remotely edible. She beamed and explained that she had mixed her special sauce into the worms they had captured earlier. Jae-sang recoiled and asked if she genuinely intended to feed them that. Inside the pot, a thick purple liquid churned ominously. Kim Yoo-jung placed a hand over her chest and declared she had worked hard on the meal. The protagonist stood motionless, staring into the swirling surface as though calculating whether the greater threat lay beyond the portal or inside the pot. For a brief second, he calculated that killing Heimdall might actually be easier than feeding him whatever was boiling in that pot. His brow tightened. A porcelain cup touched down softly on a table. Ju-won lifted the coffee, then paused mid-motion, eyes fixed on the dark surface as if it carried more than reflection. Behind him, Jae-hyun asked when he intended to move. They required his strength. She smiled faintly at her superior. Ju-won lowered the cup. The blonde spoke again, tone light but pointed, saying it was time he returned to the field. Evil had already entered its active phase. The man casually mentioned the protagonist. Jae-hyun added with a grin that the boy was still weak, yet he was already pushing the prophecy toward fulfillment. Jae-hyun-won's gaze shifted when she repeated that they needed him. The first awakened smiled slowly and admitted he wasn't sure whether he should step back on the stage when Heimdall had already made his play. Then the smile widened. If necessary, he would. A younger Ju-won flashed across memory, surrounded by reporters. Cameras pressed forward, a crowd chanting. A host demanded to know where humanity's hope had disappeared to. A broadcaster questioned whether the first awakened was still alive. If he were, they said, perhaps he could help deal with the rising number of high-ranking gates threatening the world again. Ju-won closed his eyes. When he opened them, he murmured that it might actually be entertaining. Back at the camp, the protagonist ground his teeth and declared that if they valued their lives, they should not experiment with food. Every head turned toward the pot of bubbling violet liquid. Kim Yoo-jung frowned and insisted her cooking was not that terrible. He looked at the others and asked if she was serious. Jae-sang trembled and stated it was safer to side with Jae-hyun on this matter. An Hoyeon forced a smile and claimed he had already lost his appetite. Yoon stepped closer and countered that he could not possibly be full. He was always the one ordering double portions. The girl's eyes welled as she declared this treatment unfair. She grabbed a friend's hand and asked Soil whether they were being cruel, whether she agreed with them. The blonde's lips twitched, barely suppressing her reaction. Kim Yoo-jung extended the pot toward her and asked if she would taste it first. Soil looked away. Behind her, Hoyeon and Jae-sang shook their heads frantically, silently pleading with her not to do it. Soil stared at the churning purple contents in quiet horror. Kim Yoo-jung, however, beamed brightly, waiting for her sister's answer. Soil calmly scooped up a spoonful and said she had used perfectly edible ingredients, so she didn't understand why everyone was reacting like this. She lifted the spoon with confidence and declared she would taste it herself. A few seconds later, she was bent over, violently throwing up as if her body had declared open rebellion. Someone off to the side dryly commented that the sound coming out of her mouth resembled a monster's dying scream. The protagonist only grinned and told her she should have listened from the start. Soil straightened with visible effort, saying she couldn't just ignore words like that. The guy picked up a bottle and remarked that she turned out to be softer than she pretended. The blonde immediately snatched the bottle from his hand, took a long drink, and, in the same breath, demanded to know what kind of relationship he had with Ina. His eyes widened in genuine surprise. Wiping her chin, Soil said their behavior lately was completely different from usual. She lowered her hands and added that she didn't know what had happened between them, but he didn't need to be so harsh with everyone all the time. The protagonist smiled faintly and said he actually agreed. Then he raised a hand and noted it was strange hearing that from her of all people. Parting his lips, he added that now he understood why she had foolishly declared she would save everyone. Soil stared at his back as he started walking away, confused, and reminded him it was already late and they should head back. He glanced over his shoulder and said they still had someone to catch. She clicked her tongue and said she hadn't forgotten. Fixing her hair, she asked if they could at least wait until her stomach stopped trying to kill her. Watching her carefully, he said they could always test Kim Yoo-jung's cooking on monsters next time. Then he looked away and added that her recovery would take a while. Suddenly, he stopped mid-step at the sound of a sharp scream. He lifted his head instantly, recognizing the shrill cries of harpies. Min Jae-hyun let out a low chuckle and remarked that the scream sounded exactly like the one she had made earlier. They broke into a run down the road. The protagonist shouted for everyone to switch to formation A as bank monsters and harpies approached fast. Jae-sang immediately began setting up a glowing paralysis trap, mana crackling around her hands. Hoi stepped forward without hesitation, positioning himself in front of Kim Yoo-jung as the vanguard. Turning his head, the protagonist called out to the girl as she released mana from her body in a controlled surge. She gripped her wand and asked if she just needed to attack harder. Min Jae-hyun laughed lightly and confirmed that was exactly the plan. The clash was swift and decisive. Mana flared, wings tore through the air, and within moments the monsters were nothing more than scattered remains. Not long after, the group regrouped inside a tent, the battle already reduced to another passing scene in their relentless march forward. The ashen-haired man closed his eyes and said he hadn't expected so many B-rank monsters to swarm at once. Creatures like that didn't move in flocks this large. Yoo-jung, seated beside him, added quietly that harpies usually traveled in fours. This was wrong. Completely wrong. Jae-sang turned to her, surprised, and asked what she was implying. The protagonist rested his hand on his knee and spoke evenly. A monster with overwhelming magical power was nearby. There was a strong chance a boss was close, commanding the rest like pieces on a board. The blonde's expression hardened. That meant the Harpy Queen and her servants were somewhere in the area. Jae-hyun tilted his head slightly, eyes drifting toward the tent's ceiling, as if he could see through it. She's close, he said calmly. Soil lowered her head, admitting she hadn't realized the queen was that near. The protagonist let his eyelids fall halfway and replied that it didn't matter. The boss was their target anyway. He opened his eyes, thinking. Then they narrowed again with quiet certainty. Looking at the comrades gathered around him, he stated that first they needed to clear the monsters outside and hold their positions until the queen revealed herself. Parting his lips, he added that Elder Soil possessed a unique skill. Reconnaissance wouldn't be an issue. On Hoi-an crossed his arms and asked whether it wouldn't be safer to move together. Anything could happen out there. The protagonist looked away and rejected the idea immediately. If they all went, they risked unnecessary injuries. Seo-ina reacted the strongest. She lowered her gaze, silent. Jae-hyun noticed and gave a faint smile. It wasn't about distrust, he said. They were needed here. The girls lifted their heads when he continued, explaining that even under the instructor's supervision, there was no guarantee every monster would be handled. Someone had to anchor this position. Ina parted her lips and said they would follow his lead. Kim Yoo-jung shut one eye and muttered that even if she disliked it, she refused to be dead weight. The gang, still worried, stepped forward and pressed several potion vials into his friend's hand. Soon the pair stepped out of the tent. Jae-hyun gave a light smile and said it was time. An Hoi-an struck his chest confidently and declared they could rely on the rest. Kim Yoo-jung, visibly irritated, told them to contact the group through their badges if anything went wrong. The guy looked at her with mild surprise and asked why she sounded so concerned. Before she could answer, a pair of harpies screeched and dove toward them from the dark sky. Shermao burst from twin portals in a flash of force and smashed straight into the incoming monsters, sending feathers and blood scattering across the night air. The protagonist stated calmly that there was no reason to worry. If the probability of success wasn't 100%, he wouldn't even move. Soil clenched her teeth inwardly, thinking she should have known better than to joke with someone like him. They advanced up the stairs without slowing. Soil turned back toward the team and called out to them. Looking at their faces, she admitted they were impressive. Now she finally understood why they were fighting for first place, even under the brutal standards of Milla's academy. The young man met her gaze and said nothing. The enemies were already descending from above. Wings tore through the air as shadows dropped toward them. The girl readied her weapon. The hero stepped in front of her, shield raised, body steady as a wall. An Hoi-an declared he would take the front line and told the girls to concentrate on their spells. Seo-ina answered firmly. Young did the same, brows drawn tight. A flock of harpies crashed toward them. The fighter had already angled his blade, eyes locked forward. The first strike slammed into his shield and shattered against it. In the same motion, he cut through the attacker, steel flashing cleanly through feathers and flesh. From behind, one of the girls watched in realization. His movements were refined, decisive. Not only was he skilled in martial arts, he wielded a heavenly sword. She understood at once that he had reached A-rank territory without question. Kim Yu-young was already channeling mana, and the protagonist observed that the others were no weaker. None of them fell below the level of A-rank fighters anymore. The mage extended her staff and activated Overflow. Mana surged outward, amplifying the squad's attack power by 30%. Another harpy dove toward her. She dropped low in a sharp crouch and released Cutting Wind. The spell erupted upward, slicing into the creature midair, tearing it apart before it could recover. The young man noticed the tempo of her casting. Faster, sharper. She had stepped into B-rank strength, at minimum, possibly beyond. Then his thoughts shifted to Aina. She raised her weapon and invoked the Sword of Alhiam. Her eyes opened with cold clarity. In the next instant, multiple radiant beams exploded outward, striking every enemy within range simultaneously. The sky lit up with streaks of white light. The guy allowed himself a faint smile. Watching her, he recognized it clearly. She wasn't merely talented. She was built for battle. A harpy dropped lifeless to the ground as she turned, expression unshaken. There was no other explanation for her combat power. Closing his eyes briefly, the young man reflected that he remained in first place for a reason. Everything unfolding before him only confirmed it. Soil looked straight at him and said he knew he could be irritating, and that was exactly why people disliked him. The guy walked on without slowing and replied that there was nothing he could do about that. If someone had a problem with it, they should work harder and aim for first place instead. His companion added lightly that they were all geniuses anyway. The young man lowered his gaze for a moment. He had never expected to hear a word like that directed at him. A memory surfaced without warning. In his previous life, he had once asked whether he truly had to become a human shield. The answer had been a shout. Vanguard. Hold the line. Keep your shield tighter. He remembered advancing step after step with a shield raised while voices barked orders from behind. He remembered always standing slightly apart. Always in front. Always alone. He returned to the present with a faint smile. Whatever the case, he said, Soil had done well too. They were close now. She turned toward him as he added that the most entertaining sight was watching someone eat food prepared by Hung. They approached the door. He noted dryly that no one had fainted after her experiment and asked how she was feeling now. Looking at her directly, he warned that from this point on she needed to be careful, even with her breathing. One mistake, one strike, and she could die. She opened her mouth and asked if she should just run away if the leader lost, since she was still too young to die here. He looked at her evenly and replied that he was a year younger than her, so she should focus on using her skills instead of talking nonsense. Soil shot back, asking why he had no respect for his elders. He answered that he showed her respect every single day. She shut her eyes and told him to be quiet. Monsters were already crouched near the building ahead, waiting. Her companion crossed her arms, thinking they would deal with whatever came regardless. Walking a step behind him, the girl realized something clearly. Min Jae-yun was not the type to retreat just because the situation turned dangerous. A smirk formed on his lips as a notification appeared before his eyes. They had encountered the boss of the first zone of the closed city. Purple aura spread through the air like a storm cloud. Massive wings unfolded in front of them, followed by clawed limbs descending from above. The Harpy Queen hovered in the air, sovereign and silent. The hero looked up at her and smiled. He studied the creature carefully and understood at once. A rank plus. A boss standing at the upper edge of the first zone. If he killed her, the probability of obtaining that artifact would finally cross the threshold he had been waiting for. A faint smile curved his lips. The situation was unfolding almost too cleanly. Soil stared at him wide-eyed, mouth slightly open. For a moment, she genuinely wondered if their leader had lost his mind. He lifted his hand forward and activated the magic tool form. Mana condensed, twisted, and in the next instant Nidhogg's Fong materialized in his grasp. The weapon's presence alone distorted the air. The girl blinked in disbelief. She didn't even see the formation complete. Behind him, his companion shouted that an item identical to that had recently been sold at auction for an absurd amount of money. The Harpy Queen lowered one talon to the ground. Then she snapped her wings outward and launched a storm of razor-sharp feathers. Soil barely rolled aside, letting out a startled scream. Without looking back, the protagonist reminded her that he had already told her to stay still and remain silent. The monster opened her mouth and roared, a distorted vibration tearing through the air. He pushed off the ground and charged straight toward her. Even through a cold assessment, he knew this boss was technically weaker than him. Dangerous, but weaker. The real issue was mobility. She ascended instantly, hovering above him. Then she vanished from his line of sight and reappeared behind him, landing with predatory precision. Her eyes flared pink. In that instant, he understood the real threat. She was stronger than she had been before his regression. Monsters of this rank hadn't shown this level of power in his previous timeline. Something had shifted. He smiled slightly. Then he would verify it personally. Another volley of feathers tore toward him. Small yellow portals flickered open around the battlefield. From behind him, chains crackling with lightning burst outward, lashing into the air like living serpents. He remembered her former self. This was different. Enhanced. Elevated. He angled the blade in front of him and stepped onto one of the lightning chains, as if it were solid ground. In the next heartbeat, he kicked off with explosive speed. His body shot forward in a blur. He passed her midair and slashed, the strike carrying the silent certainty that someone had interfered with this zone. This power increase wasn't natural. He landed and pivoted. The Harpy Queen was already diving at him again. Chains erupted once more, snapping toward her from multiple angles. He narrowed his eyes, thinking it was about time Heimdall stopped hiding and revealed himself, instead of manipulating events from the shadows. The skies above twisted. Birds scattered violently. For a moment, the illusion of a grand cathedral shimmered in the air, overlapping the battlefield like a phantom structure. Hugin lowered his head slightly and murmured that his assumption had been correct all along. He stared at the raven circling above and asked in a low voice whether the time had finally come. And as the wind shifted, he found himself picturing Heimdall, wondering if that creature would truly carry everything through without error, then slowly closed his eyes before opening them again, dismissing the thought because it was never his responsibility to trust another being's resolve. The ravens burst into the sky in a sudden sweep of black wings, and at that same instant the harpy's body began to dissolve into scattered particles, forcing the system window to flash with a cold confirmation that the boss had been defeated. He lowered his blade without ceremony and looked straight at the reward notification, and a restrained smile formed when he saw it. Storm wings, finally, in his possession. He shifted his gaze toward the girl and asked what was running through her mind. With her eyes closed, she exhaled and admitted that Kim Yu-young had been right all along, then added with a faint shake of her head that Jae-hyun was genuinely insane. He frowned at her reaction, then gave a thin smile and replied that insanity was irrelevant because he had found what he came for. Resting before him were the storm wings, marked clearly as an S-rank artifact. He crouched slightly, examining the details, and recognized at once that the attributes and attached skills were exceptional, even by high-tier standards. When he lifted the artifact into his hands, he understood the true value was not the raw stats, but the active ability, the power to generate a compressed wind barrier in midair and use it as a foothold, a second launch point that could alter positioning in an instant. His eyes flicked back to the system window as an old memory surfaced. Before his regression, the raider who obtained these wings had skyrocketed in level within weeks, dominating the rankings with absurd mobility. He secured the item onto his back and calculated the consequences. This time, that individual's ascent would not be so simple. From the side, the girl asked what exactly he was staring at now. His eyes widened slightly when he noticed something else lying on the floor. He stepped closer and saw that they were gloves, ordinary in shape, yet pulsing with an intense glow. The moment the light intensified, system messages cascaded down, stating that the data concerning the first awakened had been updated. Kim Yu-young casually adjusted her hair and looked up, asking whether everything here was settled. On Hoyan smiled and commented that they had nearly broken their own record time, which meant their strength had improved again, and his companion agreed, pointing out that coordinated movement naturally accelerated results. He barely heard them. His gaze remained fixed on the gloves as the notification about the first awakened echoed in his mind. He imagined Jae-sang immediately and concluded that the update must be tied to him. Crossing his arms, he analyzed the logic behind the system's reaction, then stated in a measured tone that there had to be a direct link between the first awakened and the system itself, something deeper than a simple title, something embedded at the core of its structure. Yujim stepped closer and demanded to know what he meant by that. But he only looked at her with a faint smile, calm and unreadable, and when she tried to swat his hand away from her head, shouting at him not to mess up her hair, he simply withdrew and studied her expression, already shifting his thoughts elsewhere, because what truly mattered now was one question: how Jae-sang's gloves had ended up in this place. His gaze moved past her, and he walked up quietly, offering a brief apology for making them guard the base while exhausted. She turned her head toward him and replied that it did not matter, that if they were capable of helping then they should do everything within their power, especially since Jae-hyun carried responsibilities none of them could fully see. Before he could answer, Kim Yu-jung's voice rang out from behind, sharp with panic, saying they were in trouble. Ina spun toward her and asked what had happened. Fighting back tears, she explained that she had lost her pendant and felt terrible about it. Without urgency, he glanced to the side, and the pendant lay there as if it had never been gone. She crossed her arms and demanded to know how he realized she had misplaced it. He replied evenly that this was not the first time she had lost something important, and added that her mother had personally told him to keep an eye on her. She looked away in embarrassment, muttering that her mother was overprotective because she did not trust her own daughter's judgment. He responded dryly that she had good reason not to. Kim Yu-young stared at the others with her mouth slightly open, asking why they were laughing. Seo Ina only smiled. He closed his eyes briefly, then told his friend it was time to mature and stop leaving pieces of her life scattered behind her. On Hoiwon watched with widening eyes before blurting out whether they were dating. The answer came immediately, no. Then a hand landed on a fighter's shoulder. He turned. Seo Ina looked straight at him and asked if On Hoiwon would finally stop interrogating them now that he had his answer. The scene fractured. Valhalla emerged in solemn grandeur, the interior of the Asur's palace unfolding in radiant gold and stone. A long table stretched across the hall, where several figures sat in quiet authority. Thor lifted his glass and declared that everything was proceeding well. As he looked into the liquid surface, he understood that preparations for war were advancing without delay, and that Heimdall had chosen to personally confront the prophesied enemy of evil. The god reflected that while Heimdall lacked patience, eliminating a single man would not test him. Thor opened his mouth once more and declared with certainty that this time they would rise as rulers of the Nine Worlds. Thor's gaze drifted to the empty seat at the head of the table, and with a confident lift of his chin he added that the great and mighty Odin would surely be pleased with how things were unfolding. The figure seated opposite him responded coldly that Thor's behavior was reckless, because hosting a feast in Odin's absence was the height of irresponsibility. Tyr fixed him with a steady stare and asked whether Ragnarok was some minor inconvenience in his eyes. Thor only smiled, dismissive, and replied that Tyr was hardly in a position to lecture anyone. He reminded him, almost casually, that even after Fenrir devoured his right hand, he still dared to speak with such arrogance. Tyr closed his eyes briefly and remarked that the situation was almost amusing. His attention shifted to the stone embedded in Thor's forehead. After a pause, he asked whether that fragment was a gift from the cursed Velikan. The insult did not end there. With a thin smile, Tyr added that no one would have expected the wielder of Mjolnir to behave so disgracefully, and perhaps it was time for a man like that to surrender both his life and his weapon. Thor's jaw tightened. In a single motion, he rose from his seat, declaring that if Tyr wished it, they could settle at once which of them truly held greater strength. Tyr did not move. He remained seated, composed. The woman beside them asked sharply whether they were eager to be punished for such conduct. Frigg observed in a measured tone that the ranks of Valhalla had thinned considerably, and the harvest of souls was progressing poorly. Another woman bowed her head and explained that during Ragnarok they had gathered too many at once, an error born of Odin's own miscalculation. Frigg's eyes hardened as she asked whether that comment was meant as an insult to the Lord of Asgard. Brunhild introduced herself without hesitation and stated that she had no intention of feeding Thor's ambitions. He might be powerful, she said, but in her eyes he was nothing more than refuse. Freya cried out in outrage at the disrespect. Brunhild lowered her head slightly and asked if they had forgotten what Odin had done to her. A dark purple aura began to spread from her body, heavy and oppressive. She lifted her eyes and fell silent, letting the tension thicken the air. Then the Valkyrie turned to the others and declared that she would use this moment to make an announcement. Preparations for the second apocalypse were complete. The Einherjar and the souls of those who had fallen in battle were ready to rise again and fight for Asgard. Far from that hall, the hero stood atop a rooftop, the wind pulling at his clothes. He looked toward the horizon and understood one thing with certainty. Heimdall's involvement meant the countdown had already begun, and it would not be long before he arrived in person. He lifted his head and concluded that postponing the awakening of his unique skill was no longer an option. Across from him, Cynan leaned back on the couch and remarked that Min Jihyun's greed had no limits, because even without such power he already stood above most. She opened her eyes fully and asked whether he truly intended to pursue a unique ability at this stage. He raised a hand and reminded her that when they first entered the Curator Guild, she had been the only one who possessed one. The chairman, seated before him with quiet composure, looked away and said that in truth it had not changed her life as dramatically as people assumed. Her skill had awakened by accident, not through calculated effort. She lifted her teacup as he pressed her again. Watching her reflection ripple across the surface, she said she still remembered that day with painful clarity. Rain had been falling without mercy. The gate appeared in the middle of the road, splitting the ordinary world open, and monsters poured out while people screamed and scattered. She remembered sitting there, stunned, as creatures tore through the crowd. She remembered the helplessness, the sight of civilians trying to hide behind overturned cars, the sound of footsteps splashing through water mixed with blood. One girl had been running, desperate to escape, until she slipped and fell. Yu Sung-eun's eyes had widened as the monster closed in. She had believed there was nothing she could do. Then something inside her forced her to stand. She ran straight toward the creature, reached for the child's hand, and pulled her away, but it was already too late. Cradling the girl in her arms, she realized that awakening did not mean strength. A beam of blinding light descended upon her the moment the child's life faded. Wings burst from her back, marking the birth of the sacrifice skill. Pillars of light shot skyward. The girl's body dissolved from her grasp. She had smiled through tears, because the dead did not return no matter how powerful the skill. Now, sitting across from him, the chairman stated quietly that healers remember the ones they failed far longer than those they managed to save. Her hand lowered. She turned her gaze to him and asked again whether he was certain he wanted to force the awakening of a unique ability. Yu Sung-eun opened her mouth and admitted she could not give him a direct method. Rising from her seat, She explained that there was no formula she could hand to him. She placed her hand on his shoulder before leaving and said that while she could not show him the path, she could offer guidance. Nothing more. Yu Sung-eun gave a restrained smile and told him not to force the pace. She looked at him steadily and said she did not want him awakening a unique talent at the cost of something he would never recover. As she turned to leave, he called out, realizing that no instructor could truly teach this, that the path had to be carved differently. He said he needed to ask her one thing. He wanted to know how she obtained her unique skill. Before he paid a price he did not yet understand. She lowered her gaze. Her hand trembled slightly as she answered that her ability awakened after her family died. Co Ina continued in a quiet voice, admitting it happened after she left them behind to die. She raised her hand, as if correcting herself, and added that she believed they faced death with dignity. The air shifted as memory overtook her. A small room surfaced in her mind. She was 5 years old. She remembered her grandmother crying. Words spoken in fragments, she was too young to comprehend. 2 photographs of her parents hung on the wall. She remembered being taken to her aunt's house. She played with toys and convinced herself she was not lonely, even though her parents were gone. There were punishments. There were cold glances. Then there was her grandmother's voice calling her. Her grandmother was the only real family she had left, the only person she could lean on. Co Ina remembered opening a door and seeing her aunt seated inside while her grandmother spoke of how little time remained. An envelope was handed over. A request was made, take care of Ina. In that moment, she understood that the last person who truly belonged to her was slipping away. Something fell from her hand in the present as the memory deepened. She saw herself standing in a dark room before an open door. Then another image, Co Ina among smiling classmates, blending in, pretending. That was when she began to change. She closed her heart completely. She had never been talkative, but from that point she chose silence. Someone once told her she had talent for raiding, that it was a profitable path. Her aunt crossed her arms and said she expected every coin spent on raising her to be repaid. The message was clear, survival first, sentiment never. Somewhere in that cold equation, her unique skill was born, not from ambition, but from loss that carved something irreversible inside her. She lifted her hand and said it plainly, without trembling, that if Ina could not survive in school and needed to at least earn her own bread, then becoming a raider was the only road left open to her. But inside, the girl lowered her gaze and felt something rot in her chest. Disgust. Fury. She curled her fingers into a fist as the thought struck again. Those parasites had already swallowed the insurance money meant for her parents, and now they were daring to decide her future with it. Her aunt's voice rang through the room, sharp and theatrical, arms folded as if she were the victim, while the student remembered exactly how they had treated her better than parents, and her aging grandmother like excess weight dragging down their lives. The girl shouted back once, hand raised, but Co Ina herself could barely force a word out. An envelope was pushed forward, thick with implication. After that, the application to the Raider Academy was submitted, and a teacher calmly informed her that she possessed an unusually high predisposition toward awakening. A professor leaned back in his chair and explained that raiders earned well these days. But the magical world was not a fairy tale. It was brutal, merciless, capable of grinding a person down to nothing. The girl stood beside him and answered that she understood. In her mind, she had already accepted something darker. There were fates worse than death. When she returned home, her grandmother looked at her for a long time before asking if she truly wanted this path. The granddaughter dropped her eyes, a sharp fear piercing through her. Was she about to leave this woman behind as well? A tear slipped down her cheek, and she wondered whether everything might have turned out differently if her grandmother had never handed money to her aunt in the first place. She wiped her face, roughly. What was done was done. This was fate. That was the only word that fit. The grandmother watched her with quiet worry, while the girl insisted that she was fine. Then the old woman pulled her into a fragile embrace and whispered that she should not force herself if she was not ready. Tears ran freely now. She could endure her own suffering, but not the sight of her last family member in pain. She walked through the crowd the day she chose the Raider's path, and from that moment her life split into before and after. She advanced without hesitation. She learned to command mana as if it were another limb, to cut down magical beasts without flinching, to survive disasters that swallowed ordinary people whole. Her cold temperament became an asset, not a flaw. She hardened. She adapted. And just when the chaos began to feel normal, when the violence no longer startled her awake at night, her grandmother died. She stood in the morgue, staring at the still body, as a doctor muttered that the old woman would not have passed if she had received proper care. The words struck like a blade between her ribs. Tears gathered again, but this time they did not fall easily. Ina remained at the hospice long after everyone else had left, thinking that perhaps her grandmother had refused treatment on purpose. Perhaps she had simply grown tired of living. The student with the long dark hair walked back into the world alone, colder than before. Her eyes stretched wide as a brutal thought forced its way into her mind. Her grandmother had abandoned her too. A tear slipped down her cheek, slow and burning. She could not grasp the logic of it. Why did one person die while another remained? Why was she still here? She wanted to see her grandmother again, to hear her voice just once more. The words caught in her throat as tears streamed freely, and she whispered that it was too hard, too heavy. She stood around the corner of the hospice building, convincing herself that this had happened because she had not studied well enough, because she had not been good enough. She sank to the ground and muttered that her grandmother should have taken her along instead of leaving her behind in this world. At that very moment, her aunt's voice carried through a phone call, bright and satisfied, telling someone that the contract with the sponsor was complete and the guild had agreed to take her niece for formal training. The girl stood on the street, fury replacing grief in a single breath. She pressed the phone to her ear, realizing that the final piece of her fragile life had just been signed away without her consent. Slowly, she pulled the device from her ear and began shouting that this was her life, and she alone would decide what to do with it. Her mouth fell open in disbelief when the woman on the other end laughed and told her to be grateful she had not been sold outright. Sioina turned and walked away. In that instant, she chose to leave the house for good. The night sky stretched behind her like a silent witness. She waited until sunset bled across the horizon before returning only to gather her belongings. But when she reached the street, her steps froze. Her eyes widened. Flames were devouring the building. Fire roared in front of her like a living beast. She turned to the sound of her name. Beneath shattered debris, her aunt lay trapped, screaming for help, shrieking that her niece was awakened now and had to do something. The world narrowed to a single thought. The girl's eyes gleamed with cold light as she asked, almost calmly, why she should save the woman who had taken everything from her. The protagonist stared at her, calling her name sharply. Tears gathered again when he told her not to push herself if she was already breaking inside. The sky above the buildings turned pink, stained with smoke and dusk. Yuan looked away, pulling the cloth from her face and asking why Min Jae-hyun was late. Ahead of them, a monster radiated thick purple energy that distorted the air itself. The girl frowned. That presence was wrong. That was not her friend. She lifted her head as black mana surged around her body like a storm finally released. The raider's brows rose in fierce resolve. Behind her stood other awakened, forming a silent line. Hell folded his arms and demanded to know whether they were allies of the enemy of the Azure. Shock crossed the boy's face. Soil clenched her teeth, rage flashing in her eyes. An Hoyan turned sharply, brow furrowed. Kim Yi-young demanded to know what madness the villain was speaking of. The next second, the enemy lunged forward, and the world erupted in an explosion of force and light. He descended onto the rooftop with crushing force, and the impact sent a storm of dust into the air. The raiders coughed violently, choking as debris swallowed their vision, bodies collapsing to their knees while the god's voice cut through the haze, cold and absolute, ordering them to answer when he spoke instead of pretending to fight back. The blonde turned his head slightly and muttered that the protagonist needed to return immediately, but before another word could leave his mouth, the man stepped forward. She lifted her face in stunned silence, just as Heimdall's hand closed around her throat. He hoisted her into the air effortlessly, sneering that such resistance amounted to nothing more than cheap tricks. Darkness pooled in his palm, thick and alive, and he roared that every last one of them would die on this roof. He smiled as if the outcome had already been written. The boy's expression hardened. He declared that this would not happen and triggered absolute calculation. The air shifted. The enemy turned sharply, surprise flashing across his features as the mage narrowed his eyes and stated that he would not stand idle and watch his comrades fall. In the distance, a tall building loomed over the ruined streets, and on its rooftop a raider scanned the area through binoculars, calmly reporting that the monsters near their encampment had already been cleared. He lowered the lenses and questioned whether instructors truly needed to be stationed in such remote areas. His partner gave a faint smile and replied that enduring hardship was the price of raising the next generation. The blonde frowned and agreed, though he added that if they kept pampering the recruits, those kids might grow arrogant the moment they debuted. Then his expression froze. His brows lifted. Dark energy gathered overhead, thick clouds swirling unnaturally fast. The boys glanced around, sweat forming along their temples. The blonde asked what that sound was, but his voice faltered when he saw it. A massive figure looming behind him, eyes glowing an unnatural purple. His comrade's jaw dropped as he stared at the creature, panic rising while he fumbled through his pockets for his radio. He barely managed to switch it on before a claw pierced straight through his torso. His scream tore across the rooftop. The other raider's hand trembled violently as he tried to transmit the report. Blood streaked across the device. Tears streamed from his reddened eyes as he rasped that this was an emergency, that everyone had to run. The radio slipped from his grasp, hitting the ground with a wet sound as his body followed, lifeless. Below, a wave of monsters advanced like a living tide. Heimdall scowled faintly and turned his gaze aside. Without effort, he lifted Soil into the air by her neck. Her feet dangled helplessly before he released her, letting her crash down. A dark aura flared around him, his eyes igniting with malevolent light. The protagonist faced him directly, black brows arched with focus rather than fear. Above them, the eye of a god burned a searing yellow, watching everything. With a crooked smile that carried nothing but malice, he stared straight at Min Jae-hyun and asked where that look in his eyes had come from. The boy slowly lifted his hand toward his face, understanding immediately that the god was referring to the missing eye of Odin. The blonde's expression shifted as realization dawned on him. He raised his hand and declared that now it made sense. This was why the boy had grown at such an unnatural speed. He swung his weapon violently and shouted that no ordinary mortal could possibly wield something like that. Seo Aina stood close beside the protagonist. He frowned, anger sharpening his features, and replied that if the enemy believed it belonged to him, then he was free to try and take it. Soil spun around anxiously and insisted that even he could not handle this monster alone. Jian did not bother to look back. He said flatly that this was his responsibility. Kim Yoo-jung's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared at his back and shouted that they were a team, that this was their shared burden. He kept his gaze forward and answered that he would not repeat himself. If they remained here, they would all die. Heimdall's smile widened. He asked mockingly whether the boy intended to protect his comrades. His sword descended in a brutal arc, the impact fracturing the rooftop beneath them. Cracks spread in every direction as the explosion tore through the structure, the entire building groaning before beginning to collapse. A burst of green light flared around the protagonist as he activated Airstorm. The shockwave hurled his comrades upward and away from the epicenter. They crashed down hard, pain etched across their faces. On Hoyan and Kim Yoo-jung lay sprawled across the damaged rooftop, barely able to move. Now he stood alone. The blonde's face drained of color as he shouted, demanding to know what the boy thought he was doing. Jaehyun's divine eye shone brilliantly, steady, and unyielding. He tilted his head slightly and answered that if they stayed, every one of them would perish. Seo Aina caught Kim Yoo-jung by the shoulder when she tried to protest again and said quietly that he was right. At their current level, they would only become corpses. The blonde argued that together they could still fight. Ayane's expression remained firm as she replied that the young man did not need them for this battle. She turned sharply and ordered the others to retreat to the exit and report everything exactly as he had instructed. Kim Yoo-jung clenched her teeth, muttering a curse under her breath before shouting for a friend not to lose. The boy watched them retreat, their figures disappearing into the chaos. For a brief second, he wondered how Seo Aina had managed to convince them so quickly. Then he faced forward again. Blue light gathered in his palm as he activated frozen ground, frost spreading outward beneath his feet like the calm before a storm. A thin sheet of ice spread beneath his boots, sealing the rooftop in frost. Haig gave a low chuckle as he stood directly before the raider and remarked that it was an impressive skill, though it required several seconds to fully manifest. The protagonist's expression did not shift despite the taunt. Ice crystals hovered in slow orbit around him, and he remembered the first clash with this man, the moment he realized brute force alone would never be enough. This strategy had been forged from that defeat. The blonde lifted his hand, openly doubting that the boy could restrain him. Hell's smile widened with quiet contempt. Jaehyun understood with brutal clarity that if he fell here, everyone below would be swallowed by the same darkness. An explosion roared ahead of him, snapping him back to the present. There was no room left for hesitation. He had to end this. He drew his sword. The blade cut through the air as he advanced, pouring everything into that single strike. A golden chain snapped outward and coiled around his body like a restraining serpent. He thrust his hand forward. Jagged, shark-like spikes mirrored the motion and burst from the frozen surface. One tip pierced deep through the ice. Two more arrows shot upward, locking into place from beneath the frost. He swung again. A violent detonation erupted before him, forcing him to roll back as the shockwave tore across the rooftop. The blast chased him relentlessly. He answered with speed beyond sight, his sword carving a brilliant white streak across the air. Dust exploded upward, swallowing the battlefield in a dense cloud. Hadel's teeth ground together in fury. He turned sharply, enraged that the boy dared to push him back. The protagonist stood firm, blade in hand, dark aura pulsing along its edge. He leapt forward and shouted that he had already declared it. He would defeat him. Elsewhere, the instructor strode through the chaos, commanding everyone to focus on evacuating and shielding the students. Raiders dragged the wounded across broken ground, while a woman barked that there was no time to waste. Students staggered under the weight of injured comrades, disbelief written across their faces as more monsters poured in. Aina clenched her teeth, realizing this nightmare had erupted during what was supposed to be a controlled training camp. She insisted they could not remain passive. Before she could finish, someone shouted that reinforcements were ready. Another raider rushed to her side. The woman met his eyes and ordered them to avoid direct combat whenever possible. They were still students, not seasoned veterans. Jep's brows tightened as he argued that they would fight, that the others would handle evacuations. The boy allowed himself a faint smirk when the instructor declared that the priority was simple: save as many lives as possible. She turned her back on them, but her mind was already racing ahead, calculating faster than fear could spread. If the instructors pulled back, if they stopped trying to force broken power through a dead system, and instead gathered to hold the line, then maybe the students, still connected, still functional, could carve out a path through the chaos. Her gaze lifted toward the tall buildings in the distance, their windows dark like watching eyes. She raised both hands, and a faint blue shimmer flickered between her palms. It was weak, too weak. Ayane's brows drew together as she tried to pull more mana, only to feel emptiness where power should have answered. A sharp notification flashed before her eyes. The Acer system was down. Connection temporarily unavailable. For a second, she simply stared at the words, refusing to accept them. Then her colleague's voice cut through the air, shouting that they couldn't use mana either, that their skills wouldn't activate. Raiders around her lifted their hands in disbelief, trying again and again, only to feel nothing. Ayane's jaw tightened. The system had never failed. Not once. Not in simulations. Not in real raids. And certainly not in a crisis like this. She spun around and shouted across the street, asking if anyone could still use their skills. The raiders answered with slow shakes of their heads, frustration written openly on their faces. Silence pressed in, until a single hand rose. It was Jong Hyun, standing in the middle of the students. He said he could still use his abilities. One by one, his comrades lifted their hands as well, confirming that their mana flowed normally, that their skills responded as if nothing had changed. Sweat beaded at Ayane's temple as the truth settled in. Only the instructors were cut off. Only the veterans were powerless. Another hand lifted nearby. A girl sat beside an injured boy, light spilling from her fingers as she healed him without interruption. Ina exhaled slowly. This was not a glitch. It was a pattern. She raised her arm high and shouted that the plan was changing. The students would advance. The instructors would support from the rear. For a split second, the boys frowned at the reversal. Then they grinned, adrenaline replacing doubt, and a roar of excitement rolled through their ranks. Orders echoed from the distance. Area 3 was collapsing, monsters flooding the narrow passages. That was where they were needed most. The raiders surged forward. Jong Hyun sprinted to the front, voice sharp as he called for Ji to secure the right flank. His partner shot him an irritated look, clearly unwilling to be commanded, but she moved anyway. Min Jae-hyun clicked her tongue when he told her to focus on healing and stay back. He didn't argue further. There was no time. He glanced over his shoulder, rallying the others, then faced forward again and warned them that Area 3 was tight, full of narrow corridors and choke points. If they held formation, if they controlled the lanes, they could manage this without being overwhelmed. That was the theory. A massive shape rose from the smoke ahead. The bony dragon opened its jaws wide, hollow ribs stretching as if the creature itself was stitched together from the remains of something ancient and furious. A wave of dread ran through the students. Jong Hyun felt cold sweat slide down his spine. The system chimed again. Boss of Zone 3 detected. Closed city. Jong's face drained of color as the notification hovered before them. The dragon's shadow stretched across the cracked pavement, swallowing their silhouettes whole. Jong Hyun narrowed his eyes and reached one simple conclusion. This was going to hurt. But retreat wasn't an option. The students tightened their grips on their weapons and charged forward. Jae-sang lifted his hand, voice tight as he asked whether the protagonist was about to die. And An Hoi-yeon snapped back with a loud curse that cut through the tension. Kim Yoo-jung's brows drew together, but before she could answer, the ring on her finger flared with sudden light. Anna noticed it at once. The blonde lowered her gaze, watching the glow intensify as a prearranged message pulsed through the band. Soil stared at her own hand as a voice echoed from the artifact, asking for a favor. The protagonist's voice followed, steady despite the chaos, explaining that the boss of this area was tearing through exits and entrances and that he would join them soon. Yu Jae-sang's lips curved faintly. That recklessness, that timing, it was exactly like him. Soil's face hardened as she said they couldn't just stand there. The raiders moved out at once, weapons raised. The girl only smiled, confident that he would endure. High above the battlefield, the young man swung his weapon, black energy coiling around him like a living storm as he descended toward the enemy. Hadel let out a low chuckle and remarked that the title heir of Odin had not been given lightly. His yellow eyes widened, gleaming with cruel certainty as he declared that the outcome would not change. Min Jae-hyun closed the distance in a heartbeat. The god moved first, his weapon carving through the air as he shouted that he would personally verify the boy's limits. A violet arc split the space before Min Jae-hyun, but he twisted aside at the last possible moment. The blast detonated behind him in a thunderous explosion. He lunged forward again, voice sharp as he swore the god would regret this. Shock flickered across Heimdall's face before it hardened into fury. Min Jae-hyun smiled coldly and said he had been ranking at the top of his tests lately. Light erupted between them as he activated Circular Strike, the energy spinning outward in a violent ring. The god smirked, admitting it was impressive for a human. Then a red mark appeared at the god's neck. His expression darkened. He roared that this would be the end. Min Jaehyun braced, turning the broad flat of his blade into a shield. Steel screamed against divine force, and a satisfied grin touched his lips as his weapon began to glow. The enemy's eyes widened. Jaehyun slipped past a sudden counterattack and raised his hand, triggering magic tool creation. Hell frowned as the human forged a weapon mid-battle, light shaping into steel in his grasp. Min Jaehyun's eyes flashed as he activated Dagger Shield, blades flickering around him like fragments of a deadly halo. The god's body jerked under a storm of cuts. A system notification flashed, poison applied repeatedly. The blonde staggered, teeth grinding as a pain groan tore from his throat. He tightened his grip on the heavy sword and spat that the boy relied on pitiful tricks, even as dark venom spread through divine flesh. Jaehyun turned his back slightly and let out a quiet laugh. Dark, festering wounds marred the god's body, venom spreading beneath divine skin. He tilted his head and asked which one of them looked pathetic now. Himmel smiled faintly. Until today, he had erased his enemies without effort, reducing them to nothing before they could even grasp the gap between mortal and god. But this one forced him to reconsider. In his mind, he pictured an entire crowd of raiders clenched within his palm, remembered the authority that allowed him to interfere with the share system itself, to seal the instructor's access and bend the flow of power among students. Around the battlefield, bright blue panels still hovered like invisible chains. He had crippled the instructors deliberately. He had expected the rest to collapse. His fist tightened, and yet Jaehyun stood before him. The blonde's expression darkened as he assessed the boy properly this time. Dagger in hand, eyes steady, aura coiled tight, this was not prey. This was something else, something that did not break. Jaehyun's brows drew together, his divine eye burning brighter as memories flashed through his mind. Training sessions at home, weapons clashing again and again until his arms went numb, until precision replaced hesitation. Back then, he had learned how to fight opponents stronger than himself, how to read intent, how to survive. He calculated quickly. Even Hangdal would struggle if he layered those forbidden skills with Nidhogg's fawn. The thought hardened his resolve. Across from him, the god wiped blood from his lips and smirked. He admitted that the boy was interesting. His free hand moved behind his back as he wondered aloud why Asgard had labeled Jaehyun a threat worth eliminating. Then he drew something forward. A massive horn gleamed at his grasp. It shimmered with an ominous light, ancient runes crawling across its surface. A thin bead of sweat slid down Jaehyun's cheek as instinct screamed at him that this artifact was wrong. He didn't know its origin, but his body recognized danger before his mind could. The god smiled wider. He lifted the horn to his lips and declared that the boy would now hear the sound of the Jahorn. The world changed. Blue circles erupted into existence before Jaehyun, spinning violently as the blast struck him. He shut one eye and clenched his teeth as invisible force slammed into his body and hurled him backward. The sound wasn't merely noise. It burrowed into muscle, into bone, into nerves. His hands flew to his ears, but it did nothing. The vibration crawled beneath his skin, disrupting his mana, shaking his organs. He grimaced, struggling to stay conscious. The monster's eyes glowed with manic light, sharp teeth exposed in a twisted grin. On the rooftops surrounding them, undead figures rose into view, lining the edges of the tall buildings like silent witnesses drawn by the call. Their empty gazes locked onto the battlefield. Jaehyun forced himself upright, breath ragged, and looked around at the growing horde. What is this? He pressed his palms against his ears, trying to block the vibration tearing through his skull, and the blonde watched him with cold amusement. He said he couldn't control beasts like Tyr could, but this was his domain. Hadel lifted one hand, and purple energy gathered above his palm, dense and unstable. Jaehyun's divine eye flared as he triggered absolute calculation, lines of probability racing through his vision. For a fraction of a second, he thought he had it mapped out, until the system warning cut in. Artifact resistance failed, rank insufficient. His eyes snapped wider. The calculation collapsed. He clenched his teeth and cursed under his breath. The god's grin deepened. Purple lightning exploded forward. It struck Jaehyun head-on. Pain ripped through him like his nerves had been turned inside out. His mouth opened in a raw scream as the current invaded muscle and bone, not burning but reversing, twisting mana against its owner. Hadel chuckled lightly and explained that his specialty was reverse magic. Jaehyun's legs buckled. The god told him calmly that he would not die. Death would be mercy. Instead, he would feel pain until his will fractured. Sweat rolled down Jaehyun's temple as he forced himself to glare at the villain. Hell's smile stretched wider as he promised to rot him in the underground prison of Asgard, chained beneath divine stone. Then light split the air. A sharp flash cut between them. Hela stepped forward. She said evenly that perhaps the boy had committed sins, but it was still far too early for him to be dragged to prison. She positioned herself between them, hands rising as a barrier formed, translucent and trembling. The god stared at her in open shock. Her eyes blazed. Min Jaehyun shouted at her, demanding to know what she was doing. Cracks spidered along Hella's arm, where divine force collided with reverse lightning. She glanced at the fractures without surprise. She had known she would not endure for long. Hadel studied her carefully and remarked that he had wondered where she had been hiding. In the end, she had walked out herself. His white brows furrowed. Green light began to radiate from her body. Hell's expression shifted as he realized she was forcing herself to use Hell's divinity. Green lightning surged through her white hair, illuminating each strand like a live wire. She extended her arm and curled her fingers inward, pulling energy into her palms until the air around her trembled. Jaehyun raised a trembling hand, horror flashing through him. If she continued drawing on a god's power like this, her mortal body would tear itself apart. Green rays burst outward. The blast streaked toward Hadel, but he moved with impossible speed, flashing across the rooftops as the strikes shattered stone in his wake. He scowled and shouted that she was raising the stakes beyond reason. Was she truly prepared to sacrifice herself? She answered without hesitation, both hands lifted high. Yes, because they believed Jaehyun would kill Odin. Because they believed he would stop Renar. The green beams converged, racing toward the blonde god with unstoppable force. He frowned deeply, voice laced with fury as he called it disrespectful. His sword cut through the air in a vicious arc aimed straight at the girl. Hela met his gaze without flinching, hatred burning in her eyes. She declared that this would end here and now. Behind her, a colossal magical serpent coiled into existence, scales shimmering with dense mana. The predator opened its jaws wide as the god leapt upward to avoid being swallowed. Jaehyun reached out instinctively, shouting for her to stop, but she didn't look back. The blonde twisted midair. The serpent lunged. Below them, the undead crowded together, mouths yawning wide in silent hunger. Jang Hyun drove his spear through a monster's torso and ripped it free in one smooth motion. He pivoted, sweeping the weapon in a wide arc to keep the horde at bay. Purple aura gathered thickly overhead as another beam of energy slammed into the bony dragon, rattling its skeletal frame. He set his stance firmly. Teeth clenched, he thrust forward again and again, forcing space between himself and the advancing dead. A blinding flash erupted before him as another strike detonated. Around him, the other students unleashed everything they had. Explosions tore across the rooftops in relentless succession. Jaehyun exhaled sharply through gritted teeth. Jae-sang knelt beside a fallen comrade, hands glowing as she poured healing mana into shattered flesh. She glanced over her shoulder and whispered that they were going to die at this rate. Hiller scanned the exhausted faces around her and shouted that everyone was reaching their limits. Zhang Haiyan gripped his spear tighter and answered that there was no alternative. The outside world was sealed off. No reinforcements. No rescue. High above, the blonde god frowned and demanded to know what was happening. Even he felt the strain of overextended magic. The raider below cursed inwardly, thinking they needed more capable fighters, not just courage. Then a voice cut in. They were ready to help. Jaehyun's friends rushed into the chaos. On Hoyan reached his side first, saying they weren't about to stay back. Zhang Haiyan shot him a sharp look and warned that this battlefield was no place for rookies. He barely finished the sentence before a wild beast charged at him. For a split second, horror flickered across his face. Blue mist burst outward. System notification. Purifying sword activated. Hone stepped between the raider and the beast without hesitation. His blade flashed once, twice, then a flurry of clean, precise slashes carved through corrupted flesh. He held the hilt steady, movements disciplined despite the tremor in his arms. The creature collapsed. Hone turned with a faint smile and said he understood the risk. Zhang Haiyan stared at him in disbelief as more figures pushed past. Co Aina moved forward, expression firm, declaring that they had come to keep their promise. The crowd surged, reinforcing the crumbling line. Kim Yoo-young lifted her voice above the roar of battle and called out the protagonist's name. She turned with a calm smile and reminded them that they had made a promise to this boy, that they would stand on their own feet, help everyone here, and never drag the team down. The words landed heavier than any spell. The boy froze, sweat sliding down his temple, black eyes stretched wide as the massive skeletal dragon loomed over the swarm of raiders like a monument to death. Hoyan and Yoo-young didn't hesitate. They shot forward straight at the zone boss. The girl shut her eyes and triggered overflow and mana field at once. Blue light condensed around her like a second skin, pressure building in the air. A single drop of sweat rolled down Ina's cheek as he watched, stunned. Mana torrents ripped upward, slamming into the undead in midair. Ja and his partner followed without a word, diving into the chaos. The boy stared ahead, disbelief tightening his chest. He had always thought the real monster was only the protagonist. Now he understood the truth. These people were just as insane. They leapt skyward, blades carving arcs through dust and light. He glanced back at Kim Yoo-young. She stood perfectly still, eyes closed, composed in the eye of the storm. He knew Jaehyun wouldn't gamble with their lives without certainty. The horned beast roared and brought his axe down in a brutal swing. On Hoyan braced, shield raised, metal screaming on impact. Above Aina, clusters of blue arrows shimmered into formation. She sprang upward, ready to descend like a spear. On Hoyan's weapon flashed. The monster crashed into the ground, dust erupting in a violent cloud. A raider shouted his thanks to Jae-sang. Soil merely looked away, brows drawn tight, ordering everyone to stay close and follow her lead. Kim Yu-young lifted her gaze toward the other students and gave a faint smile before looking up again. The skeletal dragon spat streams of energy across the battlefield, each blast tearing craters through stone. Hang stood beside Aina, muttering that everyone had grown stronger than before. The boy snapped his mouth open and shouted over the chaos. There was no time for admiration. He sprinted forward, voice cutting through the noise as he issued orders. Cripple its legs, limit its movement, leave the core exposed, then finish it. Hung pivoted and yelled for Kim Yu-young to cast weakening spells immediately. She vaulted high above the dragon's skull, staff raised overhead. Purple circles bloomed around her like eclipses, and her mana wrapped around the creature's body, tightening like chains. Jup charged ahead, shouting that at this rate the first years would steal all the spotlight. Kim Yu-young shot him a look and answered flatly that nothing could be done. Their destructive force was on a completely different tier. The blonde hesitated, then nodded in reluctant agreement. A spiraling gale erupted around the skeletal frame. Bones began ripping free from the dragon's body, scattering through the air. Zhang Yun glanced down at the breaking structure and said quietly that this outcome had been inevitable. He slashed his spear in a wide arc and barked that this raider was charging in without a single thought for the allies around him. Then he launched himself skyward, body twisting as he triggered Deadly Strike, killing intent condensing around the blade. Midair, he snapped his head to the side and roared that this was the moment. Everyone attack. A blinding flare detonated in front of the dragon's skull. Kim Yu-young stood wrapped in swirling green mana as wind edge howled to life around her. Aina lifted her hand, mana surging upward in response. On Hoyan's brows tightened as he invoked White Sword, pale light flooding along his weapon. The dragon's jaws split open. The purple orb lodged within its maw fractured, thin cracks racing across its surface before the entire sphere began to tremble. The beast shrieked, fangs stretching wider as the sound tore across the battlefield. Hela stepped forward, lips parting as she declared that this would be the end. Behind her, the green serpent lunged after Heimdall, its massive body coiling with predatory hunger. The villain turned, disbelief flashing across his face as the serpent's jaws clamped shut around him. Its colossal frame rose, towering even over the goddess. Fine cracks spidered across her face, yet she turned with a faint smile and said her mission had been fulfilled. The dragon's eye shifted sideways. A violent bulge swelled along the serpent's body. The girl gasped at the piercing scream that followed, sweat beading down her cheek. The enemy's eyes burned with savage light as he tore himself free from the serpent's flesh, shouting that such an attack would never be enough to kill him. The magical predator collapsed, dust exploding outward as it struck the ground. He landed with sword clenched tightly in his grip. The goddess stared at him in stunned disbelief. Min Jaehyun's expression hardened as he shouted her name. Steel flashed. His blade drove straight through her body. She looked down slowly, blood spilling from her lips, fingers closing around the weapon embedded in her chest. Through the pain, she whispered that within this realm a god could wield only 30% of their power. A cruel grin stretched across his face. He answered that he bore no such restriction. His gaze burned with contempt as he called her weak, claiming that divine authority was not hers alone. Cracks spread along her legs while he declared that the outcome had already been decided, that this was an unstoppable current no suffering could ever overturn. With sudden force, he yanked the sword free, stating coldly that she should have died already. The protagonist dropped to his knees beside her, horror widening his eyes as he stared at his wounded companion. Then he forced himself upright and called her name again, voice breaking through the smoke and ruin. The blonde let out a crooked smirk and called him an idiot. Mana surged as he activated his artifact, a violent wave blasting outward and hurling the boy across the ground. The protagonist clamped his hands over his ears, teeth grinding as the pressure split the air. He reached toward the fallen goddess, fingers trembling, the thought crushing him that once again he had failed to protect someone. His body hit the stone, lying on his side, vision blurring. He wondered if all his desperate attempts to defy fate had been nothing but arrogance. He had tried to bend destiny through sheer force of will, yet here he was again, watching comrades fall, repeating the same mistakes. His eyes remained half open, unfocused. He no longer knew what he had left. Above, two figures stood on a rooftop. Seo Ina's tears streamed down her face. Her awakening had come through loss. Through the moment, her heart shattered. The boy pictured the faces of his teammates and thought bitterly that perhaps loss was the trigger. That power only bloomed after something precious was torn away. His fists tightened until his knuckles whitened. Ina closed her eyes and denied that conclusion. When he looked at her, she asked if he truly understood what she had felt. The memory shifted. Her aunt lay pinned beneath rubble, arm outstretched, pleading for rescue. Ina stood over her in silence, anger burning in her eyes. Then she turned and walked away, leaving the woman behind. As she moved, clarity settled in her chest. She realized she did not exist to shield her parents, her grandmother, or that aunt who had never once shielded her. The woman sobbed, begging forgiveness, insisting that family should save family. Ina's expression hardened. Blue arrows manifested around her as she activated her skill. The beams tore past and struck the monster instead. Her aunt stared up from the debris and muttered that the girl was finally paying back what she had consumed. Stones shifted. More rocks crashed down over her body. The raider glanced back silently. The woman's face twisted with fury, and before the rubble swallowed her completely, she spat out one last word. Useless. Ina did not respond. She turned away and faced forward, accepting that this choice defined her. That was who she was. Min Jaehyun watched her with quiet sorrow. In her mind, she saw Yu Sung-eun kneeling, understood that perhaps she too had awakened the moment she recognized her own will through loss. On that rooftop, Ina said that the protagonist did not need such a catalyst. She brushed her hair back and stated that among everyone she knew, his will was the strongest. On the battlefield below, he lay on the shattered ground, replaying those words. His jaw tightened. A low growl escaped his throat as golden light began to seep from his body, gathering around him like a rising sun, refusing to set. Heimdall lifted both hands, and a blinding radiance burst outward from his body, forcing even him to squint in confusion. The god's expression twisted as he demanded how a mere boy, trapped in a human vessel, dared to manifest something like this. The raider pushed himself upright. First he looked down at the shattered ground beneath his feet, then straight at the enemy. In that instant he made a decision. No more losses. No more watching those precious to him collapse while he stood powerless. The blue orb flared brilliantly, and a system message surfaced. The lost eye of Odin resonated with his will. With a steady voice, John called Hela's name. The goddess lay broken in a spreading pool of blood. His eyes widened as he said he still needed her. A new notification unfolded before him. He had become the first bearer of divinity. A single tear slipped from her eye. Another system window expanded, confirming that the user had obtained divinity for the first time. A detailed description followed. Usurpation of divinity, unique rank. Grants the authority to seize a god's right and override it with one's own power. Removes restrictions on mythical tier skills copied from the blank card. Dramatically increases all stats through divine authority. Condition. Only weakened gods can be usurped. Heimdall stared at the phenomenon with mounting fury, uncertain whether he was witnessing the awakening of a singular skill. He stepped forward, purple energy condensing into a dense mass within his palm. He addressed the boy coldly, declaring that such authority belonged to the rebels of Asgard. Usurpation of divinity was not a force meant for mortals. Without godhood, it would tear him apart. Jaehyun stood tall before him, wrapped in a golden haze of magic. His eyes burned with the same radiant hue as the authority surging through him. He asked what he meant by rebels of Asgard. Hela, barely conscious, whispered a single name. Loki. Through the pain, she explained that he was the center of Asgard, the leader of those who opposed the Aesir system. The protagonist tightened his grip on his spear, astonishment flashing across his face. He asked if this was truly the origin of his power. At that very moment, the spear's tip ignited in brilliant gold, as though answering him directly. Hel slashed his sword through the air and grinned like a madman, saying he already knew what his opponent was planning. He lunged forward, shouting that usurpation of divinity only worked on weakened gods and would never function on him. Min Jaehyun observed every movement without blinking, preparing his counter. In a calm tone, almost amused, he replied that he had misunderstood one crucial thing. Then he kicked off the ground and triggered air jump. His body shot upward, clearing Heimdall's head in a single motion before landing behind him. Even mid-flight, he stated that he would be borrowing Hela's authority instead. Heimdall's expression faltered. Min Jaehyun reappeared beside the fallen goddess. A system window confirmed activation. Her rights acknowledged. Divine authority transferred. User has acquired the right of a god. A radiant golden dome expanded around them, preventing Heimdall from interfering. Hela trembled from the strain. Pain etched across her face as she asked how he could even conceive such a reckless idea. She pressed her face weakly against his chest and murmured a single name. Loki. He looked down at her, then away, as an image of a god surfaced in his mind. Hela whispered that he was correct. With difficulty, she admitted that she had once believed godhood was inherited by birth alone. Her eyes dimmed as she continued that now she understood status could be seized. Even a fragile human body could claim divine rank and unlock mythical authority. Magical fire wrapped around Min Jaehyun's frame. She told him he had been wrong to blame himself for failing to awaken a unique skill. He had never lacked qualification. When her eyes finally closed, he gently lowered her back to the ground. Then he turned. Golden flames consumed him as he walked toward Heimdall. From the beginning, he realized he had been chosen. His gaze sharpened, steady and absolute. His fist tightened, skills activated in rapid succession. Lightning God's power. Super speed chain. Rank increased. Lightning God's chain deployed. He raised his arm. Crimson chains tipped with divine sparks spiraled around him, vibrating with violent energy. A crooked smile touched his lips as he declared the start of the second round. Heimdall stared, unable to process the shift. The hero's expression hardened completely. System notification. Mythic rank. Lightning God chain is now active. The skill manifested as a chain infused with the authority of Thor, the god of thunder and lightning. A strike that tore through a portion of any defense as if it never existed. Min Jae-hyun lowered his palm to the ground, and in that instant crimson chains erupted outward, their sharpened tips shrieking across the battlefield as they hunted their target. One pierced through flesh before the god could properly react, drawing blood and disbelief in the same breath. A snarl twisted across the god's face as he roared that such a thing was impossible. Hall focused to the extreme, unable to comprehend how a mere boy could wield lightning against Thor himself. Yet the chains kept coming, multiplying, slashing through the air from every angle until evasion became his only option. He retreated step by step, barely carving out a moment of breathing room. Seizing that fleeting gap, the god lunged forward, weaving between the red streaks, intent on crushing the attacker at close range. But a fist met his face before he could finish the thought. The impact detonated against his jaw and hurled Hanel sideways. He skidded across the ground, forcing himself upright, fury boiling over as he screamed, outraged that a human dared to strike him. Jaehyun showed no emotion. In a calm voice, he stated that now he understood what the so-called right of a god truly meant. A sword appeared in his grasp, and he advanced without hesitation, declaring that the battle's conclusion had already been decided, and it would end with his victory. He closed the distance while the god remained seated, stunned, and for a brief second Jaehyun realized a simple truth. He could kill this enemy, but the enemy could not kill him. The god's teeth ground together in rage. The truth burned. He had nearly exhausted his divine power, dodging the assault born of Hell's Double, and Gillerhorn would no longer answer his call. His hands trembled, and the tremor only deepened his wrath. With a guttural growl, he drew his sword, spitting that the human should not be arrogant, calling him pathetic as he rushed forward. Min Jae-hyun answered with chains once more. The god laughed wildly, parrying and slicing through them like a madman, eyes blazing with fire as he shouted that no matter what stood before him, the opponent was still nothing more than flesh and blood. He leapt, proclaiming that divinity could not be used at will. Jaehyun's gaze remained steady. This was exactly what he had anticipated. Hade's confidence shattered in the next heartbeat. The chains shifted, converging, weaving together into a tightening net that snapped around his body and legs. Layer upon layer wrapped him until there was no room left to move. The lightning-forged links constricted, locking him in place. His face twisted in agony and disbelief as he screamed, a sound torn between pain and doom. Bound and shaking, barely able to stand, the god finally understood what it meant to be judged. Jaehyun advanced without haste, sword dragging a thin line across the ground as the god spat curses at fate itself. Heimdall's voice cracked with hatred, condemning both the battle and the human standing before him. The answer was steel. One clean arc split the air, and the head of a god fell. The protagonist's expression did not waver. He stood over the severed body, blade steady, gaze firm. High above, Sona watched in silence. He called Heimdall's name under his breath, unable to understand how someone so incompetent had been entrusted with such authority. His attention shifted to Jihan, calculation replacing doubt. The plan was beginning to fracture. This had to be reported to Odin. Purple light ignited within his eyes as the realization settled. Asgard's guards had been defeated by an ordinary human. Raven studied Jaehyun once more, reassessing him. The rate of his growth exceeded every projection. While Jaehyun remained unaware, back turned, Min Sung-o's body began to crumble into fragments. He considered the inevitable outcome. Once the right of a god was fully absorbed, the hero's evolution would accelerate beyond restraint. Feathers pushed through his shoulders, dark and sharp, signaling the final stage of transformation. Yet he concluded that this deviation was not catastrophic. Not yet. Before vanishing completely, he cast one final look at the swordsman below and declared that doom was approaching. Black crows burst into the sky, circling over Jahan as he stood with arms still raised. Hell's severed head coughed, a grotesque sound breaking the silence. Jaehyun allowed himself a faint smile, calling it a satisfying sight. The defeated god snarled that this encounter meant nothing, that he had not taken the human seriously, that next time he would drag him into Asgard's dungeon. Jaehyun placed his boot on the god's face and ordered him to be silent. Anger hardened his features. The enemy spoke too much. On Earth, this being had displayed barely 30% of his true strength, and soon he would likely be recalled to Asgard by force. Heimdall glared upward, insisting that this victory changed nothing. Ragnarok would unfold exactly as decreed. The sky dimmed as Jaehyun's thoughts darkened alongside it. He admitted that perhaps nothing had changed. War would come regardless. But his eyes ignited with something unrestrained, something violent and absolute. Whether Ragnarok began tomorrow or years from now, he would slaughter them all. Held stared at him and said he still understood nothing. His gaze shifted strangely, focusing not on Jaehyun's face, but on his head, as if addressing something unseen. He asked whether the raiders, those granted power to fight monsters, were truly a blessing to humanity. Jaehyun stiffened, unease creeping through him. He demanded the meaning of those words once more. The severed divine head dissolved in a thick purple mist, yet the voice did not fade with it. It kept speaking, cold and deliberate, warning him to fear those closest to him, to question every smile, to search for the hidden blade behind loyalty, because at the end of his path he would learn the taste of betrayal. Jaehyun observed without interrupting. The flesh eroded until only a jaw remained, suspended in haze, still moving. It rasped that the deepest scars are carved not by enemies, but by trust given too freely. His foot lowered to the ground. Silence followed. He looked down at what remained, then lifted his gaze and inhaled slowly, concluding that at least one intruder from beyond had been erased. A faint groan broke the stillness. Hela was seated on the floor, bracing herself with her hands. Min Jaehyun approached and asked if she could stand. She answered that the disintegration had stopped and thanked him. He turned away before she could say more, dismissing the moment with a brief gesture, stating that there were matters left unfinished and that words could wait. She watched him go, unsettled. He stopped beside Heimdall's body. Raising his hand, he summoned golden radiance that washed over the corpse. Through narrowed fingers, he activated the skill of divinity usurpation. The remaining fragment responded. Hel's abandoned vessel trembled, then yielded. Power streamed upward, feeding the right of a god within him. Flames swelled around his frame, climbing higher, brighter. Jaehyun's smile was faint but certain. His assumption had been correct. The discarded container still held divinity. If so, he would harvest every fragment the same way. Hela observed in silence, doubt lingering in her expression. Elsewhere, beyond mortal sight, sunlight pierced the throne room of Asgard. Before Odin's seat, Heimdall manifested and knelt, head lowered in admission. He confessed disgrace. Through his carelessness, he had failed to halt the enemy foretold in prophecy. Odin's response carried no visible anger. He stated that he was already aware. His face revealed itself slightly from behind the veil of the throne, adding that he had witnessed everything personally. Hel understood. The source was Hlidskjaf, Odin's throne, an artifact through which the ruler of Asgard could observe all 9 worlds at once. The structure concealed much of Odin's form, but his sight reached everywhere. Heimdall's teeth bared as rage tightened his jaw. His fist clenched, confusion burning within him. Why had the enemy awakened that unique skill at that precise moment? His eyes shifted to red as realization struck. The battle had drained more than half of his divine power, and the loss would not be recovered easily. Odin leaned forward slightly, his tone measured as he declared that punishment would be postponed. Raising a hand, he informed Heimdall that he would assist Freyja in forging an army of the dead, and that the task of eliminating the enemy, foretold in prophecy, would be entrusted to another. Outrage flashed across the guard's face. He began to protest, but Odin's single eye fixed on him, calm and absolute. He asked whether his subordinate truly intended to defy him. Heimdall immediately bowed low, requesting forgiveness. The command to leave followed without emotion. As the guard withdrew, Odin called for Hugin. The raven descended and shifted into human form before the throne. Odin stated that war would soon begin. A faint smile crossed his face as he added that he had always known it would. His hand rose again. At his summons, the Einarjar answered. Heavy footsteps echoed through the throne room as warriors and servants materialized before him. Odin continued, outlining what would be required of the army of the dead. Elsewhere, Jaehyun dropped a stack of textbooks onto the table, irritation visible in every movement. He stared at the pile, questioning how long it would take to consume all of it. Then his expression changed. The warning resurfaced in his mind. Fear those closest to you. Doubt. Look back. Search for the hidden trap. At the end, you will learn the taste of betrayal. He remembered the ruined city. He remembered the final words about scars born from trust. He remembered the caution directed at the system itself. The phrasing echoed what both Mr. and Heimdall had implied, almost identical in structure. That similarity was not coincidence. His gaze shifted to the books before him. The connection pointed toward mythology. If the answer existed, it would be hidden there. He opened one and began to read. The room grew darker, as hours passed. Only the desk lamp illuminated the table. Jaehyun turned another page, then another. He finally closed the book, eyes widening. The pattern was clearer now. His raider's vision sharpened. He picked up a pen and continued annotating his notebook, dissecting the phrasing, searching for layered meaning. The words were not simple warnings. They were coded. He reviewed his notes carefully, rearranged letters, tested combinations. The realization struck sharply. It was an anagram. The Einerjar already. He exhaled sharply, stunned by the precision of it. Now the talk of mistrust made sense. It was not merely paranoia. It was preparation. At the same time, the members of Soho's circle sat around a long table, tension hanging thick between them as they replayed the recent events. Their leader exhaled slowly, then lifted his head with visible irritation and declared that Min Jae-hyun was no longer within their control. Jane leaned back with an expression bordering on boredom, while Jupi's temper edged upward as the leader continued, warning that any disagreement would be equal to defying their patron. Ju rested his weight against one arm, silent, and Jane lazily extended her hand, remarking that the situation had already surpassed their level. Jup backed her, stating bluntly that those 9 had clearly outgrown the category of ordinary students. The leader nodded grimly. In only a few months, they had reached a height where intervention was meaningless. His brows tightened as he insisted that their priority now was resolving the broader incident, not clinging to pride. His palm struck the table sharply, demanding attention. He turned his gaze to Jaehyun, who sat with her legs crossed, composed and detached. He reminded her that she led one of the 4 major circles and had chosen not to participate in the raid. Jaehyun answered with a faint smile. If the 9 had not stepped in, she said calmly, the outcome would have been defeat. Min Jae-hyun stared at her in disbelief. Jiab's fist clenched as he protested, arguing that if one measured only the skills of those present, her claim was exaggerated. Jaehyun rose from her seat without hesitation. They had not defeated the bone dragon, she stated plainly. The chair slid back with a hard scrape. That was precisely why she had refrained. She would not send her people into slaughter for pride. She moved toward the exit, announcing that the 3rd, I would adhere to that principle. Min Jae-hyun called out as she reached the door, marked Forbidden Zone. Footsteps echoed faintly in the corridor beyond. Jaehyun's lips curved into a private smile as she considered Min Jae-hyun. She had not expected him to advance this far, this fast. The thought unsettled her and excited her. This would become far more interesting. Outside, the stars faded from the sky. Jaehyun remained alone at his desk, turning another page beneath the dim lamp. He rubbed his chin slowly, recalling the raid against the bone dragon, how the adults had been unable to use their skills at a critical moment. The memory aligned too neatly with what he knew of the Asir, gods capable of interfering with the system's operation at will. Sweat traced down his temple. His expression hardened as the warnings resurfaced. Doubt those closest to you. Question the system itself. The pattern was no longer abstract. It was structural. The protagonist's frown deepened as the pieces locked together in his mind, because it was obvious now that both of them had been pushing him toward the same conclusion, forcing him to confront the truth about the share system. His fingers pressed against the table, knuckles pale, as he reached a cold realization. This system had never been about guidance or protection. Its real purpose was refinement, selection, the training of future Einerjar. He shot to his feet, breath tightening, when the next thought struck him like a blade. Its raw material came from the awakened of this world. From people. From them. Before the shock could settle, a translucent window unfolded in front of his eyes. System update complete. Access to Mimir's notes granted. The letters glowed with quiet indifference. A thin layer of cold sweat formed along his spine. He lifted his hand toward the interface, intending to press the confirmation key, but the air behind him thickened. Darkness pooled at his back, spreading like ink in water, swallowing the room, swallowing sound, swallowing him. The next instant, he stood in a place washed in pale light. White curtains drifted endlessly in a wind that did not exist. He stepped forward and pushed one aside. Beyond it floated a book, suspended in midair above a stone altar. Recognition struck immediately. Odin's Lost Eye, the altar that had once demanded wisdom in exchange for sight. He approached without hesitation. The book radiated a golden glow, warm yet oppressive. He took it into his hands. The moment he opened it, the world seemed to narrow. He sat beside a tall obelisk and began to read. It was Mimir's diary, the Chronicle of Asgard, a record not meant to survive. Each page peeled back another layer of deception, exposing the truth behind Odin's reign. After the first Ragnarok, Odin's army had been shattered. The surviving fragments of history were carefully altered, the shame buried beneath divinity. The Einherjar, revered heroes, were not glorious volunteers. They were instruments, puppets bound by divine manipulation. Images flooded his mind as the words sank deeper. Warriors clashing in endless battlefields, blood steaming against frozen ground. Mimir's uncertainty echoed through the text. Were they truly evil, or merely used. He saw one of the Einherjar bow after battle, armor cracked, spirit hollow, realizing too late that loyalty had been engineered. Odin had deceived mortals, twisting promises of Onhoyner into chains, then unleashed them against the alliance that opposed him. The corpses of fallen Einherjar lay scattered across his imagination, their devotion rewarded with silence. The page turned. He saw Odin seated upon his throne, watching as people drifted away from faith and glory alike. Disillusionment spread like frost. The diary described the great disappointment that followed the truth. Few were willing to give themselves willingly after learning what awaited them. And that was the fatal weakness. Only absolute devotion could forge an Einherjar. Doubt shattered the process. The image sharpened into the one-eyed god himself, gaze cold, calculating. The system, the control, the invisible threads tightening around countless worlds. The diary warned that the second end of the world approached, and Odin had begun preparing long before anyone noticed. The scene shifted once more. A colossal tree pierced the heavens. Yggdrasil, its roots descended into Midgard at Odin's command, burrowing into the earth and poisoning it from within. The world transformed into a breeding ground of terror, swarming with demonic creatures and endless conflict. Then came the gifts, powers, awakenings, blessings that felt like miracles. Salvation wrapped in temptation. Humanity, desperate and cornered, reached out to grasp them, never realizing the harvest had already begun. This was the share system. The realization struck with brutal clarity. He saw Odin in his mind, standing before an endless army, one hand extended, as if offering salvation while tightening invisible chains. The words in Mimir's record burned into him. Every awakened across the world was connected to it, using it, trusting it. Yet in the end, it was nothing but a refining furnace, a device built to raise an army. Min Jaehyun froze when he reached the final lines. The enemy of evil must immediately head to the control tower of Yggdrasil. His breathing slowed. In his mind, he saw it clearly. A construct of countless interlocking triangles, an enormous mechanism hidden within the tower, the true core that governed the Aesir system itself. His brows drew tight as he read further. If he failed to reach it, then one day, every awakened individual would turn into his enemy. Silence pressed down on him. He leaned forward, elbows against the table, staring at the paper, as if it might change its contents. His fingers curled slightly, tension running through his hand. The confusion did not fade, but one conclusion rose above the rest. He needed to speak to Hela. Immediately. Standing in the center of the room, Jaehyun stated flatly that they had a problem. Hela opened her eyes slowly, stretching with visible irritation, unable to understand why he had dragged her out of rest. She reminded him with narrowed eyes that he had just awakened the god of Einherjar over something trivial. Jaehyun's expression remained firm as he told her he had uncovered Odin's true objective. Extending his hand, he laid out the truth without embellishment. The goddess fell silent, scratching her chin as she processed it. Her gaze lowered to the floor. If this was accurate, then she would have to open negotiations with Odin's opposition, the Half-Ace Alliance. The weight of that statement lingered between them. After a brief exchange of looks, she declared they would move at night. The player would depend on her. Min Jae-hyun shifted his gaze, remembering something he had nearly overlooked. From his inventory, he withdrew the glove he had discovered during away training. Holding it out, he recalled the face of its owner, the first awakened, Jae-sang. He asked whether she recognized it. Hela crossed her arms and studied the artifact carefully, but in the end she admitted she knew nothing of it. A faint smile touched her lips as she suggested postponing that mystery until the awakened were warned about the Einherjar. Jae-hyun stared at her, momentarily thrown off by the shift in priority. She raised a single finger and added that there was also the matter of his quest reward. The memory surfaced instantly. He had completed it. A restrained smile formed as anticipation sharpened his focus. He turned toward the system interface. The first reward appeared, an empty card. He barely had time to register it before the display flickered violently. The second reward vanished from view as the entire interface shifted. Min Jae-hyun's eyes snapped open wider when a new window unfolded before him, revealing not a single notification, but an entire list of updates. A new notification shimmered before them, and the goddess read it with a pleased smile. Communication capabilities upgraded. With exaggerated sweetness, she declared that from now on he could rely on her far more than before. Jae-hyun answered dryly that it sounded less like reliance and more like being used. Her expression hardened instantly at the remark, irritation flashing across her face, and he ignored it, turning instead to the rest of the updates. He shifted his attention to his own status. A jar materialized in his hands, giant's blood, thick and dark, radiating pressure even through the glass. He studied it with quiet satisfaction. Before, his body had been too weak to withstand it. Now that limitation was gone. Without hesitation, he uncorked the jar and poured the contents over his head. The heavy liquid ran down his hair and shoulders, soaking into his skin like fire disguised as warmth. He stood motionless as the system responded. New notification. Physical body assimilating giant strength. A sharp current surged through his muscles. His bones felt denser. His breath deepened. He flexed his fingers and sensed the change immediately. With his advancement to C rank, his stats had risen sharply. Now his physical attributes were comparable to an average C rank raider without external enhancement. The difference was tangible. He opened another interface and moved to the slot reserved for mythical level skills. Standing before the hovering window, he read through the revised information carefully. A slow smile formed. The penalty that once restricted him had vanished. The system indicated that once he achieved the appropriate form, the previous limitations would dissolve entirely. The bottleneck was no longer compatibility, it was capacity. The number of slots remained insufficient. To fully release that power, the right of a mythical level being had to be strengthened. Even so, at this stage, he could already wield the authority of the Thunder God. That alone was significant. Hella's eyes widened as yet another update surfaced. Raven radar installed. Odin within detectable range. She brightened immediately, remarking that if they had possessed such a function earlier, things would have unfolded very differently. Jaehyun's brows knit together as he nodded. He remembered Hugin's confidence, the certainty that he would always be found. Now the system itself confirmed it. Odin was not beyond reach. Then his gaze sharpened. The final update was not a passive enhancement. It was a quest. He selected it without hesitation, fully aware that this would not resemble the trials before. The title appeared in stark letters. System Destroyer. He frowned at the weight of those words. This was not about clearing stages or defeating monsters. This was an act of rebellion against the framework itself. Light flooded the room as the sun climbed higher outside the window. The world beyond looked deceptively calm. Jae-sang stood near the window, staring into the brightness as if measuring the time left before movement became inevitable. It was no longer a matter to postpone. Action could not wait. Min Jae-hyun, positioned slightly behind him, gave a firm nod in agreement. They did not have the luxury of delay. She turned toward him, ready. The corridor of the academy was quiet when she heard her name from behind. She turned, already recognizing the voice, and a faint smile appeared as he approached. Min Jae-hyun had barely closed the distance when Jae-hyun mentioned that she had heard about his performance at the training camp, how actively he had taken part. She admitted she was impressed by the magician. He swallowed the compliment without expression and thanked her briefly, but his tone made it clear he had no time to linger. As he passed, he said they would speak later. She watched him walk away. The feeling crept in slowly, familiar, unsettling. Before she could suppress it, she turned back toward him. He did not slow down. In that moment, she understood what disturbed her. The presence around him felt like something foretold, an enemy of evil. She spoke again, half defensive, half probing, saying that people kept intimidating her for not participating in the raid, even though she belonged to one of the 4 great circles. That should have been enough. He stopped. When he looked at her, the air around him shimmered faintly, a golden undertone radiating from his body. She was certain of it now. He had acquired divine authority. Standing half-turned, he spoke calmly, advising her not to move recklessly when she lacked the strength to back it up. The word struck harder than expected. There was fire in his eyes when he added the final warning. If she died, no healing magic would bring her back. She frowned, unsettled by the certainty in his voice. Elsewhere, a television broadcast replayed the aftermath of the training camp. Reports confirmed that many academy instructors had fallen, and that students had played a decisive role in containing the disaster. Min Jae-hyun's name surfaced repeatedly as someone who had distinguished himself during the crisis. Ju-won listened without visible reaction. With a quiet click, he turned the television off. The screen darkened, reflecting his own face back at him. For a moment, he considered whether it was premature to reveal himself. Then he removed a painting from the wall and studied it carefully. The prophecy lingered in his thoughts, the enemy of evil. A faint smile curved at his lips. He wanted to see this figure personally, to witness how the story would unfold. In another hall, Kim Jae-hyun stood behind a podium beneath relentless camera flashes. She stared at the microphone in silence before finally speaking. She acknowledged that there were many questions waiting, but for now, she would give them only one answer. She parted her lips and announced that a new threat had risen on the horizon. They had gathered not only to acknowledge the danger, but to unhoiner the ray of hope that had allowed them to overcome the previous crisis. The academy would award the students who had stood at the front. One reporter wrote mechanically, boredom evident on his face. Kim Jae-hyun narrowed her eyes and clarified that the recognition was deserved precisely because those students had contributed more than anyone else. One by one, the names would be called, and each recipient was to step forward and receive their reward. The protagonist adjusted his tie in silence. Members of the 9 Circle advanced toward the stage under the weight of flashing cameras. Applause echoed, formal and hollow. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was quieter. A bottle of wine rested untouched on the shelf. Kim Yi-young leaned her head against her hand and asked calmly whether there was something he wanted to tell them. Co Ina, Kim Yu-young and Hoyan fixed their gazes on Jae-hyun, waiting. He closed his eyes briefly and answered that he could not tell them everything. His girlfriend's dissatisfaction surfaced immediately. She said he carried too many secrets. Ina, seated beside her, spoke next. She wanted clarity about one thing. Recalling the attack, she asked who the person was, the one who had assaulted them. His eyelids lifted slowly. He looked away before answering. He could not reveal the identity, but he could admit that the attacker had come because of him, and that he was powerful. The redhead clenched her fist, stating that evasive answers were useless. An Hoyan folded his arms, agreeing without hesitation. The ash-haired man remembered the grin on Ace's face and rubbed his chin thoughtfully, asking instead what kind of monster they were dealing with. Soil lay back on the couch, watching him closely. Jae-sang beside her did the same. Co Ina, Yu-yoon, and Hwang straightened, their expressions sharpening. Jae-hyun turned toward them. He understood that one day the truth would surface. When Ragnarok began, concealment would become impossible. For now, he parted his lips and said it was too early. Yu-yoon pouted. Ina looked away in frustration. Hwang fell into thought. Min Jae-hyun and Soil closed their eyes, as if measuring the weight of what remained unsaid. A low chuckle escaped him. The ash-haired man's composure shattered when Jae-hyun stated, almost casually, that he had somehow reached S rank. His eyes widened in disbelief. The blonde shot up from her seat, horror written across her face as she clutched her head and insisted it could not be true. Ina stared at him differently now. It explained how he had managed to stand against that opponent. Hoyan raised his hand and asked directly whether he had killed the creature. Jae-hyun's expression tightened. He answered that he had not. For a brief moment, Heimdall's twisted face surfaced in his memory, wrapped in suffocating dark mana. Min Jae-hyun looked aside and said that enemies of that level would appear again. And next time, the outcome would not be decided by chance. He made it clear that if this kind of situation ever happened again, they were to run without hesitation. No pride, no arguments. Just survive. The words landed heavy. Her eyes widened, shock turning into fear as she shot to her feet and demanded to know if he intended to stand alone again. Jae-hyun didn't answer immediately. He simply began tapping the table, slow at first, then harder. Each strike echoed like a countdown. Then the air changed. Darkness swallowed the room, as if the lights themselves had submitted. Conversation died. Thoughts froze. An invisible weight exploded outward from his body, crushing the atmosphere. Ina and Hoyong stared at him, horror spreading across their faces as they felt the gap between them. Someone muttered that until they could release pressure like this, they had no right to stand beside him in battle. Jae-hyun lifted one hand calmly and told them that if they disliked his decision, they could reach S rank. When they did, he would stop telling them to run. Kim Yu-young lowered her head. Tears slipped free despite her effort to contain them, and she whispered that it felt cold. The vibration in his pocket cut through the silence. Jae-hyun looked down, pulled out his phone, and the moment he saw the screen, his pupils widened sharply. Sung-jae Appa, seated behind the wheel, let out a low whistle of surprise. He admitted he never expected Jae-hyun to enter that auction. To gain VIP access, one had to purchase a ridiculous amount of items. So how much had he spent? Jae-hyun answered without hesitation that he didn't know. He had simply poured in everything he had earned. Sung-jae Appa laughed under his breath, saying that kind of thinking made no sense for an ordinary man. The car rolled to a stop before a massive auction hall that towered like a monument to excess. The elevator doors slid open. Jae-hyun stepped out with Sung-jae Appa beside him. The driver turned slightly and said he would wait there. If anything went wrong, one call would be enough. Jae-hyun gave a faint smile, replying that no one here would be foolish enough to reach for that option. Sung-jae Appa grinned in agreement. Jae-hyun walked down the polished corridor alone. Every surface gleamed under the lights, spotless and deliberate, wealth carved into every detail. Not far away, Camila nervously bit at her nails, eyes narrowed in tension. Balak noticed and asked what was troubling her. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she pointed ahead. At a table in front of them sat Jae-hyun. Balak's gaze sharpened instantly. Recognition flickered in his memory. This was the same self-assured raider from that hotel in Iceland, the one who had looked at them as if they were already beneath him. The raider stepped forward and sized him up without restraint, eyes scanning him from head to toe before glancing at Camila and remarking that this was the rising star of the Yama Guild, yet there had been no notice of their participation in the auction. Camila's lips parted slightly as she told him to listen carefully. This boy was not just talented, he was dangerous. Truly dangerous. The man stiffened, disbelief flashing across his face as he looked at her. Jae-hyun remained seated, unmoving, not even a twitch in his posture, but Camila saw it. Something beneath the surface. Her breath hitched, and she murmured a single phrase under her breath. Balak's eyes widened at once. For a split second, Jae-hyun's pupil gleamed. The pressure around the young man seated at the table shifted, subtle, but unmistakable. The aura he released was identical to that of the black-robed figure from before. Elsewhere, inside a quiet office, A window flickered open on a monitor, and words of agreement flowed through the speaker. A man pressed a phone to his ear, speaking softly to his wife, telling her to trust him. The auction would go well. If they had already clawed their way out of ruin and reached this position, then that alone was proof of success. He only needed to push a little further. He ended the call and slipped the phone away. His expression hardened. This time he could not afford failure. The building was filled with investors and VIP clients. One mistake would destroy everything. He shut his eyes and resolved to win at any cost. Then he frowned. A draft brushed his face. Turning slowly, he noticed the open window. He was certain he had never touched it. He stepped closer and looked down at the street below. His eyes widened. Something moved in the blind spot of reality. Tentacles burst forward without warning, piercing straight through his chest. A cold hand gripped his throat from behind. Another hand slid over his eyes, sealing away the last thing he would ever see. The girl who held him close whispered that this removed yet another obstacle. Behind her, she calmly wondered how the opponent marked by prophecy would react. Back in the auction hall, footsteps approached Jaehyun's table. A voice remarked that it never expected to meet him in a place like this. Balak slipped his hands into his pockets and commented that the young man had grown quite famous lately. Jaehyun tilted his head slightly, a faint smile touching his lips as he asked if they were referring to him. Camila frowned, unable to read what Balak intended. The fighter answered yes, without hesitation. After all, the protagonist was the only magical warrior in the world, and the top graduate of the academy that trained raiders. Balak narrowed his eyes and added that it was only natural the European Union had shown interest. Jaehyun closed his eyes briefly and replied that such attention was an honor. Camila's gaze shifted. She inhaled slowly and activated mana breath, a technique whose true effect remained hidden from everyone around her. Balak kept his eyes on the hero, already aware of what his ally was capable of. She could dissect the structure of another person's magical power with terrifying precision. Not surface-level sensing. Structure. Foundation. Blueprint. He pictured DNA strands twisting in the dark and recalled the basic truth every raider learned. Mana carried unique properties, unique patterns, unique resonance. Like fingerprints. No two were ever the same. That meant structure itself was individual, absolute. He had already turned away, but the thought refused to leave him. The black cloak in the dungeon. The young man sitting here now. Identical mana signatures. That was beyond coincidence. That bordered on impossibility. Lowering himself into a chair, the swordsman exhaled slowly and concluded that even if the odds were microscopic, they would confirm it tonight. He opened his mouth and asked directly whether Min Jaehyun and the man from the dungeon were the same person. Camila gave him a dry, cutting look. With her eyes closed, she replied that this obsession of his, this need to be right, was the same arrogance that had ruined his marriage. Her comrade snapped at her to stop. Jaehyun, however, was no longer listening to them. His gaze had shifted upward. The ceiling of the auction hall reflected the lights like a polished mirror. Around him, attention began drifting toward the podium. A figure stepped forward, measured and confident. He extended his hand and thanked everyone for attending. Introducing himself as Moonin, CEO of Flex, he began his prepared speech. Jaehyun lowered his head slightly, uninterested. Words about prestige and opportunity faded into background noise. He needed only one thing from this place. Nothing else mattered. The host lifted his hand again and declared that the bidding would finally begin. A small gem was revealed beneath focused light. The director announced that the first item would be the Transcendent Stone. Jaehyun rested his fingers against his chin. For a moment, he dismissed the man at the podium entirely and focused on the stone. His thoughts moved to the ring on his finger. One stone would not fully awaken its potential. He knew that. He remembered every property, every reaction, every limitation. Still, installing that stone would shift the balance completely. The host officially opened the bidding. A faint smile appeared on Jaehyun's face. He had waited a long time for this. Without hesitation, he raised his hand. 10 billion. The number dropped into the hall like a meteor. Every gaze lowered. Conversations died instantly. The weight of the bid crushed the atmosphere. Balak did not speak. He simply stared, eyes fixed somewhere far beyond the room. The host's eyes widened as he confirmed the 10 billion bid. Voice slightly strained as he asked whether anyone else wished to challenge it. A hand rose almost immediately. The bidder announced 11 billion. Jaehyun didn't hesitate. 12. The counter came out flat and controlled. The fighter lowered his head onto his hand and exhaled slowly, already sensing where this was heading. Camila imagined striking him just to force sense back into him. Jaehyun's eyes remained sharp, almost too sharp. There was provocation in them now, deliberate and visible. Balak narrowed his gaze, studying him. This wasn't simple interest in a stone. The tension between them had shifted into something more personal. When Jaehyun refused to retreat after the increase, Balak understood that the hesitation had never been about money. It was about calculation. Jaehyun smirked faintly, as if he had decoded something unspoken. Balak's brows tightened. He hadn't expected such an open response. Was this intimidation? A signal? The confidence radiating from the young man was absolute, almost reckless. For a brief moment, Balak's eyes glowed red, frustration creeping in as he failed to read the intention behind that certainty. Jaehyun leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, relaxed as though none of it mattered. The bidding closed. The hall shifted toward the final item, an A-rank artifact designed to increase resistance against status-altering skills. Jaehyun barely glanced at it. With the blessing of hell engraved into his being, such resistance meant nothing to him. It was redundant. He had already begun withdrawing his attention when the host's tone changed. The man straightened and announced that a special item had been prepared for the finale. Jaehyun froze. An S-rank artifact. The words echoed through the hall. His eyes widened. This was not supposed to happen here. Not at this scale. Not without prior rumor. The director gestured toward the stage, saying his assistant would explain further. Jaehyun glanced toward Camila briefly, searching her expression, but even she seemed unaware. Then she stepped forward. Jaehyun's pupils expanded instantly. Her gaze locked onto him from across the stage. Recognition struck like lightning. Gun. She bowed lightly to the audience and announced that she would personally oversee the sale. Raising her hand, she revealed a bracelet and introduced the artifact by name, Drobner. The name hit him harder than the announcement of its rank. Jaehyun slowly rose from his seat, then bowed his head as if steadying himself. A second later, he lifted his eyes again, this time directly at her. The smile never left her face. Calm, measured. She knew she needed only a single moment to freeze the entire hall in place. Jaehyun stood rigid, eyes wide, instinct screaming before reason could catch up. As she continued explaining, something began to emerge from the bracelet on her wrist. She described it lightly, a golden bracelet that multiplied itself 9-fold every 9 days. Powerful, elegant, with only a small price attached. She raised her hand. Red beads shot forward like living bullets. Jaehyun's right eye ignited instantly. The projectiles halted midair above him, suspended in a silent orbit. He analyzed them at once. Trajectory, force, reaction. His pupils widened. Absolute calculation failed. There was no magical formula to dissect. No mana structure to read. That meant one thing. This wasn't magic. His gaze snapped to the bracelet. The source wasn't spellcraft. It was the artifact itself. A red beam suddenly pierced through a man's skull in the audience. Another shot through someone's chest without warning. Blood painted the polished floor. Camila turned in confusion, unable to comprehend the shift. Balak shouted at the stage, demanding to know what the host was doing. She answered without emotion. Uninvited guests were unnecessary. She had only come for the enemy of the Azure. Jaehyun narrowed his eyes. A memory surfaced. Her presence at the academy. That faint distortion he had sensed even then. He remembered standing before her and feeling that something was fundamentally wrong. He spoke the word clearly. Servant of the Azure. She adjusted her hair, casually, and replied that there were better titles for a role. Jaehyun's expression hardened. He asked what she wanted. Her smile widened as she pointed directly at him. He clenched his teeth while she admitted that he had begun to irritate her. Steel whispered as a blade formed in Balak's hand. Camila summoned her staff without hesitation, declaring she would not allow the enemy to act freely. Jaehyun bent forward and began to laugh. Not hysteria, not fear, calculation. She grinned in return, claiming she was frightened, yet intrigued. Step by step, she approached the edge of the stage. Tilting her head back, she announced that she had likely purchased enough time already. Then she gave a single order. Eat. Jaehyun's eyes widened. One guest convulsed violently. Then another. Flesh twisted grotesquely as something forced its way outward from within their bodies. Tentacles burst through skin and fabric alike. Camila stood frozen, mouth open as the horror unfolded. Behind her, Balak appeared in an instant, blade arcing downward. His ally shouted at him to stop. The instant his blade came down, the girl intercepted it with a surge of magic, the impact bursting between them like shattered glass. And the swordsman spun toward her in fury, demanding to know what she thought she was doing when there were still people to save. Camille lifted her hand, steady and composed, and said she was not sabotaging the rescue at all, only stopping him from charging blindly into something none of them understood, because she had never seen an artifact like that before, and reckless heroics would only add more bodies to the floor. John's lips curved in a thin smile as she praised Camille's caution, remarking that if she had not stepped in, her ally would already be dead, because anyone touched by the artifact dies, and then, almost lazily, she told everyone not to panic. Jaehyun's gaze locked onto her as she gestured toward the collapsed figures and explained that they were not corpses, merely breathing shells, all of them alive. Narrowing her eyes, she added that she saw no reason to keep them that way, though the others were free to attempt a rescue if they insisted, since the victims were only in a coma. The realization struck him hard. If mana had forced them into that state, then every second mattered. She yanked the director forward by his tie and continued in a detached tone that she had extracted their greed, peeled it out of them completely, and once that pillar of ego crumbled, their minds simply destabilized. Jaehyun's eyes widened as the pieces aligned in his head, an artifact that strips emotions. He immediately thought of a certain individual who would crave that kind of power. Gripping the director by the hair, Min Jae-hyun laughed softly and observed that humans are amusing creatures. Remove a single emotion, and they collapse into stupidity. Jae-hyun cut her off, ordering her to stop the nonsense and restore everyone to normal. She tilted her head, grinning, and asked what he planned to do if she refused. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Before her smirk could fade, he reappeared and drove her to ground, his foot pressing her down, his knee locking her arm in place. Standing over her, voice cold and level, Jae-hyun said that if she would not want to fix it on her own, he would make her want it. Her eyes flared wide, confusion flickering across her face as she tried to grasp when he had even moved. She glanced at his hand and realized she had never seen him close the distance. He took one of her fingers. Their eyes met, and something inside her snapped. A violent flash tore through her thoughts, and her scream ripped across the hall as pain exploded through her body. Camille stood frozen, mouth parted in shock, while Balak watched in tense silence. The girl clenched her teeth, refusing to beg, even as the bone gave way with a sickening crack. Jaehyun calmly reached for the next finger. He looked down at her and said calmly that it was time for the second fracture. Chai Jae-yun bit down hard, her teeth grinding as she twisted beneath him, screaming for him to get off. The bracelet on her wrist flared to life, radiating a violent glow, and in the next instant a portal ripped open above Jaehyun's head. He glanced up at the swirling distortion and muttered whether that was a gate. At the same time, a blue circle ignited beneath his feet. Balak lowered his gaze and saw his own body dissolving into blue particles, and Camila, eyes wide, caught the same light swallowing her. Jaehyun looked down, said something under his breath, and the world tore away. The auction hall vanished. A cold notification echoed in his mind. Special dungeon entered. Back in the fractured room, Min Jae-hyun dropped to her knees, whispering about a hero, then lifted her face in fury and swore she would never forgive him. The ceiling above her shifted into view as footsteps echoed. Someone stood over her and leaned down. Jae-sang's lips parted slightly as he asked if she was all right, his eyes burning a bright pink. Meanwhile, the three who had been caught in the light found themselves inside a cavern, stone walls damp and silent. Jae-hyun exhaled slowly, scanning the darkness. Camila stared at him, unable to process what had just happened. His gaze earlier lingered in her thoughts, too familiar, too knowing. A memory surfaced, his unhinged smile, the way Min Jae-hyun had addressed him. Another image overlapped it, a girl smiling as she spoke a prophecy. The mage standing nearby kept watching the protagonist, tension tight in his posture. Balak, behind them, said quietly that they were probably thinking the same thing. Camila gave a faint nod. All of them were staring at Min Jae-hyun now. In Balak's mind, the words returned, opponent of the prophecy. He lowered his head, eyes fixed on the young man. His companion closed her eyes briefly and said that although she hadn't heard everything that girl had said before, she was certain she had called him exactly that. Fragments of that earlier dungeon resurfaced. The declaration that the swordsman was unqualified, that the ruin existed for the enemy of evil foretold in prophecy. Camila watched Balak's back while the swordsman kept his focus on Jae-hyun. Finally, he stepped forward and called out to him. Jae-hyun turned his head. The man raised his blade between them and asked directly whether he was the black-robed figure who had cleared the ruins. The protagonist met his gaze without flinching and said there were more urgent things to worry about right now. Balak's eyes sharpened without warning. He pivoted and intercepted a projectile mid-flight, steel meeting force, and pink shards scattered past his face like splintered crystal. Behind him, the swordsman caught sight of dozens of red eyes blinking open in the dark. An elf stepped forward from the shadows, thin and silent. Balak ground his teeth and dismissed them as nothing more than small fry. Elsewhere, John clasped her own hand while listening to her guest muse that mythical artifacts truly existed on a different tier. He spread his arms in disbelief, admitting he never imagined an item capable of opening a gate like that. She replied coolly that envy was unnecessary. His smile widened when she claimed she possessed something even better. He shut his eyes briefly and asked if she meant that. Ju-won's lips curved again as he pictured the cavern and wondered aloud whether the so-called hero could endure Fafner's power alongside Dropner. A roar tore through the void. A colossal dragon burst into existence, flames churning in its throat. The girl averted her gaze and admitted she still lacked complete control over the artifact's power, meaning perfect command was nearly impossible. Jilin added that, even so, crushing the enemy of the Azur and those two companions would not prove difficult. The boy regarded her in silence, fingers resting against his chin, remarking that he likely would not need to interfere at all. Narrowing his eyes, he decided the current display should suffice. Within the cavern, Jaehyun's blade blurred. Each swing severed another elf, bodies collapsing before they could even cry out. He advanced deeper into the cave, thoughts circling drawer and the gate. The bracelet Min Jaehyun had used. Most likely a mythical artifact capable of opening a rail gate. Yet uncertainty lingered. Had she created this dungeon, or merely shifted them into one that already existed? A crease formed between his brows. There was no chance she had accomplished this alone. Without that bracelet, such manipulation would have been impossible. Balak cut through the elves as well, though his gaze flickered sideways, tracking something unseen. Camila moved with lethal precision, spells flaring as monsters fell around her. Jaehyun registered that his absolute calculation had failed to trigger earlier. This was not a conventional spell. Watching her magic collide with the creatures, he concluded that the artifact's influence must be distorting the field itself. His eyes drifted again, a faint smile forming. After Hadel's Stillerhorn, this marked the second mythical artifact he had encountered. He had no intention of letting this one slip away. They stood surrounded by a mound of cooling corpses, blood soaking into the stone beneath their boots. Jaehyun turned when his name was called. Balak faced him from atop the bodies and asked directly if he was the black-robed figure who had cleared the dungeon before. Jaehyun answered without hesitation that he was. There was no reason to keep burying it. Concealment at this point would only complicate everything further. The swordsman's eyes widened. He pressed on, demanding to know whether that made him an enemy of humanity. If so, why save people during the training camp? Why act like a hero? Jaehyun held his gaze in silence for a moment, then said he had never claimed to possess any grand objective. Balak tried to interject, but Jaehyun cut him off, stating that he did not fight indiscriminately. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he admitted his standards were vague. Camila and her ally exchanged a look. Balak's jaw tightened as he demanded clarification on those so-called standards. Jaehyun's eyes sharpened, irritation flickering there, before he glanced away and said it depended entirely on his mood. Camila remarked that this was hardly the time for jokes. Jaehyun shook his head and clarified that he was not joking. He stated plainly that he would do anything to protect the people close to him. Balak stared at him, unreadable. Then suddenly he grabbed Jaehyun by the tie, pulling him closer. He said that back in the Great Ruins, Jaehyun could have killed him. If he truly wanted to erase his identity, that would have been the simplest solution. The memory of clashing blades resurfaced between them. Steel against steel. Killing intent balanced on a razor's edge. Balak's grip slowly loosened. Another image rose in his mind. The silent figure in that dungeon who had chosen not to strike the final blow. Looking down, he admitted that Jaehyun had not taken that chance. He began speaking about what defined a hero, about lines that should not be crossed. Jaehyun straightened his jacket, while listening to Balak conclude that he would continue observing him for now. Camila closed her eyes briefly and commented that his standards were uniquely personal. Both men looked at her, as she added that regardless of philosophy, their immediate priority was obvious. They needed to cooperate and clear the dungeon. Jaehyun narrowed his eyes slightly. This had unfolded better than anticipated. A subtle smile appeared as he remarked that they were more loyal than he expected. His gaze dipped, shadowing his expression, as he began to speak again. Jaehyun raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Light exploded through the cavern in violent flashes. A monster collapsed, its head severed cleanly from its body. Balak stood over the corpse, blade dripping, and remarked that he had never encountered drakars this strong, asking whether Jaehyun knew anything about them. Jaehyun kept his eyes forward and answered no. Lowering his gaze slightly, he acknowledged that he had not sensed this anomaly with the dark elves before. The creatures here were far stronger than their rank suggested. This was not a standard dungeon, most likely a special one. He told them to stay alert. At their level, exterminating everything would not be difficult, so they should accelerate and push deeper. Camila reminded them that according to Min Jaehyun, the auction victims were still alive. That alone was reason to move faster. Jaehyun glanced at his comrades, then abruptly turned toward the depths of the cave. His vision sharpened, recognition skill activating, one eye glinting faintly. He exhaled and told them to wait. Something was there. Camila questioned him. They had already inspected that section, yet a shift in the air brushed against her senses. She felt it too. Dense mana, where nothing had existed moments earlier. Then a notification surfaced before Jaehyun's eyes. Path to the heart of the Valley of Greed has opened. In the fractured auction hall, low grunts echoed. Min Jaehyun's bracelet blazed brighter. She realized the enemy of the Aesir was moving faster than anticipated and tried to discern what Jaehyun was doing on the other side. Back in the cavern, Jaehyun stated that from this point forward he would take the lead. The source of the mana was responding to him directly. Balak asked whether this resembled the Great Ruins. Jaehyun confirmed it did, though this time the objective might differ. The swordsman frowned, then turned away and declared he would secure the rear. As he passed Camila, he instructed her to maintain central support while they advanced. Camila kept staring at his back, as if she were trying to peel away a layer he never showed anyone. Then her eyes shifted to their companion, and the mage reached out, fingers brushing against the hero's shoulder. He turned at once. She studied him without hesitation and said that inside the Great Ruins he looked like a completely different person. asking which version was real. He let out a slow breath and looked away, answering that both were real. A faint smile crossed his face as he added that everyone carried more than one side, whether they admitted it or not. Bright spheres of light rose from her palm and hovered above them, casting reflections across a chamber overflowing with gold. Coins, relics, and treasures were piled in endless mounds around the storage hall. System messages flooded his vision, declaring that the path forward had opened and that they were to defeat the boss, Fafnir of Greed, and return to their world. A single coin slipped from the pile and struck his leg before rolling across the floor. Then the trembling began. Gold cascaded downward in waves. From beneath the mountain of treasure, a massive claw forced its way out. He had not stepped back. His eyes widened as the creature dragged itself free, scales grinding against metal and stone. The dragon's head emerged, eyes snapping open with a violent gleam. It rose high above him, and new notifications flashed. Dungeon boss detected. Rank suppressed due to restrictions. The beast threw its jaws open and roared, the sound crushing the air itself. Camila covered part of her face, stating through clenched breath that even suppressed, it was still S+ rank. He kept watching it without flinching and said calmly that they could handle it. The three moved into formation, standing back to back. He asked if they remembered what happened in the ancient ruins. Balak met his gaze, and the memory returned instantly. The chaos, the gamble, the grin on the boy's face when he declared that nothing stopped them from using 2 bombardments at once. Camila inhaled sharply. The hero extended his hand and activated the skill to create magical tools. Light condensed before him, shaping itself into the dragon slayer blade, Balong. A slow smile appeared as he remarked that luck favored them after all, because they now held 2 such swords. He asked if they believed they had a chance to win. Balak answered without hesitation that they did. They locked into position, backs pressed together, identical dragon slayer blades steady in their grips. When the hero stated that this boss was within reach, Balak's sword flared first, a deep blue glow crawling along the edge as its special effect awakened. A heartbeat later, the same radiance ignited across his own blade. The dragon coiled to strike, and a system notice cut through the tension. Damage to this monster type increased by 300%. Camila warned that it would try to incinerate them. The warning ended with fire. Flames exploded from the dragon's jaws, magma spilling across the chamber floor in burning rivers. Through the heat distortion, 2 figures burst forward. The swordsmen launched themselves straight at the beast. One of them shouted that they would draw its focus. Camila rose into the air on her staff, and at his command she redirected her trajectory, preparing to unleash her spell. She skimmed over the molten ground while he spun beneath her, carving wide arcs through the air to force the dragon's attention. It worked. The monster's gaze snapped toward him, pupils widening. In that instant he remembered Kanan and understood fully. Camila was no ordinary mage. Her destructive force surpassed even her mentors. She began layering spells, circles of power forming in sequence. The dragon bared its teeth, gathering strength for another strike. He realized that this fight would reveal the true extent of her power. A massive claw descended while the dragon lunged from atop the gold mound. He leapt aside and shouted her name, positioning himself directly before the creature's jaws. He demanded to know how long she needed. Balak glanced up, catching the grin that spread across the hero's face. The dragon hurtled forward, mouth open wide enough to swallow him whole. At the final instant, he slipped past the bite. Camila raised her hand and declared she required 20 more seconds. Balak attacked again without hesitation, promising they would buy it. The hero landed lightly and said there would be no issue. Drawing a steady breath, he activated Ice Edge. Frost erupted beneath his boots. The ground froze solid, and the cold surged outward in expanding waves. Walls, treasure, air, everything crystallized. The spreading ice climbed the dragon's limbs and sealed across its scales as the entire cavern fell under winter. Balak roared that it was time. Camila lifted a single finger and invoked punishment of water. 3 massive seals ignited behind her, rotating in layered formation. A droplet of her blood rose from her fingertip and hovered in the air. Light detonated in front of the dragon's snout. From that flash, blood-red blades manifested, several to one side, 3 more forming opposite them. With a controlled motion, she drew them upward until they hovered above her, like a suspended execution. He watched with a sharp grin, admitting he had expected nothing less from her. Camila traced the vectors of destruction with her hand. The crimson blades obeyed instantly. They tore through the air and slammed into the dragon's body in rapid succession. Each impact rang against its scales like metal striking an anvil. The beast reeled its head back under the barrage. His eyes locked onto the creature's neck. Something about the scales there was different, denser, layered in a strange pattern. Balak saw it too. Without a word, they surged forward together. If that was the weak point, they would carve it open. Their blades collided with the dragon's throat in a precise cross strike. Sparks exploded outward. Standing back to back again, Balak muttered that something was wrong. The monster's gaze shifted toward them as he demanded to know why no damage registered. The boss rose to its full height once more, looming over them. It stared down in silence. He held that stare, searching for the change he felt building inside it. He began to say that something had shifted. Then the dragon spoke. His eyes widened. The monster lowered its head and growled words through clenched fangs. Its pupils ignited with a blinding glow. It demanded more gold. The roar that followed forced him to his knees. Camila covered her ears as the sound fractured the frozen ground. Cracks raced through the ice. The dragon spread its wings and continued its guttural chant, snarling that it despised the filthy name of Odin. Sweat slid down his temple. Why would Odin's name surface here? Then the pieces aligned. Gold. Fafnir. Odin. His mind moved back to long nights over textbooks, to a single passage about the Inherger and the cursed treasures of legend. He pictured a ring, Anvari's ring, the artifact that generated endless gold while cursing its bearer. He stared at the dragon and understood it clearly. The curse the gods placed upon the gold Fafnir claimed was tied to Anvari's ring. The beast pressed a claw against its own head as if trying to crush something invisible inside its skull. From the way it trembled, the curse was still active. He replayed their earlier strike in his mind. They had assumed the hardened scales on the neck were the weak point, yet their blades barely scratched it. He exhaled and said they had targeted the wrong place. The true vulnerability was not a physical gap in armor, but the origin of the curse itself. If the ring remained with him, then that was the core. Standing firm before the towering dragon, he looked up and called out to it. If it could speak, then it could answer. The creature's gaze locked onto him. In a low, rumbling voice, it demanded to know how he had entered this place. He answered with a sharper question, whether Odin had used him and his family. The dragon's jaw parted. Bloody tears traced down its scaled face. It admitted the truth. Its entire family was dead. Then it roared, eyes blazing crimson as it declared that Odin had slaughtered them all. Camila narrowed one eye, observing in silence. Balak said nothing. He felt the pattern forming again. Something in this world had been altered. Images from the themed dungeons surfaced in his thoughts. Jui twisted from myth, used by Thor, Rosvar abducted, stories reshaped. If that distortion held true here, then Odin and the Aesir had struck first. Fafnir was not merely greedy. He was bound and driven by divine interference. The dragon howled that it despised Odin. The hero's grin returned faintly as he noted that the beast had slipped fully into berserk rage again. Negotiation was pointless now. Balak demanded to know what was happening, stunned that he had managed to exchange words with the monster at all. He turned to him and asked whether he had truly heard what the dragon said. The swordsman stood firm and said he had heard nothing but a roar. Camilla stepped in from behind and confirmed the same. Only a growl reached her ears. In that instant, his eyes sharpened with realization. He alone could understand the dragon. Whatever bound this dungeon to myth had chosen him as the interpreter. He activated mana detector and scanned the creature carefully. Energy pulsed unnaturally across its skull. His gaze fixed on the forehead. That was the point. Then the conclusion struck harder. The ring lay beneath the scales there. That was the true weakness. Balak and Camila exchanged confused glances, but he did not waste time explaining further. He turned to her. She met his eyes and nodded. They shifted formation, backs aligned once more. She said she would assist. Balak moved closer as he quickly outlined the location of the weak spot. The swordsman tightened both hands around his hilt and warned him not to be wrong about this. Camila extended 2 fingers. Chains of binding erupted around the dragon, locking its massive frame in place. In the next breath, Balak vanished. He reappeared atop the monster's head, blue aura blazing around him. From below, the hero watched with a faint smirk. Balak struck repeatedly at the marked point. Blow after blow hammered down. The scales began to grind and splinter, but only barely. His expression hardened. This was tougher than expected. He understood the margin, one decisive strike. If he failed, the dragon would tear free. Even movement alone might shatter the bindings. Suddenly the hero appeared behind him and ordered him to move. The card in his hand dissolved into light. He drew his blade and activated Sword Garden, forcing every sword technique under his command to peak mastery. Balak stepped aside just as he advanced. He raised the blade with both hands. The swordsman's eyes widened as he grasped what was coming. Abstract sword. The air grew heavy. He narrowed his focus to a single point beneath the fractured scales. Energy surged violently along the edge as the skill ignited, compressing into a pinpoint of annihilation aimed directly at the cursed ring hidden beneath the dragon's flesh. The edge of the blade was already there, kissing the dragon's scales, and this time it didn't stop. It bit in, carving through ancient armor that no ordinary weapon should have touched. The man's eyes snapped wide the instant he felt resistance give way. He had pierced it. A slow, dangerous smile pulled at the boy's lips as the sword drove deeper, racing toward the cursed ring embedded within the beast. And then the message struck him. Access to divinity, granted. Black lightning erupted around him in violent arcs. born from the power of the god of lightning he had just invoked. The air cracked. The ground trembled. Balak stared, unable to process what he was witnessing, while Camilla's widened eyes reflected nothing but disbelief. Who was this person standing before them? The darkness wrapped itself around the blade, coiling over steel like a living storm. The lightning spears converged on the ring. Bolts hammered it again and again, each strike sharper than the last. Fractures spiderwebbed across its surface. The hero's grin deepened. He had done it. With a final thunderous impact, the ring shattered into countless fragments. A surge of lightning burst from the dragon's head at the exact moment another message confirmed it. Anvar's ring had been destroyed. The monster's massive body trembled once, and then collapsed to the earth with a heavy, defeated crash. The hero and the swordsman lowered their gazes. The dragon's eyes were still glowing red, until, slowly, the madness drained away, leaving behind a normal, weary shade. The sword vanished from the boy's hand, as quietly as it had appeared. The three of them stood before the fallen creature, silence settling over the battlefield. Camilla, lips slightly parted, finally broke it. She asked if he had used an abstract sword. He confirmed it without hesitation. Her eyes widened further as she tried to comprehend the black lightning he had summoned. That kind of skill demanded a sword garden. So how had Jaehyun done it without one? He let out a breath, about to answer, but his attention shifted back to the dragon. Balak muttered that turning this man into an enemy would be a fatal mistake. The boy lifted his gaze and asked whether it was finally time to hear the complete version of that legend, reminding them they did not have the luxury of delay. The dragon, no longer writhing, no longer enslaved, looked at him with clarity and said the hand of salvation had at last reached him. Fafnir bared his teeth in something that resembled gratitude and declared that the boy deserved the truth, for he was the one who had freed him. The hero listened as the dragon began. The catastrophe, he said, had started with the arrival of a wanderer. He introduced his father, a dwarf magician named Hydmar, and revealed that Hydmar had 3 sons. One of them was Fafnir. He began with his eldest brother, the one who could twist magic around his own body and become an otter, slipping into cold rivers to catch fish so the family would never starve. As the dragon spoke, the image of their home surfaced in his mind, warm and simple, before it was swallowed by the memory of a day when that brother never returned. They had waited beneath a dimming sky, he said, watching the horizon long after the light had begun to fade. Night fell, heavy and wrong. Then someone arrived. A man stepped out of the darkness and introduced himself as a wanderer. He claimed the road was too dangerous to travel at night and asked for shelter until dawn. In his hands, he carried the skin of a slain animal, offering it as payment for lodging. The dragon's voice tightened as he described it. The outer hide was painfully familiar. That was when they understood why there had been no word from his brother. He had already come home, just not alive. He remembered his father's cry breaking the silence, shouting the name of the son who would never answer again. The wanderer listened without flinching. Then the old magician declared that since their blood had been spilled by his hand, he would repay the loss. He promised to fill that very skin with gold, so much gold that not a single space would remain uncovered. The dragon recalled the wanderer raising his staff. Coins poured forth as if the earth itself were bleeding wealth. They stacked higher and higher until the hide vanished beneath a mountain of gold. And when it seemed complete, a ring appeared on top of it all. That ring, even now, the memory of it burned. It was beautiful in a way that felt wrong, impossibly alluring, impossible to ignore. He could not tear his gaze away from it then, just as he could not forget it now. Fafnir closed his eyes and said that everything had changed from that moment. Not only their fate, but their hearts, their thoughts. The ring twisted them from within, reshaping brotherhood into greed and love into suspicion. He said the boy standing before him could already see how the story ended. The hero rubbed his chin and spoke quietly about the wanderer. The dragon looked straight at him and revealed the truth. That wanderer had been Odin. There was no shock on the boy's face. He merely scratched the back of his head and muttered that far too many unbelievable things had happened recently for this to surprise him anymore. As they spoke, the dragon's wings began to dissolve into faint particles of light. He noticed it and said calmly that his time had finally come. He drew a slow breath and asked permission to pose one final question. The hero met his gaze. The dragon asked who he truly was. The boy frowned, turning his head slightly, and asked whether Fafnir knew of the 3 Norn sisters. The dragon's fading gaze lingered on him, as if he already understood where this was going. The protagonist spoke of the sisters who wove fate itself, then declared without hesitation that he was the enemy written into prophecy, the calamity meant to bring ruin to Asgard. His mouth parted slightly as he confirmed it. He was that person. Fafnir did not look away. He reminded the boy that he had once spoken of revenge. Hands sliding into his pockets, the hero answered that he had not forgotten. Odin owed a debt of blood, and debts like that were not erased by time. They were settled. The dragon's teeth showed in a thin, satisfied grin. Excellent, he said. Though the boy was still rough around the edges, he carried the right of a god. That alone meant he could succeed, and he would not leave him empty-handed. He had a gift. The young man asked what he meant, but the dragon's form was already thinning, dissolving into light. With his final strength, Fafnir murmured that this method would aid him, and that he hoped the hero's road ahead would not be swallowed by darkness. His eyes closed completely. The space where he had stood fell silent. The protagonist looked up at the empty air and said he would not fail. Revenge would be taken for him as well. Then the light came. Golden radiance surged toward him as notifications flooded his vision, each one marking rewards earned for slaying a dragon. Rays streamed into his palm. A message declared that his divine right had strengthened. Another granted him a new title, Dragon Slayer. His eyes widened at the next notification. A final gift from Fafnir. Before him, a dragon egg materialized, pulsing faintly with new life. The golden glow continued to spiral into his hand as the battlefield finally grew quiet. Behind him, his two allies had already sheathed their weapons. Balak stepped beside the girl and exhaled, saying it was over, though he now had far too many questions. He asked how the hero had used that unique skill. The boy did not turn. He said nothing at first. Then, calmly, he explained that there was no reason to offer details. Some things were not meant to be shared. And besides, something more important demanded their attention. The swordsman pressed him again. A faint smile touched the hero's lips. He glanced back at them, signaled for silence, and activated his subjugation skill. A gate door opened before them. From the gate, 3 fighters stumbled out and collapsed on the stone floor. Camilla immediately dropped beside one of them, scanning his condition, while Balak turned sharply and asked if they were still alive. She checked the pulse, placed her hand against his chest, and said they had already awakened from the coma, but they were completely drained. If nothing was done, exhaustion would finish them. The swordsman asked whether healing magic would be enough. She shut her eyes briefly and admitted she was an offensive mage. Healing was not her domain. She knew only the fundamentals. Balak muttered that even basic treatment was better than abandoning them. He was about to insist she start when the hero cut him off. Waiting would cost lives. He stepped into the center of the hall. A quiet smile formed on his face. Then radiant wings burst open behind his back as he activated the sacrifice skill. Camilla froze. The sight struck her harder than the dragon had. She remembered who he was, a genius who dominated both sword and spell. But this was beyond that. The girl lying on the floor began to recover first, golden light seeping into her wounds. The man beside her was soon wrapped in the same glow. Even the auction host's shattered condition began to reverse under the radiance. Camilla stared, stunned. Attack mages did not wield healing at this level. No one did. Her eyes traced the wings again, unable to categorize the magic. Breath-catching, she said sacrifice was a saint's exclusive skill and demanded to know how he was using it. He did not turn around. He reminded her of the agreement. No questions. Balak frowned. It was an unreasonable rule, yet he remembered the invisible system windows that had sealed their pact. No questions, no exposure of identity. The memory of the battle with Fafnir resurfaced in his mind. He had already seen the extent of John's strength that day. Now he understood that what the world knew was not even half of it. The golden wings slowly dimmed as the healing completed. The boy lowered his gaze. Then he turned sharply and knelt beside one of the recovering fighters. He asked if the man had regained consciousness. A faint reply came without the man opening his eyes. With effort, he managed to sit up. The hero told him calmly that everything was over now. The danger had passed. All he needed to do was steady himself and breathe. The old man rubbed his head, still dazed, as he listened to the hero say he needed one answer. The boy asked directly whether a pale-skinned girl had been searching for him not long ago. The director narrowed his eyes, digging through fractured memories. The image surfaced slowly. He said that after she appeared, his consciousness had vanished almost instantly. Then he lowered his gaze and added something else. When they first met, tentacles had extended from her body and struck him without warning. Sitting on the floor, he apologized for being unable to provide more help. The boy extended a hand and thanked him anyway, then pulled him back to his feet. The director steadied himself and asked whether everyone had survived. Balak folded his arms and stated plainly that Jae-hyun had saved every single person present. The protagonist shot him a look, not appreciating the exposure. The old man studied the young face before him. He looked like nothing more than a student. It was difficult to reconcile that appearance with what he had just been told. After a pause, he asked if he was the same student who had been dominating the recent news. The boy glanced down and admitted it. The director fell silent for a moment, then straightened his jacket and bowed deeply, expressing sincere gratitude for saving both him and his clients. He declared that such a deed could not go unrewarded. A faint smirk touched the young man's lips. He asked what kind of reward the director had in mind. Soon, they were inside one of the hotel rooms. The hero turned slightly as a box was brought in. He smiled, recognizing that his prize had arrived. Min Jae-hyun placed it on the table and wondered quietly if the effort had been worth it. The director pressed a hand to his chest and said that no item could truly equal the value of saved life, but they would at least ensure he received the object he had won at auction without complication. If he ever required anything further, he would only need to say the word. The smirk remained. Inside the box rested the transcendent stone itself. As he looked down at the ring on his finger, system messages appeared, detailing its properties and integration. After absorbing the information, he closed the notifications. His combat power had just taken a decisive step forward. A translucent system window flickered into existence before his eyes, and the notification made one thing painfully clear. This was the core of his current problem. In his hands rested the special item, silent and heavy with potential. He stared at the egg, jaw tightening. He couldn't hatch it. He couldn't just carry it around forever either. It wasn't a weapon. Not yet. It was a burden waiting for a trigger. His mind raced, searching for an answer. Then more blue messages unfolded beside his face. Condition detected. Growth item. Incubation required. Recommended fuel source. Magic stones. He narrowed his eyes. Magic stones. Of course. A slow breath escaped him as he remembered the fortune he had stacked away. Enough to gamble. Enough to experiment. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number he knew by heart. When the call connected, he calmly introduced himself. On the other end, inside a pristine laboratory filled with glowing apparatus and suspended crystals, his girlfriend's father turned to the sound of the ringtone. He lifted the phone. Hello. A faint smile curved the scientist's lips. He joked immediately, asking whether his daughter had stirred up trouble again. The protagonist denied it and got straight to the point. He had a problem. When he mentioned magic stones, the man's tone shifted from playful to professional. He agreed to sell them and casually asked about the quantity. Then he heard the number. Silence. The scientist blinked, certain he misheard. Why would a single student need that many stones? Before that question could settle, the scene shifted. Inside a grand conference chamber of the European Union, tension hung thick in the air. An elderly figure lowered his head slowly and asked if what he had just heard was serious. Balak met his gaze without flinching and confirmed it. From this moment forward, they would cease pursuing the man in the black robe. The table shook as one of the leaders slammed his fist against it. His voice exploded through the room. Was Balak suggesting they ignore the ruins incident? After everything that had happened? If they stepped back now, the world would brand them cowards. Another elder raised a trembling finger, demanding justification. Balak responded evenly. He had weighed every outcome. He had considered how the alliance would be perceived. This was the most rational decision. That's not enough. One of them snapped. Give us another reason. Murmurs spread across the chamber. How could such a conclusion be made so easily? Then Camila, who had been silent until now, closed her eyes. When she finally spoke, her voice cut through the chaos. Even if we attack him together, we cannot stop him. The room fell still. An old man demanded clarification. She opened her eyes, and there was no hesitation in them. Even if the entire alliance moves as one, she said, each word landing like a hammer strike, there is no guarantee we win. Her head dipped slightly, not in fear, but in acceptance. If we don't want to lose everything, she concluded, then we stop chasing him. Stacked in front of him were box after box of magic stones, sealed and delivered the same day. He smiled faintly. As expected, when the lids were pulled back, bright blue crystals shimmered under the light, filling the room with a dense wave of mana. He was about to begin when he heard footsteps. Kim Yoo-jung's voice came first, playful and sharp. Her parents had told her he bought out nearly the entire stock of magic stones, so of course they came to witness the madness in person. He glanced at the group and calmly remarked that everything unfolded exactly as predicted. Then he added that they arrived faster than he expected, and not alone either. His friend crossed her arms and said she rushed over the moment her father mentioned the purchase. She still wanted to know why he needed that many stones. Seo Ina, avoiding his eyes, admitted she was curious too. On Hoiwon added that the senior members were away on a special mission, which was why only they showed up. Then he asked the obvious question, weren't magic stones usually bought by those who crafted magic tools? He gave a short nod. Then he lifted the egg. He explained that he had found it. Ina crouched down immediately, asking what exactly it was. Without answering directly, he picked up a magic stone and pressed it gently against the shell. The reaction was instant. The stone began dissolving, evaporating into streams of mana that seeped into the egg. He stated calmly that rumors claimed incubation time drastically decreased if the egg absorbed magic stones. On Hoiwon stroked his chin, calling it fascinating. One of the girls said that in that case, there was no reason to wait. Stone after stone vanished. System messages flooded his vision. Absorption in progress. Growth acceleration confirmed. Incubation rate increasing. The egg began to tremble. Kim Yoo-jung's mouth fell open as she pointed out the vibration. Ina leaned closer, whispering that something inside was definitely waking up. Then, crack! A thin fracture spread across the shell. His eyes widened. So did Ina's. Blue light burst outward, washing over their faces as more cracks spidered across the surface. A tiny claw pierced through. Fragments shattered and scattered across the floor. Something small forced its way out, scales glistening under the fading glow. It unfolded itself clumsily, wings twitching. A dragon. Yon covered her mouth in disbelief. Before anyone could speak, notifications erupted in front of him. Pet contract established. Lineage detected. Fafnir. Growth potential. S+ and above. His breath stalled. Fafnir. He stared at the hatchling, struggling to process the magnitude of what stood before him. Such potential was absurd. In the current era, only a handful of raiders even possessed familiars, and those were individuals awakened under the rare tamer class. Yet this dragon had chosen him. He stepped closer to the hatchling, eyes calculating beyond the surface charm. With a familiar like this, public attention would follow naturally. Influence, recognition, leverage. A dragon wasn't just power, it was symbolism. But the smile on his face thinned. Familiars were notoriously difficult to command. Without a proper taming skill, controlling one was nearly impossible. Most raiders spent years mastering contracts, and even then, failure was common. For him, this kind of bond should have been nothing more than fantasy. The dragon suddenly leapt forward. Before he could react, the small body collided with his chest. At the same time, someone yanked him backward. Ki Yujung wrapped her arms around him tightly, eyes sparkling as she demanded to know where such an adorable dragon had come from. Ina leaned in, tapping a finger gently against the pet's nose, asking when he had secretly learned taming. He turned calmly and stated that he hadn't tamed anything. He simply found the egg inside a dungeon. His gaze shifted toward On Hoiwan, who remained frozen a few steps away. He asked why he was standing so far back. On Hoiwan admitted, somewhat stiffly, that reptiles unsettled him. He exhaled quietly, remembering just how timid his friend could be. Then his girlfriend let out a sharp squeal. She lifted the dragon higher, declaring that from now on its name would be Jaehyun. She looked at the hatchling and asked if it liked the name. Before the creature could react, he answered flatly that it didn't. Her brows knitted together. How could he possibly know? The dragon lowered its head slightly, expression shifting in subtle protest. He stated that it was obvious. He took the small dragon back into his arms and proposed a different name. FAF. Short. Clean. A fragment of Fafnir. CEO Ina watched the scene unfold in silence, thinking the entire situation was utterly unbelievable. The next day, when Min Jae-hyun woke up, he heard a knock on the door. After opening it, he was completely confused to find Yu Young and the others already waiting outside, cheerfully announcing their arrival and greeting him. Although slightly annoyed, he let them in anyway. As they walked inside, he suddenly pinched Yu Young's cheeks, causing her to let out a light scream as he wondered why she had returned when she had just been there the previous day. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-sang and the blonde-haired girl soon became puzzled after noticing the baby dragon. The little dragon happily looked toward them, and as soon as Yu Young noticed it, she rushed forward, startling the dragon. She immediately picked it up, hugged it tightly, called it Lizzie, and insisted that it should not be so cold. She further remarked that she could never leave it all alone when it liked her so much. Standing nearby, Min Jae-hyun stated that she should call him Fafi. Letting out an exhausted sigh, he opened the dragon status window to learn more about it. He began researching how to properly raise a dragon and discovered that Fafi liked gold. He also learned that dragons became upset very quickly and possessed a mental age similar to that of a 5-year-old child. While the trio happily played with Fafi, Jae-hyun continued studying the information and learned that dragons required constant care to satisfy their needs, something he realized would not be easy. Meanwhile, Yu Young continued happily playing with the little dragon while repeatedly calling it Lizzie, but Jae-hyun firmly insisted that its name was Fafi. He also discovered that the dragon grew stronger as its owner became stronger. Whenever the owner hunted monsters and gained experience points, the dragon's rank also increased, and it learned new skills. The information further explained that spending plenty of time playing with the dragon while it was still young was extremely important. Otherwise, it could develop unusual personality traits later in life. Yu Young then asked if she could take the dragon home, and once again called it Lizzie, which completely annoyed Jae-hyun. He immediately insisted that the dragon should be called Fafi and refused her request. Yu Young then encouraged So-yeol to try petting Fafi as well, adding that it was incredibly adorable. Although So-yeol hesitated at first, she eventually agreed and reached out to pet the little dragon. However, just as she was about to cuddle it, the dragon immediately growled, leaving So-yeol visibly upset. She could not help but wonder why Fafi seemed to dislike only her. The following day, at Millis Academy, Kim Ji-yeon was calmly seated inside her office when Min Jae-hyun arrived. The moment she noticed the dragon, she immediately recognized it as a rare creature, leaving her genuinely surprised. She mentioned that she would arrange a permit so he could take the dragon outside with him. Min Jae-hyun calmly thanked her. Her expression then turned grim as she explained that there was something important she needed to tell him. Noticing her concern, Jae-hyun immediately asked what it was. She seriously revealed that several students had recently gone missing, instantly capturing his attention. She explained that they were personally investigating the incidents and that the academy planned to announce that all students must remain together in groups when returning home from school for their safety. When he asked about the missing students, she revealed that the first victims were Chai Ji-eun and the members of the Circle Third Eye, making him even more curious because the situation appeared far too coincidental. He then asked whether any patterns had been discovered regarding the disappearances. She explained that there were two similarities. The first was that a syringe containing red liquid had been found at the locations where the students disappeared. The second was that the nearby buildings and ground had been destroyed, almost as though a drunken person had gone on a rampage. After hearing the details, Jae-hyun asked whether the mysterious red liquid had been identified. However, Kim Ji-yeon explained that although she had requested the association to investigate it, they had not yet identified it. Even so, she believed it definitely had something to do with the missing student cases. Her expression suddenly became even more serious as she prepared to say something else. Noticing this, Jae-hyun immediately asked whether there was another important matter she still needed to discuss. However, Kim Ji-yeon remained silently grim without saying another word. Later that noon, when Shin Jun-sang arrived at the academy, his presence immediately caught the attention of the surrounding students, who looked at him with mocking smiles. Many of them were visibly surprised to see him there, because they had never expected him to return. Whispers quickly spread as he walked past, and everyone immediately recognized him. The students wondered how he still had the audacity to appear in public after everything that had happened since he had been completely humiliated by Min Jae-hyun. They continued gossiping, claiming that he was merely trying to cope with the situation and that he had no shame. Others remarked that all of his friends were gone as well. One student even stated that if he had been in Jun-sang's position, he would have killed himself. Hearing the endless insults, Jun-sang frowned and clenched his teeth in anger. Furious that his reputation had been completely destroyed, he angrily kicked over a trash can while inwardly cursing the situation. Panting heavily, he blamed Min Jae-hyun for ruining both his image and the reputation of his entire group. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him with an eerie expression. Noticing the presence, Jun-sang turned around and recognized the figure as Chai Ji-eun. He anxiously remarked that he had heard she had gone missing, yet she appeared to be completely fine. She calmly replied that she had her own reasons. Laughing eerily, she added that she had no intention of telling him. Her response immediately annoyed Jun-sang, and he shouted loudly, wondering whether she was making fun of him. She then stated that she wanted to ask him one thing. In the very next instant, her expression became even more unsettling as a disturbing grin spread across her face. She asked whether he truly hated Min Jae-hyun. Confused by the sudden question, Jun-sang wondered what she meant. She then asked whether his hatred was great enough for him to want to kill Min Jae-hyun. Clenching his teeth, Jun-sang burst out in anger and admitted that it certainly was. He declared that Min Jae-hyun had ruined his life, destroyed his reputation, and completely ruined his group's image as well. He further admitted that if he had been capable of doing it, he would have already killed him. Wearing the same unsettling expression, Ji-eun calmly revealed that she felt exactly the same way. She then took out a syringe and remarked that such resentment should be enough this time. The moment Jun-sang noticed the syringe in her hand, he became slightly alarmed and wondered what she intended to do with it. Wearing a mysterious smile, Ji-eun explained that she was giving him an opportunity to take his revenge. Without any hesitation, she suddenly drove the syringe directly into his neck, utterly startling him. Jun-sang screamed in sheer panic, and as soon as the injection entered his body, his eyes widened while veins bulged across his face. Ji-eun wore a faint and unsettling smile as her eyes gleamed maliciously before calmly telling him to make sure he actually got the job done. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun was watching television inside his room with Fafi resting quietly in his lap when an urgent news broadcast suddenly interrupted the program. He listened carefully as the report revealed that an extreme religious organization had recently emerged and begun worshipping Odin from Northern European mythology. The report immediately made him wonder whether something much bigger was happening behind the scenes. He recalled his previous conversation with Kim Ji-yeon when she had mentioned Asatru and asked whether he had ever heard of that term. The reporter then revealed that the organization called itself Asatru and had been committing crimes against awakened individuals. The crime scenes were especially disturbing, with needles containing unidentified liquid and victims showing signs of rotting skin. As Min Jae-hyun carefully reviewed the information, he began to suspect that the recent missing student cases might be connected to the Asatru group. The report further stated that the Raider Management Headquarters had eventually managed to capture several members of Asatru, but all of them were in a severely unstable mental condition. They repeatedly muttered about their loyalty to Odin and the Aesir. Min Jae-hyun listened carefully as the reporter further revealed that the captured individuals were actually awakened people who had once been members of the Raider Management Headquarters themselves. The report raised concerns about how Raiders, who were supposed to fight for humanity, had turned into such villains and what had taken away their reason. Hearing this immediately heightened Min Jae-hyun's suspicions. Letting out a tired sigh, he realized that he would have to investigate the matter despite having a very bad feeling about it. The report also stated that the greatest concern raised by professionals was the overwhelming power these awakened individuals now possessed. After losing their sanity, they were reportedly capable of controlling mana that was 3 to 5 times stronger than before. After hearing the news, Min Jae-hyun turned off the television and shifted his attention to the upcoming Academy event. The following day would mark the beginning of the ranking tournament at Millis Academy, which would be followed by the large Millis Academy Festival. He realized that if he performed poorly, it could negatively affect the reputation of his entire group. He then closed his eyes and calmed himself, knowing that his opportunity would soon come. For the time being, he decided to remain focused on the task directly in front of him. He even asked Fafi whether the little dragon felt the same way, and the dragon cheerfully purred in response. The scene then shifted inside the Millis Academy mock dungeon, where a group of ogres became furious as the adorable yet fierce Fafi confidently crawled toward the battlefield. Looking completely calm and fearless, the little dragon took its stance and unleashed an enormous blast of flames that instantly wiped out the orcs before it. As soon as the flames engulfed the monsters, multiple system notifications immediately appeared, confirming that the orcs had been defeated. Min Jae-hyun watched in complete disbelief. Although he already knew Fafi was extraordinary, he had never expected a baby dragon to possess such incredible power. Meanwhile, Fafi proudly stood nearby. Min Jae-hyun glanced at the little dragon and realized that he needed to raise Fafi properly because the dragon's current strength had already surpassed what he himself possessed in his previous life. As Fafi continued leveling up, it constantly learned new skills. Multiple system notification panels appeared, displaying the details. The status window showed the name Fafnir 2, a ranked D baby dragon. Its passive skill was Fafnir's Blessing, ranked S+, while its active skill was Dragon Breath, ranked D. Its current growth rate was displayed as 31%, and the panel stated that its rank would increase by 1 once the percentage reached 100. Another panel explained that Fafnir's Blessing allowed the summoner's damage and mana to increase by 50% whenever the summoner and the dragon were on the same battlefield. Fafi had also acquired the active D-rank skill Dragon Breath, allowing it to attack enemies, with the skill's rank increasing alongside the dragon's rank. Delighted by how remarkable the little dragon was, Min Jae-hyun gently patted Fafi with great affection. He remarked that Fafi would be a tremendous help if it simply continued growing stronger like that. Min Jae-hyun's attention then shifted as a system notification informed him that the dungeon's boss monster, the Orc King, had finally appeared. The battle began the moment the towering boss stepped onto the battlefield and let out a furious roar. Min Jae-hyun glanced at Fafi. Even though the little dragon appeared fearless, he instinctively realized that it was not yet strong enough to face a boss monster. As a result, he firmly stepped forward and confronted the enormous dungeon boss himself without showing the slightest fear despite its overwhelming size. Calmly, he noted that it was fine because he needed to break the Academy's record anyway. Drawing a small dagger, Min Jae-hyun focused completely and fixed his sharp gaze upon the boss monster as he prepared for battle. The Orc King roared furiously, but in the very next instant, blood scattered across the battlefield. Within the blink of an eye, the giant monster collapsed onto the ground, while Min Jae-hyun was already standing over the defeated Orc King after eliminating it with astonishing ease. Smiling confidently, he calmly concluded that the battle was over. Soon afterward, a system panel displayed his victory, confirming that he had successfully defeated the boss monster. Multiple system notifications followed, informing him that he was being teleported to the lobby. The final record was displayed as 22 minutes and 21 seconds, confirming that he had successfully broken the top record at Millis Academy while also earning additional bonus points. Outside the dungeon, students murmured in disbelief and were utterly shocked by the individual rankings while Min Jae-hyun stood calmly among them. As the mock dungeon raid rankings appeared, Min Jae-hyun occupied the very top position with a completion time far faster than anyone had expected. Shin Junsang secured second place with 30 minutes and 50 seconds, while John Hyung claimed third place with 50 minutes and 13 seconds. Further down the rankings, An Hoyeon secured ninth place and was clearly surprised by Min Jae-hyun's remarkable time. Seo Aina finished in 14th place. Kim Yu-young happily hugged Fafi after placing 16th, completely unconcerned about her ranking. Kwon Soil, who placed 59th, appeared confused and frustrated, unable to believe her performance had ranked so low. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun was also surprised to see Shin Junsang claim second place, leaving him wondering why John Hyung had failed to secure that position instead. At that moment, someone approached him from behind and asked whether he was truly surprised. Min Jae-hyun turned and recognized the person as Shin Junsang. He demanded to know how Junsang had managed to achieve such an impressive result. However, Junsang merely responded with a smug smile, stating that he was under no obligation to reveal anything. Min Jae-hyun casually smirked and simply told him not to bother. Hearing that response, Jun Sang frowned bitterly as he clenched his teeth in fury. He angrily remarked that Min Jae-hyun must think he was on top of the world because the media, the Lotus Guild, and the Academy were all on his side, adding that his life must be incredibly easy. Completely confused, Min Jae-hyun failed to understand what Jun Sang was talking about and bluntly dismissed the criticism without being affected by it. Jun Sang then furiously declared that he would eventually drag Min Jae-hyun down. Hearing that, Min Jae-hyun tried to suppress his laughter, but ultimately burst into loud, mocking laughter instead. Jun Sang stared at him in complete disbelief as Min Jae-hyun's eyes gleamed sharply. He mockingly remarked that Jun Sang seemed to have entered his emo phase and added that it might already be too late for that. Upon hearing Jae-hyun's mocking remark, Jun Sang clenched his fists in anger, gritted his teeth, and turned away. Before leaving, he shot Jae-hyun one final furious glance, warning him to remember everything that had been said that day. As Jun Sang walked away, Min Jae-hyun suddenly recalled the report he had heard earlier stating that once people lost their reason, they became capable of using mana that was 3 to 5 times stronger than normal. Quietly reflecting on those words, he realized that something unusual was happening. Later that evening, Min Jae-hyun arrived at the scene of the recent incident, where Kim Ji-yeon had already been waiting alongside another man while the two discussed the ongoing investigation. As soon as she noticed him, Ji-yeon approached him, and Jae-hyun thanked her for doing him the favor. She replied that he had always helped them with academy-related matters, including the camping incident and the Gujin case. Standing beside her, the man warmly greeted Jae-hyun, remarking that it had been a long time and that he had become quite famous since they had last met. Jae-hyun immediately recognized him as Raider Park Jae-hoon. After shaking hands, Jae-hoon remarked that it seemed Jae-hyun still remembered him. He explained that he had heard Jae-hyun wanted to investigate the incident scenes and suggested that they first visit the location where everything had originally happened. Not long after arriving, Min Jae-hyun noticed a trail of blood. Before he could investigate it further, Kim Ji-yeon stopped him and informed him that the laboratory results had finally arrived. She explained that the red liquid found inside the syringes was a newly created substance made from blood combined with another unknown material. Hearing this, Jae-hyun became curious about the mysterious substance. Ji-yeon confirmed that they had never encountered anything like it before and further explained that it contained an extremely strong concentration of mana. Jae-hyun was slightly surprised when she explained that, under normal circumstances, blood naturally carried mana throughout a person's body. However, blood alone could not store mana that did not originally belong to its owner. The brain, heart, and energy core were the primary organs responsible for producing and circulating mana, meaning that blood by itself could never function as a vessel for foreign mana. Jae-hoon then revealed that they had not yet fully analyzed the substance, but he was certain Jae-hyun had already realized that it was connected to the religious cult that had recently become a major topic of discussion, the Aesatru. Jae-hyun quietly admitted that he had reached a similar conclusion. Even so, he inwardly reflected that what concerned him most was how remarkably similar every crime scene appeared. Kim Ji-yeon then added that every single scene contained a syringe with traces of the same red liquid left behind. Based on the available evidence, both the Academy and the Association believed that the mysterious substance dramatically increased the user's mana. Jae-hoon further explained that the substance had been described as a drug similar to the limit breaker, an amplification substance that had once been researched extensively. It had originally been designed to raise a person's rank and significantly enhance their strength. However, the research had eventually been discontinued after receiving severe backlash because the testing methods were considered extremely inhumane. Kim Ji-yeon added that although the project had never been completed, they were still investigating every available detail. Jae-hoon apologized for not having any further information, but Min Jae-hyun calmly assured both of them that everything they had explained was already enough for him to understand the overall situation. He was already somewhat familiar with limit breakers, recalling that he had once read an extensive article about the people secretly creating them behind the scenes. He then turned toward Ji-yeon and informed her that he might need to skip school for a while, requesting permission to do so. At the same time, he reflected that the timing of these incidents matched perfectly. If they were truly connected to limit breakers, then the same individuals had to be responsible for everything. That realization completely convinced him that the investigation was absolutely worth pursuing. Kim Ji-yeon wondered whether his reason for skipping school was to personally resolve the incidents. Jae-hyun firmly confirmed that it was. She quietly looked at him for a brief moment before smiling faintly and telling him to contact her whenever he needed assistance. As she watched him, she reflected that Min Jae-hyun was fundamentally different from the other raiders. Although many raiders were undoubtedly stronger than him, none of them grew stronger as quickly as he did. More importantly, he possessed a clear goal. Even though she did not know exactly what that goal was, she firmly believed that he would be able to resolve the incident. Later that night, inside a dimly lit alley, someone violently punched the nearby wall, causing deep cracks to spread across its surface. The man coughed up blood and sweated heavily as his power suddenly began spiraling out of control, gradually transforming him into a monstrous being. Gasping desperately for air while trembling uncontrollably, he struggled to maintain his sanity. It was none other than Shin Junsang. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind as someone greeted him, revealing that he had been searching for him. From the shadows, Min Jae-hyun slowly emerged with a calm smile. After observing Junsang's condition, he remarked that they had met again and quietly noted that Junsang looked like a complete mess. He then casually asked whether Shin Junsang had been using a limit breaker and demanded to know who had provided it to him. Junsang snarled in confusion, but just as he was about to lose control completely, Jae-hyun calmly remarked with a faint smirk that the person responsible had to be Chai Ji-eun. After carefully observing Junsang's unstable condition, Jae-hyun immediately realized that it was already far too late to save him because the mutation had progressed beyond any possibility of recovery. He also remembered sensing earlier that something about Junsang had already seemed abnormal, although he had never imagined it had advanced this far. Jae-hyun reminded him that he should already understand the dangerous side effects that came with using limit breakers. However, having almost completely lost his sanity, Junsang erupted in fury and insisted that he no longer cared as long as he could obtain his revenge. He claimed that he would never have ended up in such a condition if it had not been because of Jae-hyun. He repeatedly blamed Jae-hyun for everything, insisting that it was entirely his fault. After hearing those accusations, Jae-hyun was completely stunned by their absurdity. He immediately dismissed Junsang's claims as nothing more than complete nonsense and sternly concluded that Junsang was being utterly ridiculous. Jae-hyun calmly stated that none of it was his fault and told Junsang that there was no point in blaming him because, no matter how much he dwelled on it, nothing would ever change. Even so, Junsang continued weakly cursing him. Narrowing his eyes, Jae-hyun quietly observed Junsang and realized that although he could use sacrifice to heal a destroyed body, he could never reverse a broken mind. Junsang's body twitched violently as madness completely consumed him, causing him to curse everything around him. Letting out a soft breath, Jae-hyun reflected that there was only one thing he could still do for Junsang. With a simple gesture of his finger, he released his blazing, crackling power and resolved to free him from his suffering. In the very next instant, Jae-hyun launched his fiery attack, and the raging flames completely engulfed Junsang. Standing amid the crackling fire while observing his condition, Min Jae-hyun calmly looked down at Junsang's burning body and pointed out that his weakness had always been fire. Smoke steadily rose from the charred body as Junsang panicked and weakly muttered that it was impossible. He had believed that his newly gained power would allow him to defeat Jae-hyun. Hearing those words, Jae-hyun quietly reflected on the power Junsang had mentioned and remarked that he believed he knew exactly who he was referring to. Even so, he reminded him that he had grown stronger as well. Standing beside Junsang's scorched corpse, Jae-hyun explained that although Junsang's mana had indeed become much stronger, he had been mistaken to believe that strength alone would ever be enough to defeat him. Looking over the entire situation, Min Jae-hyun could not shake the feeling that everything had become completely twisted. Meanwhile, far away from the battlefield, a massive holographic barrier materialized above the city, enveloping the entire area in an eerie blue glow. From a distance, two figures silently watched the unexpected event unfold before them. Chai Ji-eun grimly remarked that another attempt had ended in failure. Standing beside her, Ju-won casually commented that they could always find another human. However, Ji-eun admitted that it was truly unfortunate because finding someone like Junsang was exceptionally rare. Ju-won agreed and reflected that it was indeed difficult to find someone who possessed such overwhelming resentment toward another person, especially someone whose hatred was directed entirely at the great adversary. Chai Ji-eun then explained that the most important requirement for creating a limit breaker was the presence of extreme emotions. Without those emotions, humans were incapable of enduring the process and usually died instead. She further stated that the higher a person's rank became, the darker their emotions grew, greatly increasing the chances of the limit breaker successfully taking effect. Ju-won chuckled softly and admitted that he had never expected the great adversary to achieve yet another victory, expressing genuine admiration for the outcome. However, Chai Ji-eun showed no interest and admitted that she disliked it. She explained that she had experienced the same feeling while dealing with Fafnir, but his power far exceeded what any human should possess. She believed that he would eventually become an obstacle, just as Hugin had predicted. Nevertheless, she concluded that it should not become a major problem because he would eventually have no choice but to come to them. Ju-won then extended his hand and produced a sword radiating a dark aura. With a chilling expression, he quietly admitted that he was looking forward to that day. The scene then shifted to Helheim, where gentle snowflakes drifted through the air, blanketing the ancient gate beneath a layer of white. The entire area remained shrouded in eerie silence, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Inside, Hel calmly rested upon her pet, while Hela quietly stood before her. At that moment, a blazing portal opened within one of the mirrors, and the three-eyed man emerged from it. He remarked that it was the first time so many of them had gathered together since the anti-Aesir had been purged. Hela acknowledged his words and added that it was fortunate the prophesied great adversary was growing stronger than they had originally anticipated. However, she also pointed out that the Aesir were increasing in strength at the very same pace. Hel admitted that she had never expected the Aesir system to be hiding such a secret, nor had she ever considered the possibility. She quietly noted that the situation was far from favorable. She then asked Einherjar whether Odin intended to gather the army of the dead once again in order to invade Midgard. Einherjar wondered whether Norn and Mimir had known the truth from the very beginning. Hela confirmed that they had, although she had always believed they would never reveal it because the restrictions placed upon them were far stricter and more powerful than those imposed upon the others. Einherjar quickly reached the same conclusion. He realized that Odin had never been concerned about people possessing knowledge that he himself lacked. Instead, he concluded that those connected to the prophecy had deliberately prevented Odin from learning the truth. Hel then remarked that there was very little they could do at the present moment. Because of that, she believed their best course of action was to help the great adversary become stronger as quickly as possible. Hela agreed with her assessment and pointed out that the great adversary had now obtained divine power, meaning his growth should accelerate rapidly. Hel paused briefly before teasing Hela by remarking that she seemed to trust him quite a lot. Hearing those words, Hela was visibly surprised as her cheeks immediately flushed red. Clearing her throat, she quickly redirected the conversation and asked whether Hel had ever heard of the very first awakened individual. The three-eyed man appeared confused by the sudden question. Hel explained that although countless rumors had existed throughout history, she had never personally met the first awakened because she normally encountered only those who had already died. At that very moment, a golden vortex surged violently within one of the mirrors, and a mysterious voice calmly confirmed that it knew the very first awakened extremely well. The enormous serpent slowly opened its eyes, releasing a dazzling golden aura as it reflected upon the first awakened. It then revealed that the first awakened had recently stepped foot into its territory. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun lay quietly on his bed with Fafi resting beside him. As he reflected on Chai Ji-eun, he became increasingly convinced that she was involved in something suspicious. Even Fafi began growling, as if he could sense that something was wrong. Jae-hyun gently patted the little dragon before recalling the human experiments and research on limit breakers that had been conducted before his regression. He quietly wondered whether those experiments had been connected to the Aesir from the very beginning. Unnoticed by Jae-hyun, a black substance slowly seeped into the room. From the spreading darkness, a sleek black cat emerged and stepped forward. It was Hela. She greeted Jae-hyun and immediately revealed that she had discovered something important. Jae-hyun slightly raised himself from the bed and greeted her after a long time before asking what she had found. At that moment, Fafi growled, drawing Hela's attention toward the baby dragon. She then mentioned the first awakened. Hearing that, Jae-hyun immediately thought of Ju-won and wondered whether the matter was related to him. Hela confirmed that it was. She then seriously revealed that she had uncovered the true identity of the individual known as the First Awakened, and that the First Awakened was actually one of Odin's final three crows. Meanwhile, inside a dark laboratory illuminated by the crimson glow of surrounding containers, blood covered both the floor and the nearby door. A man was being held captive inside, bound and blindfolded. Moments later, someone approached and removed the bandage covering his mouth, allowing him to desperately beg to be released so he could return to his family. Ju-won calmly asked whether he missed them before removing the bandage covering the man's eyes. Emitting a terrifying aura with eyes gleaming with malice, Ju-won stood before him. Smiling softly, he casually remarked that it was unfortunate because he had no family to miss. Speaking in a deep voice, he admitted that he could not relate to such feelings. The captive, visibly terrified, continued pleading for everything to stop, but Ju-won calmly produced a syringe and firmly held the man's mouth. Tilting his head slightly, he injected an unknown substance directly into the man's neck while smiling with satisfaction. As soon as the dark substance entered his body, the man's veins bulged violently, and he immediately began mutating while coughing up blood. Ju-won watched the transformation with delight as the victim's body twisted grotesquely and deformed before finally slumping forward in silence. The failed subject's body then convulsed and tore apart, splattering a trail of blood directly across Ju-won's face. Witnessing the result, Ju-won appeared slightly surprised, remarking that it was a shame while commenting on how fragile humans truly were. Standing behind him, Chai Ji-eun told Ju-won to be more gentle with the test subjects because acquiring new ones required considerable effort every time. Ju-won, visibly annoyed, simply glanced at her and softly exhaled. After briefly closing his eyes, he muttered indifferently before opening them again with a faint smile. He remarked that the man had at least been somewhat useful for their plan and told her not to be overly concerned. The scene then shifted back to Min Jae-hyun's room as Hela continued explaining that the First Awakened was actually one of Odin's remaining 3 crows. Completely confused, Jae-hyun struggled to understand how the First Awakened, who had fought for humanity, could also be one of Odin's crows. He asked Hela to explain in greater detail. Looking up at him, Hela stated that it was exactly as she had said. She revealed that the First Awakened was never human. Odin had originally possessed 5 crows, and the First Awakened had been one of them, just like Hugin. Wondering whether those crows were connected to Asatru, Jae-hyun considered their relationship. Hela explained that they had to be eliminated immediately because if they continued expanding their forces, no one would be able to stop them once they succeeded. She added that everything depended on locating them first. After thinking carefully, Min Jae-hyun came up with an idea, although he was uncertain whether it would actually work. Hela wondered whether he knew how to reach Asatru's base. Jae-hyun asked her to wait for a moment before taking out his phone and beginning to search. Hela jumped onto the bed and sat beside him. As she glanced at his phone, she realized that he was searching through reawakening data. Curious, she asked why he was looking for that information. Jae-hyun explained that they needed to move immediately because he had to uncover any information he could about them. He reflected that the sudden increase in reawakened individuals appeared highly suspicious, especially if it was connected to the limit breakers. He concluded that by tracking down the most suspicious reawakened individuals, he might uncover valuable information about both Asatru and the limit breakers. As he stood up, 3 particular individuals immediately came to mind, and he believed they would provide enough information to begin his investigation. A few hours later, Min Jae-hyun questioned several individuals. One unknown man revealed that he had heard about a research laboratory located somewhere in Korea, although he did not know its exact location. Another man explained that he had heard it was situated near the Yellow Sea. A third person revealed that all he knew was that the place was completely overrun by monsters and was no longer habitable for humans. After observing the group, Min Jae-hyun reflected that all 3 individuals had originally been low-ranked awakened before suddenly becoming powerful overnight. According to those around them, their personalities had become far more sensitive after their reawakening, and they had all developed an obsession with becoming stronger. After paying each of them a friendly visit and thoroughly investigating the matter, he finally concluded that Baekneong Island was the location of Asatru's base. After hearing Jae-hyun conclude that the entirety of Baekneong Island was Asatru's base, Hela wondered what made him so certain. Jae-hyun glanced at her and explained that the island had already become uninhabitable for humans, which meant it was in the process of turning into a field. He further explained that there was only one island in Korea that met those conditions, and that was Baekneong Island. Hela then questioned how they were supposed to get there, pointing out that no portal would lead to an uninhabitable area. She also admitted that she had no idea where the island was located, meaning she could not take him there the way she had in Iceland. Jae-hyun smiled softly and calmly reassured her that problems like that could usually be solved with money and the right connections. At the same time, inside a room, a smartphone resting on a table suddenly began vibrating, signaling an incoming call. Yu Sung-un picked up the phone and answered it, immediately recognizing that the caller was Jae-hyun. She jokingly reflected that whenever her disciple called her like this, it was usually because he wanted to ask for a favor. Although Jae-hyun apologized for the inconvenience, he still requested that she urgently provide him with an item. A few hours later, Jae-hyun arrived at the Lotus Guild and met with Yu Sung-un. The moment he saw the warp pointer, he was completely astonished. He reflected that by imbuing it with mana, selecting a destination, and placing it on the ground, the artifact could instantly teleport its user to the chosen location. As he picked one up, a faint smile appeared on his face as he remembered that warp pointers were extremely difficult to obtain because of the heavy restrictions placed upon them due to their potential for misuse. Sitting across from him, Yu Sung-un remarked that even if she asked what he intended to use them for, he would probably not tell her. Feeling slightly guilty, Jae-hyun apologized inwardly while thinking that, as expected of the Lotus Guild, they had somehow managed to provide him with 3 warp pointers despite their tremendous value. Later that night, Jae-hyun arrived in a dense forest accompanied by Hela and Fafi. He took out one of the warp pointers and set its destination to Baekneong Island. As the artifact activated, glowing blue energy gathered around it before he placed it on the ground. The instant it touched the earth, a portal appeared beneath his feet, and a massive pillar of blue energy erupted upward, engulfing him and illuminating the entire forest with a brilliant light. Moments later, he was teleported directly to the island. After arriving, Jae-hyun reflected that, according to what he had learned at the academy, the monsters occupying Baekneong Island were comparable in strength to those found in the other lockdown cities. Before long, he found himself surrounded by a large group of monsters emerging from the shadows with bloodshot eyes. They appeared completely wild and uncontrollable, and he soon realized they were mermen. At that moment, he understood that this mission would not be as simple as he had expected. Without wasting a second, Jae-hyun activated his magical artifact skill. Energy condensed within his hand, forming a sharp, glowing weapon as he calmly prepared for battle. Beside him, the baby dragon happily growled. Looking down at Fafi, Jae-hyun chuckled softly, wondering whether the little dragon wanted to help. Soon, he found himself completely surrounded as the monsters charged toward him from every direction while growling violently. Even so, Jae-hyun remained perfectly calm and proudly commented that he was very proud of Fafi. Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed into the middle of the battlefield and unleashed his dagger rampage skill. In a single instant, he sliced through every monster as though they were nothing. A system notification immediately appeared, informing him that his swordsman skills had doubled in proficiency due to the effects of the exclusive skill Garden of Swords, allowing him to clear the entire area with ease. As Jae-hyun smiled proudly after defeating every monster, Hela watched in complete shock. She realized that he had become far stronger and considerably more skilled than the last time she had seen him fight. Her attention then shifted toward Fafnir as she quietly wondered where he had found the little dragon. Several hours later, Fafi rested on the ground, looking completely exhausted. Noticing his condition, Hela remarked that she had thought he was simply sleepy, but it made sense because he was still only a hatchling. She then turned toward Jae-hyun and pointed out that a great deal of time had already passed. She also began wondering whether they had actually arrived on the correct island. Jae-hyun paused briefly before softly exhaling and explaining that there was no other island currently locked down because of monsters. Suddenly, he sensed an ominous presence. His eyes widened in shock as his crow radar activated and immediately alerted him. A system notification informed him that one of Odin's crows was nearby, prompting him to begin searching without hesitation. Hela sensed that something was unusual about him and called out to him, but Jae-hyun ignored her and quietly walked forward. Upon reaching the edge of a cliff, he looked down and noticed a cave below. Calmly, he declared that he had found it. Shortly afterward, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Jae-hyun quietly remarked that this seemed to be the place. Hela agreed, explaining that since the system had reacted, it had to be the correct location. She added that the presence of one of Odin's crows nearby made it even more certain. As they entered the cave, Jae-hyun immediately realized how damp it was. With a snap of his fingers, he activated his flash level 5 skill, brightly illuminating the entire cave. Almost instantly, he sensed that the air was thick with the overwhelming smell of blood. Moments later, he froze as his eyes landed on a disturbing sight carved across the wall in a pool of blood. Written in blood was a chilling message revealing that the great adversary had been given a gift. Everywhere Min Jae-hyun looked, blood was splattered across the ground while corpses and scattered body parts covered the entire area. Hela watched the gruesome scene in astonishment and wondered who could have committed such a horrific act. Jae-hyun also lowered his gaze with a grim expression as the horrifying sight surrounding him became almost unbearable. Even Fafi grew uneasy. Frightened by the disturbing scene, the little dragon quickly grabbed Jae-hyun's leg and hid behind him. Hela quietly concluded that this place had to be Asatru's base. Min Jae-hyun slowly closed his eyes, visibly annoyed, and reflected that the entire scene felt like nothing more than a deliberate provocation. Feeling disgusted, he firmly planted his foot on the ground and unleashed a powerful wave of ice that rapidly spread throughout the enormous cave. Amid the rising smoke, countless icy shards formed before him, creating a wide frozen path ahead. He stepped forward without hesitation as his eyes gleamed with a brilliant golden light. At that moment, a system notification informed him that one of Odin's crows was nearby. Without delay, he activated his absolute calculation skill. Hela watched in complete shock as the skill took effect. Moments later, the wall before them instantly disappeared, revealing a hidden elevator. Another system notification appeared, informing him that the elevator led down to a concealed laboratory. A second notification then asked whether he wished to descend. Standing firmly before the elevator, Jae-hyun reflected that going underground was both dangerous and highly suspicious, and it was very likely a trap. Even so, there was no turning back. Having no other choice, he stepped inside. As the elevator descended, the horrifying image of the countless dead bodies continued replaying in his mind. He could not help but think that perhaps everything could have been prevented if he had acted sooner. He even considered ending everything there and then, unwilling to witness any more innocent people suffer or be sacrificed. A system notification informed him that the elevator had arrived at the B1 floor and that the doors were opening. He quietly wondered whether there were even more floors beneath it. As the doors slowly opened, he told his companions to move forward. Stepping out of the elevator, he reflected that he needed to uncover what kind of drugs had been researched there, as well as identify the mysterious substance Chief Director Kim Ji-yeon had mentioned. As they walked through the hallway, They found several rooms before eventually entering the laboratory. Hella pointed out that she had noticed something nearby. On a dusty shelf, Jae-hyun found several books stacked together. Curiosity got the better of him, so he picked up one of the books. After reading its title, he appeared slightly confused before opening it and carefully reading its contents. To his shock, the record stated that in 2019, they had established the secret laboratory, where all 304 testing subjects had ultimately died. The documents further explained that humans were incapable of handling divine power. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Jae-hyun's friends gathered together and discussed his recent disappearance. Kim Yoo-young wondered why Min Jae-hyun kept disappearing without telling anyone and pointed out that he had even been skipping classes. On Hoi-yeon agreed, while Seo Aina expressed her hope that he was not doing anything dangerous once again. Yoo-young then remarked that she missed Lizzie, only for Seo Aina to gently correct her by reminding her that the dragon's name was actually Fafi. Standing nearby, So Yeol reassured everyone that Jae-hyun would be fine. Lee Jae-sang, looking visibly worried, remarked that if he had known Jae-hyun was leaving, he would have prepared more potions for him. Yoo-young, however, pointed out that Jae-hyun was already wealthy and possessed plenty of potions. On Hoi-yeon then brought up something Jae-hyun had said earlier and wondered whether he had truly meant it. Yoo-young did not understand what he was referring to. So Seo Aina reminded everyone that Jae-hyun had said they would not be able to fight alongside him unless they reached S rank. On Hoi-yeon believed Jae-hyun had not been joking at all, considering the kind of person he was. However, he admitted that reaching S rank was incredibly difficult because it was not an easy rank to achieve. Yoo-young pointed out that the entire nation usually produced only one S rank each year, and quietly wondered whether it was even possible for them to reach that level. So Yeol believed Jae-hyun had only been talking nonsense because he probably did not genuinely want them involved in dangerous missions. Seo Aina, however, believed it was possible, although embarrassed to admit it. On Hoi-yeon confessed that he wanted to reach the same level as Jae-hyun. Yoo-young agreed with him, but still hesitated. Finally, On Hoi-yeon stood up from his chair and cheerfully suggested that, since Jae-hyun was away, they should spend the time training so they could eventually catch up to him. Although So Yeol softly exhaled, she still showed very little interest. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun continued reading the research records. The book explained that the testing subjects had been unable to withstand Odin's blood. The writer even expressed irritation, believing that mere humans could never endure divine power. As a result, the research had been halted, and the blood had been diluted as much as possible because of its overwhelming potency. At that moment, Jae-hyun finally began to understand the true nature of the mysterious substance used in the limit breakers. Continuing to read, he discovered that unless the mana within the substance were reduced, weaker test subjects would inevitably die. As he grimly reflected on Odin's blood, everything finally came together. He ultimately realized that the mana-infused liquid used in the limit breakers was actually Odin's blood. He felt that he needed to calm himself before continuing to read. The records from December 2019 revealed that the researchers believed they should first begin developing antibodies to inject into humans. They also concluded that they would need to increase the number of sacrifices during the next phase of their research. By March 2020, they had concluded that creating antibodies was far more difficult than expected. However, they did not consider it a major setback because the situation was still manageable. They successfully determined how much Odin's blood needed to be diluted so that humans could endure it. Although the required amount differed from person to person, they regarded it as meaningful progress. By November 2020, further experiments had provided them with several important discoveries. First, younger testing subjects were found to tolerate the drug much better, prompting them to plan to request minors as sacrifices in future experiments. Second, they also learned that the weaker the testing subject was, the more effective the drug became. In addition, powerful emotions such as desire and hatred significantly increased the drug's reaction, although the subjects inevitably lost their sanity. This was not considered a problem since they were searching for soldiers to sacrifice rather than mentally stable individuals. By February 2021, their research was finally nearing completion. They had successfully identified the appropriate blood type, greatly reducing the side effects while also acquiring more testing subjects. The research was progressing smoothly, and they planned to report their results to Odin soon. By May 2021, the research project had achieved partial success. Although it was only half a success because of the restrictions, it was still considered a success, and they believed that in the next war Odin was preparing for, this limit breaker would play a much greater role. At that moment, Min Jae-hyun clenched his teeth in frustration as he realized why students had been disappearing from the academy. The victims were young and weak, making them far more suitable for receiving Odin's blood. Believing that this endless cycle of evil had to end there, he firmly closed the book, determined that no more innocent people should become victims. Shortly afterward, he descended to the B2 floor. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a room containing only a single table at its center. Walking toward it, he noticed that there was just one book resting on the table. An eerie purple aura suddenly began radiating from the book as it slowly opened by itself. The unsettling sight disturbed him, and the sinister energy gradually spread outward and wrapped itself around the little dragon. Jaehyun was shocked by the sudden phenomenon, while Hela also called out in surprise as the dark aura engulfed everything around them. Even the system notifications began behaving strangely, glitching before changing into a message displaying that the theme dungeon was smiling at him. Another notification appeared, informing him that he was being invited to the world of the fable, the boy who admired heroes. The book continued emitting its ominous dark aura before suddenly pulling them inside, after which it quietly closed once again. He immediately found himself surrounded by complete darkness as he continued sinking deeper. A notification panel then appeared, informing him that he was about to take over the body of the boy in the fable. Another system notification instructed him to continue the story and clear the theme dungeon. A third notification appeared, stating that the user's level was partially resisting force synchronization. However, in the very next instant, it eventually took effect anyway, as the panel informed him that synchronization was complete, leaving the synchronization rate at 50%. As soon as he opened his eyes in shock, he noticed that he looked visibly younger and had found himself inside the body of that boy. Sitting up, he reflected that the story of the boy who admired heroes began inside an orphanage. Looking down at his younger hands, another notification appeared before him, informing him that he had received a special quest to uncover the boy's identity. The system panel displayed the quest details, explaining that the user was currently possessing the body of a boy who was the protagonist of the novel. The notification instructed him to reveal the boy's true identity and clear the theme dungeon. The reward for completing the special quest was an S-rank cold blood skill. It further explained that the higher the synchronization rate became, the greater the restraints placed upon the user's cognitive abilities. However, the boy's face would not be shown until his identity was revealed. Another notification panel then displayed the user's character information, listing the name as Boy, the age as 12 years old, and the possessed traits as emotionless, lovely appearance, and cold-blooded. Still confused by everything, Jae-hyun decided to set the special quest aside for the moment and instead focused on understanding where he was. He quickly realized that Hela and Fafi were nowhere to be seen, meaning he was completely alone. Multiple notification panels suddenly appeared, informing him that a cutscene was currently in progress and that the user's movements would remain restricted until the scene was paused. He immediately understood that he could not move his character. He recalled experiencing something similar at Flandier's mansion, where he had also been trapped in a forced cutscene and was unable to move. Shortly afterward, he heard heavy footsteps approaching. The room door swung open, and a man entered before loudly cursing at the boys, ordering them to get up and claiming that food and clothes did not simply fall from the sky. The boys quickly woke up, while Jae-hyun reflected that the man was the orphanage's manager, whose primary role seemed to be endlessly torturing and oppressing the children. He abused them every single day. The notification panel then informed him that the system was updating information on the first character, Manager A. Jae-hyun quietly reflected that Manager A was the manager of the orphanage and one of the main villains of the story. The manager then called over character C, a blonde-haired girl who climbed down from the bunk bed and hesitantly approached while repeatedly apologizing. Without the slightest hesitation, the manager slapped her so hard that she fell to the ground. He sternly warned her that if she wanted to survive in the orphanage, she had to wake up on time. Clinging to his leg, character C continued apologizing, weakly promising that she would wake everyone up on time in the future while desperately begging for mercy. However, he completely ignored her pleas. The manager then ordered all of the children to head to the training hall if they did not want to die. The children immediately rushed there, while Jae-hyun silently observed everything unfolding around him. Attempting to look at himself in a mirror, he discovered that his face remained completely hidden. Once everyone had gathered in the training hall, two children hesitantly stood before the others, facing each other as the manager ordered them to fight. He threatened to kill them himself if they refused. Several children immediately began attacking one another while Jae-hyun watched in confusion and shock, silently reflecting on how horrifying this story truly was. Growing increasingly irritated, the manager called for Blondie. Jae-hyun was startled and wondered if the manager was referring to him. He immediately ran his hand through his hair and pulled a strand forward before suddenly realizing that he himself had blonde hair. Although he still could not see himself in the mirror, he could tell from the fact that his face remained hidden that this boy was most likely someone he already knew. As he approached the manager, character D was already standing there facing him. The manager immediately ordered them to fight. Character D appeared nervous, but Jae-hyun calmly raised his fist and punched him directly in the face. Although he was initially startled, the emotionless and cold-blooded traits that influenced his actions led him to attack without the slightest hesitation, increasing his synchronization rate with the character to 65%. The boy continued attacking the child without hesitation. It was then revealed that character D was simply a child who deeply hated him. The manager praised the boy for his performance and encouraged him to fight the same way next time as well. However, Extra D clenched his teeth in frustration after being defeated. The notification panel then informed him that the system was updating information once again on the second character, Extra D, revealing his traits as cunning and manipulative. Before long, Jae-hyun found himself relentlessly bullied, branded as a traitor, and abandoned by his so-called friends, including Extra D. As they walked away, he lay on the ground, cursing the situation while admitting that it had been a long time since he had been beaten with bare fists, and his head throbbed from the pain. Wondering about his current synchronization rate, he coldly reflected that he had learned an important lesson and reached a significant realization that, in a fight, eliminating the opponent completely was the safest way to avoid future trouble. As a result, during the following day's training, the boy killed Extra D. The boy stood over his defeated opponent with a bloodied, clenched fist. After the death of Extra D, a heavy silence filled the training hall. The children stood frozen, shaking their heads in complete disbelief. Their frightened eyes immediately turned toward Manager A, convinced that he would kill the boy for committing murder. They expected a brutal punishment. However, contrary to what the children believed, Manager A grinned and slowly began clapping, breaking the eerie silence. Looking at the boy with cold approval, he praised him and remarked that he might actually be useful. He reminded the children not to be restrained by meaningless morals or ethics, explaining that they were nothing more than disposable tools created to serve a purpose. He even added that they were not even that, but merely garbage. At that moment, the boy became certain of his own identity. From that day onward, the atmosphere within the orphanage gradually began to change. Violence became an everyday occurrence as the children started killing one another both inside and outside the training hall. They turned against each other, murdering simply to survive, and no one attempted to stop them. This had become the natural instinct of the children, while the boy who had started it all merely laughed, completely indifferent to the chaos surrounding him. As those memories resurfaced, Jae-hyun slowly opened his eyes, clutched his head, and finally understood the truth. He realized that the boy had not killed character D with some noble goal in mind. It had simply been a matter of killing or being killed, and that alone had been the reason behind the boy's actions. Jae-hyun clenched his teeth in frustration as he cursed the situation, unable to connect his thoughts while his mind gradually became blurred. Because of the increasing synchronization, he realized that simply resisting it would not work. At this rate, he would completely lose himself. There was only one solution. He had to preserve his sanity while discovering the boy's identity as quickly as possible. And for now, that was the best approach. With that realization, his thoughts slowly faded as the boy completely took over. Months passed within that horrifying nightmare. In the end, only the boy remained alive in the orphanage. Every other child had died by his hands, and to him, that outcome felt completely natural. He did not doubt that this was the best possible outcome. It was then that a mysterious man appeared before him. The stranger introduced himself as a crow who served Odin. Wasting no time, he invited the boy to join Asatru by becoming both a crow and a follower of Odin. He revealed his own identity as Hugin. The boy wondered what he would gain by serving Odin. Hugin explained that Odin had granted him a sword, producing a blade that emitted a dark purple aura. He revealed that its name was Turfing and that it was one of the very few magical swords requested by Odin's descendants to be forged. He handed the sword to the boy and explained that it would grant him 3 wishes, although it came with a price. Before disappearing, Hugin warned him not to forget that after granting the final wish, the sword would claim its wielder's life in return. After considering the offer, the boy nodded and decided to wish for the one thing he had desired for so long, a family. Although he was emotionless and unable to truly feel anything, and although he knew that this was sometimes what made him strong, even he was curious about what it would be like to have a family. The sword granted his wish. Suddenly, he had both a father and a mother. At first, everything felt simple and quietly ordinary. They served him warm meals such as beef stew and even gave him a picture book as a gift. The boy felt satisfied that he finally had a family. He accepted those small comforts with fragile satisfaction. Although they were not his biological parents, their kindness felt undeniably genuine. However, the boy could not comprehend their unconditional love. They cared for him without asking him to prove his worth. In the orphanage, usefulness had always been the only measure of survival. Anyone who failed to prove their value had been killed. That belief remained deeply rooted within him. If love demanded nothing in return, then perhaps it was simply another trap. If they truly did not need him, then perhaps they would eventually dispose of him whenever it became convenient. The memories of children in the orphanage becoming predators in order to survive continued replaying endlessly within his mind. Eventually, his growing suspicion developed into a plan. If they might kill him someday, then he believed he should kill them first. On a cold winter evening, With the fireplace gently warming the small house, his parents noticed his unusual silence and quietly became concerned. In response, he slowly raised his glowing sword toward them and killed his mother. Rather than retreating, his father stepped closer in an attempt to comfort him and urged him to put the sword down. The boy only tightened his grip even further. To him, there was no reason to obey because obedience had always meant vulnerability. He refused to listen to his father. The urge to strike became impossible to resist as the sword faintly began to glow in his hands while he gathered his strength. Everything the boy had experienced until that moment urged him to swing the sword. As the boy put force into the sword, it released a lightning strike. At that very instant, Jae-hyun desperately cried out for him to stop, but his voice was completely powerless. However, something inside the boy suddenly snapped. For a brief moment, he halted his attack. He appeared shocked and could not understand what had just happened. The images of his parents flashed before his eyes as Jae-hyun continued urging him to stop. The boy found himself unable to move and could not understand what was happening to his own body. Jae-hyun barely managed to pull himself together. Although it was only for a brief moment, he regained a small amount of control over the body and desperately tried to make the boy put the sword down. However, the emotionless boy ultimately lost himself and killed both of his parents, leaving Jae-hyun utterly stunned. At that very instant, a system notification appeared, announcing that the synchronization rate had risen dramatically for a temporary period, leaving Jae-hyun truly shocked. The system panel informed him that the current synchronization rate had reached 100%. His eyes widened in disbelief, and the system immediately issued an order strictly forbidding any intervention in the story. Jae-hyun watched the boy's parents lying in a pool of blood with horror, but at that very moment, his consciousness slowly began to fade. He could not understand what the story was trying to show him. Moments later, he found himself in another place and realized that only emptiness and thirst remained within the boy. Sitting up in shock, he wondered where he was. A system panel immediately appeared before him, informing him that this was a blank point in the current scene where the user could move freely. He quickly realized that he was still inside the novel. Looking around, he noticed the uniform bearing Asatru's symbol along with the magical sword, turfing. Standing up, he understood that this was the boy's room and decided to make full use of the opportunity. Believing there had to be clues about the themed dungeon and the boy's identity hidden somewhere inside the room, he carefully searched beneath the bed and through every corner. Frustrated after finding nothing, he continued searching while reflecting that this blank point in the scene was the only moment when his movements were not restricted. Convinced that there had to be a clue somewhere, he suddenly discovered a pair of white gloves. The instant he picked them up, he was completely shocked as a grin spread across his face. He immediately realized that he was now certain of the boy's true identity and the reason he had been brought there. Suddenly, the system panel appeared and notified him that the origin gloves in his inventory were reacting. At the same time, the blank point in the scene began to glitch before finally coming to an end. As the scene resumed, Jae-hyun realized that the cutscene had started once again after the blank point ended. The boy still felt absolutely nothing. Years passed, and the boy eventually became an adult. To escape his endless boredom, he began searching for his lost emotions. He tried everything imaginable, including pretending to love others, begging, saving people, and many other things in an attempt to feel something. However, nothing changed, and all that remained inside him was an endless void. Seeing the boy's desperate search, Hugin realized that he was searching for his emotions. He approached him and explained that he possessed all of the boy's emotions and would return one of them, adding that one day he would realize which emotion it was. The boy understood. Although he could neither feel joy nor sadness, he was aware that Hugin had returned something that originally belonged to him. Even though he still did not know which emotion he had regained, he eventually discovered the answer. While carrying out an order to kill someone, the moment his sword pierced his opponent's throat, he realized that the emotion he had recovered was pleasure. From that day onward, he wandered around committing murder. During that period, he also began rereading the picture book his adoptive parents had once given him while sitting atop the piles of corpses he had created. The story followed a weak village boy who eventually grew into a knight. Gradually, he came to admire the hero from the book and wanted to become someone like him. At last, the boy had found a goal instead of fear. The boy, who had continued killing people simply to experience pleasure, eventually grew bored of it. He came to believe that everyone in the world was too weak and no longer entertaining, causing strange ideas to form within his mind. Wanting something new, he sought out Hugin once again and asked for the rest of his emotions. However, Hugin explained that he could not return any emotion other than pleasure. Left with no other choice, the boy drew the cursed magical sword once again and made his second wish. Since wishing for his emotions back was impossible, and because that actually made his wish easier to decide, he wished to face an enemy stronger than himself. The system then instructed him to become a hero in Midgard, where such opponents could be found. The The magical sword granted his wish once again, and the boy descended to Midgard. Although these were Odin's orders, his own desire to fight stronger opponents was even greater. Before long, he became known as Midgard's hero. Even so, that title held no special meaning for him. He was merely imitating the hero from the picture book he had once read. As his achievements continued to grow, so did his fame. Before long, he became widely known as the hero of Midgard. While the crowd cheered around him, a reporter approached and asked for his name. The boy simply remained silent. As the memories slowly faded, Min Jae-hyun realized that his own consciousness was finally returning. A system panel appeared before him, announcing that the possession of the boy who admired heroes had come to an end and instructing him to reveal the boy's name. After a brief moment of silence, Min Jae-hyun revealed that the boy's name was Ju-won. The system panel appeared once again and confirmed that the special quest, Boy's Identity, had been successfully completed. As a reward, he obtained a new skill called Cold-Blooded. Without wasting any time, Jae-hyun grabbed the magical sword, knowing that he had to escape before the place completely collapsed around him. The system then notified him that he was being transferred to the third basement floor of the laboratory. As the sword shone even more brightly, he instinctively covered his eyes. After being teleported, he suddenly heard someone addressing him as the great adversary and welcoming him. Returning to his own body, he opened his eyes to find Ju-won and Chai Ji-eun standing before him. Ju-won remarked that he had been waiting for him. He smiled as he looked toward him, believing that his wish had finally come true once again. Without any hesitation, Min Jae-hyun activated his magical artifact skill and summoned the Dragon Slayer sword, Bamong. He recalled that Ju-won had once been known as the first awakened and the hero of humanity, someone he had genuinely admired as a child for both his strength and kindness. However, he now realized that all of that admiration had been misplaced, as Ju-won was nothing more than an emotionless puppet controlled by Odin. Raising his sword as a blue aura engulfed its blade, Min Jae-hyun firmly declared that from this moment onward, he would personally kill the man he had once looked up to. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, asking whether he was all right. Glancing to the side, Min Jae-hyun saw Hela and Fafi and immediately felt relieved that both of them were completely safe and unharmed. It appeared that no time had passed outside while he had been trapped inside the theme dungeon. He calmly assured Hela that he was all right before asking her for a favor. When she asked what it was, he requested that she deal with Chai Ji-eun while he faced Ju-won himself. Chai Ji-eun wore a smug smile and immediately refused, insisting that she had no intention of fighting separately. However, Ju-won ordered her to follow the great adversary's request. Startled by his words, she immediately questioned what he meant. Ju-won calmly explained that he wanted to fight Min Jae-hyun properly and instructed her to do exactly as he said. Chai Ji-eun hesitated, complaining that if she did so, Hugin and Odin might lose interest in her. However, Ju-won's cold stare instantly silenced her as he warned her not to interfere. Fear quickly overtook her as she realized that if she disobeyed him, Ju-won might kill her before anyone else. Although she possessed considerable strength, she clearly understood that she was nowhere near powerful enough to stand against one of Odin's crows. Having no other choice, Chai Ji-eun reluctantly accepted the situation. She turned away and told Ju-won to make sure he did a good job before facing Hela and suggested that they leave. Hela sensed the overwhelming mana radiating from both fighters. It was far greater than she had expected. Although Min Jae-hyun possessed divinity, she believed that Ju-won and Min Jae-hyun were fighting on an entirely different level. She admitted that it would be better if Min Jae-hyun only had to face one opponent. She also stated that she had no interest in interfering with their battle. Before leaving, Hela warned Min Jae-hyun that the crows had stolen the essence of the ocean from Jormungandr and urged him to remain cautious. Unless he found a countermeasure quickly, the artifact could become fatal. As Hela, Fafi, and Chai Ji-eun rushed out of the room, Min Jae-hyun calmly told them not to worry. Without wasting another second, he leaped forward with his sword raised high, believing that he already had a plan. Ju-won looked at him and smiled faintly, remarking that only the two of them remained. He first congratulated Min Jae-hyun, assuming that if he had reached this place, then he had successfully cleared the theme dungeon on the second floor. Min Jae-hyun immediately dismissed his words and swung the Dragon Slayer's sword with all his strength. Ju-won effortlessly blocked the attack with his magical sword. A second slash quickly followed, but Ju-won easily parried it once again before calmly telling him not to be in such a rush. He then launched a counterattack that sent Min Jae-hyun flying backward, though he quickly regained his footing. Landing firmly on his feet, Min Jae-hyun immediately recognized Ju-won's weapon as the artifact given by Hugin, the magical sword known as turfing, and realized that it was definitely a mythological artifact. Before continuing the battle, Ju-won stated that he had a question he wanted to ask before they fought any further. Min Jae-hyun steadied himself and asked what it was. Ju-won grinned, and asked whether he had found the novel on the second underground floor interesting. The unexpected question completely caught Min Jae-hyun off guard. The horrifying memories immediately resurfaced in his mind, and as he clenched his teeth, he firmly declared that there was no way such a story could ever be considered interesting. Ju-won appeared disappointed and admitted that he had hoped the boy's story meant that his own story would be worth something. He then revealed that he had wanted to become the main character, the kind of hero people admired in stories. Hearing those words, Min Jae-hyun frowned, unable to understand why Ju-won was telling him all of this. Ju-won calmly explained that he wanted one favor from him. After Min Jae-hyun asked what it was, Ju-won chillingly revealed that he wanted Min Jae-hyun to kill him. Min Jae-hyun immediately rejected the request, wondering what Ju-won was trying to accomplish. Ju-won calmly insisted that he was completely serious. He stated that Min Jae-hyun had said his story was not interesting, and people do not read uninteresting stories. Because of that, he believed that a story no one reads should simply come to an end. Hearing those words, Min Jae-hyun regarded him as completely insane. Ju-won laughed in response and admitted that he had heard that many times before. Raising his sword, he explained that he could not simply allow himself to die like that. Since he was Odin's puppet, he could not die whenever he wished, so he needed Min Jae-hyun to bring his life to an end. Refusing to listen any further, Min Jae-hyun swiftly charged forward once again and firmly told Ju-won to stop speaking nonsense. Ju-won casually blocked the sword strike without difficulty. Min Jae-hyun declared that he would kill him, not because Ju-won had requested it, but because he genuinely wanted to, as he hated him completely. Ju-won smiled faintly, deciding that was more than enough, before asking if they should finally begin. Min Jae-hyun swung his sword toward Ju-won with all the force he could muster. Yet Ju-won deflected the strike with an almost effortless ease, his blade meeting the attack so smoothly that it barely seemed to cost him any effort at all. For a brief moment, Min Jae-hyun's eyes widened in quiet disbelief as he came to the sudden realization that his opponent was simply faster than he was, and that no matter how much strength he put into his swings, speed alone would decide this exchange. Understanding that he could not hope to win through swordplay by itself, he made up his mind that it was time to fall back on his magic instead. He activated his active skill, Blitz Chain, and in an instant, multiple lightning chains, bright and vividly yellow, shot out from behind him, their sharpened tips cutting through the air as they raced toward Ju-won with the clear intent to strike him down where he stood. Ju-won showed not the faintest flicker of alarm as the chains closed in on him. If anything, he seemed almost pleased by the sight, remarking casually that Min Jae-hyun still had powers he had apparently been keeping hidden away until now. With nothing more than a single, unhurried swing of his sword, he scattered every last one of the chains aside, brushing them off as though they amounted to little more than a minor annoyance rather than a genuine threat. Min Jae-hyun clicked his tongue in quiet frustration, silently admitting to himself that although he did now possess divinity, it remained only at its very first stage, which meant he could not afford to rely on it for very long before it ran out. He decided that the smartest course of action left to him would be to bring this fight to an end as quickly as he possibly could. And so, for the time being, he chose instead to focus his attention on carefully reading Ju-won's movements and combat patterns. Min Jae-hyun charged forward once more, sword raised high, and Ju-won planted his feet firmly into the ground to steady himself, blocking the incoming blow without the slightest sign of difficulty. He complained aloud, his tone tinged with irritation, that Min Jae-hyun's blade was proving to be rather bothersome to deal with. In response, Min Jae-hyun offered him a mocking, overly sweet smile and asked whether Ju-won had simply never crossed swords with someone who wielded a rapier before. A flicker of mischief danced in his eyes as he suggested, almost playfully, that they make the fight a little more interesting from here on out. With another swing of his sword, he sent Min Jae-hyun sliding backward across the ground, his boots scraping loudly against the surface beneath them. He then asked, in a teasing tone, whether Min Jae-hyun was enjoying this exchange just as much as he was. Ju-won grinned and snapped his fingers together, and almost immediately a system notification appeared before Min Jae-hyun's eyes, announcing that Odin's crow was now releasing divinity and that field magic had officially been activated. Min Jae-hyun froze completely in place at the sight of Ju-won's latest move. The world around him began to warp and distort, glitching in strange and unsettling ways, and as he stood there utterly unable to move, a massive red stuffed rabbit materialized behind Ju-won. The rabbit was dressed in a suit and had only a single visible eye, and looming behind it was an enormous analog stopwatch, ticking away in ominous silence. The system then informed him that a field known as Grim Fairy Tale was in the process of being opened. Struggling to find his voice through his shock, Min Jae-hyun finally managed to ask whether Ju-won was capable of using field magic as well. Ju-won gave a modest little shrug in response and admitted that he was not especially skilled at it, though it was, in his words, tolerable enough to get by. With his eyes narrowing in a mischievous manner, He asked Min Jae-hyun what he thought of the display and whether he liked what he was seeing unfold before him. Min Jae-hyun glanced downward toward his own feet and saw that the ground beneath him had become completely soaked in dark red blood, the thick liquid rising several inches above his ankles. A deep and creeping sense of unease settled heavily over him. He understood all too well that field magic was widely considered to be the most advanced form of magic in existence, a type of magic that normally required the combined effort of multiple S-rank raiders working together simply to bring it into being. And yet, somehow, Ju-won had managed to summon it entirely on his own, all while still actively wielding his sword in the middle of combat. Hesitating for a moment, Min Jae-hyun asked whether Ju-won was genuinely trying to get himself killed through such reckless behavior. Ju-won appeared genuinely puzzled by the question and asked what exactly he meant by that. Min Jae-hyun told him sharply not to play dumb with him, pointing out plainly that he was clearly forcing his own divinity well beyond its natural limits. Ju-won's mouth stretched slowly into a wide, toothy grin as he casually remarked that his final moments ought to be enjoyable ones, reasoning aloud that if he was going to die regardless of the outcome, he might as well give the fight absolutely everything he had left in him. Min Jae-hyun let out a scoff and raised his sword, gripping the handle tightly with both of his hands, and asked whether Ju-won truly and honestly believed himself capable of killing him. Without the slightest trace of hesitation, Ju-won replied simply that yes, he did believe exactly that. Min Jae-hyun said nothing further in response. He simply lifted his sword until the blade came to rest against his shoulder, readying his body and mind alike for the charge that was about to come. Drawing in one deep, steadying breath, both fighters launched themselves forward from their positions at the very same instant. Min Jae-hyun's blade moved through the air in a blur of bright blue light, but Ju-won managed to slip cleanly out of its path just in time. Ju-won struck back in turn, his own sword forming a blur of deep purple, and Min Jae-hyun likewise managed to avoid the incoming blow. Ju-won pressed forward once again, and this time his sword narrowly missed Min Jae-hyun's shoulder by only the smallest and most fleeting of margins. Ju-won then leapt backwards several steps, putting distance between himself and his opponent, and curled his fingers into a claw-like shape in front of his body as a blue aura began swirling outward from his open palm. A sphere of concentrated mana slowly began to take form in the center of his hand as his eyes glowed with a deep, unsettling shade of purple. He asked Min Jae-hyun, almost tauntingly, whether he honestly believed he would be able to dodge what was about to come his way. Min Jae-hyun stood frozen in place, cold beads of sweat trickling steadily down the side of his face as he stared at the swirling mana before him, slowly realizing with a growing sense of dread that something genuinely dangerous was about to be unleashed upon him. Without any further warning, a thick clump of blood suddenly rose up from the pool covering the ground and shot forward toward Min Jae-hyun, piercing straight through his shoulder with brutal force. He let out a pained grunt, clutching desperately at the fresh wound, and asked Ju-won whether this was the very same thing he had once stolen from Jormungandr Sea. Ju-won looked mildly surprised to learn that Min Jae-hyun already knew about it as well. Calmly, and without any hint of alarm, Min Jae-hyun explained that it was known as the essence of the ocean, a stone said to grant whoever wielded it the ability to control water however they pleased, and that he had heard rumors long ago claiming that Ju-won had stolen it, rumors which now appear to be entirely true after all. Ju-won confirmed the story without hesitation, explaining that the crows had taken the essence of the ocean directly from Jormungandr, who was a son of Loki and counted among the anti-Aesir. Because Jormungandr had been unable to properly make use of his own powers due to the lingering influence of Odin over him, Ju-won had seen fit to seize the opportunity and steal the item away from him entirely. With a grin spreading across his face, Ju-won admitted that he had thought the fight against Min Jae-hyun would end up being far more entertaining if he happened to have it in his possession. Min Jae-hyun placed his hand firmly over his injured shoulder and activated his skill, Sacrifice, slowly beginning the process of healing the wound. Ju-won burst into loud and thoroughly delighted laughter, marveling openly at the fact that Min Jae-hyun apparently possessed healing abilities of his own as well. Min Jae-hyun snapped at him irritably to be quiet, his patience clearly wearing thin. In that very same moment, the smile abruptly vanished from Ju-won's face as he noticed a strange and sudden shift taking place in the intensity of the energy now radiating outward from his opponent. Min Jae-hyun grinned widely, his eyes now glowing a bright and vivid yellow as lightning crackled violently all around his entire body, signaling clearly that he had begun releasing the full force of his own divinity. With a heavy splash that echoed through the pool of blood beneath his feet, he leapt forward toward Ju-won, declaring loudly that he fully intended to kill him, exactly as Ju-won himself had wished for all along. As he descended from the height of his jump, his sword raised high and crackling fiercely with lightning, Ju-won readied himself to meet the incoming attack head-on, his blade held firm and steady in his right hand while the concentrated mana continued gathering within his left. Meanwhile, in an entirely different part of the battlefield, Hela and Chai Ji-eun stood facing one another, both of them fully prepared and ready for the battle that awaited them. Chai Ji-eun remarked casually, almost lightly, that it seemed the other two had already gone ahead and begun their own fight, referring, of course, to Min Jae-hyun and Ju-won. She then turned to ask Hela what the two of them ought to do next, adding with a mischievous grin spreading across her face whether she should be the one to make the very first move or whether Hela intended to strike first instead.